The apocalypse has dawned, and a zombie outbreak ensues. Lin Ze acquires a divine-grade base vehicle, equipped with infinite armor, rendering him invincible upon entry. This vehicle boasts limitless space, capable of stockpiling billions of resources. While the world outside is inundated with zombies, shrouded in red mist and plunged into an ice age, Lin Ze enjoys a carefree existence within his vehicle. He drafts an apocalyptic wish list, dreaming of traversing the splendid landscapes and indulging in beauty across the land. Chapter 1. The Countdown to the Apocalypse. In the sweltering heat of August, with the sun perched high in the afternoon sky, the ground radiates warmth. The setting, Yinchuan University. A delivery man, handsome with striking features, drives a truck laden with parcels toward the university's distribution point. After unloading, he switches to a small, three-wheeled vehicle brimming with packages. Embracing the gentle, romantic breeze of the campus, Lin Ze leisurely speeds along the pathway, commencing his delivery duties for the day. A few female freshmen, fresh from military training, gaze at him in awe, mistaking him for an idle trainee from a company, shyly approaching to snap photos with him. Having delivered parcels at Yinchuan University for 2 years, Lin Ze has grown accustomed to such attention due to his extraordinary looks. After bidding farewell to the girls, he continues on his way to the freshman girls' dormitory, retrieving his phone to make a call. "Is this Miss Tong with a mobile number ending in 8156? He inquires. "Your package has arrived downstairs, but the dormitory supervisor won't let me in. Please come down to collect it." On the other end, a flurry of hurried movements accompanies a polite and gentle voice. "Thank you. We'll be right down. Just give me a minute." Upon hanging up, Lin Ze leisurely sits on a small three-wheeler, admiring the flow of female university students entering and exiting the dormitory, filled with nostalgia. It is often said that university life is delightful once in college. Girls learn to adorn themselves, blossoming into vibrant beauties. There are charming seniors who favor neck sweaters, tank tops, and strapless dresses, generously revealing their ample figures. Then there are the innocent younger students, with pigtails and JK uniforms, wandering the campus, showcasing their fair thighs and pure allure. Reflecting on his current job, Lin Ze recalls that although he delivers packages in university now, he once reveled in the joys of student life. However, upon graduation, he found himself thrust into the harsh realities of society, struggling through the mire of capitalism, covered in grime. After a night of deep contemplation, Lin Ze resolved to pursue a job related to campus life, mingling with these youthful and vibrant female students. Little did he know, this decision would mark a turning point in his fate. Not only did he earn the title of the most handsome delivery guy at Big Bird Express, but his looks also garnered him a modicum of fame within the university, allowing him to ride the wave of online popularity to make a modest living. While he cannot compete with the wealthy offspring of affluent families, his average earnings surpass those of typical workers, bringing in over $10,000 a month. As Lin Ze patiently awaits customers downstairs, a group of boys approaches. The leader, with dyed blonde hair, is flanked by 2 friends who exude a certain swagger. Clad in ostentatious attire, their wrists adorned with a Cartier watch worth hundreds of thousands, they unmistakably belong to affluent families. The young man strides up to Lin Ze, glancing at the dilapidated electric tricycle beneath him, and scoffs, "So, you're the little internet celebrity delivering packages at our school?" He continues, "I've heard from my friends that you often lurk around the girls' dormitory, leering at the incoming and outgoing students with ulterior motives. My girlfriend resides in this dormitory building, and I warn you not to deliver packages here in the future. If I see you again, I will report and lodge a complaint with the school. What business is it of yours if I admire the beautiful women passing by? Reporting me? This guy must be out of his mind." Lin Ze furrowed his brow and discreetly adjusted the recording device on his chest, preparing to confront the situation and capture video footage to share online, aiming to seize the immense traffic it would generate. At that moment, a youthful girl emerged from the girls' dormitory, her large, expressive eyes sparkling with mischief, clad in a pink teddy bear pajamas. As she ran, her ample bosom swayed gently, seemingly on the verge of popping the second button of her pajamas, reminiscent of a cup brimming with sweet, delectable milk, leaving one parched with desire. Lin Ze's gaze was irresistibly drawn to her, and he gasped in astonishment, contributing to the global warming crisis. As an informed individual, he had already uncovered the identity of this enchanting junior. She was Tong Xiaoxi, who had just enrolled and immediately earned the title of the most beautiful freshman, possessing a youthful visage and an ample figure. her delicate and charming features suggesting a family involved in business, arriving at school in a Maybach. With such a physique, such beauty, and such a prestigious background, infused with the vitality of youth, it was no wonder that those rotund real estate moguls often sought out young female university students at KTVs. Perhaps they, like him, yearned for the fleeting days of their own youth. Suddenly, a camera shutter clicked beside him. The yellow-haired boy opportunistically seized the moment to capture Lin Ze's expression on his phone. He waved his phone, revealing a lewd grin. "See, I told you, caught red-handed." This guy is completely mesmerized by Tong Xiaoxi. What a pathetic loser. Has he never seen a city beauty before? Lin Ze seethed with anger, barely able to contain himself. Then, a chilling notification resonated in his mind. Ding. 30 minutes remain until the apocalypse. The God-level base vehicle system is activating. The God-level base vehicle boasts a comfortable interior, impeccable exterior armor, formidable futuristic weaponry, and an integrated infinite technology tree that allows for continuous research and enhancement of both the host's abilities and physique, enabling limitless growth. Please, host, select a vehicle for binding once bound. The vehicle will automatically transform into a God-level base vehicle, becoming your powerful ally in the apocalypse. Lin Ze stood frozen in disbelief. At that moment, it was July, and the sun shone brightly. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered overhead, rolling thunder resonating ominously. This was an ill omen, as if something momentous were about to transpire. A chill wind swept over Lin Ze, causing him to shiver, yet he remained incredulous. Is it true? Is the end of the world approaching? Lin Ze swallowed hard, deciding to conduct a trial for confirmation. Thus, he silently intoned, "System, please bind this electric tricycle." The system had stated that binding any vehicle was inconsequential, given its infinite transformation capabilities. He chose to bind the delivery tricycle to verify its authenticity. Ding! Binding successful. The heart of the God-level base vehicle has been bound to the electric tricycle. The electric tricycle cannot unleash the full potential of the divine base vehicle. Should it transform now? Indeed, the entity known as Father of the Ruler is not a mere figment of urban legend. It exists in reality. Lin Ze felt an overwhelming joy within, responding internally. No transformation. At present, there remains a semblance of time before the apocalypse descends. He had no desire to incite a commotion at school, as that would only squander his precious time. 30 minutes may appear fleeting, yet it offers ample opportunity for preparation. Meanwhile, the enchanting and voluptuous school beauty, Tong Xiaoxi, approached Lin Ze with a smile, greeting him warmly. "It's you again, the delivery guy. I recall you personally delivered last time as well. I heard from an upperclassman from our hometown that you seem quite renowned at this university." "Thank you, nonetheless." Initially, Lin Ze felt a tinge of inferiority in the presence of these stunning university students who had gained admission to a prestigious institution. However, with the countdown to the apocalypse, his courage surged. A playful smirk graced Lin Ze's lips as he teasingly replied, "So, do you have the time to accompany this dashing delivery guy to the milk tea shop off campus? Although I may not possess a BMW or Mercedes to shield you from the elements, I shall cover your milk tea expenses throughout your 4 years of university." Tong Xiaoxi's innocent and charming face displayed surprise, quickly followed by a hint of shyness as a blush crept across her cheeks. Due to her precociously developed physique, during physical education classes, the boys' gazes would cling to her like a magnet whenever she ran. The number of love letters and confessions she received was countless, leading her thoughts to mature far beyond her peers. Yet, this was the first time she had received an invitation from such a handsome figure, akin to a movie star. Which girl is not captivated by looks? Tong Xiaoxi was no exception. Lin Ze's striking appearance left a profound impression on her. Yet, her fluttering heart was swiftly doused when she glanced down to see Lin Ze riding the delivery tricycle. The spark that had ignited within her was extinguished, as if doused with a bucket of cold water, and she regained her composure in an instant. Chapter 2. The infinite transformations of the base vehicle in today's society. Pragmatism reigns supreme, while handsome appearances may prove advantageous in courting. The increasingly materialistic culture has tilted the scales heavily in favor of wealth and possessions, overshadowing mere looks. A well-known example is the esteemed Mr. Ma. Lin Ze, undeterred by the presence of a wealthy heir, continued his conversation with Tong Xiaoxi, effortlessly amusing her with popular quips, causing her to giggle uncontrollably, as if the second button of her blouse might burst off at any moment. The neglected rich heir, with his dyed hair, could no longer contain himself and erupted in impatience. Hey, hurry up and leave after delivering your package. You can't seriously think that a toad like you can aspire to court a swan, can you? Hello, Tong Xiaoxi. I am Li Wei, a junior from the business management department. As a newcomer, you should not be deceived by his looks. This guy thinks he's a star just because he posts some lifestyle videos. In reality, he's merely a pathetic loser, lurking around your girl's dormitory with ulterior motives. Who knows? He might be scouting for an opportunity to steal your undergarments. Be cautious. The number of perverts is on the rise. He wouldn't do that, would he? The delivery guy seems quite nice, Tong Xiaoxi replied, taken aback. She feigned surprise, covering her mouth delicately, while her gaze scrutinized the sunny and handsome Lin Ze, finding it hard to reconcile the accusation with his demeanor. Instead, she turned her scrutiny towards Li Wei, pondering whether he might have just stepped out from Gotham itself. Noticing her astonishment, Li Wei mistakenly believed she had bought into his words and continued to mock Lin Ze. This is what they call knowing a person's face, but not their heart. Just because someone is handsome doesn't mean they are a good person. After prolonged poverty, crime becomes inevitable. It's merely a matter of time. As he spoke, he ostentatiously flaunted his Cartier watch worth 200,000 and kicked his designer shoes worth thousands. It was as if he had wealth written all over his face. Lin Ze merely scoffed internally, choosing neither to retort nor to lose his temper. With the system at his disposal and the knowledge of the impending apocalypse, engaging in a quarrel with a dead man seemed a futile waste of time. The urban dragon king had endured for 3 years, and now was the time for his awakening. He only needed to maintain a low profile for 30 more minutes before reclaiming his throne as the dragon emperor of the apocalypse. Tong Xiaoxi, take your time to ponder my words. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again, Lin Ze remarked calmly, casting one last glance at Tong Xiaoxi before departing in his tricycle. Doesn't he resemble a dog from behind? Li Wei guffawed, pointing at Lin Ze's retreating figure. Tong Xiaoxi frowned slightly, choosing not to engage with Li Wei's remarks, instead creating a small distance between them. Although Li Wei came from a modestly affluent family, he exuded an air of eccentricity. Perhaps he had even dabbled in drugs. Otherwise, why would he act so erratically? It was prudent to keep a safe distance from such a man, lest she be tainted by his madness. Nonetheless, Tong Xiaoxi noted Lin Ze's parting words. After all, women tend to be particularly sensitive to such matters. However, with Li Wei's incessant chatter beside her, she found it difficult to dwell on the thought and soon dismissed it from her mind. At this moment, Lin Ze, riding on his small tricycle, could still hear the conversation between Tong Xiaoxi and Li Wei. Tong Xiaoxi, attempting to shift the topic, remarked, Li Wei, what brings you to our girls' dormitory? Were you also summoned to collect the package? Li Wei stammered, I was just passing by and decided to intervene. By the way, Tong Xiaoxi, your pajamas are absolutely adorable. Please send me the link. I'd like to buy one for my sister. His gaze fixated on the cartoon bear design stretched across her sleepwear, causing his words to falter. Tong Xiaoxi feigned surprise. I didn't know you had a sister. She must be so lucky to have a brother in college who cares for her. Li Wei's eyes lit up as he seized the moment. How about this? Tong Xiaoxi, would you accompany me to the nearby mall to help pick out a few outfits for my sister? Her birthday is approaching, and I want to surprise her. I'll cover all expenses, and I'll treat you to a lavish dinner tonight. What do you say? Tong Xiaoxi politely declined. I'm afraid I can't. I have a rehearsal for the welcome party tonight. Goodbye. With that, she hurried upstairs. If given a choice between the two, she would prefer Lin Ze, who, despite his modest means, possessed great charm over this eccentric rich heir. Surely, no one could truly be enamored with such a neurotic individual. Li Wei stood there, his gaze burning as he watched Tong Xiaoxi's graceful figure disappear, muttering to himself in self-assuredness, this innocent junior will be mine. Meanwhile, Lin Ze raced to the supermarket and food street near the school, preparing to stock up. With the impending doom approaching in 30 minutes, whether it be a zombie outbreak, a deluge, or an ice age, acquiring sufficient sustenance was his top priority. A person can survive without water for 3 days, but without food, one can only endure for about a month. As for his ability to protect himself, he had already activated the Supreme Base Vehicle system, leaving him unconcerned. While driving, Lin Ze mentally perused the user manual for the Supreme Base Vehicle, his eyes growing ever brighter. The heart of the Supreme Base Vehicle possessed 3 extraordinary capabilities. First, infinite transformation. The vehicle could morph into luxury cars, RVs, armored vehicles from films, Batmobiles, and apocalyptic tanks, though it had only basic transport functions until the weapon system was researched. Second, infinite space. The vehicle came with limitless onboard storage, allowing him to hoard an endless amount of supplies, retrieving items with a mere thought. Third, an infinite technology tree, the most vital function of the Supreme Base Vehicle. which enabled continuous upgrades of the vehicle's weapons and armor through research and the development of supernatural abilities. After reviewing these three features, Lin Ze could hardly contain his elation. With this supreme base vehicle, it would be a disservice to himself not to become the Emperor of the Apocalypse. Oh no, it seemed the Dragon King was truly returning. Albeit as a mechanical zombie Tyrannosaurus Rex. Yinchuan University is situated in the urban port district, somewhat removed from the city center, yet it boasts comprehensive facilities. Having been contracted by the renowned Wanda Real Estate, it is said that the president, Wang, the son of the owner, has a private villa here that far surpasses the luxury of the Tangshan Epine. After the apocalypse descends, that place could serve as an excellent refuge. At present, he remains unaware of his exact whereabouts, yet he may seize the opportunity to inquire discreetly. Prior to his venture to the supermarket, Lin Ze sought out a secluded corner, devoid of surveillance, to experiment with the function of infinite transformation. He casually scoured the internet for a selection of images and, with a flicker of inspiration, declared, "You shall be the one." Accompanied by a magical silver glow enveloping the surface of the small tricycle, it swiftly morphed like a memory medal. The illustrious Rolls-Royce Phantom and silver long wheelbase, the Bugatti 110, limited to merely 10 units globally, and the early, technologically advanced Pagani Huayra. These extraordinary luxury vehicles, which had only graced the pages of news articles, were now within Lin Ze's grasp as a mere underdog. This was the confidence bestowed upon him by his extraordinary base vehicle. Following this trial, Lin Ze confirmed, the infinite transformation function requires no mastery of automotive knowledge or construction. It merely necessitates the provision of a name, a concept that exists, to transmute into the corresponding form. Truly remarkable, the PULS is deserving of its divine status. Lin Ze silently praised it. If vehicles from the real world could be seamlessly transformed, what of those from games or films? Lin Ze pressed on with his experimentation. He searched online for vehicles that existed solely in the realms of gaming or cinema, commanding his extraordinary base vehicle to transform once more. Soon enough, the iconic black Batmobile from Batman Returns, the armored vehicle that dominated the final circles of Battle Royale games, and the colossal industrial transport from the Wandering Earth, were all flawlessly replicated by the system. Lin Ze was utterly astounded, exclaiming, "Incredible, it truly can transform with just an image. This is astonishing." Chapter 3. Hoarding supplies for the impending apocalypse. Having indulged himself sufficiently, Lin Ze reined in his playful spirit and commenced with serious matters. Although he had numerous options for transforming his vehicle, he ultimately opted for the classic Wuling Hongguang mini truck, embodying a spirit of understated modesty. With pressing matters at hand, he focused on practicality. The base vehicle came equipped with an initial supply of fuel, sufficient for a journey of 500 kilometers, along with a solar power generation system, alleviating any concerns regarding energy. Lin Ze drove to the largest chain supermarket, Walmart, situated outside the campus, to embark on a shopping spree. He was not naive enough to rely solely on his own strength for transportation. Instead, he contacted the supermarket manager to place a substantial order, offering extra payment for the staff's assistance in loading the goods onto his vehicle. Although it was customary for supermarket employees not to assist with loading, the generous offer from Lin Ze proved irresistible. Witnessing the cooperative effort of numerous staff members, he watched as they efficiently loaded copious amounts of instant noodles, sausages, chocolates, soft drinks, canned goods, and fresh fruits and vegetables onto his truck. This sight filled Lin Ze with confidence about the forthcoming trials of the apocalypse. However, even with the 50,000 yuan he had meticulously saved over the past 2 years, he realized it would not suffice for a significant stockpile. The high cost of living in a metropolis was a harsh reality for the working class. Fortunately, there were still many benevolent souls in the world, and an idea struck Lin Ze. He downloaded various online loan applications. With merely an identification and proof of employment, he could acquire a swift loan of 500,000 yuan. With the impending end of the world, he felt no moral qualms about utilizing the funds from disreputable sources, instead relishing in the liberating thrill it provided. With the windfall of this loan, Lin Ze resumed his shopping spree, not limiting himself to snacks and bottled water from the supermarket. He also ordered a plethora of high-calorie takeout from nearby fast food chains like KFC and McDonald's, indulging in copious amounts of fries, fried chicken, and burgers. It was not merely about satiating hunger. It was imperative to enjoy the bounty. Ultimately, it became evident that as long as he avoided exorbitantly priced items, the purchasing power of over 500,000 yuan in this summer country was astonishingly robust. This sum would be ample for Lin Ze to lead a comfortable existence alone in the apocalypse for over a decade. As for what lay ahead, Lin Ze resolved to take it one step at a time, believing he had reached the limits of what he could realistically achieve. As an unremarkable delivery driver, He lacked the foresight and meticulous planning of others, but he possessed a system to aid him. Thus, he felt a profound confidence in his ability to survive the impending apocalypse. Having completed his tasks, with just 1 minute remaining in the 30-minute countdown, many delivery workers had only just finished their rounds and were departing. Upon glancing at the countdown timer for the apocalypse, Lin Ze sensed an urgency and hastily returned to his vehicle, preparing to make his way back to Yinchuan University. He chose to remain at the university for 2 reasons. First, his 2 years as a delivery driver had rendered him intimately familiar with the campus terrain. Second, the university was teeming with talent and beauty, facilitating future endeavors. Although the armored capabilities of his extraordinary base vehicle were flawless, Lin Ze recognized that navigating the apocalypse alone could lead to insanity. Thus, finding amusement amidst the chaos was a necessity. Moreover, possessing a system, one ought to engage in combat and level up in this inherently apocalyptic sanctuary, striving to become invincible and usher in an era of peace. Once seated in the vehicle, an overwhelming sense of security enveloped him. Lin Ze, positioned in the driver's seat, was poised to start the engine when a sudden wave of dizziness assailed him. In a daze, he beheld the pedestrians on either side of the street, collapsing as if inebriated. Shortly thereafter, those who had fallen began to convulse violently on the ground, and upon regaining their feet, emitted primal roars akin to beasts. Thanks to the advanced warning from his system, Lin Ze instantly comprehended the scene before him. It was highly probable that this was an omen of the impending apocalypse. Concurrently, vehicles on the road and overpasses, rendered uncontrollable by the driver's unconsciousness, were involved in catastrophic chain collisions. Bang, bang, bang. Countless vehicles collided with a thunderous roar, with many careening off the overpass. The cacophony of screeching brakes and explosions resonated incessantly, reminiscent of a Hollywood blockbuster set. As Lin Ze emerged from the haze of pain, the sky above the city had turned a murky gray. Dust from shattered concrete mingled with flames erupting from street-side eateries, while numerous factories in the suburbs followed suit. The entire city was engulfed in chaos. Lin Ze, safely ensconced within his fortified vehicle, swallowed hard, acutely aware of what it meant for the world to shift in an instant. Before his very eyes, the apocalypse had arrived. Thankfully, he possessed a divine-grade vehicle. Now, it was others who should be in a state of panic. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he resolved to return to Yinchuan University. Armed with over 500,000 worth of supplies, he planned to bide his time within the sanctuary of his formidable vehicle, safe from any monstrous threat. Just as he was about to depart, a dark figure suddenly leaped onto his hood with a resounding thud. What on earth was that? Startled, Lin Ze leaned forward to investigate. A city woman, her eyes clouded and a portion of her face grotesquely gnawed away, writhed atop his engine cover in a disturbingly alluring manner. Her ample bosom pressed against the hood, exposing her alabaster skin, while her hands clawed desperately at the windshield. Yearning to breach the confines of the vehicle for a more intimate encounter, drool stringing from her lips, a clear indication of her ravenous hunger. Lin Ze, feeling a surge of anxiety, first checked the rearview mirror, relieved to find it intact, before quipping with a chuckle, "The ladies of the big city are rather enthusiastic, aren't they? Truly, one cannot refuse such hospitality." Gripping the steering wheel firmly, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, unleashing the full might of his divine-grade vehicle. In an instant, it surged forward like a roaring beast, howling as it tore ahead. On the surface, this was merely a wooling vehicle, yet its weight, horsepower, and external armor had undergone a radical transformation. The urban beauty atop the hood was propelled into the air by the unleashed power of the wooling, crashing against the pedestrian guardrail with a thunderous boom. The wooling, unstoppable, continued to flatten the metal barriers as if they were mere snowmen being effortlessly cleared away by a snowplow, gliding smoothly onward. The female zombie's body was mercilessly crushed in half by the formidable base vehicle, leaving a pool of dark, viscous blood and scattered entrails on the ground. With blood splattering everywhere, Lin Ze pressed the accelerator for the first time, taken aback by the vehicle's immense power. By the time he reacted and stepped on the brake, the vehicle had already barreled into a bustling beef rice noodle restaurant on the sidewalk. The barriers, stairs, iron gates, benches, and cooking stations along the road were all obliterated. He remained unscathed within the vehicle, feeling hardly any impact, which demonstrated the robust structural integrity of the base vehicle and its impressive shock absorption capabilities. In stark contrast, the pedestrians who had just transformed into zombies and the patrons inside the restaurant, now turned into the undead, were not spared. Without exception, they all fell victim to Lin Ze's lethal driving, marking a bloody initiation. Wait a moment, did I just kill a survivor? Lin Ze had no intention of indiscriminate slaughter. He merely leaned forward to assess the situation. He noticed the sole survivor of the establishment, the owner, swiftly crawling out from behind the cash register. Huff, huff, huff. With bloodshot eyes filled with a ravenous desire for flesh, he emitted a primal growl. The beef restaurant owner. Lin Ze was a frequent patron of this establishment and recognized the man. It was hard not to feel a pang of sorrow witnessing someone he had seen just the day before transform into a zombie. Just yesterday, he had encountered this familiar face, and today, they had become two entirely different species. He couldn't help but wonder if Tong Xiaoxi, the youthful beauty who had come down to collect her package today, would survive. To claim that he felt no interest in Tong Xiaoxi would be an outright lie. As for that foolish, provocative rich second generation, Li Wei, Lin Ze equally wished for his survival, at least until he could find him. Only if Li Wei managed to escape could Lin Ze enact his revenge personally. He was a man not only handsome but also vengeful, with a penchant for swift retribution. I'll aim to take care of that little brat today. Chapter 4. The first superpower. The proprietor of this establishment was exceptionally kind, unlike the neighboring Lanzhou ramen shop, where the beef slices were thinner than a strand of hair. In an era where virtuous souls had transformed into the undead, most malevolent beings continued to roam freely. This world was devoid of fairness. While I had acquired a system that promised a joyful existence, others were left to navigate the treacherous waters of a post-apocalyptic survival. Lin Ze sat in his vehicle, reflecting on the absurdity of it all. He then retrieved his wallet from his pocket and extracted a stack of unspent 100 yuan bills, which he scattered through the narrow gap of the securely closed window. Boss, this money is to compensate for the losses to your shop. I shall return to savor your beef rice noodles when the opportunity arises, Lin Ze murmured softly. Having completed this act of restitution, he pressed down on the accelerator. The divine base vehicle roared to life, its diamond-hard armor seamlessly merging the undead proprietor and his beloved cash register into the wall. At that moment, a notification chimed within his mind. Ding. You have slain 12 ordinary zombies, accumulating 12 energy points. Some rarer Tier 1 zombies may yield crystal core items, which require the host to manually excavate and extract. Ordinary zombies? Tier 1 zombies? Could it be that these undead would continue to evolve? And what, pray tell? Was it crystal core? It seemed I was now engaged in a quest to vanquish foes and gather materials. Lin Ze astutely deduced a wealth of useful information from the hints provided by the system. Much of this knowledge, he realized, was merely a regurgitation of concepts he had previously encountered in online literature. Though I possessed a divine base vehicle that rendered me invincible while inside, my capabilities remained those of an ordinary individual. Now, by slaying zombies, I could earn energy points, which would allow me to illuminate the infinite technological tree and enhance my strength. In essence, survival alone could grant me invincibility. Filled with elation, Lin Ze hastily accessed the technological tree, this artifact of empowerment, to examine the branches available for illumination at his current stage. As he concentrated, a vast technological tree panel materialized in his mind, its myriad branches dazzling to behold, akin to a colossal tree extending hundreds, if not thousands, of limbs. Among these branches, only 3 could be illuminated, namely, Vehicle Basic Enhancement LV1. Increases the attributes of the divine base vehicle by 10, including speed, armor, and internal space. Requirement, 10 energy points. Physical Basic Enhancement LV1. Grants the host 1 strength, 1 agility, 1 stamina. Requirement, 10 energy points. Superpower Basic Research LV1. Randomly acquires 1 Tier 1 superpower, 1 spirit. Requirement, 10 energy points. First time discount. Further branches included vehicle living space, weapon modules, energy acquisition, vegetation cultivation, and more, indicating a high degree of playability. However, the energy point requirements for these technological advancements were steep, often necessitating prerequisites for other enhancements, rendering immediate research permissions unattainable. One gets what one pays for. The energy points provided by 10 ordinary zombies only allowed for foundational enhancements. To reach greater heights, a solid foundation must first be established. Lin Ze pondered briefly before ultimately focusing on the final option, Superpower Basic Research LV1. Was it truly true? A first-time discount? Lin Ze's expression was one of astonishment. He never anticipated that there would be a promotional event offering a discount on the first recharge for the study of supernatural abilities. Much like the enticing double rewards for initial purchases in numerous mobile games, this was a temptation that could lead one astray. When one thinks of supernatural powers, the first images that come to mind are typically those of lightning, frost, flames, and magnetism, striking and formidable abilities from the natural or spatial realms. However, in reality, there exists a considerable proportion of rather trivial powers, with the chance of acquiring an exceptional ability being less than 1 in 1,000. Should one end up with a rather lackluster ability, such as signal jamming, the inability to gain weight, an overpowering body odor, rapid cleaning, or the loss of taste, it would amount to a squandered opportunity for enhancement. Should he take a gamble? The likelihood of obtaining a useful ability is even lower than drawing a coveted gold item. Furthermore, most level 1 abilities are rather underwhelming, proving difficult to wield effectively in practical scenarios. It is implausible to attain invincibility simply through an ability. Yet, opting for mere physical enhancement feels overly cautious, and he certainly does not wish to engage in close combat. The greater the turmoil, the more valuable the catch. If one does not take risks at the outset, they are even less likely to do so later. Perhaps a chance taken could transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Why not give it a try? After careful contemplation, Lin Ze ultimately resolved to take the plunge. Importantly, if the ability manifested early, he could continuously practice within the confines of his vehicle, enhancing his proficiency. Coupled with the half-price promotional event, it seemed a worthwhile endeavor. Thus, Lin Ze focused his thoughts. Illuminate the technology tree, basic ability research LV1. Immediately, a small star in the lower left corner of the technology tree in his mind's eye lit up within the supernatural abilities section. System ding. Basic ability research has been completed. The host randomly acquires a new supernatural ability. The previously empty ability slot in Lin Ze's character panel gradually revealed 4 characters. He felt a chilling sensation manifest in his mind, sharpening his focus and clarity, akin to consuming a revitalizing elixir. It could also be reminiscent of a mysterious mutated virus akin to his superbrain. Eagerly, Lin Ze opened his character panel for inspection. Host, Lin Ze strength, 14, average adult attribute is 10, agility, 12 stamina, 16 mentality, 13 ability, bullet time LV1 energy points, 2 technology tree, basic ability research LV1 illuminated. Bullet time LV1 passive effect significantly enhances dynamic vision. When mentally concentrated, allows one to perceive the trajectory of mosquito wings and bullets. Active effect consumes substantial stamina and mental energy to enter a 1-second bullet time, greatly enhancing physical explosiveness and neural reflexes. The conclusion of bullet time imposes a considerable burden on the body. To his astonishment, Lin Ze had acquired the ability of bullet time. As he absorbed the attributes of this newfound power, his face lit up with delight. He had heard of this ability, which frequently appears in various films and anime, boasting a remarkably high prevalence. Lin Ze reminisced. Bullet time belongs to the category of superhuman abilities, characterized by the enhancement of the human body, manifesting in heightened visual perception, accelerated neural responses, and explosive power. It is a favorite ability among assassins and warriors in films and animations, as it facilitates their approach to and elimination of targets. Although I am not a professional assassin, this ability can significantly improve my driving skills. My greatest reliance now lies in the divine base vehicle, which demands dynamic vision and quick reflexes from the driver. The bullet time ability perfectly aligns with all the attributes I require. Moreover, do not underestimate the initial 1-second duration of bullet time. As the ability continues to develop and strengthen, it may very well extend to 5 seconds, or even 10. At that point, it would transcend bullet time and evolve into a pause in time itself. Lin Ze felt immense satisfaction with his first acquired ability, bullet time. Of course, obtaining this ability is merely the beginning. He is certain that he will acquire many more extraordinary powers, perhaps even ascend to become a deity of abilities. Chapter 5. Moral Coercion. Lin Ze closed the technological interface of the Supreme Base Vehicle, redirecting his focus back to the chaotic reality surrounding him. The streets were in disarray, teeming with hordes of zombies, while a handful of fortunate souls who had yet to succumb to the undead began to flee in terror. Some, paralyzed by fear, collapsed onto the ground, pleading for mercy. Ajun, please wake up. Don't eat me. I'm your husband. Xiaolong, I promise to be your girlfriend. Spare me. Please. Don't bite me. I'll help you bite someone. Save us. I don't want to die. In an instant, what had once been loving families, couples, and friends transformed into relentless zombies intent on destruction. Anyone encountering such a horrific scene would feel their scalp prickle in disbelief. Yet, those who faltered and fell were mercilessly overwhelmed by the zombies, their screams echoing through the chaos. Every moment of this ghastly tableau, if Lin Ze concentrated, would slow down in his mind, akin to the Sharingan from an anime, albeit at the cost of his mental energy. Gazing at the encroaching zombies, a bold idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Given the formidable capabilities of his Supreme Base Vehicle, there was no need to fear these mere ordinary zombies. Why not take the initiative? These zombies represented valuable energy points. The more he pondered this, the more invigorated he felt. since venturing out was no small feat. Returning to school merely to idle seemed unwise. He might as well accomplish what lay ahead. Moreover, he had no intention of engaging in battle while remaining in the wooling divine vehicle form. If he was to face monsters, he ought to be well prepared. Thus, Lin Ze retrieved his phone and unveiled a pre-saved image of a classic troop transport vehicle from the wandering Earth. Supreme Base Vehicle, transform. He silently commanded. In the next instant, a silvery gleam enveloped the wooling divine vehicle, its body swiftly morphing. It ultimately transformed into a dark blue camouflage troop transport, reminiscent of a jeep, yet significantly larger, towering at the height of two adults, a sight of formidable majesty. Although the Supreme Base Vehicle had yet to be equipped with weaponry, lacking missile launchers on its roof, the sheer power, armor, and tonnage of the vehicle rendered its performance comparable to that of a heavy tank, capable of annihilating the ordinary zombies of the early apocalypse. Before this engineering transport, all the zombies in the city were mere moving energy points. Charge forth, troop transport. Crush them. Lin Ze's essence was entirely intertwined with the system, allowing him to pilot the Supreme Base Vehicle without manual operation. A mere thought, a single command, would set the base vehicle into motion. In the next moment, the troop transport beneath him roared to life, resembling a torrent of steel surging through the city streets. Plowing forward, as it passed through the throngs of zombies, its colossal wheels ensnared them, grinding them beneath the vehicle with ruthless efficiency. Even the abandoned cars littering the streets were flattened beneath the engineering transport, yielding to its immense might. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the devastation of a two-dimensional foil. Ding. You have vanquished a common zombie and earned 1 energy point. Ding. You have vanquished a common zombie and earned 1 energy point. Ding. You have vanquished a common zombie and earned 1 energy point. The incessant notifications echoed in Lin Ze's ears, filling him with uncontainable joy. Once he cleared the zombies in this area and illuminated all the foundational upgrades on the tech tree, his power would multiply several times over. At that point, he would no longer have to cower like a turtle inside the formidable base vehicle. Who wouldn't wish to soar like a dragon in the apocalypse? The thunderous roar of the transport vehicle's remarkable horsepower resonated throughout the city, reaching far and wide. Other survivors, also fleeing in their vehicles, couldn't help but glance back. A dark blue armored personnel carrier suddenly came into view, astonishingly aiding their retreat by crushing the horrifying zombies on the streets with seemingly effortless ease, prompting the onlookers to widen their eyes in disbelief. What an extraordinary off-road vehicle. It's simply magnificent. Such a high-caliber off-road vehicle is unattainable in the market. Could it be military? I see it now. The military must have been aware of the apocalypse long ago, concealing the information from us civilians for various reasons. Help! Help! I don't want to die. I want to get on the vehicle. I'm old. Let me on first. The fleeing survivors, upon spotting Lin Ze at the helm of the armored personnel carrier, were initially taken aback, but soon elation washed over them. They converged towards him, viewing him as their lifeline in this dire world. Lin Ze, who had been joyfully crushing zombies, furrowed his brow at the sudden gathering of people. He still had points to earn and no time to rescue others. Let the heroes of justice handle that. He only wished to be a rogue thriving in this apocalyptic realm, indulging in his whims. On the other hand, Lin Ze was uncertain whether these individuals had been bitten by zombies or were infected. If a potential zombie were to enter his vehicle, he would be in peril. For while the base vehicle was invincible, he remained a mere fragile being. Thus, Lin Ze picked up the vehicle's loudspeaker and issued a warning. Do not attempt to approach my vehicle. Anyone who comes near will be regarded as a zombie. Do not test my patience. His voice, youthful and assertive, cut through the air. Even with the cold warning, many still harbored ulterior motives. Young man, I am the relevant authority in charge of urban planning in this high-tech district. Let me on your vehicle, and once the situation stabilizes, I will grant you 100,000 and recommend you for postgraduate research opportunities. A middle-aged man, portly and imposing, threatened and coaxed. The youth of today lack manners. Even in the apocalypse, one must respect the elderly and cherish the young. My age entitles me to a place on that vehicle. You'd better be careful, or your future offspring may be cursed. An elderly woman began to hurl insults, attempting to morally manipulate the situation. 3 motorcycle riders from a gang, with 2 flanking Lin Ze's armored personnel carrier, menacingly brandished their locks, striking the vehicle repeatedly. The leader, in a fit of madness, recklessly blocked the front with his bike. Continuously glancing back, he threatened with a fierce voice, "Boy, pull over immediately and let us aboard. If I have to force your vehicle to a halt, I assure you, it will bring you unimaginable suffering." 3 distinct factions from society encircled Lin Ze's transport convoy, striking his vehicle with resounding thuds, compelling its speed to diminish. as if they were certain he would not resort to violence. Chapter 6. The aloof school bell on the run. Barely half an hour had passed since the apocalypse erupted, and Lin Ze's dwindling patience and humanity had been utterly depleted by this selfish rabble. While driving earlier, he had been mindful of the formidable capabilities of the elite base vehicle, deliberately avoiding the survivors and fleeing vehicles on the road to prevent any innocent casualties. He even took it upon himself to provide rearguard support, crushing and obstructing more zombies in the process. The saying goes, saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. Yet, the outcome left him feeling as if he had ingested rat droppings, as though all his goodwill had been squandered. In this new world, strangers were hardly worthy of his assistance. In fact, their transformation into zombies would be more beneficial to him, as they could at least replenish his energy points. Lin Ze let out a cold laugh. You enjoy preaching morality and standing on your ethical high ground, pointing fingers at me, do you? Then let the zombies come and engage you in your moral discussions. I shan't partake. With that, Lin Ze decisively slammed on the accelerator, the military vehicle roaring to life as its speed surged. Simultaneously, he jerked the steering wheel sharply, executing a dramatic tailspin. 2 motorcycle thugs who had been banging on the base vehicle were sent flying, skimming across the ground like stones skipping over water, and remained motionless for quite some time. Even if they survived, they would be left with barely a semblance of life. The remaining matters could be left to the zombies. The motorcycle gang that dared to intercept him met the direst fate, as Lin Ze's military vehicle crushed them along with their bikes. The massive weight obliterated them on impact, leaving an utterly gruesome scene. This display left nearby high-ranking officials and an elderly woman in stunned silence, yet rather than feeling fear, they grew increasingly exhilarated. The portly official mused, if I could commandeer this vehicle, this district would undoubtedly fall under my control. Having witnessed the vehicle's might, his desire had transformed from simply wanting to board it to coveting its command. The morally indignant elderly woman thought, if I can get on this vehicle, I will undoubtedly be safe, and perhaps this insufferable brat will even help me find my grandson later. I must board this vehicle. With a resolute determination to get on, she spat upon the corpse of the motorcycle gang leader and shouted with fervor, young man, you did splendidly. These thugs were clearly no good, daring to rob an elder of her seat. They deserve their fate. Now that the danger outside is past, hurry and stop so I can board, and please, drive slowly. My legs can hardly keep up. Beside her, a throng of eager survivors clamored and cheered, employing various tactics to persuade Lin Ze to halt, so they could escape the zombies. Hearing their pleas, Lin Ze smirked coldly and abruptly slammed on the brakes, bringing the military vehicle to a halt. The pursuers' expressions instantly ignited with fervor, believing Lin Ze had had a change of heart and intended to let them board for refuge. They rushed forward, jostling and hurling insults at one another. Get out of the way, you old hag. I'm the first to board. I'm an official in this district, and surviving will enable me to help even more people. You wretched beings, when I was born, you were but a mere fertilized egg. Begone. As public servants, you ought to respect the elderly and cherish the young. I shall report you. I am the first to board. Dear brother, please allow me to enter. I beseech you. Handsome sir, permit me to board. I am a female broadcaster from Doing. If you let me on, I promise to entertain you for an entire night. In the face of life and death, the crowd exerted every ounce of strength, desperately scrambling to catch up with the military vehicle. Just as they finally reached it, breathless and weary, the vehicle unexpectedly accelerated in reverse, crashing violently through the throng. Blood splattered everywhere. Among the casualties were the high-ranking officials who had shoved others aside, and the elderly woman who had pulled hair. In their gruesome demise, they could not comprehend why fate had befallen them. The corrupt officials, who once wielded their power to exploit others, and the elderly woman, who relied on her age to assert superiority, remained blissfully unaware of the apocalypse that had descended upon them. A few quick-witted survivors darted toward the sidewalk, narrowly escaping the carnage, yet they gazed in terror at Lin Ze's vehicle, too frightened to approach. At that moment, Lin Ze's voice echoed. Do you truly think my words are mere nonsense? Begone. I have no interest in killing today. With that, he adjusted his course and pressed the accelerator, choosing not to continue aiding them in their battle against the undead. Lin Ze realized he could always return later to collect energy points after the inevitable demise of these individuals. Human nature is unpredictable, yet the zombies would not flee. They remained relentless in their pursuit of fresh flesh. As Lin Ze ceased to assist in fending off the zombies, the screams of the survivors echoed from behind, each tale of woe more tragic than the last. While driving the military vehicle, Lin Ze relished the apocalyptic scene through the rearview mirror, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. Upon reflection, he noted that these zombies seemed to have emerged from a horde besieging a city. Each one moved with astonishing speed. Even seasoned police officers might struggle to strike the head with a firearm, let alone unarmed civilians. As a distant scream pierced the air, a pair of university lovers fled hand in hand, only for the girl to be pulled down by a zombie seizing her LV bag. "Don't eat me. Lang Lang, save me," she cried out frantically, but the male zombie overpowered her before she could resist. In that instant, the creature sank its teeth into her exposed shoulder. The boy, witnessing the horror, swallowed hard and fled without looking back, knowing that lingering too long would seal their fate as doomed lovers. Countless individuals fell victim to the relentless assault of the undead. Nearby, thousands of zombies converged from every corner of the city, forming a terrifying sea of corpses on the streets. Regardless of one's previous identity, all were now prey in this gruesome hunt. Lin Ze's gaze shifted to the screen beside the dashboard, where the rearview camera revealed the crowd attempting to morally manipulate him, being devoured by hundreds of frenzied zombies, their screams echoing into the abyss. Lin Ze felt an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. As long as I am devoid of morality, I shall not be shackled by it. Those scoundrels of society ought to perish long ago. How could I have entertained the notion of protecting them? In this apocalyptic world, who would still aspire to be a wretched Good Samaritan? Meanwhile, the drivers around him, desperate to escape, pressed the accelerator to the floor, their horns blaring incessantly. Each individual was fervently striving to flee, not wanting to be the slowest among them. At that moment, Lin Ze suddenly caught sight of a familiar face in the rearview mirror. It was a tall girl with lustrous black hair, adorned in a black dress that revealed a glimpse of her fair calves, exuding an air of aloof elegance. Lin Ze recognized her as Ding Xiyu, the untouchable campus belle of Yinchuan University, renowned for her illustrious background and frosty demeanor. Now, however, this once unapproachable beauty had completely shed her icy persona in the face of the apocalypse and the undead. Leaning against a lamppost, her complexion flushed. She gasped for breath while pleading with the passing vehicles for a ride. "Please, let me in. I don't wish to perish here." Chapter 7. Activation of the Apocalypse Wish List. Ding Xiyu possessed exceptional beauty. Such stunning women invariably capture the admiration of others, regardless of the setting. However, as the relentless horde of zombies drew nearer, no one dared to halt or turn back to allow her entry into their vehicle. For stopping now would be tantamount to courting death. In the stark choice between allure and survival, every individual opted for the latter. "Driver, please open the door and let me in. I can hardly run any longer," Ding Xiyu implored. Her tone one of desperation as she timidly tapped on the windows of some minivans that were stalled due to the congestion ahead. It is worth noting that under normal circumstances, she would not deign to acknowledge vehicles worth less than $500,000. What she received in return was the driver's furious rebuke. "Get lost. Don't hinder my escape. If you come any closer, I'll run you over. You filthy woman." With that, the van driver sharply swerved the wheel, sending the frail Ding Xiyu stumbling, losing her balance and falling to the ground. Her fair arms and knees marked with crimson. As she gazed at the retreating vehicles of the fleeing crowd, her complexion grew increasingly pale, her face etched with despair. She understood that her demise was imminent, and no one would turn back to save her. Lin Ze, seated within the military transport vehicle, witnessed this scene and sighed. Reflecting, the most renowned beauty of Yinchuan University, reduced in this apocalypse to the status of discarded goods. In a situation where one's life cannot be guaranteed, even those who might covet her beauty would hesitate to extend a helping hand. Survival takes precedence above all. In other words, this exquisite campus flower, abandoned in the wilderness, could only be taken home by me? How embarrassing. To be candid, Lin Ze felt an undeniable yearning upon seeing such a top-tier beauty. To claim he was not tempted would be disingenuous, for he was indeed fervently captivated. At that moment, a system notification echoed loudly in his mind. Ding. Strong desire detected in host, generating apocalypse wish list. The first wish list presented was as follows. Invite a campus beauty with a score of 9 or above to get in the vehicle. Reward, unlock a mobile apartment, 2 bedrooms, and a living room. Lin Ze? Brothers, I assure you, it's not my fault. The system initiated this. Upon glancing at the task list and its enticing reward, Lin Ze felt a surge of eagerness. This wish list task was remarkably considerate. Not only did it align with the hostess' desires, but the reward was also something he desperately needed. A mobile apartment consisting of 2 bedrooms and a living room. A base vehicle equipped with a suite. This truly transformed into a sanctuary amidst the apocalypse. I must secure this campus beauty. Lin Ze swiftly turned the steering wheel, executing a handsome U-turn. His military transport vehicle was at the forefront of the convoy. The sudden maneuver startled the drivers behind, nearly colliding with nearby street lamps and barriers. How reckless. Who taught you to drive like this? Many drivers cursed inwardly but dared not voice their anger, instinctively yielding to make way. For those who failed to react in time and found themselves in a head-on confrontation with Lin Ze's transport vehicle, they could only utter an apology before being reduced to mere scrap metal. In the end, one could only sincerely wish for the survival of those inside. Beep, beep, beep. The scene of Lin Ze honking loudly while driving in reverse captured the attention of countless onlookers. The formidable power and armor of the military vehicle ignited envy in many. If only they possessed such a remarkable machine, they would surely thrive in the impending zombie apocalypse. It was evident to all that Lin Ze's sudden maneuver was aimed at the beautiful woman behind his team. Who wouldn't wish to rescue a seemingly fragile goddess and indulge in nurturing her like a pet? Alas, their lack of strength rendered such fantasies unattainable. At that moment, Ding Xiu, seated on the ground, hugged her knees and wept, having resigned herself to her fate and ceased to ponder. Just then, Lin Ze's military vehicle, amidst a sea of red taillights, honked as it sped toward her. With a sharp screech of brakes, the fierce wind struck Ding Xiu's face, making it difficult for her to open her eyes. Once she rubbed her eyes and stood up, the dark window of the military vehicle slowly descended, revealing a strikingly handsome face, one that matched her age. Beautiful lady, hop on. Once you get in, you want to leave for a lifetime. If you agree, just nod. Take your time, but I'll give you 3 seconds. Still in shock, Ding Xiu paid little heed to the implications and promptly nodded, exclaiming, I'm willing. Very wise. Stay with me, and you shall never worry about food or drink. You won't regret your decision today, Lin Ze said, a slight smile gracing his lips. He hadn't anticipated such ease in acquiring a top-tier beauty, particularly one renowned as the aloof campus flower of Insuan University. The apocalypse truly was a haven for the strong. Bang! As Ding Xiu fumbled to open the door and enter the vehicle, a relentless tide of zombies surged behind her. Frenzied, bloodthirsty undead lunged at Lin Ze's armored vehicle, their grotesque, decaying faces crowding the windows, baring their teeth and emitting chilling howls, their sharp claws scraping against the glass, creating a cacophony of noise. Ding Xiu, still rattled, sat in the passenger seat, her delicate hands pressed against her rapidly rising chest as she gasped for breath. Overwhelmed by fear, had she hesitated for even a second longer, she would have perished at the hands of the zombies, potentially endangering Lin Ze, who had bravely reversed into the fray to rescue her, a feat requiring immense courage. Turning to the handsome man beside her, she gasped her gratitude. Thank you. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would have been devoured by that horde. Lin Ze flashed a bright smile, revealing his white teeth. No need for thanks. After all, my rescues are not without cost. Just remember what you agreed to earlier. In that moment, Ding Xiu recalled her promise before boarding the vehicle, her cheeks flushing crimson. Did this mean she would truly be bound to him for a lifetime? Perhaps even more than a lifetime, sharing the same bed. As Ding Xiu assessed Lin Ze, he too scrutinized the high-cold campus beauty he seldom encountered at school. Despite her disheveled state, she could not conceal her beauty, nor the refined elegance that emanated from her scholarly upbringing, exuding an ethereal charm akin to a celestial being. Lin Ze marveled internally. Such a stunning beauty was a dream he never dared to entertain. To his astonishment, within less than an hour of the apocalypse's onset, he casually picked up a stranger on the street, claiming her as his own. Henceforth, this once coveted, aloof campus beauty, admired by countless admirers, would belong solely to him. Observing Ding Xiu lost in thought, Lin Ze kindly reminded her, Miss, please remember to fasten your seatbelt. There are myriad roads ahead, but safety is paramount. Oh, she replied, dazed as she secured her seatbelt. The sleek black strap accentuated the alluring curves of her figure, dividing her 36D silhouette to perfection, further enhancing her stunning physique. Lin Ze's gaze became fixated, not because he had never encountered beauty before, but because this scene had only existed in his fantasies, evoking a surreal sense of living in a dream. During his time as a courier, he had often imagined the day when a young, beautiful, well-endowed university student would grace his passenger seat. Little did he expect that his dream would materialize so swiftly, and with none other than the most exquisite goddess of Insuan University, Ding Xiu. Chapter 8. The Mobile Apartment. 2 bedrooms and a living room, as the saying goes. Beautiful cars and beautiful women. Upon entering the vehicle, Ding Xiu instantly filled the air with a unique fragrance reminiscent of youthful innocence. Concurrently, Lin Ze's mental wish list began to tally itself automatically. Ding. The host has successfully invited a campus beauty with a score of over 90 to the vehicle. Reward. Unlocking the mobile apartment. 2 bedrooms and a living room, already granted. Note. The host can transmit thoughts while inside the vehicle. while others must obtain the host's consent to enter or exit the apartment. Furthermore, the host has access to the information of all passengers. With a mere thought, Lin Ze commanded the system to display Ding Shiyu's profile. Instantly, a translucent panel materialized in his mind. Ding Shiyu, age, 22, appearance, 9'10", figure, 9'10", virtue, 10'10", untouched, overall, 9, 5'10", specialty, violin. Indeed, she is a well-known heiress from Yinchuan University. Possessing a myriad of talents, Lin Ze smiled with satisfaction, anticipating future opportunities to appreciate her skills. How delightful. The days ahead seem promising, and I find myself looking forward to life in the apocalypse. Lin Ze mused joyfully, then pressed the accelerator. The transport vehicle unleashed an astounding power, effortlessly breaking free from the encirclement of hundreds of zombies. Even 7 entries and exits would pose no challenge. At that moment, Ding Shiyu, seated in the passenger seat, reveled in the plushness of the seat behind her, enveloped in an almost cotton-like comfort. The surface material appeared to be genuine leather, undoubtedly costly. The driver's cabin featured a small screen capable of playing videos, along with a food cabinet fixed to the floor. Its silver platter stocked with clean bottled water and portable snacks. Coupled with the transport vehicle's impressive horsepower and armored performance, a profound sense of safety enveloped her. It was akin to a Rolls-Royce of the apocalypse. She pondered where such an armored vehicle could have come from, wondering if the handsome savior who had rescued her was a wealthy heir from a conglomerate in Sichuan province. Unable to resist, Ding Shiyu discreetly observed Lin Ze, finding his face increasingly pleasing, yet suddenly struck by a sense of familiarity, as if she had encountered him before. Before long, she gasped in realization. "Aren't you the delivery guy from our school?" Lin Ze cast her a sidelong glance, smiling lightly. "Indeed, it is I. Does Ding the campus beauty look down upon us lowly delivery workers?" From Ding Shiyu's tone, Lin Ze discerned a hint of disdain mingled with disbelief. It was not just the struggling lower class. Even if he were a rich heir from a Fortune 500 company, Ding Shiyu would have remained indifferent before the apocalypse. After all, being born into privilege, with a father who held a significant position in the city, her family's status far surpassed that of mere merchants. How could a young lady of such a prominent lineage possibly be interested in an unremarkable delivery boy? This was not a fairy tale world. As Ding Shiyu entered the vehicle, she indeed felt a flicker of affection for Lin Ze, primarily due to his act of rescuing her and the dashing sheep wool. However, upon discovering that Lin Ze was merely a delivery man, she experienced a profound psychological dissonance, leading to a palpable shift in her demeanor. With an awkward smile, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "No, I genuinely appreciate your turning back to save me. There are few good people like you in this world. However, regarding what I promised before getting into the car, could we perhaps renegotiate?" The notion of a high-ranking official's daughter being tied to a mere courier for a lifetime was something no one would willingly accept. Thus, she began to probe Lin Ze's boundaries. Lin Ze's expression darkened, and he abruptly slammed on the brakes, his icy gaze warning her, "No, if you refuse, you can get out right now and feed the zombies. I will pretend I never saved this ingrateful wretch. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Ding school bell, wouldn't you agree? Even in the apocalypse, you dare to act lofty before me? This world would soon crumble into mere crumbs, compelling even the most esteemed campus goddesses to bow their heads in humility, transforming the glamorous stars of yesteryears into mere shadows of their former selves in this desolate reality. No matter how beautiful a woman may be, without capability, she is reduced to a mere ornament, a commodity, and a plaything for others. Surely, no one would act like a sycophant in the face of an apocalypse, let alone squander time on romance. Love in the end times. Even dogs wouldn't pursue it. No sooner had Lin Ze parked the car than the wandering zombies outside encircled them, their hands and heads striking the armored vehicle with a series of thuds. Ding Shiyu, pale with fright, lamented, "I was just asking, why are you being so fierce? I thought you were a good person. Moreover, I never claimed I wouldn't repay you. Since you work at our school, you must know my father is the second in command of the city. I can compensate you after this, whether with money or something else." Lin Ze suddenly laughed. "Ding Shiyu, it seems your mind hasn't quite grasped the situation yet, so allow me to impart the first lesson of survival in the apocalypse." He unfastened his seatbelt and stepped out from the driver's seat, seizing Ding Shiyu's lustrous hair and pulling her toward him, his eyes glinting with a predatory ferocity. "Oh, what are you doing?" Ding Shiyu gasped in pain, her complexion paling as she looked up at Lin Ze. "Ding, my dear lady, I know you are intelligent, but do not presume others are fools. Your earlier probing has already pricked my sensibilities. I cannot tolerate such tests. Now, I offer you a chance to compensate me. Fail to meet expectations, and I will cast you out to feed the zombies. Remember, from this day forth, The first rule in my vehicle is no freeloaders. Now, prove your worth to me. Chapter 9. Apologizing. In Size, the interior of the divine base vehicle had been transformed, rendering it remarkably spacious. Standing at a height of 1.8 meters, Lin Ze found ample room, allowing for ease in all his endeavors. Since Ding Xiyu had invited her own demise, she could hardly blame him for his lack of courtesy. The zombie virus had thrown the world into disarray, with every wandering survivor embodying both predator and prey. The moment Ding Xiyu stepped into the vehicle, she became the prey ensnared in Lin Ze's trap. At that moment, outside the troop carrier, hundreds of zombies relentlessly crashed and howled, serving as a stark reminder to Ding Xiyu of her dire circumstances. In this instant, her striking figure, exquisite beauty, and distinguished lineage provided her no sense of security whatsoever. "Please, I can pay you," Ding Xiyu pleaded repeatedly. Upon hearing this, a broader smile spread across Lin Ze's face. What good was money at such a time? He tilted her delicate chin upward and remarked, "Moreover, when seeking forgiveness, mere words hold little weight. If you could do something to earn my pardon, I might consider showing you mercy this once." "You bastard," Ding Xiyu seethed, nearly driven to madness. Yet in her quest to safeguard her innocence, she chose to vacate the passenger seat. With hands clasped together, she knelt before Lin Ze in a traditional saiza, a gesture unique to Japan signifying apology, said to even reverse time and erase memories. "Your form is quite commendable. Have you practiced this?" Lin Ze observed, his expression radiating joy akin to sipping an icy cola on a sweltering summer's day. Suddenly, he decided to challenge Ding Xiyu further, not solely for amusement, but to ensure this young lady understood her place and ceased to be a source of irritation. From that moment forth, within the confines of this vehicle, Ding Xiyu's identity would be reduced to that of a mere decorative vase for his enjoyment, nothing more. "Fasten your seatbelt. The experienced driver is about to set off," Lin Ze declared cheerfully as he returned to the driver's seat, igniting the divine base vehicle and pressing the accelerator. In the next instant, the troop carrier roared to life, akin to a beast awakening, crushing through a throng of zombies. The formidable capabilities of the base vehicle instilled a profound sense of security. Lin Ze drove forward for several hundred meters before executing a swift reverse, annihilating the zombies that followed in succession. He felt no urgency to flee. Why not eliminate the zombies and collect energy points before departing? Indeed, in the apocalypse, possessing a mobile sanctuary was nothing short of exhilarating. While others were forced to run from the undead, he reveled in effortlessly racking up points. Once he had cleared the wave of zombies, Lin Ze proceeded according to plan, steering back towards Yinchuan University. The city, post-outbreak of the zombie virus, was shrouded in smoke and chaos, with hordes of zombies rampaging through the streets. The incessant cries of despair sliced through the air, echoing over the cityscape. Such scenes were likely only witnessed on the first day of the apocalypse. In the days that followed, people had learned to be more prudent. Either they hid behind closed doors or began to master the art of evading the undead. In due course, the city shall descend into a profound silence. Has this metropolis already succumbed to despair? As Ding Xiyu sat in the passenger seat, observing the chaotic scenes unfolding in the city, her complexion turned pale. Yet, deep within her heart, she felt an immense sense of relief. Although she had been subjected to humiliation by a lowly delivery man in her desperate bid for survival, had it not been for Lin Ze's timely intervention, her fate would likely have been equally grim. At least Lin Ze was a handsome figure, not an unattractive, portly middle-aged man. Contemplating this, Ding Xiyu found Lin Ze's presence considerably more agreeable. Indeed, many perceptions are shaped by comparison. As Lin Ze drove towards the school, he maneuvered through the streets, where numerous abandoned vehicles littered the road, effectively paralyzing the city's traffic. Under such circumstances, only military special vehicles could forge a new path. Naturally, Lin Ze's extraordinary base vehicle was far more formidable than an ordinary military truck. It did not simply bulldoze through, but rather crushed the abandoned cars beneath its wheels. The sound of the vehicle's tires was akin to the crisp crunch of a recycling plant's can crusher, resonating with a sharp clarity. "Lin Ze, your vehicle is incredibly impressive. Where on earth did you acquire it?" Ding Xiyu had gazed at the astonishing machine for quite some time before finally voicing her curiosity. During her high school years, she had accompanied her father to observe various military exercises, yet she had never encountered such a high-quality troop transport. She wondered if it might have been stolen. Lin Ze cast her a sidelong glance and replied, "Take a wild guess. Did you steal it from a military base or an arms factory?" Ding Xiyu felt her mind falter, unable to conceive a plausible answer. "Your imagination is quite expansive. Do you really think I could pilfer such a large vehicle? Am I to be likened to a phantom thief?" Lin Ze chuckled lightly, shaking his head, and chose not to elaborate further. Ding Shiyu, recognizing his reluctance to divulge any information, refrained from pressing the matter, not wishing to invite further admonishment. Moreover, the answer had become irrelevant. In this apocalyptic world, ownership of items is determined by who possesses them, rather than who they once belonged to. Everything is rendered ownerless, including human beings. Suddenly, a melodious ringtone filled the vehicle. It was Ding Shiyu's phone. Despite the recent outbreak of chaos, communication and networks remained operational. Lin Ze glanced at her and inquired, "Who is calling?" Ding Shiyu retrieved her phone to check, and her expression shifted to one of excitement. "It's my father." Chapter 10. The small head controls the big head. Ding Shiyu, the daughter of a deputy mayor in the city, was no secret at Yinchuan University. Even Lin Ze, a mere delivery man, was aware of it. Upon receiving a call from her father, Lin Ze squinted slightly, keenly interested in the situation among the upper echelons of the country. He immediately said, "Answer the call and put it on speaker. Help me, an ordinary citizen. Inquire when the national aid will arrive. Speak naturally, don't mind me." "How could I not mind you? This is a private conversation between father and daughter," Ding Shiyu thought, feeling somewhat resistant. However, after the recent lesson in dominance, she understood that Lin Ze was a man of his word. If she continued to resist, she feared she would lose more than just her virtue. Her life might be at stake. "Oh, then don't speak. I'll ask for you." Reluctantly, for the sake of her own safety, Ding Shiyu acquiesced. Once the call connected, a middle-aged man's anxious voice immediately resonated from the other end. "Shiyu, you finally answered. Are you all right over there?" "Father, I am fine. What about you?" "Our unit includes retired soldiers from the security team. The zombies in the building have been quickly suppressed, but there are still many troubles to address." "What is the situation on your end?" Hearing her father's voice, Ding Shiyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she recounted her harrowing experience when the zombie virus broke out. "I was on my way back to school and was fortunate to be rescued by staff members passing by during the danger. We now plan to take refuge back at the Yinchuan campus, where the school supermarket has ample supplies, enough to sustain us for a while." "Father, when will you send someone to our school to suppress the zombies and provide aid? I'm so scared being here alone." Still in Lin Ze's vehicle, she dared not reveal the misdeeds he had committed against her. After some nostalgic exchanges, she swiftly inquired about the rescue. Stealing a glance at Lin Ze's expression, she hoped that the answer to her question would intimidate this lawless rogue, deterring him from further aggression. Lin Ze had yet to seize her most cherished possession, and she could still comfort herself that she had not been entirely defiled. It was merely akin to accidentally consuming something contaminated. Ugh. However, the man on the other end suddenly sighed. "Shiyu, I regret to inform you that you may be disappointed. This incident is more severe than we had anticipated. Many prominent figures in the city have been infected. The command system at the top is currently malfunctioning. But I will find a way to send someone to rescue you as soon as possible. Await my news." This disheartening response caused Ding Shiyu's heart to sink, while Lin Ze beside her could hardly conceal a smile. It was unexpected that Ding Shiyu's father, a high-ranking official, could only provide an ambiguous answer regarding the rescue of his own daughter. Moreover, those in higher positions are often more fearful for their lives. Until their own safety is guaranteed, they are unlikely to expend resources on rescue operations, prioritizing their own security first. There is even the possibility that the military may establish base cities around military installations and high-ranking officials, strategically abandoning the suburban civilians. The inquiries made were a reluctant measure aimed at ultimately saving more citizens. One should never place unwavering trust in a politician. Of course, this merely exists in a parallel universe, where one can comprehend the myriad of quirks and peculiarities emerging from the Summer Nation. Subsequently, Ding Shiyu's father could only offer a few words of comfort over the phone, before hastily terminating the call due to pressing work commitments. The tone of the dial tone echoed in her ears, leading Ding Shiyu to lay her phone down in utter disappointment. She slumped in her chair, her heart heavy with despair, already envisioning the dire circumstances that awaited her in the coming months. She was certain that this scoundrel would manipulate her mercilessly, leaving her in a grotesque state. At this moment, however, Lin Ze was not preoccupied with personal woes. Instead, he was analyzing the current situation. He mused silently. Given the present circumstances, one should not expect any rescue to reach the Yinchuan campus within the first month. As for a month later, the number of survivors among the tens of thousands of transient individuals at the school would likely dwindle to fewer than 100. Was there even a need for rescue then? Furthermore, the military was oblivious to the evolving nature of the zombies. If a zombie king were to emerge, the entire scenario would become quite entertaining. For Lin Ze, The fact that the high-ranking officials of the Summer Nation were overwhelmed and unable to attend to the external survivors was, paradoxically, a positive development. The more chaotic the world became, the greater the opportunities presented themselves. His aspiration was to navigate the apocalyptic world with the grace of a dragon, asserting dominance. Yet he was still but a fledgling dragon, requiring time to mature. Therefore, upon learning from Ding Shiyu's father that the government would be unable to dispatch troops for extensive rescue operations in the near future, Lin Ze felt a sense of relief. The disheartening news from the upper echelons of the Summer Nation left both individuals in contemplative silence until Lin Ze successfully maneuvered the elite base vehicle back to Yinchuan University. He parked the vehicle at an intersection 300 meters from the main gate and employed a purchased telescope to observe the situation at the campus entrance. To his surprise, the university gate was not as overrun with zombies as he had anticipated. Rather, it appeared somewhat desolate. Only the rising and falling barriers at the entrance had suffered several breaks, indicating that fierce battles had once transpired between survivors and zombies in this area. Of course, this did not imply that campus security personnel could effectively cleanse the school of zombies without firearms. Instead, many panicked individuals had inadvertently damaged the protective barriers while fleeing in their vehicles, creating a cacophony that diverted a significant number of zombies away from the main gate, resulting in a relatively low zombie presence there. However, the scarcity of zombies at the entrance did not guarantee safety within the campus. The most densely populated areas of the university were invariably located beneath and within various tall buildings, such as lecture halls, dining facilities, and dormitories. Now, merely an hour had passed since the outbreak, yet the school still reverberated with screams and the sounds of shattering glass and leaping students. Like dumplings being dropped into boiling water, the commotion was palpable, indicating that the students were vibrant and highly active. Yet, after 2 or 3 days of hunger, the campus would transform into an eerie silence, where even the fall of a needle would be audible. Only then would the true narrative begin. As she approached the school, Ding Shiyu regained her composure and inquired, "Lin Ze, anyone who has seen a zombie film knows that schools are the places most densely populated by both people and zombies. Why did you choose to return here?" Lin Ze set down his binoculars and, rather nonchalantly, reached out to caress Ding Shiyu's fair, elongated leg, savoring its softness and elasticity. Ding Shiyu's pale skin quickly flushed with a hint of red. It was somewhat painful yet ticklish, but she dared not swat away that mischievous hand. Instead, she greeted him with a smile. "Be more obedient. If you wish to ask questions in the future, you must first show sincerity." Lin Ze nodded in satisfaction and replied with a grin. "I came to Yinchuan University to gather as many beautiful campus flowers like you as possible before the apocalypse fully erupts. If I move too slowly, the campus beauties may fall prey to zombies, and where shall I seek amusement thereafter?" Ding Shiyu gasped in astonishment. She could hardly fathom that Lin Ze would return to Yinchuan University for such a reason. What a joke. This delivery boy was simply audacious. Even in the face of the apocalypse, his mind was filled with lewd thoughts. Was his intellect completely overshadowed by his baser instincts? Chapter 11. Reinforcement again. Full enhancement of physical foundations. Disregarding Ding Shiyu's astonished and speechless expression, Lin Ze silently intoned within his mind, "System, open the infinite technology tree panel." Instantly, the familiar colossal tree and the myriad branches symbolizing paths of empowerment materialized in his consciousness, awaiting his selection. Yinchuan University had transformed into a high-risk zone following the outbreak of the zombie virus, akin to a challenging dungeon in a video game. Within its confines resided not only a plethora of zombie pathogens, but also the potential emergence of advanced zombies and treacherous human survivors lurking in the shadows. It was entirely reasonable to bolster his strength before entering, ensuring he presented his utmost capabilities. On the drive back to Yinchuan University, Lin Ze encountered several waves of survivors being pursued by hordes of zombies. An ordinary individual would have perished countless times, but Lin Ze, equipped with the formidable armor and horsepower of his divine base vehicle, merely pressed the accelerator and deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, effortlessly dispatching over 800 ordinary zombies along the way. Energy points, 885. Lin Ze was taken aback by this astonishing figure. What is happening? Have I unknowingly slain over 800 zombies? He couldn't help but express his astonishment. If I had known, I would have lingered longer in the school South Food Street and Commercial District before returning. Naturally, the number of zombies within the campus would exceed that of the food street outside, not diminish it. A comprehensive analysis revealed that his choice was not erroneous. It was merely a different map for leveling up. The school map also boasted the campus bell as a rare reward. Such temptation is irresistible to any man. In this post-apocalyptic world, One must reward oneself generously. After reflecting on how effortlessly he accumulated energy points, Lin Ze redirected his gaze to the reinforcement options. Vehicle Basic Enhancement LV1, Physical Basic Enhancement LV1, Powers Basic Research LV2. These three paths were foundational. Without maxing them out, subsequent enhancements could not be activated. Thus, he had to make a selection from within. The advantage was that basic enhancements were both economical and highly efficient. Lin Ze pondered. Stroking his chin, what should I upgrade? His divine base vehicle was already formidable. Further reinforcement was unnecessary for the time being, and he had acquired powers. His most significant shortcoming presently lay in his physical attributes. After rational analysis, Lin Ze resolved to prioritize physical enhancement as planned. He needed to invest all his energy points wisely, for close combat might be imminent. He could not remain a turtle in his base vehicle forever. Thus, Lin Ze opted for Physical Basic Enhancement. Physical Basic Enhancement LV1. Upon enhancement, the host's strength, agility, and endurance would each increase by 1, requiring 10 energy points. With a sweeping gesture, Lin Ze proclaimed, "Max out my physical enhancement. Let the system next door know we can indeed afford this." Soon, a series of prompt sounds echoed. System ding. Physical Basic Enhancement LV1 research completed. Host attributes enhanced. System ding. Physical Basic Enhancement LV2 research completed. Host attributes enhanced. System ding. Physical Basic Enhancement LV3 research completed. Host attributes enhanced. System ding. The enhancement of Physical Foundation Level 5 has been successfully developed. System ding. The enhancement of Physical Foundation Level 10 has been completed, resulting in an elevation of the host's attributes and the random unlocking of a physical enhancement skill. At the terminal of the technology tree, the leaves representing physical enhancement grow rapidly, transforming into a complete crimson leaf. System ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the physical enhancement skill, Steel Muscles and Iron Bones. An additional skill is bestowed upon reaching level 10 in the foundational skills. What a boon. Lin Ze, exhilarated, eagerly thought to himself. Open the character panel. Instantly, a virtual character panel materialized in his mind. Host, Lin Ze Strength, 29 Agility, 22 Endurance, 31 Mentality, 13. The average attribute for adults is 10. Special Ability. Bullet Time LV1 Skill. Steel Muscles and Iron Bones LV1 Energy Points. 2. Technology Tree. Foundation of Special Abilities LV1 Activated. Physical Foundation Enhancement LV10 Maxed. After consecutively illuminating the technology tree of Physical Foundation Enhancement, Lin Ze experienced a qualitative leap in strength, with his attributes soaring. His attention was drawn to the newly acquired skill, Steel Muscles and Iron Bones. The host's muscle density is significantly increased, resulting in a dramatic surge in strength and making him impervious to blades and bullets. This skill resembles a low-tier version of a special ability. Although it cannot be upgraded further, it provides a certain degree of enhancement. He wondered whether Steel Muscles and Iron Bones could withstand the claws and teeth of a typical zombie. If so, that would be remarkable. He was eager to test this out, but the risk of demise loomed large. Prudence seemed the wiser course. Satisfied with his recent advancements, Lin Ze nodded approvingly. System ding. A total of 550 energy points have been consumed in this round of infinite technology tree research, leaving 335 energy points remaining. System ding. Physical Advancement Enhancement has been activated. Further enhancements can be pursued. Physical Advancement Enhancement LV1. The host gains 2 Strength, 2 Agility, 2 Endurance. Requirement: 110 energy points. System, are you mathematically challenged? Shouldn't it be 100 energy points? Lin Ze frowned slightly upon hearing this notification. Though energy points came easily, it wasn't an excuse for being misled. System, the host may review the consumption records. The system is not an unscrupulous intermediary and does not profit from price discrepancies. Lin Ze hurriedly examined each item in the consumption records. It turned out that for each level of foundational enhancement, the energy cost for the subsequent enhancement increases by 10 points. The further one advances, the more expensive the enhancements become. Thus, transitioning from level 1 to level 10 requires a total consumption of 550 energy points. The system was not mistaken. My misunderstanding has been resolved. Lin Ze quickly changed his demeanor, earnestly analyzing the benefits brought by this enhancement. After a moment, he conducted a rough assessment of his capabilities. I now possess 3 times the strength and endurance of an average adult male, akin to a low-tier special forces operative. While I cannot claim to be overwhelmingly powerful, dispatching ordinary zombies will be exceedingly effortless. Special forces soldiers, through rigorous training, can indeed achieve a physical prowess that is thrice that of an average adult. However, those with exceptional talents may reach quintuple that standard or even higher, elevating them to the status of urban warriors. Lin Ze raised his arm and glanced at it. Due to his job, he frequently engaged in physically demanding tasks such as delivering packages, which has resulted in him possessing a physique considerably superior to that of a typical university student. Now, having acquired the skill of fortifying his physique, he has been sculpted by the system into a model figure with a golden ratio. His long legs and robust muscles exude a masculine beauty that instills an overwhelming sense of confidence. The nearly perfect muscle definition, once revealed, leaves men unable to contain their admiration, and for women to refrain from excitedly squealing would be a remarkable display of restraint. Lin Ze was pleasantly surprised to discover such hidden benefits in the study of physical enhancement. Coupled with his striking good looks, he found that he could attract many admirers without resorting to forceful methods. Chapter 12. A Surge in Abilities. Dismantling the guard station after Lin Ze fully enhanced his physical foundation, the next upgrade awaited him, the enhancement of physical advancement, which entailed a higher cost and yielded superior results. Physical Advancement Enhancement LV1, Host Strength 2, Agility 2, Stamina 2, Requirement, 110 energy points. However, upon merely glancing at the exorbitant costs associated with this advancement, Lin Ze promptly dismissed the notion of pursuing physical advancement enhancement. He sighed inwardly, pondering that the expenses for such research were excessively steep. It would be far more prudent to elevate his other foundational skills to level 10, thereby gaining additional skill rewards. Thus, Lin Ze directed his gaze towards the research of supernatural abilities adjacent to his physical enhancements, recognizing that such abilities were invaluable in the apocalypse. Basic Supernatural Ability Research LV2 randomly elevates one existing low-level supernatural ability by 1 level, Spirit 1, Requirement, 20 energy points. Is it only possible to acquire new supernatural abilities upon the first enhancement? Subsequent upgrades merely enhance this ability? This approach has its merits, rather than accumulating several ineffective abilities. It is far wiser to refine a single ability to its utmost potential. With a subtle nod, Lin Ze resolved to enhance this skill. It is settled. System. Allocate the points. In the next instant, a series of continuous notifications resonated. System ding. Basic Supernatural Ability Research LV2 completed. Spirit 1. Ability. Bullet time has been upgraded. System ding. Basic Supernatural Ability Research LV3 completed. Spirit 1. Ability. Bullet time has been upgraded. System ding. Basic Supernatural Ability Research LV4 completed. Spirit 1. Ability. Bullet time has been upgraded. System ding. Basic Supernatural Ability Research LV7 completed. Spirit 1. Ability. Bullet time has been upgraded. System ding. This research on the infinite technology tree has consumed a total of 270 energy points, elevating bullet time to LV7. Remaining energy points, 65. The enhancement persisted for several seconds before abruptly ceasing, as Lin Ze's reserve of energy points had been depleted. Yet, his ability, bullet time, had ascended to LV7, representing a significant leap from novice to master, an inconceivable chasm separating the two. The elevation in ability level brought comprehensive enhancements. The passive improvement in dynamic vision had multiplied fivefold. The duration of the actively engaged bullet time ability had extended from 1 second to 3 seconds. Furthermore, the stamina consumed while activating bullet time had transitioned from a considerable burden to a moderate one. Aside from the inability to replicate ninjutsu, the other functionalities were akin to a version of the Sharingan. Lin Ze was overwhelmed with joy. Now, when I employ the bullet time ability, I am free from hesitation. I can wield it at will, an epic enhancement. Following this enhancement, both Lin Ze's physical prowess and supernatural abilities experienced substantial growth. He felt confident enough to embody the legendary Zhao Yun of the apocalypse, capable of slaying 100 zombies with ease, yet aware that the endeavor would undoubtedly require considerable effort. After all, he must eliminate each foe individually, as careening through them in a vehicle would not provide the same satisfaction. Nevertheless, Lin Ze was thoroughly content. He could indeed grow stronger step by step through the research of the infinite technology tree. This revelation alone was sufficiently exhilarating. Lin Ze deactivated the infinite technology tree and character panel, exhaling a breath of murky air. With his newfound strength, he became increasingly self-assured. Simultaneously, his yearning for energy points intensified. What joy could there be in women growing stronger? He was eager to engage with the zombies, eager to confront the undead. According to Lin Ze's original plan, he intended to navigate the campus of the apocalyptic zombie scenario for the foreseeable future. continually slaying zombies to amass energy points while escorting one stunning campus beauty after another from the girls' dormitory. However, the optimal moment for rescuing those beauties had yet to arrive. He decided to wait until they had endured a bit more hunger or felt the despair of the apocalypse, at which point he would become their sole beacon of hope. This approach would facilitate the training of these beauties, as compliance was key in the women of the apocalypse. After all, Lin Ze already had the top-tier, aloof beauty Ding Xiu by his side, so he was not lacking in capable companions for the time being. Lin Ze closed his eyes to enhance his abilities, and within less than a minute, Ding Xiu snapped out of her astonishment regarding Lin Ze's reason for coming to Yinchuan University. Her attention had been fixated on him all along. Seeing him suddenly shut his eyes, she assumed he was contemplating some strategy and refrained from interrupting this formidable figure. He looked quite handsome in his silence, though it was unfortunate that his mind seemed a bit unhinged. Who, in the midst of an apocalypse, would focus solely on beautiful women without considering survival? Not to mention, they still had not secured future food supplies. They couldn't remain perpetually hungry, could they? Ding Xiu couldn't help but murmur in her heart. Now, everything was in order. Lin Ze gradually opened his eyes, a confident smile gracing his face. Lin Ze, what do you mean by everything is in order? Ding Xiu inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Did she need to ask? Of course, he was contemplating how to dominate Yinchuan University, transforming it into his own paradise in this apocalyptic world. Lin Ze grinned in response. Ding Xiu couldn't help but cover her face. Oh no, this guy is not only a bit off, but also suffers from serious delusions of grandeur. Hold on tight, I'm about to accelerate. Lin Ze gripped the steering wheel with one hand, pressing the gas pedal as he sped directly toward the guard station at the campus entrance. In no time, he approached within 30 meters of the guard station without applying the brakes, instead continuing to accelerate to a speed of 140 kilometers per hour. Ding Xiu, seated in the passenger seat, turned pale with fright. Lin Ze, we're going to crash. Brake, step on the brakes. Are you instructing me on how to act? If you're scared, just close your eyes, Lin Ze replied with a slight smirk. Rather than hitting the brakes, he pressed the gas pedal to the floor, unleashing the full power of the vehicle. Ding Xiu, terrified, squeezed her eyes shut, her mind consumed by a single thought. This man is undoubtedly insane. Boom. In the next instant, the military vehicle crashed through the guard station with overwhelming force, the concrete walls and bricks exploding apart in a cacophony. The guard station, constructed with minimal cost using only the simplest concrete and red bricks, resembled more of a shoddy construction than a sturdy structure. As a result, Lin Ze felt as though he had collided with a pile of white foam boards rather than reinforced concrete. After crashing into the security post, Lin Ze reacted swiftly, engaging the brakes and maneuvering the steering wheel, causing the military vehicle to leave a trail of black skid marks on the ground. He halted the vehicle 30 meters behind the security post, refraining from exiting impulsively. Instead, he activated the rearview monitor, meticulously confirming that no zombies emerged from the security post and that no hordes were congregating nearby. Only after ensuring the area was secure did he retrieve a metallic baseball bat from the vehicle's compartment, cautiously opening the door to step out. Before leaving the vehicle, Lin Ze admonished, "Do not touch anything in the car. I will investigate whether there are any surprises inside the security post. You may attempt to drive away, but consider the consequences of such an action." With that, Lin Ze exited the vehicle without a backward glance, his movements rapid and deliberate. He aimed to find what he sought, a handgun, amidst the ruins of the security booth before the zombies, drawn by the earlier commotion, could converge upon the campus. Chapter 13. Slaying a level 1 zombie. To his utter astonishment, he actually exited the vehicle. Had he lost his mind? This was the entrance of the school, one of the densest areas for zombies, and there could very well be hidden ones lurking nearby, even if there weren't. The commotion just moments ago would undoubtedly attract a new horde of zombies. Seated in the car, Ding Xiu was rendered speechless as she watched Lin Ze's departing figure. In her mind, Lin Ze had relied entirely on the superior performance of this military transport vehicle to crush countless zombies and safely return to Yinchuan University. Now, he had chosen to disembark alone. What immense confidence did he possess in his own abilities? He had even left her, a mere acquaintance of less than half a day, behind in the vehicle. Was he not afraid? Ding Xiu's heart raced with an intensity that was hard to deny. The thought of seizing this vehicle and returning to her family filled her with a sense of hope. Freedom and vindication could once again be within her grasp, liberating her from the humiliation inflicted by a mere delivery worker. At that moment, she found herself at a difficult crossroads. Yet, the memory of Lin Ze's warning held her in check. As she began to rise from her seat, fear compelled her to return to the passenger side. This must surely be a test of my resolve. Ultimately, Ding Xiu restrained herself, muttering, "That scoundrel surely harbors ill intentions." Such a high-end armored vehicle could not possibly lack an anti-theft system. It would be wiser not to court disaster. In truth, there was no need for any anti-theft mechanism. The vehicle was intrinsically linked to Lin Ze. With but a thought, he could remotely summon it back, and no one could wrest control of the base vehicle from his grasp. Meanwhile, after disembarking, Lin Ze swiftly made his way to the remnants of the school gate's security office, now reduced to rubble, adorning himself with cut-resistant gloves for protection. He searched through the debris for a mere 10 seconds, but found no handgun. Instead, he stumbled upon a few damaged riot shields and anti-riot batons. With a sigh of disappointment, Lin Ze mused, "It seems I was overthinking. How could a small security office like this possibly house a cache of firearms? I recall that even police officers are only armed during specific operations, typically those involving special and criminal investigations." Just as he was about to depart, a thick, veined arm suddenly burst forth from the rubble, lunging at him. A zombie that had survived being crushed by the base vehicle? This was intriguing. Remaining vigilant, Lin Ze sensed the anomaly and instantly activated bullet time. In that fleeting moment, everything around him slowed to an almost surreal pace. Even the leaves swaying in the gusts of wind appeared to move in exaggerated slow motion. Rather than retreating, Lin Ze seized the arm and yanked fiercely, pulling the buried zombie from the debris. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a zombie clad in the uniform of a criminal investigator. His gaze shifted downwards, where he spotted a standard-issue 77-style service pistol at the zombie's side, precisely what Lin Ze had been searching for. Eureka! As Lin Ze beheld the zombified officer, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Simultaneously, a chilling memory surfaced in his mind, a recent incident at Yinchuan University involving a fatal confrontation between roommates. The incident was precipitated by a roommate whose singing was intolerably off-key and who had the audacity to sing during the midday hours when others were trying to rest. This was nothing short of auditory assault. The two had long harbored mutual disdain for one another, and after failing to communicate effectively, they resorted to physical confrontation, exchanging blows in a fierce brawl. Unexpectedly, the boy who had been trying to sleep found himself outmatched by the singer, and in a fit of rage, he retrieved a knife from beneath his pillow and fatally stabbed his opponent, transforming the altercation into a homicide. Although the school administration swiftly suppressed news of the incident, leaving local media silent, Lin Ze, a courier for Yinchuan University, remained well-informed and was distinctly impacted by the murder. In an ironic twist of fate, a criminal investigator happened to pass by the school's security checkpoint, likely there to handle procedural matters related to the case. Lin Ze's excitement mounted as he gripped his metal baseball bat tightly. Regardless of the circumstances, it seemed the heavens were favoring him. This criminal investigator, now a zombie, was akin to a treasure-dropping creature in a video game, for it could indeed yield valuable equipment. With a guttural roar, the zombie lunged at Lin Ze, its bloodthirsty eyes fixated on him. Too slow, too slow. Lin Ze stood boldly before the zombie, brandishing his bat with an exuberant ferocity, and shattered the creature's skull in a single, decisive blow. The satisfying crack echoed in the air. What a splendid sound. The zombie's body soared momentarily before colliding with the ground, akin to two dueling warriors in combat. The outcome was stark. The zombie fell, defeated, while Lin Ze emerged unscathed. System notification. Ding. You have slain a level 1 zombie, earning 100 energy points. Oh, a mere level 1 zombie? Lin Ze raised an eyebrow, glancing back at the fallen creature and finding nothing particularly surprising. This zombie was evidently a speed-enhanced variant, quick in movement, but lacking in defense. If he could find the opportunity to crush its skull or sever its head, it posed no greater challenge than an ordinary zombie. It seems my unique abilities are particularly effective against it, Lin Ze mused, feeling a stroke of fortune as he recalled his earlier caution in maximizing his enhancements before exiting the vehicle. Ding Xiu, witnessing this spectacle from the car, was utterly astonished. The human skull is the hardest part of the body. To achieve such a result with a mere baseball bat requires immense strength. Could it be that Lin Ze is a hidden master of baseball? In that moment, her imagination soared. Suddenly, the humiliation she felt from Lin Ze's earlier remarks seemed far easier to bear. The mere fact that he could protect his woman in this apocalyptic world made him worthy of her regard, not to mention his striking appearance. If Lin Ze were to discover her thoughts, he would undoubtedly mock her again. Presently, Ding Xiu felt like nothing more than a decorative vase. What right did she have to engage with him on such matters? Having dispatched the foe, Lin Ze approached the fallen zombie with glee, bending down to retrieve its holster. He was unafraid of the creature feigning death, for he could verify its demise through the system's kill notification. To deceive him in such a manner would be an insurmountable challenge. Lin Ze acquired the rare apocalyptic equipment, A Type 77 pistol from the adversary. The magazine holds 7 rounds, with an additional 14 bullets in reserve, boasting an effective range of 50 meters. In a world ravaged by chaos, possessing a firearm instills both confidence and a sense of security. The pistol is a formidable asset, adept at dispatching zombies and even more effective against humans. With a swift motion, Lin Ze concealed the pistol and ammunition within his pocket. Humanity's ingrained fear of firearms runs deep. Most individuals, when confronted with a gun, find themselves drenched in sweat, trembling, and begging for mercy. In times of adversity, simply brandishing a gun can effortlessly resolve many predicaments. This is precisely why Lin Ze was so eager to acquire a firearm. He sought not merely a weapon to eliminate zombies, but the psychological deterrent that firearms wield over survivors. This includes Ding Shiyu in the vehicle, who, upon witnessing Lin Ze procure the pistol from the corpse of a police officer turned zombie, felt a mixture of terror and profound relief. Chapter 14. Breaking legs to feed zombies. Ding Shiyu felt fortunate to share the same vehicle with Lin Ze. She need not worry about a gun being aimed at her head, at least as long as she complied with his commands. After retrieving the handgun, Lin Ze, suppressing his nausea, rummaged through the zombie's head in search of crystal cores or similar items. Finding nothing of value, he retraced his steps. Suddenly, a black BMW, its windows shattered, burst forth from the campus. Behind it trailed a horde of small zombies, drawn by the commotion. As the BMW reached the school gates, it suffered a catastrophic failure. The tires locked up, rendering the vehicle immobile. Damn it! How can this car malfunction now? I've had it for less than a month. The young driver inside was frantic, repeatedly slamming the accelerator and pounding the steering wheel. However, the BMW remained stuck, likely having collided with too many zombies while fleeing the school, resulting in its onboard systems malfunctioning. Soon, the survivors inside the car had no choice but to abandon it, or risk being trapped inside as the zombies smashed the windows, leading to their demise. Lin Ze observed the scene from a distance. Indifferent to the fate of these university students, he was no savior. He had no intention of rescuing anyone, especially when it might backfire on him, resulting in demands for his support. Such individuals were plentiful in this post-apocalyptic world. To his astonishment, the group emerging from the car comprised the very youths who had cornered him earlier that morning at the girls' dormitory, coercing him to report their affluent peer, Li Wei, to the school along with his companions. What a coincidence! Initially startled, Lin Ze's lips curled into a sly smile. At that moment, a system notification resounded. Ding. Detecting host's intense desire, generating apocalyptic wish list. The second wish list read, revenge against the wealthy Li Wei and his companions. Reward, 500 energy points. Li Wei's survival meant Lin Ze could exact his revenge personally. The system's wish list made his quest for vengeance all the more significant. What a delightful turn of events. The system's thoughtfulness was truly commendable. Lin Ze rejoiced internally, thinking, how fortunate that I was previously troubled about locating these pests upon returning to school. Who would have thought their survival instincts would bring them out of the campus? Nearly allowing them to escape, he closed the car door, wielding a baseball bat in his right hand, while concealing the handgun in his pocket for later use, and leisurely approached Li Wei and his group. At that moment, Li Wei and his companions spotted the massive transport vehicle outside the campus and Lin Ze approaching. Li Wei's expression shifted to one of surprise, quickly followed by excitement as he shouted, "Bro, help us. I have a wealth of supplies in my car. If you save me, I'll share half with you." Seeing Lin Ze ignited a sense of relief in Li Wei. He hadn't anticipated encountering this unsavory character here. The instant he laid eyes on Lin Ze, a scheme to use him as bait to draw the zombies' attention and seize his transport vehicle took root in his mind. In this post-apocalyptic world, killing and looting had become as mundane as daily life. Both individuals harbored ulterior motives, converging towards a shared fate. Li Wei hastily exchanged glances with his companions, who promptly drew the iron rods, knives, and wrenches they had retrieved from the vehicle for self-defense. Their intention was to ambush Lin Ze, aiming to shatter his legs and discard him to the zombies behind, thereby buying themselves precious time to escape. However, Lin Ze was swifter in his actions. Upon approaching them, he activated bullet time once more. With a single leap, he surged forward nearly 20 meters, his movements almost spectral. In a mere 3 seconds, he wielded the baseball bat with precision, shattering the knees of Li Wei and his 3 companions. When bullet time concluded, a jolt of pain surged through their knees, causing their bodies to collapse forward, ultimately leaving them kneeling on the ground. Following that, they fell prostrate, offering a humiliating display of submission before Lin Ze. From their perspective, they merely glimpsed a shadow flicker before them, and then they were sequentially toppled to the ground, agony radiating from their lower bodies. Damn it, my legs. It hurts like hell. He attacked us. Li Wei rolled on the ground, clutching his fractured knee, gasping for breath, and his companions mirrored his plight, tears welling up as they curled into themselves, cursing in despair. Li Wei, the villain, sought to cast blame. Why did you attack us? Lin Ze replied with a cold smirk. What nonsense is swirling in your feeble minds? Do you think I am unaware? This is a case of striking first. Of course, even with broken legs, you could still crawl on the ground. If you move quickly enough, perhaps you might survive. The zombies that had pursued them from the school were drawing nearer, their growls causing Li Wei and his companions' expressions to shift dramatically. They cried out in desperation, please. Delivery brother, I was wrong. Save us. We're still young. We don't want to die. I have money at home. There's $1 million in my account. While Lin Ze savored their pleas for mercy, he shook his head with a smile. Just half an hour ago, you were insulting me, calling me a loser, and threatening me on video. Now you regret it? Li Wei, in tears, lamented, I regret it. I truly regret it. Please save me. Regrettably, there is no remedy for remorse in this world. Otherwise, I might indeed consider granting you a chance. With a chilling laugh, Lin Ze turned and returned to the armored vehicle. Li Wei, with eyes reddened, watched Lin Ze's nonchalant departure and suddenly burst into laughter. Do you think you can escape? The school and the outside are teeming with zombies. This world is on the brink of destruction. Even if you survive today, you will merely prolong your suffering a little longer. The outcome is the same. Everyone will perish. Li Wei, this wealthy heir, had seemingly lost his sanity, screaming hysterically on the ground. Damn it, Li Xiao has gone mad. His companions hastily distanced themselves from him. Before long, Li Wei's piercing laughter attracted a horde of zombies, who lunged at him, frantically tearing at his flesh. The laughter was swiftly replaced by a cacophony of screams, resonating endlessly. Lin Ze, however, paid no heed to Li Wei's malevolent curses. He possessed a divine-grade base vehicle system. As long as no higher-level zombies appeared, the low-level ones could not breach the armor of his vehicle. Within it, he was invincible. Even if the entire world were to perish, he would undoubtedly remain in the mobile apartment, calmly observing the tumultuous skies. Lin Ze, in a buoyant mood, returned to the base vehicle and opened the door to enter. Noticing Ding Xiu sitting obediently in the passenger seat, he playfully praised her as one would a pet. I never imagined you could be so still, like a rabbit. Are you being so well-behaved in hopes of receiving a reward from your master? I recently acquired a remarkable piece of equipment and dealt with a few nefarious individuals, so my spirits are quite high. If there's anything you desire, feel free to voice it now. The whether I grant it depends solely on my mood. Lin Ze approached the passenger seat beside Ding Xiu, removed his gloves, and gently caressed her ethereal visage, his gaze akin to one admiring a beautiful vase. Chapter 15. The Consequences of Disobedience. Ding Xiu harbored a profound aversion to others pinching her face, particularly when Lin Ze's hands were slick with perspiration. However, his nonchalant interruption of Li Wei and the others' sycophantic efforts to appease the zombies had left her utterly bewildered. This man was undoubtedly a heartless demon, capable of murder without a flicker of hesitation in this apocalyptic world. Thus, she felt no inclination to resist him. Yet, Lin Ze's words ignited a spark of hope within her, a thought that had recently submerged resurfaced. After a moment's hesitation, Ding Xiu finally spoke. Before we set off, could you reconsider the promise I made? I am willing to assist you, but I also yearn for my freedom. Absolutely not. Congratulations. You have squandered a precious opportunity to pose a question to me, Lin Ze retorted instantly, shaking his head in disappointment. Who would be foolish enough to regurgitate food destined for their mouth? That would be a waste of resources. I am not food, nor an object. I am a living being. Ding Xiu's eyes brimmed with tears as she rose from her seat, her mind suddenly echoing a famous line from an online fairy. You are objectifying women. Slap. Lin Ze retaliated with a swift strike, sending her back to the passenger seat. His gaze was frigid. It seems you are merely full and not thinking clearly. How could you still be contemplating fighting? If you are so capable, why not go outside and confront the zombies? Is it that you do not wish to? From this moment on, you are forbidden from consuming any food in the vehicle without my permission. All supplies aboard are the result of my hard work. I do not harbor idlers. If you wish to eat, you must prove your worth, whether by labor or other means. You figure it out. Lin Ze returned to the driver's seat. Disappointment etched on his face as he refused to meet Ding Xiu's gaze again. He had initially believed her to be an astute and clever daughter of a high-ranking official, one who would obediently comply with a stronger authority. To his dismay, she too had fallen prey to the toxic influence of online warriors, failing to comprehend the brutal laws of this new world and daring to engage a strongman in a game of virtual bravado. Of course, this was merely the first day of the apocalypse. It was entirely understandable that many would struggle to adjust their perceptions in such a short span. Thus, Lin Ze deemed a single slap sufficient as a punishment. Should Ding Xiu remain oblivious or contemplate escape or any form of self-endangerment, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. In this harrowing era, countless beautiful women existed, yet he sought only a compliant little kitten, playful, but never crossing his boundaries. After receiving Lin Ze's slap, Ding Xiu's head buzzed. This was the first time he had struck her. She covered her swelling cheek, regret flooding her mind. How could she have dared to utter such words to Lin Ze? He was a ruthless killer. Initially, she need only have continued to fawn over him to secure ample sustenance within the vehicle, allowing her to live without worry in this desolate world. Now, having provoked Lin Ze's ire, she had forfeited her chance for a life of ease and abundance. In the days to come, she would not only have to assist Lin Ze in fulfilling his various needs without recompense. One must toil and serve to procure daily sustenance. Otherwise, one would succumb to starvation. Yet, the yearning for freedom is insatiable. Ding Xiu's eyes brimmed with tears as she cradled her swollen face. Her fair, elongated legs curled up in the passenger seat as she sobbed quietly, expressing her grievance. Not even my parents have struck me so. Can't you show me a modicum of kindness? Lin Ze found amusement in her words, realizing that this young lady was indeed in need of guidance. And he had ample time to take a measured approach. From the vehicle storage, Lin Ze retrieved a platter of meticulously sliced fruits, placing it upon the square holder in the center console. The plate was adorned with an array of seedless watermelon, crimson grapes, plump strawberries, and sweet melons. Upon witnessing Lin Ze's seemingly magical production of the fruit platter, Ding Xiu's tear-stained expression momentarily froze in astonishment. This was certainly no trick. Could Lin Ze be one of those legendary individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities? Yet, such thoughts remained locked within her heart, as she dared not inquire further, fearing another slap from him. Even the most beautiful woman would lose her charm with a face swollen like a pig's. Gazing at the fruits on the tray, her appetite awakened. She began to indulge in fanciful thoughts. Might this fruit platter be intended as a gesture of consolation? Wiping the corners of her eyes, she felt a flicker of emotion, surprised to discover a tender side to this formidable man. Just as she reached out her delicate hand to pluck a luscious strawberry for herself, Lin Ze erupted in scorn. Do you honestly believe this is for you? How absurd. Can't you see my hands are filthy? Feed me the fruit. I require a replenishment of sugars after that exhausting skirmish. Ding Xiu's expression faltered, her beautiful nose twisting in indignation. She realized she should harbor no expectations of this man. Yet, having already experienced his wrath, she was too frightened of the pain to resist. Thus, she obediently followed Lin Ze's command, selecting a pristine grape from the platter, delicately peeling its skin with her slender fingers and feeding it to him. Life, it seemed, was rather pleasant indeed. Lin Ze savored the exquisite grapes being fed to him by the stunning school beauty, reclining comfortably in the leather seat while observing the gruesome fate of Li Wei and his companions as they were savaged by zombies. The sight of Li Wei being besieged by a horde of zombies was nothing short of horrific. His timid companions were so terrified that they wet themselves on the spot, desperately scrambling forward, their hands clawing at the rough floor, leaving behind a trail of blood. They had barely crawled 30 meters when the pursuing zombies pounced upon them, pinning them down and sinking their teeth into their necks, causing torrents of blood to spurt forth. Lin Ze felt as though he were watching a science fiction film, marveling at the brutality of the zombies. So this is how they bite. I never had the chance to observe it closely before. Truly savage. Li Wei and his companions were reduced to a bloody pulp, unrecognizable even to their mothers. Soon, their fallen bodies twitched slightly before rising slowly from the ground. At that moment, they were no longer human, having transformed into ravenous zombies. After witnessing this captivating performance, Lin Ze murmured softly, "These scoundrels deserve to be eliminated repeatedly. Let us regard this as a reclamation of waste." With that, he pressed down on the accelerator, mercilessly driving the military vehicle over the recently risen zombies, including Li Wei and his companions. Ding. You have slain a common zombie, earning 1 energy point. Ding. You have slain a common zombie, earning 1 energy point. Ding. You have slain a common zombie, earning 1 energy point. Ding. The host has successfully avenged the wealthy second-generation Li Wei and his associates. Reward, 500 energy points, dispersed. A series of kill notifications echoed in Lin Ze's ears, along with the settlement of his wish list. This influx of substantial energy points would enable him to further enhance his fundamental abilities. He was certain he would reach the coveted 10th level, at which point he would acquire a new skill. Chapter 16. The repetitive apocalypse wish list gratitude is extended to my younger companions for the delivery of energy points. Lin Ze, in high spirits, engaged reverse gear and repeatedly crushed the mass of corpses beneath him. Soon, a cacophony echoed outside. The sound of the military transport vehicle rolling over the lifeless bodies of the zombies was immensely relieving to Lin Ze. He devoted some time to obliterating the over 100 zombies that Li Wei had lured from the campus, seizing the opportunity to collect energy points without hesitation. Having eradicated the horde gathered at the school gate, Lin Ze officially maneuvered the military vehicle into Yinchuan University. Upon entering through the main gate, the first few rows of buildings were classrooms, and it required an additional 2,000 meters of walking to reach the student dormitories, areas densely populated and thus warranting careful attention. The commotion Lin Ze caused at the security checkpoint attracted a considerable number of zombies lurking nearby, estimated to exceed 200, forming a formidable tide of the undead. In order to drive into Yinchuan University, this wave of zombies acting as obstacles had to be dealt with. There were no fewer than several hundred zombies here, all potential energy points that could not be squandered. Lin Ze's eyes gleamed with excitement as he accelerated, crushing through the throngs. In the face of the invincible armor of the divine base vehicle, ordinary zombies were merely moving energy points. However, the vehicle's size could not traverse every walkway entirely. Unlike a snowplow that could obliterate all in one sweep, it required multiple passes to cleanse the zombies beneath the teaching buildings. System notification, ding. You have killed ordinary zombies 383, accumulating 383 energy points. Lin Ze glanced at the notification and shook his head. The efficiency of accumulating points is rather sluggish. At this rate, even a month of labor would not suffice to elevate all skills to advanced levels. To garner more energy points, Lin Ze needed to devise alternative strategies. He pondered, beyond the monotonous slaughter of zombies, there exists a second method to acquire energy points or rewards, which is to fulfill the apocalyptic wish list assigned by the system. Each time he experienced intense desire or craving, the apocalyptic wish list would manifest. The first instance occurred when he laid eyes on the campus beauty from Yinchuan University. He yearned for the allure of the enchanting maiden. The second instance arose when he encountered the privileged second-generation rich kid, Li Wei, who had threatened him prior to the apocalypse. He thirsted for vengeance against this affluent cohort. In essence, whatever he desired would be realized, with the system accommodating his tasks accordingly. Lin Ze swiftly grasped this logic, delighting in the revelation. Unbeknownst to him, the system indeed intended to cultivate him into a formidable overlord, free to act as he pleased in the apocalypse. Such a considerate system. Thus, upon entering Yinchuan University, Lin Ze's foremost wish was clear: to slay zombies, amass energy, and ascend the technological tree to become stronger, and yet stronger. The allure of campus beauties was merely a supplementary benefit. True strength was paramount for ultimate triumph. Ding. Host's intense desire detected, generating the apocalyptic wish list. The third wish list is as follows: eliminate all zombies within the campus. Reward: for every 1,000 zombies killed, earn 500 energy points, cumulative. Ding. Detected a strong desire from the host. The apocalyptic wish list is now being generated. The fourth wish list is as follows: to find more stunning campus beauties scoring above 9 and invite them into the vehicle with a reward of 1,000 energy points, which can be accumulated. Upon hearing the two notification sounds, Lin Ze could hardly suppress a grin. Indeed, no one understood him better than himself. With continuous self-suggestion, Lin Ze successfully coaxed two new tasks from the system: eliminating zombies and locating campus beauties. Both were precisely what he desired. Lin Ze was quite pleased with the contents of these wish lists. At this moment, the zombie clearing at the school gate had come to a temporary halt, and Ding Xiyu, seated in the passenger seat, could not help but inquire, "Lin Ze, where on earth did this car come from? Its performance is simply outrageous. The zombies are like tofu pudding, effortlessly crushed." Lin Ze cast a sidelong glance at her and replied, "Do not pry into the matters of the master. Just obediently be my little kitty." Ding Xiyu fed him a piece of melon, and suddenly, in a pitiful tone, she said, "Lin Ze, I have been feeding you fruits for quite a while now, and I am a bit thirsty. Could you share some fruit with me? I have been working hard too." Lin Ze glanced at her and firmly declined. "I will allow you to drink water at most. If you wish to eat fruit, you must earn it through more labor. Do you think you can just move your hands and get fruit? How naive." Ding Shiyu's playful demeanor instantly stiffened, her heart filled with indignation. This insufferable steel-hearted man. Could he not be a little gentler with girls? She had already humbled herself to plead with him, yet he would not even share a piece of fruit. Nevertheless, Ding Xiyu had grown fearful of Lin Ze and dared not resist. She was even more afraid he would deny her water, for thirst was far more agonizing than hunger. "I want water. I need to drink." Ding Xiu licked her dry lips and hurriedly spoke. I have plenty of supplies and will not neglect you. Lin Ze waved his right hand, and a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water materialized in his grasp. He had no intention of concealing his abilities. After all, they had spent enough time together, and she would discover the truth eventually. Revealing it sooner would only enhance his image. Once again, something appeared out of thin air. He truly was the legendary supernatural being. A glimmer of fascination crossed Ding Xiu's beautiful eyes, but her attention was immediately drawn to the bottle, her gaze brimming with longing. Thank you. She was about to reach out to seize it and drink heartily. Don't rush. Lin Ze kindly opened the cap for her, raising the bottle to her lips. Open wide. How much you can drink depends on your performance. A playful smile danced on Lin Ze's face. Ding Xiu, unable to contain herself, swallowed hard, obediently lifting her usually proud and graceful neck. Here's the water you wanted. Lin Ze's voice was deep and magnetic as he slowly lowered the bottle. Pure water filled her mouth. But drinking with an open mouth made it easy to choke. Children should never mimic this. During her gulping, Ding Xiu choked twice, her beautiful face flushing crimson. Are you satisfied now? Ding Xiu was compelled by Lin Ze to finish a bottle of water in a humiliating manner, unable to restrain herself from rolling her eyes at him. Thanks to Ding's exquisite performance, I shall permit you to indulge in some fruit. Lin Ze remarked with a faint smile, his satisfaction evident in his voice. Chapter 17. The Emergence of Abilities, Offering Food and Shelter to Attract Beauties. Thank you, Master. Ding Xiu initially found it hard to believe and joyfully called out to her master. She reached for a strawberry, devouring it without restraint, completely shedding her aloof demeanor in front of Lin Ze. The simple yet effective method of rewarding with a slap and a treat proved to be the most straightforward way to train her. Lin Ze's lips curled into a faint smile as he admired Ding Xiu's disheveled appearance. Suddenly struck by the urge to capture this moment with his phone and perhaps share it on social media. However, as he retrieved his device, his attention was drawn to the trending news alerts regarding the zombie apocalypse, which had already gone viral across various social media platforms. Weibo hot search. Mysterious zombie virus sweeps the globe. Over half of humanity has transformed into zombies, including mutated beasts. Citizens are advised to exercise caution and steer clear of zombies. Xia Nation Central Television. Mysterious zombie virus sweeps the globe. Citizens are urged to secure windows and doors and seek shelter. The government is implementing the most aggressive rescue policies to assist in the shortest time possible. Big Bird Express, High-Tech Zone, a group of thousands, where hundreds of surviving delivery men shared information. God, I just delivered a package. And the homeowner who opened the door was actually a zombie. Thankfully, my usual exercise made me quick on my feet, or I would have lost my life. That's nothing. I just delivered a live animal package, and inside was a 3-month-old kitten, which suddenly began to swell and escaped its cage. Now standing over 2 meters tall. Pictures, or it didn't happen. Mutated big cat. JPG, what an adorable big cat. Lucky you didn't use a sliding tackle, or it would have been a complete disaster. Is there anyone among our 1,000-member group who has awakened their abilities? Given the zombie virus, it seems reasonable for abilities to emerge, doesn't it? I'm coming clean. I have awakened my fire abilities and transformed into Fire Fist Ace. My punches cause explosions upon hitting zombies. Am I destined for greatness? What a surprise. Carbonized zombie. JPG. Wow, there really is someone with awakened abilities? And in the same city as us? I'm so envious. You must be the protagonist of our world, right? Please let me cling to your coattails. I have a stunning cousin. Lin Ze primarily focused on the messages from his work group. The delivery profession was widespread throughout Yinchuan City, and during the outbreak, they were outdoors, making them the best sources of information. Lin Ze murmured softly, the emergence of abilities is happening quite rapidly. It seems the evolution of zombies won't be slow either. The mysterious virus shows no favoritism towards any race, as biological genetics are impartial. This hypothesis was not mere speculation. Lin Ze had personally slain a level 1 zombie not long ago at the school gate. With a system at his side, Lin Ze had undergone a round of enhancements, granting him physical prowess akin to that of a special forces soldier, complemented by the ability of bullet time, making combat effortless for him, though not necessarily for others. Knowing that utilities such as water, electricity, and internet would not be cut off in the short term, Lin Ze swiftly devised a plan to utilize the internet to spread his message about seeking beautiful women on campus. Yinchuan University spans over 8,000 acres, boasting nearly 1,000 campus buildings. It is impractical for him to meticulously search each edifice for the hidden beauties of the campus, as such an endeavor would be exceedingly time-consuming. Instead, he could leverage the internet to disseminate information that would capture the attention of those beautiful survivors. thereby facilitating his search considerably. With this thought in mind, Lin Ze promptly instructed his companion, Ding Shiyu, please take out your phone. I recall that students like you have numerous group chats, correct? Help me post an announcement. It should read, the most handsome delivery guy at Yinchuan University, possessing extraordinary abilities. With a car and a house, offering food and accommodation, seeks travel companions for a journey across the summer nation in this post-apocalyptic world. Must be a beauty. Send a selfie first. Those who deceive will be dismissed. I can provide rescue services at home. First come, first served. Ding Shiyu, who was indulging in fruit, was momentarily taken aback, pondering, are you serious? You truly came to Yinchuan University just for the campus beauties? A rare surge of jealousy washed over her. Besides, there can't be many more beautiful than me at Yinchuan University, right? Isn't I enough? Despite his advances towards her, he still entertained thoughts of other women. Truly, men are insatiable crocodiles. While Ding Shiyu refrained from boasting about her beauty, she had noticed that as she matured, the gazes of the opposite sex around her had become increasingly suggestive. Often, self-important scions of wealthy families approached her, exuding an overwhelming aura akin to a male dog in heat. Consequently, she had developed an icy demeanor, distancing herself from others. Nevertheless, Ding Shiyu dared not defy Lin Ze's command. With a soft "oh," she obediently retrieved her phone and opened the group chat to assist in sending the message. Since the start of the semester, her classmates had playfully nominated her as the deputy class leader of the Management and Economics Department. However, she had largely remained aloof from responsibilities, joining the group merely to receive class notifications, unaware that the group would serve a purpose at this moment. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to utilize her privileges as an administrator. Everyone, the most handsome delivery guy at Yinchuan University, possessing extraordinary abilities, with a car and a house, offering food and accommodation, seeks travel companions for a journey across the summer nation in this post-apocalyptic world. Must be a beauty. Send a selfie first. Those who deceive will be dismissed. I can provide rescue services at home. First come, first served. In an instant, the Management and Economics class group erupted with excitement. Many university students are inherently adept at navigating the internet, and when the zombie virus outbreak occurred, the group had already become quite lively, filled with discussions on various topics. At that moment, the sudden revelation from the campus bell was bound to incite curiosity. Chen Chun from Management and Economics. Has the campus bell been hacked? What nonsense is this? Sun Ting from Management and Economics, the most handsome delivery guy at Yinchuan University? I believe I've seen a photo on the school forum. He truly is handsome, like a character straight out of an anime. Is he recruiting travel companions for a journey in this apocalypse? My mind is reeling. Zhou Zijia from Management and Economics. With the apocalypse upon us and zombies roaming freely outside, not even the military can manage. How can he possibly embark on a journey across the summer nation alone? It must be a scam. Zhao Lei from Management and Economics. Ding Shiyu. Be careful not to get scammed. 10 out of 10 of these internet celebrities are not to be trusted. Where are you right now? Are you safe? I have plenty of food here. The counselor of the School of Economics and Management, Sun Xian, inquired. Has anyone from your father's side come to rescue you? Ding Shiyu? Many leaders of our school are trapped in the building. If it weren't for the emergency assembly of the security team, we would be in grave danger. Please urge your father to send assistance to the school promptly. Ding Shiyu's status was indeed unique. Her peers and teachers quickly sought her favor. The senior administration, hiding in the academic affairs office, immediately commanded her class counselor to serve as a messenger, hoping to secure national-level support without delay. The military of Xia country represented the only glimmer of hope for ordinary citizens striving to survive in a world turned upside down. However, upon grasping the grim reality, Ding Shiyu's expression darkened, and she dared not respond to their inquiries, fearing that the harsh truth would only incite greater panic. Thus, she chose to bury her head in the sand, opening one school-related group chat after another and promoting Lin Ze's advertisements with a dispassionate demeanor. Chapter 18. In the end times, who talks about love? The announcement made by Ding Shiyu detonated like a series of bombs, stirring considerable commotion on the campus network of Yinchuan University. As a second-generation official and the epitome of aloof beauty, Ding Shiyu commanded significant notoriety within the school. The nature of her recent revelation inevitably sparked wild speculation. Had the campus goddess they idolized truly descended to ride in that odious delivery vehicle? Numerous infatuated boys, who had long deemed Ding Shiyu unattainable, began to express their frustrations vocally on the university forums. Setting aside those who could only bitterly lament that they could never ascend to such heights, many surviving female students began to ponder. If the recruitment message was not overly exaggerated, this delivery man might very well emerge as the most formidable force within Yinchuan University. In the apocalypse, aside from the national military, the strongest combatants are the gifted individuals scattered among the populace. The first self-revealed ability user from Yinchuan University sent all major group chats into an uproar. In the freshman girls' dormitory, Building K. Building K consists of 9 floors, with each floor housing 80 rooms, predominantly 4-person accommodations. Each floor, therefore, accommodates at least 320 students, leading to a grim estimation of at least 2,000 zombies roaming the entire building. At this moment, the corridors of the girls' dormitory were teeming with wandering corpses. Any room that made the slightest sound would be inundated by the relentless tide of zombies. Tong Xiaoxi and her roommate Tang Shanshan huddled in the corner of their shared bed. Their hands clutched the blanket tightly, terrified of making even the slightest noise that might attract the undead outside. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of powerful collisions echoed nearby, accompanied by a resounding crack. The wooden door was shattered by brute force, and the zombies in the corridor surged forward, followed by a piercing scream. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. The room with the broken door was precisely on the same floor as Tong Xiaoxi and her friend. From beneath the covers, Tong Xiaoxi pulled out her phone and hurriedly typed. The sound was so close. Someone else on our floor has been discovered by the zombies. Her roommate, Tang Shanshan, quickly replied, Xiaoxi, we must remain silent at all costs, or we will perish here. Both of their phones were set to silent, communicating through glances in their dormitory group chat. Although it was ostensibly a 4-person conversation, only 2 were currently messaging. Clearly, the other 2 roommates outside had met a grim fate. Of course, Tong Xiaoxi's situation was hardly any better. If they remained hidden in the dormitory without venturing out, even if they evaded discovery by the zombies, they would inevitably starve to death within those walls. However, with over 2,000 zombies wandering their dormitory building, escape through sheer force was simply impossible, even if they risked being discovered by the undead and the door being breached. Attempting to fashion a rope from blankets and bed curtains to escape from the balcony would yield a nearly 0 chance of survival. Ultimately, they would either plummet to their demise below, becoming a grotesque heap of mangled flesh, or suffer broken limbs, left helpless and vulnerable to the passing zombies. Thus, the fate of these students sheltering in the dormitory had been sealed from the very beginning. In a moment of despair, Tong Xiaoxi suddenly stumbled upon a message that was wildly circulating on the Yinchuan University forum. Upon clicking it, she was astounded to find a recruitment post, commissioned by Lin Ze and published by Ding Shiyu on the campus network, offering food and accommodation for travel companions. The content was utterly outrageous, standing out amidst a plethora of help-seeking posts. Could this courier be the same one who delivered my package this morning? In the school, there was likely only one delivery person of some renown, and it must be him. Tong Xiaoxi's expression froze as she processed the revelation, feeling a mix of disbelief and regret. Had she known, she would have responded to that charming courier this morning. After all, exchanging WeChat contacts would not have been too much to ask. No one anticipated that this handsome, yet seemingly unremarkable courier would, amid the apocalyptic upheaval, rise to become an extraordinary being. Nonetheless, this was their only lifeline. If that courier truly possessed extraordinary abilities, he might very well have the chance to rescue them from the zombie-infested dormitory far sooner than any elusive national rescue effort. Tong Xiaoxi was already contemplating seeking help from Lin Ze and resolved to share this news with her roommate. Tong Xiaoxi, Shanshan, we might have a chance. You must see this post. Tang Shanshan. Oh my, we actually have an extraordinary being at our school. Perhaps we can still be saved. Tang Shanshan. However, this post seems rather unserious. Even if we are rescued, it might just be jumping from the frying pan into the fire. As girls, it is too dangerous. Tong Xiaoxi, aside from this, do you have any other ideas for escaping alive? Tang Shanshan. Well, you have a point. Let us give it a try. Tang Shanshan. If he really can save me, then I might as well let him have his way just this once. At this point, survival is more important than anything. Tang Shanshan was quite confident in her looks, with her long, straight black hair, a simple white oversized t-shirt, and light blue denim shorts that showcased her long, shapely legs, making her quite the allure. Tong Xiaoxi, huh? Shanshan, are you really willing? I mean, you seem to be mentally prepared rather quickly. Tang Shanshan. Well, since we are in the apocalypse, I haven't experienced a man's touch yet. You wouldn't think that only men have such thoughts, would you? Tang Shanshan. I recall you mentioning he is indeed quite the handsome fellow, and now he is an extraordinary being. It's hard to say who stands to benefit. Tong Xiaoxi. I'm impressed. Northern girls are truly fierce. Today has opened my eyes. Thus, Tong Xiaoxi and her roommate, Tang Shanshan, no longer hesitated and immediately messaged the senior Ding Shiyu, who was posting the information. Meanwhile, in the base vehicle, Lin Ze gazed at the message she had posted on his behalf, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Well done, the recruitment information had been dispatched. And now it was merely a matter of waiting for willing participants to respond. Lin Ze commended her. You are becoming increasingly obedient. Assist me well, and there will be rewards. Ding Shiyu's cheeks flushed as her mind began to wander into fanciful thoughts. Lin Ze, I concede that your handsome visage and robust physique instill a sense of security, and now that you have become a supernatural being, your attributes have reached their zenith in this apocalyptic era. Ding Shiyu earnestly remarked, but could you grant me a bit more time? I will swiftly persuade myself to develop fondness for you. Lin Ze smiled gently and replied, fond of me? We have only just met. And to speak of affection and love is profoundly superficial and hypocritical. I am nothing like those scoundrels who merely spout sweet nothings. Are you implying that I must wait for you? Ding Shiyu gazed at Lin Ze's striking face, and even if she wished to deny it, it was futile. Just the sight of that face elicited an undeniable attraction. With a cold chuckle, Lin Ze asserted, I shall pursue whatever I desire without restraint. Thus, it is you who must prepare yourself mentally. The one who should wait is you, not I. In this apocalypse, no one knows when their life may end. Do not speak of nonsensical romantic love. In this world, even dogs refrain from such frivolities. Besides, what right does a mere ornament have to dawdle? Grant me more time. I shall wait for naught. Chapter 19. Tong Xiaoxi's plea for help. Lin Ze's blatant attitude incited a surge of indignation in Ding Shiyu, who had initially harbored a flicker of affection for him. Bah, you despicable rogue. What a wretched man. I have overestimated you. Ding Shiyu's grip on the empty bottle tightened, producing a creaking sound. Lin Ze laughed heartily. He relished the sight of others seething with anger yet feeling powerless, as it struck him as exceedingly amusing. Meanwhile, Ding Shiyu was undeniably beautiful, her features exquisitely crafted as though by the hands of a celestial artisan. At the pinnacle of her youthful beauty in her 20s, her physique and skin elasticity were in their most flawless state. It was no wonder Lin Ze spoke so candidly. If he could remain composed in the presence of such an aloof goddess, he would surely be a modern-day Lu Xianghui. Suddenly, the chime of Lin Ze's phone pulled the two from their banter. Despite the cacophony of criticism on the campus forum of Yinchuan University, many astute individuals were clandestinely reaching out to her. It was a classic case of saying one thing and doing another. If one could glean the means of awakening extraordinary abilities from Lin Ze, it would be a tremendous boon, especially with the recent outbreak of the zombie virus. The dire need for intelligence regarding supernatural powers was palpable. Why are you still staring at me? Check your phone. Help me find a few campus beauties as exquisite as you. Perhaps that will spare you from calamity, Lin Ze jested. Fine, I'll assist you. But you must bear the consequences with them. Ding Shiyu's eyes sparkled with a newfound resolve, contemplating a strategy to redirect misfortune. That's more like it. You can recruit anyone you like. As long as you find me someone equally beautiful, I can agree to leave you be. If you even assist in training them to be more obedient, there may be additional rewards. Lin Ze, employing a metaphorical carrot to entice her, set forth a grand vision, compelling Ding Shiyu, this naive girl, to assist him. After all, someone had to undertake these tasks, and there was nothing more comfortable than being a hands-off manager. Since Ding Shiyu wished to showcase her capabilities, he thought it best to let her do just that. It's a deal. Ding Shiyu gleamed with determination, accepting his proposal without hesitation. Finally, Ding Shiyu redirected her focus to her phone, taking on the role of Lin Ze's online customer service, responding to a myriad of bizarre inquiries. Soon enough, her brows furrowed in dismay, as if she had stumbled upon something unsightly. Law School Dean Lu Fong. Ding, please relay to that villain who threatened to kidnap you that with great power comes great responsibility. The abilities awakened on the territory of Xia country do not belong solely to him. They belong to the nation and its people. He ought to selflessly rescue all survivors encountered within the campus. I urge him to reconsider his path. Vice Principal Wu Tao. Ding, do not bow to the criminal. Inform him of your father's identity. He will surely not dare to harm a hair on your head. Then, call Vice Mayor Ding to send help. Many of our leaders are trapped in the administrative building. It is a matter of utmost urgency. Civil Engineering Major Jiang Yunfeng. I warn you, you despicable courier. If you dare to touch a single hair on our goddess Ding's head, every student at Yinchuan University will rise against you. If I awaken my powers, you shall be the first I eliminate. Lin Ze held Ding Shiyu close, and naturally, he could see the myriad comments in the thread. The three most upvoted remarks were rather amusing. The highest was from Lu Fong, the head of the law department. While her arguments appeared reasoned, they were ultimately riddled with fallacies and moral coercion, primarily advocating for others to bear the costs while she sought to benefit without effort. Over the years, Lin Ze had not idly delivered parcels at Yinchuan University. He had a recollection of this Lu Feng, who had garnered a modest reputation there, not for her teaching prowess or academic achievements, but rather for her astonishing martial arts skills. When an elder scholar learns the law and understands it, she transforms into a true T0 version. What they spoke was not law, but a distorted version of reality. How audacious they were. Ding Xiyu felt a shiver run down her spine. Lin Ze, cradling her, wore a faint, cold smile. I knew the university was rife with all sorts of fiends. My intent in spreading this message is not merely to facilitate the search for the surviving campus beauties, but also to ascertain how many more worthless scoundrels like Li Wei remain at Yinchuan University. I've already taken many lives. I wouldn't mind sending a few more on their way. Upon hearing the unabashed murderous intent in Lin Ze's tone, a chill enveloped Ding Shiyu's neck, causing goosebumps to rise. She silently offered condolences to those who commented. Why provoke someone like this ruthless demon? Attempting to defeat him with outdated tricks? The version of Blue Star has been updated. We now reside in an apocalypse where strength is the ultimate truth. Of course, aside from the mindless insults and moral coercion, there were also numerous earnest inquiries from female students regarding Ding Shiyu's situation. Many asked questions in the thread, and after confirming the possibility of revealing information, she patiently answered a few. However, she was soon inundated by a flood of irrelevant comments. Some self-proclaimed beauties, who were merely adept at photo editing, also chimed in. Lin Ze, upon seeing several comments and photos from these heavily filtered individuals, couldn't help but exclaim how painful it was to behold. After absorbing a bit more of Ding Shiyu's ethereal aura, he remarked, what kind of monsters are these? If you're unattractive, do us all a favor and stay out of sight. Humph. Do you think there are many girls as beautiful as I am? Out of tens of thousands at Yinchuan University, you could hardly find a few. Ding Shiyu, quite pleased, tossed her hair with confidence in her looks. Ah, yes. I see you're just a pretty vase. Lin Ze teased with a chuckle, unable to tolerate her vanity. And what about me? Handsome, fit, with special abilities. And I provide food and shelter. Am I not every woman's dream prince in this apocalypse? Ding Shiyu paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Every claim Lin Ze made was undeniably true. Just then, a private message from a junior with an anime avatar caught her eye. Tong Xiaoxi from the School of Economics and Management. Hello, senior. I am Tong Xiaoxi, a freshman. My roommate and I find ourselves confined in the girls' dormitory. I have acquainted myself with Lin Ze, the delivery man, and I have consented to his terms. Could you kindly convey my message or provide me with his WeChat contact? In the accompanying photograph, Tong Xiaoxi is adorned in a classic white sailor uniform, complemented by a blue skirt and deliberately paired with white ankle socks, creating a visually pleasing ensemble. In her private life, Tong Xiaoxi is somewhat of an introverted girl, frequently engaging with the popular online subculture of anime. When she puts effort into her appearance, she resembles a character who has stepped out from the pages of a comic book. Chapter 20. A new wish list. Give her my WeChat. I shall converse with this young lady, Lin Ze remarked, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. At long last, the moment he had awaited had arrived. He was pleasantly surprised that this girl had taken the initiative to contact him on the very first day, eagerly desiring to engage in private conversation. One could only imagine the perilous situation she must be in, otherwise, she would not be so desperate. Entrusting her fate to a message posted on the campus network. Oh, I forwarded it to you. Tong Xiaoxi. Ding Shiyu had heard of Tong Xiaoxi before, and upon viewing her photograph, an unsettling feeling washed over her, as if something precious had been snatched away. Such is the nature of women. Although Lin Ze had yet to fully claim her, any form of intimate contact had already etched a profound impression in her heart. Moreover, Tong Xiaoxi, the younger classmate, was indeed quite striking, presenting a stark contrast to Ding Shiyu's own style. If Ding Shiyu was known in school as the aloof goddess, then Tong Xiaoxi was undoubtedly the gentle sweetheart of many a bespectacled youth. The key factor was her distinct and enviable advantage. Isn't she just a tad older than me? There's nothing particularly remarkable about her, Ding Shiyu muttered softly. Perhaps she boasts a couple of extra cup sizes. I have already taken your measurements. While hers remains a mere estimation. You may compare them later. Practical experience yields true knowledge. Lin Ze quipped with a smirk. You must not compare me to her. Ding Shiyu nearly lost her composure at the audacity of this rogue, astounded by his words. Fear not, no one will escape unscathed regardless. At that moment, Lin Ze accepted the friend request on WeChat, adjusted his posture, and opened the chat window with Tong Xiaoxi. Though they had met merely that morning and left distinct impressions on one another, their circumstances and identities had undergone a remarkable transformation. Tong Xiaoxi remained as beautiful as ever, her figure unparalleled, Yet, Lin Ze now possessed the identity of an ability user, a status far more impressive than that of any wealthy heir in the post-apocalyptic world. Tong Xiaoxi, are you the delivery guy from this morning? I remember you well. I wanted to chat a bit more, but that rich kid, Li Wei, was so bothersome that I didn't even get to ask your name or WeChat. I had to inquire through others. Lin Ze, that guy is indeed irritating. Buzzing around like a fly. Just 30 minutes ago, I encountered him and his friends at the school gate. I took the liberty of breaking their legs and feeding them to zombies. Tong Xiaoxi, huh? In the girls' dormitory, K building, room 501, Tong Xiaoxi's expression turned blank. She had merely intended to initiate a casual topic to leave a favorable impression on Lin Ze. Why are you coming in with such a bombshell? How am I supposed to respond to that? Nearby, Tang Shanshan, peering in, was equally stunned. She quickly messaged Tong Xiaoxi in their group chat. Tang Shanshan, Xiaoxi. This delivery guy is extraordinary. On the very first day of the apocalypse, he dares to kill. He is undoubtedly a character destined for greatness. More formidable than any of the elites I have encountered. A true man avenges his grievances. Tong Xiaoxi, is decisive action in the apocalypse truly a virtue? There seems to be something peculiar. Perhaps my thoughts have yet to align, but we indeed require his assistance. The stronger he is, the greater our hope for salvation. Tang Shanshan, you are correct. In our predicament, without a formidable ally, we stand little chance. This dormitory alone harbors at least 2,000 zombies, with just a single strike. If you say he is a Superman, I would readily believe it. Tong Xiaoxi, well, since there are no issues, I shall proceed. I was merely startled, not utterly petrified. Moreover, that wealthy heir this morning certainly did not behave like a normal person. If he perished, so be it. Noticing that Tong Xiaoxi had not responded for an extended period, Lin Ze urged impatiently, do you doubt my capacity for violence? The world has transformed. Whether one takes a life or loses their own is but a fleeting thought. I simply awakened to this reality faster than they did. Tong Xiaoxi, I certainly believe you. That wealthy heir clearly exhibited signs of insanity, leering at me this morning. Brother Lin Ze, your actions were justified. Lin Ze, your reasoning is quite astute. And you are beginning to keep pace with my thoughts. I hope to encounter more clever and resourceful young women like you, worthy of my efforts to save. Lin Ze, since we are on this topic, I must convey an important matter. Every woman I rescue, provided I take a liking to her, shall belong to me. You understand my meaning, do you not? Tong Xiaoxi, I have a vague understanding. I was mentally prepared when I reached out to you. Lin Ze, let me clarify once more. The condition for your rescue is that you become my woman and submit absolutely to all my future commands, including the possibility of sacrificing yourself. Can you accept this? Tong Xiaoxi, does the condition agreed upon by Senior Ding Shiyu mirror mine? To become your woman, obey your commands. And in return, you shall protect me, providing food and shelter? Lin Ze, precisely. The conditions and demands I impose on all the women I rescue remain consistent. Lin Ze, of course, it is inevitable that some may later regret their choice, becoming ungrateful ingrates after being saved. At that point, I shall show no mercy. I can save you, but I can also take your life, so ponder this carefully before responding. Time is precious for all. Tong Xiaoxi, understood. Additionally, I have a situation to disclose. My roommate, Tang Shanshan, is hiding nearby. Could you rescue her while you are at it? Here is her photograph. Lin Ze opened the photo sent by Tong Xiaoxi, revealing an image of a northern girl, slender waist, long legs, and a tall figure. She wore a fitted top that exposed her midriff and a pair of short jeans, her long, straight legs captivating attention wherever she went. While her attractiveness may be slightly less than Tong Xiaoxi's, her height and flair for fashion, coupled with her stunning legs, earned her an impressive score of 8.5, making her a rare beauty. Lin Ze, a 2-for-1 deal? I can indeed save her, but you must ascertain whether she is willing to accept my terms. If she is not inclined, even if I were to rescue her effortlessly, I would not guarantee her safety or sustenance thereafter. Tong Xiaoxi, my roommate heard that you are quite the handsome gentleman. She was quicker to respond than I was. It was she who urged me to seek your assistance. So, Brother Lin Ze, when do you plan to come to our rescue? Shan and I are hiding in the K building of the girls' dormitory, room K501. Upon receiving the location details from Tong Xiaoxi, Lin Ze furrowed his brow slightly. As he had surmised, both she and her friend were trapped in the most difficult area to rescue, the girls' dormitory. The layout of the student dormitories was constricted, rendering his most formidable asset, the combat vehicle, nearly ineffective. Even if it were transformed into a tank capable of traversing stairs, it would still be unable to navigate the narrow staircases or elevators. More than likely, he would have to rely solely on his personal strength to carve a bloody path to their rescue. However, Faced with the potential onslaught of thousands of zombies, Lin Ze, despite having the system at his disposal, could not guarantee an unscathed passage. Noticing Lin Ze's sudden silence, Tong Xiaoxi felt a pang of anxiety. She was acutely aware that this was an almost insurmountable task, breaching the girls' dormitory to save them, even for someone with extraordinary abilities. The odds seemed grim. Tong Xiaoxi, brother Lin Ze, the dormitory is the most densely populated area of zombies on campus, making it exceedingly perilous. We still have some water and snacks in our dormitory to last for a while. We will certainly hold out until you come to rescue us. Lin Ze, to rescue people from a dormitory teeming with zombies is no small feat, to be honest, but I will find a way. Trust in your future, master. Tong Xiaoxi, master, is that so? I understand. Xiaoxi will patiently wait here for my master to rescue me. You are my only hope of survival. Lin Ze, impressive. I initially thought you were merely an innocent and sweet girl, but it seems you harbor a hidden allure. It appears I must make my heroic entrance. Await my good news. Just as Lin Ze felt invigorated by Tong Xiaoxi's unexpected charm, the system's notification chime suddenly rang out. Ding. Detecting the host's intense desire. The apocalyptic wish list is being generated. The fifth wish is as follows. Rescue the campus beauty Tong Xiaoxi and her roommate trapped in the dormitory. Reward. Randomly awaken a new supernatural ability. Ah, what a delightful surprise. Chapter 21. Saving lives is secondary. Gaining strength is paramount in the face of potential thousands of zombies. The thought of rescuing two women seemed utterly illogical. Even a modicum of rationality would suggest that such a perilous endeavor was not worth the risk. There was no need to jeopardize oneself for a mere vase. If it were a casual act, it might be justifiable, akin to the time he saved Ding Xiyu. For beautiful women were a dime a dozen in this apocalyptic world. However, when the system presented a wish list with rewards of elemental abilities, the situation transformed dramatically. Superpowers were the ultimate trump card for individual combat in the apocalypse, and this reward was particularly enticing. Elemental abilities were among the most coveted. Thus, the moment the fifth wish list appeared, rescuing the enchanting campus belle, Tong Xiaoxi, became merely a side endeavor. The true focus was the elemental powers bestowed by the system. Lin Ze, upon perusing the contents and rewards of the fifth apocalyptic wish list, felt an involuntary smile grace his lips, his heart brimming with joy. A familiar melody sprang to mind. A new wish list had emerged in this apocalypse. How could one remain stagnant? Of course, while Lin Ze was eager for the elemental abilities, his current strength was insufficient to storm the female dormitory. He needed to remain at school for a while longer, gathering more energy points to enhance his power. He could only hope that before he became strong enough, the zombies in the dormitory would discover the women. Otherwise, he would be powerless to intervene. It would be foolish to risk his life. He prided himself on a single principle, stability. Returning his focus to reality, Lin Ze gently released the fragrant Ding Xiyu from his embrace and returned to the driver's seat. Unable to contain her curiosity, Ding Xiyu inquired, Master, do you truly intend to rescue them? The dormitory is the most densely populated area of the school, teeming with countless zombies. Given the terrain, this vehicle designed for combating zombies cannot ascend, and you charging in alone, that is exceedingly perilous. Rest assured, I will not gamble with my life. I only engage in endeavors with complete certainty, Lin Ze replied calmly as he fastened his seatbelt. Instead of worrying, why not assist me by monitoring my private messages? Engage with those foolish school leaders trapped by zombies who still dare to challenge me, and let me know when other campus belles reach out to you. Very well. I shall continue responding to messages. I merely wish to dissuade you from taking risks. It's not that I oppose you seeking other campus belles. If anything were to happen to you, I fear I would not survive long either. Ding Xiyu clarified her intentions, anxious that Lin Ze might misinterpret her, though her tone carried a hint of acidity. The beauty and figure of Tong Xiaoxi indeed weighed upon her, instilling a sense of urgency to exert herself, at least to make some contribution. Lin Ze was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, the swiftest way to enhance feelings was through intimacy. Time would tell, truth would not deceive me. Naturally, such matters were predominantly superficial. Had Lin Ze not possessed a handsome visage and a sculpted physique, Ding Xiyu's attitude would hardly have softened so swiftly. Lin Ze's base vehicle lingered nearby for a while, yet soon a new horde of zombies gathered, their guttural growls encircling his vehicle ominously. The more, the better. I am in dire need of points. Lin Ze pressed the accelerator firmly, gripping the steering wheel tightly, continuing to drive over the zombies to accumulate points. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of crimson, Master Lin stretched his weary limbs after a long day of driving. Unable to recall the exact number of zombies he had crushed, Utilizing the noise generated by his vehicle, Lin Ze successfully attracted wave after wave of the undead. Although the sheer number of these ordinary zombies was substantial, they paled in comparison to his formidable vehicle, which allowed him to effortlessly harvest a plethora of energy points by simply driving over them. The third cumulative wish list granted him a reward of 5 times for each zombie killed, a delightful boon indeed. Thus, Lin Ze became engrossed in his score accumulation until the sun was nearly set, at which point he accessed the system interface to review his battle statistics. The system chimed, "Ding. You have killed 686 ordinary zombies, accumulating 686 energy points. Ding. The host has successfully killed 1000 zombies. Reward, 500 energy points, dispersed. Ding. The host has successfully killed 1000 zombies. Reward, 500 energy points, dispersed. Ding. The host has successfully killed 1000 zombies. Reward, 500 energy points, dispersed. Good heavens, had he truly vanquished over 3,000 zombies without realizing it? Lin Ze pondered. At my current efficiency, I can eliminate more than 3,000 ordinary zombies in just one day of driving. Last year's statistics from Yinchuan University indicated there were over 40,000 full-time students enrolled, not including various external personnel. There are surely more than 60,000 people in total. This implies that I could potentially harvest energy points at Yinchuan University for at least 10 more days. Lin Ze felt a surge of excitement. He had indeed discovered a treasure trove for point accumulation. The campus was undeniably the finest location for such endeavors in this apocalyptic world. However, his mission at Yinchuan University extended beyond merely exterminating zombies. He also aimed to collect beautiful women and supplies from the campus supermarket, which meant his stay would be considerably longer. Ding Xiu glanced at the darkening sky and inquired at an opportune moment, "Master, where do you plan to take me to stay tonight? You previously mentioned having a car and a house. Do you intend to bring me to the staff dormitories on campus?" Lin Ze's former profession as a delivery driver made the existence of temporary housing provided by the university unsurprising, albeit the conditions were rather lacking. Ding Xiu clarified, "I have a villa in a residential community off campus with a much better living environment. If you do not mind the distance, we could drive there to stay." Lin Ze shot her a glance, unbuckled his seatbelt, and took her hand, responding, "When I mentioned having a car and a house, I certainly did not mean an external residence. My home is right here within this vehicle. Allow me to show you." No sooner had he spoken than the scenery before them underwent a dramatic transformation as Lin Ze transported Ding Xiu into the car's apartment space. The two-bedroom, one living room layout was not particularly expansive, but it boasted complete furnishings. The interior walls were a simple white paint interspersed with azure marble, while the entrance featured a storage cabinet and a shoe rack, complete with spare slippers, exuding a warm and inviting atmosphere. In an instant, from the confines of the vehicle's cockpit to the luxurious apartment suite, Ding Xiu was momentarily overwhelmed, her mind buzzing in bewilderment. Was she truly rendered speechless? The abilities of a supernatural being are indeed remarkable. Lin Ze chuckled as he released Ding Xiu's hand, squatting down to change his shoes at the entrance, exuding an air of ease as if he had simply returned home. The invincible armor of the divine base vehicle ensured that the mobile apartment was a sanctuary of unparalleled safety. Even amidst the global chaos wrought by nuclear devastation, residing in this haven would render him utterly unscathed. Such a sense of security is priceless. Chapter 22. Rational Resource Development. As Lin Ze stepped through the entrance into the living room, he was greeted by a lavish gray sofa. Upon sinking into its depths, his weary body was enveloped in comfort, making him feel as though he could easily drift off to sleep right there. To his pleasant surprise, the two-bedroom apartment gifted by the system was exquisitely furnished, which truly alleviated any concerns. Reclining languorously on the sofa, Lin Ze noticed Ding Xiu still standing dazed at the doorway. He chided her, "Why are you still standing there? Do you expect me to attend to your every whim, my lady? The refrigerator holds my provisions, so if you can cook, then do so. If not, head to the bathroom and draw a bath for me. Then come back and give me a shoulder rub and leg massage. I shall figure out dinner later." Snapping back to reality, Ding Xiu's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she replied with a soft "oh." She made her way to the refrigerator in the kitchen, peeking inside. Upon confirming that it was filled with only vegetables and devoid of any pasta, she promptly retreated, obediently heading to the bathroom to run the water. The ability to boil noodles was the pinnacle of her culinary skills, after all. The odors of frying and cooking were far too overwhelming for someone of her stature. Accustomed as she was to having domestic help, Lin Ze shook his head in resignation as he watched her retreating figure. It was only natural for a pampered daughter of a government official to be inept in the kitchen. However, his own time on the sofa was not solely for relaxation. His mind was racing through the myriad branches of the infinite technology tree, contemplating various enhancement paths. During the day, he had tirelessly fought against hordes of zombies, accruing a staggering 386 energy points, the highest reserve he had ever amassed. This bountiful windfall necessitated careful planning, ensuring every point was utilized judiciously in preparation for his next mission, breaching the female dormitory to rescue the freshman campus belle, Tong Xiaoxi. In terms of strengthening his capabilities, he focused on the same three aspects: vehicles, physique, and abilities. Vehicle Basic Enhancement LV1, Physical Advancement Enhancement LV1, Ability Basic Research LV7. Moreover, he stumbled upon several intriguing research options, such as Basic Vehicle Armory. Upon completion, the Supreme Base Vehicle unlocks a basic firearm arsenal in exchange for energy points, and grants a premium survival kit. Requirement: 5,000 energy points. Base Deployment Matrix. Upon completion, the Supreme Base Vehicle can establish an industrial base on-site, creating a survivor stronghold. Requirement: 10,000 energy points. Combat Crew Training System. Upon completion, one slot for a vehicle combatant opens. After registering the combatant's name, energy points will be awarded for every zombie or mutated beast they defeat. Requirement: 500 energy points. If the initial registered combat member scores above 9, an additional 500 energy points can be expended to acquire the ancient dual cultivation secret technique, the Imperial Goddess Phoenix technique, at half price. These three research options represented potential development pathways Lin Ze had discovered within the infinite technology tree. In essence, it revolves around recruiting survivors, equipping them with weapons to assist in accumulating points, while one assumes the role of a commander from the shadows. Lin Ze pondered briefly and analyzed. Firstly, the vehicle armory system is quite commendable, akin to acquiring a mobile armaments factory, allowing one to exchange energy points for firearms. Secondly, is this an invitation for me to establish a stronghold? Am I not traversing the beautiful landscapes of the Summer Kingdom to my heart's content? Why must I create a base for survivors, inviting a throng of idlers to burden me? Of course, this is merely one developmental path. Everyone has their aspirations. Personally, I relish wandering in the open. Thus, the third option seems most suited to me at present, particularly this technique known as the Imperial Deity S Phoenix art, which is undoubtedly worthy of investigation. The crux lies in the limited-time half-price promotion. Who could resist such an offer? Lin Ze found himself thoroughly captivated by the system's promotional extravaganza, akin to a fervent shopper swept up in a festival of discounts. He calculated his energy points in his mind, and then glanced at the aloof school beauty, Ding Xiu, who was preparing in the bathroom, a solitary man and woman sharing a space, with nightfall fast approaching. Surely, any man would be inclined to part with 500 energy points at half price for a dual cultivation technique. This would undoubtedly foster his future development in this post-apocalyptic world. With this technique, Ding Xiyu would cease to be merely a decorative vase, transforming into a more sophisticated vessel for cultivation. With this thought, Lin Ze decisively declared, "System, allocate my points." System Ding. The vehicle combatant cultivation system has been successfully developed. The host may choose to bind a vehicle combatant. Once bound, the roster cannot be altered unless the member perishes. Lin Ze, bind the vehicle combatant, Ding Xiyu. System Ding. Binding successful. Detection indicates the vehicle member is of the opposite gender and possesses an attractiveness rating exceeding 9. You may choose the elite cultivation branch. Do you wish to expend 500 energy points to purchase the ancient dual cultivation secret art, the Imperial Deity S Phoenix art, at half price? Lin Ze, purchase. System Ding. The ancient dual cultivation secret art, the Imperial Deity S Phoenix art, has been loaded. Initiating enlightenment. After a brief moment, Lin Ze found himself in possession of a crimson ancient tome within his mind, its pages incessantly turning, filled with text from an era long past. Yet he comprehended every word and phrase completely. Imperial Deity S Phoenix art LV0. The host requires one or more partners to fully unlock this skill. Upon activation, the following 3 enhancements will automatically be conferred. True Dragon Sacred Body. The Imperial Deity S Phoenix art, as an ancient technique of the Summer Kingdom, can absorb the essence of heaven and earth, significantly enhancing the cultivator's strength, leading to a formidable physique and mental fortitude, potentially achieving the true Dragon Sacred Body realm. Majesty of the Great Emperor. The Imperial Deity S Phoenix art excels in the art of yin and yang, continually elevating the cultivator's talent ceiling, potentially attaining the stature of a great emperor. Harmony of yin and yang. The imperial deity Phoenix art specializes in harmonizing yin and yang during the cultivation process. It nourishes the partner, enhancing various physical attributes. Upon perusing the effects of the imperial deity Phoenix art, Lin Ze was rendered speechless in astonishment. He murmured to himself, if the imperial deity Phoenix art possesses even half the power it claims through persistent cultivation, it could indeed defy fate and alter one's destiny. Regardless of the cultivation technique, self-introductions are inevitably laced with exaggeration. Ancient practitioners often favored descriptions that could astonish the heavens and move the spirits. However, one must ponder whether such introductions genuinely reflect their prowess and whether they ignite a desire to pursue the same path. In any case, Lin Ze found himself profoundly captivated after reading it. Chapter 23. The Ascendant Power of Bullet Time, Supersonic Speed. Undoubtedly, cultivation necessitates a process. Yet the swiftest method to enhance one's prowess remains the consumption of energy points. Lin Ze boldly resolved to bolster his abilities. The paramount task ahead was to rescue Tong Xiaoxi from the confines of the girls' dormitory. Within the narrow and congested corridors of the dormitory, the power of bullet time could prove immensely advantageous. Considering the affordability of foundational research, hesitation was unwarranted. System: elevate the foundational ability research to level 10. Ding. Foundational ability research LV8 completed. Mental energy 1. The level of bullet time has been enhanced. Ding. Foundational ability research LV9 completed. Mental energy 1. The level of bullet time has been enhanced. Ding. Foundational ability research LV10 completed. Mental energy 1. The level of bullet time has reached its maximum. You may expend 3,000 energy points to evolve this ability. The original level shall remain unchanged, and you will acquire an advanced version of bullet time. Ding. Foundational ability research LV10 completed. A random mental enhancement skill has been unlocked. You have obtained the skill. Enhanced perception. Lin Ze exclaimed. I knew there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, but I didn't anticipate that evolving bullet time would demand 3,000 energy points. How exorbitant. The steep cost of evolution made Lin Ze hesitate. The ability of bullet time was already formidable. He could continue to utilize it without further enhancement. Yet, the sensation of having maxed out the ability without evolving it felt stifling, akin to a game character failing to execute a critical move after a successful combo. Resolute, Lin Ze declared, I'll take the plunge. There must be a reason for such a high cost. Acquiring an advanced ability will undoubtedly amplify my strength. System: evolve the bullet time ability. Ding. Consumed 3,000 energy points. Bullet time max evolution successful. You automatically gain the advanced ability, Supersonic Speed LV1. Ding. This enhancement consumed a total of 3,270 energy points. Current energy points remaining, 116. Boom. Lin Ze felt an overwhelming surge of power flood into his body. It took a moment for the mental energy in his mind to stabilize, but he could distinctly perceive his mental acuity had significantly intensified. However, this enhancement left him bereft of energy points, rendering them seemingly useless. Fortunately, his divine-grade base vehicle would assist him in amassing points. For an ordinary person, accumulating 3,000 points from scratch would require several months of arduous effort. Lin Ze pondered the disparity between his supersonic speed and that of the Flash, uncertain of the extent of their differences. When an entity's velocity reaches its zenith, transcending even the speed of light, it can manipulate the fabric of time and space and traverse the barriers between parallel universes. Yet, Lin Ze was disinclined to speculate further. He simply opened the panel to review the introduction of his new ability. Supersonic Speed LV1, a superhuman ability that significantly enhances the host's neural reflexes, dynamic vision, and muscular strength, among other foundational attributes. Activating the skill of Divine Speed, instantly amplifying the host's velocity by 150 times. The process of Divine Speed does not accelerate the host's aging. The greater the speed multiplier, the more mental energy is consumed. After reading the description of the Divine Speed skill, Lin Ze felt an overwhelming surge of joy in his heart. Both of these skills are incredibly powerful. Divine Speed is undoubtedly a superior alternative to bullet time. Even at the lowest level, it offers an impressive acceleration of up to 50 times. While the speed of an ordinary human may not be remarkable, Lin Ze's physical capabilities are already at the level of a special forces soldier. Multiplying that by 50 brings him perilously close to the speed of sound. The sound speed hero, would that not be sufficient to wreak havoc in this apocalyptic world? The next reward, derived from upgrading his fundamental supernatural abilities, is equally formidable. Enhanced perception. extending the mind outward to perceive all information within a designated area, allowing the host to ascertain critical information about targeted units, including their hostility towards the host, life force, mental strength, and vulnerable points. Lin Ze mused. Enhanced perception resembles the common insight or scan abilities found in games. Yet its application in reality promises to be far more extensive. In essence, I will become a human radar? With the acquisition of these two novel powers, Lin Ze felt an irresistible urge to test his abilities outside. Let us begin with a 20-fold speed increase to gauge my strength. With a mere thought, he activated the divine speed ability within his apartment. In an instant, his mental senses seemed to slow time down by several folds. The flow of time remained unchanged. Yet his perception and speed surged. This sensation was akin to bullet time, yet the speed enhancement was worlds apart. From an outsider's perspective, Lin Ze moved as if he were teleporting. He swiftly exited the mobile apartment and base vehicle, positioning his car deliberately beneath the teaching building. He had cleared a substantial number of nearby zombies, yet the teaching building remained infested with visible undead. Inside the building was a convenience store with a myriad of untouched supplies. Lin Ze parked his base vehicle there, harboring intentions for the small supermarket. With a total of 600,000 in stored goods, including loans, he felt it was far from sufficient. He was determined not to pass by any location with available resources. Enhanced perception. Lin Ze refrained from rushing inside. Instead, he narrowed his pupils and extended his mental energy like tendrils. Soon, a detailed aerial map of the teaching building materialized in his mind. And this map continued to sharpen with the passage of perceptual time. The structure of the building, along with the distribution of zombies, was clearly delineated. All wandering zombies emitted a crimson glow, indicating their intense hostility towards him. The back of their skulls were marked with a milky white light, easily suggesting their weak points. This skill is remarkably convenient. In the future, even if I encounter other mutated beasts, I will swiftly identify their weaknesses and strike them down in a single blow. A milk tea convenience store, you say? In the past, I have indulged in such beverages, which bore the taste of inexpensive powdered milk tea. However, having arrived, I resolved to thoroughly scavenge every resource within. Lin Ze dashed forward with remarkable agility, deftly navigating through the corridor teeming with zombies, wielding his baseball bat as if it were a mere tool for chopping vegetables. With each downward swing, a dull thud reverberated through the air. The zombie's skull shattered, and the blood that splattered forth drifted in the air like a scene from a slow-motion film, suspended yet reluctant to meet the ground. As I approached the zombie head-on at an accelerated pace, it seemed to cast a fleeting glance in my direction. Had it noticed me? Lin Ze observed meticulously. His movements were simply too swift for the zombies to keep pace. This, however, did not imply that the zombies were incapable of detecting his presence. The zombies besieging the city possessed an acute sense of smell, each one a natural predator. To underestimate them would undoubtedly come at the cost of one's life. Chapter 24. The mutant beasts of the beverage supermarket. This signifies that my speed remains insufficient, woefully inadequate. If a 20-fold increase is lacking, then what of 30-fold, 40-fold, or even 50-fold? Lin Ze narrowed his eyes, resolutely amplifying the velocity of his supernatural speed. His figure transformed into a wraith, nearly approaching the speed of sound. The rate at which he dispatched the zombies became astonishing, leaving behind naught but an ephemeral shadow. Crack, crack, crack. The unsettling sounds of shattering skulls echoed as Lin Ze systematically smashed the heads of these zombies. The sound of their skulls fracturing surpassed the speed at which their bodies exploded, creating an intriguing sense of disparity as one could hear the noise. Yet the sight of their heads bursting was delayed. Lin Ze could not afford to linger idly. Every second saw him exhausting his mental energy. In the blink of an eye, he had dashed into the beverage supermarket on the first floor of the teaching building, a distance of 50 meters from the entrance. Based on the density of one zombie per meter, he had undoubtedly eliminated at least 50 of them. The beverage supermarket served as a popular gathering spot for students during breaks, akin to the snack bar of high school, perpetually filled with patrons regardless of the class schedule. This resulted in an overwhelming number of zombies invading the supermarket when the apocalypse struck, rendering survival for any who entered almost impossible. However, Lin Ze, ever vigilant, first employed his enhanced perception to scout the area and was astonished to discover that the number of zombies inside was unexpectedly few, merely a handful. Yet, there were no signs of looting among the supplies, which was quite peculiar. What could have drawn the zombies away? Perhaps the survivors upstairs? Yet, the corridor was still teeming with zombies, a situation that seemed illogical. A more reasonable hypothesis would be that something within the supermarket had driven the zombies out, forcing them to linger outside, too fearful to enter. Lin Ze furrowed his brow slightly, instinctively deactivating his supernatural speed to allow his mind a moment's respite. Otherwise, he would not be able to endure the strain. Bang, bang, bang. In the next instant, a cacophony of heavy thuds resonated from the corridor behind him. The zombies he had dispatched lay in a dense cluster outside the classroom, their new wounds all located in the same area, their heads. Each struck down with a single blow. Never mind, I shall concern myself with none of that. I am merely here to scavenge for supplies. I shall take the food and depart, leaving everything else aside. Lin Ze had already employed his enhanced perception to confirm multiple times that there were no strange creatures within the supermarket, and without hesitation, he ventured inside to begin his procurement. During my previous stockpiling, I had enlisted the assistance of the supermarket staff to load goods onto the vehicle, all to avoid drawing attention. However, my body and system are one. Therefore, even without placing items in the base vehicle, I can directly utilize the vehicle's storage function through the system as a medium. With a mere thought, Lin Ze instantly transferred the food from the supermarket shelves into his vehicle's storage space. What was the logic behind this beverage supermarket? Selling fruit teas and milk teas while still displaying an abundance of familiar brand-name drinks on the shelves was truly baffling. Ah, here lies my favorite brand of chocolate. Crown biscuits, along with an array of extravagant snacks. It appears there is finally some worthwhile merchandise. It seems this beverage supermarket specializes in unique drinks and profits from the sale of various pricey snacks. During intermissions, students here, keen to maintain their dignity, would rather indulge in the more expensive concoctions at the bar than opt for something pedestrian like Master Kong's iced tea. Truly an astute reading of consumer psychology. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ze had cleared the shelves of all available goods, including an assortment of ice cream treats stored in the refrigerator, as well as some daily necessities. The thrill of having boundless space to scavenge resources was exhilarating. However, it was time to return. For Ding Xiu would undoubtedly be puzzled as to the whereabouts of her large master. Lin Ze patted his clothes and prepared to retrace his steps. Just then, a roar erupted nearby. A sound deeper than that of an ordinary zombie, akin to a growl from some wild beast, resonating not far from him. What commotion was that? It appeared to emanate from the corridor. Could there truly be some peculiar mutated creature? Upon hearing this noise, a grave expression crossed Lin Ze's face. In a swift motion, he concealed himself behind the pillars flanking the supermarket's glass door, ready to enhance his senses to scrutinize the situation outside. Suddenly, a shadow lunged in from the outside, shattering the tightly closed glass door. This figure stood as tall as a car, its glaring crimson eyes akin to car headlights, its black fur matted with filthy blood. Two sharp fangs dripping with saliva and blood, with a piece of decaying flesh wedged between its teeth. This is a mutated beast? Lin Ze's expression changed dramatically. At Yinchuan University, the educational environment is quite relaxed. It is not uncommon for one or two fearless and inquisitive canine seniors or feline juniors to appear in classrooms, unless they are large dogs or reported by students. The school authorities do not make a concerted effort to expel them. In fact, some even capture videos and share them online, boosting the university's popularity. Over time, these internet-famous animals have seemingly become integral members of the campus, frequently seen around the teaching buildings. However, after the outbreak of the apocalypse, these beasts, too, fell under the influence of the virus, with the vast majority transforming into mutated creatures like the one before him. Yet, there are disparities in these mutations. This particular beast evidently surpasses others in strength, having evolved to such a formidable degree on the very first day. It possesses the aura of a true monarch. It turns out to be the renowned canine senior from Yinchuan University. Lin Ze observed the internet-famous dog before him in astonishment, exclaiming, with such a physique, "How many zombies have you consumed, senior? Is it possible that mutated beasts are the most fearsome monsters of this apocalypse?" Amidst the banter, saliva dripped from the mutated dog's teeth onto the ground as its massive form barreled forward with alarming speed. Lin Ze's eyes sharpened. He immediately activated his swift ability, rolling quickly to the side. Bang! The mutated dog, large in size, collided with the narrow confines of the beverage supermarket. It collided forcefully with the adjacent freezer, which had been hollowed out by Lin Ze, creating a gaping hole on one side, from which electrical circuits sputtered and emitted smoke due to a short circuit. Lin Ze had been observing intently. This mutated dog was not only colossal in size, but also possessed terrifying strength and astonishing speed. Were it not for his superhuman swiftness, he might have faced dire consequences. As the mutated canine extracted its head from the refrigerator, the convenience store was left with only this clumsy beast, while Lin Ze had already activated his 50-fold speed and made his escape. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to the base vehicle, settling once more onto the sofa of his mobile apartment, letting out a sigh of relief, having narrowly evaded danger. such as the nature of superhuman speed, arriving and departing at will. It is undeniably exhilarating. Chapter 25. Beauty cannot substitute for sustenance. Lin Ze sat pensively upon the sofa, contemplating the necessity of employing the base vehicle, a formidable tool, should he wish to vanquish the terrifying mutated dog he had encountered. However, the vehicle's speed restrictions rendered it difficult to collide with the agile creature capable of evasion. Furrowing his brow in frustration, he lamented, "If only I had a suitable weapon at my disposal. With a flawless blade and the swiftness of my abilities, I could slay indiscriminately." Through the course of his recent expedition, Lin Ze had acclimatized to the extraordinary speed of his powers and recognized his limitations. At the peak of 50 times his normal speed, he could only sustain this heightened state for approximately 5 seconds before succumbing to exhaustion. Following this exertion, he required about half an hour to recuperate half of his mental fortitude. This demonstrated that while his abilities were indeed potent, they were not without their constraints. Nevertheless, with the gift of speed, ordinary zombies posed no threat to him. Tomorrow, he would infiltrate the female dormitory, single-handedly rescuing Tong Xiaoxi. In essence, he would wield 3 abilities by then. He eagerly anticipated how the mutated dog would fare against him. This encounter marked his first significant setback since the apocalypse, initially leaving him somewhat discontented. However, after devising a strategy, his dissatisfaction transformed into eager anticipation. Indeed, the presence of a potential adversary served as a powerful motivator. Furthermore, given his fervent desire to slay the mutated dog, the system would undoubtedly present him with a gratifying list of wishes, akin to rewards for his endeavors. It would be a perfect 2-for-1 scenario, a delightful prospect. Meanwhile, Lin Ze's spontaneous decision to explore had only taken him a minute, a testament to the efficiency of his extraordinary speed. Ding Xiyu entered the bathroom to draw a bath, taking the opportunity to wash her hands and feet thoroughly before returning. After all, she needed to assist Lin Ze with a massage, and a practitioner's hands must remain impeccably clean to respect the client. Moreover, as he was her master, her service must be impeccable. She never anticipated that her childhood training in piano and her dutiful study of massage techniques would be employed in such a context. At that moment, Lin Ze's voice called out impatiently from outside. "Are you raising fish in there? How long does it take to fill a bathtub? I did not permit you to take a bath." Ding Xiyu, her expression tense, replied promptly, "I will be out immediately." To be honest, she was also surprised to discover that this apartment's bathroom housed an opulent bathtub spacious enough for 2, along with an array of shampoos and body washes, as if it had been regularly inhabited. It was simply astonishing. As she made her way back to the living room, she passed by a window and paused to gaze curiously outside. Through the window, she observed the view from approximately the 2nd floor, reminiscent of a city sightseeing bus. Offering a broad perspective, the sunset illuminated the picturesque scenery of Yinchuan University, teeming with greenery, vibrant blossoms, and towering edifices. Lin Ze had dispatched over 3,000 zombies today. Yet tens of thousands of fearsome zombies still roamed outside the university. The campus was intermittently filled with the anguished cries of students being bitten. Likely yet another unfortunate soul suffering the consequences. Ding Xiyu, pale with fright, hurriedly left the window. She made her way to the living room sofa, once again positioning herself behind Lin Ze. Gazing at Lin Ze's broad shoulders and well-defined muscular contours, she was suddenly enveloped by an inexplicable sense of security. In this chaotic world utterly devoid of legal protection, a powerful man served as the sole shield. Thus, Ding Xiyu felt no resistance in her heart toward the task of massaging Lin Ze. Lin Ze tilted his head slightly, an angle that allowed him to admire Ding Xiyu's entire form. Her eyes sparkled with vitality, her features were exquisitely refined, her lips full and luscious, and her complexion rivaled the purity of snow. Any adjective used to praise a woman, when applied to Ding Xiyu, felt remarkably fitting. The more Lin Ze observed, the more satisfied he became, stretching lazily and inwardly mused. Indeed, she is a top-tier beauty. The pressure of her hands was commendable. She should maintain this. This was no mere flattery. Ding Xiyu's technique was genuinely skilled, likely honed from her efforts to please her busy, high-ranking officials for parents. Now, it served as a means to repay Lin Ze, her savior. Naturally, such a gesture of gratitude was far from sufficient. At most, it could be considered merely the interest on a debt. Lin Ze reclined on the sofa for a while, savoring the moment, until both their stomachs growled insistently. Redirecting their attention, he reached out and gently grasped Ding Xiyu's delicate chin, remarking, "Your appearance could be described as a feast for the eyes. Yet beauty alone cannot satiate hunger, otherwise no one would ever go hungry in this world. If I were not handsome enough, I doubt you would even consider allowing me into your vehicle." Ding Xiyu rolled her eyes, unable to resist retorting, "Ha ha ha, you were quite clever. Indeed." This vehicle is not for just anyone. Lin Ze laughed heartily, clearly sensing that Ding Shiyu's demeanor towards him had softened. In truth, Lin Ze was somewhat puzzled. How did the legendary aloof campus beauty, the ice goddess, manage to lose all semblance of coldness? Her compliance was unervingly pronounced, bordering on the extreme. As if she were suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. Lin Ze seemed oblivious to the extent of his own exaggeration today. He possessed an armored vehicle capable of traversing the apocalypse, a mobile apartment that served as a safe haven, and the fabled powers associated with the extraordinary, coupled with his strikingly handsome face, akin to that of a celebrity. It was simple to understand why women were drawn to strength. Lin Ze embodied all the attributes of a formidable character. Thus, upon witnessing Ding Shiyu's anxiousness, he felt no urgency himself. The dynamics of romantic relationships between men and women thrive on a delicate tug-of-war. When one is anxious, the other is invariably more so. At such moments, a gentle pull enhances the atmosphere. With a calm demeanor, Lin Ze rose from the sofa and strode toward the long table outside the kitchen. With a grand flourish of his hand, he conjured an array of prepared dishes from the vehicle's storage space, instantly filling the table to the brim. Initially puzzled by his intentions with the empty table, Ding Shiyu was utterly astonished as a plethora of food materialized before her eyes in the next moment. Chapter 26. The high and cold goddess's persona crumbles, and so do her classmates' mentalities. The provisions Lin Ze presented remained perpetually in their pristine state. A steaming plate of steak and pasta graced a black iron board, while a crimson-wrapped bucket overflowed with golden-hued fries and fried chicken, accompanied by an array of classic bar snacks. Nearby, a beer mug filled with ice beckoned, alongside a selection of beverages, Coca-Cola, Sprite, and red wine, that instantly ignited one's appetite. Ding Shiyu trailed behind, utterly mesmerized. She could assert with unwavering certainty that Lin Ze's extraordinary ability was undoubtedly related to space. Not only could he store a plethora of food and weaponry, but he could also expand his spatial dimensions. The two-bedroom apartment they occupied stood as a testament to this. In a post-apocalyptic world, spatial abilities were akin to divine skills, placing one light years ahead of others. Contemplating this, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Ding Shiyu's eyes. Her previous reservations about addressing Lin Ze as master dissipated entirely. She rationalized it as a playful exchange between lovers. This remarkable man was indeed worthy of such sentiments. Due to familial circumstances, Ding Shiyu had frequently navigated various private gatherings, encountering numerous elite individuals. She had learned to assess a person's worth from a young age. A man of Lin Ze's caliber was a rare gem in the apocalypse, dependable, handsome, and equipped with an invincible transport vehicle. Even if he possessed a formidable desire for control and an almost psychopathic urge to kill, such flaws paled in comparison to his myriad virtues. Ding Shiyu's gaze grew increasingly radiant, as if she had genuinely found her destined partner, the allure of powerful men resonating deeply within her. Gurgle. Just as Ding Shiyu was about to inquire about the food, her stomach audibly intervened, her body always betraying her before her words could. To maintain her figure, she typically adhered to a regimen of small, frequent meals. That morning, she had consumed merely a cup of milk and 2 boiled eggs, enduring a day of hunger that left her ravenous. She felt capable of devouring an entire bucket of chicken and still having room for another steak. Let us not rush to sit down. First, allow me to assess your work today, Lin Ze said as he took his seat, lightly tapping the table to draw attention. The work at hand? You mean the task of locating the campus beauties for you? I've diligently checked and responded to those messages today. Yet, none of the beauties I know have reached out, Ding Shiyu replied, moving beside Lin Ze to bend over her phone, methodically flipping through chat records to demonstrate her efforts. Lin Ze scrutinized the messages. Indeed, Ding Shiyu had responded to each one, though many were pleas for help or trivial inquiries. Genuine messages from campus beauties were alarmingly sparse. Among them were desperate messages from senior officials at Yinchuan University, deceptive photos featuring men masquerading as women or tank girls, and various private messages inquiring about her well-being, including whether she had been abducted. Ding Shiyu subtly reminded, Master, although you were somewhat renowned in school before the apocalypse, many still doubt the recruitment information you've posted regarding food and accommodation, as you only share messages without images or videos as proof. If I were in their position, I too would find it hard to believe in your ability to save others and provide sustenance, especially when even the authorities are overwhelmed, with emergency lines perpetually busy. How could a mere delivery person manage? Lin Ze pondered briefly and responded, I understand your implication. You wish for me to disclose more information about my endeavors. Very well. Since I have some leisure time, let us create a video together to share on social media. With that, Lin Ze beckoned Ding Shiyu to sit beside him, preparing to record a brief video to post in the university group and on the campus forum. Ding Shiyu first shared the video in her class group, followed by the larger management department group, and finally in the year group and student council. In the management group, she posted, "Everyone, I survived the first day of the apocalypse and scathed alongside my handsome master. To celebrate, he has decided to treat us to a sumptuous dinner tonight." Video. MP4. In the video, Lin Ze had one arm around Ding Shiyu, while the table before them overflowed with an abundance of steak, fried chicken, fries, cola, and various street food, far too much for just two people. Ding Shiyu leaned gently against Lin Ze's sturdy chest, naturally assisting with serving and feeding him, displaying no signs of reluctance or coercion. In fact, she even took the initiative to offer him a napkin to wipe his mouth, her eyes occasionally betraying a hint of shyness, her body slightly trembling. This was largely due to Lin Ze's clean touch, which, unbeknownst to the camera, would lightly brush against her in places not captured on film. Given her sensitive nature, it was only natural for her to react this way. Thus, one might wonder whether they were filming a promotional video or merely indulging in the master's whims. Perhaps the true focus lay on the feast before them. Once released, this video sent shockwaves through the online community of Insuin University. In the management department class group, the boys who had always idolized Ding Shiyu as a goddess were left in disarray, their self-deception shattered. Chen Chun from management exclaimed, "Ding Shiyu, tell me this video isn't real. I know you're not that kind of woman. It's only the first day of the apocalypse. How could you bow to a delivery person for food? You must be coerced, right? Where are you? We must find a way to rescue you." Zhou Ziji added, "Ding Shiyu, what has happened? What is this video? You are the universally acknowledged aloof goddess. How can you be feeding a delivery person? Has the world truly gone mad?" Zhao Lei lamented, "Ding Shiyu, I'm losing my mind. You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Your beauty makes me feel inadequate, and your background seems unreachable. I've only dared to admire your beauty from afar, even speaking to you with utmost caution." Zhao Lei continued, "Yet, I never anticipated that on the very first day of the apocalypse, you would so quickly succumb, bowing to another for mere sustenance. Your actions have wounded the heart of a pure-hearted warrior." The economics counselor, Sun Xian, remarked, "Ding Shiyu, my dear student, do not be foolish. Your father holds the esteemed position of the second-in-command in the city. You are among the most likely to receive assistance. There is no need to succumb to threats from others. A person can endure hunger for 3 days. Bear with it a little longer, for help is on its way." After watching the video, the boys in Ding Shiyu's class covered their mouths in despair, fearing that they might involuntarily emit a sound akin to a wailing ghost, attracting the zombies lurking outside. Ding Shiyu had always been perceived as a goddess, embodying an unattainable lineage and an aloof demeanor. However, the release of this video shattered the worldviews of those boys who had harbored secret or overt affections for her. The shock of this revelation was even more profound than the apocalyptic chaos that enveloped their surroundings. For Ding Shiyu, the goddess closest to them, was now cradled in the arms of a delivery man. Chapter 27. The Student Union of Insuin University. The video featuring Lin Ze and Ding Shiyu rapidly gained traction on the social networks of Insuin University. The male students in Ding Shiyu's class were heartbroken, while the economics department's group was in an uproar, with boys from neighboring classes uniting in their indignation. They unleashed a torrent of insults and threats towards Lin Ze, warning him against his reckless actions. They demanded he refrain from tarnishing the image of the revered goddess in the hearts of countless students at Insuin University and urged him to release her immediately. These fervent students, consumed by their emotions, scarcely noticed the sumptuous feast laid out before them. Meanwhile, at Insuin University, in the student assembly hall, typically a venue for various performances and lectures by distinguished guests, a significant number of student union members were gathered, preparing for a welcome event for freshmen when the apocalyptic zombie virus broke out. As a result, the entire student union had congregated in this space, and astonishingly, the number of survivors exceeded 100. Among them, the president of the student union, Zhou Xianwen, who was their superior in ordinary times, had naturally assumed the role of leader within this group of students in the aftermath of the catastrophe. However, despite his leadership title, the individuality of contemporary university students rendered it nearly impossible to form an effective organization. At this moment, the students were engaged in heated discussions regarding their future plans. Some proposed a coordinated assault against the zombies, but they were promptly met with opposition. The horror of the undead had already been witnessed by some. These were not the clumsy zombies of folklore. The university students, who rarely exercised, stood no chance against the ferocious zombies. Venturing outside would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, with over 100 mouths to feed, the core issue of sustenance loomed large. Even if no zombies breached their makeshift sanctuary, The assembly hall would soon devolve into a hellish battleground of cannibalism. However, none were willing to take the risk of venturing out in search of supplies, leading to a stalemate. Everyone sat in silence on their fixed seats, engrossed in their phones and making calls, like ostriches waiting for rescue, while keeping an eye on the happenings online. The recruitment information and video that Lin Ze had urged Ding Xiu to release, promising food and shelter, became a focal point of their attention and gossip. Su Yao, the minister of the arts department, remarked, "Ah, it's this person again. I've seen online that several fortunate individuals have awakened supernatural abilities. Could this handsome delivery guy be one of them? Wow, in a sense, this is quite the leap from fish to dragon. And he is indeed rather handsome." Wu Gang, the Minister of External Relations, scoffed, "Humph. Regardless of whether he has awakened any powers, his choice to release such ostentatious videos at this time is undoubtedly suspect. He is merely attempting to attract beautiful girls for his ulterior motives. Don't be foolish enough to fall for it." Lu Zhu, the Minister of the Sports Department, added, "That scoundrel deserves to be punished. I wonder what means he employed to coerce that aloof goddess into assisting him in disseminating such a lewd recruitment message. Even I, a sports student, can see through this. He is clearly trying to deceive her into a rendezvous. Perhaps that goddess has already. Sigh, how enviable." Student Council President Zhou Xianwen remarked, "Lu Zhu, certain words should not be carelessly spoken. Ding Xiu possesses formidable connections, and I doubt that the courier would dare to lay a hand on her. Even if they were to embrace, it would merely be for the sake of filming. If circumstances permit, we could mobilize a team to rescue her. Ding Xiu is crucial." At that moment, Zhou Xianwen's gaze shifted towards the direction of the arts department, and an idea struck him: to lure out the snake from its den. As a notable figure within the university, Zhou Xianwen maintained an impressive academic record and had secured a national scholarship, demonstrating considerable intelligence. Typically, he donned gold-rimmed spectacles, presenting an appearance of refined gentility, and spoke with measured clarity, exuding an aura of calm and reliability. However, to attain his position, he not only relied on familial connections, but also possessed a shrewd and calculating nature. From the moment Lin Ze first announced the recruitment of beautiful women, offering full accommodations, Zhou Xianwen had been waiting for this opportunity. He required a common external adversary to incite the student body and bolster organizational cohesion. Finally, the courier committed an exceedingly foolish act by releasing a highly provocative video, subsequently exposing his considerable stockpile of supplies. He even appeared to threaten and kidnap the aloof goddess of Yinshuan University, Ding Xiu, using her as a backdrop for his video. This ignited a further explosion of public sentiment on the campus forum. One could not help but envy the courier, who seemed to thrive in this apocalyptic scenario while we, the students, suffered hunger in the grand auditorium. It was evident that his supplies were not merely accumulated for regular use, but rather were seized amidst the chaos. Surely, he resided in some apartment on campus, eagerly awaiting our misfortunes. It was infuriating, yet we were unable to confront him directly. Otherwise, I would have relished the opportunity to teach that insufferable courier a lesson. While others engaged in spirited discussions, Zhou Xianwen discreetly approached the head of the arts department. Su Yao, surrounded by several girls, all possessing strikingly long legs and decent looks, Su Yao stood out in her fitted shirt and snug jeans, accentuating her long limbs and exuding an exceptional grace. Among the talented dancers, her beauty and physique surpassed all, making her a veritable swan amidst a flock of chickens. According to the system's scoring criteria, her appearance and figure could easily earn a score of at least 9, undoubtedly qualifying her as a campus beauty, especially with her high artistic scores. Who wouldn't he be captivated by a university student who diligently practices yoga daily, boasts a peach-shaped posterior and a tantalizing waist, and can perform a split? Zhou Xianwen was confident that if Su Yao were to act as bait and reach out to the courier, he would surely take the bait. He led Su Yao to a secluded corner and stated directly, "Su Yao, I have a favor to ask of you." He laid out his plan in its entirety, to lure the courier out, and then they would organize a group to overpower him, seizing his supplies and means of transportation. All right, I can take responsibility for contacting him, but whether it will be successful remains uncertain. I shall not concern myself with anything else. Siyu hesitated for but a moment before nodding in agreement. This was not due to any grand sense of sacrifice or a feeling of indebtedness to the student council. Rather, after watching the video that Lin Ze had released through Ding Xiu, Su Yao found herself profoundly intrigued by the enigmatic and handsome delivery man. After all, even a goddess as aloof as Ding Xiu had succumbed to his charm. Even if we were to assume the contents of the video were staged, the lavish feast before him and the mountains of supplies piled within his abode could not possibly be mere fabrications. If this delivery man truly possessed the capability to rescue her from the assembly hall, Su Yao would willingly accompany him. After all, it was far more promising than languishing in a resource-deprived assembly hall, starving alongside the ineffectual members of the student council. Having spent the entire day within the assembly hall, Su Yao felt an utter disillusionment with the student council members, who appeared to be nothing more than a disorganized rabble. Luring the delivery man to her side seemed to offer more benefits than drawbacks. Upon seeing Su Yao assent, Zhou Xianwen felt a surge of hope, his expression tinged with excitement. Excellent. You must reach out to him immediately. Let us strive to have him here by tomorrow. He has already incited public outrage. And since he has chosen this path, we shall not be held accountable. An outsider dared to act so brazenly at Yinchuan University, overshadowing us. Zhou Xianwen promptly composed a manifesto in the Student Council S group chat. Student Council President Zhou Xianwen. Attention, all members. The individual in the video, through despicable means, has threatened and abducted our campus belle, Ding Xiyu. Student Council President Zhou Xianwen. As a mere delivery man, he could not possibly hoard such a vast amount of supplies. He must have seized a considerable portion of the limited resources available on campus amid the chaos. As members of the Student Council, we cannot stand idly by. Student Council President Zhou Xianwen. We must organize a team to rescue Ding Xiyu and reclaim what is rightfully ours. This will alleviate our current predicament. Zhou Xianwen's remarks swiftly garnered support from other departments within the Student Council, rallying a chorus of agreement. External Affairs Minister Wu Gang. President Zhou is right. As an outsider, how dare he enjoy the comforts of a well-appointed apartment while we suffer in the assembly hall? He must witness our strength. Sports Minister Lu Zhu. Damn it, I have long been displeased with this insufferable fellow. Why should a mere delivery man have the audacity? We are all undergraduates of a national university. Our intellect and qualifications far surpass his. He is the one who should be serving us. Under Zhou Xianwen's incitement, the student council members stirred with restless energy. This group, which could muster no courage against zombies, suddenly found their bravery amplified when confronting a mere human. Chapter 28. May I touch your muscles? The scene shifts back to the mobile home, where a table is laden with an array of delectable dishes. Having just completed filming, the sky outside darkens abruptly. In this post-apocalyptic world, the moon shines with an eerie brilliance, causing the zombies to become even more agitated under its glow, their howls echoing through the night. The haunting cries of the undead reverberate throughout the campus of Yinchuan University. Survivors within the school take refuge in high-rise rooms. Lying on dormitory beds or seated in the auditorium, their stomachs growling in hunger and hearts racing with fear. Inside the safe haven of the mobile command unit, Lin Ze feels no such trepidation. He is also curious, pondering aloud. What has caused the zombies to wail so suddenly? Could it be the moonlight? But these are zombies, not mere corpses. Never mind. With a rumbling stomach, Lin Ze's attention swiftly returns to the feast before him, and he begins to indulge heartily. After a long day of exertion, he is famished. Engaging in combat with zombies using his abilities demands a substantial expenditure of physical and mental energy. Such energy cannot be conjured from thin air. It necessitates copious amounts of food to replenish. At this moment, Lin Ze feels he could devour 7 or 8 steaks without pause. Slow down, he reminds himself. No one is competing with you. Are you eating like a glutton? Ding Xiyu sits beside Lin Ze, attending to him by serving rice, cutting meat, and selecting vegetables, taken aback by his exaggerated eating style. You see, a change in appetite signifies personal growth. When one suddenly craves nourishment, it is a clear indication that the body yearns to develop. With my newfound abilities, I might even experience a second growth spurt and reach an impressive height of 1.90 meters. Of course, the most crucial factor remains the transformation of one's physique. As Lin Ze swallows a piece of steak, he abruptly removes his slightly damp shirt, revealing muscles that exude strength. Coupled with his towering height of around 1.80 meters, he emanates a profound sense of security. Ding Shiyu's gaze inadvertently drifts towards Lin Ze's physique, her eyes momentarily glazed over, and her earlobes flush with a subtle hue. Just as men admire the elegant forms of women, women too are drawn to the sculpted muscles of men. The attraction between the sexes is mutual, especially considering Lin Ze's handsome countenance. May I touch your muscles? Ding Xiyu asks, her face partially obscured by her hands, unable to contain her curiosity. Feel free. I appreciate your well-defined pectorals as well, Lin Ze replies with a teasing smile, casting a glance at Ding Shiyu's chest, which is noticeably more ample than his own, and undoubtedly appealing to the touch. Can you be a bit more serious? She retorts, though her resolve falters. Forget it. You've already touched, so if I don't, I would be at a loss. Exploration, is it? Discovery, indeed. Ding Shiyu's cheeks flush as she raises her hand, reaching towards his bicep and pectorals. Well, how does it feel? Is it hard enough? Lin Ze flexes his muscles in response, adopting a serious expression. Ding Xiyu feels an astonishing firmness beneath her fingertips, the density of his muscles rivaling that of steel, utterly unyielding. No wonder Lin Ze effortlessly dispatched zombies with a baseball bat this morning. Have you trained specifically for this? Ding Xiyu exclaimed in astonishment. Training? I hardly need it. Delivering packages is strenuous enough. My daily routine has already sculpted my physique, Lin Ze retorted, humorously mocking himself as he continued to devour his meal with great enthusiasm. Of course, mere work alone wouldn't suffice for such prowess. The secret to my strength lies in the upgraded skills acquired through foundational physical training, unyielding like steel and iron. Ding Xiyu, displaying her intelligence, refrained from further inquiries and instead focused on serving him, wholly embodying the role of a gentle wife or a competent maid. Yet, while she fancied herself the lady of the house, Lin Ze had never regarded her as a girlfriend. After all, who would treat all possessions as a romantic partner? That would only invite complications. After indulging for several minutes, Lin Ze finally felt satiated. He wiped his mouth and, with a bemused smile, remarked, Ding Xiyu, your transformation is quite remarkable. Just this morning, when I saved you, you were fiercely defiant, yet now you appear more obedient than a delicate girl. He continued, you massage me, offer strategies, and serve my meals. What has brought about such a significant change? Surely, you aren't trying to lower my guard to strangle me while I sleep? Ding Xiyu's smile faltered slightly, sensing Lin Ze's exceptional talent for provoking irritation. Exasperated yet amused, she replied, I've simply accepted my fate. Since I cannot escape your grasp, I might as well comply. Besides, with your striking appearance, your abilities, and the myriad of extraordinary things you possess, how could I not yield to such a capable man? Is it truly that simple for you to concede? Lin Ze smiled knowingly, scrutinizing Ding Xiyu, his skepticism palpable. Regardless of whether you have resigned yourself or are merely pretending, I will judge you by your actions. Your recent conduct has been commendable, and I appreciate it immensely. As a reward, you may partake of the food on the table, but do not overindulge. We have much to attend to later. The night is beautiful and promises to be long. We could converse until dawn. His words dripped with various implications, leaving little room for misinterpretation among mature listeners. Flattering as it sounded, the so-called reward was nothing more than an invitation to tempt her, an intention to ensnare her in his charms. Ding Xiyu felt a rush of heat to her ears, and her cheeks flushed crimson. She muttered softly, well, there's no escaping now. I suppose I should consider myself fortunate. I never imagined my first experience would be with a delivery guy. Her words echoed with irony, considering just moments ago, it was she who had been swept away by emotion, urging him, why stop? Continue kissing me, tear my clothes, don't let me awaken. Lin Ze grimaced playfully. Please refrain from narrating my inner thoughts. Ding Xiyu, feeling cornered, retorted with flushed cheeks, it's different. You were the one who seduced me. You lack honor. Ah, yes, indeed, you are absolutely correct. Your body is far more honest than your words. Lin Ze, weary of engaging in a war of words, took the opportunity to reveal his forthcoming intentions to Ding Xiyu. I do intend to be with you shortly, but there is one aspect that may surprise you. Our encounter will not be a mere dalliance. Given your background and upbringing, have you ever heard of dual cultivation? Dual cultivation? Isn't that something that only exists in novels or films? Ding Xiyu replied, her expression one of confusion. I have heard of techniques related to the art of intimacy. Many socialites in high society study such skills, as they say it can easily drain you men. Lin Ze smiled mysteriously. You may not have been familiar with dual cultivation before, but once you accompany me, you shall have the fortunate opportunity to delve into this knowledge. Under my guidance, you might very well transform into a formidable individual, much like myself. Chapter 29, Late Night Photographs. The promising junior transforms into a powerful being like you? Ding Xiyu's expression froze, her eyes wide with disbelief. She never anticipated that such a miraculous concept as cultivation techniques truly existed in this world. After all, Lin Ze had no reason to deceive her. Could it be that Lin Ze was indeed a hidden martial arts master amidst the urban landscape? The possibility seemed quite plausible. An extraordinary ability user and a martial arts expert. Suddenly, Lin Ze's stature in Ding Xiyu's eyes soared even higher. She began to understand why Lin Ze was so eager to attract beautiful women on campus. Perhaps it was intricately linked to this enigmatic dual cultivation technique. On the other hand, it was hardly surprising that Ding Xiyu reacted so strongly. In the apocalyptic environment, everyone harbored a desire to grow stronger. Only by gaining power could one seize control of their destiny. Otherwise, as was the case with her current predicament, one could easily become a mere plaything of others. Of course it's true, hurry and eat. I will guide you shortly. Lin Ze softened his tone, recognizing that he needed her cooperation for his cultivation. After you finish eating, let us take a shower and get down to business. Although you don't smell bad, I prefer a fragrant presence. Fragrant? I'm not a piece of roasted meat on the table, Ding Xiu muttered softly, yet she nodded obediently. While she was eating, Lin Ze picked up 2 mobile phones from the table. Not long after they had sent out their promotional video, both phones began to vibrate incessantly. Lin Ze first checked his phone, and the initial message he saw was from Tong Xiaoxi. Tong Xiaoxi, brother Lin Ze, I saw the video you shot with Senior Xiu. You really have a lot of supplies. Is the place you're living in going to be our future home? Not long ago, Tong Xiaoxi had called Lin Ze master, but at his request, she usually referred to him as brother. Who wouldn't want a stunning younger sister? Lin Ze, yes indeed. A knowing smile crept across Lin Ze's lips as he read her message. Although Tong Xiaoxi appeared innocent and sweet, she had a knack for flirtation in their conversations, as if it came naturally to her. Tong Xiaoxi, brother Lin Ze, Shanshan, and I are about to eat instant noodles. The few buckets of noodles in the dormitory were bought by another roommate for a late-night snack, but they've already. Tong Xiaoxi, though we've only known each other for less than a month, they've already become my friends. I originally thought we could enjoy a delightful university life together, but I never expected this to happen. Lin Ze, alas, the apocalypse has arrived. And the outbreak of zombies is something no one can predict or prevent. All we can do is strive to survive in this chaotic world. Tong Xiaoxi, surviving is easier said than done. If it weren't for the recruitment information posted by brother Lin Ze, I would likely be in despair. Tong Xiaoxi, brother Lin Ze, you are an extraordinary ability user, our only hope for survival, so you must rescue us. Lin Ze, I already have a plan. Let me give you a heads up. I will scout your girls' dormitory tomorrow, aiming to secure the building within 3 days. Trust me. Tong Xiaoxi, brother Lin Ze, I trust you. As long as you can rescue me, I promise I won't let you down. While chatting, Tong Xiaoxi suddenly sent another photo. Lin Ze opened it to enlarge. It was a picture of Tong Xiaoxi wearing a light white tank top, reclining on the upper bunk of her dormitory, exuding innocence and charm. Although this junior is still young, she possesses grand aspirations and a promising future. After viewing the photo, Lin Ze couldn't help but gasp in surprise and quickly composed a response. The key point is that Tong Xiaoxi proactively sent him such an image late at night, suggesting that this junior girl has quite the playful nature. Clearly, she is attempting to entice Lin Ze to work even harder to rescue her. In response, Lin Ze could only think, what does it matter if she is a green tea girl? She is, after all, my dear little sister. Is it wrong for a brother to save his sister? Lin Ze, I look forward to it. After replying to Tong Xiaoxi, Lin Ze felt a gentle nudge on his shoulder. Upon looking up, he saw Ding Xiu staring at him with a jealous expression. Her resentful little eyes could inspire a new chapter of Dream of the Red Chamber. Lin Ze, with a righteous demeanor, admonished, Ding Xiu. Tong Xiaoxi is my sister and will be your sister as well. How can you, as an elder sister, be jealous of your younger sister? What are you men thinking? We women are well aware. Ding Xiu, though not daring to confront Lin Ze, held her own little grievances and insisted, I cannot resist what you do to me. But you surely cannot arrange relatives for me, right? Are you going to suggest we share a bed too? I refuse to acknowledge this, sister. Wow, I hadn't even considered that far ahead. The mind of a top student is indeed quicker than mine. Lin Ze knew that to soothe a woman, one must be gentle and accommodating. So he changed the subject with a mischievous smile. Since you've had your fill, it's time we attend to business. Let us take a bath together, then proceed to train. Lin Ze led her into the bathroom, where the bathtub was filled halfway with warm water. As they both entered, it nearly overflowed, perfectly covering their bodies. The purpose of soaking in the tub was to relieve fatigue, as merely rinsing off would be wasteful. Thus, Lin Ze and Ding Xiu first rinsed off outside the tub, then enjoyed a soak, before returning to the room to attend to their matters. Chapter 30, Surge and Attributes. Su Yao's friend request morning dawned, and it was already the next day. Ding Xiu remained immersed in slumber, showing no signs of awakening. However, Lin Ze rose early, invigorated and refreshed. He stretched languidly, feeling the remarkable effects of his training from the previous day, as if his entire being was infused with boundless energy. It is worth noting that he had only fallen asleep at 4 o'clock that morning. Such high-quality sleep and rapid recovery of vitality were likely linked to his practice of the Imperial God's Phoenix technique. No wonder emperors could possess thousands of beauties. They must have concealed their secrets. With closed eyes, Lin Ze could subtly sense the myriad changes in his muscles, as if his body were being nourished in a hot spring, warm and revitalizing. It was akin to practicing stance training in a martial arts realm, with his muscle density visibly increasing. Who says stance training isn't a form of practice? At 7 in the morning, Lin Ze sat alone on the sofa. Opening his personal panel. Host, Lin Ze strength, 35, agility, 28, stamina, 39, mentality, 31, average adult attributes are 10, superpower, bullet time LV10, divine speed LV1 skills, steel bones, enhanced perception, energy points, 1116, technology tree, basic superpower research LV10, activated, basic physical enhancement LV10, activated. After a night of cultivation, Lin Ze's attributes surged impressively. He marveled. This Imperial Goddess Phoenix technique seems to hold great promise. Merely leveling up once resulted in an increase of 5 points across all attributes, summing to a remarkable total of 25 attribute points. Was this the result of one night's efforts, or was it due to Ding Shiyu's status as a novice? Regardless of the cause, the Imperial Goddess Phoenix technique must be practiced diligently, as its enhancement to my strength is profound. Seeing such significant attribute improvement from a single night of training stirred Lin Ze's ambition. It was clear to anyone with a modicum of sense what needed to be done. Continue to collect the beauties of the campus and devote oneself fervently to training. The efficiency of this enhancement rivaled that of upgrading with energy points. Moreover, this method of improvement could be repeated. Rather than allowing these campus beauties to fall victim to the undead, it would be far better for him to provide a warm and beautiful home for these flowers of the future of the nation. He was not a demon. He understood that saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. Of course, this was limited to beauties scoring 9 or above. Lin Ze lamented. It is a pity this technique cannot be practiced continuously for 24 hours, primarily because Ding Shiyu's body is too frail to endure such exertion. After the wild escapades of last night, she will undoubtedly need a day to recuperate, or she risks sustaining serious injury. While I may treat her as a tool, I still possess a certain tenderness for my possessions. Clenching his fists, Lin Ze declared, thus, to ensure uninterrupted training and growth, I must expand my entourage. Today, he aimed to gain access to the female dormitory, rescuing Tong Xiaoxi and her roommates to fill the vacancy left by Ding Shiyu that evening. At that moment, Lin Ze's phone on the table vibrated. On the living room table lay not only his phone but also Ding Shiyu's, the password of which he had inquired about beforehand. Who could it be, disturbing the tranquility of the early morning? Perhaps many were unable to sleep at all, especially after the cacophony of thousands of zombies howling throughout the night, which likely left many terrified and restless. No one could predict the commotion they might cause in their slumber, inadvertently attracting the undead. With a smile, Lin Ze unlocked his phone and, as expected, found a multitude of friend requests and cries for help flooding in. Just one night had passed, and many could no longer endure the dual torment of anxiety and hunger, compelling them to submit to reality and to Lin Ze, the sole delivery man capable of rescuing them. Of course, there were also many who, despite lacking any real ability, excelled in their biting sarcasm. These university students seemed to have nothing better to do. Instead of attending to their own safety, they felt compelled to defend Ding Shiyu, a person with whom they had little to no connection. So, should this be considered kindness or mere sycophancy? Even if I hadn't managed to win over their goddess Ding Shiyu, it certainly wasn't for these chattering fools to decide. Lin Ze cast a bemused glance over the scathing comments directed at him in the forums, reflecting on the absurdity of it all. He silently noted the names of these individuals in a little notebook in his mind, resolving that whenever he encountered someone at school, he would first inquire about their name. You cheeky little ones, daring to insult me online, just wait until I catch you. I won't hesitate to bulldoze you all into oblivion. I not only bear grudges but also believe in settling scores without delay. After a few minutes, Lin Ze finally found a somewhat useful message among the numerous notifications tagging Ding Shiyu. It was from Su Yao of the Arts Department. Ding Shiyu, hello Junior. I am Su Yao from the Arts Department. I would like to ask you for a favor. Here is my photo. Su Yao clearly understood human nature. She kept her message succinct and accompanied it with an image, intuitively grasping what Lin Ze desired. How delightful. I appreciate such intelligent and straightforward young women. It is said that every university's arts department has a senior renowned for her dancing prowess and stunning figure. Su Yu, I recall that name. Her reputation at Yinchuan University is scarcely inferior to that of Ding Shiyu. Both are undeniably striking beauties. I remember she is also a campus internet celebrity, garnering nearly 1 million followers from a simple video of her dancing on the playground. The public's gaze is discerning. The number of Su Yao's fans is a testament to her beauty. Lin Ze murmured softly as he opened the photo. In it, a quintessential Jiangnan beauty appeared, clad in a white spaghetti-strap chiffon top and a short skirt, revealing her long, slender legs and an alluring figure. At first glance, her attire evoked memories of a childhood muse, and the more one looked, the more captivating she became. Just this image alone, devoid of any words, could transform many junior students into smitten admirers, ensnared by her charm. Chapter 31. The Beauty is Original Sin. Su Yao's awakening after admiring the photos sent by Su Yao. Lin Ze was consumed by a singular thought. Yinchuan University truly abounds with talent, and the presence of stunning beauties is unparalleled. It is indeed rare to find a captivating Jiangnan girl, especially one who is both beautiful and graceful. Moreover, in this post-apocalyptic world, the number of surviving beauties is exceedingly scarce. Thus, I must cherish this opportunity. Consequently, Lin Ze proceeded to operate his mobile device and accepted the friend request from Su Yao. Friend request accepted. Lin Ze, greetings. I am a courier seeking companions for national travel, with all expenses covered. I find your photograph quite appealing. Are you aware of the conditions I have for potential companions? Meanwhile, at Yinchuan University, in the student assembly hall, the heads of various student council departments and a dozen robust students gathered around a makeshift round table, which bore crude weapons such as steel pipes and wooden stools. Their eyes frequently darted towards the mobile phone Su Yao had placed on the table, as if anxiously awaiting something. Zhou Xianwen's plan to lure Lin Ze into a trap could not be executed solely by him and Su Yao. The act of seizing Lin Ze's resources necessitated a considerable number of accomplices. Thus, these towering athletes were meticulously selected by Zhou Xianwen from the assembly hall, poised to confront Lin Ze. The students, upon hearing Zhou Xianwen's scheme, were filled with excitement, united by a shared animosity towards Lin Ze, the outsider. Without much deliberation, they transformed from mere university students into a band of marauders. Su Yao had sent her message at 8 o'clock the previous evening, coinciding perfectly with Lin Ze's engagement and training with Ding Xiyu. His phone, set to vibrate mode, precluded any immediate response. Zhou Xianwen, in anticipation of Lin Ze's reply, endured an entire night of waiting, enduring the toll of fatigue with dark circles under his eyes, while his resentment grew. Damn. That courier named Lin Ze hasn't replied since 8 o'clock. He must have buried himself in culinary delights after sending the video, perhaps even with Ding Xiyu. No, considering Ding Xiyu's unique status, that wretched courier would undoubtedly refrain from approaching her. Even I must show her utmost respect. Beneath Zhou Xianwen's refined exterior, a ravenous beast seemed to roar within, his bloodshot eyes betraying his escalating fury. At that moment, Su Yao's phone vibrated, and all eyes turned toward her, as if demanding to know whether the awaited response had arrived. What are you all staring at? It could be a message from someone else, Su Yao said, feeling a twinge of anxiety as she picked up her phone to check, reporting, my friend request has been accepted. He is inquiring if I agree to his conditions. Engage him in normal conversation, and lead him here to rescue you. As long as we can deceive him into coming, we can take him down with our numbers. Zhou Xianwen exclaimed, his expression one of unrestrained joy as he moved behind Su Yao to oversee her chat with Lin Ze, ready to offer guidance at any moment. Su Yao felt a slight discomfort under the gaze of another, yet the situation left her powerless. The fact that her phone had not been outright snatched away was already a concession on the other party's part. I understand. But we agreed that I would only be in contact with the courier, Lin Ze, and that the subsequent matters are none of my concern, Su Yao defended herself. Heh. With so much combat prowess at our disposal, we don't require your assistance in battles, Zhou Xianwen remarked with a smile. Su Yao remained skeptical. She sensed a change in Zhou Xianwen, though she couldn't pinpoint the exact nature of it. Nevertheless, with no alternatives available, she had no choice but to comply with his demands. Su Yao inquired, hello. Are the conditions of food and accommodation provided the same as what is mentioned in Ding Xiyu's post? Lin Ze replied, certainly, I will ensure your meals and lodging, safeguard your safety, and take you on adventures around the world. However, you must obey my every command without hesitation. If I perceive any betrayal, I reserve the right to eliminate you. Should you find these terms unacceptable, our discussion is at an end. Lin Ze's demeanor was decidedly uncompromising. Despite his need for female companions to assist in his cultivation, he would not lower his demands. What he sought was a cadre of obedient subordinates. A slight frown crossed Su Yao's face. After all, she was a prominent figure at the university, pursued by many outstanding suitors from her school and the neighboring business academy. The idea of subservience to such a domineering man was intolerable to the proud Su Yao. However, after a night of torment, the global situation had not improved. Rather, it had worsened, and Su Yao had come to terms with the harsh reality within the microcosm of the assembly hall. The repressed hearts of the students hiding there were beginning to stir, their gazes towards her growing ever more pronounced, akin to a pack of ravenous beasts eager to consume her entirely. Su Yao had seen her fair share of novels and films, well aware that in a post-apocalyptic world, they, as defenseless women of beauty, bore the burden of original sin, inevitably attracting misfortune. Without the protection of the strong, The grim fate that awaited them was all too predictable. Standing behind Suyo, Zhou Xianwen could not suppress a scoff upon hearing Lin Ze's stringent conditions, immediately rising to her defense. This courier, Lin Ze, has truly lost his mind. What qualifications does he have to impose such terms on you? He is merely fortunate to have awakened to power and risen to prominence. Yet, such powers are not invincible. My fellow students and I have been gathering intelligence online, and many newly awakened abilities are rather lackluster. Not only are they ineffective in combat, but even mundane tasks like cooking pose challenges. The information Zhou Xianwen had collected was indeed accurate, bolstering his confidence and proposing a plan to lure out the snake. On the first day of the apocalypse, those with powers had not yet mastered their abilities, rendering them seemingly weak. Moreover, powers required extensive training to be fully developed. If Lin Ze were truly akin to the individuals described online, his strength would be limited. Suyo glanced at Zhou Xianwen, neither dismissing nor endorsing his words. Due to her lack of belonging with Zhou Xianwen, she felt as though she could be treated as mere merchandise, allocated to the more robust males at any moment. With an impassive expression, Su Yao inquired, "What should I do now? Should I acquiesce to his demands and then call for help?" Zhou Xianwen smiled and replied, "Indeed. Simply seek assistance from him. Upon seeing your photograph, he will undoubtedly be captivated by your beauty. I hesitate to mention it, yet are you not tempted? Where do your eyes wander?" Su Yao, accustomed to practicing dance and performing on stage, was particularly sensitive to the gazes of others. Ever since Zhou Xianwen positioned himself behind her, his gaze appeared to be focused on her phone, yet most of the time, it lingered in an exceedingly inappropriate direction. Prior to the cataclysm, the student council had announced a meeting in this location to organize an evening event. Naturally, Su Yao, who was to present herself before her colleagues from various departments, would take great care in her appearance to become the most attention-grabbing individual. Zhou Xianwen appeared refined. Yet it is said that any man who breathes possesses a certain lewdness. He had a publicly acknowledged girlfriend, yet behind the scenes, he exploited his position as president to flirt with numerous new female students, maintaining ambiguous connections. Such matters had long ceased to be news within the student council. It was merely that everyone belonged to the same department, choosing to see without speaking of it. Chapter 32. The schemes of ants and the primacy of strength I comprehend now. I shall follow your guidance and implore him for assistance. Siyu cast her gaze upon her phone, concealing the fleeting disdain that flickered within her beautiful eyes. In comparison to Zhou Xianwen, a beast clad in human guise, Lin Ze's seemingly harsh demands appeared far more palatable. After all, this world is merely a contest of degradation, and she harbored little sense of security within the assembly hall. In the dead of night, when fatigue weighed heavily upon her, she found herself preoccupied with the dread of a sudden assault, fearing she might be dragged into a shadowy corner of the hall and violated. This was no figment of her imagination nor mere paranoia. It was a grim reality unfolding before her eyes. Just the previous night, as Suyo sought to relieve herself, she was startled by the muffled sobs of a girl and the menacing threats of a boy emanating from the restroom. The man's deep, sinister voice intoned, "If you dare to make a sound, I shall silence you myself, rendering any outside monstrosities unnecessary." Soon, only the harsh breaths of the man remained, accompanied by the muffled whimpers of the girl whose mouth had been forcibly covered. Su Yao, terrified, stifled her urge to relieve herself and fled from that dreadful restroom. Indeed, the true peril lay not in the mindless undead, but in the intricate machinations of human hearts. This was merely the first day of the apocalypse. The future was too daunting to contemplate. Su Yao was an astute woman, having skillfully ensnared countless suitors during her 3 years at university, playing them like puppets while maintaining her virtue. Thus, she understood clearly that this assembly hall, teeming with survivors, was no place for her to linger. She needed to vacate the premises swiftly. Lin Ze's recruitment notice online was fortuitously aligned with her needs. Were it not for the excessively stringent conditions he imposed for joining his vehicle, she would have undoubtedly been the first to reach out to him as the campus belle. However, now, Su Yao found herself devoid of options. Hence, she resolved to embrace the role of a thrilling double agent, showcasing her own worth. Su Yao, very well. I accept your terms. When can you come to rescue me? I am truly frightened. My location is within the assembly hall, where many students, like myself, are seeking refuge, most of whom are members of the student council. Su Yao, these individuals have not slept well throughout the night, and there is a severe lack of supplies here. Everyone is hungry and exhausted, their tempers flaring, arguments arise frequently, and it feels as though a riot is imminent. I implore you to hasten and come to my aid. Su Yao articulated her statements with great cunning, providing Lin Ze with ample intelligence regarding the internal conditions of the assembly hall while perfectly embodying the persona of a terrified and vulnerable individual. Even Zhou Xianwen, nearby, could find no fault in her words, merely harboring a thought that her portrayal was perhaps a touch exaggerated. And the situation within the hall might not be quite so dire. Or so he hoped. Zhou Xianwen smiled and remarked, Su Yao, your words are quite beguiling. That delivery boy is of low intellect, lacking in discernment, and a lecherous sort. He will likely be quick to believe your tale and come rushing to your rescue. Upon hearing these words, Su Yao turned to glance at Zhou Xianwen, her expression somewhat peculiar. She felt as though Zhou Xianwen was indulging in self-promotion. The more self-satisfied he appeared, the more he resembled a jester. Meanwhile, Lin Ze, sipping hot milk in the dormitory, noticed Su Yao's response and furrowed his brow slightly. Murmuring to himself, it seems this girl named Su Yao is hinting at something. Could it merely be a figment of my imagination? A seed of vigilance was planted in Lin Ze's mind, yet he dismissed Su Yao's insinuation as unnecessary. His prowess was growing daily, with an astonishing rate of enhancement. Why concern himself with the schemes of insignificant insects? He merely needed to continue on his path of self-improvement. Strength was paramount. When the time came, even if the assembly hall transformed into a den of dragons and tigers, he would be capable of subduing it single-handedly. Of course, while Lin Ze tactically underestimated his adversaries, he maintained an inner alertness, feigning ignorance of the situation. Lin Ze stated, as per our agreement, my sole responsibility is your safety. I have no obligation towards others. However, if you have any other lovely sisters, I could save them too, but under the same conditions. If you do not comply, I shall not intervene. Should I rescue you only for you to suddenly retract, I will cast you out to feed the zombies. He continued, as for when I shall come to your aid, that is my concern. You need only wait patiently in your location. Someone contacted me last night. If you wish to get on board, you will have to wait your turn. Lin Ze added, what I am saying may dissuade you, but I possess the capability to fulfill all the conditions I have set forth, which is why I impose such stringent demands. You may continue to ponder until I come for you. Think carefully before you respond. Su Yao, being an astute woman, felt an unexpected sense of security upon reading Lin Ze's candid reply. She inwardly exclaimed with delight, this courier dares to be so confident. Perhaps he truly possesses some skill. It was wise not to hastily align myself with Zhou Xianwen. I can always distance myself from them later. I trust he will understand my position as a vulnerable woman. Su Yao replied, no need for that. I have already made my decision. I wish to board your vehicle. Can I continue to use this number to stay in touch with you? Lin Ze responded, certainly. I will reply whenever I have the time. To be honest, the number of individuals seeking my assistance and yearning to board far exceeds my expectations. Yinshuan University, with its tens of thousands of students, is indeed abundant in beauty. Just yesterday, Ding Shiyu also became one of my women. You grasp my meaning, do you not? Lin Ze subtly employed a tactic of emotional manipulation against Su Yao. Although she enjoyed a modest reputation at university, she was not the sole contender in his eyes. There was also the illustrious Ding Shiyu, a goddess renowned for her exceptional lineage and beauty, surpassing even her. Upon reading Lin Ze's reply, Su Yao's sense of crisis surged. Meanwhile, Zhou Xianwen, standing nearby, felt even more anxious. He furrowed his brow and remarked, why is this person so untrustworthy? If he does not rush over immediately, from where will our supplies come today? Are we truly expected to organize a search for resources? Zhou Xianwen held back a thought, without food in hand. The members of the sports department would soon spiral out of control. Yesterday, when he summoned the members of the sports department, he fervently declared that he would undoubtedly find a way to procure food today. If Lin Ze did not arrive, he would have to devise an alternative plan, which would compel him to venture out in search of sustenance. This predicament would significantly diminish his standing among the group, and in the worst-case scenario, he could even be usurped. Contemplating this, Zhou Xianwen, the usually inscrutable student council president who perpetually wore a smile and exuded confidence, suddenly found himself drenched in perspiration. Despite the fact that Lin Ze had done nothing in the vehicle apartment, he was already in a state of fluster. Su Yao could not help but smirk inwardly. What else could he expect? Did he think the zombies would deliver food to them? Lacking the courage to combat the undead yet possessing an audacious spirit to scheme against others. Indeed, her decision to leave the assembly hall early had proven wise. This was merely a disorganized rabble. Su Yao continued to reply to Lin Ze, her demeanor suddenly turning warm and enthusiastic. Su Yao, I always knew my brother's charm was extraordinary. Even the illustrious Ding Shiyu from Yinshuan University could be won over. I suppose I must settle for being the smaller one, though I feel a tad aggrieved. However, given that my brother is handsome and capable, I am more than willing. Chapter 33, Arrival at the girls' dormitory, preparing for the assault. Wait, I haven't even exerted myself yet. How can you already say I am willing? This progress is exceedingly rapid. Lin Ze observed Su Yao taking the initiative to be amiable, his lips curling into a pleased smile, his mood elevated. According to the usual narrative, before the apocalypse, the campus beauties held an esteemed status, adored by countless admirers, akin to the stars of the school, their temperaments and personalities spoiled by sycophants. Even with the onset of the apocalypse, they should have maintained their haughty demeanor for some time. However, from the aloof goddess Ding Xiu, who was the first to board, to the youthful freshman Tong Xiaoxi, and the artistic senior Su Yao, these three young women seemed as if an invisible hand had awakened their consciousness, giving Lin Ze the impression that they were overly eager to make progress, far too pragmatic. If you do not resist me, how can I flaunt my prowess and retaliate? Instead, resist me. As a result, the recruitment of these beauties progressed so smoothly that even Lin Ze himself could not help but feel the urge to jest about it. Surely, the system would not be secretly enabling some leisurely mode for him in the background. Of course, with provisions and safety guaranteed. These two seemingly straightforward conditions are dreams unattainable by countless individuals in this apocalypse. Given the current situation, since senior Su Yao had taken the initiative to bow her head, Lin Ze naturally would not hold back and prepared to incorporate her into his convoy. Thus, he responded, Lin Ze, Su Yao, since you have expressed your willingness to be with me, I must reciprocate in some way. Although I long to drive over and fetch you right now, my schedule for today is quite full, and I fear I may not be able to come until tomorrow. Lin Ze, before I arrive, you must strive to protect yourself. Should anything happen to you, I will avenge you. Not a single person in the assembly hall will survive, and that is my promise to you. Lin Ze's blunt response startled Su Yao, who was still engrossed in her phone in the assembly hall. She had initially believed Lin Ze was merely a steady individual navigating the school with strong transportation and abilities to avoid zombies, only to discover he was a decisive force of destruction, demanding the lives of everyone in the assembly hall as a sacrifice for her. Su Yao felt both moved and bewildered. Zhou Xianwen, witnessing the scene, chuckled in disbelief, saying, this delivery boy thinks he is someone important. He speaks of slaughtering us all. Yet if he truly possessed such capability, he would not resort to stalling for time. I suspect he is merely scouting the area for information, using this as an excuse. Unexpectedly, he exhibited some intelligence by not recklessly rushing in to save anyone. Our plans may need to be revised, which could provide an explanation to those in the sports department. Su Yao disregarded Zhou Xianwen's ramblings, focusing her attention to respond to Lin Ze. Su Yao, brother, you are joking a bit too grandly. I sincerely appreciate your goodwill, but I desire to survive until we meet, so I will strive to stay alive. Please hurry over once you finish your tasks. It is truly chaotic and perilous here in the assembly hall. Lin Ze, understood. I shall set off immediately to complete today's matters. Wait for me. With that, Lin Ze resolutely set down his phone and glanced at the still sleeping Ding Xiyu on the bed. Lin Ze had no intention of waking her. After all, her presence in the passenger seat made little difference. He waved his hand over the table, leaving behind a breakfast, and silently departed from the mobile home. In an instant, the scene before him flickered, and Lin Ze found himself back in the driver's seat of the military vehicle. It was time to set off. He wondered how things were on Tong Xiaoxi's side. She had not yet sent him a message today. Last night, they had mentioned taking turns to sleep, guarding against zombies that might surge in at night. She was likely still asleep at this hour. Lin Ze fastened his seatbelt and decided to drive to the girls' dormitory to assess the situation there. With the skill of enhanced perception, Lin Ze functioned like a human radar. As long as he parked near the girls' dormitory, he could at least ascertain the conditions on the first and second floors. On the other hand, although Lin Ze had left the military vehicle parked by the teaching building overnight, the engine was off, and the mobile home was soundproof, making it uninteresting to wandering zombies. Suddenly, with the roar of the engine as Lin Ze restarted the military vehicle, the sound drew the attention of the confused, wandering zombies around the campus. A multitude of them turned in unison towards the vehicle, their bloodshot eyes racing forward, beginning to pound against the doors and windows with frenzied intensity. Lin Ze could hear the sounds of tearing and gnashing intermixed. An ordinary person would have been paralyzed by fear. Yet, Lin Ze stretched nonchalantly and remarked, "Today is yet another beautiful day. Let us get to work." He set a modest goal, to accumulate 5,000 energy points through kills. It's time to accelerate. A slight smile crept across his lips as he decisively pressed the accelerator. The military vehicle surged forth like a colossal beast, crashing through the horde of zombies. Along the way, they were crushed into a pulp, leaving behind a trail of bodies and blood. Lin Ze maneuvered the vehicle, effortlessly claiming hundreds of energy points as he departed. The architectural layout of Yinchuan University is quite distinctive. Closest to the main gate is the teaching building, followed by the library, playground, cafeteria, and administrative office, with the student dormitories situated at the far end. The teaching building lies near the southern gate, while the girls' dormitory is adjacent to the northern gate, separated by over 1,000 meters. Lin Ze needed to traverse half the campus to reach the entrance of the girls' dormitory. During this journey, his military vehicle would inevitably crush countless zombies, exposing him to the remaining survivors on campus, potentially attracting unnecessary troubles. However, for the sake of picking up the woman destined to be in his future, Lin Ze was unconcerned about such trivial inconveniences. Furthermore, his trump card was so conspicuous that it would eventually be revealed. It was merely a matter of time. Half an hour later, Lin Ze successfully navigated through the zombie-infested pathways, reaching the girls' dormitory. The building was a newly constructed high-rise, comprising 9 stories, housing around 2,000 students, with 2 elevators and 2 escape routes. Having worked as a delivery driver here for many years, Lin Ze's familiarity with the campus far exceeded that of the average student. He glanced at the situation outside the girls' dormitory. The number of zombies was astonishingly high. It was not just difficult for a vehicle to enter. Even a person would struggle to make their way inside. Indeed, this is merely the case for ordinary vehicles. The typical zombies are no match for his extraordinary base vehicle, which traverses the terrain with ease, albeit with some inconvenience when ascending the floors. Lin Ze reflected, after a day's absence. He returned to the K building of the girls' dormitory, only to find the ground floor teeming with zombies, devoid of any signs of life. He needed to clear a path, anticipating that he would be occupied for quite some time. With that, Lin Ze raised his right hand and forcefully pressed the horn. The long echo of the transport vehicle's horn resonating like a resounding bell in the morning, drawing the attention of all the zombies gathered beneath the girls' dormitory. Simultaneously, it startled the students who were half asleep, rousing them from their slumber within the dormitory. Chapter 34. The hidden second-level zombies in the girls' dormitory. What is that sound? It seems there is some commotion downstairs. Could it be rescue has arrived? It sounds as if someone is battling the zombies. They must be here to save us. Oh, I'm so frightened. I don't want to die. Countless survivors, hiding within the dormitory, were roused by the thunderous noises emanating from below. With expressions of disbelief, they tiptoed to the balcony, peering out to discern who dared to create such a racket at this critical moment. Were they not afraid of attracting every zombie in the vicinity? As many cautiously extended their heads outside, another deafening crash reverberated before their eyes. The electric sliding door, the first barrier to the girls' dormitory, which closes promptly at midnight, was violently smashed open by an enormous vehicle. It was Lin Ze's formidable base vehicle, resembling a bulldozer, crushing everything in its path. At that moment, Lin Ze maintained the design of a troop transport vehicle from the wandering earth. Its colossal tires spun like high-speed rotating blades, engulfing the approaching zombies beneath it, only to crush them mercilessly, sending blood splattering everywhere. During this advance, the transport vehicle faced no hindrance or pause, akin to the comforting little cart from Plants vs. Zombies, which obliterates anything in its way. What kind of vehicle is this, that the multitude of zombies cannot impede its progress? The wealthy individuals online, with their heavily equipped Land Rovers, Mercedes, and Toyotas, had all been thwarted by the sheer force and numbers of the zombies, their windows shattered and lives taken. Could this vehicle be a military secret weapon? Otherwise, such performance and quality would be inexplicable. Does this mean the occupants are military personnel? Are we saved? The survivors in the girls' dormitory were left in stunned silence, mouths covered in awe, their eyes gleaming with joy and emotion. After enduring a day and night of despair, they finally glimpsed a sliver of hope. Meanwhile, Lin Ze's deliberate ruckus served a purpose. He aimed to draw as many zombies from the girls' dormitory as possible. This way, when he ventured inside to rescue them, he would face less resistance. Phew, there are indeed a multitude of zombies on this path. I must have crushed nearly 1,000 of them. Lin Ze parked the vehicle beneath the girls' dormitory but did not rush to ascend. His heightened perception had already spotted numerous zombies rushing out from the dormitory. The zombies, with their blood-red eyes, were frantically sprinting down the hall, causing the entire building to tremble like a stampede of wild horses. Lin Ze was well aware that he only needed to wait downstairs for a moment, and the majority of the zombies would emerge to meet their demise, offering him a bounty of energy points. How exhilarating. Seizing this moment of respite, Lin Ze took out his phone to send a message to Tong Xiaoxi, intending to surprise her. Lin Ze, I've arrived downstairs. Are you all prepared? The black gray vehicle below is mine. Tell me your dormitory floor and room number. I'm about to commence the assault. Tong Xiaoxi, huh? That black vehicle downstairs belongs to my brother? Is that true? Just moments ago, I was engaged in conversation with Shan Shan regarding your arrival, and I did not anticipate your swift appearance. Tong Xiaoxi, we are on the 6th floor, K603. Near the security stairwell on the right. I am waving at you. Can you see me? Lin Ze, after reading the message, lifted his gaze towards the girls' dormitory. At that moment, numerous survivors were on the balcony, hanging blankets or clothing marked with SOS in watercolors, signaling that there were still those in need on that floor, hoping for the kindness of others. Unfortunately, I am neither military personnel nor a benevolent soul. Whether it be Ding Xiyu, Tong Xiaoxi, or Su Yao, they have all sacrificed their freedom and the latter part of their lives to earn the right to be rescued by me and to secure a place in the vehicle. To seek free assistance from me would indeed be an injustice to them. Lin Ze murmured softly, disregarding the pleas for help from the survivors, as he precisely located the sunny girl who was waving at him amidst the myriad of distress signals. Tong Xiaoxi, having learned the previous day that Lin Ze would come to retrieve her, had donned a white t-shirt from Mayumiyu and a pink pleated skirt paired with white stockings, resembling a JK girl setting out for a trip with her boyfriend. At this moment, her ample bosom rested against the black railing of the balcony, swaying dramatically as she waved her arm vigorously, a testament to the physical law that states the larger the volume, the greater the gravitational pull, making it difficult for Lin Ze to avert his gaze. Beside Tong Xiaoxi stood Tang Shanshan, a tall and striking girl with long legs, clad in a snug crop top and denim shorts that showcased her stunningly fair legs. Standing next to the petite Tong Xiaoxi, Tang Shanshan towered over her by nearly a head, perfectly highlighting her model-like physique. These two exceptional girls would, from this day forth, ascend into his base vehicle, belonging solely to him. Lin Ze, I see both of you, and you look splendid. Wait there, I will devise a way to rescue you shortly. Remain in your room, and do not open the door under any circumstances unless I inform you to do so. Stay vigilant until the very last moment. Tong Xiaoxi, yes. Brother, we will wait for you. You can do it. After sending the message, Lin Ze placed his phone on the nearby holder and turned to confront the zombies charging down from the dormitory. The zombies, congested at the entrance of the dormitory, burst forth from the 1.5-meter wide doorway. Hearing the engine of the transport vehicle sputter and the occasional honking from Lin Ze, they rushed towards his direction without hesitation. Lin Ze gazed at the dark horde before him, a smile of delight blossoming on his face. Are you all so eager to meet your demise? Perfect timing. Just as I finished my conversation. At that moment, the system notification echoed sharply in his mind. Ding. Detecting the host's intense desire, generating the apocalypse wish list. Ding. The sixth wish list is as follows. Eliminate all zombies in the girls' dormitory building K and eliminate the secondary intelligent zombie hidden within the premises. Reward, 2,000 energy points. 1 advanced ability point. This should be the first instance of an unexpectedly challenging task. I am indeed eager to cleanse this building of its undead, as they are all merely moving points of energy. However, I was unaware that within these walls lurked a secondary-level intelligent zombie. Was it my prior oversight? Or did it conceal itself with remarkable skill? Lin Ze furrowed his brow, feeling quite taken aback by the revelation of the secondary zombie. Not long ago, he had employed an enhanced perception, akin to radar scanning, yet he failed to detect the presence of such a formidable secondary-level intelligent zombie. Had it not been for the system's alert, he might have truly faced dire consequences due to his distracted thoughts. Nevertheless, with the system's notification and the generous rewards it promised, akin to a bounty list, Lin Ze was certainly willing to take on the challenge. If he could eliminate an intelligent zombie, the rewards would surpass those of vanquishing 1,000 ordinary ones. Not only would there be the system's rewards, but he might also obtain rare crystal cores. After all, he possessed an extraordinary ability that ensured his escape at lightning speed. Even the most agile of zombies could not hinder him, let alone a mere secondary-level intelligent one. As long as he could return to his vehicle safely, he would fear nothing, come what may. Steady as a rock, he would simply get the job done. Chapter 35. The commotion caused by the armored vehicle upon receiving the 6th wish list issued by the system, which alerted him to the presence of a second-tier intelligent zombie concealed within Building K of the female dormitory. Lin Ze made the decision to slightly postpone his assault plan. As he crushed the zombies that rushed out from the building beneath his vehicle, he continued to enhance his perception, scanning the upper floors in hopes of locating the elusive second-tier zombie. After half an hour, having found nothing, Lin Ze concluded that the intelligent zombie must be positioned above the 5th floor. Otherwise, he would have certainly discovered its whereabouts. Cleverly hidden, are you? I shall first eliminate all your minions, rendering you a mere commander without an army. Let us see how long you can stay concealed. Although Lin Ze was unaware of the exact location of the intelligent zombie, he understood one crucial fact. If he eradicated all the zombies within the dormitory, the intelligent one would inevitably reveal itself. The greatest strength of an intelligent zombie lies in its ability to command lesser zombies, transforming them from chaotic entities into a disciplined battalion. Thus, once he annihilated its forces, no matter how high its intelligence or how formidable its mental prowess, it would be rendered powerless against him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ze pressed down on the accelerator, causing the engine to emit a thunderous roar, and the armored vehicle surged forward with astonishing power, reminiscent of a beast unleashed from its cage. The vehicle left a dark streak in its wake, devouring the zombies along its path, their bones and flesh exploding with a cacophony of destruction, while the blood on the ground became increasingly vivid. Meanwhile, a tall, slender female zombie stood atop the rooftop, her white scara starkly contrasting with the ordinary zombies. She observed the advancing armored vehicle with a detached demeanor, silently assessing the formidable foe that dared to intrude upon her territory. Behind her loomed 5 burly male zombies, their clothes tattered and stretched by their muscular frames, standing like dutiful bodyguards in a state of stupor. Lin Ze's assault on the dormitory proceeded far more smoothly than anticipated. Despite the onslaught of numerous zombies, the outer armor of the black armored vehicle remained unscathed, as if the word invincible were emblazoned across its surface. Indeed, it became evident that as long as Lin Ze remained within the vehicle, the zombies could do him no harm. They may have possessed the strength to tear apart steel barriers and shatter doors, yet they could not budge the vehicle's armor by even a fraction. Ultimately, they were merely swept into the vehicle's wheels, turning into a gruesome puddle of flesh. The armored vehicle triumphed over the zombies with resounding victory. Before long, Lin Ze had effortlessly crushed hundreds of zombies beneath his vehicle, visibly reducing the once dense horde. In the female dormitory, dozens of survivors watched in awe, their eyes wide and faces etched with expressions of astonishment. Go, go, annihilate all those wretched zombies, they cheered. This black vehicle is incredible. The zombies fall like paper. What kind of vehicle is this? It's mightier than a tank. As they witnessed the unfolding spectacle, the crowd fervently rallied in their hearts for the black armored vehicle, hoping the occupant would continue to slay the zombies and create an opportunity for their escape. Some of the survivors on the lower floors even surreptitiously recorded videos of the armored vehicle battling the zombies, posting them on social media and campus networks. The formidable infrastructure of the Xi'an nation ensures that the national hydropower grid continues to function seamlessly, even in the absence of management. However, the majority of attention on social networks is currently fixated on the keyword ability user. Nations are eager to research methods to replicate or artificially create more ability users to combat the increasingly formidable zombies and mutated beasts. The study of ability users resembles a vast blue ocean, awaiting exploration and excavation by scientists and influential figures across the globe. Consequently, videos depicting military vehicles battling zombies struggle to ignite fervent discussions among netizens. Yet, within the confines of Yinchuan University's campus network, the implications of such a video are profoundly different. Lin Ze had made a grand announcement the previous day, recruiting beautiful women with promises of food and accommodation. And today he substantiates his claims through action. In the presence of numerous survivors, he embarks on one of the most challenging quests on campus, rescuing individuals from a female dormitory teeming with zombies. Should Lin Ze succeed in his endeavor, a wave of Yinchuan University's surviving beauties will likely reach out to him, eager to join his venture of food and shelter. Simultaneously, the emergence of this video incites envy among those at the school who lack capability yet consider themselves exceptional. For instance, the president of the student council, Zhou Xianwen, along with his athletic department, are among those affected. Old Zhou, you must see the video just posted on the campus network. They claim that vehicle is the one used for deliveries. Exclaimed one. Wow, that vehicle is incredible. Those zombies are crushed as if they were mere ants. If I had such a formidable vehicle, I would also post about food and accommodation, only for beautiful women. The tall members of the student council's athletic department drooled with envy, fervently discussing the video in their group chat. Wu Gang, the head of the external relations department, remarked, I recall that Building K is the freshman girls' dormitory, and some of the most attractive freshmen reside there, Tong Xiaoxi, Tang Shanshan, Zhao Yu. Goodness, is he serious? Lu Zhu, the head of the athletic department, interjected. Wait a moment, could these freshmen actually reach out to that delivery guy? How can they trust someone from outside the school? What if that scoundrel bullies them in the future? He continued, President, I believe we should mobilize immediately to prevent this scoundrel from taking all the most beautiful girls from our school. At that moment, Zhou Xianwen furrowed his brow, contemplating a counter-strategy. He had not anticipated that Lin Ze's hidden ace was a terrifyingly powerful modified vehicle capable of traversing the campus and withstanding assaults from hundreds of zombies, compounded by the individual's status as an ability user. This combination can only be described in apocalyptic terms as being light years ahead. Damn it. Where did that modified vehicle come from? How wonderful it would be if it were mine. This is infuriating. Zhou Xianwen, equally consumed by envy, felt a deeper hatred brewing within him, wishing he could eliminate Lin Ze and take his place. He, Zhou Xianwen, was the true leader of the student body at this university. However, the spotlight has been seized by this outsider who seemingly appeared from nowhere. In this moment of crisis, Zhou Xianwen found himself at a loss for a countermeasure, resorting instead to standing on the moral high ground. Denouncing the courier and inciting the ignorant masses to share in his indignation, Zhou Xianwen, the president of the student council, proclaimed, "This intruder, possessing such formidable modified vehicle, chooses not to utilize it to save more lives, but instead resorts to coercing others into acquiescing to his perverse demands." He further asserted, "We must resolutely oppose this scourge and unite as one. Only then can we hope to reclaim that illegally modified vehicle and use it to rescue the survivors within our school who, like us, live in fear." Zhou Xianwen's grandiloquent rhetoric immediately garnered support from numerous student council members. The president was indeed correct, that modified vehicle should rightfully belong to us. In doing so, we could save even more lives and become heroes on campus. What are we waiting for? Let us swiftly organize a team to seize that vehicle. The crowd exhibited palpable excitement, as though they glimpsed a radiant future ahead. Chapter 36, A Frenzy of Energy Points. The intelligent zombie is bewildered. Zhou Xianwen stood upon the performance stage of the assembly hall, reveling in the reactions of the crowd. With a confident flourish, he proclaimed, "I am well aware of your thoughts, yet it is unwise to confront him directly at this juncture. We have far more pressing matters to attend to." The harsh reality lay before them. A colossal iron box that could withstand the assault of hundreds of zombies. And what could this group of students possibly achieve? Nevertheless, he saw no hindrance in exploiting these naive and clear-minded students for his own gain. Below, Su Yao observed with a dispassionate gaze. She had long deciphered Zhou Xianwen's stratagem. Only a fool would willingly offer their allegiance to him. Fortunately, she had already prepared an escape route for herself, or she would surely meet an untimely demise here without understanding why. With this thought, Su Yao could not resist opening the campus network video. Continuing to admire Lin Ze's adept maneuvers as he piloted his black vehicle, methodically harvesting the zombies. The visuals were strikingly impactful. Su Yao felt her heart flutter and could not help but envision the future. Is this his trump card? This vehicle far surpassed the supernatural abilities showcased online. Once aboard, she would no longer need to fear zombie attacks. Meanwhile, on the performance stage, Zhou Xianwen persisted, "Listen to my words. The assembly hall is situated quite a distance from Building K's female dormitory. If we form a group and charge forward now, we are likely to suffer significant losses. I propose we first proceed to the nearby cafeteria number 3, where ample provisions await to satiate our hunger before we devise our next steps." Yet, he uttered not a single word regarding how they would organize their sortie or confront the zombies. After all, he was not bound for the front lines. His role was merely to speak and incite fervor among the masses. Ultimately, under Zhou Xianwen's insistence, he and the sports department led a temporary combat team of over 30 students, embarking on their march toward cafeteria number 3. As for how many would return alive, that remained an uncertainty. Simultaneously, within the confines of the female dormitory of Building K, Lin Ze battled fiercely for a full half-hour, eliminating the throng of zombies that had poured forth from the dormitory until only a few dozen remained. The platform and steps before the dormitory were awash with blood, a river of crimson flowing continuously downward, creating a scene reminiscent of purgatory. Ding. You have slain a common zombie, earning 1 energy point. Ding. You have slain a common zombie, earning 1 energy point. Ding. You have slain a common zombie, earning 1 energy point. Ding. You have accumulated a total of 2,120 common zombie kills today, amassing 2,120 energy points. Ding. You have successfully slain 1,000 zombies. Reward, 500 energy points, already issued. Ding. You have successfully slain 1,000 zombies. Reward, 500 energy points, already issued. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ze's tally of slain zombies surpassed 2,000. His reserve of energy points exceeding 4,000, a bountiful harvest indeed. And this was merely the yield of a single morning. It appeared he would certainly fulfill his modest goal of 5,000 energy points for the day. Indeed, the more perilous the environment, the greater the opportunities that arise. This wise zombie is truly my fortunate star. A smile crept upon Lin Ze's lips as he witnessed the speed at which he was vanquishing zombies today, far surpassing his expectations. Of course, such an extraordinary achievement was solely attributable to the outrageous armor thickness of his base vehicle, along with its formidable tonnage and horsepower that could obliterate anything in its path. This is the allure of machinery. Before the relentless onslaught of the base vehicle, ordinary zombies were effortlessly vanquished, their bodies melting away like butter under a hot knife. Atop the rooftop, The female zombie experienced an inexplicable sense of agitation and impending doom, a feeling that had never manifested since her inception. Having regained her intellect and cognition during the transformation from human to zombie, she retained no memories of her past life but possessed the capacity for logical thought, contemplating matters from the perspective of a zombie. Thus, she pondered why so many of her kind had failed to breach that ominous black iron box. Unlike other similar boxes that succumbed to deformation and shattered windows, this black iron box exhibited no such vulnerabilities, ruthlessly dismantling her painstakingly assembled minions one by one. Could it be that this particular black box was unlike any other, harboring some unique traits? Clearly, Lin Ze's base vehicle had left the female zombie utterly bewildered. Her newly awakened mind was incapable of formulating a strategy. At that moment, the system referred to as the wise zombie made an impulsive decision. When in doubt, go all in. Her reasoning was straightforward. If over 1,000 zombies were insufficient, she would simply summon more, for the school was teeming with ordinary zombies. With an ear-piercing shriek, the female zombie on the rooftop unleashed a sound akin to an expanding sonic wave, reverberating outward from her position. Nearby dormitories were filled with this distinct cry, causing the bewildered and listless zombies within the school to suddenly acquire purpose and sprint toward the female dormitory. Upon hearing that extraordinary scream, Lin Ze abruptly lifted his gaze toward its source, smirking as he remarked, "I have already dispatched half the zombies from that dormitory. The second-tier wise zombie can no longer contain herself. However, I did not anticipate her concealment atop the dormitory roof. That location is indeed the safest. With the entire building's zombies serving as her guardians, buying her time while my base vehicle cannot ascend." Yet, what did that shrill cry signify? Could it be a signal to rally the surrounding zombies? Lin Ze's intuition proved accurate, as a palpable tremor soon resonated through the ground. Zombies from all directions within the campus began to charge toward this locus, reminiscent of a cafeteria opening for service, terrifying indeed. All right. When unable to fight, she resorts to summoning reinforcements, just like the opponents I encountered during ranked matches. Nevertheless, as long as I remain within the confines of my base vehicle, what does the sheer number of zombies matter? Lin Ze smiled faintly as he drove the base vehicle towards the ominous tide of corpses. At that moment, his keen eyes detected several exceptionally robust zombies hidden within the throng. These were not ordinary zombies, but first-tier enhanced variants. Their movements were remarkably agile, and their strength was terrifying, capable of shredding steel with sheer brute force. To collide head-on with a first-tier zombie in the base vehicle required an extraordinary level of driving skill. Fortunately, Lin Ze possessed dynamic vision enhanced by bullet time. Accelerating to a staggering 240 km/h, the steering wheel remained as steady as if it were secured with rebar, instilling a sense of reassurance. In the next instant, the base vehicle thundered through the dense horde at an astonishing speed. The few first-tier zombies lurking within the mass were unable to evade their fate. With a crunching sound, the 10 massive wheels spun rapidly, reducing the unfortunate zombies caught beneath to mere pulp, perfectly exemplifying the concept of an invincible meat grinder. The acrid stench of blood and decay from below the girls' dormitory grew increasingly intense. Chapter 37. Preparing for the assault on the tower, the king bomb in the apocalypse. Ding. You have slain a level 1 zombie, earning 100 energy points. Ding. You have slain a level 1 zombie, earning 100 energy points. Ding. You have slain a level 1 zombie, earning 100 energy points. Ding. You have accumulated a total of 800 energy points from slaying 8 level 1 zombies. In Lin Ze's mind, a series of notifications regarding the elimination of level 1 zombies appeared. Slaying these creatures was no trivial feat, as the energy points awarded were tenfold compared to those from ordinary zombies. It would take Lin Ze quite some time to personally dispatch so many level 1 zombies. However, with the formidable power of the base vehicle, he dispatched them as effortlessly as one would slaughter chickens. He pondered how many energy points he would receive for defeating a level 2 zombie. With an air of anticipation, Lin Ze gazed towards the rooftop of the dormitory building. He activated the double flashers and rhythmically honked the horn in a taunting manner. The second wave of the zombie horde was easily neutralized by him, and the intelligent zombie below must surely be feeling anxious now. The female zombie on the rooftop could clearly sense Lin Ze's provocation. With an agitated roar, she howled towards the heavens, her voice hoarse and grating. The female zombie wished to summon more of her kind, for overwhelming the enemy with an uncountable horde was a customary tactic among zombies. Yet, the surrounding zombies had only just been mobilized and were yet to regain their composure. Organizing an attack of equivalent scale would require additional time. After hearing the second roar, Lin Ze remained vigilant and waited momentarily. To his surprise, only a few hundred ordinary zombies emerged, utterly insufficient for the steel behemoth of the base vehicle. Is this level 2 intelligent zombie truly up to the task? In other novels, intelligent zombies effortlessly command tens of thousands of their kin to assault cities. Why does it falter here? Does it look down upon me? Lin Ze could not help but mentally express his disdain towards this inept level 2 zombie. In truth, it was not due to any shortcomings of the intelligent zombie. This was merely the second day since the apocalypse erupted. There was still much to unfold. The intelligent zombies capable of besieging cities were typically those who had attained the level of zombie kings, seasoned and cunning. Furthermore, it had the misfortune of encountering Lin Ze, a formidable force who wielded powerful artifacts to sweep through the novice village. If it were any other ability user, even in a team, they would surely return defeated upon facing a level 2 intelligent zombie. Meanwhile, the female zombie, realizing she could not summon reinforcements, was growing increasingly anxious. The tide of battle had turned against her, leaving her feeling trapped like a turtle in a jar on the rooftop. If that formidable iron box below were to charge up, she would have nowhere to retreat. With this thought, the female zombie became even more agitated. Has she run out of options? Lin Ze considered this moment carefully and realized it could very well be an opportunity for a strategic assault and reconnaissance. While the enemy was unable to call for backup, he could leverage his extraordinary speed to ascend the building, rescue those in peril, and assassinate that level 2 intelligent zombie. Thus, he opened the tech tree panel to make final preparations for the impending assault on the tower. He was no stranger to enhancing his capabilities in the heat of battle, having long mastered the art. System, open the technology tree panel. Lin Ze's thoughts were remarkably clear as he directed his focus, search for melee weapon research, with a maximum cost of no more than 2,000 energy points. The base vehicle possessed an extensive array of functionalities, capable of transforming into an armory that continuously produced firearms, which surely included advanced melee weaponry. The choice of melee weapons over firearms warranted an explanation, which would be divulged later. System ding. Search complete. The research project that best meets your requirements is as follows. Basic Vehicle Combat Weapons Repository. Basic Vehicle Combat Weapons Repository, upon completion of the research. The Divine Grade base vehicle will be permanently unlocked, allowing the exchange of energy points for a basic combat weapons repository, which will randomly grant one renowned blade from the Summer Kingdom. Requirement: 2,000 energy points. My current abilities render me nearly invincible in close combat. I merely lack a weapon capable of bypassing my opponent's defenses. Moreover, unlocking the basic vehicle combat weapons repository leaves me with over 2,000 energy points, ample for another round of enhancements. Engaging a level 2 intelligent zombie, expending 4,000 energy points to bolster my combat power, is already quite lenient. Lin Ze nodded slightly and decisively commenced the enhancement. System, ding. Basic Vehicle Combat Weapons Repository Development completed. You have randomly obtained the renowned blade from the Summer Kingdom, the prosperous Tang Knife, Black Abyss. System, research completed. This research incurred a total cost of 2,000 energy points. A finely crafted ebony knife sheath materialized in the passenger seat beside Lin Ze. The Tang Knife is regarded as a representative masterpiece among the numerous renowned blades of the Summer Kingdom, closely resembling the ancestral sword of the samurai from the far eastern islands. Lin Ze drew the blade in one swift motion, relieved that the interior of the vehicle was spacious enough to accommodate the action. As he unsheathed the knife, the sound of metal against metal was astonishingly absent, signifying its exceptional stealth. The prosperous Tang Knife, named Black Abyss, was evidently a masterpiece of forging, entirely obsidian black, akin to the night sky's obsidian. The blade's elegant lines and sharp edge gleamed with a chilling radiance, seemingly narrating tales of its glory and history. Lin Ze had no doubt that this blade could effortlessly sever the bones and flesh of zombies. It was not only a testament to his cultural pride, but also a reflection of the system's unwavering quality assurance. Lin Ze declared, now that I possess a weapon, I will allocate the remaining energy points solely towards enhancing my physical form. System ding. Physical Advancement Enhancement LV1 completed. Host Strength 2, Agility 2, Stamina 2. System ding. Physical Advancement Enhancement LV2 completed. Host Strength 2, Agility 2, Stamina 2. System ding. Physical Advancement Enhancement LV3 completed. Host Strength 2, Agility 2, Stamina 2. System ding. Physical Advancement Enhancement LV10 completed. Host Strength 2, Agility 2, Stamina 2. A random physical enhancement skill has been unlocked. System research completed. This research incurred a total cost of 1,550 energy points. Current remaining energy points, 1,233. The physical advancement enhancement for the base vehicle culminated in a remarkable increase of 60 attribute points across strength, agility, and stamina, showcasing an astonishing improvement. If Lin Ze was previously at the level of an ordinary urban warrior, he has now ascended to that of a high-level urban warrior, traversing at least 2 tiers. System: the physical enhancement skill you have acquired is Immunity Enhancement. Immunity Enhancement: the host's cellular immunity has been significantly boosted, currently enabling a 100 immunity to the infection virus of ordinary zombies, an 80 probability of immunity to level 1 zombie virus, and a 60 probability of immunity to level 2 zombie virus, and so forth. Note: this skill will continue to evolve with the enhancement of the host's physical constitution. It is well known that the most formidable aspect of zombies in the apocalypse is not their brute strength or speed, but the terrifying viruses contained within them. For the frail human body, even a minor injury can be fatal. However, with Lin Ze's newfound immunity enhancement, he is completely immune to the virus infections of ordinary zombies and can largely disregard even the viruses of level 1 zombies. Upon reviewing the skill description, Lin Ze's face lit up with ecstatic joy. This is truly a life-saving technique in the apocalypse. With this skill, my survival rate will increase exponentially. Armed with the formidable Tang Dao capable of slicing through bone and flesh, significantly enhanced physical attributes, and an extraordinary immunity to zombie viruses, this trio of advantages forms an unbeatable hand in the apocalypse. Confronting a level 2 zombie is akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. He feels overwhelmingly secure. Chapter 38. The swift blade of the pseudo-dimensional / prepared and ready. It was time to depart. Lin Ze wore an expression of indifference, as if to convey that none could thwart him. He was invincible. He pressed the accelerator, intending to charge directly through the main entrance. Until now, he had engaged in combat on the spacious pedestrian platform within the campus, which facilitated the performance of the transport vehicle. However, to enter the dormitory building, he would need to drive the troop carrier inside. After all, merely avoiding a few hundred steps was a convenience in itself. Moreover, he had no desire to unwittingly step into the gruesome mire of artificially created zombies, a floor that had reached a level where one had to suppress their nausea to traverse. Boom. Under Lin Ze's command, the transport vehicle surged forward. It first ascended a dozen steps, then crashed through the automatic doors barrier, directly entering the elevator waiting area of the girls' dormitory, flanked by secure passageways. The glass doors had long been shattered, and the floor was stained with large patches of blood. The first floor of the girls' dormitory was the epicenter of the zombie virus outbreak, where numerous female students had succumbed to the infection, becoming part of the horde. Arriving at his destination, Lin Ze recalled that Tong Xiaoxi was on the 6th floor, while a level 2 intelligent zombie lurked on the 10th. The decision to rescue or confront the boss would require adaptability. He grasped the ebony-tanged sword from the passenger's seat, enhancing his perception to meticulously survey the surroundings. Within the confines of his mental map, there were nearly no red dots visible. The zombies on the 1st and 2nd floors had already been lured away by the cacophonous crash of the door and the shrieks of the female zombies. This indicated that the 1st and 2nd floors of the girls' dormitory were unequivocally safe zones. However, the upper levels remained uncertain, with the potential for zombies descending from above. The transport vehicle had reached its limit at this juncture, as neither the elevator nor the secure passage could accommodate its size. Thus, Lin Ze decisively chose to disembark and commence on foot. Before stepping out, he thoughtfully sent a message to Tong Xiaoxi, urging her to prepare in advance. Upon unlocking his phone, Lin Ze was greeted by a flurry of excited messages from Tong Xiaoxi, prompting an amused smile. Tong Xiaoxi, brother, your modified vehicle is incredible. So amazing. With so many zombies in the dormitory, just one push on the accelerator, and they're all obliterated. How cool is that? Tong Xiaoxi, I can't wait to sit in the passenger seat and watch you drive and slay zombies. It feels more thrilling than a movie racer. Tong Xiaoxi, brother, be careful. I see many zombies streaming over here, so many. It's dangerous. Tong Xiaoxi, wow. I'm speechless. It's astounding, so moving. Brother has triumphed again. Thousands of zombies have been wiped out just like that. Lin Ze, ahem, I'm about to assault the building. You two should tidy up, but be cautious not to draw the zombies' attention. I'll be there shortly. Tong Xiaoxi replied instantly. Don't worry, brother. We'll patiently wait for you in the dormitory. Just be careful of the zombies lurking around the staircase corners. Tong Xiaoxi, I've thought it over. I'll just pack a few spare outfits. What type of clothing do you prefer me in? Tong Xiaoxi, from now on, I belong to you. Regardless of what I wear, it will be solely for your eyes. How delightful. This young lady is becoming increasingly perceptive. I must ask, where can one find such a sweet-natured junior willing to cheer you on? The best part is, she possesses enviable attributes, an early bloom, a youthful visage, and an alluring figure. It's utterly irresistible. This junior truly embodies sweetness. I didn't travel countless miles to rescue her. She is genuinely proactive and remarkably considerate. With Tong Xiaoxi's attitude and character, she is destined to be the crown jewel of my team. Both Ding Xiyu and any future companions will undoubtedly feel dwarfed in her presence. I wonder what her northern roommate is like. Of course, even if she is a fiery spirit, I have my methods of guidance. Once she steps into my vehicle, she will inevitably become mine. Lin Ze could not suppress a smile as he felt invigorated by Tong Xiaoxi's encouragement. Upon exiting the transport vehicle, a noxious odor assaulted his senses, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse, causing nausea. Lin Ze frowned, enduring the stench as he pressed the elevator button with the slender handle of his knife. The elevator operated normally, the gears creaking and groaning as if hindered, yet it ultimately came to a steady halt on the ground floor. As the elevator doors opened, Lin Ze gradually composed his expression, stepping inside with a stoic demeanor. In gaming, the elevator ambush is a notorious trap, a veritable bane for novices. However, with enhanced perception, Lin Ze could navigate the terrain as if possessing a form of clairvoyance. No seasoned trickster could evade his keen awareness. If memory serves, the 6th floor is where I should head. Lin Ze pressed the button for the 6th floor, and as the doors closed, the elevator began its ascent. It soon arrived at the 6th floor, coming to a gentle stop. Before the doors opened, Lin Ze felt an ominous anticipation. He silently stepped forward, drawing his dark dagger from its sheath in preparation for combat. Ding! A soft chime signaled the opening of the elevator doors. Bang! A horde of snarling zombies lunged into the elevator. Seeking death, Lin Ze's gaze sharpened. Having anticipated this moment, his reflexes swift. He thrust the dagger through the narrow gap of the door, piercing the throat of the first zombie to attack. With a deft slice, he severed its neck, blood gushing forth. The first zombie collapsed instantly, but there were still a dozen more, their bodies blocking the elevator doors without a single opening. Accelerate, unleash. Lin Ze unleashed his abilities without hesitation. In an instant, the zombie's forward momentum slowed drastically, as if frozen in time. Gripping his dark dagger, he unleashed a flurry of relentless strikes, disassembling the horde in mere moments. Within a breath, he executed hundreds of cuts. Even Lin Ze's formidable physique felt the strain in his arms. Ultimately, when he chose to deactivate his accelerated state, the aftermath was palpable. Before him, the bodies of a dozen zombies were instantaneously dismembered into countless pieces of flesh, thudding to the ground at the elevator's entrance, while torrents of blood gushed forth from the remnants. This crimson deluge streamed into the crevices of the elevator, cascading down in a grotesque display. With swift precision, he drew his blade, reminiscent of a pseudo-dimensional slash from a video game. Regardless of its authenticity, the elegance of the move was undeniable, explaining the allure of cold weapons for so many. The sensation of blade meeting flesh was indeed unparalleled. It was exhilarating. Lin Ze cast a glance at the decaying remnants on the floor and exited the elevator with a smile. Outside, he found himself in the spacious center of the 6th floor of the girls' dormitory. Here, for self-service washing machines, 6 self-service massage chairs, and 2 vending machines awaited the students' use. The ability to establish such enterprises within the dormitory building showcased the business acumen of this university. Chapter 39. Rescuing lives. These zombies were once vibrant female university students residing in this building, clad in an array of garments. Lin Ze could almost envision the vivaciousness of their former selves reflected in their attire, only to be horrified by their grotesque transformation in the wake of the apocalypse. Stripped of their youthful grace, their eyes now bore a vacant yet frenzied look as they charged at Lin Ze, the unwelcome intruder, with reckless abandon. Under the heightened awareness bestowed upon me, I discerned that this single floor housed hundreds of zombies. Moreover, as I ascended the building, the number of zombies increased. Likely gathered by that cunning zombie for its own protection. Perhaps it feared what I might do. Intelligent zombies often prefer to lurk in the shadows. With this in mind, I resolved to prioritize the rescue of the living. After all, time was of no consequence. Ensuring the safety of those I sought was a fundamental duty of a household's protector. Lin Ze confirmed that the elevator of the dormitory was operational and that the majority of zombies lurked on the upper floors. He decisively chose to proceed with the rescue. His base vehicle awaited just outside the elevator door, and with a single ride, he could transport the 2 individuals to safety, fulfilling his 5th wish, to save the campus beauty, Tong Xiaoxi, and her roommate. In doing so, Lin Ze would acquire a new elemental ability, significantly enhancing his strength. At that point, whether it involved cleansing the remaining zombies from the female dormitory or vanquishing the second-tier intelligent zombie hesitating on the rooftop, he would be empowered beyond measure. Time was of the essence. Facing the horde of zombies rushing toward him, Lin Ze's lips curled into a faint smile, unperturbed by the impending danger. Having undergone a second round of enhancements, a mere 100 zombies felt like an appetizing starter. Swift as the wind, he commanded, With a focused gaze, Lin Ze activated his speed-enhancing ability once more. In an instant, the frenzied movements of the female zombies seemed to freeze in time. Their grotesque expressions became etched upon their faces. Even their howls stretched into eternity. With a swift advance, Lin Ze brandished his Tang Dao, severing the heads of the first wave of attacking female zombies. The dismembered heads did not immediately fall. Instead, they lingered momentarily, suspended above their bodies. While dispatching the zombies, Lin Ze also sought Tong Xiaoxi's dormitory. She had mentioned that their residence was located to the left of the elevator, and he had no doubt that proceeding leftward would lead him there. In a blur, Lin Ze, in his accelerated state, moved like a specter, plunging forward and wielding his blade with relentless precision, leaving a trail of blackened blade light in his wake. In the blink of an eye, over 100 zombies met their demise at his hands, none escaped unscathed. As Lin Ze's speed-enhancing ability waned, the severed heads of the female zombies tumbled to the ground. The impact of the scene bore resemblance to the iconic moment in The Matrix where bullets were halted mid-air, but here, it was heads that fell. The once vibrant red and white of the zombies' eyes faded into a dull vacancy, as if they were utterly bewildered by their own demise. Lin Ze flicked the blood from his Tang Dao onto the ground, silently reflecting. Given the current circumstances, my extraordinary speed ability can still be activated 3 more times, which is more exhausting than I had anticipated. Thankfully, I did not directly confront that level 2 zombie. Otherwise, it would have been quite taxing. If my conjecture is correct, the greater the physical stamina consumed during the use of this ability, the more dramatically the mental energy will deplete. It is akin to moving through water. Remaining stationary with buoyancy requires little effort, but swimming vigorously demands considerable exertion. Of course, dealing with the zombies on this floor, 3 uses of my speed would be more than sufficient. Moreover, even without my abilities, my physical prowess far exceeds that of an ordinary zombie. In the midst of battle, Lin Ze continuously absorbed experience, realizing that both combat and the utilization of abilities required substantial practice, a luxury he, as an ordinary courier, could only afford through relentless training. These zombies undoubtedly served as the perfect practice targets, and each kill rewarded him with energy points, providing ample feedback. After clearing the zombies from this floor, Lin Ze raised his gaze to the dormitory doorplate, K603. If memory serves me right, this should be the room. He gently knocked on the door and called out, Tong Xiaoxi, Tang Shanshan, it's me. The zombies outside have been dealt with. Open the door and leave with me at once. I cannot guarantee when they may return. The dormitory was eerily silent, but after a moment, a shadow appeared in the peephole. The occupant, confirming that a handsome man stood outside, swung the door wide open. The person who emerged was petite and adorable, her eyes glistening red, nearly leaping forward to give Lin Ze a hearty embrace. Taking a step back, Lin Ze rationally advised, I may have zombie blood on me. It would be prudent for you to keep your distance. The gratitude you feel can wait until tonight. Brother Lin Ze, you're so mean. How can you ruin the atmosphere at a time like this? Can't you be charming for once? Tong Xiaoxi's expression momentarily froze before her cheeks flushed crimson, her demeanor a blend of embarrassment and annoyance. Lin Ze shrugged, stating, I'm merely speaking the truth. So, how prepared are you both? We must leave this perilous place swiftly. I cannot assure you when those zombies might react. Yes, we have already made preparations. Let us hurry and get out of here. Upon mentioning the zombies, fear washed over Tong Xiaoxi's face, and her previously lovesick expression faded significantly. At that moment, her roommate, Tang Shanshan, stepped out from behind her. Both girls were adorned with summer shoulder bags, but they dared not drag their suitcases due to the noise it would create, which contained their spare clothing, snacks, and water. Lin Ze glanced at the unfamiliar girl, offering a warm smile and a nod. Tang Shanshan, tall and striking, stood out even in the post-apocalyptic environment, clad in shorts that revealed her fair, long legs, capturing attention effortlessly. Tang Shanshan blinked and responded with a gracious nod. She parted her lips, seemingly intending to introduce herself, but upon hearing the conversation between Lin Ze and Tong Xiaoxi, she obediently closed her mouth, maintaining a smile. At this moment, uttering any words seemed superfluous. The utmost priority was to vacate this perilous location. With everyone prepared, it was time to set forth. Let us take the elevator. Lin Ze, exhibiting decisiveness, led the way. Tong Xiaoxi and Tang Shanshan had not stepped outside their dormitory for 2 days. Although they could hear the commotion of battle from within, they remained oblivious to the grim reality of the situation outside. Before them lay a harrowing scene, with hundreds of lifeless zombies sprawled across the ground, reminiscent of a hellish inferno. Among the fallen were several familiar classmates who resided next door, now grotesquely transformed into zombies, their heads rendered unrecognizable. The two girls felt a wave of nausea rise in their stomachs, their faces paling as if they might retch, yet they ultimately restrained themselves, pressing their hands firmly over their mouths. For they understood that even the act of vomiting would produce sound, and the instinct of fear eclipsed the urge to be sick. What are you hesitating for? We must hurry. Lin Ze cast a sharp glance back at them, urging them onward. Tong Xiaoxi and Tang Shanshan snapped back to reality and quickly followed his lead. As the trio approached the elevator doors, a sudden cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from above. Clearly, this was no ordinary commotion. It could only signify the presence of zombies. Chapter 40. The wish list fulfilled, new abilities. Lin Ze's heightened perception remained perpetually activated, allowing him to observe the movements of the zombies above. His expression darkened as he remarked, "Zombies on the 7th and 8th floors are moving rapidly. They are coming for us." Lin Ze surmised that the intelligent zombie had likely realized that his formidable base vehicle, capable of effortlessly dispatching thousands of zombies, could not ascend the stairs. To validate his hypothesis, he decisively called upon the lesser zombies to test the waters and confirm the truth. It must be said, the intelligent zombie lurking on the rooftop exhibited a remarkably swift reaction. Its analytical abilities were exceptional, finally resembling the cunning of an intelligent undead. Tong Xiaoxi, her face etched with anxiety, inquired, "What should we do now?" "Of course, we should take the elevator down. It descends far more swiftly than the zombies can traverse the stairs." Lin Ze pressed the button, opened the elevator door, and ushered the two women inside. He followed suit, pressing the button for the first floor and closing the door. As the elevator doors slowly sealed and began their descent, a cacophony erupted from the 6th floor. Bang! A horde of zombies, having arrived late from the 7th floor, was recklessly crashing against the elevator door, attempting to force it open. Should any malfunction occur, the elevator would automatically halt, trapping the three within. Taking the elevator was indeed a perilous gamble, and Lin Ze suddenly felt a pang of regret. He had somewhat underestimated the determination of the intelligent zombie to eliminate him. However, ascending the stairs would undoubtedly burden the two women. Alone, he might struggle to fend off the onslaught of zombies descending from the 7th and 8th floors. Thus, he preferred to risk a little danger rather than see them harmed. After all, they were now his possessions. Surely the elevator would be fine. This elevator is newly constructed. It shouldn't fail so easily. Hurry faster. The two women clutched the elevator's handrails, their hearts racing as they silently prayed. Tong Xiaoxi, disregarding the potential zombie blood on Lin Ze, inched closer to him, seeking some psychological solace. The elevator descended slowly, and after approximately 8 seconds, it arrived safely at the ground floor. Lin Ze's enhanced perception had already detected that few zombies were approaching on the 1st floor, and he breathed a quiet sigh of relief. After all his efforts, he had successfully rescued the two women without incident. Ding! The elevator doors opened, revealing Lin Ze's base vehicle, which loomed before him like a colossal steel beast, still splattered with the blood of crushed zombies. What an enormous vehicle! It nearly stood as tall as two adults. Tong Xiaoxi approached the base vehicle, unable to suppress a low exclamation of awe. Standing beside this oversized modified machine, her already modest height appeared even more diminutive and endearing. There was a delightful contrast between the adorable girl and the metallic giant. Tang Shanshan added with a smile, "Xiaoxi, if you count as an adult, that would make 2.5 of you." Tong Xiaoxi retorted, puffing up her cheeks, "I am a concentrated essence of brilliance. Do you understand?" Lin Ze glanced down at Tong Xiaoxi's prominently raised white t-shirt, nodding in approval. Indeed, the essence is concentrated within, and there is no mistake. The two young women typically harbor no interest in machinery, metals, or automobiles. These matters would likely captivate the engineering students next door. However, anyone who lays eyes upon this technologically advanced troop carrier cannot help but exclaim in awe. This is undoubtedly a vehicle from the realm of science fiction. Tang Shanshan meticulously scrutinizes the vehicle's exterior, increasingly convinced that this enigmatic delivery man is extraordinary. Merely acquiring such a vehicle in a post-apocalyptic world is sufficient to grant him an imposing stature, allowing him to impose various conditions upon the beleaguered survivors. In summary, their decision to align themselves with Lin Ze is undoubtedly a wise one. The two women, each lost in their own musings, could hardly contain their joy. Their faces adorned with smiles, as if they glimpsed a hint of hope for the future. "All right, let us hasten aboard. It is unsafe to linger outside." Lin Ze approached from behind, wrapping his arms around their waists, and remarked, "This vehicle shall be your home from now on." "Oh!" Tong Xiaoxi's fair cheeks suddenly flushed with a rosy hue, her sensitivity surpassing that of the average girl. Even a playful poke among friends would leave her feeling weak. and the sensation of being touched by the opposite sex would be all the more pronounced. Meanwhile, Tang Shanshan exhibited a more subdued reaction, though her cheeks too bore a hint of crimson. You haven't forgotten our prior agreement, have you? From this day forth, you belong to me. This is merely a formality. Lin Ze found amusement in their contrasting responses, his smile tinged with mischief. No, it's just a bit unfamiliar. My mouth has consented, but my body is not quite accustomed yet, Tong Xiaoxi shyly explained with a shake of her head. Although I haven't communicated with you directly, Xiaoxi has informed me of the terms of our agreement, so I am indeed yours, Tang Shanshan candidly acknowledged. The demeanor of the two women surpassed that of Ding Shiyu by leaps and bounds, displaying a maturity that tugged at Lin Ze's heartstrings, thwarting his earlier intentions to reprimand or discipline them. That is good to hear. I appreciate understanding young ladies. If you continue to be sensible, we shall navigate this post-apocalyptic life together. At the very least, I can assure you of your safety and provision. Lin Ze nodded in satisfaction, moving to the side of the mobile base to open the door for them. Without their master to personally open the door, outsiders could not board. Nor could those within disembark. One could indeed liken it to an iron cage. The two women boarded the vehicle in succession, and the interior space astonished them once more. The inside of the mobile base was even more spacious than they had envisioned, with the aisle exceeding that of a typical bus by more than double, and ample seating behind the driver's compartment. In truth, the troop carrier was designed for transporting personnel, with an interior spacious enough to accommodate over 100 individuals, boasting a far greater capacity than a bus. Moreover, even if the vehicle's space were to become fully utilized, Lin Ze could upgrade it through technological advancements. Thus, they need not worry about future constraints of space or seating. Feel free to bring along campus beauties. The rest is for me to manage. Tong Xiaoxi did not rush to take her seat. Instead, noticing that Lin Ze had not boarded the vehicle, she felt a twinge of curiosity. Brother Lin Ze, are you not getting in? Lin Ze offered a faint smile and replied, I will remain outside to eliminate the zombies that have descended from upstairs. Once I finish, I shall escort you to meet Ding Shiyu. Rest assured, I shall return promptly without any unforeseen incidents. Eliminate the zombies that have come down from upstairs? The two women spoke in unison, exchanging bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. Lin Ze had already rescued them, yet he intended to continue dealing with the zombies. It seemed illogical. Did he harbor a penchant for slaying the undead? Perhaps he merely viewed it as a form of physical exercise. With a smile upon his face, Lin Ze waved his hand and, with a resounding bang, firmly closed the car door. At that moment, within the enhanced perception of his minimap, a swarm of red dots surged down the stairwell, akin to a horde of locusts. Lin Ze glanced at the data statistics on the minimap, noting that the number of zombies pursuing him this time exceeded 300, a staggering threefold increase from the 6th floor. At that juncture, the zombies from upstairs were approximately 30 seconds away from the elevator, providing him just enough time to prepare for the impending onslaught. Just then, the system notification chimed in perfectly. Ding. The host has successfully invited a campus beauty with a score above 9 to board the vehicle. Reward, 1,000 energy points, cumulative. Ding. The host has successfully invited another campus beauty with a score above 9 to board the vehicle. Reward, 1,000 energy points, cumulative. Ding. The host has successfully rescued the campus flower, Tong Xiaoxi, along with her roommate, completing the 5th item on the wish list. Reward, random awakening of an elemental ability. Ding. The host, in a moment of inspiration, has suddenly awakened the lightning elemental ability at level 1. Chapter 41, Lightning Abilities. Elementalization of the future. Lin Ze escorted Tong Xiaoxi and Tang Shanshan to the safest place in the world, the base vehicle. This signified the completion of the mission, and the wish list immediately began its settlement process. Lin Ze felt a surge of excitement as he eagerly anticipated the 5th wish on his list. Upon discovering that his awakened elemental ability was ranked among the top 3 versatile powers, lightning, his expression shifted from surprise to sheer elation, nearly driving him to madness. Lightning abilities, indeed. This mission to rescue others had proven immensely rewarding, as he had acquired the most potent elemental ability available. After all, we reside in a modern society where electricity is the most commonly utilized eco-friendly energy source, and lightning is the most aggressive element among the 5 elemental forces. The fusion of these two heralds a bright future. Lin Ze's heart soared as he snapped his fingers in delight. In the blink of an eye, violet sparks danced between his fair thumb and index finger, ultimately converging in his palm, forming a fierce current that crackled with energy. This was the most common application of lightning abilities, coating his limbs with electricity to inflict electric harm or sever enemies, reminiscent of the renowned anime technique. lightning release. 1,000 birds. Of course, the flashy discharge of electricity in the air was also quite impressive, crackling with an awe-inspiring resonance, though it consumed considerable energy and was not advisable for novices, as it could easily deplete one's mental strength. Lin Ze's swift mastery of this new ability was not due to any latent talent for extraordinary powers, but rather a result of the system's rewards, which included detailed instructions and insights on the use of the ability. While absorbing this knowledge and achieving proficiency would take time, he could certainly conduct a preliminary test, especially with hundreds of zombies available as targets. With the system as his excellent mentor, he was confident that he would soon master the lightning abilities, harmonizing them as seamlessly as he had with bullet time and speed. The special effects of the lightning abilities were quite impressive, though he was curious about their lethality. Satisfied, Lin Ze retracted the lightning ability and turned to review the system's detailed explanation. Lightning ability, LV1, an elemental power that allows the user to manipulate the electrons present in nature, unleashing terrifying lightning attacks upon enemies. Note: when this ability reaches level 10, elementalization will be unlocked, allowing the expenditure of energy points to upgrade to a more advanced lightning ability. Elementalization. Lin Ze's breath quickened. This was the hallmark of elemental powers. Elementalization equated to invincibility in a physical sense, and in the harsh environment of the apocalypse, it would suffice to handle the vast majority of situations. Furthermore, lightning abilities were merely the beginning, with higher-level lightning powers awaiting discovery. This was yet another avenue for continuous upgrades, a voracious consumer of energy points, yet undoubtedly worthy of investment. It seemed imperative for him to devise a means to acquire more energy points, as they were not easily obtained, he sighed. Lin Ze gently waved his tang knife, a slight smile gracing his lips as he declared, "So, let me take down another 1,000 zombies. Just 1,000. As the words fell, a multitude of zombies surged forth from the safety passages on either side, roaring and howling, their visages contorted with rage as they charged towards Lin Ze. Among them, the three foremost zombies exhibited a significantly enhanced physical prowess, unmistakably classified as first-tier, reinforced zombies, their skin marred by prominent veins. Suddenly, one of these first-tier zombies leaped atop the base vehicle, launching itself with ferocity towards Lin Ze. Inside the vehicle, Tong Xiaoxi and Tang Shanshan watched in stark terror, their hearts nearly leaping into their throats. In unison, they cried out from within the vehicle, "Be careful!" With a swift motion, Lin Ze evaded the ambush from behind, pivoting to brandish the dark tang knife in his hand. A flash of black light flickered, and the zombie's body erupted with a torrent of blood mid-air. Thud! The next moment, the zombie crashed heavily to the ground, a clean gash marring its neck, its head rolling forward in a grotesque tumble. Lin Ze remained unfazed, advancing towards the remaining first-tier zombies, even as the horde closed in from both sides, encircling him. With a flurry of strikes, Lin Ze wielded his blade with the swiftness of a tempest, severing the heads of countless ordinary zombies that soared skyward, rendering them utterly ineffectual foes. Inside the base vehicle, once Tong Xiaoxi regained her composure, she clapped enthusiastically, cheering for Lin Ze. "Brother Lin Ze, you're so handsome and powerful, kill them all." Meanwhile, Tang Shanshan's face still bore the pallor of survival, the previous scene having been exceedingly terrifying. In her heart, curiosity burgeoned. How had Lin Ze perceived the zombie's stealthy approach? Was it the aid of that mysterious ability, or had he heard their warning? Nevertheless, Lin Ze's predicament was far from optimistic. Having dispatched over 20 zombies, his pace of slaughter was being overwhelmed by the sheer volume of the horde. The space available for movement beneath his feet was continuously constricting. With such numbers, it was impossible to overcome them without employing his extraordinary abilities. Fortunately, he possessed such powers. Lin Ze furrowed his brow, feeling the strain under the relentless assault of hundreds of zombies. His physical prowess had already reached the zenith of a soldier, and it would not be an exaggeration to call him the closest being to the extraordinary among humanity. Yet, even with his back against the base vehicle, he found himself unable to fend off the relentless tide of the undead. It was evident that the situation for others would be even more dire. At that moment, the first-tier zombies finally closed in, their crimson eyes brimming with malice and insatiable hunger, seemingly intent on delivering a fatal blow while Lin Ze was fatigued. Ordinarily, first-tier zombies lacked the capacity for rational thought and did not employ tactics or cooperation. However, under the influence of second-tier intelligent zombies directing their assault, this logic became coherent. "I've been waiting for you," Lin Ze sneered, no longer concealing his intentions, as he instantly activated his extraordinary abilities. Godspeed, activate. With a mere thought, a familiar ripple radiated from him, swiftly expanding outward, as the surrounding world appeared to freeze in time. the surging tide of zombies. Their faces and movements, captured in the most grotesque of expressions, seemed to hang suspended in midair. Lin Ze took a deep breath, his hand wielding the knife with precision, targeting the oncoming first-tier zombies. With a swift motion, he struck. The sharp blade of the Tang Dao resembled the scythe of death, each descent inevitably accompanied by the demise of a zombie. With his keen edge, he swiftly dispatched 3 first-tier zombies in one fell swoop, then calculated the remaining time of his extraordinary speed ability. Lightning, activate. With his left hand transformed into a palm, the electric power coalesced at his fingertips, forming a high-pressure lightning blade, while his right hand gripped the Tang Dao and continued to slash. Striking in unison, he carved a bloody path through the encircling horde. In the next moment, as the zombies began to stir once more, the entire elevator waiting area appeared as though it had been swept by countless blades of wind. The zombies' bodies were sliced with precision, blood gushing from their wounds. The walls behind him bore a striking resemblance to abstract art, splattered with crimson ink. At that moment, inside the base vehicle, Tong Xiaoxi and Tang Shanshan were left in a state of astonishment. Master Lin, what just transpired? I scarcely blinked. How could over 100 zombies be annihilated in an instant? They are not merely crawling ants, but creatures of brute force and speed far exceeding that of ordinary humans. Chapter 42. Best friends are meant for betrayal within the confines of the base vehicle. Tang Shanshan was the first to regain her composure. She boldly speculated, Brother Lin Ze must have just utilized his extraordinary abilities. The electric sparks emanating from his left hand, could they be a manifestation of lightning powers? Wow, to effortlessly eliminate over 100 zombies, Brother Lin Ze is simply remarkable. Tong Xiaoxi could hardly contain her excitement. Who wouldn't desire a future partner capable of dominating the battlefield with such prowess? The 2 girls' eyes sparkled with admiration as they watched Lin Ze slay the zombies outside, akin to witnessing an epic Hollywood blockbuster. The scenes were both gruesome and exhilarating. Each passing second felt like a grand production. Who says girls do not relish such spectacles? Having concealed themselves in their dormitory, they had long harbored an intense loathing for the vile zombies that plagued their surroundings. Witnessing a horde of zombies being vanquished was as satisfying as seeing cockroaches eradicated from their living space, filling them with immense relief. Lin Ze, attuned to their presence, glanced back at the vehicle's window and offered the 2 a subtle smile, perfectly complementing his youthful and handsome visage. Oh my goodness, he is incredibly dashing. The 2 girls' hearts raced, completely enamored, succumbing to their infatuation. What a worthwhile investment. This was an absolute gain. Unbeknownst to Lin Ze, his fleeting glance had effortlessly captured their hearts. He still possessed the ability to utilize his speed once more. Since he was already there was no reason to squander the opportunity. He intended to exhaust his mental energy before retreating to the safety of the vehicle. Come on. I still haven't had my fill of slaughter. With enthusiasm, Lin Ze wielded his Tang Dao, continuously reaping the oncoming zombies, one after another. The incessant notifications from the system rang in his ears. Ding. You have slain a regular zombie, earning 1 energy point. Ding. You have slain a regular zombie, earning 1 energy point. Ding. You have slain a regular zombie, earning 1 energy point. As the final wave of zombies charged forth, Lin Ze activated his speed ability once again. Whoosh. In an instant, Lin Ze's figure vanished from sight. The surrounding zombies lunged at nothingness, only to have their bodies and heads severed in a gruesome display. Blood sprang forth. It was as though countless blades of wind had swept through the elevator waiting area. When the 3rd round of his speed concluded, Lin Ze had already returned to the driver's seat of the vehicle. He was not foolish enough to wait outside until his ability expired. In the final moments, he ensured his safety in the most secure location. At that time, several dozen zombies still lingered in the elevator waiting area, but his base vehicle was not merely for show. With a decisive thrust, Lin Ze activated the vehicle, crushing the remaining zombies beneath its wheels, leaving none alive. Although he could have activated the vehicle from the beginning to obliterate the zombies without wasting time or energy, Lin Ze understood that he could not rely solely on the vehicle in any circumstance. For instance, when contending with zombies of second-level intelligence, he could not depend on the vehicle, as they were not foolish enough to confront him directly. Therefore, whenever the opportunity for personal combat arose, he had to seize it, diligently accumulating experience. For instance, this time, by employing enhanced perception to confirm that there were no particularly formidable advanced zombies in the vicinity, Lin Ze felt at ease to take action and test his skills. Sigh. I am utterly exhausted, my head throbs, and I am drenched in sweat. I was not drained by Ding Shiyu, that innate succubus with a sacred body, but rather worn out by these zombies. Is this what it feels like to be drained? Lin Ze took a few tissues from the side to wipe his face, yet the more he wiped, the more uncomfortable he felt. Upon thinking of Ding Shiyu, Lin Ze focused his thoughts and checked the apartment's surveillance. When he saw that Ding Shiyu, that little lazy pig, was still asleep, he was instantly filled with indignation. She must assist me with a back rub later. While I am here battling zombies, she is blissfully napping in the car. Is this acceptable? Lin Ze exclaimed fiercely. Even if there are reasons behind it, it is still unacceptable. She must be taught a lesson. Ding Shiyu was the first onboard combatant he had registered, and she was to help him accumulate energy points in the future. Sleeping all day was not an option. She must be roused for rigorous training. After tidying himself up a bit, Lin Ze rose and made his way to the passenger area, summoning the two women. Creak. The sound of the door opening drew the attention of both ladies, who turned in unison. When they saw it was Lin Ze, their faces lit up with joy as they rushed over, chattering excitedly about various matters. Brother Lin Ze, you were so impressive battling the zombies just now. Both Shan and I were completely captivated by you. Tong Xiaoxi trotted over to wrap her arms around Lin Ze's, and such a natural gesture could easily be mistaken for a couple deeply in love. One must possess a certain prowess to dare enter the tiger's den and rescue the damsel, Lin Ze replied with a smile. Though the sensation of her touch distracted him slightly, Tong Xiaoxi seemed oblivious to Lin Ze's hungry gaze. Instead, she beamed with delight and, standing on tiptoe, whispered in his ear, Brother Lin Ze, I will let you in on a secret. Shan just seriously told me that a man as handsome and capable as you should not recruit women under such conditions. It clearly denies others the chance to pursue you. Oh, when I heard that, I couldn't help but laugh. Brother, do you know why? Why? Lin Ze played along, feigning surprise. Because I found her reasoning quite compelling. Tong Xiaoxi stated with utmost seriousness. Xiaoxi, are you out of your mind? You were clearly enchanted. Your eyes wide open, screaming endlessly in the car, even muffling your mouth couldn't stifle a sound. Standing nearby, Tang Shanshan's cheeks flushed, hands on her hips as she retorted, Don't pin everything on me. I just think Brother Lin Ze is a bit handsome, but I am not enchanted. It was not that Tang Shanshan had suddenly changed her demeanor. Rather, it was the natural shyness that arose when a typically forthright girl developed feelings for someone. A phenomenon often referred to as contrast cuteness. Lin Ze was even momentarily captivated by Tang Shanshan's bashful demeanor. Such a grand northern girl appeared particularly enchanting when shy. Lin Ze mused to himself. This outing to save others had truly been a resounding success. The reward for his abilities was nothing short of perfect, electricity manipulation. Two beautiful girls on campus possessed delightful personalities. They are bold in love and hate, obedient and sensible, and undoubtedly have the potential to become valuable members of the support team. Notably, they have recently transitioned from their senior year of high school and are now freshers in college. Youth is a blessing, and the beauty of adolescence is undeniable. The older one grows, the more one becomes convinced of this truth. Tang Shanshan, come over here, Lin Ze said with a mischievous grin, waving his empty hand toward her. Are you so eager to experience the sensation of being embraced from both sides? Tang Shanshan huffed lightly, her face displaying a hint of reluctance. Nevertheless, she confidently approached and wrapped her arms around the other empty arm. After all, there was no reason for her not to do what Tong Xiaoxi dared to do. Once roommates, they are now rivals. The two girls exchanged glances across Lin Ze, silently communicating and establishing an unspoken understanding. Best friends are often a source of comparison and betrayal. Chapter 43. The Mobile Apartment, a perfect sanctuary. The two of you are quite the entertainers when together. After spending an entire morning vanquishing thousands of zombies, my body ached with fatigue, yet seeing your playful banter instantly alleviated my weariness, even prompting me to wish to join in. Lin Ze, with a smile on his face, embraced one of them, ensuring a fair balance in their playful rivalry. Tong Xiaoxi's cheeks flushed with curiosity as she inquired, Brother Lin Ze, will we be living in the car from now on? It was not that I found the vehicle's environment unsatisfactory. In fact, it possessed commendable conditions with ample room for future enhancements. Moreover, where is Sister Ding Shiyu? Is she in the driver's seat? Since boarding, Tong Xiaoxi had been searching for Ding Shiyu, but to no avail, speculating that she might be hidden away in some corner. Like a treasure? Absolutely not. Lin Ze replied with a gentle smile. The conditions in the car are indeed modest, but I will now take you back to our home. With that, he teleported the two ladies to the mobile apartment. In an instant, the three of them arrived at the apartment's entrance. Wow! Tong Xiaoxi and Tang Shanshan, regaining their senses, mirrored the same bewildered expression as when Ding Shiyu first entered. No way, no way, no way. Tong Xiaoxi rubbed her eyes, exclaiming, Brother Lin Ze, surely I must be dreaming. Isn't it marvelous? Lin Ze grinned as he elaborated. This is the mobile apartment I have conjured with my special abilities. The soundproofing here is exceptional. No matter how loud it gets, the outside world remains oblivious. As long as my modified vehicle remains intact, this place is an absolute sanctuary. No one can breach its defenses. The assurance of food and shelter, along with the promise of an adventure across the summer country, rests solely upon this vehicle and my powers. How do you find it, my lovely companions? With her mouth agape, Tong Xiaoxi appeared half awake as she murmured, Brother Lin Ze, this feels too surreal. Could you pinch my leg to confirm? That's quite the peculiar request you've made, but I shall oblige, Lin Ze replied without hesitation, pinching and twisting her leg. With a sudden wince of pain, Tong Xiaoxi's eyes filled with tears as she exclaimed, Brother Lin Ze, you're applying too much pressure. The pain feels real, as you said. Lin Ze erupted into laughter. My dear brother, you lack the finesse to cherish delicate beauty. Tong Xiaoxi pouted, seemingly irked. Even if the sensation is delightful, one must still handle it with care, yet Lin Ze seemed intent on leaving his mark. Oh dear, have I awakened some peculiar attribute? She pondered. Xiaoxi, I believe you are reveling in this. Tang Shanshan, observing the commotion, remarked with an insinuation, you shouldn't have pinched her thigh. Perhaps a more prominent area would yield better results. I know you envy me, but there is no need to emphasize it daily, you impoverished soul. Tong Xiaoxi retorted playfully, making a face at her. Xiaoxi, you are being unreasonable. Tang Shanshan nearly succumbed to frustration at the absurdity of the argument, as her physique could hardly be associated with that term. Feel free to bicker away. You may argue until dusk if you wish. However, there is only one bathroom outside, and before lunch, there should only be time for one person to take a shower. You may allocate the time among yourselves. Lin Ze smiled as he walked towards the bedroom, choosing not to intervene in the lively quarrel between the two. With their presence, the mobile home would undoubtedly be much more animated than before. Although Ding Xiyu possessed striking beauty and an almost perfect figure, her personality was akin to that of a closed-off enigma, making her rather uninteresting. Upon mentioning the bathroom, the eyes of both women sparkled with excitement, as they had been confined in the dormitory, scarcely daring to breathe, let alone bathe. It is in a woman's nature to cherish beauty. Cleanliness and tidiness are the very foundations of allure. Thus, the two immediately began to vie for the privilege of being the first to shower. Their conversation evolved from comparisons of figures to who had received more love letters. Eventually, even the debate over who was bigger or smaller ensued, revealing the remarkable nature of women. In the bustling hall, the door of the master bedroom was left ajar. Ding Xiyu, roused from her slumber, blinked sleepily and was greeted by the sight of Lin Ze entering, along with his handsome visage. Good morning, still asleep? Lin Ze remarked with a mock smile, entering without having the chance to express his annoyance. In the next moment, Ding Xiyu's pupils dilated in sheer terror. She no longer perceived him as a charming gentleman, but rather as a ferocious beast. Frightened, she cocooned herself in her blanket like a fuzzy caterpillar, her eyes brimming with tears as she pleaded, Master, please don't come any closer. I truly cannot bear it. Her voice was laced with despair. Am I really that terrifying? I think I'm rather unremarkable. Lin Ze mused, oblivious to his own imposing presence. He had initially intended to confront her. However, upon witnessing the vulnerable expression on Ding Xiyu's face, he felt an inexplicable pang of guilt. Clearing his throat, he awkwardly began. Last night was a misunderstanding. I can explain. Explain? You must be trying to deceive me into continuing. I won't fall for it. Ding Xiyu's face turned pale with fear, prompting her to reflect. Master, I admit my voice was too loud before. I will be more conscientious in serving you from now on. But I truly cannot endure this any longer. It feels like it could be fatal. You wouldn't want the vase you painstakingly saved to shatter after just one day, would you? Lin Ze, rendered speechless by Ding Xiyu's resistance, decided to bypass that topic entirely. Rubbing his temples, he began to recount the events of the day. While you were sleeping, I found you 2 new companions, so you can rest assured. Really? Although Ding Xiyu was surprised, a wave of relief washed over her, knowing that she had someone to take over. As Lin Ze left the room, his parting words were, by the way, I came to call you for a meal. Your performance last night deserves a sumptuous feast. However, if you take too long, you will have to eat the leftovers, and that will be on the floor. Ding Xiyu completely set aside her pride in Lin Ze's presence. Eating while kneeling? Merely a minor inconvenience. Yet, with 2 unfamiliar newcomers nearby, engaging in such behavior would inevitably leave her feeling utterly mortified. I'll be right there. Just give me 3 minutes. Only 3 minutes. She exclaimed hurriedly as she sprang up to get dressed. Chapter 44. Unexpected gains, reinforced once again. Lin Ze returned to the lobby of the apartment, where not a soul could be seen. His body, having been enhanced, possessed a hearing acuity far superior to that of an average person. He merely had to perk up his ears to discern the playful banter of two women emanating from the bathroom. As the saying goes, good friends should bathe together, sleep together, and even vie for the affections of men. To his astonishment, there truly was a bathing facility here. If time permitted, one could even indulge in a soak. The conditions surpassing those of our female dormitory, unbelievable. Inside the bathroom, Tang Shanshan was rinsing her body, her eyes narrowing in delight as she exclaimed with genuine surprise, "Wow. Tang Shanshan, look. This facial cleanser is one of my favorite brands. Lin Ze, you are incredibly considerate. You even prepared products specifically for women." Tong Xiaoxi, as if she had discovered a treasure in the wall-mounted basket, was utterly elated. In truth, Lin Ze had rushed through his shopping at the supermarket, adopting a rather indifferent approach to daily necessities. If it was available, he bought it, without the slightest inclination to be selective. Naturally, he ended up purchasing several feminine products, including sanitary napkins, warm and thoughtful. After the apocalypse began, I thought I would be condemned to a life of filth, with bathing becoming a distant memory, especially considering the cacophony associated with bathing and the scarcity of clean water. Little did I expect that bathing here would be such a simple affair, devoid of any concerns about the zombies outside. Even the bathing water was pure and potable. Do not underestimate these ordinary conveniences. In a mere 10 days or half a month, every activity we engage in within this apartment will appear as a heavenly existence to others. After rinsing off, Tang Shanshan, while drying herself, reflected on this. Like Tong Xiaoxi, she hailed from a relatively affluent family, yet she was profoundly astonished by all that Lin Ze presently possessed. This was no ordinary courier. He harbored an abundance of secrets, enough to instill a sense of trepidation within her. However, now that they had officially become members of Lin Ze's team, this fear would gradually transform into excitement and pride through their interactions. Indeed, Lin Ze is remarkable. I've seen those ability users online, and none can compare to him, whether in strength or depth. He is leagues ahead. Tong Xiaoxi wholeheartedly agreed, for they were not idly lounging in the dormitory. Modern university students are acutely aware of online social interactions and eager to surf the web. Thus, they have gleaned various official and unofficial tidbits of information. Yinshuan University, located in the suburbs, experiences limited foot traffic, making it challenging to encounter elite individuals. However, first-tier cities are often teeming with people, and the zombie tide that erupts there is all the more terrifying. First-level zombies roam freely, second-level zombies proliferate like weeds. And there are even third-level zombies capable of single-handedly annihilating a town. Why has the national leadership been hesitant to provide assistance? Beyond the reluctance to deploy large-scale weapons in urban areas, they must contend with the super zombie legion led by the third-level zombies. From this perspective, it seems as though the entire nation is engulfed in turmoil, with emergency calls incessantly flooding the lines, while they in the suburbs manage to scrape by. Thus, Tong Xiaoxi found herself increasingly regretful, wishing she had not ventured downstairs to retrieve her package that fateful day. If she had been a tad more meticulous and proactive, perhaps she would have been the first to step into Lin Ze's car. Now, with someone else having seized the opportunity, Tong Xiaoxi is seething with frustration, feeling as if her chest has expanded with indignation. However, it is not too late. Hence, Tong Xiaoxi has been particularly enthusiastic along the way, going so far as to say that she is eagerly pursuing him. This is all in a bid to reclaim the extraordinary potential slipping through her fingers, as well as the charming brother she admires. I knew it all along. With Lin Ze's striking good looks, how could he willingly remain an ordinary deliverer man? Surely, he is concealing his true talents, waiting for the opportune moment to shine. I dare say he is a hidden master of martial arts in the city, perhaps even possessing a premonition of the future before the apocalypse strikes. Tong Xiaoxi's imagination runs wild, crafting various scenarios about Lin Ze's identity, her gaze growing ever more fervent. Lin Ze, eavesdropping in the living room, couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Today's female university students are not only well endowed, but also possess surprisingly expansive imaginations. As time ticked away, half an hour had swiftly elapsed. Lin Ze once again experienced the stark contrast between a woman's perception of time and a man's. For instance, Ding Xiu claimed she would take no more than 3 minutes. Yet she took 30 minutes to emerge from her room. It turned out that Ding Xiu had also indulged in a shower in the master bedroom's private bathroom, wasting quite a bit of time. Indeed, she would rather eat off the floor than compromise her cleanliness, particularly to uphold her persona as an ice queen. Can a disheveled woman still be called a goddess? That would be a drenched chicken, not a phoenix from a parasol tree. Naturally, Lin Ze did not merely sit idly by. He took a moment on the sofa to review the impressive achievements of the morning, which had yielded astonishing results. Thus, his attention was promptly diverted. Zombies killed today, 4862, level 1 zombies. 15, remaining energy points, 7,845. Goodness, today's minor goal has been exceeded. Lin Ze's eyes lit up, and he felt an exhilarating rush, realizing his hard work today had not been in vain. It is worth noting that before entering the girls' dormitory, he had temporarily enhanced himself, spending 3,550 energy points. Essentially, he had depleted his entire stockpile. To his surprise, he now had over 7,000 energy points again. The efficiency of this grind is truly astonishing. The student dormitory building is undoubtedly the most populated area of the school, and the sheer number of zombies nearby is terrifying. Lin Ze couldn't help but exclaim. Of course, the substantial energy points I earned today are also thanks to that level 2 intelligent zombie on the rooftop. If it hadn't roared, so many zombies wouldn't have come forward to meet their demise, which is quite delightful. Reflecting on this, Lin Ze suddenly felt a pang of reluctance to kill that level 2 intelligent zombie. This summoning type boss is clearly a loophole in the game's design, one he could exploit repeatedly, extracting every last bit of value before disposing of it. Yet, one must consider the potential consequences. By doing so, he might be nurturing a tiger, as this creature could evolve into a formidable level 2 zombie the very next day, possibly possessing emperor-like prowess. Moreover, an extended duration may result in the failure of his 6th wish list task. No one can guarantee that the zombie on the rooftop will remain there indefinitely. Should it vacate the dormitory, the task would be deemed a failure. Lin Ze once again accessed the wish list for confirmation. The 6th wish list is as follows. Eliminate all zombies in the female dormitory building K and eradicate the 2nd level intelligent zombie hidden within the premises. Reward, 2,000 energy points, 1 advanced ability point. Indeed, locating such a monster spawning glitch is no trivial endeavor. It ultimately conflicts with my mission. Once I have sufficiently rested, I shall proceed to dispatch that 2nd level zombie. Although I am uncertain of the utility of the advanced ability point within the rewards, it is certainly of considerable value if the system associates it with a 2nd level zombie. Lin Ze resolved to muster his efforts and cleanse the female dormitory building K thoroughly. His greatest confidence stemmed from the additional 6,000 energy points, should he invest all of these points into enhancing his abilities. Even a 3rd level zombie would not stand a chance against him. System, activate the infinite technology tree. With a mere thought, Lin Ze envisioned a colossal tree overshadowing the sky, its lowest 3 green and purple leaves intact, signifying the 3 projects he had fully enhanced. Basic Ability Research LV10, lit. Physical Enhancement LV10, lit. Advanced Physical Enhancement LV10, lit. In light of this, let us proceed to fully develop the Advanced Ability Research. Symmetrical study is indeed a form of science. Lin Ze directed his gaze upward along the purple leaves symbolizing ability research, locating the Advanced Ability Research option. Advanced Ability Research LV1. Each completion of this subject will enhance the host's spirit by 2 and randomly elevate 1 ability level by 1. Requirement, 110 energy points. Enhance. Advanced Ability Research, target LV10. With a thought, Lin Ze issued his command within his mind. System ding. Advanced Ability Research LV1 completed. Host Spirit 2. Ability upgrade. Velocity ability level increased. System ding. Advanced Ability Research LV2 completed. Host Spirit 2. Ability upgrade. Lightning ability level increased. System ding. Advanced Ability Research LV3 completed. Host Spirit 2. Ability upgrade. Lightning ability level increased. System ding. Advanced Ability Research LV10 completed. Host Spirit 2. Ability upgrade. Lightning ability level increased. Additionally, a random mental enhancement skill has been unlocked. System research completed. This research consumed a total of 1,550 energy points. Current remaining energy points, 6,295. In comparison to physical enhancement, Advanced Ability Research only provides 20 spirit attributes, which is a third less than the total amount. However, randomly enhancing an ability level proves quite advantageous, especially if each increment is applied to a beneficial ability. In Lin Ze's current scenario, the level of his first ability, Bullet Time, is already maxed out. Thus no further enhancement can be made. The upgraded abilities are likely limited to the powers of Speed and Lightning, both of which are exceptionally formidable. One is a mid-tier psychic ability, while the other is an infinitely potential elemental power. Thus, this wave of ability development can be deemed a lucrative venture. Following this enhancement, my Speed ability has risen to LV4, and my Lightning ability has ascended to LV8. Indeed, accumulating energy points by combating zombies is far more expedient than the slow process of self-cultivation. Can other ability users achieve this? Unlikely. Lin Ze was ecstatic. Yet this was merely the beginning. He still had an abundance of energy points at his disposal. Today, he was determined to soar to new heights and make a remarkable impression. At that moment, the system's prompt echoed once more. You have randomly acquired the mental enhancement skill, resistance to abnormal states. Resistance to abnormal states. The host's mental realm crystallizes into a web that can resist the abnormal states inflicted upon them, including poisoning, dizziness, sleep, burning, frostbite, and other such effects. The current effectiveness stands at 10, and it accumulates linearly with other resistance skills. Note, this skill will grow in tandem with the host's mental attributes, reaching a maximum of 80. This is a skill comparable to the enhancement of immunity. The former wards off direct assaults such as viruses and plagues, while the latter protects against various additional effects produced by abilities. If both skills are developed to their utmost potential, Lin Ze would acquire the most formidable defensive mechanism acknowledged within the game, magical immunity. Another skill brimming with promise, certainly worthy of further exploration. Lin Ze nodded in satisfaction. He would never find a skill that could counteract the sinister machinations of others to be excessive, for he was a cautious guardian of his own life. Still in his developmental phase, he glanced at the remaining 6,000 energy points and resolved to continue enhancing his abilities. Advanced Ability Development LV1. Each completion of this project grants the host 4 mental points and randomly increases one ability level by 1, with a requirement of 500 energy points. Wait a moment, isn't this price somewhat suspicious? How has it surged from 200 per attempt to 500? The cost has escalated by 5 times. Lin Ze stared at the price for the next phase of enhancement, utterly bewildered. Of course, while the cost of research projects has risen, the increase in mental attributes is also doubled, but this signifies that the opportunities for passive attribute enhancement are dwindling. Lin Ze attempted to inquire further with the system, which responded thus. As the research into the infinite technology tree deepens, the difficulty of development increases, resulting in a corresponding rise in the energy point expenditure for the host's subsequent enhancements. This aligns with the notion that, in games, the challenge of leveling up intensifies as one progresses further. Alas, I had anticipated that the ascent would not remain constant, yet I never expected that. Starting from the advanced third phase, the energy point consumption would double. It appears that for future research endeavors, I must prepare a greater quantity of energy points in advance. Undoubtedly, this approach is far more efficient and less laborious than cultivating abilities on my own. While others may spend a month in seclusion without advancing a single level, I can effortlessly ascend 10 levels with just a flick of my hand, and it seems somewhat excessive to impose such demands. Lin Ze gently rubbed the back of his head, finally deciding to cease his deliberations. As for whether to enhance his abilities, the answer was undoubtedly affirmative. To squander energy points on mere weaponry would be an egregious waste. When considering permanent enhancements versus temporary boosts, one would invariably opt for the former, provided the strength allows for it. Thus, Lin Ze resolved to proceed with the enhancements. System, allocate all energy points to the Advanced Supernatural Ability Research. The system chimed, ding. Advanced Supernatural Ability Research LV1 has been completed. Host Spirit Level 4. Ability Upgrade. The level of the lightning speed ability has been enhanced. The system continued, ding. Advanced Supernatural Ability Research LV2 has been completed. Host Spirit Level 4. Ability Upgrade. The level of the lightning speed ability has been enhanced. The system announced, ding. Advanced Supernatural Ability Research LV3 has been completed. Host Spirit Level 4. Ability Upgrade. The level of the thunder ability has been enhanced. The system persisted, ding. Advanced Supernatural Ability Research LV10 has been completed. Host Spirit Level 4. Ability Upgrade. No further abilities available for upgrade detected. Automatically saved as advanced supernatural points. Additionally, one mental enhancement skill has been randomly unlocked. The system concluded, research completed. This round of research consumed a total of 6,050 energy points. Current remaining energy points, 245. After this round of enhancements, Lin Ze's energy points were entirely depleted, yet a piece of good news awaited him. Both his lightning speed and thunder abilities had reached their maximum levels, and he could now consume energy points to promote them. In other words, he was on the verge of acquiring 2 formidable, new supernatural abilities. Chapter 45. The clear water emerges from the lotus. Royal treatment at this moment. Lin Ze's system information continued to unfold. System. The level of the super speed ability has reached its maximum. You may consume 8,000 energy points to promote this ability. After promotion, the original ability level remains unchanged, and the host will acquire an additional superior version of the super speed ability. System. The level of the lightning ability has reached its maximum. You may consume 5,000 energy points to promote this ability. After promotion, the original ability level remains unchanged, and the host will acquire an additional superior version of the lightning ability. System: the current remaining advanced ability points for the host, 2, which can be used to upgrade abilities below the advanced level. Goodness, another 2 energy-hungry abilities. One costs 8,000, and the other 5,000. Do they truly perceive me as an ATM? Even a landlord's family has no surplus. Lin Ze, upon seeing the promotion requirements for the 2 abilities and glancing at his dwindling energy points, could not help but curse in frustration. Wait, why is the initial promotion of the lightning ability so exorbitant? System: you must provide an explanation. Lin Ze, noticing the disparity, continued to inquire. System: the cost of ability promotion is determined by the strength of the superior ability. The more powerful the superior ability, the greater the energy points required. Are you implying that the system evaluates the superior version of the lightning ability as more formidable than super speed? That certainly raises expectations. It is indeed worthy of its elemental nature, possessing considerable prowess. Lin Ze mused thoughtfully, suddenly feeling a surge of anticipation. Regardless of whether it is an energy-hungry ability, as long as it proves useful in clearing out the zombies at school, I must maximize my abilities. Preparation is essential for the impending era of powerful ability users. Without a few formidable abilities, how could one ascend to become a legendary ability king in the unpredictable post-apocalyptic world? Ding Xiyu was right. I do have a hint of the dramatic within me. Lin Ze cleared his throat twice to mask the awkwardness of self-aggrandizement, relieved that the hall was empty. As the young women had all gone to bathe, he certainly did not wish to be subjected to public ridicule. System: ding. You have randomly acquired the mental enhancement skill, danger perception. Danger perception. The host's observational abilities and sixth sense become remarkably acute, allowing for the early detection of various dangers occurring nearby, along with a warning response. Danger perception, yet another common trope found in numerous games and films, has repeatedly aided protagonists in evading peril and even conquering formidable foes. A prominent example is Spider-Man from Marvel, whose spider sense and danger perception are akin to this skill. Excellent. My survival capability has been enhanced once more. As long as I can persist, I will inevitably become the most powerful ability user in the apocalypse. Survival and development are the ultimate paths. Lin Ze's fondness for this skill rivaled that of the previous 2 abilities he had acquired. Speaking of which, the enhancement skills bestowed by the system all lean towards defense. Reinforced bones increase defensive capabilities, cellular enhancement boosts immunity, and mental fortitude improves resistance to anomalies. Now, with the addition of this divine skill of danger perception to prevent ambushes, is the system crafting me into a mobile fortress or transforming me into an indestructible cockroach? After a thorough analysis, Lin Ze found himself in high spirits. On the other hand, he finally discerned what the advanced ability points were. It turns out to be a variant of skill points in the game, utilized for upgrading advanced abilities. The rewards for the 6th wish list have now been confirmed. Advanced ability points can enhance superior powers, which become exceedingly precious in the later stages. One ability point equates to several months of diligent training for a prodigy. Lin Ze calculated the intrinsic value of the advanced abilities in his mind and resolutely decided to cleanse the female dormitory building. Level 2 intelligent zombies. Your end is nigh. At this moment, a female zombie in Building K of the dormitory suddenly felt a chill around her neck and began to grow increasingly agitated, howling from the rooftop. The ordinary zombies and 3 generals she dispatched to test Lin Ze's strength had all met with unfortunate accidents, entirely at the hands of Lin Ze himself. Although Lin Ze had exhausted his mental energy, his recovery time merely required a short nap, whereas the opposing side would need significantly more time to organize another wave of zombies. Thus, in a war of attrition, Lin Ze, as an ability user, held the advantage, which explained his ease and nonchalance throughout the ordeal. Half an hour later, the 3 women returned to the hall one after another, allowing Lin Ze to finally commence preparations for lunch. You truly know how to dawdle. It takes half an hour just to take a shower. Do you not regard my time as valuable? He expressed his impatience while drumming his fingers on the dining table, reprimanding them. From now on, I shall establish a new rule. Each person's shower time cannot exceed 15 minutes, and baths must follow a set order to conserve water. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Ze's gaze suddenly sharpened. He noticed Tong Xiaoxi and Tang Shanshan had donned their spare white bathrobes, their hair damp and their skin glowing with a post-bath radiance, exuding an aura akin to that of blooming lotus flowers. Tong Xiaoxi, with her enviable figure, looked stunning in the hotel bathrobe. One might describe her as embodying a pure and alluring charm, her fair, attractive thighs captivating as she approached. while the sight of her was reminiscent of a monk in meditation, repeating one word endlessly. Grandeur. Tang Shanshan, with her tall stature, exuded a refined elegance in her bathrobe. Her hair neatly arranged, and her long legs accentuated her graceful appearance, making one lament the loss of such lovely legs not being used to ride a tricycle. Ding Shiyu, adorned in Lin Ze's white shirt, presented an entirely different style, imbibing a relaxed and homely essence. In contrast, Tong Xiaoxi and Tang Shanshan appeared more like temporary guests, poised to stay for a night. At that moment, the three women exchanged glances, yet before they could greet one another, they found themselves embroiled in a subtle yet pointed exchange. Lin Ze's voice echoed impatiently from the hall, shattering the pleasant mood they had just enjoyed post-bath, leaving them in a state of alarm. All that they currently possessed had been granted by Lin Ze. Treating him as their supreme ruler would not be an exaggeration. At present, Lin Ze's countenance is grim, which feels to them as though the heavens have collapsed. The noble consorts are almost compelled to kneel and beg for forgiveness, imploring the emperor's mercy, and indeed, the situation warrants such desperation. It is entirely my fault, having moved into this new abode. I was preoccupied with indulgence and neglected to express my gratitude for my brother's life-saving grace. Tong Xiaoxi moves swiftly, akin to a playful little fox wandering through the woods. She shifts a stool and nestles beside Lin Ze, pulling one of his arms into her embrace, her delicate hands incessantly kneading and patting it, providing him with a soothing muscle massage. Dearest brother, you have toiled tirelessly today to vanquish the zombies. Please, temper your anger. I promise to repay you well in the future. I will do anything you wish, she coos softly, her voice laced with tenderness. Chapter 46. Future plans. This little vixen is rather adept at exploiting her advantages. She boldly crams everything in, as if it were the blue chubby one spatial bag. Tang Shanshan observed keenly from the side, feeling an urge to deliver a couple of punches. Among close friends, one could concede in nearly everything. But losing a man was simply unacceptable. Taking a deep breath, Tang Shanshan swiftly approached, snatching Lin Ze's other arm, defiantly glaring at Tong Xiaoxi. Tong Xiaoxi merely smiled silently, gently tugging, causing Lin Ze's entire arm to sink in. Damn! Tang Shanshan was defeated without a fight, nearly spitting blood in frustration. Meanwhile, Ding Shiyu, witnessing her rightful position being usurped, was instantly engulfed in fury. However, this was not the time for quarrels. She was a clever individual and would not engage in actions that might irritate their host. Ding Shiyu hurried to Lin Ze's side, gently massaging his shoulders while creating a noticeable vibration. No one understood better than her that personal dignity and pride were of little significance, whether in the modified car outside or in this vehicle apartment. Only by winning Lin Ze's favor could she remain in this car. Otherwise, even going hungry would be a mild punishment. If he suddenly changed his mind, tossing them out to fend off zombies was not out of the realm of possibility. After all, this fellow could kill without a second thought on the very first day. No one could guarantee his actions. In Ding Shiyu's eyes, Lin Ze had been entirely demonized, interpreted as the ultimate villain in this apocalyptic scenario. In contrast, for Tong Xiaoxi and Tang Shanshan, Lin Ze was a coveted prize. A remarkable potential asset, one that could lead to a fierce rivalry among friends. Yet, regardless of whether they held him in awe or harbored secret affection, their attitude toward Lin Ze remained consistent. They revered him like a deity. Surrounded by three of the finest beauties on campus, Lin Ze relished the royal treatment, his anger dissipating in an instant. He had not been as furious as he appeared. After all, he had been preoccupied with his own matters in the living room. If he had wished, he could have shamelessly joined them in the bath. Who could have stopped him? Yet, the two newcomers were undoubtedly unfamiliar with the rules. Lin Ze decided to establish a firm stance. Only this way could the subsequent training proceed smoothly. However, he was taken aback by the surprisingly effective impact of his initial demonstration. All three girls were left astonished. While I enjoy a bit of noise, I do not relish seeing my women quarrel. It is time to set some household rules. In the future, more girls would join the car, and without regulations, chaos would surely ensue. I have no desire to face zombies by day and deal with apartment disputes by night, akin to starring in an apocalyptic drama. I invite beauties into my vehicle for enjoyment and to enhance my score, not to torment myself. Elevating their status too high would only be counterproductive. Lin Ze silently resolved this in his mind, his expression remaining inscrutable, as though his anger had yet to fully subside. He spoke with a measured calmness. Given your willingness to admit your faults, I shall forgive this extravagance this time. However, you must accept the consequences and compensate for my losses through labor. Before boarding, I merely mentioned that meals and accommodation were provided, without implying that other amenities would be complimentary. You all have no objections to this, do you? The three women paused for a moment, exchanging glances, and then shook their heads in unison. Indeed, Lin Ze had not specified this, much like how many rental accommodations separate charges for utilities. Since you all agree, the matter becomes straightforward. I am not a tyrant, but I do require the three of you to accompany me. Lin Ze paused with a semblance of a smile, then turned to see Tong Xiaoxi and Tang Shanshan shyly lowering their heads. Ding Xiyu bit her red lip, and after a moment of resignation, sighed. All right, do as you will. After all, I cannot resist. You have all misunderstood. I have yet to finish my statement. I wish for the three of you to train alongside me, to grow stronger together. Only then did Lin Ze leisurely reveal his true intention. He aimed to establish a unique battalion of formidable women in this post-apocalyptic world. Ding Xiyu, Tong Xiaoxi, Tang Shanshan. The three women were utterly bewildered. Lin Ze could not truly intend for them, these fragile women, to engage in battles against terrifying zombies. Could he? Could we actually defeat zombies? Even if, for argument's sake, they were willing to fight, training was not an overnight endeavor. By the time they became adept, who knew what the world would look like, it would be utterly pointless training. Lin Ze, are you serious? Ding Xiyu inquired incredulously. I do not oppose combat, but our foundation is too weak. Even with diligent training, I fear I could be of no assistance and would only hinder you. Tang Shanshan replied with clarity of thought. Master, are there no logistical roles? I could serve as your household accountant and steward, or perhaps your dedicated maid. Tong Xiaoxi expressed her complete lack of interest in combat. With me around, victory is assured. Since I personally rescued you, I will not allow you to perish in vain. Only I can dictate your fates. Furthermore, I am not negotiating with you. This is a punishment, and you must accept it. Lin Ze fixed his cold gaze on Ding Xiyu and commanded, Ding Xiyu, lift that three-door refrigerator in the corner. Ding Xiyu was once again taken aback. She rarely exercised and could barely manage to lift 2 cases of water. The three-door refrigerator in the mobile apartment was a high-end model provided by the system, quite sizable, and weighed over 300 pounds. Such large furniture typically required the combined effort of 2 strong men to move. I will do it, but let it be known beforehand that I cannot lift it. Although unsure of Lin Ze's true intentions, Ding Xiyu complied. This is madness. Ding Xiyu muttered, half-heartedly wrapping her arms around the refrigerator. Without considering leverage or center of gravity, she simply exerted effort to lift it, thinking it was impossible to raise. In the next moment, the three-door refrigerator, weighing over 300 pounds, was abruptly lifted at its corners by the seemingly frail woman, Ding Xiyu, causing the massive appliance to nearly leave the ground. Although she was unable to raise it entirely in one go, the astonishment on Ding Xiyu's face revealed her own disbelief. She had never anticipated that she could achieve such a feat, and remarkably, she had done so with minimal effort. Chapter 47. Accelerated growth and strength. Ding Xiyu effortlessly lifted 3 corners of the refrigerator, leaving Tong Xiaoxi and Tang Shanshan utterly bewildered. This cannot be right. Well, I never anticipated that Senior Ding possessed such immense strength. Is it a result of her yoga classes? Tong Xiaoxi clapped gently, astonished. Yoga focuses on grace, flexibility, her strength, and posture, which yoga class emphasizes strength and weightlifting. Tang Shanshan retorted, what is happening? My strength seems to have surged overnight. Ignoring their banter, Ding Xiyu placed the refrigerator down only to lift it again, confirming her astonishment before turning to Lin Ze. Master, could last night's training truly enhance my physical abilities? Would I deceive you? Lin Ze smiled and nodded, then added earnestly, the scientific training methods of the old era are painfully slow. But I possess a unique secret that can expedite your growth. Master, you are incredible. I misjudged you. Ding Xiyu exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with hope. If every night of training yields such enhancements, in no time my physical prowess could double. Though she was a delicate woman, she yearned for a measure of self-preservation in the post-apocalyptic world. Thus, you shall no longer be mere ornamental figures, but rather thorny roses. Life in the aftermath of the apocalypse will be vibrant and colorful. Remaining cooped up in the car would be rather dull, wouldn't it? Lin Ze smiled as he affectionately stroked Ding Xiyu's silky hair, akin to a pet cat. He was acutely aware of the subtle thoughts she harbored within. This privileged young lady possessed a rebellious spirit and an insatiable yearning for distinction. However, one thing was certain, human desire is boundless. Once one tastes power, the thirst for more becomes overwhelming. Ding Xiyu would willingly remain in his vehicle, transforming into a pivotal piece in his cadre of formidable women, serving his purposes. After all, the pathway to acquiring the strength lay firmly in Lin Ze's hands. Thus, to grow stronger, one must remain by his side, embracing his enhancements. While strengthening herself, she would assist him in vanquishing zombies, thereby earning energy points for him. This was Lin Ze's true objective in empowering them, to cultivate them into instruments of strength. A subtle smile graced Lin Ze's lips, revealing a profound understanding. Meanwhile, the two women felt both shy and immensely thrilled. They had not anticipated that Lin Ze possessed such abilities, capable of aiding their training and fortification. Their journey with him was indeed fortuitous. I knew it. Master Brother must be a hidden martial arts master in the city. Tong Xiaoxi's belief in her conjecture grew stronger. Master, you claim you cannot wield martial arts. All right. Having addressed the main matter, let us dine. Lin Ze gestured grandly. Before them, the spacious six-person dining table suddenly adorned itself with an array of delectable street foods: rice noodles, pan-fried dumplings, roasted chicken, tujia grilled meat, stir-fried rice tofu, green pepper beef, octopus balls, beef offal soup, and spicy and sour rice cakes, among others. In the center, there lies an electric hot pot, a self-service dual-flavor pot. Lin Ze possesses the extraordinary ability to conjure food out of thin air. Ding Xiyu has witnessed this phenomenon 3 or 4 times, yet each encounter leaves her profoundly astonished. This spatial ability is remarkably powerful and exceedingly convenient. Tong Xiaoxi and Tang Shanshan were left utterly speechless, their jaws dropped, their expressions a portrait of shock. Lin Ze offered no explanation. Instead, he instructed Ding Xiyu. Ding Xiyu, your suggestion from last time regarding video promotion was excellent. Continue to post today to amplify our publicity efforts. I intend to uncover all the beauties hidden within Yinchuan University and bring them into the fold. I shall send you the driving footage from the base vehicle. Please edit it and upload it to the campus network. Inform them that I have successfully rescued the most beautiful freshman, Tong Xiaoxi, thus proving my capabilities. Yes, Master, Ding Xiyu replied respectfully. While preparing her phone to record the video, the two girls, having regained their composure, cast astonished glances at Ding Xiyu, feeling an immense pressure. They had not anticipated that the legendary ice goddess of Yinchuan University would be completely subjugated by Lin Ze, even voluntarily assisting him in seeking out other women. If this were to reach the ears of those infatuated admirers, it would undoubtedly be explosive. The campus network was rife with speculation that Ding Xiyu was being coerced or abducted, a notion utterly absurd. For the reality was entirely the opposite. Ding Xiyu was acting of her own volition. Ding Xiyu, aren't you concerned about losing favor by so eagerly helping Master find other women? Tong Xiaoxi asked, taking a deep breath to suppress her astonishment. Chapter 48, the second promotional post. The university students of Yinchuan weep with envy. Even if I do not pursue this, my master will undoubtedly seek out other women. Women have become his motivation for strength. And no matter how many women he encounters, his desires will remain unquenched. Ding Xiyu sighed. Why? Tong Xiaoxi was perplexed. You will understand tonight. He is not merely a man, but rather, a beast. Ding Xiyu cast a glance at Lin Ze and expressed her inner thoughts. Upon hearing this, Lin Ze became unsettled. He rapped the table, cautioning, Ding Xiyu, attend to the matter at hand. Some words should not be spoken recklessly. What if you frighten the younger students? I shall reiterate, last night was purely impulsive. Tonight, I will definitely be gentle and considerate. If you are afraid, then do not come. I am a gentleman and never force others. Lin Ze could no longer endure the conversation and interjected, internally fuming. What nonsense is Ding Xiyu spouting? She is in dire need of a lesson. No, I insist on coming. I cannot remain silent. Ding Xiyu, determined to grow stronger, declared resolutely, though her body betrayed her as she feigned reluctance. Soon, Ding Xiyu completed the video she was responsible for filming. After presenting the post's content to Lin Ze, she published a new recruitment post on the campus network, succinctly summarizing the events that transpired this morning at the freshman girls' dormitory. Although there had been previous leaks about Lin Ze's modified vehicle battling zombies on the campus network, only Lin Ze and his immediate circle knew the full details. Thus, their published information was more accurate, serving as an official account, which would undoubtedly attract viewers who had previously indulged in gossip. Ding Xiyu, a prodigious talent, skillfully edited the video using just her phone and promptly crafted the post. Title: Yinchuan University's handsomest delivery guy seeks campus beauties. Offline rescue of the most beautiful freshmen in a practical video. Not a single zombie shall escape my range. Upon its release, this post ignited the campus network of Yinchuan University, with click rates soaring. The post featured only a single video, which, upon opening, showcased Lin Ze's handsome visage as he performed a monologue akin to many self-media creators. Lin Ze, strikingly attractive, appeared effortlessly charming, cradling Ding Xiyu, who was adorned in a boyfriend's shirt. To the discerning eye, it was evident that the two had shared unspeakable secrets the previous night. On either side of him stood Tong Xiaoxi and Tang Shanshan, clad in bathrobes with damp hair, visibly nervous during their first appearance on camera. Their cheeks flushed and utterly adorable. Naturally, Lin Ze's possessiveness was intense. Prior to filming, he had instructed them to close their loose garments, ensuring that only he could appreciate the beauty beneath. Any other man who dared to glance their way would face dire consequences. At that moment, Lin Ze confidently faced the camera, effortlessly greeting the audience. Hello everyone, I am Lin Ze, the most handsome delivery guy at Yinchuan University, endowed with formidable abilities and a custom modified vehicle. Yesterday, I received a private message from the most beautiful freshman, Tong Xiaoxi. She informed me that she and her roommate were trapped in dormitory building K, besieged by zombies and in imminent danger. They both agreed to all the conditions I proposed in my previous post and reached an agreement with me, hoping to secure their rescue. Early the next morning, I hastily drove to dormitory K to save them. After a fierce battle, I single-handedly vanquished thousands of zombies and finally rescued these two blossoms of our nation from their perilous encirclement. Now, I have brought them back to the safe house. After a refreshing shower, they are preparing to eat and regain their strength. I wonder how the other beautiful girls still hiding in the campus are faring. In moments of despair, never lose hope, for you can reach out to me. No matter where you are hiding, I will come to your aid. One girl asked whether a man like me could contact her. I replied that if a man is unable to save himself, he should at least call the police. If even the authorities cannot help, how could I possibly find time to rescue other men while I am busy saving beautiful women? Therefore, gentlemen, please refrain from wasting your time reaching out. I would not want to cause any misunderstandings. The latter part of the video showcases my thrilling battle against the zombies. In the footage, I am seen wielding a black Tang Dao in the elevator, engaging in combat with hundreds of zombies, all captured perfectly by the front camera of the base vehicle. Though it was termed a fierce battle, it was, in fact, a one-sided massacre, as my physical prowess exceeded that of an ordinary zombie by more than 5-fold, complemented by my extraordinary abilities, speed, and lightning. The common zombies could not even approach me. Even when they attempted to overwhelm me with their numbers, whenever I felt overwhelmed, their bodies would fall apart as if sliced by a fruit ninja player, blood splattering everywhere. In a matter of seconds, much of the battle footage depicted me mercilessly slaying zombies and waiting for them to rush down the safety corridor, only to activate my abilities for a collective annihilation. In the end, I used my speed to retreat, instantly vanishing from the scene, leaving a sea of corpses and several unfinished zombies behind. The video concluded here. The information contained in this video is immense. It is exceedingly rare across the entirety of Longwood to witness such a comprehensive display of an ability user's combat prowess just a day later. Moreover, it features a single individual dispatching hundreds of zombies, which is simply outrageous. At this moment, the video is circulating solely within the campus network of Yinchuan University. Those surviving and still alive were left in awe as they viewed the footage, gasping at my formidable strength. Soon, the comments on the post began to surge. With the practical video evidence, doubts about my capabilities vanished, replaced by astonishment and envious remarks. The most liked comment read, "Wow, this self-proclaimed most handsome delivery guy, regardless of his strength and character, truly possesses striking looks. Even I, as a man, cannot help but acknowledge his handsomeness." The last time I was so impressed was by the young versions of Wu Yanzu, Aaron Kwok, and Takashi Kaneshiro. On the second floor, a voice filled with frustration exclaimed, "So what if you're handsome? So what if you possess extraordinary abilities? Why do you only save the opposite sex and neglect your own? This is clearly gender discrimination. Apart from our different genders, how am I any less than those despicable women? Lin Ze, I beseech you to accept me. I am capable of anything. I would even accept selling myself." On the third floor, a rational analysis emerged, in the latter part of the video, showcasing practical combat. "I aspire to be a beacon for solitary combat in this apocalyptic world. Lin Ze is a rare dual ability holder. His first power must pertain to time or speed, perhaps akin to a wind blade ability. The second power is evidently lightning. He is currently the most formidable ability user exposed online. Single-handedly dispatching hundreds of zombies is hardly his limit." The fourth floor lamented enviously, "Not only is he handsome, but he is also a dual ability holder. Is he not the quintessential protagonist of a novel? What hope do we, the mere extras, have to survive? I curse this unjust fate. Why have I not awakened any abilities? I too wish for provisions and to recruit the beauties of the campus." After Lin Ze instructed Ding Shiyu to disseminate the post and video, he detached himself from the subsequent developments. Indifferent even if the video were to be shared across larger social networks, igniting a nationwide sensation. He was convinced that, as a populous nation, every province in Xiao was currently engulfed in turmoil. Each city resembled an isolated island, with everyone on edge, rendering it improbable for anyone to seek trouble with him. In this context, Lin Ze's possession of a base vehicle conferred him a significant advantage. While others were besieged by hordes of zombies and mutated beasts, He could navigate the expanse of Xia with unparalleled mobility. Given this, why not broaden the search for beautiful women? After all, finding a beauty with a score above 9 is a rare stroke of fortune. Discovering 5 in a university already warrants gratitude, let alone hoping for more. Thus, he needed to engage in proactive promotional efforts to attract more surviving beauties from various cities to reach out to him. The expansion of Lin Ze's apocalyptic beauty legion would accelerate his accumulation of energy points and the cultivation of the Imperial Divine Phoenix technique, exponentially increasing his strength. As long as his power remained formidable enough, any conspiracy lurking beneath the surface would inevitably unravel. Therefore, Lin Ze chose this moment to unveil the video and reveal himself, achieving multiple objectives with one striking move, leaving all in awe. Chapter 49. The respite concludes. The hunt commences after sharing the video. Lin Ze and the ladies indulged in the delectable offerings of the snack street. Ding Xiyu, Tong Xiaoxi, and Tang Shanshan, long famished, felt their stomachs rumble in anticipation. And upon hearing the call to dine, their appetites surged. However, as soon as they placed the first morsel of meat into their mouths, they swiftly restrained their cravings. Reverting to their genteel personas, they savored each bite slowly while actively attending to Lin Ze, eager to enhance their impression score. For it was only through such attentiveness that they could garner more assistance from him during their evening training, ultimately amplifying their strength for the following day. With Lin Ze's enlightening insights, the competitive dynamic among the three women transcended mere rivalry over a man, evolving into a strategic arms race tied to their personal interests. Thus, the dining scene transformed rapidly, with Ding Xiyu, Tong Xiaoxi, and Tang Shanshan neglecting their own meals, taking turns to serve Lin Ze. They assisted him in selecting dishes, wiping his mouth, and pouring water, bestowing upon him a regal treatment befitting an emperor. Lin Ze, fully aware yet unperturbed, was content as long as his women refrained from bickering openly, regardless of their private squabbles. He remained comfortably ensconced at the apex of the food chain in their little world. Once everyone had feasted, Lin Ze gestured grandly, summoning the remnants of their meal into the system's storage, intending to dispose of it casually in a nearby trash bin. Naturally, even these leftover morsels were a coveted delicacy for many starving survivors. At that moment, Lin Ze's mental energy had yet to fully recuperate. He reclined on the sofa, directing the three women in their tasks. Ding Xiyu was tasked with checking her phone, while Tang Shanshan attended to his, primarily sifting through various private messages from the back end, filtering for potential rescue signals from campus beauties scoring 9 or above. This was indeed a vital contribution from Lin Ze's legion of lovely allies before they could fully harness their combat prowess. Meanwhile, Tong Xiaoxi diligently fulfilled her own responsibilities, obediently trailing Lin Ze like a devoted maid, assisting with water, shoulder rubs, and leg massages, demonstrating her initiative. Lin Ze, with his eyes narrowed in contentment on the sofa, realized that the more joyous his mood, the swifter his mental recovery became. The three campus beauties he had recruited each possessed their unique charm. Their mere presence in the apartment was a visual delight. As these ornamental figures catered to his needs, allowing his mind to relax, they indeed provided the support he required. In this light, perhaps it was unjust to label Ding Xiyu and her companions as mere decorations. Rather, they were commendable auxiliaries of the Xia nation. Continue your tasks. I shall take a moment to rest. Notify me if any urgent matters arise, Lin Ze instructed, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. The three women instinctively softened their movements and lowered their voices, creating a tranquil atmosphere for Lin Ze. Meanwhile, though he verbally claimed to be resting, Lin Ze's consciousness delved deep within his mind, exploring the vast technological tree of enhancements, organizing its contents for future reference. Thus, he remained reclined on the sofa for over an hour. When Lin Ze finally reopened his eyes, the afternoon sun had already graced the day. His plan to hunt the intelligent zombies was about to commence. He hoped that the strength of this intelligent zombie would not disappoint him. After all, he was currently formidable beyond measure. Lin Ze's eyes sparkled with a flash of determination as he prepared to embark on his journey. Before setting off, he meticulously checked his equipment and mental state. His Tang Dao was in excellent condition. His mental energy was abundant, and his super speed ability could be utilized over 10 times at 50 times the normal speed, with a maximum 3 uses at 100 times the speed. His fully powered lightning ability could be unleashed approximately 5 times. One should not underestimate the limited uses of his abilities, as they were released at full strength, akin to a grand finale. For instance, with his basic lightning power at full capacity, Lin Ze was confident he could pierce through a metal plate 1 meter thick. It would not be an exaggeration to liken it to a miniature electromagnetic cannon, more than sufficient to deal with the current stage of zombies. The super speed ability was similarly adequate. Utilizing 50 times the speed was perfectly sufficient for regular encounters. The 100 times speed was reserved as a trump card for more formidable zombies. Having completed his preparations, it was time to send that zombie on its way. Lin Ze rose from the sofa, but at that moment, Tang Shanshan, who was managing his messages, suddenly changed her expression. Master, it seems there is trouble at the student assembly hall. The campus beauty you marked, Su Yao, is calling for your help. Would you like to take a look? Chapter 50. The cowardly and the fierce. As Lin Ze savored the youthful allure of his junior with her cherubic visage, the student assembly hall witnessed the return of the sports department, led by President Zhou Xianwen, who had just traversed the daunting distance from the cafeteria. Initially, a robust group of over 30 had set out, but now only a meager handful returned, suffering grievous losses. It is worth noting that this cadre represented the pinnacle of the student council's combat prowess. If such a fate befell these athletic members, one could only surmise the fate of the ordinary students, likely complete annihilation, bereft of the strength to flee. What transpired? Why had so many perished? Was it not said that two could easily contend with a single zombie? Surely, they had not encountered a horde? Food. That was the crux of the matter. Had they managed to procure any? As they navigated through the throng of students, murmurs of trepidation rippled through the crowd. Soon, the onlookers beheld Zhou Xianwen at the rear, alongside several student council members, expressionless as they bore a dozen crates of supplies. Oh, there seemed to be some spoils after all. Surely, they contained provisions and water. I yearn for clean water. The tap in the restroom dispenses unboiled water, and those who have consumed it have already begun to suffer from gastrointestinal distress. It is quite typical for the pampered students of our school to experience such ailments from drinking unboiled water. Those of us from rural backgrounds would not suffer in the same manner. President, I am Wu Gang from the External Relations Department. Allow me to assist you in distributing the supplies. A throng surged forward as if to seize the provisions, creating an alarming spectacle. Zhou Xianwen, once the epitome of a refined scholar, now exuded an aura of agitation and ire. His true nature, long concealed, had been laid bare. Seek your doom. These supplies were reclaimed by us. None shall touch them. Zhou Xianwen's demeanor abruptly shifted, and he swung the steel pipe in his grasp, striking a fellow student, equally bespectacled, who had dared to advance. The glasses shattered with a resounding crack, sending the student reeling, bloodied and voiceless, collapsing into unconsciousness, his body convulsing upon the ground. With this single act, Zhou Xianwen instilled a palpable fear throughout the assembly. The students stood in stunned silence, shocked by the stark contrast between his usual gentility and this newfound ferocity. I dare anyone to approach. Try me. Zhou Xianwen's eyes, now bloodshot, glared fiercely as he discarded the blood-stained pipe. You cowardly souls cowering in the assembly hall, heed my words. This world has irrevocably changed. Zombies infest both the campus and beyond, rendering our every step perilous. The cost of securing these supplies was steep. We lost 16 invaluable comrades in our initial sortie. Thus, from this day forth, any man who desires food or water must venture forth with the main group. As for the women, should you wish to remain sheltered, your bodies may be offered as solace to the wounded hearts of our brave warriors. From this moment forth, the grand hall shall no longer harbor idlers. Should you find yourselves dissatisfied, feel free to depart, as long as you do not linger here. This grand hall is our stronghold, and I am no longer your student council president, but rather the sole authority of this domain. Zhou Xianwen's words shattered the perspectives of all present. Although many students had already witnessed the dire state of the outside world through their phones, as long as one has not personally experienced calamity, they will harbor a sense of invulnerability, often burying their heads in the sand, until disaster strikes them directly, subjected to the ruthless tyranny of others. At that moment, Su Yao emerged from the crowd, traversing the students who parted to allow her passage, and approached Zhou Xianwen, presenting him with a mobile phone. Zhou Xianwen, she began. As you step outside, the courier Lin Ze has uploaded a new video. We are akin to a horde of mice conspiring against a lion. You should watch it for yourself. Zhou Xianwen, perplexed, accepted the phone, unsure of Su Yao's intentions in bolstering his morale while undermining his authority in such a critical moment. Upon opening the video, his eyes narrowed as he scrutinized the woman beside Lin Ze. He recognized the three young women, all stunning beauties from their school. Before the apocalypse, he had coveted Ding Xiu, whose family background was unattainable for him, while the two first-year students appeared naive, presenting a glimmer of opportunity. However, Zhou Xianwen's expression soon shifted. His focus on the video's allure faded as he was struck by the latter half of its content. How could this be possible? How could his strength be so formidable? Their group of over 30 could scarcely flee from a horde of 100 zombies, suffering heavy casualties. Yet he, armed only with a knife, could fell hundreds in a single sweep? Why could he annihilate over 100 zombies in an instant? Was this the manifestation of extraordinary abilities? Zhou Xianwen was filled with dread, realizing they had plotted against such a formidable adversary. For Lin Ze, dispatching zombies was as effortless as chopping vegetables and confronting them. A group of insignificant and weaklings would be child's play. Su Yao's description of them as a horde of mice scheming against a lion was strikingly apparent. Su Yao. The matters we deliberated upon last night were known only to a handful of student council ministers and core members of the sports department. With the members of the sports department nearly decimated, there are no more than a few who are aware of this. If we remain silent and no one acts upon this, we have not conspired against this courier, this extraordinary individual named Lin Ze. Do you not find my reasoning sound? After viewing the video, Zhou Xianwen surrendered with a swiftness surpassing the turning of a page, yet deep within. He harbored resentment towards Lin Ze, his smile devoid of warmth. He still clung to the belief that Lin Ze had usurped his position and stolen the women who rightfully belonged to him. Such extraordinary powers, capable of slaying zombies, ought to belong to someone of his privileged background, a chosen one with assets exceeding $1 billion, rather than squandered on an ordinary courier. In essence, it was a manifestation of impotent rage, a lamentation against fate. You are correct. As long as we have yet to implement the plan, it does not count. Upon hearing this, Su Yao feigned agreement with Zhou Xianwen, yet internally she scoffed. She had long recognized Zhou Xianwen as a cowardly individual who preyed on the weak. The emergence of this video presented her with an opportune moment to further her own interests. There exists a phrase that encapsulates her forthcoming actions, the fox assuming the majesty of the tiger. Zhou Xianwen remained oblivious to Su Yao's intentions as he inquired. By the way, how is it going with that ability user, Lin Ze? Has he informed you when he will come to pick someone up? He is purportedly interested in gathering campus beauties. As long as he is willing to come, our literary department of the student union is brimming with enchanting ladies. Furthermore, his reaching out to you indicates he holds some interest in you as well. Su Yao, you are the belle of our student union. This is a golden opportunity. If we can ally ourselves with him, our student union will become the most formidable power at Yinchuan University. Although Zhou Xianwen harbored deep resentment towards Lin Ze, he was willing to resort to any means to exploit him, even at the cost of sacrificing all the female members of the literary department, including Su Yao. Su Yao's expression shifted dramatically, and she retorted angrily, Zhou Xianwen, what do you mean by that? What do you take me for? I neither partake in your offerings nor share any ties with you. You expect to manipulate me and my friends as mere pawns to ensnare a master with our bodies? Do you truly believe I am unaware of your sordid intentions? Even if we were to sell ourselves, it would be on my own terms. Do not presume to take credit for my actions, for you are not worthy. In any case, I possess Lin Ze's immunity token. Should you dare to lay a finger on me, I will ensure that the entire student body accompanies me to ruin. Chapter 51. The cowardice of Zhou Xianwen in the sports department. Su Yao, what do you truly desire? Is it breakfast? Or perhaps you wish to take charge of this student council? Zhou Xianwen abandoned his pretense of gentility. His expression contorted with fury as he exclaimed, I cannot contend with that ability user named Lin Ze, but you have cornered me into a position of desperation. My brothers and I could easily eliminate you and vanish without a trace. He might not even be able to locate us. Furthermore, with so many enchanting women gracing the campus of Yinchuan University, what makes you believe you are irreplaceable? He already has 3 stunning campus beauties in his embrace. Lost in bliss, who knows when he will arrive to rescue you? He might not even find your presence essential. Zhou Xianwen, who are you calling an old woman? I am merely 21 this year. If you cannot articulate your thoughts, it is best to remain silent. Su Yao's delicate features darkened, as if struck at her most vulnerable point, and she felt a profound sense of regret. Zhou Xianwen was, indeed, correct had she contacted Lin Ze sooner. She would now be ensconced in that modified vehicle or the mysterious apartment, indulging in gourmet food and luxuriating in the bath. It was her delay in reaching out that had led her to this precarious situation, uncertain of when she might be saved. After all, rescuing someone requires patience. Much like waiting in line at a hospital, why should you be the first to receive aid? Meanwhile, Su Yao's sudden assertiveness was not aimed at seizing control of the student council. Rather, it was to intimidate the group of athletes returning from their encounters with zombies. Their gazes were now more predatory than earlier that morning, akin to beasts poised to pounce and shred her garments, intent on perpetrating violence. These living individuals were far more perilous than the undead, brimming with unpredictability. She had to leverage Lin Ze's intimidating presence to keep them at bay. Otherwise, if her body were to be defiled, even if that ability user, Lin Ze, were willing to take in this broken shoe. The treatment she might receive in the future would likely be of the lowest caliber. With her striking looks, commendable figure, and mastery of various arts, alongside her skills in winning the favor of men, she was confident she would not be outshone by those three alluring women who had caught Lin Ze's attention first. Su Yao was astute, aware of the necessity to prepare for unforeseen circumstances, which led to this very moment. Taking a deep breath, Su Yao declared, "Zhou Xianwen, I do not intend to pursue anything nor contend for the management of the student council. I have but one condition. Before the ability courier Lin Ze arrives to escort me, you must ensure that neither I nor my sisters endure any form of violation. I understand your desire to win hearts by allying with the girls from the literary department, but I will not allow you to do so." After careful consideration, Su Yao finally articulated her demands. She aimed not only to safeguard herself, but also to protect all the girls in the literary department. These young women could serve as Zhou Xianwen's bargaining chips, but they could equally become her own. In due time, as the head of the literary department, Su Yao envisioned leading this talented group of moderately attractive girls to greet and pledge allegiance to the ability courier. At that moment, the entire cohort of the student council's literary department would be available for her man to select his favored consorts. Even though this gathering may lack the top-tier beauties coveted by Lin Ze, with scores exceeding 9, the presence of 8-point charming ladies as delightful companions and attendants is still a commendable choice. As the future base vehicle accommodates an increasing number of individuals, the stratification of status becomes ever more apparent. Inevitably, a segment will remain at the lower echelons, and preemptively securing one's position is a form of wisdom. Su Yao, who proactively helps Lin Ze in recruiting campus beauties, will undoubtedly be remembered by him for this significant contribution, achieving multiple objectives with a single act. However, the artistic department's girls, engrossed in their own affairs, remain oblivious to the deeper implications, simply recognizing Su Yao's efforts to advocate for their interests and ensure their safety. Sister Su is remarkably loyal. Henceforth, Su Yao shall be regarded as my dearest sister. Upon joining the artistic department, I initially perceived Su Xuejia as somewhat aloof, yet I was pleasantly surprised by her attentiveness during critical moments. Thank goodness for Sister Su's presence. Just observe the male gaze, akin to famished wolves after 3 days without sustenance. Were it not for Sister Su standing up for us, we might have faced humiliation and division at the hands of those boys, especially as we lacked the means to resist or protect ourselves. The girls of the artistic department, invigorated as if under the influence of a powerful stimulant, rallied to support Su Yao. In matters of self-preservation, individuals of any gender will rise to the occasion. Even the weakest among us can muster the courage to cheer and rally. In an instant, the collective voice of the female contingent surged, casting fierce glares at the athletic students. Yet, Su Yao's incitement ignited not only the girls, but also the boys aligned with Zhou Xianwen, who erupted in frustration and vitriol. I knew these women would betray us, choosing to trust outsiders rather than unite with us against the apocalypse and the undead. Zhou, with fervent conviction, had previously vowed to return and provide each of us with a girlfriend, yet now we scarcely see a trace of his promises. What a disappointment. Damn it. That courier named Lin Ze deserves to be cursed. Even before the arrival of girls here, they have already turned to him. If I were to reconsider my leadership choices, that bespectacled fellow has repeatedly proven unreliable, even directing my roommate towards perilous tasks. I have been displeased with him for quite some time. That outsider with abilities, no matter how formidable, would surely struggle to contend with our numbers. The athletic department is composed of robust young men, each possessing a fiery temperament, their fists cracking ominously as their veins bulge. An unrestrained exchange of insults erupted between the two factions. Tensions in the assembly hall reached a boiling point. Listen to me. We are currently in an exceedingly perilous situation. Merely venturing out to scavenge for supplies has left us utterly drained. We cannot afford to turn against one another at this juncture. Zhou Xianwen, alarmed, hurriedly intervened to quell the rising tempers, not out of a desire to play peacemaker, but rather due to a profound apprehension of Lin Ze's capabilities, recognizing that such an expert is not to be trifled with. Zhou Xianwen turned to the boys from the athletic department, advising, "You should open your phones and check the latest video on the campus network. That courier named Lin Ze and we are indeed not of the same caliber. It would be prudent for us to avoid provoking him. Is he truly as formidable as you claim? I observe that those with extraordinary abilities showcased online are rather unremarkable." The hulking figures from the sports department furrowed their brows, retrieving their phones to peruse the videos on the campus network. Their expressions swiftly soured, pupils contracting sharply, mouths agape in disbelief. Particularly, Those who had just moments ago boisterously declared their intent to confront Lin Ze were now akin to quails sensing the presence of a hawk. They shrank their necks and turned pale as they watched the footage. It seemed as though Lin Ze had not merely decapitated a zombie, but had severed their own heads instead. What is this madness? Is this truly a human being? Such terrifying physical prowess, coupled with that elusive ability to annihilate hundreds of zombies in an instant. How could they ever have imagined themselves capable of battling such a formidable opponent? Chapter 52. Offering the literary department as a gift. Now do you understand fear? Compared to Lin Ze, a true ability user, we ordinary folks are like frogs at the bottom of a well. Su Yao, with a feigned confidence, tossed her hair aside, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Having a formidable man as a backing makes a world of difference. Even though she was the one unarmed, her words carried an unusual strength. Indeed, in every era, a woman requires a man to support her, while a man, too, needs a refuge to soothe him, a sanctuary of tenderness. Now, if you agree to my terms, I shall turn a blind eye to the disparaging remarks made about that ability courier. I will refrain from whispering in my future man's ear, and instead, I shall commend your discernment in safeguarding me, thus prompting him to assist you and clear your path. Surely, you would not wish to face those terrifying zombies, would you? A slap followed by a date. Su Yao, after 3 years of navigating the literary department, maintaining her purity while being pursued by numerous suitors, truly knew how to manipulate the situation. Zhou Xianwen's expression fluctuated, and after much hesitation, he grit his teeth and said, Su Yao, as long as you forgive past grievances and are willing to speak a good word for us to the courier Lin Ze, persuading him to help us eliminate the zombies outside the hall, I will accept your terms and leave the other members of your literary department unharmed. However, you must refrain from involving yourself in matters concerning other departments or in the student council's future actions. That is my bottom line. Zhou Xianwen's position as president was his greatest trump card. As long as no one could meddle in the affairs of the student council, he need not dirty his hands and could remain in the safest position. Ultimately, this man was merely a selfish, cold-hearted creature, adept at using others as shields for himself, a beast in human attire. The more Zhou Xianwen bowed to weakness, the more disdain Su Yao felt for him. With a cold laugh, she remarked, continue your charade as president in the hall, playing your tedious games. But beware, your little tricks will eventually be uncovered, and one day, your own subordinates may stab you in the back. Times have changed. Strength is the only truth. I advise you to relinquish your position to someone more capable, or else the outcome will not be pleasant. After delivering her warning to Zhou Xianwen, Su Yao turned and re-entered the hall, seeking a comfortable spot to sit, and took out her phone to fiddle with it. Having laid her cards on the table with Zhou Xianwen, she certainly intended to lament and lodge a complaint to Lin Ze. A child who does not cry receives no affection, and a woman who does not charm receives no love. How foolish I was to once think the president was a good person. He actually intended to use the girls as pawns to reward those from the sports department. The girls of the literary department now wished to strip Zhou Xianwen of his skin and devour his flesh. After casting a fierce glare at this worthless man, they hurried to follow Su Yao, who had now become their pillar of strength. Was it merely because an outside ability courier had taken an interest in her? How pretentious of him, wielding power. Zhou Xianwen's face darkened as he clenched his fists, the raging fire of his fury consuming his reason, leaving it in smoldering ashes. Given the current circumstances, he found himself utterly humiliated within the student council, and merely distributing meager resources was no longer sufficient to restore his authority. Zhou Xianwen turned to issue a command. Deputy Captain Zhong Wei, gather 5 individuals and assemble all the female students, excluding those from the arts department. Although there are over a dozen girls in the arts department, the other departments collectively boast a considerable number as well. What I stated before my return still holds true. You may select from these girls as you wish and dispose of them at your discretion. Zhong Wei, originally a mere underdog from a sports academy, had been specially recruited to this university after catching the attention of provincial educators. His somewhat awkward appearance had prevented him from even holding a girl's hand throughout his 2 years at university. President, you said this yourself. So the brothers shall not hold back. Those wishing to find a girl, follow me. Whoever seizes the first opportunity claims her, and no one else may contest. As Zhou Xianwen spoke, Zhong Wei grinned wickedly and charged into the throng of girls with a few followers. Wow, this girl has a fine figure. From now on, you shall be mine, indulging in all luxuries. He lunged towards a girl with an appealing physique, yanking her into his embrace. The girl emitted a terrified scream, but her mouth was swiftly covered to avoid alarming the lurking zombies outside. Li Shuqiu, I confessed to you a month ago, and you said you had a boyfriend. I'm just a warm-hearted person. Let me check your health for your boyfriend. One of Zhong Wei's lackeys found a petite girl and approached her with a few companions. "Scoundrel, do not lay a hand on my girlfriend. Release your filthy hands." A boy, her current boyfriend, rushed forward, his face a mask of fury, ready to fight. However, he was swiftly knocked to the ground by Zhong Wei's two burly companions. After a brutal flurry of punches and kicks, he lay bloodied and battered on the ground, gasping for breath, forced to watch helplessly. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the primal instincts of humanity were awakening. The world had devolved into a dark forest governed by the law of the jungle, where the weak were relegated to mere footnotes and stepping stones for the strong. What on earth? Have they all gone mad? The girls from the arts department, trailing behind Su Yao, were left pale and trembling at the horrifying scene. Had it not been for Su Yao stepping forward as their protector, they would have met the same fate as those from other departments, being dragged away by the feral boys. Meanwhile, within a mobile apartment, "Master, it seems there is trouble at the student assembly hall. The campus beauty you marked, Su Yao, is seeking your assistance. Would you like to take a look?" Tang Shanshan received Su Yao's message and promptly approached Lin Ze, presenting the information on her phone. As anticipated, chaos had erupted in the assembly hall. Lin Ze glanced at the screen, a smile creeping onto his lips. "The promotional video I released has proven quite effective. That arts department head, Su Yao, possesses a keen intellect. She knows how to leverage my power to intimidate others, masquerading as a tiger to deter that beastly president from making any rash moves." The message from Su Yao detailed the events that transpired before and after the assembly hall, as well as Zhou Xianwen's malicious intentions to undermine Lin Ze, showing no inclination to speak favorably of the student council. In her closing remarks, Su Yao earnestly implored Lin Ze to make time to address the plight of the innocent female university students who fell victim to bring justice upon Zhou Xianwen, a creature clad in human guise, and to rescue all the young women of the student council's literary department who were mentally prepared to take action. Chapter 53, Elementalization, Slaying a Layer of Zombies. It is not merely a matter of rescuing her alone, but rather saving all the young women of the literary department. It seems I am to be presented with a grand gift. This junior, named Su Yao, possesses quite an intriguing nature. Lin Ze pondered for a moment. Yet he shook his head in response. Since she has already invoked my name to intimidate that timid president and successfully rallied the girls of the literary department, I find no urgency in rushing over. I shall attend to my own matters first, as everything must be handled one step at a time. Please convey my message to her, stating that I am currently contending with formidable zombies, but I shall arrive post-haste once I have resolved this situation. If that president truly intends to harm them, she should contact me urgently. I will abandon my current tasks and reach them within 10 minutes to provide assistance. Master, I have relayed your message as instructed, and there has been no response from her thus far, Tang Shanshan replied. How is it that I had never noticed so many proactive young women before? Whether it be Tong Xiaoxi or her, they all exhibit such spirited determination. Surely a reflection of my own inadequacies. Since they have gone to such lengths, I too should demonstrate my sincerity. My mental fortitude has nearly fully recovered. It is the perfect opportunity to test the full extent of my intermediate abilities and ascertain their true strength. Lin Ze rose from the sofa, declaring, "You all stay put in the vehicle apartment and wait for me. I have some matters to attend to." He anticipated concluding the battle within 2 hours at the latest, possibly even within an hour if all went swiftly, so there was no need for concern. With that, Lin Ze teleported away from the vehicle apartment, preparing for a second assault on the female dormitory, Building K. As he checked his equipment, Lin Ze casually opened his data panel for a glance. Upon noticing that his mental attribute had reached its peak, a confident smile graced his lips. Host, Lin Ze, Strength 69, Agility 62, Endurance 61, Mental 121. The average attribute for adults is 10. Energy points 245 powers. Bullet time LV10. Lightning ability LV10. Godspeed LV10 skills. Reinforced body, enhanced immunity, resistance to abnormal states, danger perception, Imperial Goddess Phoenix technique LV1 after yet another round of enhancements. His prowess in utilizing abilities had multiplied several times over. This is the fruit of investing heavily in the continuous study of the infinite technology tree. When faced with uncertainty, consuming energy for enhancement is undoubtedly the way to go. System, allocate points. Ding. The elevator doors emitted a crisp sound, ascending directly to the 9th floor. Before Lin Ze could step out of the elevator, a horde of zombies surged in. Rather than taking the safer route from the 6th floor and gradually eliminating threats, he chose to ride the elevator straight to the 9th floor, where the zombie numbers were greatest, essentially airdropping into the enemy's stronghold. Such an act was undeniably perilous. Yet Lin Ze brimmed with confidence. That second-level intelligent zombie remained on the rooftop, an excellent situation. Lin Ze murmured softly, gradually opening his eyes, which glimmered with a fierce brilliance. He regarded the ordinary zombies approaching him with utter disdain. This time, as he ascended, there was but one enemy in his sights, the second-level intelligent zombie. After Lin Ze's mental attributes surpassed 100, his perception-enhancing skills doubled in range, allowing him to detect even the most subtle details. No mosquito could escape his grasp. The crucial breakthrough was his newfound ability to precisely locate the positions of second-tier intelligent zombies. These zombies, endowed with enhanced mental attributes, could deploy tendrils of mental energy to weave nets, controlling hordes of mindless undead. Moreover, they could shroud their bodies in mental tendrils, achieving a form of mental camouflage. Lin Ze's mental prowess had surpassed that of the female zombie, rendering her counter-detection abilities ineffective, thus exposing her location. At that moment, a mass of zombies blocked the stairwell, nearly lunging at Lin Ze's face. Yet, he did not draw the Tang Dao clutched in his left hand, but instead murmured softly, "Lightning ability, elementalize." In the next instant, a remarkable burst of electricity erupted from the elevator shaft, crackling loudly. Zzz. Brilliant white arcs of lightning enveloped Lin Ze's body, multiplying until even his eyes erupted with streams of white lightning. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a sphere of white lightning, launching himself out of the elevator with tremendous force. As he burst forth, his second ability activated. Godspeed, engage. The surrounding zombies froze in place, rendered motionless for an instant, while the white lightning sphere maneuvered freely among them. Buzz. Lin Ze shot forth like a bullet, instantly piercing through the bodies of the zombies before him, each one succumbing to his elemental lightning form, shattering mercilessly. He raced through the 9th floor like a bolt of thunder, his speed exceeding 10 times the speed of sound. This was the result of surpassing a mental power of 100 and the enhancements from a level 10 ability, not merely additive but multiplicative, exponentially increasing his prowess. Upon completing a circuit of the 9th floor while maintaining elementalization, Lin Ze deactivated the speed enhancement from Godspeed. In the next moment, the bodies of over 1,000 zombies on the 9th floor erupted simultaneously, their forms littered with the electric traces left in Lin Ze's wake. These zombies appeared as though they had been struck by a colossal lightning bolt, leaving behind gaping holes in their midsections, their flesh charred and decayed. With only half of their pale skeletons remaining intact, the scene utterly gruesome. Ding. You have slain a regular zombie, gaining 1 energy point. Ding. You have slain a regular zombie, gaining 1 energy point. Ding. You have slain a regular zombie, gaining 1 energy point. Ding. You have slain regular zombies 1086, accumulating 1,086 energy points. Ding. Host successfully killed 1,000 zombies. Cumulative reward, 500 energy points, already issued. The system notifications rang out incessantly, akin to a grim tally of the fallen. Before the zombies from the 7th and 8th floors could arrive, Lin Ze decided to ascend to the rooftop to eliminate that second-tier zombie. After all, it would only take a mere moment. With a nonchalant stride, he passed through the corridor strewn with zombies and ascended the stairs leading to the rooftop. The staircase consists of merely 21 steps, and the iron gate leading to the rooftop has long been shattered by intruders. Only 2 first-tier zombies stand guard at the entrance, and there are no other obstacles in sight. These 2 first-tier zombies are robust and imposing, their muscular arms bulging with veins, exhibiting strength that is twice that of an average adult male. It is estimated that a single punch from them could effortlessly penetrate a concrete slab. Chapter 54. The first zombie blood crystal. The white crescent guarding the entrance are 2 level 1 zombies, accompanied by 6 level 1 zombies serving as bodyguards for a level 2 female zombie, resulting in an accumulation of 800 energy points. Lin Ze regards the level 1 zombies with disdain, as they now pose no more threat than ordinary zombies, destined to meet their demise at his hands in mere moments. However, their rarity intrigues him. Otherwise, he would have considered farming them en masse, reaping a fortune in energy points. Roar. As Lin Ze contemplates, the 2 muscular level 1 zombies, sensing his contempt, unleash furious roars and charge at him. The staircase leading to the rooftop is exceedingly narrow, and the 2 zombies swiftly close the distance, throwing punches that even a professional boxer would struggle to evade, leaving only the option to block. With a focused gaze, Lin Ze swiftly draws his Tang Dao, his right arm momentarily accelerated by an electric stimulation, emulating a draw-and-slash technique as he suddenly sweeps forward. Buzz. At the moment his blade strikes, a horizontal white slash manifests in the air, hurtling toward the targeted position, cleaving through the arms of the 2 zombies. In the blink of an eye, their limbs are shredded by the electrified onslaught, crashing to the ground with a thud, the severed ends charred black from the electric shock. Lin Ze, having severed 4 arms with a single stroke, swiftly follows up with a lightning-infused slash, delivering a clean cut across the necks of both level 1 zombies. Their heads soar into the air, rolling down the staircase. Ding. You have slain a level 1 zombie, gaining 100 energy points. Ding. You have slain a level 1 zombie, gaining 100 energy points. Lin Ze nods slightly, confirming the addition of energy points, and instinctively enhances his perception to scan the interiors of the severed heads. Just as he prepares to depart, he suddenly halts, astonishment etched on his face as he turns back. With a couple of excited hops, he lands before one of the heads, carefully applying electricity to the tip of his Tang Dao as he delicately makes an incision. The hardened skull of the human zombie splits open as if cut by a laser, revealing a white, gelatinous interior. While somewhat repulsive, the focus lies not on the grotesque sight but rather on the glistening white goo concealing a red, capsule-like object that pulsates like a beating heart. Ding. You have acquired a rare material from the zombie. Zombie Blood Crystal, Level 1. Analyzing the material's effects. Analysis complete. Effects are as follows. Zombie Blood Crystal, Level 1, Effect 1. Actively consumed and digested. 5 chance to awaken secondary abilities. 30 chance of physical zombie mutation. 65 chance to enhance physical attributes slightly. These probabilities are independently calculated and may occur simultaneously. Other uses. 2. Serves as an alternative energy source approximately equivalent to 1 ton of gasoline. 3. Unlocks an infinite technology tree related to zombies, facilitating the creation of gene-enhancing serums, etc. Having already dispatched over 10,000 ordinary zombies and more than 30 level 1 zombies, this marks the first occasion on which he has obtained zombie-related items, namely the blood crystal. Clearly, the conditions for the formation of blood crystals are exceedingly stringent, and their occurrence rate is remarkably low. They are certainly not commonplace items. After reviewing the attributes of the blood crystal as analyzed by the system, Lin Ze was even more convinced of its significance. With the advent of the apocalypse, the zombie virus has not only brought calamity, but also bestowed extraordinary abilities and new technological advancements. The crimson entity known as blood essence is destined to become a form of hard currency in this new world. According to the system's guidance, the optimal application of blood crystals is their use in the creation of gene-enhancing serums, which yield superior and more stable effects. Should one foolishly consume the blood crystal, they might awaken a secondary ability by sheer luck. However, using it solely to enhance physical attributes or as an alternative energy source would be an utter waste. With the system's exceptional analytical prowess, Lin Ze quickly comprehended the strategic value of blood crystals. He murmured to himself, if I can amass a substantial quantity of blood crystals from other survivors and convert them into gene-enhancing serums, my personal worth will escalate to a strategic level. Just as distinguished scientists capable of producing nuclear weapons during world wars command the respect of leaders worldwide, gene serums could very well serve as individual nuclear devices in this apocalyptic era. Contentedly, Lin Ze stowed the blood crystal away in the system's space and proceeded to the rooftop to hunt second-tier zombies, hoping that one of them might drop a blood crystal as well. The rooftop of the female dormitory was remarkably spacious, with solar panels covering 70% of its area. The remaining space was divided between the elevator control room and 2 colossal water tanks, leaving only a meager pathway that led to the railing. Upon arriving at the rooftop, Lin Ze's gaze immediately fixed upon a female zombie positioned near the railing, flanked by 6 first-tier zombies, robust as bulls, serving as her bodyguards. Simultaneously, the second-tier intelligent zombie seemed to sense Lin Ze's gaze, abruptly turning to face him. With a roar, the face marred by 3 deep gashes from sharp claws twisted into a grotesque grin, followed by a piercing, furious scream that shattered the silence like a midnight eardrum rupture. In the next moment, Lin Ze's heightened perception detected a surge of zombies pouring from the 7th and 8th floors below, their frenzy escalating as they began to accelerate furiously. The zombie bodyguards standing before the second-tier zombie, hearing only the echoing roars, also succumbed to madness, their eyes turning crimson as they howled towards the sky, frantically pounding the ground or their chests. In less than 10 seconds, the zombies on both sides would complete their encirclement, trapping Lin Ze on the rooftop. Using himself as bait while inciting the frenzy of other zombies was undoubtedly the female zombie's trump card, and now that the time had come for a desperate struggle, both sides revealed their full hands. Roar all you want. I shall grant you a swift end within 5 seconds. Lin Ze smirked coldly, crouching down and slightly leaning forward, resembling a bow-drawn taut, gathering strength for half a second. Boom! In an instant, Lin Ze's body surged forward like a thunderclap, transforming into a streak of white light as he charged ahead, crashing into the midst of the 6 first-tier zombie bodyguards like a torrent of mud and stone rushing down from a mountaintop, without the slightest hesitation. Before the 6 first-level zombies could even react, Lin Ze swiftly unleashed his extraordinary abilities, his speed increasing nearly 100-fold. With both hands gripping his sword, he made a sudden sweeping motion, summoning a tempest of thunder that enveloped the surrounding 6 zombies like a colossal, raging python, crackling and hissing. The fierce lightning tore through the robust forms of the 6 first-level zombies, obliterating them along with the nearby solar panels. After annihilating the 6 zombies in an instant, Lin Ze radiated an aura of invincible confidence and dominance. With his sword in hand, he charged towards the second-level intelligent zombie. In this state of heightened speed, no amount of cunning could save the creature, as it could not keep pace with him, merely serving as his target. Lin Ze pointed his Taoist sword towards the ground and, with a swift upward flick, unleashed a torrent of lightning energy, carving a brilliant crescent of white lightning across the sky. Boom. Chapter 55, Secondary Blood Crystal, Wish List Fulfilled. At this moment, it was afternoon, and the weather was splendid. Suddenly, a sharp clap of thunder reverberated across the sky of Yinshuan University, causing the wandering zombies in the campus to halt abruptly and gaze upwards in unison. A striking white lightning bolt flashed across the heavens, vanishing into the clouds without a trace. The survivors, hidden in various corners of the campus, were startled and looked up at the sky with bewildered eyes, uncertain of what had transpired. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of Dormitory K, Lin Ze's skin crackled with white arcs of electricity and his pupils shimmered with a ghostly light, reminiscent of a compatriot who had overexerted their powers and was unable to retract them immediately. It was only natural that this was Lin Ze's first attempt at unleashing his full strength, and he was not particularly adept at it. Yet, the outcome was astounding, yielding remarkable power. Before him, the rooftop railing had been cleaved open with a gaping wound several meters long by the silver crescent of energy, while the surrounding wall's cement and stone fragments were blasted away, leaving behind a charred remnant. The female zombie, struck head-on by the white crescent of electricity, was left with only half of her body intact, even her secondary zombie form succumbing to the devastation. The upper half was reduced to a mass of blackened carbon, while the lower half resembled 2 charred sticks, a gruesome sight with little chance of resurrection or regeneration. Lin Ze took a deep breath, halting his rapid abilities and the electric force. After a brief moment of rest, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Could the blood crystal in the female zombie's brain have been damaged by my earlier attack? Winning the battle, yet losing the spoils felt no different from defeat. Unable to remain still, Lin Ze immediately employed his enhanced perception to scan the area, hoping to locate the coveted zombie blood crystal amidst the indistinguishable mass of blackened debris. Soon, he sensed a familiar red capsule-shaped object. He found it. Thankfully, it was intact. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he swiftly used a tang knife to slice open the carbonized upper half of the female zombie, extracting the blood crystal and cradling it in his palm for the system to analyze. Ding! You have acquired a rare material from the zombie. Blood crystal, secondary. Blood crystal, level, secondary, effect 1, active digestion with a 10 chance to awaken a secondary ability, a 20 chance of physical zombie mutation, and a 75 chance of significantly enhancing physical attributes. The probabilities above are calculated independently and may occur simultaneously. Other applications, omitted. Only then did Lin Ze allow himself to exhale slowly, a smile breaking upon his face. Thank goodness it wasn't damaged. This is a precious secondary blood crystal, twice as effective as a primary one. If crafted into a genetic agent, its efficacy would be even more potent. By vanquishing a secondary zombie, he was able to reap 3 rewards: the standard kill reward, the wish list reward, and the blood crystal drop. A triple bounty, unparalleled in the world. In high spirits, Lin Ze continued to scan the ground for primary zombies, but found no trace of blood crystals among them. It seemed that only this secondary female zombie bore the imperial essence, regrettably brought to an end by his hand. With a resigned sigh, Lin Ze acknowledged that the appearance of blood crystals was entirely random. Even he, a relentless slayer of zombies, had encountered only 2 thus far. Eliminating the elite zombies on the rooftop, Lin Ze now had to contend with the relentless onslaught of ordinary zombies surging from the 7th and 8th floors. The chaotic sound of footsteps echoed around him, and within mere seconds, over 1,000 zombies poured onto the rooftop through the iron gate. With a deafening roar, the zombies advanced in disarray. Some charged down the only corridor, while others recklessly dashed across the slick solar panels, all of them howling as they rushed towards Lin Ze. Once more, the battlefield was perfectly linear, placing the zombies well within the range of his abilities. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ze wielded his Tang Dao with indifference, unleashing the full potency of his lightning powers. In an explosive moment, a terrifying white lightning serpent surged forth, ripping a gaping hole through the horde, leaving behind only dark scorch marks on the ground. The foremost hundreds of zombies were pierced by this serpentine force, collapsing into charred remains, emitting wisps of black smoke. Soon, another relentless wave of zombies emerged from below. Lin Ze's prior assault had indeed been devastating. It was as exhilarating as a mass slaughter in a video game. Yet, it had only felled a few hundred of the undead, a mere drop in the ocean compared to the 2,000 that continued to pour forth from the lower levels. The sheer might of the zombie swarm was astounding, as a psychic with tenfold the mental capacity of an ordinary person. Exterminating all the zombies in a single building proved to be an arduous task, even for him, let alone for regular abilities. Lin Ze clicked his tongue lightly. As the horde filled the rooftop's sole walkway, he unleashed another roaring white lightning serpent, carving a path through the sea of corpses. While the destructive capacity of an ability user in this apocalyptic world was limited, they possessed a significant advantage: self-sufficiency in combat, operating independently without the need for ammunition. As long as they consumed good food and rested for a few hours, they could rejuvenate and continue to unleash their powers ferociously. Thus, Lin Ze wielded his abilities without hesitation. Should he deplete his mental energy, he could simply return to base for rest and re-emerge when fully recharged. There were no losses for him. Indeed, he was profiting. However, in this heated battle, relying solely on his lightning powers to eliminate the zombies would undoubtedly drain his mental energy swiftly, despite the fact that lightning was classified as a beginner's ability. Its usage consumed far more mental energy than intermediate abilities due to the nature of externalizing one's powers. Therefore, after familiarizing himself with the sensation of releasing his lightning ability, Lin Ze resolved to conserve the dwindling reserves of his mental energy. He would have to personally deal with the remaining zombies. Withdrawing his Tang Dao slowly, he activated his speed ability. In the blink of an eye, he darted towards a nearby zombie, his blade carving a graceful arc through the air. Kill, kill, kill. Lin Ze navigated through the horde with remarkable speed, his strikes precise and unyielding. When his speed ability finally subsided, he found himself back on the 9th floor, having fought his way down from the rooftop without a scratch on him. In an instant, the heads of over 1,000 zombies soared into the air. Clang. You have vanquished a common zombie and earned 1 energy point. Ding. You have vanquished a common zombie and earned 1 energy point. Ding. You have vanquished a common zombie and earned 1 energy point. Ding. The host has successfully slain 1,000 zombies. Reward: 500 energy points. Dispersed. Ding. The host has successfully slain 1,000 zombies. Reward: 500 energy points. Dispersed. Ding. The host has successfully cleared all zombies from the girls' dormitory building K and eliminated the second-tier intelligent zombie hidden within, thus completing the 6th wish list. Reward: 2,000 energy points. 1 advanced ability point. Dispersed. In the girls' dormitory K, the last zombie collapsed at Lin Ze's feet. Just as Lin Ze intended to use his enhanced perception to conduct a thorough inspection, the system's alert sounded abruptly. Is this the conclusion? I still crave more bloodshed. Indeed. The sensation of annihilating with one's own hands is starkly different from the use of supernatural powers. I find myself more enamored with the visceral thrill of blade against flesh. A faint, chilling smile crept upon Lin Ze's lips. A person capable of such a smile after a harrowing bloodbath is far removed from the realm of the ordinary. In merely 2 days, Lin Ze has astonishingly adapted to the harsh realities of this post-apocalyptic world. Given that I have eradicated the zombies in this building, I shall claim the supplies from the convenience store below. Surely, no one would object. Suddenly, Lin Ze recalled a concealed convenience store located beneath the girls' dormitory, reputedly owned by a relative of the school's administration. Do not underestimate this modest establishment of merely a dozen square meters. Its monthly net profit is substantial. Lin Ze descended to the 1st floor via the elevator and located the convenience store secured by a steel gate. Gripping the gate with both hands, he summoned all his muscular strength into his arms. With the might of a peak warrior, he yanked forcefully. Crack. The aged screws of the gate began to loosen immediately, dust cascading down. Quite sturdy indeed. Lin Ze chuckled, then exerted another tremendous pull. Boom. The heavy stainless steel gate was wrenched from its moorings by sheer brute force. Subsequently, he tossed the gate into his system space, for metal should not go to waste. It may serve a purpose in blocking paths in the future. Is anyone alive? I seek to borrow some supplies. Lin Ze called out within. The commotion he caused while dismantling the door was loud enough that any survivors would surely have emerged cursing. Thus, it was evident that no one remained alive inside. The zombies had all been eradicated under his hand. With no one present, I shall take what I need. Entering the convenience store felt akin to returning home, as he instinctively began to scour the shelves for various supplies, sweeping them into his system space with wild abandon. Bottled water, instant noodles, ham sausages, chocolates, ability bars, chips, cigarettes, and, of course, the most common and best-selling item in the girls' dormitory convenience store, sanitary napkins. Lin Ze, having cleared the shelves of goods, discovered a small storage compartment within, where he stumbled upon a trove of supplies valued at 100,000 yuan. As I intend to care for an increasing number of women in the future, it is evident that an abundance of resources is essential, regrettably. Much of this consists of junk food, lacking in nutritional balance. However, I possess a considerable amount of vegetables in my system space. If only there were a woman skilled in cooking in my vehicle, it would spare me from consuming this unhealthy fare daily. Among university students, few possess culinary skills, as most were preoccupied with their studies in high school, leaving little time to cultivate such abilities. I recall a beautiful, ascetic counselor named Tang Shuang at this university. A woman of her maturity should certainly know how to cook. Yet, I wonder why none of my secretaries have heard from her as of late. Has she succumbed to the infection? That would indeed be a lamentable loss. Lin Ze tossed the final box of iced tea into the system space before retracing his route to the base vehicle. As he prepared to depart, he seized the car's loudspeaker, cranked the volume to its maximum, and proclaimed, "Ladies, the zombies in this building have been cleared by the most dashing courier of your school. You may emerge and move freely. However, the outside world is still fraught with danger. I advise you to find something to barricade the entrance. Your survival will hinge upon your luck. By the way, I have already taken the supplies from the convenience store downstairs, so to avoid starvation, it would be prudent to organize a team to search for more resources." Having spoken, Lin Ze honked the horn 3 times before calmly driving away. Soon, faint sounds emanated from the various dormitories of Building K, as some could no longer contain their restlessness and began to stir. Utilizing his enhanced perception, Lin Ze clearly observed many female university students cautiously peeking out from their rooms, surveying this familiar yet alien world. Upon witnessing the zombies strewn across the dormitory floor, the young women not only exhaled deeply in relief, but also covered their mouths as tears streamed down their cheeks. Having been locked in their dormitories for 2 days and nights, despair had long since taken root within them. They had not anticipated salvation at this moment. Yet, whether this truly constituted salvation remained ambiguous. After all, in their quest for survival, they would still confront numerous challenges, and no one could ascertain whether they would see the dawn of another day. In contrast, Lin Ze and the women he had secured within his vehicle were exceedingly fortunate. To have latched onto Lin Ze's support in this apocalypse was akin to being born in Rome, placing them significantly ahead. Half an hour later, Lin Ze parked his vehicle over 200 meters from the auditorium. As he settled the car, he could not suppress a tremendous yawn. Indeed, the excessive use of his powers had begun to affect his mental state. He had merely rested on the sofa moments before and was now feeling drowsy again. He took a sip of mineral water, finding his mouth parched. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to extend the rescue operation until tomorrow, not due to a lack of capability to handle those student council rascals, but rather to ensure he maintained peak condition in any circumstance, to avoid unforeseen incidents. After all, as long as he remained alive, he was invincible. The number of women mattered little. Moreover, this evening, my responsibilities are exceedingly weighty, as I must simultaneously contend with the advances of 3 enchanting campus beauties. Even with the divine art of the phoenix, fatigue may still seep in. Yet, for the sake of cultivation and ascendance, I must endure the burdens. Only in this manner can I evolve into a true powerhouse. Lin Ze earnestly concocted excuses for himself, all the while struggling to quell the turbulence within his heart. Now that he had accomplished his wish list for the day, it was time to engage more meaningfully with the 3 lovely ladies and attend to some pressing matters. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, aren't beauties just a delightful distraction? As the scene shifted, Lin Ze donned a fresh set of attire and disinfected himself, teleporting back to the mobile apartment. Upon entering, he immediately captured the attention of the 3 women in the living room. "Brother, have you finished your tasks?" exclaimed Tong Xiaoxi, the swiftest among them, approaching with a pure, radiant smile. She skipped joyfully, a delightful sight to behold. "You are the most obedient, Xiaoxi. Most matters have been resolved. There is no rush regarding your senior sister Su Yao. We shall rescue her tomorrow. For tonight, let us rest. I have disinfected myself before entering. Come, allow me to regain some vitality." Lin Ze pulled her close, burying his face into her hair and inhaling deeply, instantly revitalized. The freshly bathed 18-year-old girl epitomized youthful exuberance. The fragrance that wafted past him was intoxicating, and the sensation of embracing her was akin to capturing a delightful cat to snuggle. Lin Ze felt his spirit lift, experiencing a sensation unlike any before. Ah! Tong Xiaoxi gasped, her cheeks flushing with warmth, feeling a swell of pride. Just think of how I can soothe the strongest force in the vehicle, mending the wounds of the soul. Isn't that invaluable? A top-tier healer, indeed. Greatness needs no further words. Chapter 56. A new wish list. Zhou Xianwen must be eliminated. The two women observed Lin Ze and Tong Xiaoxi, who were stuck together like taffy, their expressions markedly different. This little vixen, relying on her considerable advantages, had the audacity to engage in such antics, and yet, the man seemed utterly captivated. Deng Xiu murmured softly in her heart. She felt entitled to feel jealousy, yet she would never disrupt Lin Ze's enjoyment. The former might suffer the consequences of her own actions, but the latter would be courting disaster. She certainly would not be foolish enough to challenge Lin Ze's authority within this vehicle. Rather, she would proactively assist him in finding women, even relishing the role of a clandestine supporter. Among the three, I was undoubtedly the one at the greatest disadvantage. Senior Ding was the most beautiful, while Tong Xiaoxi had her own substantial advantages. My only merit lay in my height and legs. Tang Shanshan calculated in her mind. Relieved that she had brought along her secret weapon, several pairs of black stockings from Balenciaga. No man could resist the allure of legs adorned in stockings, if any did. She would simply prepare more pairs, for the essence of stockings lay not only in their beauty but also in their capacity to be torn apart. Cough, cough. Master, while you venture into battle, Senior Su Yao has sent another message. Something has occurred once more, and the situation is worse than before. Tang Shanshan hurriedly approached to report after the two were satisfactorily separated. Is that so? Hand me the phone, let me see. If it were urgent, she would have called me. The absence of a call indicates she is likely safe for the moment. Lin Ze took the phone and quickly read through Su Yao's message, his brow slightly furrowing. Su Yao, the student council president Zhou Xianwen has succumbed to his primal instincts, leading members of the sports department to perpetrate violence against women from other departments, thus gaining absolute control over the assembly hall. Su Yao, most of the boys have chosen to join his ranks, collaborating with this brute to oppress others. The 7 or 8 boys who refused to join have all perished in this chaos, becoming mere examples to establish Zhou Xianwen's authority. Su Yao, now. It is only the girls from our arts department who remain unscathed in the assembly hall, and the other department's women harbor a profound animosity towards us, absurdly believing that we are responsible for their plight. Su Yao, we never imagined that our arts department would become the pariah of the entire student council. All 12 of us girls have been cornered into a small space, lacking even room to lie down. It is utterly oppressive. Su Yao, master, you are our last beacon of hope. All the girls in the arts department eagerly await your arrival, and so do I. Su Yao image. JPG 15. Su Yao meticulously detailed the situation unfolding in the assembly hall, accompanied by 10 carefully selected photographs. The images predominantly showcased the student council president Zhou Xianwen and his cohort from the sports department engaged in various acts of malice within the assembly hall. Among them were those who, in defiance, refused to join his ranks, all brutally beaten to death by Zhou Xianwen and his minions. Their girlfriends were subjected to unspeakable indignities. Stripped of all dignity, this Zhou Xianwen seemed even more arrogant than I, a mere ordinary person who had deluded himself into believing he was of great significance. It was astonishing how easily he commanded respect. Indeed, university students were so feeble, easily manipulated. Lin Ze shook his head in resignation, feeling powerless regarding the tragedy that had unfolded in the grand hall, devoid of any sense of guilt. One must never attribute the mistakes of others to oneself, otherwise, one will perpetually dwell in remorse. He had no desire to play the role of a so-called hero. He simply wished to remain a minor character in this apocalyptic world. The last few photographs of Su Yao, however, were indeed striking. They featured the other girls from the arts department, each one a beauty starting from an 8 out of 10. Yinshuan University was home to numerous talented students, and the student union's arts department attracted the CR de la CRME. Amongst the many stunning women, these girls stood out, second only to the likes of Ding Shiyu, Tong Xiaoxi, and Tang Shanshan, top-tier beauties whose allure was exceedingly rare. After perusing this lengthy message akin to a personal essay, along with the plethora of beautiful photographs, Lin felt a stirring in his heart. Although rewards were only bestowed upon those who engaged with beauties rated 9 or above, the prospect of refining his skills with these enchanting ladies, even without rewards, was an appealing option. At least it promised some returns. Ding. A strong desire was detected within the host, and the wish list for the apocalypse was being generated. The seventh wish list was as follows. Exterminate the heinous Zhou Xianwen and his gang. Rescue the girls from the arts department. Reward. Unlock a spacious apartment comprising 6 rooms, 2 halls, and 5 bathrooms. Instantly, the familiar system notification chimed again. A grand apartment? This design must span at least 500 square meters. Upon seeing the design blueprint for the promised apartment, Lin's eyes sparkled, and his demeanor shifted entirely. He could hardly contain his eagerness to confront the notorious Zhou Xianwen, the leader of the student council's rogue elements. He sighed deeply within, realizing that his sincere intentions had not gone unnoticed by the system. He had long held discontent towards this seemingly cultured scoundrel. Although he had already taken several lives, they were those who dared to provoke him, forcing his hand. He had never engaged in senseless slaughter. The student council president Zhou Xianwen, a nefarious villain, led a group of brash athletes, coercing many promising youths down a treacherous path. His tyranny and numerous transgressions rendered him utterly unforgivable. He had sealed his own fate, and I shall bring about his demise. As for the beautiful girls from the arts department, given their perilous situation and their willingness to join me, providing them with a sanctuary seemed both reasonable and just. Meanwhile, Lin Ze's gaze was fixed intently on his phone, his eyes ablaze with fury, exuding an intimidating aura that was particularly unsettling to the 3 girls, as they had never before witnessed him in such a state, except for Ding Xiyu. Master, please don't be angry. There's no need to let such individuals upset you. I know your capabilities. One of the girls from the dormitory comforted him. Thousands of zombies are no match for you alone. There's no one in the world as formidable as you. You've been slaying zombies since dawn. Take a moment to rest. It's unnecessary to push yourself too hard. Engage in something enjoyable to relax, just like during lunch. Xiaoxi would be more than happy to. Tong Xiaoxi leaned closer, softly offering her encouragement. Indeed, Master, you have not only saved us but also the dozens of survivors in Dormitory K. Your deeds are nothing short of commendable. Tang Shanshan also leaned over to snuggle close to him. Rest assured, I have no intentions of engaging in an all-night battle. I simply find this person rather displeasing. How dare anyone be more audacious than I? Lin Ze chuckled softly, drawing the 2 women into his embrace as he explained, I shall not be venturing out tonight. I will rest in the car for the evening and rescue those in the assembly hall tomorrow. Besides, I have something to examine. With that, Lin Ze retrieved 2 blood crystals obtained from the zombies from his system space. What is this viscous substance laced with blood? It appears somewhat repugnant. Could it possibly be the heart of a zombie? The 3 women exchanged curious glances, engaging in animated discussion. Chapter 57. The temporary suspension of blood crystal research and the evolution of lightning power. Lin Ze smiled faintly, not keeping them in suspense, and explained, this is a treasure I extracted from a zombie's head. As a supernatural being, I can distinctly sense that this red, capsule-shaped crystal is rich in unique energy. Consuming it may enhance various aspects of human capability, and there is even a chance it could awaken supernatural abilities. Upon hearing this, the 3 women displayed expressions of astonishment. Could it be that ordinary humans could transform into supernatural beings through this means? Had the master discovered a roundabout method to combat the zombies? Of course, consuming it directly would still pose significant risks, so I need to conduct further research. If I can extract the essence within, it may reduce the risk of viral infection. Lin Ze stored the blood crystal in his spatial pocket and then entered his room, stating, please do not disturb me for now. I will emerge when it is time to eat. If all goes well, I might even help awaken your supernatural abilities. If you find yourselves bored, you could watch some cooking videos. I would prefer not to survive on instant noodles and energy bars every day. With that, Lin Ze retreated to his room and closed the door. The 3 women exchanged glances, surprised that Lin Ze would present them with such a dilemma. Coming from relatively affluent families, it was quite normal for them not to know how to cook. Yet, in this apocalyptic era, and with their reliance on a man, pleasing him required serious contemplation, as it would greatly influence their future standing. Soon after, the women opened their phones and searched for various culinary tutorial videos online, hastily downloading them while the internet was still operational. Meanwhile, Lin Ze entered his room and, with a gentle swipe of his right hand, summoned a colossal tree-like diagram before him. Utilizing the filtering function among numerous technological branches, he pinpointed the research topic concerning the creation of gene fluid, then glanced down at the energy point requirements. Gene enhancement injection development, after research, permanently unlocks the system's space consumption of blood crystals and a certain number of energy points, allowing for the exchange of gene enhancement injections of the same level. The effects of the gene fluid are double that of normal blood crystals, eliminating the side effects of bodily mutation and zombification. Development cost, 5,000 energy points. How exorbitant. This is merely the price to unlock the function. Subsequent exchanges will require additional energy points. Lin Ze furrowed his brow slightly, pondering whether it was worthwhile to pursue this research topic at present. If he had an abundance of blood crystals, exchanging for this topic would undoubtedly be a profitable endeavor. However, the reality was that he currently possessed only 2 blood crystals. That 5,000 energy points would be sufficient to elevate his lightning abilities to an intermediate level. It seems that the research on blood crystals must be temporarily set aside. My current focus should be on enhancing my own strength. Utilizing blood crystals to create gene fluid is primarily aimed at increasing my strategic value. After deep contemplation, Lin Ze resolved to abandon this topic. His gaze shifted back to the familiar path of enhancing his supernatural powers. He checked his remaining energy points, and with a flicker of thought, Lin Ze initiated the process. In the latter half of the cleanup of the female dormitory filled with zombies, there were nearly 2,000 ordinary zombies across 2 floors and a dozen first-tier zombies. Coupled with the second-tier zombies and the rewards from the task, the total was approximately 8,000. Remaining energy points, 8366. The system responded truthfully. Once again, the energy points were in an awkward state. Lin Ze could only choose to enhance either the lightning ability or the super speed ability. Frowning in dissatisfaction, he found the amount insufficient. Unfortunately, the enhancement of abilities consumed a significant number of points, and these energy points barely filled the gaps. However, considering it from another perspective, his daily acquisition of energy points for enhancement equated to a lifetime's worth for other ability users, making these points exceedingly valuable. Which to choose between lightning and super speed? The former was an elemental ability, which, once enhanced, would surely not pale in comparison to the super speed ability. The latter was a superhuman ability, and its efficacy was wholly dependent on the user's personal strength. After much contemplation, Lin Ze finally made up his mind. System, evolve my lightning ability. I will use the remaining 3,000 energy points to develop advanced ability topics. Lin Ze, embodying the unique compromise characteristic of the people of Xia, opted for this enhancement plan. The rationale was that if he continued to enhance the super speed ability, even if it was a formidable high-level ability, with his current tenfold mental power and the physical prowess of an urban warrior, he would struggle to unleash even half of its potential. Thus, Lin Ze chose to elevate the lightning ability to an intermediate level while dedicating the remaining energy points to further developing ability topics and enhancing his mental power. This was indeed the optimal solution for the enhancement route, for once the research on ability topics progressed to the next stage, corresponding mental skills would be bestowed. Was this not another form of enhancement? Ding. Confirming the enhancement route, beginning deduction of energy points, the system replied. Ding. Congratulations, host. The evolution of your lightning ability has been successful. You have obtained the intermediate lightning ability, Thunderous Power. Thunderous Power, lightning power increased by 500. And the mental energy consumption for using lightning abilities is reduced by 50. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Ze felt the thunderous power within him surge violently, akin to pouring water into boiling oil. His body felt as though it were being disassembled, with currents frantically coursing through him, leading to an involuntary elemental transformation that culminated in a chaotic sphere of lightning. The arcs of electricity bursting forth from the sphere left charred marks on the furniture, walls, and floor, reminiscent of a yellow electric mouse invading the premises. Fortunately, Lin Ze's reflexes were remarkably swift. He managed to suppress the chaotic ability within him at once, averting greater damage. The consequences could have been dire, as the armored apartment was invincible from the outside, but internal destruction could lead to unpredictable calamities. Thankfully, he had the experience from the previous evolution of the super speed ability. Had Ding Xiyu and the others been nearby, the situation could have been perilous. Lin Ze let out a long sigh of relief, not anticipating such an overwhelming spectacle accompanying the evolution of his lightning ability. Fortunately, tomorrow he will have the opportunity to exchange for an entirely new spacious flat. Otherwise, he would likely endure a prolonged period of heartache. After all, acquiring a residence of such caliber would require him to labor under a mortgage for half a lifetime, especially in the pre-apocalyptic world. Moreover, this is a mobile apartment gifted by the system, an unequivocally secure haven amidst the chaos of the end times. If he truly contemplated selling it, the price would likely soar to several thousand times that of prime real estate in Dubai. Lin Ze reflected on his timely decision to withdraw, and upon revisiting the intermediate-level lightning ability, it is now aptly termed the power of thunder. In comparison to the lightning ability, the enhancement of the power of thunder is astonishingly comprehensive. The amplification of lightning ability is fivefold, while the consumption of electrical abilities is halved. Overall, the magnitude of improvement exceeds tenfold, whereas during the evolution of bullet time, It merely escalated from a maximum of 50 times to 100 times. Chapter 58. Significant enhancement of power. Heading to the Great Hall, the expenditure of 5,000 energy points was not in vain. This evolution is extraordinarily impressive. Lin Ze's face radiated with joy. No matter how it was calculated, the magnitude of this power increase was beyond exceptional. Just imagine, if the force of his Thunder Serpent were to amplify fivefold, it would not merely be a matter of annihilating hundreds of zombies in one breath. Rather, a single electromagnetic cannon shot could reduce an entire floor of zombies to ashes. He wouldn't even need to ascend to the rooftop. As long as he could see his target, he could execute a long-range strike. Simultaneously, after the evolution of the lightning abilities was completed, the system paused for a few seconds before continuing to enhance the Advanced Ability Research. Advanced Ability Research LV1. Each completion of this project grants the host 4 mental points and randomly increases one ability level by 1, with a requirement of 500 energy points. The cost of Advanced Ability Research is exceedingly high, yet akin to the foundational work of constructing a towering skyscraper. Regardless of desire, it ultimately must be fully invested. Thus, one should mindlessly invest upwards. System ding. Advanced Ability Research LV1 has been completed. Host gains 4 mental points. Ability. Thunder power level has been enhanced. System ding. Advanced Ability Research LV2 has been completed. Host gains 4 mental points. Ability. Thunder power level has been enhanced. System ding. Advanced Ability Research LV3 has been completed. Host gains 4 mental points. Ability. Thunder power level has been enhanced. System ding. Advanced Ability Research LV4 has been completed. Host gains 4 mental points. Ability. Thunder power level has been enhanced. System ding. Advanced Ability Research LV5 has been completed. Host gains 4 mental points. Ability. Thunder power level has been enhanced. Lin Ze elevated the Advanced Ability Research to level 5 in one breath, depleting all remaining energy points. This enhancement consumed 8,150 energy points, and he gained the Intermediate Lightning ability, Thunder Power, with mental strength at 20, and raised Thunder Power to LV6. Another wave of epic enhancement, at this point. Not to mention second-tier zombies. Even if third-tier zombies were to emerge tomorrow, he felt confident in exterminating them. Lin Ze clenched his fists, sensing a tremendous surge of mental strength within his mind, coupled with the growth of his abilities. This sense of harvest made him feel that all his efforts throughout the day were not in vain. Speaking of which, I have truly become a model of diligence. I am either in battle or on the path of battle. However, it is understandable, with a system that guarantees rewards for every effort put forth. Who would not desire to exert themselves a bit more? For every effort, there is a corresponding reward. The corners of Lin Ze's mouth lifted slightly, thoroughly satisfied with today's gains. After completing the enhancements, he returned to the living room to summon the ladies to prepare for dinner and rest. Soon, a lavish feast was laid out on the table. Were it to be seen by others, they would likely be envious to the point of frenzy. How could he still enjoy such sumptuous meals at a time like this? Yet for Lin Ze, this was merely an ordinary daily occurrence. During the meal, Lin Ze brought up the subject of female zombies, capturing the attention of the 3 ladies. Those zombies outside can evolve, Tang Shanshan exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder the master was eager to descend and eliminate that zombie. It was indeed a preemptive measure. Tong Xiaoxi, feeding the peeled crayfish into Lin Ze's mouth, suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. The emergence of a second-tier zombie the following day left Ding Xiyu furrowing her beautiful brows, consumed by worry about what this world might become. You need only to stay by my side. I shall protect you, Lin Ze reassured them. The terms I have set are irrevocable. As long as you remain in the vehicle, you shall enjoy the benefits of food and shelter. In that regard, you have outshone the multitude of survivors outside. A triumphant smile graced Lin Ze's face, prompting the 3 women to exhibit even greater enthusiasm. Tong Xiaoxi, leaning her weight against him, appeared somewhat impolite, yet Lin Ze chose to overlook it, considering her significant advantages. Under the attentive service of the 3 women, Lin Ze relished his dinner. He then instructed Ding Xiyu to send a few comforting messages to Su Yao, urging her and the young ladies from the literature department to endure a little longer, for rescue would arrive the next day. Subsequently, as was his custom, Lin Ze showcased a feast on the campus forum, once again attracting a deluge of envy and attention. It was unavoidable, without flaunting his monotonous post-apocalyptic existence and formidable prowess. It would be difficult to draw out the hidden beauties of the campus. Even if their personal freedoms might be constrained, he could still capture the attention of those who fancied themselves as the emperors of the apocalypse. Over time, some fools would inevitably entertain misguided thoughts, and thus he remained unperturbed. As night deepened, it was time to rest. Lin Ze wore a knowing smile as he wrapped his arm around Tong Xiaoxi and Tang Shanshan's waists, their forms soft and slender. Both women's cheeks flushed a vivid red, radiating warmth. Thus commenced Lin Ze's unpretentious yet regal nocturnal routine. As dawn broke, the three girls continued to slumber peacefully. Lin Ze arose, feeling invigorated, just as he had the previous day. This life, filled with sumptuous feasts, nightly revelries, and leisurely days of waking at his own pace, was something he had only glimpsed through the shared lives of affluent heirs online. Now, experiencing it firsthand, he found it somewhat overwhelming. Were it not for the extraordinary Emperor's divine phoenix technique, he would surely need support to reach the restroom. Gazing into the mirror, he beheld a man who seemed to have just emerged from a spider's den, pale-faced, with two prominent dark circles beneath his eyes and a hint of fatigue. Yet, Lin Ze felt no weariness. Rather, he was astounded by his exceptional physical condition, truly remarkable. He pondered the results of his cultivation from the previous day. Sitting upon the windowsill, he opened the system panel to review the progress of the Emperor's Divine Phoenix Technique. Emperor's Divine Phoenix Technique LV2, as expected, through Lin Ze's diligent training. This extraordinary technique had advanced once more. No wonder he felt so splendid. It was the technique's upgrade that accounted for his state of being. Glancing at his attribute panel, he noted the enhancements were akin to those from his last upgrade. Strength, agility, and endurance each increased by 10 points. Excellent. With continued effort, tonight he could attempt to challenge the entire literature department of Insuan University. Lin Ze's proud smile returned as he closed the panel. Rising to greet the day, I commenced my morning routine, indulging in breakfast before preparing to venture to the auditorium, driven by a noble intention to save lives. As for the enchanting beauty still nestled in my bed, it was likely that she would remain in slumber until well past noon. Having finished my meal, I promptly departed the apartment and made my way to the driver's seat. The auditorium lay merely 200 meters ahead. Greeting others seemed a cumbersome task, so I resolved to bypass it altogether and instead deliver a grand surprise. Pressing the accelerator, I swiftly navigated towards the auditorium of Insuan University, crushing countless zombies that dared obstruct my path. Along the journey, I fortuitously rescued a couple fleeing from the auditorium. Recognizing me, they expressed a desire to join my vehicle. Maintain your distance. My car does not accommodate uninvited guests. I firmly rejected them without a second thought, sounding the horn as a warning to keep their distance. My girlfriend is quite lovely. If you permit us to take refuge in your vehicle, she will be yours, exclaimed the young man clad in expensive Nike shoes, desperation evident in his voice as he hastily made a promise. The girl in the white dress, possessing decent looks, was taken aback, her expression shifting dramatically. You cannot say that. I am your girlfriend, she retorted. Precisely because I am your boyfriend, I desire a better life for you. Rather than both of us suffering from hunger while being pursued by countless zombies on campus, why not serve the esteemed Lin Ze and ensure a good life for us both? Consider how I have cared for you. When you were ill, I was attentive and nurturing. I have provided transportation for your academic and travel needs, covering all expenses along the way. Over the course of 2 years at university, I have spent nearly 500,000. Now it is your turn to repay me. The young man enumerated their shared experiences, portraying himself as the quintessential boyfriend, often referred to as a warm man or a mobile ATM. After articulating his point, he turned to the girl in white, questioning, "Do you think my assertions hold merit? You how? I must have been blind to have associated with you. You are a scoundrel, a disgrace, a mere man of wealth," she retorted vehemently. "You may have spent money, but does that negate my investment of youth? If it weren't for your wealth, who would even glance your way?" With her face hardening, she decided to sever ties, declaring, "If you desire repayment so fervently, then I shall not comply. You can remain outside to feed the zombies. I shall board the vehicle alone. You wish to monopolize? If I cannot board, then neither shall you." Yu Hao's eyes glinted with malice, as if he were a predator ready to devour. The couple, once united in their escape from the treacherous student council, now found themselves at odds amidst the horrors of the outside world. Their quarrel over a mere ticket to safety escalated into a cacophony of insults, culminating in a physical altercation. In this moment, the man's brute strength became apparent, as the pampered girl found herself toppled to the ground by Yu Hao's aggressive blows. A man grasped his neck, rendering him unconscious, as the outcome of the confrontation was determined. Well fought. Such a delicate fairy should strike with might, Lin Ze remarked calmly after observing the scene. "Lin Ze, I implore you, allow me to join the vehicle," he pleaded. "She still draws breath, I assure you. She will be yours henceforth. I can assist you. I am well acquainted with Insuan University. I possess information on various campus beauties, including their WeChat IDs and phone numbers." Yu Hao, looking quite disheveled, scrambled to his feet and offered a sycophantic smile towards Lin Ze inside the car. I have no need for that. They will reach out to me if they wish to join. Why should I be the one to contact them? Once this opportunity passes, it will be lost forever. As for your girlfriend, I am rather fastidious and do not pick up someone else's discarded shoes, nor do I wish to disrupt another's relationship. Besides, with such a vast world, do I truly fear the inability to find the original article? Lin Ze scoffed coldly, amplifying the speaker's volume as he warned. While I am in a good mood, keep your distance from my vehicle. Otherwise, you may find yourself crushed beneath the wheels, along with more than just the undead. With that, he pressed the accelerator, and the base vehicle roared away. Not long after Lin Ze's departure, a horde of zombies converged upon the couple's location, tearing them apart. They had once possessed a chance for survival, but during the scuffle, they squandered far too much time to escape. Even if Lin Ze had not activated the speaker, their fate was sealed within the encircling undead. Such is the apocalypse. The affections of the bygone era hold no worth here. In this desolate world, even lovebirds dare not pursue romance. Lin Ze calmly sipped water, continuing his drive towards the auditorium. The entrance to Yinchuan University's auditorium stood firmly closed, resembling a colossal fortress. Formidable to breach. A throng of hundreds of wandering zombies lingered at the entrance, meandering without any intention of leaving. Lin Ze parked the vehicle outside, activated his enhanced perception, and surveyed the entire scene, capturing every detail within his mind. After observing the terrain for a while, a slight smirk curved his lips, as he had discovered some intriguing facts. First, the auditorium could accommodate over 1,000 individuals, designed for easy ingress and egress, with doors wide enough for his base vehicle to enter effortlessly. Second, the student council members occupying the auditorium appeared rather relaxed, aware of their visitors, yet lacking in vigilance. This was likely due to the revelry of the previous night, which had left most of the men utterly exhausted, reduced to a state of lethargy. However, a dozen or so remained alert, or perhaps they had not slept at all, still clutching the women they had claimed, humming drunkenly to themselves. The student council president, Zhou Xianwen, was roused from slumber, scratching his unkempt hair that hadn't seen a wash in 3 days. A bottle of beer still in hand as he donned his glasses, bleary-eyed. Oh, our president has awakened. Your display of strength yesterday was indeed formidable. That blow silenced everyone. Chuckled Lu Zhu, the head of the sports department. I have come to realize that in the apocalypse, one must be ruthless. Otherwise, one may find oneself as another's meal. In the same dormitory as you, I am truly grateful for your willingness to allow me to take the lead. Henceforth, whether it be women or resources, we shall share our fortunes and bear our hardships together. As brothers in this dormitory, we shall scour for resources and indulge in our desires within this school, reveling in our own dominion, which is far more exhilarating than merely being diligent students. Zhou Xianwen grinned broadly, lighting a cigarette, having transformed into an unrepentant ruffian. Brother Zhou, what is the plan? Isn't that courier supposed to come and pick someone up? The literature department is filled with beautiful girls, each vying for attention during the dance at the event. They are all exquisite, and I find myself quite tempted, Lu Zhu remarked, sharing a cigarette and furrowing his brow as he exhaled smoke. We truly have no choice but to concede? There is no room for negotiation whatsoever? You've seen it yourself. That extraordinary courier from outside possesses an alarming level of power. Not even hundreds of zombies could withstand him, and I would prefer not to send you all to your demise in vain. Zhou Xianwen sighed, a look of distress upon his face. Brother Zhou, consider negotiating. Even if we could retain half, or at least a third, it would be beneficial. To relinquish everything freely would surely displease the younger brothers beneath you. Such a loss would undermine your authority, and even as a minister, I wouldn't be able to maintain order among so many. What do you think? Lu Zhu's eyes glinted with a hint of cunning as he continued to persuade. Chapter 59. A lone intruder in the student council, Lin Ze. The devil incarnate, rest assured, Zhu Zi, while I may lack prowess against zombies, I possess considerable skill in dealing with humans. I shall not allow that courier to abscond with our most beautiful female members of the literary club so easily. I am determined to extract some information from him, whether it pertains to supernatural abilities or supplies. He certainly cannot leave empty-handed. I would stake my reputation on it. Zhou Xianwen, fully aware of the other's intentions, hastily patted his chest in assurance, continuing to bolster the morale of their group. Sometimes, a promise need not be fulfilled, but lacking the courage to make one. To merely paint a grand vision will cause others to doubt your credibility and reluctance to follow. Such was the case before the apocalypse, and even more so in its aftermath. Ha ha ha. Then today's negotiation rests entirely on Brother Zhou. Allow me to raise a toast to you, wishing you triumph in your endeavors. Lu Zhu exhibited a delighted smile, opening a bottle of beer and extending it toward him. Cheers. Zhou Xianwen, without hesitation, accepted the beer and downed it in one go, his face flushing with color. Brother Zhou is indeed forthright and impressive. The crowd erupted into hearty laughter. My brothers, permit me to demonstrate a little trick. Fueled by the alcohol, Zhou Xianwen prepared to engage with the nearby female students. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed at the entrance of the grand hall. A massive black armored vehicle burst through the doors, its wheels and hood smeared with the dismembered remains of several zombies. The roar of the metallic beast's engine ignited a fervor within, and the blaring music made it feel as if a scene from Mad Max had come to life. The dozens of students sheltered within the grand hall were jolted awake, staring in disbelief at the shattered entrance, utterly dumbfounded. Their safety thus far had been secured by the formidable doors of the hall, which had kept the zombies at bay. Now that Lin Ze had breached the entrance, they faced the dire prospect of vacating their haven to seek new territory, all while contending with the horde of thousands of zombies lurking outside. Good morning, esteemed members of the Student Council. It appears you had quite the lively night yesterday, yet you did not invite me to join in the festivities. How disheartening. Thus, I have decided to be a bit more enthusiastic today and brought along some equally spirited friends to pay you a visit. Lin Ze activated the vehicle's loudspeaker, greeting the Student Council with a smile. As that familiar voice reached their ears, a wave of terror washed over the faces of the Student Council members. The infamous figure, who had single-handedly vanquished hundreds of zombies in a campus video, had brazenly arrived at their doorstep so early in the morning. Moreover, by demolishing the grand hall's entrance, it was evident that he intended to leave them no escape. Soon, as those zombies surge in, they would all perish within these walls. No, to be precise, only they would meet their demise here, for the power of life and death lay entirely within the hands of this man. Only a formidable supernatural being could stand against such a multitude of zombies outside. At that moment, Zhou Xianwen, who had just vowed his commitment, stood paralyzed. A torrent of thoughts racing through his mind, his body trembling uncontrollably. He deeply sensed a feeling of powerlessness. His motley crew was no different from paper, easily punctured before such a formidable opponent. Moreover, they might soon have to face the onslaught of the undead outside. Meanwhile, hidden within the depths of the assembly hall, they resembled imprisoned girls from the arts department. Raising her eyes to behold the base vehicle bathed in light, every gaze sparkled with hope, as if glimpsing their future home. Before Lin Ze's arrival, Su Yao had already instilled in them visions of a promising future. After 2 years as the minister, she had become quite adept at painting dreams. Thus, the girls of the arts department eagerly anticipated Lin Ze's arrival. He came, arriving early to fetch me, and I knew in my heart that I held a special place in his thoughts. Su Yao's beautiful eyes shone brightly, and she immediately produced a small mirror to check her appearance. Having barely slept the previous night due to fear, her complexion appeared slightly duller than usual. Nevertheless, she was undeniably the most beautiful among the girls in the arts department, akin to a peacock standing among chickens. Ladies, follow me as we embrace our promising future, she called, leading the way with such confidence that none dared to obstruct her. Sister Su was truly formidable. Only that extraordinary delivery person, who single-handedly saved an entire girls' dormitory, could be deemed worthy of her. Exactly. If it weren't for Sister Su's loyalty in bringing us along, even if we offered ourselves willingly, they might not have accepted us. A group of beautiful girls chimed in, giggling and following Su Yao toward the armored vehicle. Were they truly allowing them to leave unchallenged? That seemed unacceptable. These stunning women rightfully belonged to them. Moreover, that fellow had damaged their door, and it was unreasonable not to demand an explanation. Lu Zhu, the supervisor in charge of monitoring them, felt anxious and incessantly signaled Zhou Xianwen. At this moment, Zhou Xianwen realized that they could no longer afford to be fearful and idle. Otherwise, certain doom awaited them. He could only conceive one solution: to pressure while simultaneously seeking to appease Lin Ze, ensuring not to provoke him fully. I respect you, calling you Brother Lin, vowing to protect the girls of the arts department. Yet, you arrived and immediately damaged our door meant to withstand the undead. If you intend to take them away, step out of the vehicle and give us an explanation. Zhou Xianwen paced beside the armored vehicle, resembling a eunuch inspecting a royal throne, circling the metallic beast. His eyes gleamed with greed and murderous intent. Now, with the assembly hall, akin to a fortress, breached by the adversary, their student council faced imminent homelessness, surrounded by zombies outside. If they could seize this vehicle, they would no longer need to wander outside. Superhumans are still human. They can die too, wouldn't you agree? Brother Lin, now that everyone has arrived, what are you waiting for inside? Are you genuinely frightened of us? Indeed, hurry and exit. The ladies behind are growing impatient. If you remain inside, who can ascertain whether you are truly that extraordinary individual. Zhou Xianwen hastily signaled to the key members of the sports department behind him. A dozen robust athletes lined up according to the plan, resembling iron towers, their expressions devoid of emotion as they barred the way for the girls from the arts department, preventing them from approaching Lin Ze's vehicle to leave. The arts girls were unwilling to back down, and an uproar ensued. Zhou Xianwen, what is your intention? Are you planning to confront us? Su Yao furrowed her brows. Minister Su has exaggerated. We merely wish to meet the legendary ability user and behold the aura of a master. Besides, we could assist you in verifying if the person is indeed the one you seek. It would be unfortunate if someone were impersonating him. Wouldn't you agree? Lu Zhu approached with a cheeky grin, his gaze fixed shamelessly on Su Yao's exquisite face and graceful figure, reminiscent of a toad. You are blatantly arguing for the sake of it. Su Yao, both infuriated and amused, felt the palpable sense of helplessness that accompanied their status as the weaker party. Even with formidable ability users backing them, they were still looked down upon by others. Only when Lin Ze expressed his stance would they be allowed to leave. Furthermore, the other party's evasiveness might conceal ulterior motives. Could it be a plot? Su Yao's expression shifted unpredictably as she summoned her courage to loudly warn. Master, be cautious when you exit the vehicle. These despicable individuals may harbor ill intentions toward you. At her words, the faces of the student council's thugs changed dramatically. Su Yao, you treacherous witch, cease your slander against us. They shouted. With Lin Ze's formidable strength, how could we dare to confront him? Clearly, your words are malicious, intending to incite conflict. Several of them, unable to restrain their anger, pointed fingers at Su Yao, hurling insults that were quite unsavory. You are correct. It was my fault for damaging your student council's door. Allow me to step out and offer an explanation. Lin Ze said with a faint smile as he opened the car door and leisurely exited from the driver's seat. At that moment, Lin Ze's handsome and familiar visage appeared before the members of the student council. The thugs were momentarily taken aback, silently reflecting, so this individual, who claims to be the most handsome delivery man at Yinchuan University, is not merely boasting. He is indeed strikingly handsome. Even the boys, upon encountering such a true beau, could not help but steal a few extra glances. Lin Ze possessed an extraordinary charm capable of captivating even his male peers, eclipsing many movie stars. After being nourished by the unparalleled cultivation technique, the Emperor God's Phoenix art, Lin Ze appeared particularly radiant, his face seemingly glowing. Especially when compared to the disheveled student council members who had tea-bathed in days, he was like a celestial being amidst mere mortals. Oh my! Our male idol is simply too handsome. He looks even better in person than in photos. The girls from the arts department were instantly captivated, their breaths quickening, their eyes sparkling with admiration. However, just as Lin Ze stepped out of the vehicle, he swiftly drew the tang knife from his hand. Suddenly, a flash of blade glimmered as he mercilessly dispatched the 4 athletic students surrounding Zhou Xianwen, their warm blood splattering over him. Grasping the bloodstained knife, Lin Ze approached Zhou Xianwen with a faint smile and remarked, "This is my explanation to you. If you have any words to share, now is the time, otherwise, I fear you may never have the opportunity again." Taking the initiative, Lin Ze rendered the dozen tall boys from the sports department speechless. For those were 4 vibrant lives extinguished in an instant. They had mistakenly believed Lin Ze to be a reasonable individual, one who adhered to certain principles, wielding his abilities and armored vehicle merely for amusement at Yinchuan University. However, that was far from the truth. From the moment the apocalypse struck, Lin Ze had resolved to embrace the role of a harbinger of death. Brother Lin, what do you intend to do? Are you planning to kill us all? Zhou Xianwen's eyes twitched, fear gripping his heart as he meekly inquired. His previous bravado entirely vanished. My student council comprises over 50 members. Even if you were to slay us one by one, it would consume considerable time. You might even find yourself haunted by nightmares tonight. Moreover, the zombies outside are about to surge in. As an ability user, you surely do not wish to squander your precious powers in such a place. Zhou Xianwen could hear the roars of the zombies outside, accompanied by the thunderous sound of their stampede, a formidable force numbering at least in the thousands. In this critical moment, he audaciously attempted to negotiate using the approaching zombies, which spoke to his cunning nature. Before he could finish, a horde of zombies burst through the entrance, targeting the few student council members on guard outside, leading to a cacophony of wails. You are indeed clever. But cleverness holds little value in the apocalypse. Only the truly powerful can emerge victorious in the end. You claim that my killing you would waste time? Give me merely a second. I require but a second to conclude this farce. Lin Ze scoffed coldly, immediately activating his super speed ability. Full power, 100-fold speed. In an instant, everything around him appeared to freeze. With his Tang Dao in hand, Lin Ze danced through the crowd, sparing only the girls from the arts department and Zhou Xianwen. The remainder became his targets. After last night's selection, not a single innocent soul remained in this assembly hall, only the wretched scum undeserving of life. The act of killing humans felt no different from slaying zombies. The feedback from the Tang Dao was the same, the only distinction being that zombies remained silent, while humans would often scream in agony. Regrettably, under the near time-stopping speed of his ability, these vile thugs had no chance to scream before Lin Ze's skillful blades swiftly felled them, granting them a merciful death. As Lin Ze seized his super-speed ability, a mere second had elapsed. Zhou Xianwen, still reeling from Lin Ze's words, was startled to hear the synchronized Puchi sounds around him. Torrents of blood cascading onto the floor of the assembly hall, heads rolling. As he glanced around in a daze, he slowly retrieved a dagger from his pocket, his gaze fixed upon this devil before him. Lin Ze stood amidst the crowd, immaculate as a blank canvas, his visage adorned with an innocuous smile. He spoke, "So, I trust you now believe my earlier words? I truly required but a mere second, without exceeding the time limit. Alas, I had no intention of unleashing a massacre. Harboring a heavy heart is detrimental. Yet, these individuals have perished due to your influence, having been incited into becoming the dregs of society, the ne'er-do-wells, the marauders. Therefore, for the sake of global tranquility and a harmonious campus environment, I, as an outsider, am compelled to intervene and purify this institution." Upon concluding his statement, Zhou Xianwen finally took action, but instead of lunging at Lin Ze with a blade, he plunged a dagger into his own throat, twisting it viciously. His body swiftly succumbed to numbness, collapsing into a pool of blood, his eyes wide open, seemingly unable to embrace eternal slumber. Was this truly suicide? Such a loss of amusement for me. Lin Ze sighed in resignation, stepping over Zhou Xianwen's lifeless form, advancing towards the girls of the arts department, who were encircled by a sea of corpses. He cast a serene gaze upon them, reminiscent of an emperor surveying his harem. Ah, the slender and the voluptuous, each possessing their own allure. Most of the girls in the arts department were gifted in song and dance, with large, expressive eyes, high cheekbones, and splendid figures. It would be no exaggeration to liken them to a royal court. Lin Ze adjusted his appearance, a smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Though we have shared a profound connection for some time, this marks our first encounter. Allow me to introduce myself." Chapter 60. The 12 beauties of the arts department danced solely for one. Lin Ze did not remain idle, allowing them to introduce themselves. Instead, he moved with them towards the grand stage at the center of the assembly hall. This location, with its readily available space, was too precious to waste without a performance from the girls of the arts department. He settled into the prime position, extracting a few tissues from the system's space to wipe the blood from his Tang Dao, a smile gracing his face as he awaited their display. It was well known that his vehicle did not accommodate idlers. Even the top campus beauties, Ding Xiu and Tong Xiaoxi, were required to labor tirelessly under his training. He would not fully accept this group of arts department girls without discernible talent, as the 12 mouths to feed would entail a significant expense. However, the girls were still oblivious to the gravity of their situation, their hearts filled with trepidation. The relentless tide of zombies continued to surge into the assembly hall. How could one indulge in leisure at such a moment? "Master," the girls of the arts department were obedient, suggesting that they could conduct their self-introductions in a separate room. Yet, with the zombies breaching the hall, wouldn't it be wiser to retreat to the vehicle for safety? Fear gripped everyone. To ease the anxiety, Su Yao hastened to Lin Ze's side, bending slightly as she whispered her inquiry. Lin Ze, seated at the leader's table and tending to his Tang Dao, felt a slight dizziness from her intentional bow. What a spectacle! It was no wonder she was likened to the goddess Ding. Before he could fully appreciate her graceful form, her devilishly sculpted physique was already tantalizing, igniting his imagination for the future. Lin Ze gazed at Su Yao, a smile playing on his lips as he responded, "Zombies? I had almost forgotten. Those creatures outside were deliberately left by me to block the escape routes of the scoundrels who might flee in fear. Since they are dead, there is no reason for these zombies to remain. I shall dispose of them as well." With a swift motion of his hand, the air crackled with static, and bolts of lightning gathered, coalescing into fierce arcs within his palm. This was not the ability he had showcased in the video. Did he possess not only wind-based powers, but also those of lightning? Su Yao's beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder, a hint of awe flickering within their depths. Thunder's power, lightning chain. Lin Ze hurled the electric mass from his hand, and in an instant, a multitude of sparks danced through the air, striking the encroaching horde of zombies. The blinding arcs of lightning leaped from one zombie to another, ultimately forming a colossal chain of electricity that pierced through each undead body. The lightning chain he unleashed was formidable, akin to a thunderclap. Every zombie struck was dispatched in a single blow, their remains scattering. With his singular strength, Lin Ze eradicated nearly 1,000 zombies. Su Yao and the girls of the arts department finally witnessed the terrifying prowess of an ability user, left utterly astonished and speechless. Indeed, it is but a fleeting thought that can wield the force of thunder, obliterating armies to mere ashes. Perfect. Lin Ze gazed upon the thousands of corpses vanquished by his strike, a broader smile illuminating his face. Compared to yesterday's electric powers, his mastery over the thunderous force had become far more adept, significantly reducing the mental strain associated with utilizing such abilities. Even when unleashing an electric attack of this magnitude, he felt utterly unburdened, experiencing not a hint of fatigue. With the evolution of his electrical prowess, Lin Ze's strength had surged exponentially, at least a 5-fold enhancement. Well then, the troublesome adversaries have been dispatched, and we have showcased our capabilities. Now, it is your turn to continue our previous discourse. Lin Ze turned back, a gleeful smile gracing his lips as his gaze roamed meaningfully over the girls. Allow me to clarify, I tend to have high standards. Had it not been for Minister Su's persistent pleas on my behalf last night, I would have taken her away immediately after rescuing her. Our arrangement has not involved any transactions, and your fates are of no concern to me. This opportunity has been secured through Su Yao's efforts. Seize this chance wisely, for a mere thought can lead to paradise or plunge one into despair. Su Yao, it is now your responsibility to organize matters. I trust you will present me with a delightful surprise, for I am never stingy with rewards for my own. Lin Ze bestowed a smile upon Su Yao, granting her a measure of courtesy to facilitate her management of the girls in the arts department. Presently, Ding Xiu, Tong Xiaoxi, and Tang Shanshan were in charge of the campus Beauties, all-inclusive recruitment project, and served as his personal secretaries. With the sudden addition of another female to the department, Lin Ze intended for Su Yao, the minister, to oversee this new management. Once the system matures, he would merely need to reign as emperor and indulge in the pleasures of life. The foundational logic of this mechanism is that Lin Ze, positioned at the pinnacle of the pyramid, commands authority as long as his strength remains unparalleled, instilling awe among those beneath him. I appreciate your trust, master, but my role is limited to a preliminary selection. The final decision regarding their acceptance must rest with you. A glimmer of intelligence sparkled in Su Yao's beautiful eyes as she willingly accepted this cumbersome task, eager to alleviate her master's burdens. Very well, begin at once. I shall observe. Lin Ze reclined against the back of his chair, arms crossed, his gaze sharp, embodying the formidable aura of a true champion. The display of lightning he had just performed was nothing short of astonishing. Master, you are truly magnificent and exude such charisma. Su Yao had thought herself sufficiently acquainted with enough young men to be immune to the fluttering of her heart. Yet, upon witnessing Lin Ze's aloof yet commanding presence, she felt an inexplicable urge to submit to him. After all, he was not merely powerful. He was a veritable paragon of masculinity, utterly captivating. First, I must ensure my master's affairs are in order. I cannot afford to disappoint him. Taking a deep breath, Su Yao turned towards the line of girls in the arts department, expertly clapping her hands to gather them, her demeanor reminiscent of a seasoned madam in a brothel. With a crisp and melodious voice, Su Yao, having honed her vocal skills, caught the attention of the young women in the arts department. The most handsome courier at Yinchuan University, Mr. Lin Ze, who is also destined to become the head of our future family, wished to witness the prowess of our arts department. Before that, however, everyone was instructed to line up as usual to greet our male deity. A life-saving grace ought to be repaid with profound gratitude. In ancient times, it would have been a pledge of devotion. The girls in the arts department exchanged knowing glances and smiled, recalling that they had faced a similar situation during their interviews for the student council. Back then, they were still youthful and inexperienced, often stammering and stumbling over their words in nervousness. But now, every girl in the arts department is a seasoned performer, a true diva, driving their talents with astonishing speed and fervor. Upon hearing Su Yao's teasing remarks, the girls immediately became animated. Su Jia, your words are too enticing. Which sister here wouldn't want to pledge herself? One exclaimed, dreamily. Su Jia, I practice ballet. Forget introductions. I could perform a solo dance for our male deity without hesitation. I'm almost too shy to point this out, but is your intention to showcase your splits? Your gaze is practically devouring our male deity. It is often said that 3 women create a drama. With 12, it transforms into a cacophony of excitement, akin to a flock of ducks quacking beneath a bridge, unstoppable in their chatter. All right, enough of this frivolity. Let us channel our energies where they truly belong. Our male deity has a packed schedule, An even roll call will extend to 2 weeks from now. We cannot afford to squander this time. With a gesture, Su Yao urged the girls of the arts department to begin their preparations. At her prompting, the girls settled down and began to discuss how to present their performance. Soon, the first group was selected to perform a song and dance routine featuring 6 girls. In the university's arts department, it is rare for an individual to take center stage unless they possess professional-level skills. Though these 12 girls may not yet reach professional standards, they have strived diligently and emerged from the ranks of countless students to earn their place in the arts department. Their styles are remarkably diverse, often collaborating in various combinations. For instance, the first group is set to perform a K-pop dance routine, which has recently captured the Asian cultural scene. Hello, esteemed male deity. We are the Jasmine Group, specializing in Korean-style hot dance. The 6 uniquely styled girls took to the grand hall stage, bowing in unison to Lin Ze. Prior to their performance, they had sought out a storage room in the student council to change into their dance attire. Clad in crop tops that reveal their toned midriffs and snug jeans or leggings, they typically wear an additional layer for modesty. But today, with their new male deity in attendance, they felt secure in their choices. The girls of the arts department boast at least an 8 out of 10 in looks, with exquisite figures and youthful exuberance. Their hairstyles vary from flowing locks to peach-tinted golden waves, bouncy curls, sleek ponytails, and playful twin tails, leaving onlookers utterly captivated. I am Lin Ze. I am Mu Wanqing. I am Lu Mingqi. I am Zhao Zhu. I am Ming Ting. I am Jiang Shui. These 6 uniquely charming young women began their self-introduction, their voices melodious and enchanting. Subsequently, a representative among them, who led the dance, spoke. We, the 6 sisters, are profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace and for affording us this opportunity to embark on our journey. Following this, they invited the audience to enjoy their performance. The piece they were about to present was the captivating Wiggle Wiggle from the realm of Korean dance. As the familiar melody resonated through the air, the girls commenced their lively dance. Lin Ze had initially assumed that the so-called arts department and university was merely a gathering of young ladies whose dancing skills were mediocre, relying solely on their looks to flaunt their allure. To his surprise, as they danced, these young women exuded the essence of a girl group. Their movements were not only sensual, but also powerful, with impeccable expression management and captivating gazes that drew one in. Their synchronization was remarkable, each action in harmony. Particularly striking was the exceedingly difficult squatting and hip-shaking maneuver, an arduous task that, if executed poorly, resembled the antics of nightclub performers, lacking grace yet overflowing with flamboyance. However, the young ladies executed the chest and hip movements with finesse, akin to a well-trained battalion. Indeed, Yinchuan University was a breeding ground for talent. Their level of performance could be deemed among the elite of university students nationwide. After witnessing their dance, Lin Ze applauded enthusiastically, singling out 2 standout performers. One was a tall girl named Lu Mingqi, adorned in red elastic pants and sporting golden hair. Her face and physique were exceptional, nearly earning an 8 in Lin Ze's eyes, and her dance posture surpassed that of girls scoring over 9. The other was Lin Shireen, clad in pink elastic pants, with a charmingly youthful visage and black twin ponytails, embodying the classic ethereal aesthetic of a slender, youthful girl from the realm of anime. Her porcelain skin radiated beauty akin to that of a fairy. Though her figure was modest, her precision in timing and the vigor of her movements were pleasing to the eye, suggesting considerable dedication to her craft. Following this, the second group of girls took the stage to perform ballet. Next, the third group presented a choral performance. Then, the fourth group showcased a Hanfu dance entitled Drunken Peace. Lin Ze felt as though he were a monarch, personally witnessing the artistic displays of 12 members from the arts department of Yinchuan University. The spectacle was dazzling, leaving him both enchanted and exhausted, experiencing a delightful agony. After all, one could hardly interrupt a performance midway to rush forward in a disheveled manner. That would be rather undignified. Moreover, the girls from the arts department were fierce and assertive. Lin Ze need not make the first move. This evening, at least half of the girls would likely come knocking at his door. Such is the allure of the strong and the charismatic in a post-apocalyptic world. One can never fathom the hardships faced by a popular young man. Master, are you feeling fatigued? You've worked hard. Please take a sip of water and rest your eyes for a moment. Su Yao approached gracefully, her white dress billowing around her. She extended her delicate hand to unscrew a bottle of water, offering it to Lin Ze, while gently massaging his shoulders from behind. In a soft voice, she remarked, "In the grand hall, there are still some supplies that Zhou Xianwen and the others risked their lives to procure. I have instructed the ladies to gather and arrange them. Do not forget to take them when you leave. By the way, I have actually prepared a special performance, but since you have chosen me as the host today, it is somewhat inconvenient for me to perform. Therefore, I would like to offer you a private performance in your room tonight. What do you think? After finishing his drink, Lin Ze looked up to see Su Yao's perfectly pear-shaped figure, and his heart suddenly fluttered. One may encounter various videos on platforms like Douyin showcasing extraordinary body curves. Yet it is rare to find such perfection in reality. Su Yao's enchanting figure was the most exquisite pear shape he had ever witnessed. Indeed, I eagerly anticipate your private performance. As the head of the arts department, my expectations for you are quite high, Lin Ze replied, gently patting her arm, observing the rhythmic sway it produced. Very well, Su Yao replied with a soft smile, revealing two delicate dimples. After a brief respite, Lin Ze resumed watching the program, which continued for over 2 hours before concluding. By this time, the ladies from the arts department were also quite exhausted, their foreheads glistening with sweat. Chapter 61. The luxurious apartment and the reluctant farewell of the ladies. As the performance concluded, the young women of the arts department, clad in their alluring costumes, formed a line, awaiting their evaluation. However, their demeanor was now a stark contrast to the calm and tense atmosphere of 2 hours prior. They had fully let loose. Their cheeks flushed, breathless, their playful glances seemed to dance with excitement. Master, how did you find today's performance? Are you satisfied? Would you care to offer some words of guidance to everyone? Su Yao approached Lin Ze, a playful smile tugging at her lips as she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her movements exuding a captivating charm. Seated in a relaxed manner, Lin Ze maintained his aloof demeanor. Overall, he was quite pleased with the artistic display. The young women presented themselves beautifully, showcasing their diverse talents in a stunning display of grace. Their efforts were certainly not in vain, as he had come early to offer his support, and they were undoubtedly appreciative. Lin Ze's gaze swept over the ladies, their figures a delightful sight, causing a ripple of nervousness among them. Finally, he revealed a faint smile and remarked, "You all performed admirably today. I could see the dedication behind your efforts. You are not merely superficial showpieces, but possess genuine skill. I hope you will continue to hone your artistic talents and enrich our monotonous post-apocalyptic world with your creativity. I hereby declare that all 12 young women of the arts department at Yinchuan University have qualified for the ride. Congratulations." Lin Ze concluded with a smile, prompting Su Yao to lead the applause, adding, "You should express your gratitude to our master. Such an opportunity is not afforded to everyone. From now on, you will have someone to shield you from the storms, allowing you to sleep peacefully without fear of the undead, and you shall enjoy sumptuous meals." Upon hearing this, the girls initially paused in surprise, then joyfully embraced one another, some shedding tears of happiness. Did we pass the assessment? The master's previously cold demeanor nearly frightened me to death. Long live Su Jia. Long live the master. I always knew the master was a good person. We can finally escape this wretched place. For them, this impromptu performance bore the weight of a national competition. Although they could not gain national honors, the prospect of survival in this bleak world outweighed any trivial accolades. All right, everyone, quiet down. While I have agreed to let you board, it is imperative that you understand the rules aboard the vehicle. Before they boarded, Lin Ze reiterated the regulations. In simple terms, it boiled down to 2 words. He was in charge, and no idlers were permitted. Master, Su Jia has already informed us. We are all here voluntarily. Should we err, we will accept any punishment, replied the youngest, Jiang Shui, with earnestness. Were it anyone else, I might not accept such stringent demands. But the master's combination of beauty and strength makes him the epitome of my ideal man. I must comply, exclaimed Lu Mingqi, her fiery personality shining through. Master, you are so handsome, but my sisters mentioned that you will take half a month to call us one by one. Could you perhaps select a few more each night? Lin Shireen, with a sweet, youthful voice, exclaimed, Wow, our most adorable and seemingly timid little Shir unexpectedly turns out to be the boldest among us. Zhao Zhu, who often teased her friends with her short hair and athletic stature, feigned surprise. Not at all. I simply desire to spend more time with the master. Besides, I feel a bit scared alone. Aren't good friends supposed to share both joys and hardships together? Lin Shireen's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, exuding an aura of innocence and charm. Yet her expressive eyes sparkled with an enchanting allure that words could hardly capture. She was yet another enchanting sprite, distinct in style from Tong Xiaoxi. The girls from the literary club took turns expressing their agreement with Lin Ze's proposition, each declaration bold enough to almost swallow him whole. Lin Ze keenly realized that in the chaotic realm of university life, the literary club held considerable sway. It was undoubtedly a gathering of enchanting nymphs, akin to a den of seduction. Fortunately, he possessed extraordinary skills provided by the system, Otherwise, subduing this group of enchantresses would have left him utterly overwhelmed. Since everyone agrees, let us tidy up. I shall take you home now, Lin Ze declared, raising his arm and leading the 13 members of the literary club, including Su Yao, to the vehicle. Before that, he did not forget to retrieve the supplies that Su Yao had organized, which were gathered by Zhou Xianwen and dozens of athletes. They had squandered the resources throughout the night, leaving only enough provisions for about 3 days, collectively worth merely tens of thousands. These boys from the sports department truly were a bunch of gluttons, managing to gather so little despite their numbers, failing even to empty a single supermarket. Lin Ze frowned, casting a disdainful glance at the bodies on the ground before spitting. With a wave of his hand, he stored all the supplies into the system space, bolstering his inventory. Next, Lin Ze maneuvered the base vehicle in his mind, opening the rear door of the transport vehicle and lowering a ramp for the girls to board in an orderly fashion, settling into the spacious rear compartment. As the girls entered this metal behemoth towering over a meter high for the first time, they exhibited a certain timidity, hesitant to touch anything. However, upon witnessing the vast interior and the cutting-edge technology within, their astonishment was palpable. This armored vehicle was no ordinary machine. It was likely linked to the master's extraordinary abilities. Certainly not something that could be produced domestically. Su Yao, not lacking in insight, clenched her fist inwardly upon observing the vehicle's design. She had indeed made the right choice in joining Lin Ze's war chariot, especially with 12 of the most beautiful friends from the department by her side, akin to holding a royal trump card. At this moment, Su Yao's status even surpassed that of Ding Shiyu, who had boarded first and actively assisted Lin Ze in finding companions. Of course, the power and status within this vehicle were bestowed upon them by Lin Ze, and reclaiming it was merely a thought away. Lin Ze always remained at the pinnacle, akin to a divine being. On the other side, Lin Ze ushered all the girls from the arts department into the base vehicle, the safest place in the world. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Congratulations, host. You have completed the 7th wish list to vanquish the nefarious Zhou Xianwen gang and rescue the girls of the arts department. Reward, unlocking the spacious mobile apartment, featuring 6 rooms, 2 halls, and 5 bathrooms. In his mind, the architectural blueprint of the apartment revealed 2 teleportation entrances. The first was the entrance to the 2-bedroom, 1-hall suite occupied by Ding Shiyu, Tong Xiaoxi, and Tang Shanshan. The second was the entrance to the newly unlocked spacious apartment. These 2 suites were separate and independent spaces, with no passage between them, allowing only Lin Ze to transport individuals within the suites. Intriguingly, this design resembled the ancient imperial harem, where queens and concubines resided in distinct palaces according to their rank. Although I do not possess a palace, the mobile apartment serves as an unequivocal safe haven, akin to Noah's Ark in a post-apocalyptic world, elevating its status far above that of a mere palace. Lin Ze stroked his chin, contemplating how to reasonably allocate the rooms. Subsequently, he devised a temporary plan. From this point forward, the 6-room, 2-hall, 5-bathroom spacious apartment would serve as the main residence. Owing to its more luxurious design and superior living conditions, capable of comfortably accommodating over 10 individuals, the 2-bedroom, 1-hall suite would be reserved as a spare guest room, a recreational area, and a training room, and could also function as a cold palace for those girls who misbehaved. Confining them here until they learned their lesson, failure to comply would result in being expelled from the vehicle. He felt his plan was nothing short of perfect. It was time to begin arranging the rooms. Lin Ze picked up the intercom in the vehicle and addressed the girls. Ladies of the arts department, are you all seated comfortably? No need to fasten your seatbelts. I shall now take you to our home. To prevent dizziness and nausea, please close your eyes for 3 seconds. The girls obediently complied, shutting their eyes. 3, 2, 1. As Lin Ze completed the countdown, he teleported all 13 girls to the newly constructed luxurious apartment. He followed suit, appearing at the entrance of the suite, slowly opening his eyes. The first sight that met his gaze was 2 circular artistic lamps and a custom dark gold armored double door, weighing over 800 kilograms, with a magnetic levitation structure and fingerprint unlocking. To be honest, Lin Ze felt an overwhelming thrill at the sight of this grand entrance. Such security features would easily withstand a zombie invasion in the real world. All right, you may open your eyes now. Lin Ze turned to glance at the girls, still blissfully with their eyes shut, unable to suppress a smile at their adorably obedient demeanor. Is it time? So soon? Surely. The idol must be joking with us. Ha ha ha, our idol is truly humorous. The girls remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, chattering and giggling. However, once they opened their eyes, they were instantly rendered speechless, their expressions transforming into wide-eyed astonishment, with some mouths agape in disbelief, as if they could fit a goose egg inside. Unsurprisingly, all were utterly captivated by the spectacle before them. It was not merely because Lin Ze had teleported them directly from the base vehicle to the magnificent apartment. Rather, the grandeur of the entrance itself was truly awe-inspiring. It stood in stark contrast to the modest two-bedroom unit depicted in the video. The cost of this bespoke armored door alone could purchase several such two-bedroom apartments. What are you still standing there for? Come inside. This will be your home from now on. Lin Ze remarked with a subtle smile as he approached to unlock the door with his fingerprint, gently pushing open the dark golden metal entrance. Having already surveyed the entirety of the lavish apartment from his mental vantage point, he had long since moved past the initial shock. Thus, he chose to maintain his aloof demeanor, significantly heightening his allure for the university beauties still in attendance. Coupled with this opulent residence, which exceeded the wealth of even the richest magnate, Lin Ze transformed into an irresistible charm. The girls' eyes seemed to sparkle with admiration. Upon crossing the metallic threshold and entering the foyer, they were greeted by a corridor spanning 1.5 meters in width, adorned with Hermes Italian marble tiles. To the right, the wall concealed a built-in wardrobe, elegantly understated. At the end of the corridor awaited a grand reception area with a ceiling height exceeding 3 meters. Featuring a spacious lounge adorned with a cashmere carpet, black leather sofas in a sleek design, and an abundance of natural light streaming through dual floor-to-ceiling windows, creating an expansive view. I want to take you on a tour of the interior. I have other matters to attend to. I will bring the other 3 young ladies over shortly, and you can discuss how to allocate the rooms. They will also share some insights with you as your seniors. There's food in the fridge, and each room comes with its own bathroom for your convenience. I hope to see you at your most radiant when I return tonight. Lin Ze remarked casually, preparing to turn and leave. He could not afford to linger all day in the luxurious apartment, despite his desire for relaxation. The outside world, rife with challenges, beckoned him with its intriguing mysteries worth exploring. Moreover, Lin Ze sensed that if he remained stagnant for too long, even with the support of his system, he might be confronted with dire consequences. Research projects, energy points required for enhancing his abilities, the development of zombie blood crystals, and the lurking mutated beasts hidden within the campus all awaited his attention. Lin Ze, with an air of carefree indulgence, appeared to be merely enjoying the scenery. Yet his true motives lay in accumulating energy points and honing his formidable skills. Women were like the spices of life, enriching but never the main course. Are you leaving already, my lord? Can't you stay with us a little longer? One girl implored, her tone laced with playful affection. Yes, we wish to spend more time with you. Yu Haven T decided whose name to call for tonight, yet another chimed in, her voice filled with anticipation. My lord, are you frightened? The real danger lies with the zombies outside. We wouldn't harm you, they pleaded. Their initial awe of the apartment giving way to a sense of urgency as they instinctively sought to coax Lin Ze into staying a while longer. Lumingqi, with her enchanting beauty and fiery personality, stood out among them. She directly embraced Lin Ze's arm, her eyes sparkling enticingly, leaning softly against him while playfully swaying. My dear God, shall we bathe together? Observing this, the girl with twin ponytails, Lin Ze, approached, pouting her lips to join in the playful charm. Brother, I too wish to bathe together. I am quite adept at scrubbing backs. Goodness, these enchanting maidens seemed to be casting sparks without restraint, relentlessly probing at the man's vulnerabilities. In an instant, Lin Ze found himself surrounded by a throng of alluring spirits. A shiver ran through Lin Ze, nearly causing him to lose his composure. However, he swiftly donned a facade of aloofness, offering a perfectly reasonable explanation. There are certain responsibilities I cannot neglect. After all, I must provide for your numerous appetites. If I were to laze about all day, wouldn't you starve? Rest assured, my intention in bringing you here was not merely to display you as decorative ornaments. When the time comes, none of you shall evade your duties. Just now, someone expressed a desire for me to name names, correct? Su Yao, Lumingqi, Lin Ze. You 3 shall come forward first. Lin Ze called out the names of the 3 girls in one breath. The girls whose names were mentioned erupted in jubilant cheers, their faces beaming with expressions of triumph. Su Yao, too, wore a smile that seemed entirely warranted. Chapter 62. Lin Ze's tactics and news of the most beautiful counselor. Although Su Yao appeared composed from the moment she entered, it was merely a fade adopted by a clever woman. Her admiration and yearning for Lin Ze were no less than that of her 12 companions. For she was the one who had established contact with him from the very beginning. Thus, when Lin Ze personally called her name, the joy on Su Yao's face was impossible to conceal. Wow, it's the first time I've seen Sister Su display such a smile. Is this what they call being love-struck? It was akin to a bride beaming upon meeting her ideal partner. It seemed hopeless, I had a modicum of confidence in competing with others, but against Su Yao, I stood no chance. Would I prevail? Yes, I would. But only as the 12th among them. The girls from the literary department teased Su Yao with laughter, provoking her to abandon her poise and chase after them in a rather unladylike manner. At that moment, the spaciousness of the system's reward, a sprawling flat, was evident. A group of over a dozen young women could easily engage in a game of hide-and-seek, provided they didn't lose their way. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhu, who had not been called, playfully quipped, "Handsome, why did you only select 3 sisters tonight? Is your stamina lacking? I have a recipe for revitalizing energy passed down from my grandfather when he served as a military doctor." Lin Ze cast her a glance, revealing his approachable nature as he explained, 3 is not my limit. It is merely the current maximum of my cultivation technique. I am practicing a method designed to enhance our cohesion, commonly referred to as. He reiterated what he had previously shared with Ding Xiyu and the others. The girls from the literary department were immediately astounded. Even Su Yao and her companions, who had been frolicking, paused in disbelief and approached him with a flurry of questions. This matter concerned their interests and was steeped in the secrets of their intimate lives. Naturally, they sought clarity before feeling at ease. All right, I have explained what I needed to. Continuing to inquire will be futile. You will understand during our practical session tonight. I am not merely a lecherous man. At this point, Lin Ze felt a tinge of annoyance. He anticipated that the cultivation speed of the Divine Phoenix technique would have a current cap, leading to suspicions about his capabilities. It was a situation that could be tolerated by an uncle, but not by an aunt. Of course, this limitation was temporary. Once the Divine Phoenix technique reached the 5th level, the number of individuals he could manage would significantly increase. Therefore, Lin Ze aimed to maximize the first experiences of these girls, hastening the upgrade of the Divine Phoenix technique, rather than merely completing the process, which would diminish the joy by half. After concluding his explanation, Lin Ze prepared to teleport Ding Xiyu and the other 2 over to arrange their tasks. Before the teleportation, he glanced to see what they were doing. At that moment, Ding Xiyu, Tong Xiaoxi, and Tang Shanshan had been awake for a while. They had simply taken a glass of milk from the refrigerator to replenish the energy expended during the previous night's vigorous activities. In the living room, they eagerly tested their physical changes and were delighted to discover that their strengths had all experienced different enhancements. The initial experiences of Tong Xiaoxi and Tang Shanshan are most pronounced. The transformation from ordinary individuals to national-level athletes surprisingly requires merely a single night. The results surpass even some extraordinary abilities. Subsequently, the 3 women donned simple tank tops and yoga pants, engaging in yoga training within the living room. This was part of the training regimen arranged by Lin Ze, primarily to help them adapt to their physical transformations. They were all diligently training, perfectly exemplifying the dedication he sought to instill. Lin Ze nodded approvingly and, with a flick of his hand, transported the 3 women to the spacious entrance hall. Ding Xiyu was sprawled on the floor, practicing glute exercises, her legs spread parallel while her upper body lowered, forming a triangular shape, her yoga pants tightly accentuating her curves. This sight reminded Lin Ze of the poses he had witnessed the previous night, prompting him to approach and playfully pat her twice, exclaiming, "Well done. You're already showing muscle definition. Keep up the effort." "Ah." Ding Xiyu gasped, momentarily stunned, startled by Lin Ze's unexpected presence. Anyone would have reacted similarly to such a sudden intrusion, but upon recognizing him, her initial shock morphed into exasperation. She felt an impulse to retaliate, having done so before with a playful bite. "Brother Master, you're back." Tong Xiaoxi exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Lin Ze, eagerly sharing her progress. "Brother Master, you must have gone off to battle while we slept. I'm working hard to grow stronger. One day, I'll fight alongside you." "Wait, Brother Master, where have you brought us? This doesn't seem like our home?" Tong Xiaoxi inquired, belatedly realizing their surroundings. "This is our new home. We'll be residing here from now on. The previous apartment was too cramped, and this place offers more comfort." He continued, "By the way, I have some tasks for you. I visited the Grand Hall this morning and brought back a group of girls who, like you, were displaced. I'm rather kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see beautiful girls without shelter, so you now have 13 more trustworthy sisters." Lin Ze succinctly summarized the day's events, encouraging them to familiarize themselves with their future companions, and mentioned Su Yao. "Su Yao, the goddess of Su, I knew you wouldn't be able to resist her allure. I have no objections to her joining. As long as the 4 renowned school beauties are alive, they will inevitably end up in your orbit. Your desires and moral boundaries are equally unfathomable." Ding Xiyu remarked with a knowing shrug, though her tone shifted, becoming more contemplative as she added, "However, I didn't expect you to gather all 12 beauties from the literary department. I trust your capabilities will manage them well, Yet with an increase in numbers, conflicts are bound to arise. Women are inherently rivals. Even with you as a towering presence, discord is merely a matter of time. You boys might not appreciate palace intrigue dramas, but each of us women is a born expert in such affairs, instinctively adept. Thus, I advise you to exercise some restraint regarding the number of individuals you bring along in the future. Otherwise, I cannot predict what may transpire. Ding Xiu does not speak with sarcasm, but rather seeks to alert Lin Ze to potential internal dangers. The most formidable fortresses often crumble from within. Initially, I did not intend to accommodate so many, yet I discovered that the young women from the literature department possessed remarkable talents, each one a gem. So I decided to take them all with me. Furthermore, I have contingency plans. The scenario you mentioned is likely to arise only when individuals lack life goals and indulge in idleness after their basic needs are met. All I need to do is keep you busy enough to prevent conflicts, is it not? Lin Ze displayed a benevolent smile. Ding Xiu, Tong Xiaoxi, and Tang Shanshan widened their beautiful eyes simultaneously, sensing an ominous premonition. Lin Ze's grin instilled a chilling apprehension within them, akin to that of a lamb under the watchful gaze of a lion. Who knows what mischief this demon might incite? Master, I am willing to do whatever you ask. I am prepared mentally. Tong Xiaoxi mustered her courage to respond, her youthful infatuation and romantic notions shining through, evoking sympathy. Lin Ze chuckled softly, saying, "Why are you all so frightened? I am not going to devour you. At most, I will have you assist me in tasks within your capabilities. You are all precious treasures I have painstakingly gathered, and I would be heartbroken if anything happened to you. I have other matters to attend to. You shall manage the young women from the literature department. In simpler terms, arrange their accommodations, provide sustenance, ensure they are clean, and allow them to rejuvenate with some rest. I shall return later to inspect the fruits of your labor. Henceforth, this will be the protocol for any young women I bring back. I have already informed Su Yao, and she is eager to collaborate with you in managing the young women from the literature department. There are no hierarchies between you. I expect amicable interactions." Lin Ze left them at the new apartment, assigning their tasks before preparing to disengage. Just before his departure, Tang Shanshan seized the opportunity to raise her phone and report. "Master, while you were away, someone you are particularly concerned about sent a distress signal." "Oh, who is it?" "It is a plea for help from the political education office. The school's leadership has been anxiously awaiting assistance from above, and they saw your continuous acts of heroism on the campus network. Today, they could no longer contain themselves and sent us an email for help. Vice Principal Wu Tao specifically stated that Counselor Tang Chuiying is with them and emphasized that she is the most beautiful teacher at our school. They also mentioned that if you desire to advance your relationship with that female counselor, you must exhibit your charm as a man and come to heroically rescue her." As Tang Shanshan spoke the final words, her tone became cautious, fearing Lin Ze's wrath might be directed at her. The messenger and the outlet for frustration are often the same channel. Indeed, Lin Ze was incensed. He let out a cold laugh and declared, "Is the leadership of your school lacking common sense? What qualifications do they possess to negotiate with me? They ought to take a long, hard look at themselves. Do they even deserve it?" The post on the campus network clearly states that the condition for rescue is that the woman must take the initiative to contact me, rather than having someone else reach out on her behalf. I need to witness her willingness to engage in this exchange. After saying this, Lin Ze gently patted her soft shoulder, reassuring her, "You have done exceptionally well. If it were me, I would certainly lack the patience to negotiate with them. Your abilities are quite balanced, and I have high hopes for you." Tang Shanshan's face brightened with joy as she responded with a confident smile. "Thank you for your praise. Master, I will convey your response word for word and obtain the contact information of Counselor Tang Xiaoying as soon as possible, the most beautiful counselor at Yinchuan University." Tang Xiaoying had crossed paths with Lin Ze during his first delivery to the university when he accidentally got lost, and he had developed the normal desires any man might have upon meeting her. While most societal relationships with university students resemble an older bull courting a younger calf, Lin Ze and this beautiful counselor are contemporaries. However, their occupational positions differ vastly, creating a significant social status gap, which led to their subsequent lack of contact and rendered them strangers. Yet, for the sake of a woman he once admired, he found himself coerced by a group of hypocritical, overweight school leaders. It was utterly revolting, both physiologically and psychologically unacceptable to him. If necessary, Lin Ze could certainly storm the political education office alone to rescue Tang Xiaoying. However, he needed to ascertain her willingness first. If she were a fiercely independent woman, steadfast in her virtue, he would end up empty-handed and could be perceived as a fool. Thus, he enlisted Tang Shanshan's help to confirm her intentions. As long as Tang Xiaoying was willing to join him, he would immediately rush over without hesitation. After all, It would only take a few hours, and Lin Ze was determined to be diligent. His inherently kind nature could not bear to see the campus beauty left homeless and perishing away. With a shift in thought, Lin Ze returned to the driver's seat and drove away. His overarching goal was always to exterminate zombies, amassing energy points as a priority, all aimed at becoming stronger. The rescue of the campus beauty felt more like a side quest, albeit an enticing one that kept him eager to engage in it. Finally, he could focus on slaying zombies, as women merely hindered his pace in that endeavor. A smile crept across Lin Ze's face as he chose to head towards the teaching building from last time. The reason for selecting this location was its high foot traffic and abundance of zombies. Notably, Lin Ze had previously suffered a setback there. He vividly remembered that mutated dog that had almost ambushed him, causing him considerable trouble. Indeed, today Lin Ze had come to hunt dogs. Little wolf dog, you have provoked a man who has returned from his training. Today marks your demise. Lin Ze pressed down on the accelerator, driving through the school with audacious speed. Along the way, he crushed countless zombies beneath his wheels. These zombies were like ants on a table. After exterminating a large group today, dozens would reappear tomorrow, becoming an incessant nuisance. Much like a respawn point in a game, they seemed endless, an inexhaustible challenge. Lin Ze's endeavors to vanquish the undead yield energy points, prompting him to invest ample time maneuvering his vehicle to crush them beneath his wheels. With a resounding crunch, the metallic beast lives up to its reputation, devouring the zombies like morsels. The bodies of the crushed undead emit the sound of shattered bones, ultimately tainting the earth with their putrid blood and flesh, painting the ground a deep crimson. Ding! You have slain a common zombie, earning 1 energy point. Ding! You have slain a common zombie, earning 1 energy point. Ding! You have slain a common zombie, earning 1 energy point. Lin Ze activated the car's audio system, selecting a playlist of road trip anthems, rhythmically drumming on the steering wheel as he obliterated each ordinary zombie in his path. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ze arrived at the educational building he had visited previously. This was the place. Enhanced perception engaged. He parked his vehicle before the staircase on the first floor and, as per usual, employed his augmented perception to access the map. He had previously saved the radar map of this building, but since his last visit, his mental acuity had amplified tenfold, allowing him to discern a greater array of details. Thus, he did not shy away from the labor of traversing back and forth numerous times to avert any unforeseen mishaps. Good fortune is often born of perseverance. He approached his tasks with the steadfastness of a seasoned veteran. Chapter 63, The Sweep of the Teaching Building. The emergence of the mutant dog Lin Ze's mental tendrils extended into every corner of the teaching building, crafting a meticulously detailed radar map within his mind. Images flashed before him. Survivors hiding in the lecture hall, a couple concealed in the electrical room, and a zombie writhing on the ground with a broken spine. Yet, conspicuously absent was the figure of the mutant dog. Unable to locate it? What a jest. Surely, that creature could not possess the same cunning as the intelligent zombies, capable of evading mental searches. Lin Ze furrowed his brow slightly, resolving to broaden his search. He meticulously scoured even the adjacent teaching building. Yet the elusive mutant dog remained unfound. It seemed that the creature had ventured out hunting. However, this was its former lair. It would inevitably return. With a slow exhale, Lin Ze resigned himself to the necessity of disembarking here. He would first cleanse the teaching building of its zombies, accumulating energy points while awaiting the return of the mutant dog. Should the night fall without its appearance, he would abandon the pursuit. Throughout this endeavor, he kept his perception heightened, wary of the mutant dog's potential sudden return, ensuring he would not fall victim to the same trick twice. Leaving the base vehicle behind, Lin Ze brandished a tang knife, plunging single-handedly into the teaching building. With a resounding crash, he struck the glass lining the corridors with the sheath of his knife, creating a cacophony of sound. Roar! Soon, the entire building's zombies, driven by a frenzied hunger, surged toward the source of the noise. Faced with the throng of hundreds blocking the hallways and staircases, Lin Ze wore a grin of exhilaration, as though he had long anticipated this moment. How fortuitous! If you choose to meet your demise on the road, I shall simply assist in collecting your remains. Rather than recklessly charging forward with his blade, Lin Ze waited for the zombies to congregate before summoning a sudden thunderclap. Lightning chain. He extended his right hand, a thought igniting a surge of electrical energy that coalesced into a sphere of lightning within his palm, which he then hurled forward with force. Zzz. Several lightning serpents pierced through the bodies of the frontmost zombies, rebounding under Lin Ze's control like a swarm of predatory serpents. Ultimately, they wove together to form a vast electric net, ensnaring the horde of zombies. Boom! With a swift motion, Lin Ze clenched his palm into a fist. The corpses emitted a horrifying, ear-piercing thunder as the lightning pierced through their forms. The corridor, stretching for dozens of meters, erupted with dazzling white light. Subsequently, the air filled with the acrid scent of charred flesh as one ordinary zombie after another collapsed, succumbing to the might of the lightning chain. Ding. You have slain an ordinary zombie, earning 1 energy point. Ding. You have slain an ordinary zombie, earning 1 energy point. Ding. You have slain an ordinary zombie, earning 1 energy point. Ding. The host has successfully slain 1,000 zombies. Reward, 500 energy points, already distributed. The power of lightning. After ascending to the intermediate level of extraordinary abilities, proved to be swifter than the speed of light for eliminating insignificant foes. Its only drawback was that despite the reduction in mental energy consumption, the extravagant use of this power still entailed considerable expenditure. He estimated he could only unleash it another 7 or 8 times. Lin Ze smiled with satisfaction and continued his advance. He traversed the corridor strewn with corpses, ascending the staircase to the 2nd floor. At that moment, the zombies on the 2nd to 5th floors, alerted by the commotion, were rushing downstairs. The hunter and the prey converged in the narrow stairwell. Was this not a mutual rush towards destiny? Just in time, he activated his extraordinary speed. Lin Ze narrowed his eyes. The confined staircase was ill-suited for the use of lightning power. In an instant, everything around him decelerated. Lin Ze drew his tang knife and charged at the zombies descending from above, swinging the blade towards their necks. With a swift motion, he delivered a blow with strength tenfold that of an average person, the sharpness of the tang knife slicing through the zombies' heads as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. He feverishly harvested energy points. Lin Ze slaughtered his way from the stairwell to the 3rd floor before halting his extraordinary speed. He repeated this process, continuously reaping the zombies within the teaching building, pausing to rest whenever fatigue set in. Lin Ze had studied the layout of the teaching buildings at Yinchuan University. Most were closely situated. Viewed from above, the 1st and 2nd-year buildings formed a square, encompassing a vast area filled with large structures. Thus, he could easily leap to another building. Moreover, the number of zombies in each teaching building was immense, totaling at least over 10,000. This represented a staggering amount of energy points. This was also the reason Lin Ze chose this location to accumulate energy points. Avenging the dog was merely a secondary objective, while finding a place to harvest energy points was of paramount importance. During this endeavor, Lin Ze encountered several formidable first-level zombies, towering over 2 meters. Their muscular forms resembled armor, akin to a berserker from a video game. Apologies, but I am pressed for time, Lin Ze declared, channeling the power of lightning to his fingertips, unleashing a bolt that severed their necks from a distance of several dozen meters. He showed no mercy to the first-level zombies, dispatching them with ease. Ding. You have slain a first-level zombie, earning 100 energy points. The most significant difference between these first-level zombies and ordinary ones lay in the energy points they provided, 100 times that of the latter. After eliminating the first-level zombies, Lin Ze continued to ascend. He unleashed his lightning powers with abandon, causing the entire teaching building to intermittently shimmer with white flashes of lightning. The structure trembled violently beneath his feet. Lin Ze was untroubled by the prospect of his power shattering the building's floor. In the end, it would not be him who suffered injury. He persistently created disturbances with his lightning abilities, simultaneously attracting zombies while also capturing the attention of survivors hidden within the teaching building. It seemed that someone outside was battling the zombies. Brave yet foolish. Making such a ruckus was tantamount to courting death, was it not? Even a well-equipped team would find themselves overwhelmed by the hundreds or thousands of zombies lurking within the building. 3 boys concealed in the rooftop water tower speculated. Peering down through the transparent glass, words flowed unrestrained, yet the courage to descend and uncover the truth was sorely lacking. Perhaps this epitomizes what is often referred to as the verbal champion. It was not until Lin Ze, a figure of fierce determination, ascended from the ground floor to the rooftop with a blade in hand that they were fortunate enough to witness this enigmatic master. Lin Ze brandished a dark-hued tang sword, his demeanor unruffled as he traversed a sea of corpses, untouched by the bloodshed surrounding him, his attire remarkably pristine, as though untouched by the apocalypse. With a casual flick, he discarded the severed head of a first-level zombie onto the rooftop, the dull thud echoing as blood gushed forth from the neatly severed neck, rapidly staining the ground crimson. The grotesque visage of the zombie froze in a menacing snarl, forever captured in its moment of aggression towards Lin Ze. After a brief pause, Lin Ze sensed something amiss and abruptly turned his gaze towards the water tower, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Had this mysterious master noticed them? Was he coming to their aid? How did he know of their position at the water tower? Could it be that their post on the campus forum had drawn his attention? Was this enigmatic figure perhaps a fellow student? The three boys engaged in fervent speculation, and upon confirming that Lin Ze's gaze was indeed directed at them, they erupted into frantic pleas for help. "Classmate, master, handsome savior, please." One boy, unwilling to let this opportunity slip away, shouted with all his might. Even at the risk of attracting zombies, Lin Ze merely cast a fleeting glance at him, recognizing him as a male with no means to compensate for his assistance. In an instant, he vanished from sight, sprinting forward. Regaining his senses, Lin Ze leaped onto the adjacent building's rooftop, pondering how he had always been the one to benefit from others' efforts, and now someone dared to seek his aid without offering anything in return. "I assure you, that will never happen." The trio of boys stood dumbfounded, jaws agape, as they witnessed Lin Ze spring into action, swiftly dispatching all zombies in his path with remarkable speed. It was then that one of the boys, with curly hair, exclaimed, "I know who he is. He is the one who posted on the campus forum, claiming to be the most handsome delivery guy at Yinchuan University. Goodness, no wonder he wouldn't save us. It's simply because we are male. Just because he is handsome doesn't make him superior. If he is so capable, let him not confine his assistance to just one gender." "Wait, bro, you." "Never mind. He is already gone." The three boys remained perched atop the water tower, lacking the courage to save themselves, resigned to their fate with heavy sighs. As night fell, a silvery moon hung high in the sky. Lin Ze had just finished clearing the rooftop of the third teaching building. After hours of relentless effort, he had slain over 6,000 zombies, amassing nearly 10,000 energy points, and to his delight, he had also acquired a first-level blood crystal. Lin Ze unabashedly unleashed his supernatural abilities, and whenever his mental energy dipped below half, he prudently returned to his apartment for a brief hour's rest, ensuring he would be prepared should formidable mutated beasts arise. Although this approach may consume a certain amount of time, it is ultimately grounded in safety and prudence, principles that have consistently guided Lin Ze's combat strategy. He is committed to embodying the essence of survival in its entirety. He did not overlook the small supermarket and refreshment bar located beneath the teaching building, entering to scavenge for supplies whenever he passed by. Do not underestimate these small supermarkets. Each one harbors nearly 200,000 in resources, with the primary expense being inventory. With a decisive wave of his hand, Lin Ze cleared out the supplies from the small supermarket, significantly enriching the reserves in his system space. Today, he saved a woman, amassed resources, and accrued energy points at an astonishing rate, truly a day of abundant harvest. After tossing the last box of instant noodles into his space, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Only upon witnessing the system interface soar to 8,500 energy points did he feel a profound sense of security. Lin Ze had taken in 13 young women from the arts department and was determined to maximize their contributions. Beyond having them accompany him in cultivating formidable skills, there was another specialized topic that required a larger team for research after expanding the fleet. This necessitated a certain amount of manpower. Vehicle space, supernatural farm. After research, the base vehicle unlocks a unique farming space capable of cultivating fruits imbued with supernatural powers. Demand, 10,000. Note, the soil of the supernatural farm is unique and cannot be automated mechanically. Manual cultivation is required, along with the provision of relevant cultivation books, knowledge, and seedlings post-development. Even in the apocalypse, the traditional agricultural skills of the people of Xia cannot be forsaken. Who says that supernatural abilities can only be harnessed through blood crystals and genetically modified liquids? The limitless technological tree makes it feasible to farm while on the move. And not just ordinary plants, but precious fruits of supernatural abilities. Tomorrow, he should be able to accumulate enough for 1,000 energy points. The topic of vegetable cultivation, which has the potential to snowball, should be addressed as soon as conditions permit. The greatest regret of the day was failing to capture that mutated dog. The thought of it made Lin Ze grit his teeth. He had specifically sought out the mutated dog, yet that foolish beast disregarded him and slipped away. Should he encounter it again, he would undoubtedly take its life. Nevertheless, there is no need to be vexed over a mere creature. He would return to the apartment and practice with the campus bell. Tonight was sure to feature an exhilarating performance, and he trusted the arts department to deliver a spectacular show. Su Luotian had not performed all day, likely saving her energy for a grand finale in the evening. Lin Ze hummed a triumphant tune in his heart, feeling elated as he exited the small supermarket and prepared to retrace his steps. His base vehicle was situated over 800 meters from this building, a distance that posed no challenge for him. As he walked back, his enhanced radar suddenly alerted him to unusual movements. He observed 3 shadowy figures darting like lightning from the thicket beneath Building C. The wandering zombies lurking in the corners were swiftly brought down by these shadows, their skulls crushed with a single blow, leaving only half a face behind. Upon closer examination, the perpetrators were seen relishing the act, their heads bowed as they sucked the brain pulp from the eyeballs that had burst forth from the shattered skulls. The once stray dogs, now transformed, remained social creatures. Lin Ze's right hand gripped the dagger at his waist, a cold smile curling his lips, his eyes betraying a torrent of hatred. The mutated canines have finally made their appearance. Simultaneously, the system's alert sounded sharply, ding. Host's intense hatred detected, generating apocalyptic wish list. The 8th wish list is as follows. Eliminate 3 mutated dogs, redeem past grievances, achieve revenge, reward, randomly unlock a mid-level supernatural ability. Since acquiring the divine class-based vehicle, Lin Ze had faced a setback for the first time due to an ambush by the mutated dogs. Although he had activated his speed ability in time, he was nonetheless forced to retreat as he lacked offensive means at that moment. Lin Ze's resolve to slay the mutated dogs was unwavering, and coupled with the generous reward presented by the system, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. These 3 mutated dogs must perish today. Lin Ze's enhanced perception extended over 1,000 meters, surpassing even the vigilant range of these sensitive mutated canines. At this moment, he stood as the hunter in the shadows, the situation greatly favoring him. He checked his mental reserves, finding 2/3 remaining, his physical condition exceptional. The advantage of cautiously reserving mental energy was now manifesting. With 100-fold speed activated, Lin Ze wasted no time, unleashing his full power to commence the hunt. In the darkness, he transformed into a streak of pure black light. In an instant, he dashed before the distracted undead dog, raising his dagger high. With a swift downward stroke, the blade descended, howling toward the mutated dog. Chapter 64. Swiftly vanquishing the mutated hounds and gaining a new intermediate ability. The hide of the mutated hound is even tougher than that of a zombie, akin to being encased in a metallic shell, capable of withstanding small-caliber bullets. However, Lin Ze possesses the extraordinary ability of super speed, which grants him a terrifying instantaneous explosive power. With a single stroke, a massive gash is torn into the neck of the mutated hound, and blood is forcefully propelled to the wound's edge by the wind. Once the super speed ceases, a severe hemorrhage will ensue. With a resounding clang, Lin Ze's Tang Dao cleaves through the hound's neck and continues its powerful descent to the ground, creating a pit and a dazzling spray of sparks. Under the augmentation of 100-fold super speed, the force with which Lin Ze delivers this blow is almost beyond his control, defying effortless restraint. The outcome is exceedingly gratifying. He has slain a mutated beast in a single strike. It is noteworthy that videos of mutated beasts have long circulated online. He has witnessed the military's encounters with these creatures in urban warfare. At the end of those videos, the National Army suffers a resounding defeat, incurring significant losses. The tough hide and robust physique of the mutated beasts, coupled with their agility, allow them to evade bullets merely through reflex. And they appear to possess a modicum of intelligence, adept at utilizing structures for concealment and ambushing humans. If one were to quantify the difficulty of battling zombies as a mere 1, then confronting mutated beasts would be at least 5. Ding. You have slain a first-tier mutated beast, earning 500 energy points. Simultaneously, the system's prompt resounds, announcing the complete demise of this mutated creature. With the enhancement of super speed and the razor sharpness of the system-forged Tang Dao, Lin Ze has astonishingly dispatched a first-tier mutated beast in a single blow. Remarkably, the energy points awarded for this beast are exceedingly abundant, 5 times that of a first-tier zombie. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Ze's expression shifts to one of astonishment and delight, and he breathes a sigh of relief. This marks his inaugural battle against mutated beasts. And there exists an ancient saying in Xia country, even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. Moreover, the prowess of these mutated beasts far exceeds that of first-tier zombies, second only to second-tier strength-type zombies. Lin Ze approaches them with the utmost caution, which is by no means an exaggeration. With 2 mutated beasts remaining, he must eliminate them before the super speed concludes. Lin Ze takes a deep breath and immediately charges toward the locations of the 2nd and 3rd mutated hounds. The 2nd mutated hound is concealed within a thicket, revealing only half of its pitch-black head and crimson eyes, as if it is on lookout duty for its feeding companion while lying in ambush for any potential foes. The 3rd mutated hound crouches atop a fountain sculpture that lies along the path from the teaching building to the playground, its massive head adorned with sharp fangs, dripping saliva and blood, exuding a fierce and brutal countenance. Upon closer inspection, the positions of these 3 mutated hounds form an advantageous triangular formation. allowing them to support one another at any moment. It is evident that these mutated beasts, having evolved, are exceedingly cunning and cautious, in stark contrast to the mindless zombies. Could it be that the animals on Blue Star, upon mutation, have also experienced a rise in intelligence? Even if they cannot think like humans, their ability to understand simple coordination and communication could prove to be quite troublesome. Thankfully, with my 100-fold super speed, I can thwart their clever teamwork. Lin Ze propels himself forward into the thicket. First, a horizontal strike severed the obstructive greenery, broadening his field of vision. Subsequently, he raised the blade high, aiming for the neck of the mutated hound and brought it down with force. With a resounding clash, the second mutated dog was cleaved in two. A notification chimed, announcing, "You have slain a first-tier mutated beast, earning 500 energy points." In that fleeting moment of triumph, Lin Ze felt the world before him sway. The motion and stillness in his eyes rapidly restored to normalcy. The duration of his super speed ability was directly proportional to the mental energy expended by its wielder, and each usage was temporally limited, preventing continuous activation. To avoid detection by the mutated hounds, Lin Ze had activated his super speed from a distance, intending to strike first. Consequently, he successfully ambushed and eliminated two mutated hounds, yet the duration of his ability was nearing its end. With only one mutated hound remaining, he deemed it unnecessary to rely on super speed, confident that it was no match for him. With a decisive thought, Lin Ze voluntarily ceased the super speed ability to conserve his mental energy. Leaving one mutated hound alive provided an opportunity to gauge its strength. At this juncture, even if the beast attempted to flee, he could swiftly pursue it once more with his super speed. As the ability dissipated, the world around him rapidly returned to its normal pace. His enhanced speed merely affected his senses and explosive power, while the flow of time remained unchanged for the external world. Had the mutated hound possessed superior strength, with a reflex capability and physical prowess far exceeding that of an ordinary human, Lin Ze's ambush would have been in vain. However, these creatures evidently lacked such prowess, falling prey to him one by one, exemplifying the primal law of survival in this apocalyptic realm. Perched upon a fountain sculpture, the mutated hound's large black nose twitched, catching the scent of its fallen companion's blood. With a fierce growl, it erupted, issuing a menacing low rumble into the surrounding air. Yet, before it could locate its assailant, a blinding white bolt of lightning struck, piercing its vision. Following with astonishing speed, it impaled the creature's body. Thunderous force, white thunder, with a steely countenance. Lin Ze raised his right hand, channeling electrical energy that surged forth. His thunderous might was, indeed, a mid-tier ability. Although he missed the critical headshot, the creature was rendered incapacitated, plummeting into the fountain below. Brandishing his Tang Dao, he swiftly approached to confirm the kill. Should the beast still draw breath, he would ensure it received several more strikes, eliminating any risk of a careless oversight. Just as he neared the pool, a shadow erupted from the water's surface. With a ferocious snarl, the mutated hound bared its razor-sharp fangs, lunging towards Lin Ze's neck. It displayed some degree of strength, unexpectedly breaking free from the paralysis of his mid-tier electrical ability faster than anticipated. He had hoped to maintain control a while longer. Lin Ze squinted, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he tightened his grip on the Tang Dao, continuing to analyze. Yet, you have not entirely evaded the effects of paralysis. Your sluggish movements serve as ample evidence that my speed surpasses yours. With a fierce growl, Lin Ze slashed diagonally with his Tang Dao, targeting the creature's maw. Even without the use of his super speed ability or the passive enhancement of bullet time, his dynamic vision greatly surpassed that of an ordinary person. In the next moment, Tang Dao sliced through the gaping maw of the mutated dog, cleaving the beast in two mid-air, its foul blood raining down. Had it not been for Lin Ze's powerful downward strike, which generated a tremendous wind pressure to disperse the blood, he would surely have been drenched in its putrid essence tonight. Ding! You have slain a first-tier mutated beast, earning 500 energy points. Ding! The host has successfully killed 3 first-tier mutated dogs, avenging past grievances. Reward: randomly unlock 1 intermediate ability. You have acquired the intermediate ability, Ox's Strength LV1. Lin Ze gazed at the bisected body of the mutated dog, and only after confirming its demise did a smile grace his face. Ah, at long last, I've dispatched this beast, fulfilling a personal wish. I never anticipated it would come with a whole family, gifting me an additional 1,000 energy points. The system is indeed a considerate companion, rewarding me with an intermediate ability for my effort in hunting dogs. Delightful. He swiftly opened the character list to examine his newly acquired power. Ox's Strength LV1, an intermediate superhuman ability that automatically enhances the host's muscle density. granting a strength attribute of 100. Each upgrade of this ability additionally bestows 10 points of strength. By actively using Ox's strength, one can instantly acquire 50 times brute force, with a maximum of 50 times strength, while simultaneously consuming stamina and mental energy. Note, this ability is regarded as the pinnacle of superhuman strength abilities. If bullet time and super speed are the hallmarks of speed-type superhuman abilities, then Ox's strength represents the apex of strength abilities. Achieving a 50-fold strength burst in a single combat scenario, overpowering foes seems no longer a formidable challenge. To think, acquiring an ability would directly augment my strength by 100 points. I need not even utilize the ability to feel its effects. Moreover, the numerical values of this ability are astonishing. Lin Ze was utterly taken aback. He had diligently trained in his formidable techniques day and night, accumulating around 70 points of strength, which was already impressive. Yet, the system's reward of an intermediate ability instantaneously doubled his strength attribute. Curious to test its efficacy, Lin Ze swallowed hard and approached a nearby fountain. Ox's strength. With a mere thought, he instantly attained 10-fold strength, though it felt somewhat unremarkable. Channeling all his power, he delivered a casual punch toward the sculpture before him. In an instant, the lower half of the sculpture exploded, shattering into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. The point of impact where Lin Ze's fist connected was reduced to dust. Lin Ze stood in astonishment. The power exceeded even that of his full-powered thunder strength. I am astounded. There is indeed a disparity among abilities. Overwhelmed with both surprise and joy, the emergence of the Ox's strength ability filled yet another gap in his physical prowess. The extraordinary abilities of divine speed and the strength of 9 oxen have formed a remarkable synergy, akin to a tiger gaining wings. At present, one cannot even speak of second-tier zombies as worthy adversaries. Even if third-tier zombies were to suddenly appear, they would find themselves swiftly vanquished, scarcely afforded a chance to retaliate. However, as Lin Ze meticulously reviewed the description of these abilities, a furrow formed upon his brow, and he became acutely aware both the strength of 9 oxen and divine speed share a common flaw. The potency of the strength of 9 oxen is intrinsically limited by the user's own capabilities, a characteristic that is typical of superhuman abilities, which demand significant prowess from the wielder. Unlike elemental abilities, which merely require one to channel mental energy and serve as a mobile artillery, it is evident that I must continue to strive in physical training. Take, for instance, my battle against the mutated hounds this evening. During the activation of divine speed, I was unable to instantly eliminate 3 of them. Clearly, I am still too weak. Lin Ze gazed up at the moon, letting out a resigned sigh. Had others overheard his post-battle reflection, they would likely be disheartened. Brother, you are already far ahead of the current version. Why are you still engaging in self-doubt? You have no comparable rivals ahead of you. Nevertheless, I suppose physical training is not something that can be achieved overnight. I shall continue to persevere tonight. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Lin Ze crouched down and deftly began to dissect the corpses of the 3 mutated hounds with his Tang Dao. His heightened perception distinctly noted that within the heads of 2 of the hounds lay a gem radiating energy, likely akin to the blood crystals of zombies. This evening has proven fortunate. Having slain 3 mutated beasts, 2 of them yielded rewards. Might the probability of mutated beasts producing crystals be higher? With his strength doubled, Lin Ze effortlessly crushed the heads of the hounds. Skillfully donning gloves akin to a surgeon, he successfully extracted a translucent blue crystal from the brain of the unfortunate creature. In the next moment, the system prompt resonated once more. Ding. You have obtained a rare material from the mutated beast. Mutated demon crystal, tier 1. Analyzing the properties of this material. Analysis complete. Effects are as follows. Mutated demon crystal. Level. Tier 1. Source. Wind demon hound. Effect 1. Active consumption and digestion. 5 chance to increase agility by 15. 30 chance to acquire a secondary ability of the same attribute as the mutated beast. 65 chance to increase agility by 5. The above probabilities are independently calculated and may occur simultaneously. Other uses, 2. Serves as an alternative energy source equivalent to 20 tons of gasoline. 3. Unlocks an infinite tech tree related to the mutated demon crystal, enabling the creation of corresponding demon crystal equipment, etc. So, the scientific name of this mutated beast is the Wind Demon Hound. How melodious the name sounds. Could it indeed wield wind-based abilities? Alas, I acted too swiftly in my kill, missing the opportunity to observe its capabilities. Yet, I also feared that such abilities might pose a threat to me. Sigh, it seems that one cannot have it all in life. Fortunately, the dissection of the corpse allows the system to provide me with information about certain monsters. Thus, I have managed to gather intelligence on this second type of adversary, the mutated beast. Lin Ze's expression bore a hint of regret. During the recent battle, he had succumbed to the rumors circulating online, apprehensive of the formidable strength of the mutated beasts. In his haste, he swiftly eliminated 2 wind demon hounds with lightning speed, and then incapacitated the mobility of a third with a surge of thunderous power, before daring to approach for a closer inspection. Yet, as he prepared to examine the scene, the wind demon hound suddenly leaped from the fountain to launch an attack against him. It was evident to all that the creature had initiated the assault first, forcing Lin Ze to retaliate and ultimately slay the beast. Consequently, he had not experienced the full extent of the mutated beast's most potent attacks. In truth, mutated beasts across the globe acquire one or more distinct abilities the moment they undergo their evolutionary transformation. This phenomenon is akin to humans awakening their latent powers to become superhumans, albeit in this case, they are referred to as mutated beasts. Hence, the prowess of these creatures often surpasses that of zombies of the same tier. The mutated magic crystals they produce yield superior effects, devoid of any adverse side effects. Unlike the zombie blood crystals which necessitate specific purification processes, Lin Ze gazed at them, feeling a twinge of envy. The items that had emerged from this encounter could be absorbed directly. Truly, animals are humanity's finest allies, even in the face of an apocalypse. As the magic crystals produced remain untainted and of exceptional quality. Yet, I shall not rush into consumption. My current strength does not require these trifling attributes. I shall set them aside for now. I possess an inkling that the processed magic crystals hold value far exceeding the meager attributes they provide. To utilize them outright would be an utter waste. Thus, I shall take them back for further study. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Ze shook his head, refraining from absorbing the magic crystal immediately, and instead proceeded to breach the cranium of the second wind demon hound. From within its head, he extracted another pristine mutated magic crystal. A glance at its attributes revealed effects identical to the previous one. Observing the 2 magic crystals before him, a satisfied smile graced Lin Ze's face. Chapter 65. Lin Ze's mundane life in the apocalypse. MVP settlement upon extracting 2 magical crystals. Lin Ze did not spare even the corpse of the wind demon dog. Regardless of its edibility, he decided to store it in the system space. After all, items placed within that realm possess an infinite shelf life. At the very least, they could serve as invaluable research materials, providing utility for the boundless technological tree. Having gathered his spoils, Lin Ze returned to the vehicle with a sense of fulfillment, preparing to embark on another battlefield that night. After a thorough disinfection process and changing into a fresh outfit to prevent any potential infections, he finally teleported back to his spacious apartment, his new abode. As the scene shifted, the elegant brown marble floors and walls greeted him, complemented by the warm-toned night lights that automatically illuminated the space in the evening. Upon his arrival, 4 stunning ladies, who had been waiting at the entrance, immediately bowed in welcome. "Master, welcome home." Lin Ze gazed at them in mild astonishment and confusion. He had not arranged this welcoming ceremony, nor had he sent any prior communication, indicating their voluntary and eager presence at the door. The welcoming party consisted of Su Yao, Lu Mingqi, Lin Shirin, and Ding Shiyu. "What is the meaning of this, you 3? I did not instruct you to do such a thing." And Ding Shiyu, "Are you trying to get involved as well? You were already exhausted last night. Adding another night would make it 3 in a row. They say youth is resilient. And your yoga practice has endowed you with great flexibility and adaptability, but overindulgence may not be beneficial for your health," Lin Ze remarked with a teasing smile. "What overindulgence? I have no such intentions. Please don't misinterpret me. I merely deduced your return time and happened to have work-related matters to discuss with you, which is why I came along to welcome you. Furthermore, you yourself said that taking initiative leads to greater rewards," Ding Shiyu explained, her cheeks flushing as she stumbled over her words. Upon hearing this, Su Yao, Lu Mingqi, and Lin Shirin exchanged incredulous glances, recalling how just hours earlier, they had been intimidated by Lin Ze's prowess as he subdued the icy goddess of the arts department alongside Tong Xiaoxi and Tang Shanshan. To see him now, surrounded by such charming demeanor, was enough to leave anyone spellbound. "Miss Ding, your tsundere facade is no longer relevant," Lin Ze jested lightly, choosing not to inquire further about the work she wished to report. It was nighttime, and there were more pressing matters at hand. Naturally, Lin Ze walked over and embraced Su Yao and Ding Shiyu at their waists, cheerfully stating, "Today's haul was quite satisfactory. I will share the details during dinner. I have cleared out the zombies from the teaching building and looted 3 or 4 supermarkets. The supply should suffice for our group of more than a dozen for a month or so. Su Yao, please arrange for someone to run a bath for me and prepare dinner," he instructed as he gracefully entered the living room, basking in the attention of those gathered. As the ladies lounging around the television saw Lin Ze return, their faces lit up with joy. "Ah, our beloved master, you're back. Welcome home." Jiang Shui, with her keen eyes, was the first to leap from the black sofa upon spotting Lin Ze. "My dear idol, you may wish to join the minister and the others for a refreshing shower first. Ming Ting is already preparing dinner. I hear she has attended a culinary course. The daughters of affluent families today are truly remarkable," sighed Pan Yeye. Within the arts department, there were two young ladies, each with fortunes exceeding 100 million. One was Ming Ting, the other Pan Yeye. The kitchen here is spacious enough to accommodate 7 or 8 people without feeling cramped, allowing for endless enjoyment. Each of them eagerly seized the opportunity to prepare a signature dish. Whether or not they possessed culinary prowess was uncertain, yet they certainly were hot to handle. Several girls were brought to tears by the splattering oil. Zhao Zhu reminisced about that scene, bursting into laughter, having never realized that cooking could be such an amusing endeavor. "We were just chatting with Sister Shan Shan and Sister Xiao Shi about your escapades last night," Lu Mingqi said, leaning in closely, her eyes sparkling. "My idol, after we complete that training, will we truly become immensely powerful, able to scale walls and leap across rooftops?" Lin Shireen raised her hand to inquire. "My idol, I never imagined you could single-handedly manage 3 lanes. I've never encountered such an impressive man online. They all say that lasting 5 minutes is already quite remarkable." The girls chirped around Lin Ze, the focus of their conversation perpetually fixed upon him, granting him a sense of authority. "Wait a moment," Zhao Zhu interjected. "Did you say each of you prepared a signature dish? I wasn't bitten by a zombie tonight, but I won't be poisoned by you all, will I?" Lin Ze's eyes twitched, casting doubt upon the culinary skills of these university girls. It felt less like they were cooking and more like they were playing house. And he was about to become the unfortunate victim. The laughter that followed Lin Ze's jest rang out, with several shy girls who had botched their cooking playfully raising their fists to give him gentle taps. It was evident that these young ladies were genuinely anxious. "What are you doing here if you can't cook?" Only Lin Ze, with his ample resources, could afford such frivolity. Otherwise, he would surely impose severe consequences upon them. Lin Ze resolved to sample their creations, but if they proved unpalatable, he would not hesitate to decline. Worst case, he could always enjoy the pre-prepared meals stashed within the system's space. The urgency to find an exceptional chef was becoming pressing. What followed was quite natural. Under the enthusiastic guidance of Su Yao, Lin Ze entered the bathroom for a shower, with Lu Mingqi and Lin Shireen following closely behind. Of course, the girls donned lingerie as swimwear or wrapped themselves in white towels. Despite their exuberance, they remained innocent maidens at heart. There was a certain shyness that enveloped them before the final step, akin to delicate birds seeking solace. This very shyness was what made men yearn for more. The more bashful they appeared, the more they were compelled to pursue. When the girls, faces flushed and eyes darting, averted their gazes pleading for the lights to be turned off, he resolutely declined. Ultimately, the allure lay in witnessing their bashful expressions, biting their lips in restraint, as he wore a mischievous smile. The main bathroom of the spacious flat was vast, adorned entirely with marble. Within the lavish abode, there resided 4 showers and an expansive multifunctional bathtub designed to accommodate 4 individuals, a testament to the foresight of the affluent. Even in the face of financial adversity prior to the apocalypse that shattered societal order, Lin Ze continued to relish the same privileges as the wealthy. Half an hour later, as Lin Ze emerged from the bath alongside Su Yao, Lu Mingqi, and Lin Shireen, a grand feast awaited them, meticulously arranged upon a vast dining table. Fortunately, the spacious layout of the flat provided ample room, complemented by a rotating tray for ease of service, reminiscent of dining in an upscale hotel. Gathered around the table, the group partook in their meal, with Lin Ze undoubtedly occupying the seat of honor. Before the feast commenced, he insisted on capturing a group photograph, a customary practice aimed at promoting the illustrious all-inclusive brand. Previously, Lin Ze's photo sessions with Ding Xiyu and her companions were modest affairs, limited to a few embraces. Now, however, the numbers had swelled into double digits, resembling a corporate team-building event. The esteemed proprietor found himself surrounded by beautiful employees, akin to the sun encircled by stars. This private enterprise boasted more than a solitary man, yet the post-meal activities remained somewhat monotonous. Lin Ze chose to engage in intimate conversations with several young women, mentoring them in their professional skills. However, as the numbers grew and the nights stretched longer, he found himself reflecting on the burdens of leadership, acknowledging the many employees who required his direct guidance. Life had become rather tedious, as Lin Ze contemplated the potential vibrancy of his future nightlife. A smile played upon his lips, more radiant than any weapon of war. Not only was he elated, but the young women from the arts department shared in his joy. their faces adorned with genuine smiles. They had not anticipated such an environment prior to their arrival. The opulent decor of the flat rivaled that of a seven-star hotel. The sheer size and lavishness of the space could easily consume an hour of exploration, and it was no exaggeration to say that it dazzled the senses. In an apocalyptic context, this presidential suite would have commanded a staggering nightly rate of $30,000 to $50,000. Such expenditure represented the monthly, if not quarterly, earnings of many households. Having concluded the photo session, Lin Ze enthusiastically declared it was time to indulge. With a flourish of his hand, he seized a chicken leg and began to devour it with fervor, replenishing his energy. Although his manner of eating might appear somewhat unrefined, it was merely an intentional display of consideration for the ladies around him. Observing his hearty appetite, the young women felt reassured to join in. Is anyone willing to share a drink with me? I am in high spirits tonight, celebrating your integration into this family. Midway through the meal, Lin Ze gestured grandly, producing a row of elegant goblets. The women all turned their heads in unison. It was rare for contemporary university students to shy away from alcohol. The only question was with whom they would partake. Zhao Zhu teasingly remarked, "Oh, Lin Ze, you wouldn't intend to intoxicate us all by yourself, would you? Even without coercion, we are here willingly." Lin Ze chuckled, "Zhao Zhu, you are quite the rascal. I simply wish to share a drink in commemoration of your arts department joining this family. Moreover, my capacity for alcohol is not as terrifying as one might assume. Even those endowed with extraordinary abilities cannot drink endlessly without succumbing to inebriation." Lin Ze raised his hand in a gesture reminiscent of a cosmic fingertip, offering a slight smile as he remarked, "I suppose I can drink just a tad more than the average person, perhaps due to my robust physique, which affords me a higher tolerance to alcohol. Before we begin, I propose that the 15 of you take turns pouring drinks for me. It would be rather dull otherwise. If I were to be utterly incapacitated, your minister would likely blame you for thwarting her plans. And I fear she would assign you an overwhelming amount of tasks the following day, leaving you utterly exhausted." Su Yao, understanding the implication, placed her hands on her hips and declared with authority, "Did you all hear that? No one is to ruin my fun. Once you've had your fill, be sure to step aside." Lu Mingqi chimed in with a mischievous grin, "Rest assured, Your Highness Su Yao, with me around, these little novices won't even catch a glimpse of their master." Lin Ze then introduced a condition: "Should you manage to best our team, I shall grant the victors a wish that I can fulfill. However, there will be no penalties for the vanquished." With Lu Mingqi's enthusiastic encouragement and Lin Ze's generous promise, the atmosphere was soon charged with excitement. Lin Ze produced a dozen chilled beers for them to distribute among themselves. Each young lady placed a bottle before her table, synchronously popping the tabs open. At that moment, Lin Shireen, clutching a bottle of beer, timidly interjected, "This is my first time drinking. Dear sisters, please don't force me. We, from the second dimension, are inherently socially anxious and truly do not know how to drink." The others exchanged knowing glances, a mischievous smile gracing their lips. This typically playful girl was likely to be carried into her room later on. Drinking requires a certain ambience, especially when enjoyed with female companions. Lin Ze stood firm against the onslaught of the ladies, remaining impervious to drunkenness, owing to his passive skill, which grants resistance to adverse states akin to cheating, as intoxication is indeed a negative condition. Nevertheless, Lin Ze did not let the revelry distract him from the main event of the evening. Su Yao Luminqi and Lin Shireen, under his protection, reached a delightful state of mild inebriation, emboldened by the alcohol. In such a state, any activity seems fitting and adds to the atmosphere. As dawn broke the following day, the sun had surely found its place in the sky, illuminating the world outside. It is perhaps best to leave unspoken the events of the previous night, as those in the know understand. Soon, it was time to face the daylight. Embarking on the task of slaying zombies and accumulating energy points, Lin Ze stretched languidly, feeling invigorated as he rose from bed. The first thing he did upon waking was to access his panel, eager to see if his extraordinary martial arts had progressed and to assess the effects of any upgrades. Imperial Divine Phoenix Technique LV3. As anticipated, Lin Ze's diligent practice throughout the night had indeed borne fruit. This technique had successfully transcended its previous limits once more. In terms of attributes, there was an unwavering enhancement of 10 across the board, not more nor less. Last night had indeed been a rousing battle. Lin Ze glanced back at the sheets with a meaningful smile. After a brief wash in the master bathroom, he noticed that the other young ladies in the apartment had risen early. The young lady Ming Ting, having attended a culinary class, personally prepared a bowl of noodles for Lin Ze and presented it before him. The dishes from last night were delightful, and today's noodles were commendable as well. Yet there remained ample room for improvement. After finishing his meal, Lin Ze wiped his mouth and offered a subdued critique. Unfortunately, despite Ming Ting's training, Her culinary skills fell short of professional standards. Moreover, the ability to cook does not necessarily equate to deliciousness. This is an understanding shared by those in the know. "Oh, I shall strive to improve," Meng Ting responded cheerfully, undeterred by his remarks, her smile radiating the elegance of a refined lady. Lin Ze observed her intently. Meng Ting embodied the demeanor of a dutiful and reserved heiress, her hair styled in simple waves cascading naturally to her chest. On the day of the meeting, she wore an exquisite lace-trimmed gown that cost several thousand, complemented by silver high heels, exuding an understated charm. Born into wealth, she possessed a gentle aura, was proficient in piano and violin, and even had culinary skills, clearly nurtured in the manner of a virtuous wife and devoted mother. Had it not been for the onset of the apocalypse and Lin Ze's sudden appearance to whisk her away, one could only speculate whom she might eventually marry among the fickle sons of affluent families. Lin Ze abruptly posed a question. "Meng Ting, be honest with me. You wouldn't happen to be the type of heiress who has had a fiancé since childhood, would you?" Upon hearing this inquiry, a fleeting look of alarm crossed Meng Ting's face. Although it was but a moment, Lin Ze keenly sensed her reaction. Chapter 66, The Wealthy Heiress with a Fiancé? Lin Ze lowered his head and took a bite of his noodles, which had once been delectable but suddenly lost all flavor. He paused with his chopsticks and retrieved 2 meat buns from the system space, indulging himself as he ate. "Pray tell, who is your fiancé? What transpired between you two? How did you come together, and what stage are you at in your relationship?" he inquired casually, his expression a blend of amusement and curiosity as he fixed his gaze on Meng Ting. He understood that it was unreasonable to expect every woman who boarded the vehicle to have a pristine romantic history, untouched and untainted, akin to the ethereal maidens found in novels. Such rare specimens would require one to begin their search in a hospital, as even first-grade students these days had learned the ways of love. Thus far, Lin Ze had not unleashed his wrath upon the girls from the arts department. Although he maintained an aloof and godlike demeanor, there was a stark difference between being cool and being cruel. Among those present, only Ding Xiyu had witnessed the terrifying side of Lin Ze. It was as if a tempestuous and merciless demon resided within him, capable of erupting into violence at any moment. Upon seeing Lin Ze's expression, Ding Xiyu was taken aback and quickly moved to Meng Ting's side, urgently whispering a warning. "The master is asking you a question. Why are you dawdling? You better answer obediently." She shot a meaningful glance at Meng Ting, conveying the message. "Best be compliant if you value your life." Meng Ting felt the sweat bead on her forehead, her complexion paling as the gravity of her predicament dawned on her. Recalling the previous day when Lin Ze had mercilessly executed all the boys from the student council, the image of bloodshed haunted her. She realized that her life held little more value in his eyes than a packet of instant noodles. In a moment of sheer terror, Meng Ting fell to her knees, hastily explaining, "Master, I do have a fiancé, but it is an engagement arranged by my parents since childhood. He is the son of my father's brother, and it is quite normal for our families, who have had business dealings for decades, to have such a betrothal. His name is Shinjalan, and he is 7 years my senior. When I was 6, his father came to propose, and my father, eager to seal a lucrative deal, readily agreed to the arrangement. Since then, he has often visited my home to play. He is gentle and courteous, and I can tell that he is quite fond of me. However, my mother taught me to cherish myself, and I have resisted his advances, only ever holding his hand at most in the span of over 10 years. He personally promised me that he would only marry me after my graduation. As the only son in his family, he is extremely busy inheriting his father's Fortune 500 company, and our communication is limited to sporadic messages." Upon hearing this, Lin Ze felt a significant weight lift from his heart. In this day and age, such unwavering devotion is rarer than endangered species, especially when the object of affection is a wealthy heir to a Fortune 500 enterprise. However, to be frank, your earnest demeanor makes you seem rather dull. You remain oblivious to the fact that your college sweetheart might be unfaithful. It truly reflects the saying, behind every warm-hearted man, there lies a story of unrequited love. With a playful clap, Lin Ze stood up and exclaimed, "What a captivating tale of aristocratic romance. Alas, I am but an ordinary courier, incapable of appreciating such narratives that one typically encounters only in television dramas, unable to empathize with your experiences." He gently grasped Meng Ting's chin and spoke calmly. "I do not care how affectionate you were with your fiancé, now that you are in my vehicle. You belong to me. Let all present hear me clearly. My acts of saving are never without purpose. Whether you call me a god, a master, or simply my name, it matters not. However, you must understand that from the moment I picked you up, your lives belong solely to me. Should anyone wish to test my patience, being cast out of this vehicle is merely the most trivial of punishments. Do not dare to probe my limits. If you are uncertain, you may inquire of your senior. Ding Xiaohua. She knows the nature of my character. Lin Ze's words resonated with authority, creating an atmosphere of silence in the spacious room. At that moment, silent tears began to stream down Meng Ting's face. Her tears were not shed for the heartbreak of severing ties with her fiancé, but rather from the overwhelming sense of injustice at being publicly humiliated by Lin Ze's display of power. She knelt before him, weeping sorrowfully. Master, you misunderstand me. My engagement and relationship with him were due to the unyielding pressure of parental expectations and matchmaking. I have always regarded him as an elder brother and have never truly harbored feelings for him. It was only yesterday, upon meeting you, that I discovered what it truly means to feel one's heart flutter. The person I now cherish is you. A gasp escaped Lin Ze as he felt a rush of exhilaration rising from his feet to the heavens. In that instant, he regarded this girl named Meng Ting with newfound admiration. She sought to elevate herself beyond the likes of Ding Xiyu. Lin Ze was not the only one taken aback by Meng Ting's bold declaration. The girls from the literary department collectively inhaled sharply, astonished by the formidable prowess she exhibited. Who could resist such an enticing situation? Even they, mere observers, felt a thrill at the spectacle. How did Meng Ting's mother raise her? Or was she simply a prodigy? It can only be said that Meng Ting truly embodies the elite of the literary department at Yinchuan University. Having been meticulously selected through rigorous evaluation, the 13 young ladies of the literary department each possessed their own unique talents. At that moment, not a single person present felt any sympathy for the lovesick Shinjialan. For this is the fate of a warm-hearted man, valued only when convenient, exploited for his residual worth, and subjected to emotional manipulation. When deemed useless, he is cast aside without hesitation. Just then, a notification sound emanated from Meng Ting's pocket, signaling the arrival of a new message. Is that your phone? Perhaps it's your lovesick fiancé checking in on your well-being today, Ding Xiyu inquired with a peculiar expression. Probably. Meng Ting replied with a hint of annoyance. Since the apocalypse, he has been excessively concerned for my safety, messaging and calling every day to comfort me, more anxious than my own parents. With a composed demeanor, she rose from the ground, tidied her attire, and playfully adjusted her wavy hair, effortlessly transforming back into the refined and gentle scion of a wealthy family. She then gracefully moved a chair and settled beside Lin Ze, her height of 170 centimeters allowing her to rest just beneath his chin. As she positioned herself, the lingering scent of the shampoo from the previous night enveloped them, creating an intimate atmosphere. With a playful demeanor, Meng Ting took out her phone and, feigning distress, displayed the message to Lin Ze. Look, master, I must show you what he sent me. I was right to call him my brother. Please do not misunderstand. Lin Ze glanced down at the screen. The messaging app was WeChat, and Meng Ting had saved the contact as Big Dog. The profile picture was an endearing Shiba Inu, sporting sunglasses and a cigar. Well, it seems I can only share a table with a dog now, Lin Ze mused. He continued to read through the messages from the previous night and that day. At 7 o'clock, her fiancé, noted as Big Dog, had sent a message. Big Dog. Ting Ting, are you asleep? Your uncle and I are still trapped in a 5-star hotel. The government has yet to send anyone for rescue. This hotel is housing a dozen entrepreneurs attending a conference, and I truly cannot fathom what the upper echelons are thinking. Big Dog. Today, the grandson of the CEO of the Zaiwu's group demanded fresh beef, and after being denied, he caused quite a scene, insisting on a redistribution of resources. The situation has become exceedingly chaotic, and it's astonishing that people of our status are squabbling over a piece of meat. Miss Eris, oh? So, you and Uncle are all right? Big Dog, we are fine. Are you safe at school? I only regret my inability to rescue you, and can do nothing but helplessly inquire about your safety and provide you with emotional support. Whatever you need, you can tell me. Miss Eris, someone rescued us from the assembly hall, so you need not worry about my safety for now. I am well. Big Dog, really? That is wonderful news. Nothing could please me more. Please tell me what happened. Who rescued you? Was it the military? Miss Eris, a lot has happened today. It's hard to explain, and I'm a bit tired, so I will rest for now. This morning at 8 o'clock, Shinjialan sent another message to Meng Ting, and he continued to send messages at intervals, resulting in over 80% of the WeChat chat window being filled with his black text. Each message was a lengthy paragraph, making the overall layout quite uncomfortable. Doge, Ting Ting, are you awake? How are things on your end? You told me yesterday that you were rescued. Your uncle and I were so happy that we couldn't sleep all night. Doge, I have many questions for you, but you mentioned needing rest, so I refrained from asking further. Are you feeling any better now? Doge, are you eating well? Do you have enough food and water? I lament that my financial resources cannot translate into tangible strength. In this apocalypse, money has become worthless paper, and I can no longer protect the woman I treasure most. Doge, since you are safe now, can we video chat? It has been so long since I last saw your face, and I miss you dearly. If it weren't for our continued communication, I fear I might have lost my sanity. Lin Ze, after reading the messages from Meng Ting's fiancé, was left with a plethora of questions. Had this wealthy heir never interacted with women before? Even someone as straightforward as he was aware that one should not be overly enthusiastic towards women, particularly in the realm of social media. Such excessive concern and an immediate response to every request exemplified the classic behavior of a devoted admirer. Prolonged dialogue would not instill a sense of care in a woman. Instead, it might provoke a sense of irritation akin to being overwhelmed in a high-pressure conversation. Truth be told, even Meng Ting's biological parents would likely not be so verbose in their concerns. A few words of verbal kindness suffice. Concrete actions in reality carry far greater significance. If one truly possessed the capability, they would fly to the young lady's side, providing intimate care and interaction. Lacking such means or courage, these expressions of concern would ultimately devolve into empty platitudes and insincerity. Women value actions. Noticing Lin Ze's bewildered expression, reminiscent of a confused elder, Meng Ting seemed to find an understanding companion and continued to vent her frustrations. Master, you see, I was right earlier. My fiancé is truly not my type. He is more like an older brother. He bombards me with messages daily, his possessiveness surpassing that of a celebrity stalker. I have lost countless brain cells just dealing with him. I can't even count how many strands of hair I've shed while showering, nearly clogging the drain. The apocalypse has arrived, and you appeared when I needed protection the most, rescuing me in time. I believe I can finally rid myself of this twisted fiancé. I will respond to your messages as you instruct, and I am willing to do anything you ask, even video chat and engage in intimate acts before him. I have no qualms about it. Meng Ting's beautiful eyes seemed to ignite with passion, her fervent gaze fixed upon Lin Ze's handsome face. Resembling a wealthy heiress yearning to elope with her lover, embracing her freedom, her affection blazed like a fierce flame. Miss Meng Ting, you have successfully captured my attention. I truly admire your cleverness, akin to possessing a multitude of discerning eyes. You shall undoubtedly be present during tonight's roll call. I am quite pleased with your display of loyalty, yet there is no need to hastily reject your fiancé. This additional layer of identity will only enhance your allure. Lin Ze reached out, gently grasping Meng Ting's delicate chin, lifting her beautiful face to admire as though she were an exquisite treasure. As Meng Ting, breathless and with closed eyes, gracefully arched her once proud swan-like neck in eager anticipation, Lin Ze, however, merely raised her high and then gently set her down, choosing to do nothing at all. This left the wealthy young lady in a state of bewilderment, her gaze filled with the sorrow of one deceived by a scoundrel. Lin Ze, with a faint smile, rose and said, "Well, how you choose to stroll with your large dog is your affair, while how I intend to enjoy you is mine. Do look forward to the entertainment I have prepared for you this evening." Seeing that Lin Ze might depart at any moment, Meng Ting could no longer contain herself and hurriedly inquired, "Master, how should I respond to my fiancé? Should I remain as nonchalant as usual, or adopt a more amiable demeanor to further secure his devotion? I am willing to do anything you desire. My heart belongs solely to you. After encountering you, no other man can capture my interest." Lin Ze chuckled, "As you wish. My earlier inquiries were merely to ascertain your resolve in severing ties with the past. As for the manner in which you intend to engage with me, and the various antics you wish to partake in, is not this the emotional value you can create for me? Keep striving. I eagerly await your performance." Chapter 67. Opening New Spaces, The Supernatural Farm. Lin Ze's proposal bore merit. Meng Ting possessed a family legacy of taming skills, able to train the wealthy scion of a Fortune 500 company to behave like an obedient dog. Before their marriage, she had allowed him only to touch her hand, a treatment that could be deemed even less favorable than that received by a dog, which at least had the privilege of extending its tongue. However, the question of how to engage in playful antics with Lin Ze, both as a master and a lover, remained a profound enigma, necessitating guidance from her sisters in the literature department. After all, while Meng Ting had mastered the art of emotional manipulation, she was utterly inexperienced in matters of romance, a complete novice without practical experience. This topic, undoubtedly a favorite among young women, instantly enlivened the reception area where they dined. Jiang Shui, Dong Shishir, Lin Qingshui, Ding Zixiang, Pan Ye, and Wang Tiantian, those who had missed the practical training the previous night, gathered to chatter excitedly. In a pivotal moment, it was Ding Xiyu, Tong Xiaoxi, and Tang Shanshan, the three young women with first-hand experience with Lin Ze, who provided invaluable insights. They discreetly shared some of Lin Ze's unique preferences, the the specifics of which were deemed too delicate to elaborate upon, but certainly filled with intricate details. The young women of the literature department were wide-eyed, fervently taking notes with more enthusiasm than in any classroom setting. I had truly rescued a group of enchanting women. Were it not for my protective abilities, I might have perished at the hands of zombies, or ultimately succumbed to the whims of women. Lin Ze chuckled, shaking his head, granting them the space to converse while he withdrew a tall glass and filled it with red wine. He proceeded to the grand floor-to-ceiling window in the hall, savoring the view that could only manifest in a post-apocalyptic world. Yinshuan University remained overrun with corpses, the entire campus having devolved into a paradise for zombies, with countless undead aimlessly wandering the wide avenues, howling in a disquieting chorus. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ze suddenly recalled an important matter, murmuring softly to himself. Last night was exceedingly enjoyable. I nearly forgot my main objective. I must develop the vehicle-mounted supernatural farm. With that, he swiped his finger forward, summoning the infinite technology tree interface to search for the relevant project. Vehicle-mounted space, supernatural farm, after research. The base vehicle will unlock a unique farming space capable of cultivating fruits that nurture supernatural beings. Requirements: 10,000 energy points. Note: the soil of the supernatural farm is special and cannot be automated mechanically. It requires manual cultivation. Upon development, relevant cultivation books, knowledge, and seedlings will be provided. Remaining energy points: 10,066. Lin Ze had tirelessly cleared 3 teaching buildings, vanquished 3 mutant dogs, and rescued the top-tier campus beauties, Su Yao and Su Luo, thus fulfilling 2 wish lists. The accumulation of energy points had just exceeded 10,000, perfectly positioning him to unlock this new feature. What was he waiting for? The sooner he delved into this snowballing project, the quicker the returns, amplifying his advantages. With a resolute wave of his hand, Lin Ze decisively allocated the necessary energy points to commence research. Ding. Confirmed payment of 10,000 energy points, initiating research on the new project, vehicle-mounted space, supernatural farm. The research has concluded, and a new vehicular space has been unlocked for you, allowing for free transport to this realm. Due to the limitations of the land, technological items cannot be utilized within this area. Only manual sowing and cultivation of crops are permitted. Literature, knowledge, and seedlings pertinent to the cultivation of extraordinary fruit trees have been preemptively transmitted to the farm's warehouse and your mind, enabling the host to extract them remotely. Lin Ze closed his eyes, and before him appeared miniature maps of 3 vehicular spaces, 2 of which were designated as rest apartments, while the remaining one was the extraordinary farm. At last, a parcel of land belonging to him, a farm, had materialized, evoking a jubilant stir within his genetic heritage of agrarian roots from the Summer Kingdom. A faint smile graced Lin Ze's lips as he focused his attention on the final map. Instantly, the system magnified the depiction of the extraordinary farm, revealing its layout before him. A modest wooden cabin with a triangular roof came into view, accompanied by a small warehouse. In front of the cabin lay a minuscule spiritual field, spanning over 100 square meters, its soil rich, yet overgrown with weeds. Encircling the spiritual field was a fence, presenting a semblance of order amidst the chaos, a place ripe for rejuvenation. Approximately 300 meters from his spiritual field, a stream meandered, its origin unknown, presumably serving as the water source for irrigating the extraordinary fruit trees. Wait, is this farm truly this small? Just 100 meters of land. What could possibly be cultivated here? I have expended 10,000 energy points for this. After surveying the farm's miniature representation, Lin Ze furrowed his brow in deep dissatisfaction. System. The host may expend 10,000 energy points to further expand the cultivable area of the extraordinary farm by an additional 100 meters. Is the land for this extraordinary farm really that costly? Every inch is precious. Lin Ze clicked his tongue, sensing that the system was imposing arbitrary charges. After all, 10,000 energy points could correspond to an advancement in high-level abilities. System. Extraordinary fruit trees and mutated plants are not as commonplace as cabbages. Their value transcends conventional measurement. Moreover, the extraordinary farm's worth lies in its potential for regeneration, albeit requiring time to recoup the initial investment. Patience is essential. You do possess a talent for consolation. I shall take the ladies into the farm to commence work, as I won't be personally tending to the crops in the future. Lin Ze murmured, activating the vehicular space. Extraordinary farm function, which served not only to accumulate energy points, but also to provide the beautiful ladies on board with tasks, preventing potential conflicts during his absence. Thus, Lin Ze returned to the dining area holding a wine glass and addressed, Ding Xiu. You and all available members of the literature department accompany me. I have arrangements for you. Tang Shanshan and Tong Xiaoxi. Continue processing the information received from the campus network today and help me compile a list of those in need of rescue. I shall attend to it shortly. Without waiting for their agreement, Lin Ze immediately transported them to the extraordinary farm within the vehicular space. As the scene shifted, Lin Ze and the women arrived at the desolate yet promising expanse of the extraordinary farm, where he, as an extraordinary being, could distinctly sense the unique environment of this remarkable land. Not only does the fertile land beneath our feet possess the ability to cultivate extraordinary fruit trees, but this space also harbors a mysterious energy that significantly enhances the strength of those with special abilities over prolonged stays. He sensed that training his powers here would not only accelerate the recovery of his mental energy, but also hasten the advancement of his abilities. The expenditure of 1,000,000 energy points was not in vain. This space unexpectedly came with unique features. Lin Ze nodded in satisfaction, aware that many matters the system would not explicitly state, requiring his personal inquiry or experience to uncover. At the same time, everyone felt the air around them suddenly become refreshing, evoking a sense of returning to nature's beauty. Was this a secluded farm? It seemed devoid of life, which felt somewhat eerie. After 2 rounds of enhancement, Ding Shiyu's sense of smell was the most acute. Master, where have you brought us? Is this still within the country? Your teleportation ability is astonishing, even more outrageous than the portal of that blue chubby character. Zhao Zhu gazed in astonishment at the fields beneath her, struggling to believe her eyes. This appears to be the countryside. The dilapidated houses resemble my ancestral home, and the fence and the dog-eaten floorboards evoke such nostalgia. Panya, hailing from a modest rural background, yet blessed with innate beauty, was thrilled to see the familiar black soil. Are you suggesting that we farm and cultivate here, my idol? That sounds quite intriguing. I've always wanted to give it a try. The little potted plants in the dormitory were just not enough. Now we can truly engage in farming. Wang Tian, a lively spirit, rolled up her sleeves, ready for action. You all are quite clever, eagerly answering. Thus, I need not elaborate further. Lin Ze remarked with a gentle smile, drawing their attention. He surveyed the surroundings and explained, the reason I brought you here is certainly not for outdoor survival or picnicking. Yesterday, Ding Shiyu should have informed you of the rules regarding our vehicle. I promised you meals and accommodation upon boarding, but this is merely the bare minimum for survival. There are numerous benefits on the vehicle, but they are not free, such as showers, expensive food, and information on abilities. Therefore, you will need to contribute a certain amount of labor or effort on the vehicle to earn points, which can be exchanged for these benefits, creating a virtuous cycle. From my observations, this farm can be utilized to cultivate unique fruit trees with extraordinary abilities in a post-apocalyptic world. I happen to have collected some seeds outside and wish to experiment with them. While I am quite interested in these matters, I lack experience in plant cultivation, which is why I seek your assistance, my diligent friends. From today onward, those who toil on this farm to clear land and cultivate plants will receive substantial point rewards. Whether or not to assist me is entirely your choice. I will not compel you. Should we successfully cultivate extraordinary fruit trees, I will provide additional rewards, including the possibility of granting you abilities as well. Having concluded the brief introduction, Lin Ze invited those willing to assist to raise their hands, while assuring those who preferred not to participate that they could return to their comfortable quarters without reproach, even if they chose to lounge and scroll through their phones. After delivering his explanation, he gazed silently at them, awaiting their responses. The enthusiasm among the girls to engage in the activity was already high. Many of them, having never experienced farming, believed it to be a simple endeavor, driven by a sense of adventure. However, upon hearing Lin Ze speak of cultivating the unique ability fruit trees of the apocalypse, and that those who bore fruit might awaken their own latent powers, excitement surged through the group. They widened their eyes in disbelief. Could it truly be that this place could yield such extraordinary fruits? Would consuming these ability fruits grant them powers akin to their master? They had heard of the devil fruit, and while there might be a distinction between it and the ability fruit, perhaps consuming several would indeed lead to awakening. This was wonderful. They had long been curious about the process of awakening powers. Could it be that their master had encountered a mutated plant and consumed its fruit to become an ability user? The girls buzzed with animated discussions, each face reflecting a glimmer of exhilaration. Do not presume that the girls lacked the desire to become stronger. The legendary powers were alluring. Who wouldn't want to transform into a captivating and formidable Wonder Woman? After a lively discussion, Lin Ze urged them to make a decision swiftly, as he had other matters to attend to and could not remain with them indefinitely. He raised his hand to quiet their chatter, signaling for attention. I am willing to stay. I have experience assisting my family with farming during my childhood, declared Panya, the first to raise her hand. coming from a rural background. She had always harbored insecurities about her circumstances, feeling out of place in the arts department, which masked her true financial struggles. Yet now, she could contribute meaningfully to her benefactor, a prospect she had never imagined possible. She felt a sense of duty to help, especially since the master had mentioned rewards and points. I shall join as well. I have no plans and am intrigued by the plans spoken of by the male deity. Even without training, my passion for basketball has rendered me stronger than the average girl, Zhao Zhu added, raising her hand with calm enthusiasm. I would like to learn as well, though I must confess I have no experience whatsoever. Meng Ting timidly raised her hand, eager to assist, but uncertain if she would prove helpful. I will endeavor to fulfill the tasks assigned by our master to the best of my ability, Ding Xiyu declared, her beautiful eyes sparkling with interest in the ability fruits. Even the two wealthiest heiresses, who could have easily opted out, volunteered to participate, with no one left to decline. All hands were raised in unison, signaling their collective commitment to the endeavor of cultivating an ability farm. Excellent. I entrust this plot of land to you all. I will return in the evening to inspect your work, Lin Ze affirmed. As for the necessary tools and the books on planting, they can be found in the warehouse behind the small cabin. Should you tire, feel free to rest in the larger wooden house. I will be unable to transport you back to your comfortable quarters for the time being, so the remaining arrangements for work and rest will be overseen by Ding Xiyu. After issuing his instructions, Lin Ze promptly made his exit, relishing the freedom of being a hands-off manager. He merely needed to articulate his thoughts, while his subordinates were left to grapple with the complexities of execution. Before departing, he took a moment to glance at the seeds bestowed by the system in the warehouse. There were 10 of these seeds, perfectly corresponding to the number of young women he had brought along. First-order supernatural fruit tree seed, once planted in the supernatural farm. It significantly shortens the maturation period, yielding fruit after a month of meticulous care before withering away. Each supernatural fruit tree can produce only one fruit, necessitating the repurchase of seeds for subsequent plantings. With a swift transition, Lin Ze teleported back to his spacious apartment, his gaze landing on Tong Xiaoxi and Tang Shanshan, who were nestled on the Black Knight sofa in the hall, diligently gathering information on their phones. I'm back. Which new campus beauties have surfaced today that require my heroic intervention? I certainly won't settle for anyone less beautiful than the two of you, he declared with a mischievous grin, maneuvering himself between them and wrapping his arms around their slender waists. Tong Xiaoxi and Tang Shanshan's cheeks flushed slightly, their reactions less exaggerated than before. After all, they had weathered many storms with Lin Ze and were no longer the naive girls they once were. This time, Lin Ze specifically called on Tong Xiaoxi to respond, recognizing that while Tang Shanshan possessed superior skills, he wished to nurture the ambitious and promising Tong Xiaoxi. Brother, today, the private messages requesting assistance have been as plentiful as ever, with over 4,000 unread messages. However, upon sorting through them, I must regretfully inform you that I have yet to uncover any candidates meeting your standards. Have you considered perhaps lowering your expectations for beauty? After a moment's reflection, Tong Xiaoxi continued, it seems there are only 2 renowned campus beauties at Yinchuan University that you have yet to collect. Her voice remained as sweet and melodious as ever, her head naturally resting against Lin Ze's shoulder as she reported with delightful tones. Chapter 68. The academic prodigy of the library and the emergence of the extraordinary. Are you aiming to fill the entire carriage? Lin Ze remarked, revealing his discerning nature. I am rather selective and refuse to compromise on quality, as it would be unjust to you all. Naturally, some matters can never be entirely fair. He gently patted Tong Xiaoxi's head, offering a comforting explanation. The circumstances of the literary department were rather unique at that time. Su Yao interceded on our behalf, and the 12 young ladies in the department were all of commendable quality, each not only beautiful, but also possessing remarkable talents, which certainly added to their appeal. Moreover, I indeed had specific needs in that regard, which is why I decided to bring the entire literary department aboard. Upon hearing this, Tong Xiaoxi tightened her grip around Lin Ze's hands, her voice barely above a whisper. Master, you may do as you please. We harbor no grievances against you. Both Shanshan and I are well-behaved and will not cause any disturbances. Yet, it is in a girl's nature to feel a tinge of jealousy. When you cast a glance our way, it brings us joy, for we have entirely devoted ourselves to you, having recently savored the sweetness of affection. She yearned for more warmth from Lin Ze, playfully showering him with endearments to win his favor. You truly are a beguiling little sprite. Were it not for my resolute will, I might find myself reluctant to leave your side today, Lin Ze chuckled wryly. Recognizing the necessity of fulfilling his obligations to avoid becoming a mere indulgent fool lost in a realm of tenderness. Taking a deep breath, he urged, now, Please tell me about the 2 remaining beauties on campus. If they do not respond soon, I shall personally seek them out in places they might frequent to ascertain their well-being. Should they still be alive, I will inquire if they wish to join us. If they have perished, then it is simply fate. I will promptly clear the school of any lurking dangers and lead you all to a new location for exploration. My intention in training you is to ensure you do not remain confined to the vehicle. Tong Xiaoxi nodded, somewhat understanding, and replied, there are indeed 2. But one of them you already know, our new freshman counselor, the lovely Tang Qiaoying. The other is a scholarly girl who often vanishes. Frequently found reading alone in the library. Wen Qing. After speaking, Tong Xiaoxi unfurled her tablet, displaying 2 images. The first depicted a young woman adorned with gold-rimmed oval glasses. Her classic oval face framed by an exquisite complexion. She wore a black vest dress that nearly reached her thighs, her legs shapely and clad in sheer black stockings. The second image featured a girl with frameless square glasses, her long hair cascading elegantly. Her delicate face bore a pallid hue, yet her figure was commendable, standing tall in the simplest of shirts and autumn trousers, suggesting a modest background. She sat in a library corner, a ray of sunlight filtering through the shade of a tree, her gaze fixed intently upon her textbooks, embodying the essence of a delicate literary maiden. Upon first encountering the photographs of these 2 enchanting beauties, Lin Ze experienced a long-forgotten flutter in his heart, as the once cold embers of his emotions reignited with fervor. Indeed, it seems that only girls scoring above 9 possess such captivating allure. Even a casual snapshot emanates an exquisite beauty that knows no flaws. The creation of humanity by Nuwa appears to be a profound injustice. Some are born with an innate grace and charm, while others, despite investing in cosmetic alterations, can only mimic a superficial beauty, ultimately resulting in a visage indistinguishable among the masses. While one's appearance may not be lacking, it is the essence, the aura that truly matters, something that cannot be replicated. Teacher Tang Qiaoying exudes the allure of a restrained yet alluring mature woman, appearing no older than 26. Imbued with a distinctive charm that explains her fame within your school. This student, Wen Qing, is also a beauty of refined temperament, possessing a delicate fragility that undoubtedly stirs the protective instincts of the male gaze. Lin Ze astutely observed, Master, since teacher Tang Qiaoying has been confirmed alive and the school authorities have yet to respond, perhaps you should visit the library today, suggested Tang Shanshan thoughtfully. Very well, I shall head to the library today. I have yet to explore that area, and the density of zombies there should be considerable. The glass doors are perfect for a direct assault. It's quite convenient for harvesting, Lin Ze replied. Subsequently, he lingered in the empty hall with them for an additional 5 minutes before teleporting away from the lavish apartment. Safe travels, master, the 2 ladies waved, satisfied, as they heard the engine roar to life. The scene shifted, and Lin Ze returned to the driver's seat of the base vehicle. Having delivered packages at this school for 2 years, he was well acquainted with the library's location. Without the need for navigation, he pressed the accelerator and set off. The roar of the engine attracted the wandering zombies throughout the campus, who rushed towards him from all directions. You truly understand the situation. Coming to meet your doom as I commence my work. Allow me to assist you on your final journey. Lin Ze smiled faintly, skillfully maneuvering the steering wheel as the hefty vehicle swayed. Like a master of agile footwork, he swept the surrounding zombies beneath the vehicle, followed by a cacophony of crunching sounds. The path traversed by the base vehicle was marked with a trail of vivid crimson, an unconventional yet auspicious start. Lin Ze switched on the music station, playing a classic tune, softly humming. You draw ever closer, 2 voices intertwined. I am caught off guard, left standing there. I ought to be beneath the vehicle, not inside it. With a spirited song, he drove towards the library. Along the way, numerous zombies obstructed the route, crushed under the weight of the base vehicle, with at least 400 or 500 dispatched to their demise. In the blink of an eye, the base vehicle arrived at the library, and Lin Ze brought it to a halt. Outside, 7 or 8 zombies, having returned from studying abroad, clung to the vehicle. Lin Ze grasped his Tang knife and kicked open the car door. With a resounding crash, the entire base vehicle shook violently, sending the zombies dangling from the door handle flying, their mangled bodies tumbling across the ground. The 2 arms of the zombie appeared as if they were dough forcibly kneaded into its body, with the bones within the flesh fracturing piece by piece. Had it not been for the robust construction of the base vehicle, a standard automobile would have surely succumbed to Lin Ze's powerful kick, sending the door flying alongside the zombie. The force he exerted surpassed that of a 5-ton crane. Upon exiting the vehicle, Lin Ze swiftly unsheathed his blade, dispatching all the remaining zombies clinging to the car, as well as those that lunged at him, with lethal precision. Subsequently, The zombies wandering outside the library eagerly advanced towards him. With an impassive expression, Lin Ze continued his slaughter, his movements fluid and graceful. Each slash and step executed with impeccable precision, devoid of any superfluous action. Even without activating his extraordinary speed, he effortlessly handled the onslaught of dozens of ordinary zombies, finishing them off without even breaking a sweat. Only when he stood alone outside the library's grand entrance did Lin Ze exhale slowly, flicking his Tang Dao to the ground, leaving a pool of blood in its wake. At this moment, his back rested against the base vehicle, now stained with a thick layer of gore. Yet his attire remained immaculate. This showcased the sheer horror of his dynamic vision and agility, as not a single droplet of blood splattered upon him. Before him, the entrance to the library, symbolic of civilization and knowledge, was marred by the remnants of violence, strewn with corpses and blood, a stark and jarring sight. The survivors hiding on the second and third floors of the library took notice of this uninvited guest and his formidable prowess, their pupils constricting in fear as their faces paled. A vehicle approached. Could it be military personnel? Unlikely. For who among the military would engage in combat with zombies using cold weapons? The dozens of zombies could not even breach his defenses. What terrifying strength he possessed. A level of capability we could not hope to match, even with our own abilities. Wait, could he be the infamous man who had been trending on campus forums? One wondered what business he had at the library. Surely he wasn't here to seize our supplies? Who would come to a library for that purpose? I've heard tales of his audacity. Surely he must be here for the beautiful women. Someone recognized Lin Ze's identity and promptly slapped their thigh in realization. Indeed, our library is home to a stunning beauty. Are you referring to Senior Wenqing, who is under the protection of the fierce leader? That girl does nothing but eat and read. Had she not been friends with the leader, she would have long been fed to the zombies. Do you think if we willingly hand her over, we could barter for food from that man? Suddenly, a well-dressed young man proposed a sinister suggestion. The surrounding survivors gasped in shock and quickly cautioned, Wang Xiankai, are you out of your mind? Wenqing is our leader's roommate. Roommate? Yes. But not her mother. That burden should have been voted out long ago. All she does is waste food, while we at least help carry supplies and stand guard. I suspect our leader has been wanting to get rid of her for some time. Have you noticed how little they've spoken recently? I surmise that the leader, perhaps out of consideration for the sentiments of friendship, finds it inconvenient to personally attend to matters, which might leave us feeling disheartened. Since she cannot be present, it is only fitting that we, as her subordinates, should alleviate her burdens. Wouldn't you agree? Coincidentally, the leader set out early this morning with a group to procure supplies for us, so let us assist her by alleviating this encumbrance. Wang Xiankai remarked with a cold smirk. This vast library still harbors the living. The survivors, while discussing Lin Ze, occasionally cast sympathetic and disdainful glances toward a corner of the library. There, a girl engrossed in her book seemed to be in a world of her own, embodying a picturesque image. She was Wenqing, the top student and campus belle of Yinchuan University. In this apocalyptic era, this bookworm remained devoted to her texts, as if she were determined to read every cherished book before her final breath, ignoring the malice and voices directed at her. While Lin Ze focused on collecting the campus beauties, the other survivors were diligently striving to develop their abilities, actively seeking ways to grow stronger. Within this library, a gifted pyromancer had emerged, a fiery girl whom they revered as the leader, Zhou Yakin. Meanwhile, after dispatching the last of the zombies, Lin Ze approached the library's entrance with his weapon drawn. He glanced up at the door, obstructed by various wooden tables and bookshelves, his expression contemplative. I wonder if that girl, Wenqing, is still alive? If she has perished, I see no reason to waste time entering. After all, there are surely students clinging to life within these walls. Should I breach the door, those inside might not survive the night. They would all perish. While I am unflinching in killing, I am no senseless demon. I would not strike first against the good. With a thought, Lin Ze activated his enhanced perception to full capacity. Instantly, a ripple emanated from him, akin to a human radar scanning the environment. He swiftly delineated the details of the library, mapping it in his mind. 10, 20, 30. Astonishingly, there were more than 30 living individuals. Among them, 3 exuded a peculiar aura, their mental fluctuations several times stronger than that of ordinary people, yet significantly weaker than that of a second-tier zombie. Could they be psychics? There are so many psychics within this library. This could very well constitute a formidable grassroots survivor force. Might there also be violent individuals here, akin to Zhou Xianwen, who prey on other students? At this thought, Lin Ze felt a surge of anticipation. He did not fear the presence of psychics, rather, he welcomed the possibility of encountering a band of thugs. For in such a scenario, he could justify his role in ridding the world of its detritus. Lin Ze's eager gaze drifted towards several concealed spots on the second floor, where a few of the psychics observing him inadvertently made eye contact. His formidable mental prowess enveloped the entire library. As his powerful mind clashed with those of the three psychics, they were startled into retreat, hastily withdrawing their heads. Deterred from their furtive observations. Did you all feel that just now? His mental prowess is terrifying. It is widely acknowledged that battles among those with extraordinary abilities commence with a clash of mental fortitude, followed by the intricate interplay of diverse powers and their attributes. Our mental strength pales in comparison to his, akin to the vast ocean overshadowing a mere stream. A civil engineering major named Zhang Daqing rapidly assessed the situation. What shall we do? We are undoubtedly no match for him, inquired another, a law student named Li Mushing, his complexion paling with apprehension. Then what are we waiting for? At this juncture, we must swiftly summon our leader back. The last to speak was Jiang Ting, a foreign language major, who, trembling with fear, retrieved her phone and began sending a text message. The three of them were the last remaining combatants in the library, aside from the more powerful Zhou Yakin. At that moment, a boy named Wang Xiankai emerged, pointing to Wenqing in the corner with a derisive smile, asserting, "You all seem to be mistaken. The person outside is not here to battle us, but to find someone. If we simply hand over Wenqing, he will leave immediately." The three extraordinary individuals exchanged glances, realizing that this might be the only viable strategy for a temporary reprieve. After all, they could not ascertain what this formidable outsider might do to them. In this world, where the survival of the fittest reigns supreme, they saw no alternative but to sacrifice Wenqing for the sake of their classmates hidden within the library. After much deliberation, they resolved to offer Wenqing as a scapegoat. Chapter 69. The chaos within the library and the fragility of human nature. After a mere 10 seconds, Lin Ze, standing outside the library, wore a slight smile. For he had successfully located his first search target of the day, the academically gifted and beautiful Wenqing. In a corner of the second floor, Wenqing was currently safe, and there was no immediate cause for concern. However, her complexion was far worse than in her photographs, likely due to lack of sleep and insufficient nourishment. Coupled with several days without a bath, her once pristine face resembled that of a stray cat, grimy and unkempt. Yet, surviving in this apocalyptic world was already a remarkable feat. Fortunately, Lin Ze possessed unique skills for locating individuals. Otherwise, he would have squandered considerable time. Now that he had found her, he decided to venture inside. Armed with a Tang Dao, he prepared to find a way into the library. Neither the obstructed main entrance nor the surrounding tempered glass could deter him. At that moment, a voice from the second-floor window called out to him. "Hey, delivery guy outside. Are you here to find a woman?" Lin Ze was momentarily taken aback, surprised by his own notoriety at this university. Before he could speak, the other party had already discerned the purpose of his visit. Not one to conceal his intentions, Lin Ze nodded calmly and replied, "Indeed, and I have already located her. No matter how much you wish to hide, it is futile. She is within this library. You must all be familiar with her. Her name is Wenqing. I advise you to be sensible and hand her over. Do you truly believe your meager skills can rival mine? Among those with abilities, there exists a hierarchy." With a low shout, Lin Ze unleashed a tempest of crackling white arcs of electricity that erupted around him like serpentine dragons, swirling and dancing as they directed their wrath towards the group hidden on the second floor of the library. Having surpassed 100 in mental strength, Lin Ze's enhanced perception allowed him not only to scan the environment, but also to detect the nuances of hostility and malice emanating from others. At this moment, he could distinctly sense the animosity radiating from the group, prompting him to exert pressure, regardless of whether their ill will was directed at him. His sudden appearance was undoubtedly an ominous portent. The three ability users within the library were momentarily startled by the violent electricity surrounding Lin Ze, their faces paling. Li Mushing exclaimed, "He actually possesses electrical abilities among elemental powers. This is troublesome." Zhang Daqing added, "His mental strength far surpasses ours. The potency of his abilities appears even stronger than that of the leader when enraged. We are certainly no match for him." Jiang Ting concluded, "There is no alternative but to heed Wang Xian's advice and surrender Wenqing to ensure the safety of the others. We must avoid provoking someone of his caliber. If he intends to destroy the library's entrance, it would spell disaster. Unlike our leader, who possesses formidable power, we cannot afford to be reckless. Even if she were to return, she would surely understand the situation." Wang Xiankai feigned an expression of helplessness, sighing as he remarked, "For the sake of the few survivors in the library, we must reluctantly hand him over for the sake of safety. Indeed, this is a desperate measure." After a brief discussion, Li Mushing, possessing the most eloquence among them, rose and called out to Lin Ze outside the library, "Courier, we are fully aware of your formidable strength, yet the individual you seek, Wenqing is a close friend of our leader, Zhou Yakin. Zhou Yakin is the most powerful esper among us, and we have other espers in the library as well. We have already sent her a message. She will return within 5 minutes, and she is the one who holds sway in this library. Therefore, we cannot make decisions on her behalf by surrendering her dearest friend. If you have the time, perhaps you could wait a moment for our leader to return so we can clarify matters together. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Lin Ze's face flickered with surprise, quickly replaced by calm. With a student population of 50 to 60,000 at Yinchuan University, the presence of 1 or 2 espers was quite ordinary. However, he did not anticipate that these espers would congregate in this library. Could it be that this place harbored something extraordinary? According to their words, aside from the 3 guardians within the library, there was another, even more powerful esper who had ventured out alone. This indicated that the opposing force possessed sufficient strength to easily handle ordinary zombies. Otherwise, they would not dare to take the risk of venturing out alone. Yet, compared to a monster like him, who had swept through thousands of zombies, there remained a significant disparity. The ability to deal with ordinary zombies was merely the threshold for leaving. It did not equate to the capability of engaging him in equal dialogue, for the difference was vast. Lin Ze scoffed, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he declared, "One of my greatest pleasures in life is to deny those who consider themselves superior. What are you to negotiate with me? There is no one in this school who can stop me from achieving my aims. I now grant you 10 seconds. Either hand over the individual, or I will force my way in and take the person I seek. Of course, I consider myself a good person and do not relish in the senseless slaughter of innocents. But those who dare to stand before me intending to teach me a lesson had better pray they possess enough lives for me to extinguish." With that, Lin Ze emotionlessly began the countdown. 1, 2, 3. The 3 espers within the library exchanged glances, taken aback by Lin Ze's tyranny. He offered no opportunity for dialogue and seemed ready to unleash a massacre. It was utterly ruthless. "I see no other option. We must summon Wenqing," Li Mushing said helplessly. "Having consumed so many resources from our leader, it is time for her to take action." With resignation, he stepped back and addressed his companions. They understood all too well that they were no match for Lin Ze and could only resort to their final course of action, surrendering Wenqing. "We agree to your demands, but please allow us a moment, at most, 30 seconds. After finishing his plea, Li Mushing hurried off with his companions to find her. Meanwhile, Wenqing remained huddled in her usual corner, engrossed in her reading, meticulously observing all that transpired within the library. If Zhou Yakin serves as the spearhead in external affairs, then she is undoubtedly the vigilant eye of the library, tasked with observing this tumultuous haven of survivors, discerning the virtuous from the nefarious, identifying whom to trust and whom to shun. Of course, others remain oblivious to this reality, mistakenly believing that Wenqing's daily routine consists solely of eating, reading, and sleeping. Relying on Zhou Yakin's influence, she appears to be exempt from any laborious tasks, or at least, this is the FAAD presented, leading to some discontent among the library's survivors regarding Wenqing. Not only is Wenqing astute, but her observational prowess is remarkable. She keenly noted the unusual atmosphere permeating the library that morning. The group of young men who had ventured out with Zhou Yakin the previous day to scavenge for supplies exhibited an unsettling volatility. Since their awakening, there had been 2 or 3 altercations, fueled by disputes over resource distribution, with acquaintances dredging up one another's past grievances. In moments of heightened conflict, fists clenched, their eyes bloodshot, and veins bulging on their foreheads, they appeared to be grappling with some inner turmoil. Beneath the garments of several young men lay the telltale signs of injury, abrasions that had festered and oozed, their skin marred by a deep, purplish hue. Unmistakably the result of zombie infection. Having scarcely left the library and rarely encountered a zombie, Wenqing remained unaware that their current state was a harbinger of impending zombification. Instead, she calmly documented the occurrences within the library, continuing to fulfill her role as the watchful observer. At that moment, 3 extraordinary individuals, who often resided on the 2nd floor as if separated by a class divide from the ordinary folk, descended from their more privileged perch. "Everyone, quiet down. This is a library. How can you act so raucously in the absence of the leader?" Li Mushing admonished sharply, his brow furrowed. The ordinary students on the 1st floor dared not defy him, and the 3 extraordinary individuals, aside from Zhou Yakin, immediately fell silent. Yet, the individuals who had just quarreled continued to breathe heavily, their eyes still a vivid crimson. "Wenqing, we have a favor to ask of you," Li Mushing said, stepping before her with an expression laden with unspoken concerns. After a brief moment, he began. "There is someone outside the library seeking you, a delivery boy from the campus who has been persistently collecting beautiful women online. He instructed us to hand you over. And after observing his capabilities, we felt we had no choice. The delivery boy? Is he the ability user named Lin Ze? I have heard of him, Wen Qing replied, her brow furrowing slightly as she quickly deduced. So, even without having sent him a distress signal, he would seek me out regardless? It seems he has already amassed a significant collection of the campus beauties, and I might be the last on his list. Human greed knows no bounds. I suspected he would not let me escape his grasp, yet I have long been mentally prepared for this eventuality. I assure you, I will accompany you to meet him. Upon hearing this, Li Mushing let out a sigh of relief, a smile breaking across his face. Thank you. Once Zhou Yakin returns, I will inform her immediately. She will surely devise a plan to extricate you. However, our trio lacks sufficient strength, and when faced with someone more formidable, we must resort to such despicable means for self-preservation. I hope for your understanding. Suddenly, a booming voice resonated from behind. Old Li, be careful. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Li Mushing found himself tackled to the ground by the very boy he had just berated. The boy's teeth sank deeply into the arm he had raised in defense. What the hell are you insane? Why are you biting me? You can't possibly. Li Mushing's quick reflexes led to a drastic change in his expression. In the next moment, he was horrified to hear the boy emit a series of inhuman growls. It was evident that he was no longer human, but had transformed into a zombie. My goodness, he has mutated. Chen Jun has mutated. Li Mushing thought. I knew something was off when he started acting crazy so early in the morning. It turns out he truly has lost his mind. When we were arguing, his saliva didn't accidentally get into our mouths, did it? I can't be infected, can I? Damn it, to think I might be infected without a word. This is utterly cursed. The ordinary students in the library turned pale, fleeing in panic towards the second floor. At that moment, not a single person thought to help the pinned Li Mushing. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that it was not just this boy who had been infected, but 3 others as well. With ashen faces and bloodshot eyes, they lunged forward, overpowering 3 more individuals. Among them was Wang Xianchai, who had suggested sacrificing Wen Qing. His face was filled with terror as he begged for help, gripping one person's ankle. Are you trying to get yourself killed? If you're going to die, don't drag me down with you. The terrified individual, fearing he might be slower than the others, turned and stomped on Wang Xianchai's face before fleeing in a panic. Chaos rapidly engulfed the library. All the remaining students scrambled to the second floor. Meanwhile, Li Mushing remained pinned beneath the first mutated zombie, its teeth gnawing at his arm, tearing away flesh. In the midst of excruciating pain, he even forgot to use his abilities. This was understandable for those with powers. Unleashing them was merely a matter of swinging an arm. If one was not particularly adept, it required a moment of concentration to harness their abilities. These 3 ability users typically wielded their powers in the safest of environments to slay zombies, and had never attempted to unleash them in such extreme circumstances. Li Mushing's mind was a tumultuous haze. What are you all waiting for? Come save me. He cast aside any pretense and urgently called out to the other 2 ability users. Oh, coming. Zhang Daqing momentarily hesitated, then sprang into action. In the next second, he lunged forward, his robust right arm swelling with veins, more than doubling in size. Ability, Giantization. Zhang Daqing possessed the ability to enlarge anything for a brief period, a power envied by many insecure boys. With his massive right arm, he seized the zombie's neck and hurled it backward. The creature soared through the air, crashing into a colossal bookshelf, causing an avalanche of heavy tomes to cascade down. At last freed from the zombie-esque grip, Li Mushing sprang to his feet to inspect his injury, revealing a distinct bite mark on his arm. His expression darkened, as though he were a volcano on the brink of eruption. He was originally a gifted individual with immense potential, as long as he persevered until government assistance arrived. His future was undoubtedly bright, whether he chose to join the relevant departments or become a hunter. However, due to a momentary lapse in judgment, he found himself bitten by a classmate who had just turned into a zombie. At present, there is no vaccine for the zombie virus, and within 24 hours, he would succumb to death and transform into one of the undead. Li Mushing, your wound has begun to fester, and the surrounding muscle tissue is turning blue. If you wish to survive, I strongly advise you to amputate immediately. Wen Qing approached urgently to assess the wound on his arm, her expression grave. Yet she maintained a composed demeanor as she suggested, if you require assistance, I can help, though it may be somewhat painful. Zhang Daqing reluctantly raised his hand. There were no sterile instruments available, so he could only forcibly sever the limb. The mere thought of the agony was enough to evoke phantom pains. Amputation? Do you think I'm unaware? Even with amputation, the survival rate is less than 10%. I merely needed to endure. Nothing would have happened. Now, I am forced to resort to amputation just to cling to life? Li Mushing let out a bitter laugh, suddenly glaring at Wen Qing with fury, and shouted in despair. If it weren't for you calling me down here, I wouldn't have been attacked by zombies. It's all your fault, you wretched woman. I had a promising future ahead of me. I am the rarest of abilities, the manipulator of plants, destined to be the next Sinja Hashirama. If I can survive, I will one day become the hero of this world and save humanity. But now, I am infected. I have contracted the zombie virus, and if I perish, none of you shall live either. Especially you, the one who has brought this upon me. I will kill you. I swear I will. Li Mushing howled, raising his right hand, which had been savaged by the zombie, and intoned, thorn spike. In the next moment, two extraordinarily sharp thorns erupted from the ground, aiming directly at the astonished Wenqing, who stood frozen in disbelief, completely unprepared for his sudden outburst of wrath. Chapter 70. The knife is handed to you. Wenqing's choice. Wenqing, the top student and belle of Yinchuan University, could never have anticipated that the usually mild-mannered law senior, Li Mushing, would suddenly turn against her. After all, human nature is the most intricate phenomenon in existence, unpredictable even by advanced artificial intelligence, let alone by mortal wisdom. In her final moments, Wenqing's heart was heavy with helplessness and anguish. The events of the past few days flickered through her mind like a strobe light. After the apocalypse erupted, she endured the slander and malice of dozens within the library, becoming an outlet for the emotions of the crowd. In truth, the astute Wenqing had long sensed that ordinary people harbor a greater animosity towards those who are beautiful and more intelligent than themselves. Although this malice typically lies concealed beneath the surface, the end of the world rendered order and law obsolete, allowing humanity to unabashedly reveal its basest instincts of hatred and jealousy. Just as Wenqing closed her eyes, resigning herself to her fate, a bolt of white lightning surged through the library doors, striking Li Mushing squarely in the head. The impact was akin to a bullet hitting a watermelon. His head burst with a deafening pop. I have declared that Wenqing is the one I seek. Until my affairs are concluded, who permitted you to lay a finger on her? Lin Ze's calm voice resonated within the library as he raised his right hand, crackling with white lightning. The occupants of the library were unaware that every move they made was clearly visible to Lin Ze from outside, including the recent upheaval. Lin Ze had not anticipated that this library, guarded by three supernatural beings, would suddenly descend into chaos. One of the guardians had succumbed to zombie infection, leading to a rapid internal collapse. In a way, this spared him considerable time. He could rush in without delay to protect this brilliant student on the verge of demise. Your life was saved by me. From now on, you belong to me. Once this is over, you will obediently leave with me, Lin Ze declared imperiously, casting a fleeting glance at her. Wenqing opened her eyes in bewilderment, surveying Lin Ze. Though she could only glimpse his handsome profile, she felt an increasing fondness and curiosity towards him. This fondness stemmed from his cold, resolute presence, which exuded a domineering aura. Yet, it offered a sense of security, precisely what everyone desperately needed in this apocalyptic world. Having spoken, Lin Ze disregarded Wenqing's reaction as he was about to clear the premises. Is it truly so terrifying to be frightened by a few zombies? You are indeed a bunch of novices. The power of the supernatural in your hands is a wanton waste. Observe closely. This is how one wields such abilities. Lin Ze spoke calmly, drawing his tang knife and launching into action with remarkable speed. In an instant, countless black slashes cut through the air. Before the others could respond, the fierce sword energy erupted violently. The three mutated zombies in the library, along with those they had bitten, were reduced to mere fragments. Lin Ze's tremendous strength carved deep, intersecting scars into the ground, obliterating the zombies in the blink of an eye. What kind of supernatural ability is this? Zhang Daqing widened his eyes, staring at the scattered chunks on the ground, horrified, while a wave of nausea churned in his stomach. Previously, they had only targeted zombies by shooting them in the head, maintaining the integrity of the corpses, and avoided looking too closely at the slain. However, the method employed by their adversaries was brutally violent, as if fearing the zombies would rise again, dismembering them into perfectly shaped pieces. The act was so swift that even the movements of the blade were imperceptible. Could it be that he possessed the ability to manipulate time? Even if he did have such a power, the sheer force displayed was scientifically implausible. The gashes resembled those that could only be inflicted by a colossal machine. Jiang Ting's face was equally pale as she couldn't help but gasp. The speed was not a time-related ability, but one of the closest abilities to time itself, easily creating such an illusion for a first-time observer. My proficiency with the blade seemed to have elevated significantly. Lin Ze glanced over the disarray of the ground and the corpses, surprised even by himself. The motion of his blade felt no different from usual, yet with the newfound strength of a mid-level ability, he effortlessly shattered the solid concrete beneath him. This destructive power surpassed that of many conventional firearms. Lin Ze wasted no time pondering his newfound strength. Instead, he turned back and commanded the others with an unyielding tone. The zombies here have been dealt with. You will clean up the mess left behind. Wen Ting's life was saved by me, and I intend to take her with me. Inform your leader that if she wishes to confront me, I am more than ready. Zhang Daqing and Jiang Ting exchanged glances, nodding in agreement as mere messengers. Wen Qing, gather your belongings and leave with me immediately, Lin Ze stated, directing his gaze towards the shaken Wen Qing. Oh. Wen Qing momentarily froze before finally regaining her composure. Once collected, she appeared calm and courteous. Bowing her head in gratitude to Lin Ze before speaking, thank you for coming to rescue me, but I have a question. You have gathered so many women, risking a great deal to find me at the library and invite me into your vehicle. Wen Qing hesitated, her lovely face reddening, but ultimately mustered the courage to ask, is it simply because you find me attractive and wish to engage in such activities? Lin Ze chuckled softly, then met Wen Qing's gaze with sincerity as he replied, certainly not. Currently, I have recognized and invited over 15 girls aboard. Even if I were a lecherous fiend, I must confront a practical issue, how to provide for you all. I cannot treat you as mere provisions. I am not one of those cannibalistic animals. I have heard you are an academic achiever and a bright individual, so let me elaborate. I possess secrets of my own, and I require the assistance of many beautiful and intelligent girls like you. Thus, it was only natural for postings to flourish on your campus network, seeking to recruit new members. More intricate details would only be revealed to those who pass my assessment and formally join my team. Wen Qing, as an exemplary student and campus belle, stands as a remarkably unique case. Therefore, Lin Ze was willing to take the time to explain and communicate with her. In contrast, his demeanor towards others would be markedly more rigid, for many women are drawn to men who exhibit strength and decisiveness. I understand. I am willing to follow you. Wen Qing nodded in agreement after merely 3 seconds of contemplation, her gaze behind her glasses radiating unwavering determination. Lin Ze's words were not difficult to comprehend. Even if he was painting an idealistic picture, it was grounded in reason. In essence, aligning with him promised a higher survival rate in this apocalyptic world, with a more promising future. Even the display of his overwhelming prowess over the library's occupants served as ample proof of this assertion. Hence, Wen Qing had little reason to hesitate. She had remained in the library to assist her roommate, Zhou Yakin, willingly becoming her eyes, a scapegoat, and a resilient figure to bear the brunt of others' negative emotions. Her sole intention was to survive better alongside her classmates in this desolate world. With a better option now before her, she could hardly decline. At that moment, Jiang Ting, unable to contain herself, interjected, "Hello, may I join your team? I have read your post and am quite intrigued by what you mentioned. I am also willing." The underlying implication of her last statement was unmistakable. Lin Ze regarded her with interest. Her appearance was passable. In this era, university students are adept at presenting themselves, and even those of average looks can exude a certain charm. However, in the System S assessment, Jiang Ting fell short of even a 7 out of 10. It was evident that even the most skilled makeup could not conceal the truth from the system. I'm afraid you do not meet the criteria to join my team. I am not seeking mere strength, but rather individuals with potential waiting to be developed, Lin Ze politely declined. I am an ability user. My power is perception. I can detect approaching zombies instantly. Surely, you understand the value of my ability. I could be your eyes. Jiang Ting suddenly grew anxious. Deep down, she believed herself to be more valuable than Wen Qing. Both Jiang Ting and Wen Qing were students of foreign languages. Since the beginning of the semester, Wen Qing had garnered the admiration of all the boys due to her exceptional looks and academic prowess, inadvertently overshadowing her fellow female students and leaving them feeling envious and resentful. Even though Wen Qing had immersed herself in the library, striving to remain humble, it did not prevent the other girls from harboring ill feelings towards her, gossiping behind her back. With the onset of the apocalypse, Wen Qing had become a mere ornament, while Jiang Ting awakened her powers and transformed into an ability user. Jiang Ting began to attract the attention of many, elevating her status above Wen Qing in the small congregation of the library, and her pent-up resentment erupted all at once. Seizing her identity as an ability user, she rallied others in the library to bully Wen Qing, making her the target of collective scorn. However, the astute Wen Qing had long since discerned the situation, as Jiang Ting's behavior was conspicuously evident. Yet, in the interest of maintaining harmony within the library, Wen Qing chose to bear this burden alone. She even took the initiative to intercede on Jiang Ting's behalf with Zhou Yakin, striving to avert any conflict. Truly, she embodied the essence of altruism. shouldering the entirety of the strain. While Jiang Ting reveled in the trifling pleasure derived from bullying the weak, she internally classified herself and Wenqing as belonging to two distinct strata. Yet now, Lin Ze had extended an invitation solely to Wenqing, outright dismissing Jiang Ting. Consequently, her emotions spiraled into chaos. Are you not willing to reconsider? My abilities are extraordinarily useful. They are certainly more advantageous than this mere vase. Do you truly perceive me as inferior to Wenqing, who possesses nothing but beauty? Jiang Ting seethed with indignation. I am unequivocally certain that you are not the individual I wish to invite, Lin Ze replied, his brow furrowing slightly, his patience waning. Despite Jiang Ting being an ability wielder, her power was merely perceptive in nature. In the realm of similar abilities, his own perception could not only detect zombies but, when fully unleashed, could even capture flies at a millimeter's distance. Moreover, the range of his capability far surpassed hers by several hundredfold. When one's attributes align yet fail to exert any effect, they become a mere hindrance. The crux of the matter lay in her lack of physical allure. Without meeting the aesthetic criteria, she could not extract the coveted 1,000 energy points for inviting a campus beauty aboard. This was the essence of the predicament. Furthermore, Lin Ze had been accustomed to more refined fare since Ding Xiyu, and now faced with coarse grains, he found it difficult to stomach. If blame were to be assigned, it would rest on Yuhua for her apparent favoritism. Why must the disparities between individuals be so vast? By what right? By what right? I see you are utterly blinded by beauty. Is it merely because I am not sufficiently attractive? Jiang Ting's composure shattered, her voice rising to a frantic pitch. In the library, she was a respected ability wielder. Yet, the evaluation she received from Lin Ze paled in comparison to that of a mere vase. One who was simply more beautiful than she. Jiang Ting could not abide this. I speak to you calmly out of politeness, but my patience is limited. Do yourself a favor and depart while you still can. Should you persist in this unreasonable outburst, your fate shall not differ from those zombies sprawled upon the ground. Lin Ze's gaze turned icy, his voice laced with menace. Instantly, Jiang Ting recoiled, her legs trembling, too frightened to utter another word. Yet, the venomous glare in her eyes sent chills down one's spine. Lin Ze's expression remained unchanged, though his gaze subtly shifted. With a heavy heart, he sighed, contemplating yet another self-important lunatic. Did she truly believe that becoming an ability wielder would elevate her to great heights? Who did she think she was to display such audacity? Without hesitation, Lin Ze brandished his tang knife, the blade gleaming brilliantly in the air. Zhang Daqing and Wenqing beside him felt a rush of wind, instinctively closing their eyes. When they reopened them, Jiang Ting had vanished from sight. On the library floor, yet another unrecognizable corpse lay sprawled, accompanied by a vast pool of blood slowly seeping outward. Zhang Daqing's shoes were soaked in the crimson liquid, and unable to contain himself any longer. He leaned against a table and gagged. If you wish to avenge your companion, now is the moment to act, Lin Ze spoke calmly, a hint of anticipation in his tone. No vengeance. I do not wish for retribution. I hardly knew her. Zhang Daqing stammered in fear. Jiang Ting urged me to join her in bullying Wenqing, even tempted me to claim her for myself. However, I declined. These matters are not my concern. She acted on her own accord. I knew nothing. I knew nothing at all. Suddenly, Zhang Daqing collapsed to his knees, his face a mask of terror. The fact that Wenqing agreed to accompany Lin Ze indicated that she had already aligned herself with him, filling Zhang Daqing with dread at the thought of Lin Ze defending her. Ah, I see, Lin Ze mused, in such a small place. How could cliques not form and coexist? Indeed, it is the familiar recipe, the familiar taste. The more insular the environment, the more easily it breeds malevolence. You are not innocent either. After hearing Zhang Daqing's words, Lin Ze let out a cold laugh, suddenly feeling at ease. If his earlier act of killing Jiang Ting was preemptive, then now it was a righteous endeavor to eradicate treachery. After all, none of them were virtuous. Killing them bore no regret. Wenqing, among these individuals, who has wronged you, who has bullied you, you may now name them. I am protective of my own, and prefer to seek vengeance without delay, lest I cannot sleep. Come now, you can determine the fate of them all. With but a word from you, none shall survive. Suddenly, Lin Ze's gaze turned playful as it fell upon Wenqing, revealing a cruel smile. He bestowed upon her the power of decision, eager to see how she would choose. This was a small test for her. He wished to uncover the true nature of this academic prodigy and campus beauty. Was she a devil cloaked in intellect and grace, or a genuinely kind-hearted bodhisattva, willing to sacrifice for others? Chapter 71. Your forgiveness does not equate to mine. The Doomsday Bounty Order. A moment of bewilderment washed over Wenqing as she grappled with the shock of Jiang Ting's sudden demise. Soon, her exquisite countenance fell into a contemplative silence, as if she were reflecting on the torment she had endured in recent days. Memories of those who had wronged her surfaced. Whispers behind her back, food deliberately scattered on the ground, bodies jostling against hers as they walked, and her cherished books tossed to the zombies. After a prolonged pause, she ultimately chose to forgive them. I harbor no fondness for taking lives. Those boys and girls bullied me merely under Jiang Ting's malevolent influence. Now that the instigator has met her end, I see no reason to pursue this matter further. Besides, I have indeed been the most untroubled among us these past few days. I have done nothing while they persevered with their lives. I believe they are not at fault. The true culpability lies with the apocalypse itself, with this world. Wenqing pondered deeply, arriving at a profoundly philosophical conclusion. An intriguing response. Lin Ze remarked with a faint smile, his expression revealing little regarding his satisfaction with her answer. Subsequently, Wenqing turned to her former classmates, earnestly bidding them farewell. Senior Zhang Daqing, thank you for your care over these past days. Though you did not intervene to stop them, at least you did not join in their cruelty towards me. When Zhou Yakin returns, please inform her that I left of my own accord. I have not awakened any abilities, unlike you who can protect the vulnerable. However, I may have found a place more suited to me, where I hope to shine and thrive. Should anything arise in the future, feel free to contact me via phone. Upon hearing her words, a profound sense of guilt washed over Zhang Daqing, who knelt down, unable to lift his head. Meanwhile, several boys who had participated in bullying Wenqing retreated to the second floor, their faces awash with shame, astonished that Wenqing had chosen to forgive them. Even if they were to switch perspectives, they could not bring themselves to absolve their own actions. Some, however, suddenly shifted blame onto the deceased Jiang Ting, indignantly cursing her as a wretched being for inciting their cruelty towards such a fine girl as Wenqing, deeming her death unworthy of sorrow. Are you finished? Lin Ze inquired with an impassive demeanor. Yes, I am done. Wenqing nodded, exhaling a sigh of relief. Thank you for granting me this opportunity. I feel much better now. Very well, then they may rest easy on their journey. Lin Ze raised his right hand once more, extending his index finger. A bolt of white lightning coalesced before it, forming a luminous sphere. He gestured lightly towards the second floor of the library, and with a swift motion, the crackling lightning shattered the ceiling. With enhanced perception and precise targeting, dozens of boys perished in an instant, their lives extinguished before they could even utter a cry. Reduced to charred remains, they plummeted from the second floor with a series of thuds, leaving only 3 souls alive in the library. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning erupted, and a cacophony of cries filled the air as dozens fell victim to the electric wrath. Wenqing's beautiful visage was left with an expression of shock. Subsequently, Lin Ze spoke in a calm tone. Your forgiveness does not imply my own. From the moment I saved you, your life has belonged to me. My possessions may be subjected to my whims, bullying, trampling, or discarding at will. Yet I shall never permit others to speak ill of my belongings, nor dare to tread upon them. Lin Ze lowered his right hand, directing his gaze at the sole survivor, Zhang Daqing, and spoke. As for you, had you not retained some value as a messenger, you would be a lifeless corpse by now. Thank you, esteemed sir. I am grateful for your mercy that spares my life. Zhang Daqing, fully aware of the situation, knelt fervently, bowing his head repeatedly, vowing, I swear to become a good person from this day forth. Begone, you are an eyesore here. Go seek your sister leader. Lin Ze waved his hand in irritation. Zhang Daqing dared not lift his head, swiftly crawling away from the library, resembling a creature from a survival horror game. So, do you now comprehend the nature of your future master? Lin Ze turned to Wenqing, a cruel smile gracing his lips. I understand now. You are a madman. Thus, I had no choice from the very beginning, did I? Wenqing replied with a bitter smile, realizing that the individual before her viewed murder as casually as one would partake in daily sustenance. Indeed, my decisions are unassailable. It seems you have learned how to coexist with me. Truly commendable, a top student like you possesses remarkable adaptability. Lin Ze patted Wenqing's shoulder, complimenting her with a smile. He then guided her towards the mobile base outside the library. As Lin Ze assisted Wenqing into the vehicle, he cautioned her before the teleportation. I shall take you to a safe location shortly, where someone will attend to you. Feel free to inquire about anything with them. In the next instant, a bewildered Wenqing found herself teleported to a spacious flat. Lin Ze trusted Tong Xiaoxi and Tang Shanshan to care for this brilliant campus beauty. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully inviting a campus beauty with a score above 9 to the vehicle. Reward, 1,000 energy points. After escorting Wenqing aboard, Lin Ze delightedly reaped the benefits from the system. Before departing, Lin Ze returned to the library, investing half an hour to patiently collect the millions of books within. These tomes represented humanity's invaluable knowledge, the very embers of civilization. Although he himself lacked formal education and preferred violence in this apocalyptic world, he understood the significance of preserving the spark of civilization. Regrettably, he had failed to trigger the apocalyptic wish list when eliminating those beasts, missing out on a reward. Perhaps it was due to the sheer number of lives taken and the lack of emotional buildup, rendering the act as mundane as slaughtering a chicken or a duck, too bland. My mind has indeed become unhinged, yet this world is even more deranged. Only magic can combat magic. Being a bit twisted is of no concern. Lin Ze navigated through the library's shelves, even employing his extraordinary speed. Upon successfully collecting all the books, he concluded his task. Lin Ze returned to the vehicle and activated the powerful sound system, selecting a piece of languorous and lyrical light music. His fingers gently tapped on the steering wheel as he awaited in silence. Soon enough, the melodious strains attracted the nearby zombies, who swiftly converged towards the base vehicle. The undead sprinted across the empty concrete expanse in front of the library, howling fervently. Another wave of zombies had gathered. Time to get to work. Lin Ze pressed the accelerator, embarking on his routine of crushing zombies to accumulate energy points. Ding! You have slain a common zombie, earning 1 energy point. Ding! You have slain a common zombie, earning 1 energy point. Ding! You have slain a common zombie, earning 1 energy point. After vanquishing this horde, Lin Ze had amassed nearly 1,000 energy points. The number of zombies near the library, a significant urban structure, was surprisingly sparse. It seemed that the number of college students who enjoyed reading was dwindling. Perhaps during finals, more would come seeking last-minute knowledge. Aside from the true academic elites, how many students frequent the library daily? After dispatching this batch of zombies, Lin Ze encountered no further undead, and with no alternative, he drove away from the library towards another school known for its dense zombie population. Half an hour later, Lin Ze passed by the gymnasium of Yinchuan University. With his perception enhanced, he pursued the areas densely populated with zombies, unwittingly arriving at this location. It felt as though he had inadvertently stumbled into the zombies' lair. The density of the undead surged at an astonishing rate, and despite his efforts, he could not clear them out. Within a 10-mile radius, there were likely tens of thousands of zombies. His base vehicle was besieged by dozens of relentless zombies, the invulnerable armor clanging under their bites and impacts, yet remaining steadfast, instilling a profound sense of security. The concentration of zombies and mutated beasts near the gymnasium was alarmingly high. Not a single living person remained within several hundred meters, utterly overrun. Lin Ze pondered what had transpired in this vicinity, compelling the zombies to congregate here. Could it be that a new intelligent zombie had emerged within the gymnasium? He expanded the scanning range of his enhanced perception to its limit. Before long, he uncovered astonishing scenes surrounding the gymnasium. A multitude of zombies roaming outside were engaged in a frenzied battle with mutated beasts, fighting over territory. Thousands of common zombies were assaulting a first-tier mutated beast, a mutated cat. Cloaked in black fur with elongated claws, approximately 30 centimeters in height, its cold-blooded slitted pupils glowing a menacing crimson. At that moment, the mutated cat emitted a low growl, warning the approaching zombies to stay back. Yet, the common zombies showed no fear. They charged forward, determined to tear a piece of flesh from the mutated cat, even at the cost of their own lives. In no time, the first-tier mutated cat fell to the onslaught of the zombies, who paid a heavy toll of over 600 of their own, forever lost in the fray. Just when Lin Ze thought the ordeal had come to an end, he was astounded to witness a horde of advanced zombies emerging from the gymnasium. Stunned, he could hardly believe his eyes. Was it real? Were there truly dozens of first- and second-tier zombies congregating? The sight of over 20 first-tier zombies alone was overwhelming. Was the hierarchical structure of zombies about to collapse within the confines of the gym? Could it be that the evolution and advancement of zombies was significantly easier than that of human superhumans? Lin Ze, incredulous, pondered the implications, if this were indeed the case. Humanity, a feeble species, might not endure for a decade before succumbing to the onslaught of zombies and mutated beasts obliterated from this planet. However, what astonished Lin Ze further was yet to come. He observed that these formidable evolved zombies did not immediately consume the corpse of the mutated cat. Instead, they dragged the body back into the gymnasium. Wait, they neglected to feast on that mutated cat's remains. Could there be an even more powerful entity lurking within the gym? With heightened senses, Lin Ze continued to investigate, soon encountering a revelation that furrowed his brow with concern. The floor of the gymnasium had inexplicably collapsed, unveiling a vast black pit with an estimated diameter exceeding 500 meters, equivalent to the area of 20 basketball courts. At that moment, a rumbling sound emanated from the gaping chasm, indicating that something was stirring beneath the surface. Lin Ze swallowed hard and continued to observe, his breath hitching as cold sweat trickled down his back. From the depths of this immense pit emerged a bizarre creature, its diameter exceeding 50 centimeters, resembling a grotesque tumor. Its skin glistened a deep crimson, undulating like an invertebrate, while numerous tendrils writhed around it. It was unmistakably a classic gaming archetype, the brainworm. As its name implies, the brainworm possesses the ability to control its kin, exhibiting remarkable mental prowess and intelligence. This terrifying brainworm was highly active, eagerly opening its mouth wide upon seeing the zombies return with food, resembling a fledgling bird awaiting nourishment. Its head featured an orifice akin to a volcanic crater, exuding a thick, deep yellow slime, a dual-purpose organ, serving both as a mouth for consumption and a mechanism for expelling corrosive fluid. How horrifying! What realm had this creature originated from? It was undoubtedly not a being of Earth. Wasn't it supposed to be a low-tier apocalypse, populated solely by zombies and mutated beasts? The sudden emergence of such a terrifying entity filled Lin Ze with an overwhelming sense of despair and eroded his confidence in facing challenges. If military leaders were to witness this, they would likely resort to missile strikes, poised to press the nuclear button at any moment. Lin Ze murmured under his breath. Despite being safely ensconced in the base vehicle, he was drenched in sweat. Wiping his brow, he continued to observe, soon making another startling discovery. The brainworm appeared to be in its juvenile stage, exhibiting no defensive instincts against Lin Ze's overt mental probing. It seemed solely focused on feeding, a clear indication of its immaturity. Otherwise, even if Lin Ze possessed nearly tenfold the mental prowess of an ordinary individual, it would be implausible for him to brazenly observe a deep-sea creature of similar psychic specialization. At that moment, the system's notification chimed in perfectly. Ding. Host has discovered a special entity, Abyss Brainworm, Juvenile, Level, Tier 3. This type of creature, upon maturation, can evolve into a Tier 7 abyssal being, endowed with exceedingly formidable intelligence, mental attribute enhancement, and the ability to manipulate minds, capable of enslaving all beings weaker than itself. Rating: extremely dangerous. Ding. Host has detected an abyssal creature. A doomsday bounty is automatically issued. The host may choose to complete it based on their own strength. Eliminate the juvenile brainworm. Reward: 50,000 energy points, and a random high-level ability. Upon hearing this notification, Lin Ze could scarcely believe his ears. Is this for real? Am I being challenged to confront a Tier 3 abyssal creature? This was a creature capable of obliterating a city housing tens of thousands with a single blow, the brainworm. However, given that he was safely ensconced within the most secure base vehicle, discreetly observing, Lin Ze had not completely lost his composure. Thus, he quickly discerned the particulars revealed by the doomsday bounty and slapped the steering wheel in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wait, what? This brainworm is still in its juvenile stage and currently harbors little hostility towards humans. It has yet to learn how to attack proactively. In other words, there exists a chance for me to turn the tables. If I can preemptively eliminate this brainworm, I could eradicate a future significant threat to humanity." Lin Ze's heart raced suddenly, giving rise to an audacious thought. Chapter 72. Developing under the watchful eyes of the brainworm, this juvenile brainworm resembles a hidden formidable boss set within a novice village, where risk intertwines with opportunity. If left unchecked, the brainworm would exploit Yinchuan University as its source of sustenance, manipulating the undead to assist in its hunting endeavors, until it matured into a 7th-tier abyssal creature. Lin Ze was oblivious to the true nature of a 7th-tier creature. Yet he surmised that the destruction of a city would be as effortless as a mere breath, undoubtedly posing a grave threat to human civilization. If he could seize the opportunity to vanquish it, he could achieve untold riches overnight, soaring to unimaginable heights. A reward of 50,000 energy points and a chance to obtain a random high-level supernatural ability. The price of the doomsday bounty stirred Lin Ze's heart with fervor. His previously cautious survival strategy compelled him to consider taking a risk, seeking fortune amidst peril. Moreover, within the entire Yinchuan University, he alone possessed the potential to slay this newly emerged brainworm, as other supernatural beings would be mere sacrifices upon approaching it. The brainworm's mental control could annihilate any being with a level and mental strength inferior to its own. It felt as though this was a task uniquely assigned to him. Even if he chose not to partake, the world would not unravel after all. There would always be someone taller to hold up the heavens. What? Am I truly the strongest force within the Yinchuan University campus? Then it seems there is nothing to fear. Lin Ze, filled with self-importance, soon turned his thoughts to seriousness, to take a step back. Even if I were to undertake this task, given my current strength, slaying the brainworm would not be a simple feat. Merely surrounding this three-tiered gymnasium with a sea of countless zombies posed an enormous challenge. Not to mention the dozens of first- and second-tier zombies under its control, serving as guardians and caretakers, perpetually protecting and nourishing it. As Lin Ze enhanced his perception to search for weaknesses, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Yet, after 5 minutes of deliberation, he could not devise a viable beheading strategy, primarily due to the incessant nuisance posed by the zombies. Why not let the brainworm face me one-on-one? Irritated, Lin Ze slammed the accelerator, crushing the encroaching ordinary zombies with a resounding force. Regardless, I must find a way to clear the zombies surrounding the gymnasium. Wait a moment. Thinking positively, do I no longer need to roam the campus? The brainworm's ability to control second-tier intelligent zombies to gather the undead is akin to a monster respawn point. If I merely reside near the gymnasium, I could continuously slay the zombies wandering from various corners of the school. How delightful. Lin Ze's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization, feeling that this line of thought was indeed correct. The focus should not be on how to consume the entire feast at once by defeating the mightier juvenile brainworm, but rather on how to exploit the brainworm's cowardly and cunning nature to amass strength by swiftly eliminating the zombies it summons. Yes, this is the way to proceed. I am truly a genius. With a clap of his thigh, Lin Ze burst into laughter. Thus, he piloted his vehicle, clearing away zombies as he approached the gymnasium, intent on observing the brainworm and the distribution of zombies within it more meticulously. Soon, Lin Ze maneuvered the base vehicle close to the stadium, where the first trouble emerged. The area surrounding the stadium was teeming with dense hordes of zombies, and upon hearing the roar of the engine, they immediately surged towards him in droves. The base vehicle required a certain amount of kinetic energy to collide with the zombies. Each impact would reduce its speed. Even with the vehicle's formidable power, it was impossible to crush thousands of zombies in one go. Due to the overwhelming density of zombies around the stadium, Lin Ze was compelled to turn back and drive to the outskirts before disembarking. It was the first time he encountered a situation where he could not penetrate the horde with the base vehicle. Shaking his head in resignation, Lin Ze drew his Tang Dao and gazed at the thousands of zombies rushing towards him. Thunderous Might, Elemental Transformation. Lin Ze transformed into a streak of silver lightning, dashing toward the horde of zombies. The white arcs of light dancing around his body were razor-sharp. As he plunged into the tide of corpses, he shouted, "Thunder explosion!" In an instant, the periphery of the stadium was lit up with flashes of lightning, echoing with a thunderous roar. The lightning radiated from Lin Ze, sweeping across the ground. Every zombie struck by the lightning was reduced to dust. Over 1,000 zombies were vaporized in an instant, meeting a silent demise. Ding! You have slain a common zombie, earning 1 energy point. Ding! You have slain a common zombie, earning 1 energy point. Ding! You have slain a common zombie, earning 1 energy point. The system notifications flooded the screen. This round of eliminations was indeed frenzied. This new technique is quite effective, though it consumes considerable energy. Lin Ze lightly dispelled the elemental transformation, his body regaining flesh and clothing as the electrical glow faded. He stood still for a moment, waiting as yet another swarm of zombies surged towards him, seemingly endless. Come on, bring it on. A flash of electricity sparked in Lin Ze's eyes as he prepared to unleash the same technique once more. The next second, yet another thunderclap erupted, and thousands of zombies vanished into thin air. Thus, Lin Ze continued to methodically eliminate the horde. After utilizing the thunder explosion skill 5 times, Lin Ze found himself with only 1/3 of his mental energy remaining. He estimated that using the skill 2 more times would leave him utterly exhausted. As the depletion of mental energy was quite unpleasant, it felt akin to staying up for 3 consecutive nights, with a persistent throbbing headache that rendered concentration nearly impossible. In severe cases, there was even a risk of fainting. Hence, Lin Ze never engaged in battles when his mental energy was nearly depleted. Sensing the imminent exhaustion, he prepared to retreat to the base vehicle for rest, planning to return rejuvenated in 2 hours. At that moment, 5 level 1 enhanced zombies suddenly appeared before him. These towering zombies, likely former athletes from the stadium, had their already robust physiques further augmented by the zombie virus, now glistening with a metallic sheen that made them appear exceedingly formidable. Roar! The 5 level 1 zombies emerged almost simultaneously, encircling Lin Ze from multiple angles, as if orchestrated by an unseen hand, employing tactics with an alarming degree of intelligence. It seemed they could sense Lin Ze's fatigue, prompting their sudden appearance to either capture or eliminate him. Meanwhile, Lin Ze continued to unleash thunderous explosions in rapid succession. Even the deaf can perceive the occasional shimmering silver light in the sky, while the blind can hear the resounding thunder on a clear day. This was Lin Ze's probing strategy, intended to observe the reactions of the zombies within the gymnasium. The hidden brain worms and intelligent zombies in the arena soon took notice of this fearless human. It was the first time they encountered a human who dared to approach the gym, even skillfully hunting zombies under their watchful gaze, an audacious affront. Naturally, they could not tolerate such insolence. So they dispatched 5 first-tier zombies with the intention of capturing Lin Ze to offer him as a loyal tribute to their subservient abyss brainworm. Upon seeing the 5 first-tier zombies, Lin Ze let out a slightly exasperated sigh. I expected at least a few second-tier zombies. Do you think so little of me? Sending mere first-tier ones? However, since they had come, he certainly had no intention of letting them return. Even the smallest fly is still meat. He hoped to savor a larger feast in the future. Let me demonstrate to you the strength that exceeds that of ordinary men by 18-fold. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ze unsheathed his Tang Dao and activated his extraordinary speed ability. This was his first draw of the blade since arriving at the gymnasium, as even ordinary zombies did not merit such a response. Indeed, first-tier zombies were hardly worthy. They were all destined to be eliminated swiftly. In a single bound, Lin Ze surged forth like a fleeting shadow, darting past the 5 first-tier zombies in an instant. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of the 5 first-tier zombies bore countless intersecting lines. Lin Ze calmly returned to his base vehicle, concluding his extraordinary speed ability. Crash. The next moment, the towering first-tier zombies disintegrated entirely, transforming into a multitude of neatly arranged flesh chunks, with blood pouring down like a torrential rain upon the ground. Ding. You have slain a first-tier zombie, gaining 100 energy points. Ding. You have slain a first-tier zombie, gaining 100 energy points. Ding. You have slain a first-tier zombie, gaining 100 energy points. Inside the base vehicle, Lin Ze simultaneously disinfected his body while enhancing his perception to observe the situation within the gymnasium. Indeed, something intriguing unfolded. His swift elimination of the 5 first-tier zombies left the intelligent zombies in a state of shock. Within the gymnasium, a vast pit lay open. The brainworm continued to feed and grow, sometimes consuming mutated beasts, other times zombies, accepting all that came, as if capable of devouring all things. A group of relatively intact zombies, clad in bizarre apparel, gathered around the brainworm, discussing the events that transpired outside the gymnasium. That human is no ordinary person. One female zombie spoke up. My 5 subordinates were annihilated in one fell swoop. Pairs of cold, crimson eyes revealed expressions of disbelief and fear. Perhaps your subordinates were simply too weak. A muscular, crew-cut zombie in a shirt scoffed. What right does a mere enhanced zombie have to critique my subordinates? Do you wish to be enslaved by me? The tension quickly escalated into a heated verbal confrontation between the 2 zombies. A formidable and intriguing individual. His existence poses a potential threat to the growth of the brainworm master. He must be eliminated. He must be eliminated. A male zombie clad in a suit stated coldly. He entered a vehicle, the transportation of humanity. We cannot pursue him now without risking the exposure of the brainworm master's presence. Our mission is to safeguard the brainworm master. Other matters are inconsequential. A towering zombie in plumber attire, exceeding 3 meters in height, spoke in a deep voice. This colossal plumber zombie appeared to be the most powerful among the group, silencing all surrounding zombies with its utterance. Lin Ze, with heightened senses, could not hear their dialogue, yet was astonished to see their lips moving. These zombies increasingly resembled humans, astonishingly congregating to discuss matters. However, in the realm of zombies, strength reigns supreme. Although they gathered for a meeting, none were willing to yield to the others. Were it not for the brainworm's indoctrination and control, these zombies would not possess such intelligence nor the capability to unite. Ultimately, all of this is orchestrated by the brainworm. Even if this brainworm is merely in its juvenile stage, its innate nature is unsurprising. This brainworm is the most perilous creature I have encountered thus far. If I cannot slay this brainworm, the best course of action is to vacate this city immediately. Waiting until the brainworm matures to flee would be too late. Lin Ze mused, remaining particularly vigilant towards the plumber zombie, murmuring softly. That plumber zombie exudes an overwhelming sense of pressure, surpassing even the second-tier zombies. It is highly likely to be a third-tier zombie. The brainworm can control even third-tier zombies, truly worthy of being the abyss brainworm of the third tier. An invincible entity among its peers? Or is it the case that the zombie's cognitive faculties are lacking, rendering them susceptible to brainwashing and manipulation? Lin Ze was beset by numerous questions, yet no one could provide answers. He could only observe and contemplate. To err on the side of caution, Lin Ze ignited the vehicle immediately upon entering, driving it a kilometer away from the stadium. This was also the reason that group of zombies claimed they could no longer pursue him. When it comes to making a timely escape, Lin Ze would never disappoint. In his vehicle apartment, a spacious flat, Lin Ze finally exhaled in relief after teleporting back to his safe haven. His expression bore a hint of solemnity. Tong Xiaoxi and Tang Shanshan approached him as he entered the hall. The two ladies had initially intended to greet him with joyful enthusiasm, but upon seeing his expression, they abruptly halted their movements. "Brother Master, you returned a bit late today. Did you encounter some trouble?" Tang Shanshan inquired cautiously, leaning in gently. Despite the apocalyptic backdrop, Lin Ze maintained the daily routines from his pre-apocalypse life. At 11:30, it was customary for him to return to the apartment during his lunch break. Yet today, he arrived at 1 o'clock, severely overdue. "Indeed, I have encountered some rather troublesome matters, the specifics of which I cannot articulate clearly. When the time comes for your assistance, I shall naturally confide in you. Your completion of the tasks at hand would be the greatest aid to me." As Lin Ze observed the two enchanting ladies beside him, their concern and distress for him eased the furrow of his brow, allowing a subtle smile to grace his features. Now that he had returned home, the troubles of the outside world could be momentarily set aside. Furthermore, a state of relaxation and joy aids in the restoration of one's spirit. "So, have you met the new sisters yet?" Lin Ze extended his arms, drawing the two ladies into an embrace, their softness and fragrance invigorating his spirit. Even transformed into a formidable supernatural being, he remained at heart an exceedingly pure youth. With no other interests or hobbies, he simply delighted in the warmth of beautiful women, reveling in affectionate gestures. It was only the most innocent of pleasures that could truly relax him and bring him joy. Today, Tong Xiaoxi and Tang Shanshan both adorned themselves exquisitely, likely spurred on by the pressure from the literary club. These top-tier beauties, each with a perfect score of 9, were intent on showcasing their most splendid selves. Tong Xiaoxi, with a hint of makeup, was dazzlingly beautiful. A little black dress she brought from the dormitory perfectly highlighted her fair skin. Complemented by white stockings and dainty shoes, she was utterly captivating. In the past, when Lin Ze delivered parcels, encountering such beauties would compel him to maintain a stoic demeanor, fearing he might inadvertently reveal his admiration. Now, however, he could openly embrace them, indulging in their presence without restraint. Moreover, he was not limited to just one. The room was filled with a collection of the finest campus beauties he had gathered. This was not merely a doubling of joy, but an exponential increase. Who could withstand such a delightful little lordship? Chapter 73. The Emergence of In-Car Weapons. Caliber is Truth. At last, I beheld her. Sister Wenqing was even more enchanting and graceful than in the photographs. She exuded the aura of a refined lady from a scholarly family. Many boys at school are captivated by this kind of charm. Tong Xiaoxi smiled in response, unusually devoid of any jealousy. Perhaps it was because she found no competitive edge against Wenqing. Besides, the two girls embodied entirely different styles, and in terms of physique, she was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Given their differing paths, competition was a moot point. What made Wenqing remarkable was her ethereal, delicate charm reminiscent of Lin Dayu. Lin Shirin, the slender girl with twin ponytails from the literary club, was, in contrast, more akin to Tong Xiaoxi. Yet, after personal experience dictated by Lin Ze, it became clear that they too represented distinctly different aesthetics. Tong Xiaoxi was a perfect practical weapon, and once adorned in a Lolita outfit, she could unleash a frenzy. On the other hand, Lin Shirin was better suited for various role-playing scenarios, an interest she regularly indulged in alongside her wardrobe. Each of them was a sister of exceptional talent. While Wenqing possessed beauty, she appeared overly demure and fragile. When the time for use arrived, one hesitated to exert too much force, fearing the potential for mishap. Unlike you, who is naturally endowed with built-in cushioning. A mischievous grin spread across Lin Ze's face as his hand trailed down her slender waist. As long as the master is pleased. Tong Xiaoxi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yet she proudly puffed out her chest. Within this vehicle, receiving Lin Ze's affection was a testament to their personal worth. Here it comes again, Tong Xiaoxi. Can you not be so provocative for a single day? Master, you are indulging her more and more. Is that ample layer of fat truly so appealing? Aren't people nowadays enamored with delicate feet? Tang Shanshan reclined on the sofa, her long legs clad in black stockings swaying gently, undoubtedly the legs of a top model. Everyone appreciates beauty. I am simply a lover of all forms, Lin Ze remarked, equally enamored by Tang Shanshan's legs. Meanwhile, noticing Wenqing's absence from the living room, he presumed she had likely gone to shower. It was an inevitable routine for all the girls he had brought back. Upon entering the in-car apartment, their first action was to bathe. Cleanliness is an inherent trait of all young women, especially when they seek to win Lin Ze's favor. Let me go fetch Ding Xiyu and the others. I wonder what they accomplished at the farm this morning. Having indulged his whims with the two girls, leaving them breathless, he set off toward the ability farm. The scene shifted, and Lin Ze once again found himself in the vast expanse of the fields. 10 girls toiled under the sun, wielding farming tools as they diligently pulled weeds and tilled the soil, appearing quite competent. Ding Xiyu, having undergone 2 rigorous training sessions with Lin Ze, stood out among the group as the one with the best physical condition and the most determination. The once overgrown black soil has been thoroughly renovated and cleared, allowing for a round of sowing and irrigation to be completed before nightfall. This area of cultivation requires 10 individuals working together. While the pace may not be swift, at least they are diligently engaged in their tasks. Lin Ze, observing the state of the farm, immediately displayed a satisfied smile and remarked, "I have returned later than expected. Prepare yourselves, for I shall now escort you back to the apartment for a meal and some rest. We shall resume work in the afternoon, and you have all performed admirably today." Although Lin Ze preferred to maintain a cool and aloof demeanor in front of them, he believed in encouraging and rewarding their earnest efforts. Establishing a positive feedback loop would inspire them to exert even greater effort. "Ah, the idol has returned," exclaimed Lu Mingqi with delight. The ladies from the arts department, upon spotting Lin Ze, promptly abandoned their tasks and rushed over, voicing their complaints and grievances. They understood well that mere effort alone is insufficient. It is the child who cries that receives nourishment. What you are cultivating are fruits capable of awakening extraordinary abilities, a task that many would eagerly vie for, he continued. Of course, I am not one to be stingy. The first fruit of extraordinary ability you yield shall be yours to consume. If any of you can transform into an extraordinary being like myself, I would be even more delighted than you. Lin Ze smiled slightly, continuing to weave grand visions for them. Indeed, after this promise, the young women's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and their dedication to cultivating the extraordinary fruit trees intensified. After a while, Ding Xiyu approached to report on the morning's endeavors. "We first dedicated 2 hours to studying the knowledge related to planting extraordinary fruit trees before gradually commencing our work. If all goes well, we should sow the seeds by evening. However, I cannot guarantee their success, as we lack experience in this field. We are starting from scratch. To your utmost, this is also an experiment for me," Lin Ze replied with a slight nod, offering no further comments. Next, they returned to the apartment for dinner and much-needed rest. Uncertain whether it was the pressure from the brainworm or Tong Xiaoxi's attire striking a particular chord with his XP system, Lin Ze found himself tossing and turning on the sofa in the living room, unable to sleep. Consequently, he made a spontaneous decision to bring Tong Xiaoxi and Tang Shanshan, the 2 instigators, into the room for an intense training session. Soon, the room was filled with sounds that would leave one blushing. In the afternoon, at 2 o'clock, Lin Ze emerged from the master bedroom, feeling rejuvenated. This unconventional method of rest was likely something only someone like him, who practiced extraordinary techniques, could adapt to. Lin Ze returned to the base vehicle, preparing to continue his mission of exterminating zombies around the gymnasium to accumulate energy points. Before setting off, he opened the infinite technology tree panel to initiate a temporary enhancement. However, this time, he was not enhancing his extraordinary abilities, mental strength, or physical attributes, but rather the vehicle's onboard weapon system. The efficiency of taking down zombies alone was far too slow, even with personal strength improvements. There was no feasible way to eliminate 10,000 zombies in one go. Now, my warriors have yet to mature, and there is no one to share my burdens. I must find a way from the base vehicle. Thus, it seems prudent to enhance the mounted weapon system, as it will suffice for the time being. Lin Ze's previous enhancement path was primarily centered on himself. Strengthening one's body and supernatural abilities is a long-term investment. Human stamina regenerates over time, akin to infinite ammunition. However, the weaponry mounted on the base vehicle necessitates the consumption of ammunition. Unless one purchases weapons with infinite bullets, which are 10 times the cost of ordinary arms, it would be more sensible to buy ammunition, considering future weapon iterations. Yet, the current scenario is different, as the stadium is swarming with tens of thousands of zombies. The time for firearms to prove their worth has finally arrived. Opening the mounted weapon panel, I am ready to procure. With a mere thought, Lin Ze conjured numerous selectable options before him. After a meticulous 5 minutes of deliberation, he finally identified the mounted weapon that met his expectations. Vehicle-mounted weapon, miniature Gatling gun. Upon unlocking, a small Gatling gun can be instantly deployed from any position on the base vehicle. Featuring a 30mm caliber and a firing rate of 4,000 rounds per minute, equipped with intelligent targeting and electromagnetic acceleration capabilities, requiring 3,000 energy points. Note, the initial purchase includes a bonus of 100,000 rounds of ammunition. The cost for the mini Gatling gun's ammunition is 100 energy points per 10,000 rounds, or 1,000 energy points to secure the necessary ammunition outright. But the infinite ammunition effect does not carry over after weapon upgrades. This weapon can subsequently be upgraded to a Gatling machine gun, tubular pulse cannon, and more. Initially, I refrained from selecting weapon upgrades due to the exorbitant cost, and the ammunition for firearms required separate purchases. However, to enhance kill efficiency, mounted weaponry must be arranged. System. I shall spend 6,000 energy points to install 2 miniature Gatling guns. With a grand gesture, Lin Ze squandered all the energy points he had earned that morning. System. Ding. Vehicle-mounted weapon. Miniature Gatling gun successfully unlocked. But that is not all. Lin Ze then allocated all remaining energy points to basic vehicle enhancements. Vehicle Basic Enhancement LV1 increases all attributes of the Divine Grade base vehicle by 10, requiring 10 energy points. This was initially regarded as a fundamental subject on par with body enhancements and supernatural ability enhancements. Given the overwhelming power of the Divine Grade base vehicle's fundamental capabilities, Lin Ze had long enjoyed its comforts without concern. Now, with the emergence of the abyssal brainworm intensifying the challenge, he certainly needed to elevate the vehicle's attributes as well. System. Ding. Vehicle Basic Enhancement LV1 research completed. Vehicle attributes have been enhanced. System. Ding. Vehicle Basic Enhancement LV2 research completed. Vehicle attributes have been enhanced. System. Ding. Vehicle Basic Enhancement LV3 research completed. Vehicle attributes have been enhanced. System. Ding. Vehicle Basic Enhancement LV10 research completed. Vehicle attributes have been enhanced, automatically unlocking a random vehicle skill. Caliber is justice. The caliber represents justice. All weapon systems mounted on the base vehicle double the caliber of bullets and the coverage area of missiles once fired. When Lin Ze witnessed the emergence of this skill, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. It is remarkable. Military industrial advancements in weapon caliber are typically measured in millimeters. Each 10mm increase in caliber brings significant recoil, power, and weight, imposing a considerable burden on both the firearm and its user. Yet, the Divine Base vehicle assures the host that he need only fire the bullets. The rest shall be managed by the vehicle. Had I known that the upgrades of the base vehicle were this formidable, I would have elevated the weaponry levels long ago. However, it is not too late. When faced with tens of thousands of zombies, the might of firearms will truly shine. Lin Ze clenched his fists in excitement, eager to rush to the gymnasium and test the terrifying effects of this doubled firepower. After such a straightforward enhancement, Lin Ze immediately pressed the accelerator and sped towards the gymnasium, ready to test the newly acquired weaponry and the base vehicle's new skills. Boom. As Lin Ze pressed the gas, the intense force of acceleration nearly caught him off guard. The vehicle's performance had doubled, bringing him immense joy. It could now accelerate from 0 to 200 miles per hour in just 1 second, twice the speed of an F1 car. This speed surpasses the limits of what an ordinary human can drive or react to, making it easy to inadvertently cause an accident during such explosive starts. However, Lin Ze's physical prowess and dynamic vision were extraordinary. He quickly regained control, steering the vehicle through the campus like a streak of black light. At the gymnasium's periphery, Lin Ze drove the base vehicle, roaring into the scene. He observed the horde of over 1,000 zombies, summoned by the intelligent undead, wandering near the gymnasium. Almost simultaneously, they turned toward the direction of the vehicle's engine roar and charged forward with alarming speed. Even for someone like Lin Ze, endowed with tenfold mental strength, it would require a thunderclap or multiple lightning chains to clear them all at once. But now, they have come at the perfect time to experience the power of technology. Lin Ze grinned and decisively activated the base vehicle's new weapon system, the small automatic cannon. All systems engaged, ready for free fire. At Lin Ze's command, the vehicle's top emitted mechanical sounds as 2 small caliber cannons extended outward. Despite their diminutive and seemingly charming appearance, these devices, produced by the system, boasted automatic reloading and targeting systems, effectively providing 2 sharpshooters. It is well known that the effectiveness of firearms in the hands of ordinary soldiers versus sharpshooters is a vastly different concept. The former are mere fodder, while the latter are celestial beings returning from ascension. Rat-a-tat-tat. At that moment, the system's intelligent voice automatically announced within the vehicle, 1,087 zombies locked. Commencing elimination. Rat-a-tat-tat. From the rooftop emerged 2 machine guns, unleashing torrents of fire that relentlessly targeted the advancing horde of zombies. The air was pierced by the cacophony of gunfire and the brilliance of flashing flames. In the blink of an eye, the heads of the foremost zombies exploded like watermelons, scattering gore in all directions. The belts of ammunition swept through the throng of the undead like an indomitable steel blade, decimating the ranks of the 1,000-strong horde. Within a mere 5 or 6 seconds, the 2 operational machine guns had dispatched 300 to 400 zombies. Frankly, this success surpasses even the most exaggerated portrayals of sharpshooters in wartime dramas. Remarkably, the machine guns required no reloading and boasted double caliber, accounting for their terrifying efficiency. Otherwise, one might suggest that dispatching 1,000 zombies with just 2 soldiers would land one in a psychiatric ward for a mental evaluation. Meanwhile, bolstered by the extraordinary capabilities of the advanced base vehicle, the weaponized bullets, upon discharge, doubled in caliber, enhancing their devastating power. The fallen zombies were obliterated, reduced to a pulpy mass, with streams of blood pooling on the ground, nearly forming a small river. The scene was so grotesquely beautiful that it defied detailed description. Even Lin Ze, a battle-hardened esper, felt a surge of nausea at the sight. Truly, the machine guns equipped with an intelligent targeting system yielded results that were nothing short of extraordinary. It was not merely a matter of one bullet claiming one zombie. 5 or 6 bullets to take down a single zombie was certainly achievable. In mere seconds, the 1,000 zombies had been decimated with astounding efficiency. Lin Ze, witnessing the mass of zombies fall like ripe wheat from within the vehicle, wore an expression of sheer astonishment. Chapter 74. The Assault of the Enhanced Second-Level Zombies. Unleashing unprecedented power. Ding. You have slain a common zombie, earning 1 energy point. Ding. You have slain a common zombie, earning 1 energy point. Ding. You have slain a common zombie, earning 1 energy point. Ding. The host has successfully killed 1,000 zombies. Reward, 500 energy points, already awarded. Messages from the system continuously appeared, revealing that scarcely any zombies remained standing. The turret atop the vehicle ceased its barrage, the barrel glowing red and emitting smoke, while the blood upon the ground was vivid and glaring. What a thrill! The efficiency of this score farming surpasses even that of superpowers. Even considering the bullet consumption, the ratio stands at 1,000 to 50. I am reaping at least a 20-fold profit in energy points. Lin Ze mentally calculated, his spirits soaring. Eagerly, he drove towards the direction of the stadium. With the rumbling of the vehicle's engine and the sporadic firing of the turret, more and more zombies were drawn towards the roadside. Lin Ze merely had to remain idle in the vehicle, as the turret would automatically target and eliminate the approaching common zombies. The energy points flooded in, filling Lin Ze with uncontainable joy. Of course, the turret could only deal with common zombies. Yet, Lin Ze's reckless accumulation of points soon attracted the attention of the advanced zombies, brainwashed by the brainworms. Lurking within the stadium. Inside the warehouse before the dark pit of the stadium, the second-level intelligent female zombie, seated upon a crate, suddenly changed her expression and warned, "That human has returned. He is in the vicinity of the stadium, using those peculiar weapons to ruthlessly diminish the number of our controlled zombies. At this rate, our outer buffer zone will soon be breached." The male zombie with yellow hair and an arrogant demeanor sneered. "I thought he was too frightened to return, but here he is. Let the common zombies hold him off. And I along with a Tau will go to eliminate him now." The male zombie named a Tau, clad in overalls and of formidable size, spoke slowly, akin to a mentally challenged child. "For Lord Brainworm, we absolutely cannot allow him to escape." The male zombie dressed as a plumber glanced over at them and suddenly declared, "You too, take those 5 first-level zombies with you. This time, we must ensure he does not get away. He has likely discovered the secret of the stadium." The arrogant male zombie dismissed this. "Just the 2 of us are sufficient. Do you wish to defy my orders?" The plumber zombie narrowed his eyes, his crimson gaze particularly unsettling. "Boss, I did not mean that." The once arrogant male zombie's expression froze, fearfully nodding. "I understand. Go, and if you too fail to slay that human, return and offer your own bodies as sustenance to Lord Brainworm." The plumber zombie rasped, his gaze shifting towards the writhing, devouring abyssal brainworm. Meanwhile, Lin Ze maneuvered the base vehicle, returning to the periphery of the gymnasium. With a barrage of firepower from the mounted weaponry, he entered with even greater speed than before, achieving substantial victories along the way. In a mere half hour, he had vanquished over 6,000 zombies and replenished his ammunition 4 times. What a lucrative endeavor this was. This was the correct approach to maximize points with the base vehicle. With an arsenal at his disposal, he feared no horde of zombies. Lin Ze, beaming with delight, pressed down on the accelerator, charging triumphantly into the gymnasium. He heightened his senses, remaining vigilant of the abyss brainworm and the mind-controlled zombies within. Were they truly sending only 2 second-tier zombies to confront me? The remaining advanced zombies remained stationary, guarding the brainworm. Just how fearful was that creature of death that it dared not dispatch more advanced zombies? Or perhaps it truly underestimated me. Lin Ze shook his head, slightly exasperated. It was his first encounter with an entity more cautious than himself. Yet, there was no doubt that its decision was misguided. The abyss brainworm might have believed in its own potential for growth, thinking it could simply hide and evolve into the supreme psychic ruler of this land. Little did it know, Lin Ze was the one with maximum growth potential. In terms of developmental speed, not even 10 brainworms could keep pace with him. After all, he was a man with a system. Before long, the 2 second-tier enhanced zombies exited the gymnasium, thundering forth, shaking the ground beneath them. The ordinary zombies in their path were either crushed underfoot or sent flying with a single swipe, as fragile as newly hatched chicks. Lin Ze noticed they were pursuing him but was not foolish enough to halt the vehicle. Instead, he maintained a speed exceeding 200 miles per hour. Yet, despite this, the 2 second-tier zombies managed to catch up. "Gotcha, you fleeing rat," roared the arrogant yellow-haired zombie, launching itself towards the base vehicle with a powerful leap, its muscular arm poised to strike down. The air crackled with the sound of its ferocious descent. The strength of a second-tier zombie was formidable. A full-strength blow could cleave mountains. "Oh, you can articulate a few words. Your grandparent is toying with you. Do you comprehend?" Lin Ze retorted with a cold laugh, flooring the accelerator and accelerating wildly, while simultaneously yanking the steering wheel. In an instant, the base vehicle surged forward with astonishing speed. 200 miles per hour was merely a warm-up, and he could easily push it beyond 300. The vehicle executed a graceful drift, skillfully evading the confident attack from the second-tier zombie. During this maneuver, the turret atop the vehicle locked onto the yellow-haired zombie. With a rapid-fire barrage, the turret unleashed a torrent of bullets. Hundreds of rounds rained down upon the second-tier zombie's robust frame, igniting a cascade of sparks, as if they were giving it a thorough scrubbing. Even if several bullets strike the same spot and successfully penetrate the adversary's body, that rotting flesh will begin to heal almost instantaneously after a few seconds. The enhanced second-tier zombie possesses extraordinary muscular strength, explosive capability, and astonishing regenerative speed, boasting at least twice the physical prowess of an intelligent zombie. The formidable physical attributes inherent in zombies are perfectly manifested in these enhanced variants. Conventional firearms are virtually ineffective against them, rendering the ammunition expended a mere waste. As Lin Ze navigated the vehicle, he scrutinized the strength of the enhanced zombies. The energy cannon, upgraded with 3,000 energy points, is quite effective against ordinary zombies, yet it proves utterly ineffectual against their more advanced counterparts. After observing the shooting results, Lin Ze realized that he had no choice but to take action. Otherwise, he would be driven out of this area by the adversaries. It would be absurd to confront ordinary zombies while under the pressure of 2 second-tier zombies. "I have slain second-tier zombies before," Lin Ze remarked with a faint smile. He abruptly slammed on the brakes, causing the tires to carve a dramatic arc on the ground. Drawing his tang knife, he exited the vehicle and unsheathed his blade. At that moment, a colossal zombie, bursting forth with the explosive force of a charging rhinoceros, suddenly charged from behind Lin Ze. As it approached rapidly, the very ground seemed to tremble beneath its weight. This was the companion brought forth by the adversaries, the overalls-clad zombie, Atai. With a furious roar, the overalls-clad zombie, its eyes ablaze with rage, swung its fists towards Lin Ze with tremendous speed. "Activate," Lin Ze commanded in his mind, causing the surrounding speed to slow to an almost surreal degree. Turning around, he beheld the grotesque visage of the overalls-clad zombie, its crimson eyes, muscular arms, and fists as large as a school desk. What a hefty specimen, perfect for practicing as if it were fruit in a ninja game, wouldn't it be? With a serene smile, Lin Ze leaped forward with the force of 9 oxen, 20 times amplified. In an instant, his tang knife appeared imbued with divine power, radiating an astonishing gleam as it descended upon the zombie's body. With each strike, Lin Ze left a crimson trail across the overalls-clad zombie. The hissing sound of the blade was incessant, and as Lin Ze landed, he disengaged the time-slowing effect and strode purposefully towards the other second-tier enhanced zombie, codenamed Huang Mao. "Human, your speed is impressive, capable of reacting to Atai's assault, but your frail body poses no threat to us," Huang Mao, the second-tier zombie, growled as it prepared to charge at Lin Ze once more. Just then, Atai plummeted from the air, and upon impact, transformed into a grotesque mass of dismembered flesh, akin to a toppled domino. Huang Mao's expression froze in shock at the sight of Atai's remains. The emotions of zombies are typically simplistic, either furious, arrogant, or ecstatic, much like mindless lunatics. However, even the most brainless of beings can be rendered speechless by occurrences that defy all logic. Yet, in that brief moment of hesitation, Lin Ze, with his remarkable dynamic vision, seized the opportunity. He leapt forward with remarkable swiftness, instantly positioning himself before the yellow-haired zombie. With an expression devoid of emotion, he swung the tang knife in his hand, delivering a powerful strike aimed at the creature's neck. Channeling immense strength, 30-fold, Lin Ze's blade glided effortlessly across the zombie's throat. Instead of the expected clanging of metal or the sound of iron shattering, it fell silently, as though severing not a neck of iron but rather a block of tofu. Simultaneously, a crimson line appeared along the zombie's neck, and its scarlet eyes dimmed rapidly, akin to extinguished lights. Ding. You have slain a level 2 zombie, earning 3,000 energy points. Ding. You have slain a level 2 zombie, earning 3,000 energy points. The notifications chimed. For the strength of a level 2 zombie far exceeds that of a standard one, thus the rewards are significantly greater. The points earned from vanquishing that intelligent zombie were the same, although it required a bit more effort than defeating a level 1 zombie. It was merely a matter of degrees. Lin Ze triumphantly raised his tang knife, extracting a level 2 blood crystal from each of the slain zombies' heads. Those who evolve into level 2 zombies are typically endowed with remarkable potential. Regrettably for them, they encountered Lin Ze, an unbeatable force, with unparalleled speed and strength. He rendered them powerless. Regardless of their formidable constitution or explosive speed, they were no match for his swift and overpowering assault. What? Not dead yet? Impressive. But I must take my leave. Ah, what a thrill. However, this strike did deplete a fair amount of my stamina and mental fortitude. To play it safe, I should depart. Should those advanced zombies possess any semblance of intelligence, they will likely send the plumber next time. A level 3 zombie represents the pinnacle of their kind at this stage. After extracting the blood crystals, Lin Ze promptly departed the vicinity in his vehicle. The motto was to flaunt one's prowess and then retreat. What an exhilarating experience. As expected, just after Lin Ze exited the periphery of the gymnasium, 5 level 2 zombies arrived at the battleground, enraged and howling in frustration, unable to locate Lin Ze. The surrounding ordinary zombies trembled and cowered in fear. Haha, I racked up over 10,000 energy points this afternoon. What a rush. Lin Ze cruised in his vehicle, exhilarated. Ultimately, he opted to visit a large supermarket on campus, commencing the day's foraging for supplies. With 15 beautiful women accompanying him, daily resupply was essential for unforeseen circumstances. His routine consisted of amassing energy points and scavenging resources within the school. Amidst his indulgence, he also faced the daunting task of sustaining a dozen individuals. He envied those with return systems. The base vehicle system felt overly conservative. Lin Ze sighed as he drove, multitasking while inquiring whether the system had any solutions. The system responded, ding. Among the topics for developing passenger members, there exists a function for returns. This feature requires the expenditure of energy points to activate and is limited to the opposite gender with whom the host shares a close relationship. What? It indeed resembles provisions allocated for women, with various return functionalities? Lin Ze was taken aback and quickly glanced at the details. Couples critical return, a system feature that, after research, allows the host to provide any resources to the male members of the crew, which will randomly yield a critical return of 1,100 times. Requirement: 1 universal energy point. Goodness, is the system serious? Such a convenient feature exists, and you didn't mention it sooner. Well, if you had, I still wouldn't have been able to afford it. Upon seeing this function, Lin Ze could not deny feeling a surge of excitement. The potential of this feature, combined with the abilities of the supernatural farm and various blood crystal nourishments, along with the meat from mutated beasts, was unfathomably exhilarating. It was akin to the thrill of flying by exploiting a glitch in the system. Hence, the system had initially refrained from unlocking this feature, waiting for Lin Ze, the host, to exert himself and invest substantial energy points to unlock it, as this would render the achievement more meaningful. So, should I unlock this feature now? No matter how one calculates it, the critical return function is indeed enticing. That single universal energy point is absolutely worth it. Once again, it reflects the principle of early investment leading to early enjoyment, and it could help me accumulate resources exponentially. After much contemplation, Lin Ze ultimately resolved to unlock this feature without delay. A mere universal energy point was merely a reflection of his daily efforts, yet it could significantly alleviate many burdens. Moreover, in the long run, recouping the investment would not pose a challenge. Chapter 75. The onset of critical hit rebate, unending scumding. consumed 1 universal energy point to unlock the feature. Critical hit rebate. The system notification chimed, adding yet another function to the divine base vehicle. With this, I need no longer scavenge frantically in supermarkets for the mundane necessities of life. From now on, I can simply cultivate beautiful companions and gather resources with greater efficiency. Moreover, it is not solely about resources. The use of supernatural fruits, zombie blood crystals, mutated magic crystals, and various enhancement items will yield a staggering 1,100-fold random rebate. Goodness, this is indeed the correct way to utilize the power of the Overlord. Lin Ze, overwhelmed with excitement, clenched his fists and could not help but let out a triumphant roar. However, his vehicle had already arrived at the entrance of the nearest supermarket to the school. Now that he was here, he would certainly scour the place. His purpose extended beyond mere food. He sought various daily necessities as well. He also planned to clear out any zombies within. Having enhanced his perception in advance, Lin Ze scanned the area before arriving. The supermarket was relatively small, occupying just over 100 square meters. Yet, it still held a considerable amount of supplies. This was hardly surprising, as not all survivors possessed the means to search for food near the gymnasium. Armed with a Tang Dao, Lin Ze exited his vehicle. The supermarket's doors stood wide open, revealing a dozen zombies wandering about, including the elegantly poised zombie of the supermarket's proprietress. With such a number of zombies, there was no need to employ any special abilities. Lin Ze unsheathed his Tang Dao, his body transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charged forward. Roar! Sensing the scent of the living, the zombies lunged at him. In an instant, a dazzling display of blade light erupted in the air. The bodies of the zombies crumbled like tofu, dismembered and scattered. The heads, the critical targets, rolled ominously to the ground. At this moment, only one zombie remained, the supermarket proprietress. Ah, proprietress, it has been a while. I still remember how you praised my looks and gifted me a pack of cigarettes. Alas, I am inherently proud and ill-suited to living off others. Furthermore, I have no inclination towards smoking, as it is detrimental to health. With the hilt of his sword, Lin Ze pinned the oncoming body of the proprietress firmly against the shelf. Subsequently, he retrieved a pack of lady cigarettes from the counter, lighting one and placing it delicately on the counter. Here, please enjoy a smoke, and may you journey peacefully. With a final gentle stroke, Lin Ze decapitated the proprietress zombie. Even in her undead form, her alluring visage remained striking. It was a shame she had succumbed to this fate. Otherwise, he might have been tempted to experience the taste of a married woman. After dispatching all the zombies, Lin Ze swiftly scavenged various supplies from the small supermarket: rice, noodles, instant noodles, cooking oil, mineral water, and assorted snacks. With a grand gesture, he collected all the items from the shelves into his spatial backpack. Though he now possessed the critical hit rebate function, as a prudent hoarder, he would never deem his stockpile excessive. He could always trade them later if necessary. After Lin Ze finished his sweep of the supermarket, he proceeded to 2 adjacent smaller stores, yielding a bountiful harvest. However, upon arriving at the 4th supermarket, Lin Ze's perception heightened, revealing a disquieting scene that stirred his latent aggression. This establishment resembled a self-built medium-sized supermarket, where 5 male survivors and 2 females were concealed on the 2nd floor. These male survivors were either students from the school or a group of external contractors. To operate a business within the school, one must possess significant connections. Otherwise, such a lucrative opportunity would never be afforded to them without proper arrangements. Typically, these individuals are seasoned veterans of society, and when the apocalypse erupted, their primal instincts were unleashed in full force. At that moment, Lin Ze overheard the men upstairs, their lewd laughter echoing through the air. Ha ha, oldly, you're not going to kill her today, are you? Just don't finish her off. The brothers haven't had enough fun yet. One man jeered. These girls are so innocent. They're still virgins even in college. What a windfall. I told you, running a store in the school has great prospects. Another voice, raspy and slightly breathless, interjected with a hearty laugh. Everyone, don't rush. Let me take the lead. I promise not to kill them. I said as long as we work together. This supermarket will keep bringing us a steady stream of female college students to enjoy truly a divine existence. Last week, we got one who was already dead. Little did I expect, the 2 we caught yesterday were even better. What a thrill. As the man spoke, his tone grew increasingly coarse and fervent. Amid the raucous laughter of the middle-aged men, the 2 silenced girls could only produce desperate whimpers from their throats, their tears long since dried. Clearly, these women had encountered the demons of the apocalypse, suffering immensely. Suddenly, a middle-aged man lashed out with 2 slaps, knocking the girls to the ground. Their youthful faces swelling with bruises, turning a deep shade of purple. What are you fussing about? Did I grant you permission to speak? He bellowed. If you attract the zombies, I'll make sure to torture you before I have my way. I suggest you be wise and serve us well. Who knows? You might just survive and earn a piece of sausage later." Nearby, a balding man burst into laughter. "Yes, yes. From today onwards, you'll have endless sausages to eat. Aren't you excited, little sister?" Lin Ze's brow furrowed slightly, as his earlier good spirits dissipated abruptly. It was akin to savoring a bowl of refreshing, sweet soup, only to discover a living cockroach lurking at the bottom. In this brutal new era of survival of the fittest, women indeed found themselves at a disadvantage, struggling to compete with men. Yet, those depraved scoundrels who derived pleasure from the humiliation of women deserved no mercy. Their extermination would be justified. Such wretches are unworthy of existence. Lin Ze let out a cold laugh, his grip on the tang knife tightening resolutely. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He leaped effortlessly to the second floor, kicking open the window and simultaneously slicing through the security bars like mere rags. Among the 5 scoundrels above, only one was on lookout while the other 4 were preoccupied with their debauchery. As Lin Ze kicked through the window, shards of glass and iron rods flew inside. Several rusted iron bars impaled the lookout against the wall, and as he realized what had happened, an intense pain coursed through his body, eliciting a desperate scream. This cry startled the other 4 men, who turned to see Lin Ze bursting through the window, his face a mask of lethal intent. "What the hell? This is the second floor. How did he come in through the window?" They scrambled to arm themselves, growling in anger, determined to confront the intruder. Yet, in the blink of an eye, their bodies were reduced to grotesque forms, blood gushing from their limbs, their mouths spewing crimson as the air thickened with the metallic scent of blood. Even the man pinned to the wall met the same gruesome fate. In the instant Lin Ze entered the room, he unleashed a swift and precise onslaught, dispatching them all in an instant. Why employ supernatural abilities against 5 ordinary men? The answer was simple: to ensure a precise strike that would incapacitate them while keeping them alive, preparing them for a far more excruciating demise. "Rest assured, I will not allow you to die comfortably." Lin Ze sneered, his fingertips crackling with electricity as he cauterized their wounds, halting the bleeding. One by one, he tossed them out of the window, leaving them in a dazed state, awaiting the arrival of the zombies drawn by the earlier commotion, who would feast upon them bite by bite. Undoubtedly, this was the method of execution closest to the torturous death known as Ling Chi in this apocalyptic world. Having completed this grim task, Lin Ze turned his gaze to the bound female college students on the floor. They possessed a semblance of beauty and good figures. Yet after enduring a day of torment at the hands of these brutes, their expressions were vacant, devoid of any will to live, their faces ashen. Even if Lin Ze were to rescue them, he could not mend their shattered spirits. Nevertheless, his presence ignited a flicker of hope, albeit dim, in their eyes. After a moment of silence, Lin Ze crouched down to free them from their restraints, removing the filthy rags from their mouths. Although he had eliminated their tormentors, he felt unprepared to face these 2 women. "I have saved you, yet I cannot offer you refuge," he stated. "If you wish to survive, I can provide some food and weapons." With his critical hit rebate system, he would never lack for sustenance or arms in the future and could extend a modicum of assistance without jeopardizing his own interests. However, he could not take them with him. He was no savior capable of rescuing everyone, and there were countless others in the world like these fiends. Moreover, doing so would be unfair to the women already in his vehicle. "Thank you for killing me," one of the stronger girls uttered weakly, her lips trembling. The girl's voice was extremely hoarse. They had gone 2 days and nights without food or water, with more breaths out than in. Death could come at any moment. "No need to thank me. I Haven Tea truly assisted you. It's merely a form of self-satisfaction," Lin Ze replied, shaking his head earnestly. "No, you have granted us an earlier release." The girl slowly shook her head, a final tear escaping her eye. "I understand. I shall ensure your passing is devoid of suffering." Lin Ze sighed, drawing his tang sword with resolute determination. As Lin Ze descended to the first floor of the supermarket, he discovered 2 additional bodies, draped in white cloth, lying above. Meanwhile, the zombies that had gathered at the entrance were beginning to indulge in the 4 unfortunate souls' flesh, their cries echoing incessantly. Lin Ze observed from within the store, with bloodied meat before him, no zombie dared approach his presence. Once the 4 individuals could no longer even scream, utterly lifeless, Lin Ze waved his hand, unleashing a white arc of electricity that swiftly obliterated the horde of zombies, which had multiplied to over 100. The thunderous crack of lightning resounded as the undead fell. After exiting the supermarket and returning to his vehicle, Lin Ze felt a tinge of fatigue and a reluctance to work overtime. Thus, after disinfecting himself, he headed back to the penthouse, intending to let the beautiful women in the car uplift his spirits. The girls from the arts department were all exceptionally talented. He would never lack for amusement. Upon entering the living room, he found no one to greet him, as Tong Xiaoxi and Tang Shanshan were occupied with work, and Ding Shiyu was tending to the fields at the ability farm with her team. Only the studious campus belle, Wenqing, had just arrived. Curled up on the sofa with her legs tucked beneath her, engrossed in a book. Her freshly washed long hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her fair skin and delicate features complemented by oversized fashionable glasses, exuding a serene and innocent charm. Even holding a textbook, she appeared as beautiful as a painting, making it difficult to approach her without hesitation. However, Lin Ze was different. He was straightforward and candid in both his demeanor and actions. As he strode into the living room, his unmasked footsteps were immediately detected by Tong Xiaoxi and Tang Shanshan. "Is our master brother back? You seem to have returned quite early today. Master, are you tired? Would you like me to give you a shoulder rub or a head massage?" Having shared the same bed with Lin Ze, they were astutely aware of his less than enthusiastic mood. "Not for now. You both have already worked hard this afternoon. If you get too close, be wary of my primal instincts flaring up," Lin Ze gestured in response to their warm greetings, then gestured for them to continue their tasks before moving to sit before Wenqing. "Wenqing, have you bathed already? I presume they have informed you how to survive in this vehicle going forward," Lin Ze casually remarked as he plopped down beside her. "Huh, what were you just saying?" Wenqing's expression reflected her surprise. She was utterly engrossed in her reading, often oblivious to the happenings around her. After days of tension, finally in a safe environment, she seized the opportunity to immerse herself in her books. It was the first time Lin Ze had encountered someone so passionate about reading. He shook his head in bemusement, feeling a rare sense of neglect. Could it be that his handsome visage and the sense of security derived from his formidable prowess paled in comparison to the allure of the book in her hands? "Did they tell you about the situation in the car?" Lin Ze inquired once more. Those younger students, including Xiao Shi, have already filled me in," Wenqing replied. Her expression suddenly flustered, her cheeks flushing slightly as she hid her face behind the book. Despite her calm demeanor in handling external matters, she was surprisingly innocent regarding such topics. After all, she was the quintessential scholar, completely absorbed in her studies. "Understood? Then I shall not be polite," Lin Ze remarked. A mischievous smile gracing his lips as he observed her nervous expression, an eager desire to tease her bubbling within him. He swiftly snatched the book from her face, lowering his head with a rebellious air, a rather audacious gesture. In that fleeting moment, Wenqing felt a whirlwind of emotions. Confusion, embarrassment, and anger surged within her, prompting her to resist. However, recalling the insights shared by Tong Xiaoxi, her resistance gradually faded, leaving her feeling vulnerable, as if she were at the mercy of another. Indeed, within the confines of this vehicle, he was the emperor, their master. Thus, they were powerless to oppose Lin Ze's actions, left only to endure or relish the experience. A tumult of conflicting sensations, pain, confusion, comfort, joy, swirled in her heart. Soon, she felt as though she could scarcely breathe, a large question mark forming in her mind. Was this man akin to an octopus? He seemed intent on covering her without respite, even denying her the chance to catch her breath. It felt as if he were bent on suffocating her. Chapter 76. Critical Hit Rebate. Tonight's roll call. Wenqing felt as though a lifetime had passed. The book in her hands slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor. After the assessment was complete, it turned out to be yet another trivial matter. With Wenqing's assistance in adjusting the atmosphere, Lin Zeyuan's previously somber mood lifted entirely. He smiled and turned to say, "I will go fetch them back." At that moment, Tong Xiaoxi and Tang Shanshan hurried over to comfort Wenqing. "Are you all right? The master is usually not this harsh." After a brief moment of rest, Wenqing suddenly revealed a faint smile and replied, "Yes, he was in a bad mood just now, perhaps having encountered something unpleasant outside. He couldn't confide in us, as it would diminish his authority in the car. The good news is, after teasing me, his mood should improve significantly. Round it off. I suppose I played a part in this." Tong Xiaoxi and Tang Shanshan exchanged astonished glances. Subsequently, they all raised their thumbs in unison, sincerely expressing their admiration. "Wenqing, your insight is remarkable. Wenqing, you are impressive." Indeed, the young women in the vehicle served another purpose, providing emotional value to the formidable Lin Zeyuan, helping to adjust his mindset. From this perspective, Wenqing had indeed performed admirably. Meanwhile, Lin Zeyuan was inspecting the work at the psychic farm, where everything was proceeding as planned. The psychic seeds had all been planted, and now it was merely a matter of irrigation and waiting. He gathered the young women to deliver some encouraging words before leading them back to the spacious apartment to prepare for dinner. Finally, of course, was the evening's main event. Unlike usual, Today, Lin Ze had just activated the critical hit rebate feature. From this day forth, nurturing women would not only not deplete resources, but rather yield profits. Who could possibly resist such an offer? No one is allowed to escape. Let us feast heartily. He cleared his throat, declaring, everyone has worked hard. We have new members joining today, and we must celebrate in style. I shall bring out the finest provisions. With a grand gesture, Lin Ze presented the best food from the system's inventory: premium Wagyu beef, tomahawk steaks, expensive red wine, high-priced mineral water, luxury skincare products, and exquisite perfumes. These items were rather costly, acquired through his subsequent foraging from supermarkets. Otherwise, his limited funds would scarcely procure much. Initially, Lin Ze intended to use these luxuries as rewards for point exchanges, hoping to extract maximum benefit from them. However, the situation had changed. With the critical hit rebate feature, gifting these items became a win-win scenario. Although these goods would have been considered mundane daily provisions and skincare products to the elite campus beauties and affluent young ladies before the apocalypse, today, in this world turned upside down, such high-quality food and commodities instantly transformed into treasures. Moreover, the beautiful women in the vehicle had toiled throughout the day, naturally feeling both famished and fatigued. Upon seeing such an abundance of high-calorie and tantalizing food, their mouths nearly watered in anticipation. Wow, is tonight's dinner so sumptuous? It seems even more lavish than yesterday, perhaps 5 or even 10 times more. Lin Ze, recognizing the value of the food, gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. I adore you, my idol. Moi moi. Lu Mingqi rushed over to embrace Lin Ze's right arm. You shameless little minx, taking advantage of our esteemed brother. Lin Ze exclaimed, immediately joining the fray. Enough already. Can't you see how troubled our host is? Siyao shook her head in exasperation, attempting to reason with him. But little did she know, even she was pulled over by Lin Ze. Soon, the living room erupted into a chaotic scene of playful banter and frolic. All right, everyone, quickly sit down and eat. Also, I'm quite looking forward to tonight's entertainment, Lin Ze said with a smile, winking at the heiress Meng Ting. Rest assured, dear host. Lu Mingqi assured, it's definitely a brand new version that you've never experienced before. Now, everyone, look at the camera and help us promote our work to ease the burden a little. Ding Xiu timely produced a camera, ready to capture the moment. Even if not for promotion, it serves to document our lives, adding a sense of ritual to this damned apocalyptic existence, becoming the envy of other survivors, as well as the prime choice for those hidden beauties. Senior Wenqing, as the new member of our group and the star of this welcoming party. How can you sit in the corner? Come, come, today you shall sit to the left of our host. If you don't mind, you may even sit in his lap. Ding Xiu urged Wenqing with a mischievous smile. The aloof goddess can also be playful. There's no need for such trouble. I'm fine sitting anywhere. Wenqing weakly protested, attempting to remain inconspicuous. Just obey, look how enthusiastic the seniors are. They've been through it all, and soon you will be just like them. Don't be shy. Once you're familiar, you'll have the chance to tease them as well. Lin Ze forcibly pulled Wenqing into his embrace for a group photo. All right, since the host has spoken. Wenqing realized she could not escape and resigned herself to the situation. Perfect. Ding Xiu beamed, madly clicking the shutter. In the frame, Wenqing's demure and bashful expression was exquisitely captured. Lin Ze, seated at the head of the table, surrounded by beauties, evoked envy and jealousy. Ding Xiu consumed 1 piece of tomahawk steak, receiving a random 30-fold critical return. 30 pieces of tomahawk steak have been placed in the system space. Ding. Lu Mingqi consumed 1 bottle of premium red wine, receiving a random 12-fold critical return. 12 bottles of high-end red wine have been placed in the system space. Ding. Su Yao consumed half a pound of snowflake beef, receiving a random 56-fold critical return. 27 pounds of snowflake beef have been placed in the system space. After this delightful feast, the supplies in Lin Ze's system space not only remained intact, but increased. All 15 campus beauties were fully satisfied, and the cumulative value brought by the critical returns even surpassed the total amount scavenged from a supermarket. Among them, Su Yao was the luckiest. Yet she merely triggered a 56 times critical rebate, with the ultimate limit being 100 times. The base amount was still too small, failing to randomly yield the defeat reward. But this was merely a dinner rebate. There would be future opportunities. Lin Ze was overwhelmed with joy, allowing the girls, now with full bellies, to attend to their baths and engage in physical activities to aid digestion. Before departing, Lin Ze called out 3 girls by name: Meng Ting, Jiang Xuan, Zhao Zhu. Lin Ze then turned his gaze to Wenqing, hesitating momentarily before declaring, Wenqing, you shall join us tonight. What? Me tonight? Wenqing's eyes widened in surprise as she had discussed the situation with Tong Xiaoxi and the others. Generally, on the first night, girls do not participate in training due to the limited space, especially since the literary department, including Su Yao, comprised 13 girls in total. Because you are a novice, you are considered an addition, so come over to learn the techniques, Lin Ze replied dismissively. Besides, if I am in good form, your presence will hardly make a difference. Hey, I'm not that weak. Wenqing's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she retorted defiantly, that's quite insulting. Oh, so you possess courage, then you must come tonight. Lin Ze chuckled, his anticipation for her performance palpable. His words sparked a competitive spirit among the remaining girls. Lin Ze's abilities were beyond doubt. He had never lost in 1-on-3 scenarios and was remarkably formidable. However, facing a 1-on-4 situation should still present some pressure, right? Thus, the girls who were not called immediately surrounded Wenqing, offering strategies to enhance her chances of success, aiming for Lin Ze to emerge from the room the next day. Supporting his waist, Meng Ting and the others declared, "We will go shower first. You all make sure to teach Senior Wenqing well." Lin Ze was pleased to see this development. He led Meng Ting, Jiang Shui, and Zhao Zhu away from the living room, heading toward the master bedroom's bathroom to indulge in comfort. For Meng Ting, Jiang Shui, and Zhao Zhu, it was their first time entering the master bedroom with Lin Ze, and they felt a tinge of nervousness. Unexpectedly, Lin Ze revealed his chiseled, heart-racing physique. "I will wait for you for a maximum of 3 minutes. If you do not come in, I will find someone else," he stated. "I want to make it difficult for you. You still have the chance to mentally prepare outside. However, delaying is simply wasting an opportunity to grow stronger. Today, you all witnessed Ding Shiyu's performance in the rural area. Her physical prowess surpasses yours by several folds. Such strength cannot be attained merely through effort. The key lies in aligning with the right people." With a calm demeanor, Lin Ze stepped into the bathroom, unperturbed by any potential mishaps. The 3 girls from the literary department exchanged glances, and in a fleeting moment, their hesitation transformed into unwavering resolve. In this new era, strength was the foundation of all. Even as women, they aspired to possess their own power. Even the simplest forms of strength and speed would pave the way for their future. Consequently, the 3 girls promptly followed suit into the bathroom. Wow, so this is how spacious the master bedroom's bathroom is? Upon entering the bathroom, Zhao Zhu's first reaction was one of astonishment. Her family was not particularly affluent, and she had only encountered such a luxurious bathroom in videos. The total area was even larger than the living room of her own home. "This is the life I aspire to." Before getting into the car, I had thought I might regret it. However, to my surprise, the host turned out to be a gentle soul. The sisters from the literature department were equally attentive, far exceeding my expectations. Could I possibly reside here for a lifetime? Jiang Shui's eyes sparkled with delight. To dwell in a bathroom for eternity. Are you a mermaid? Meng Ting couldn't help but chuckle, playfully jesting. She then skillfully introduced the various features of the bathroom to the 2 women, having experienced a similar level of luxury at her family's vacation estate. Truly a daughter of a wealthy family. Later, back in the room, Meng Ting animatedly conducted a lesson for them. In front of Lin Ze, she called her fiancé, merely to entertain him during the night. After all, this was simply the host's duty. Today has truly broadened my horizons. I have learned so much. Zhao Zhu exclaimed, "I never imagined you were such a privileged young lady, so poised and graceful in daily life. Yet, come nightfall, you can hold more than the small beakers in a chemistry lab. It turns out that having a fiancé can indeed enhance a woman's allure. Is it too late for me to find a devoted admirer online?" Jiang Shui murmured softly, her imagination running wild. The following day, Lin Ze awoke still savoring the memories of the previous night, which had been filled with an abundance of surprises and excitement. The myriad of elements woven together created a dazzling display, with every gesture and movement packed with intensity. The literature department, what a treasure I have stumbled upon. Furthermore, this academically gifted beauty, applying her intellect to such matters, is simply remarkable. Fortunately, I possess extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, who could withstand such a whirlwind? Lin Ze rose with a refreshed spirit and promptly checked the progress of his cultivation technique. Imperial Divine Phoenix Technique LV5. Upon seeing the level of his technique, Lin Ze paused, momentarily taken aback. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. Could this be a joke? Is it real? Did I truly level up twice in a single night? Is it a result of accumulated effort? Or perhaps there were so many tricks last night that even my exceptional technique couldn't withstand the onslaught. A rapid breakthrough, an exhilarating upgrade. Lin Ze's expression radiated joy. This was simply delightful. What constitutes a win-win situation? This is the epitome of true victory. Eager to discover any new effects, he opened the panel, first examining the attribute enhancements. Each level granted a staggering 10 to all attributes, as outrageous as before. Upon reaching level 5, the Imperial Divine Phoenix technique had acquired a new passive ability. Wait, this passive is intriguing. Lin Ze's eyes widened in astonishment. In the description of the Imperial Divine Phoenix technique, alongside the functions of the true dragon sacred body, the Emperor's demeanor, and the balance of yin and yang, an additional line had appeared. The Imperial Goddess Phoenix technique transcends boundaries, no longer constrained by the number of practitioners. It is now limited solely by the host's physical capabilities. As the number of practitioners increases throughout the day, the effectiveness of cultivation will rise infinitely. Growing stronger in the face of adversity, this remarkable technique has taken another step into the realm of defiance. There is no longer a need to worry about the number of practitioners. The only concern lies in one's own endurance. Currently, there are 17 females on the vehicle, and I am uncertain of my own capacity to endure. Lin Ze rested his left hand against the wall and placed his right hand on his waist, deep in contemplation. Such matters cannot be resolved through mere thought. They must be tested in practice to ascertain the truth. For the moment, the issue of cultivation must be set aside, as he has just emerged from a fierce battle. The pressing concern now is how to address the brainworms. The bounty notice from the apocalypse still looms, awaiting a valiant warrior. He had already eliminated 1/3 of the zombies in the gymnasium yesterday. Today's goal is to eradicate all the ordinary zombies surrounding the gym. If all goes well, he might even slay a few second-level zombies, provided they do not rush him all at once. Lin Ze is confident he can handle up to 10 second-level zombies simultaneously. This confidence stems from the speed and immense strength he possesses. If I cannot defeat them, surely I can escape? I will play with you all until your demise. Lin Ze hastily finished his breakfast and teleported back to the base vehicle, driving towards the gymnasium to continue the unfinished task from yesterday. Upon nearing the gym, he activated his perception enhancement once more. Unexpectedly, after just one night, the number of zombies converging from various locations towards the gymnasium had increased. The gap left by the 6,000 ordinary zombies he had slain the previous day had already been filled. Goodness, has this truly become a monster respawn point? Just as I wished, I need not expend effort venturing elsewhere. I can simply wait in the gym and ambush them. System, activate the weaponry system. Let me unleash a fierce barrage upon them. A slight smirk graced Lin Ze's lips as he activated the vehicle's weapon system, and 2 automatic cannons extended from the roof. Chapter 77. 2 strikes, slaying level 3 zombies. Commence fire, targeting all approaching ordinary zombies. Lin Ze commanded within his mind. The turret atop the vehicle unleashed a torrent of flames, relentlessly sweeping through the horde of zombies drawn by the sound. The densely packed throng of zombies fell like sheaves of wheat, the cacophony of gunfire intermingling with their anguished roars, creating an increasingly jarring symphony. Ding. You have slain a level 1 zombie, earning 100 energy points. Ding. You have slain a level 1 zombie, earning 100 energy points. Ding. You have slain a level 1 zombie, earning 100 energy points. After half an hour, Lin Ze, utilizing the 2 turrets, had amassed over 3,000 zombie kills, accumulating 4,500 energy points. This efficiency, albeit slightly slower than if Lin Ze had engaged personally, provided the delightful advantage of reclining in the vehicle while reaping substantial energy rewards, an exhilarating experience indeed. Such is the power of technology. The advanced zombies within the gymnasium, witnessing the spectacle, became restless once more. Brainwashed by the mind worms, their subconscious held the safety of the worm above all else. Lin Ze's formidable presence, having cleared the outer zombies, would inevitably lead him deeper into the gymnasium. They were utterly convinced of this, for the mind worm had sensed the threat and was currently brainwashing them. Thus, at the behest of a female intelligent zombie, the advanced zombies resolved to deploy their strongest forces. You few stay behind to provide mental interference. The rest, follow my command. The plumber, pointing towards several intelligent zombies, intoned in a grave voice that human must die. Meanwhile, Lin Ze continued his sweeping assault with the dual turrets atop his vehicle. In half an hour, he advanced from the periphery to just beneath the entrance of the gymnasium, effectively the gateway to the mind worm's lair. Just as the turret completed a round of fire and began reloading, a fearsome roar erupted as 5 level 2 enhanced zombies suddenly charged from the warehouse's flank. The advanced zombies retained their features, though their faces were pallid and ghastly, with crimson eyes brimming with a ravenous thirst for flesh. Among them was the strongest of the trio, a level 3 plumber zombie, barreling towards Lin Ze like a charging hill. This particular zombie posed the greatest threat, possessing formidable strength. Lin Ze had anticipated the zombie's ambush. His heightened perception afforded him an omniscient awareness, rendering the movements of the zombies transparent to his gaze. Thus, he had intentionally driven the vehicle to lure them in, for he was the hunter lying in wait. Did they truly believe he was oblivious to their presence? To counter their stealthy approach, he had upgraded the armor of his base vehicle by 10 levels. A 10-level upgrade. Indeed, he was confident they could not breach its defenses. Lin Ze sat calmly within the vehicle, his demeanor as steady as an old dog. Vehicle enhancement level 10. The vehicle had remained unenhanced for some time, bearing a low base level. This tenfold enhancement had cost Lin Ze a total of 1,550 energy points. Big cut, and he has acquired an astonishing skill. Iron Curtain Device. Within a 1-kilometer radius of the base vehicle, it envelopes a shield with a diameter of 50 meters. Targets within this area are granted invincibility for 30 seconds, rendering them immune to all damage. Skill cooldown, 24 hours. Indeed, this is a skill that bestows invulnerability. This epitomizes the terrifying growth potential and functionality of the God-tier base vehicle. Upon witnessing this skill, Lin Ze's confidence surged immensely. A continuous 30 seconds of invincibility. Even the time-stopping ability pales in comparison to this state of invulnerability. Truly, the God-tier base vehicle is my genuine patron. Lin Ze could not help but exclaim. Naturally, it was not yet the time to employ this invincibility. The trifling level 3 zombies hardly warranted the use of the Iron Curtain Device. The base vehicle's armor alone was sufficient to withstand 3 days and nights without a scratch. Roar. The plumber zombie approached the base vehicle, letting out a furious howl. Its right arm's muscles bulged, veins protruding like steel reinforcements, and it struck down with a powerful punch. Bang! The ground beneath the base vehicle sank, creating a massive pit. Yet, neither the base vehicle itself nor Lin Ze, seated in the driver's seat, suffered any harm. In stark contrast, the plumber zombie's right fist revealed 3 exposed bones. The plumber zombie displayed an incredibly human-like expression of shock. It could effortlessly shatter the load-bearing columns of a classroom building, yet it was the one who sustained injury while attacking the base vehicle. Is diamond-level hardness not as formidable as it seems? At that moment, Lin Ze decisively kicked open the car door, brandishing his blade as he exited, activating his swift ability. I have awaited this moment. Lin Ze leapt towards the plumber zombie's outstretched arm, executing a series of kicks in midair. With a swift motion, he unleashed a Dragon Ascension Strike. 9 oxen strength, amplified 50-fold. Lin Ze maximized the 9 oxen strength, his arms suddenly enveloped in a crimson glow, muscles bulging. Like the fearsome hand of a berserker, it exuded a terrifying destructive power. Subsequently, a lightning-fast slash descended upon the plumber zombie's neck, perfectly severing it from above. As Lin Ze executed this peak burst of power, the movement flowed seamlessly, yet he felt a hint of fatigue. The burden of the 50-fold strike was greater than he had anticipated. Therefore, to be prudent, Lin Ze decided to return to the base vehicle for respite. As long as he remained inside, he would be invulnerable. When the swift ability concluded, the plumber zombie's neck was instantly severed. It split into 2 halves. Blood gushing forth. Lin Ze sighed in relief, awaiting the system's notification of the outcome. However, to his surprise, the system remained eerily silent, showing no signs of activity. What is happening? Has the system crashed? Lin Ze looked up in confusion, only to be met with a remarkable sight. The level 3 plumber zombie's bare neck was rapidly sprouting a new head. For level 3 zombies, their fatal weakness was no longer their brains, but rather the zombie blood crystals within their bodies, which constituted their true hearts. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this plumber zombie is unlike any other. Its blood crystal is not situated in its head, but rather in the region of its chest, where the heart resides. How perplexing. Why is it that after I severed its neck, it could regenerate at such a rapid pace and resurrect itself? Lin Ze gazed in astonishment at the plumber zombie as it revived on the spot, sending a shiver down his spine. Yet, being a seasoned warrior, he quickly regained his composure. Through enhanced perception and analytical skills, he discerned the true reason behind the zombie's resurrection. A realization dawned upon him. It was the blood crystal. Lin Ze's eyes brightened with understanding as he exclaimed, "The blood crystal of the plumber zombie is not located in its head, but rather in the chest area." The key to vanquishing zombies has never been about targeting the head, but rather severing the connection between the blood crystal and the body. Only then can a zombie be truly annihilated. Otherwise, no matter how many times one might sever other parts, they will inevitably resurrect. Lin Ze smacked his thigh in frustration. How could I have overlooked such a crucial detail? Next time I confront a high-level zombie, I must pay attention to the location of their blood crystals. No sooner had he thought this than the plumber zombie revived once more. It resembled a formidable boss in a slaughtering line, its eyes ablaze with fury, roaring incessantly. In a frenzy, it unleashed devastating blows upon the base vehicle, battering its own fists into a bloody pulp. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted on the track before the gymnasium, kicking up clouds of dust. The plumber zombie's fist struck with immense force, capable of uprooting mountains. Even though the armored vehicle could withstand such assaults, Lin Ze felt the staggering impact while seated inside. His chest felt heavy, and his ears rang. He paid no heed to the plumber zombie's frenzied onslaught and taunts, opting instead to rest expressionlessly in the vehicle for half a minute. Only after regaining some stamina did Lin Ze resolve to strike again. He murmured softly, "I can still employ my speed and unleash the full extent of my dual abilities at 50 times the strength of an ox. As long as my speed is active, I can retreat to the vehicle at any moment." One should never accuse Lin Ze of being overly cautious. The terrifying power of this third-tier plumber zombie is evident to the naked eye. Moreover, those with abilities are notoriously high in attack, but low in defense and have scant vitality. It is not an exaggeration to liken them to wizards in this apocalyptic world. A single misstep could lead to total ruin. Lin Ze possesses a promising future, and prudence is indeed warranted. This time, your demise is inevitable. A glint of cold determination flashed in Lin Ze's eyes. Speed, activate. In the next instant, Lin Ze surged forth from the base vehicle like a streak of light. The Tang Dao in his hand sliced through the air with explosive ferocity, generating a whirlwind akin to a bomb. 50 times the strength of an ox. Lin Ze let out a fierce roar, cleaving a substantial hole in the plumber zombie's body, revealing the pulsating blood crystal within, roughly the size of an infant's fist. With unparalleled precision, Lin Ze's Tang Dao smoothly severed the muscle tissue surrounding the blood crystal, cutting through the nerve endings, and ultimately grasping the blood crystal firmly in his hand, pulling it outward. He then retraced his steps back to the base vehicle, closed the door, and waited until everything around him returned to normal. Ding! You have vanquished a level 3 zombie, earning 10,000 energy points. Upon hearing this notification, Lin Ze finally revealed a smile. Success. Boom. In the next moment, the body of the plumber zombie outside the base vehicle lost control, crashing down from a height of 3 meters, blood gushing forth. The 5 level 2 enhanced zombies surrounding the scene were left dumbfounded, unaware of what had transpired. All they knew was that their strongest leader had inexplicably perished. This human was terrifying, unable to contend, yet for the sake of the brainworm lord, we must fight to the last breath to hold him back. These level 2 zombies possessed a degree of intelligence, although they were inclined to flee. The indoctrination of the brainworm ran deep within their minds, binding their loyalty more fiercely than their instinct for survival, compelling them to launch a frenzied assault on the base vehicle. At that moment, Lin Ze wore a cold smile, having just acquired 1,000 energy points. And being too exhausted to act in the short term, I shall use this to upgrade the weaponry of the base vehicle. Thus, Lin Ze accessed the vehicle's panel and began upgrading one of the mounted weapons, transitioning from vehicle-mounted weapon, small machine gun, to vehicle-mounted weapon, Gatling gun, and finally to vehicle-mounted weapon, tubular pulse ejector, pseudo-planetary level. Requirements: 10,000 energy points. Bullet cost: 100 energy points per shot. Bonus of 100 rounds upon enhancement. Upgrade path: for an additional 100,000 energy points, it can be further upgraded to an optical particle pulse ray cannon, planetary level. This represents a leap of 2 levels, hence the expenditure of a mere 10,000 energy points. The tubular pulse ejector is classified as a small pseudo-planetary weapon. A single pulse shot can utterly obliterate surface units within a kilometer radius, boasting astonishing power. Any target struck directly by the tubular pulse ejector is assuredly doomed. Even the brainworm lurking within the arena would not escape its wrath. Of course, such formidable firepower comes at an exorbitant upgrade cost, and the price per bullet is no trivial expense. After the upgrade, it would be ineffectual against lesser zombies of level 1. It would be akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito, a sheer waste. Let us proceed with the upgrade. Lin Ze, determined to swiftly eliminate the brainworm, was unperturbed by the expenditure of 10,000 energy points and initiated the enhancement. Ding! With the expenditure of 10,000 energy points, the vehicle-mounted weapon, small machine gun, has been upgraded to vehicle-mounted weapon, tubular pulse ejector. Immediately, the small machine gun atop the vehicle began to transform rapidly, ultimately becoming a sci-fi-inspired purple turret with pulsating particles floating at its core. Now I possess high-tech weaponry. This contraption costs more than my own abilities. It must be unleashed with fervor. The 100 rounds gifted by the system, when fully expended, will recoup my investment. Lin Ze observed as the 10,000 energy points evaporated in an instant. While he claimed not to mind the loss, a twinge of regret lingered in his heart. Thus, today he must secure a decisive victory. Do you wish to seek your demise? System, intelligently lock onto the surrounding level 2 zombies. Activate the tubular pulse ejector and commence charging. Lin Ze commanded coldly. Received, initiating charging. The system's icy prompt echoed in the cockpit. Rest assured about my skills, seasoned driver. With a firm press on the accelerator, Lin Ze gripped the steering wheel and surged forth from the large crater created by the water pipe-wielding zombies. As the base vehicle distanced itself from the level 2 zombies trailing behind, the tubular pulse cannon atop the vehicle completed its charging, poised for launch. Now fire. Lin Ze, akin to pressing a nuclear button, fixated his gaze on the screen. In an instant, the tubular pulse cannon unleashed a violet beam towards the rear, resembling a radiant arc traversing the obsidian cosmos, igniting a cataclysmic explosion upon the Earth's surface. Boom. The tremendous sound reverberated, causing the entire Yinchuan University to tremble. The survivors sheltering within the university turned pale with fear, collectively raising their heads towards the source of the deafening noise and tremors, the gymnasium, wearing expressions of bewilderment. What is happening? Why did it suddenly shake? They could hardly fathom the reality. While they were still grappling over a panel and a sausage, engaging in fierce conflict that left them bloodied, Lin Ze had already acquired technological weaponry surpassing that of this planet. With such a formidable weapon at his disposal, all abyssal creatures within its range would tremble before him. Not to mention, within the gymnasium, the abyssal brainworm shrieked in terror, desperately summoning nearby zombies for protection. Children, come to my aid. Yet, despite its frantic calls, few zombies approached. Upon extending its mental perception, it was stunned to discover that the formidable advanced zombies had already been annihilated. Chapter 78. The enhancement brought by the 2 universal energy points, Superbrain. Lin Ze parked the base vehicle before the sports warehouse, where high-level zombies congregated for their meeting. He then unleashed a barrage of fire, mercilessly harvesting his foes. His heightened perception and the system's intelligent targeting system resembled an aimbot in a first-person shooter game. The advanced zombies hiding within the sports warehouse were rendered utterly vulnerable, all of them locked onto. Lin Ze needed to do but one thing: pull the trigger and reap the energy points and blood crystals they offered. With a decisive thought, he commanded the tubular pulse cannon to fire. The purple turret atop the vehicle, having charged in advance, emitted a dazzling beam of violet light. This powerful ray effortlessly melted through the solid concrete walls and red bricks, striking true at the feminine, intelligent zombie concealed within the warehouse. Immediately afterward, a deafening explosion erupted. The ground shook violently, sending debris from the gym's outdoor track flying. The caliber of the divine base vehicle, akin to a truth skill, doubled the impact area of the tubular pulse cannon. Originally designed for single-target engagement, it now proved remarkably effective against groups as well. Ding. You have slain a level 2 enhanced zombie, earning 3,000 energy points. Ding. You have slain a level 2 intelligent zombie, earning 3,000 energy points. Ding. You have slain a level 2 intelligent zombie, earning 3,000 energy points. The system's notifications rang out in succession, and another substantial influx of energy points poured in. The exhilaration was overwhelming. The firepower was exhilaratingly dominant. This efficiency surpassed anything I could achieve alone. The best part was that I merely had to recline and watch the energy points accumulate effortlessly. After devouring this horde of zombies gathered in the gym, I could scarcely imagine the magnitude of my power surge. Hearing the system's alerts indicating a rapid increase in energy points, Lin Ze was filled with unrestrained joy. He skillfully maneuvered the turret, obliterating the zombies within, as if intent on razing the gym to the ground. Indeed, when the tubular pulse cannon struck the warehouse, it was instantaneously reduced to rubble, with various sports equipment disintegrating into dust. Only a few level 2 zombies managed to escape the epicenter of the explosion, albeit severely mutilated. Targeting these wounded level 2 zombies individually would waste precious energy points, so Lin Ze opted for another strike. White lightning. Lowering the window, he extended a hand, condensing a bolt of white lightning at his fingertips that pierced through the 3 injured level 2 zombies in an instant. Thus, another substantial sum of energy points was credited, exceeding 20,000 in total. By now, all advanced zombies within the gym had been eradicated by Lin Ze alone. The gym now housed only the abyssal brainworm, the ultimate boss, and a few inconspicuous ordinary zombies. Throughout the ordeal, Lin Ze maintained heightened perception, vigilantly monitoring the movements of the abyssal brainworm in the black pit. However, he chose not to bombard the brainworm immediately. The first reason for hesitation lies in the fear that a single strike may not obliterate the target, potentially alarming it instead. The second reason stems from the concern that, upon disturbing the brain parasite, it might exploit the opportunity to retaliate through mental manipulation. Although Lin Ze's mental prowess is already formidable, he remains somewhat lacking in self-assurance. No one can guarantee that their mental strength surpasses that of the brain parasite. An abyssal creature inherently born of the third tier, destined to evolve into a seventh-tier monstrosity. Thus, it is prudent to exercise utmost caution. A direct bombardment of the brain parasite from the outside would be too precarious. To prevent this cunning creature from escaping, I must devise additional contingencies. I shall remain stationary for a while to recuperate my previously expended mental energy. Under the enhanced perception I possess, this brain parasite will undoubtedly remain within my grasp. Throughout this ordeal, Lin Ze maintained his heightened perception, allowing him to observe the movements of the abyssal brain parasite within the dark pit with clarity. Ever since he eradicated all of the advanced zombies under the parasite's control, the creature has exhibited signs of extreme agitation due to its lack of security. Its numerous tendrils extend outward, frantically devouring all surrounding zombies in an attempt to accelerate its growth. However, such growth cannot be achieved instantaneously, especially since it is feasting upon ordinary zombies, as all the advanced ones have been eliminated. Therefore, Lin Ze remains unperturbed, calmly recuperating his mental energy in the vehicle. Seizing this opportunity, he resolves to allocate the energy points he has recently acquired. It is common knowledge that one should enhance their abilities before confronting the final boss. The next upgrade for the mounted weapon demands a staggering 100,000 energy points. This means I can either continue to strengthen my abilities or elevate the various attributes of the base vehicle. Evolving an advanced ability is also a possibility. After much contemplation, Lin Ze ultimately decides to prioritize foundational enhancements. No matter how powerful an ability may be, it requires mental energy to operate. Without sufficient mental strength, even the mightiest ability would falter. Thus, Lin Ze's gaze shifts towards the development of advanced abilities. Advanced Ability Development LV5. Each completion of this project grants the host 4 mental points and randomly increases one ability level by 1. Current requirement, 550 energy points. Previously, Lin Ze had utilized the remaining energy to elevate this skill to level 5, but progress had halted there. His thunder power had only reached LV6, indicating ample room for improvement. This time, he finally has the opportunity to advance to the next stage. The energy point consumption for advanced ability development has surged dramatically, and the enhancement of attributes and skill strength will elevate to a new tier. I wonder what mental-based skill I shall acquire this time. I hope it does not disappoint me, Lin Ze murmured softly, deciding to place his faith in the ability project and continue investing his resources in it. Therefore, he declared, System, elevate Advanced Ability Development to level 10. System ding. Advanced Ability Development LV6 has been successfully completed, granting the host 4 mental points and enhancing the ability, Thunder Power. System ding. Advanced Ability Development LV7 has been successfully completed, granting the host 4 mental points and enhancing the ability, Thunder Power. System ding. The Advanced Ability Research at level 8 has been completed, and the host's mental strength is at 4. The ability, Thunder Power, has been enhanced. System ding. The Advanced Ability Research at level 10 has been completed, and the host's mental strength is still at 4. The ability, Thunder Power, has been further elevated. You have acquired a new psychic skill, Super Brain. Excitedly, Lin Ze opened the panel to examine the details. Super Brain, a psychic skill that significantly develops the host's cerebral structure, resulting in a mental attribute of 100. The damage inflicted by abilities is increased by 50, and immunity to all forms of mental control is granted. Lin Ze exclaimed, "What?" After perusing the skill description of Super Brain a few more times to confirm. His expression shifted to one of astonishment and disbelief. The prowess of this skill called Super Brain was utterly extraordinary. The numerical values could only be described as explosive. Unable to contain himself, Lin Ze erupted into a fit of laughter reminiscent of Uchiha, exclaiming, "I knew that high-tier projects would double the energy point consumption," surely presenting me with an unexpected surprise. But I never imagined that this surprise would be so exaggerated. A direct doubling of mental attributes and a 50 increase in ability potency. Most astonishingly, the Super Brain skill grants immunity to mental control. This is truly remarkable. Each attribute mentioned can be regarded as an independent skill. When these 3 formidable attributes converge into one skill, it undoubtedly possesses the strength characteristic of the legendary SSS level abilities. This implies that Lin Ze has drawn the grand prize in this random skill lottery. How could he not be ecstatic? Lin Ze currently boasts a mental attribute of 161, which is 16 times that of an ordinary person. However, with the emergence of this skill, his mental power has instantaneously surpassed the threshold of 300. It is no exaggeration to declare him the most formidable ability wielder on Blue Star. In this manner, the skill that the brainworm took pride in has become ineffective against him. Previously hesitant to confront the brainworm, Lin Ze now stands as its true nemesis. You fancy mental manipulation, toying with the memories and minds of others, do you? Lin Ze narrowed his eyes, having already devised a fitting demise for the brainworm. Simultaneously, the system notification chimed again. The advanced ability research has reached its pinnacle level, automatically commencing the next phase of research, super abilities development. Super abilities development LV1. With each completed task, the host's mental strength increases by 10 and ability enhancement by 10. Current requirement, 2,000 energy points. With each upgrade necessitating an additional 500 energy points. The host currently has 18,550 energy points remaining. Upon hearing this notification, Lin Ze couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The requirement for energy points in the next upgrade has escalated dramatically, from a foundational 500 to a staggering 2,000. A fourfold increase. The subsequent demands for energy points at each level are equally astonishing. Of course, the numerical aspects have also seen significant enhancement. It is no longer merely about elevating the current level of a single ability, but rather about obtaining an amplification effect for all abilities. Evidently, it is the latter attribute that is more comprehensive and significant. The percentage increase is timeless. This infinite technological tree of research, akin to boundless knowledge, leaves me with an insatiable yearning for energy points. However, the fact that energy points have a purpose is indeed a blessing. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ze resolved to delve deeper into the study of supernatural abilities, determined to pursue it relentlessly. After all, he still possessed over 10,000 energy points. Since the system would not accrue interest on unused points, it would be wiser to empower himself further and subsequently eradicate zombies in a snowball effect. Thus, Lin Ze chose to continue enhancing his supernatural powers. System, ding. Supernatural ability research LV1 completed. Host's mental strength, 10. Supernatural ability increase, 10. System, ding. Supernatural ability research LV2 completed. Host's mental strength, 10. Supernatural ability increase, 10. System, ding. Supernatural ability research LV5 completed. Host's mental strength, 10. Supernatural ability increase, 10. In one breath, Lin Ze ascended 5 levels, expending 15,000 energy points, thereby depleting all his ammunition. Consequently, his total mental strength attribute surpassed the 400 mark after enhancement. Furthermore, he boasted a 50 increase in supernatural ability and a 50 enhancement in supernatural damage. It is crucial to note that these two attributes are multiplicative. This signifies that Lin Ze's subsequent use of supernatural abilities would yield a power increase of at least 5-fold. Now, I have transformed into a self-propelled artillery. When I unleash a bolt of white thunder, it will be akin to a celestial strike, a thunderous roar upon parched earth. Why should I cower? The abyssal brainworm shall tremble before me. A slight smile graced Lin Ze's lips as confidence surged within him. He promptly commanded, System, initiate charging for the tubular pulse artillery. With my enhanced perception, I will target the abyssal brainworm within the gymnasium. System, command received, beginning charge and automatic targeting. Thus, the purple turret atop the base vehicle commenced gathering energy, its barrel aimed hundreds of meters towards the abyssal brainworm at the center of the gymnasium. In that very moment, the inherently robust mental power of the abyssal brainworm instantly sensed the imminent threat to its existence. Its youthful brain became fraught with suspicion, shock, and agony. Instinctively, it resorted to its forbidden ability, manipulating all surrounding creatures to indiscriminately charge towards itself, effectively transforming itself into a target, ready to self-destruct. The abyssal brainworm opened its incessantly feeding orifice atop its head, emitting rhythmic roars reminiscent of sonic waves. Simultaneously, within 100 kilometers radius, the zombies and mutated beasts surrounding Inchuan University abruptly ceased their aimless wandering. Even those zombies in pursuit of prey displayed a moment of confusion, which swiftly morphed into agitation and fury. The very next second, zombies and mutated beasts from all corners of Inchuan University surged towards the gymnasium's location. The combined number of these zombies and mutated beasts exceeded at least 30,000. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a sea of monsters. Lin Ze, possessing 40 times the average mental strength, expanded his enhanced perception to scan a 10-mile radius, making him acutely aware of all that transpired within that expanse. Indeed, the peculiar antics of the creatures within the campus of Inchuan University did not go unnoticed, and it was swiftly deduced that the abyssal brainworm in the gymnasium was the orchestrator of this mischief. This phenomenon was likely some form of inherited skill, yet it undoubtedly demanded a hefty price. Otherwise, the adversary would have employed it long ago. In response, Lin Ze felt an unexpected surge of delight. a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he expressed his gratitude. I am immensely thankful for the monster summoning gift bag bestowed upon me by my dear abyssal brainworm. This will prove to be exceedingly beneficial. Had this occurred merely 10 seconds prior, fear might have compelled him to retreat from the gymnasium to ensure his own safety. However, his strength had significantly amplified since then, and armed with the tubular pulse cannon, he was confident that 30,000 creatures were not beyond his capability to handle. Furthermore, no matter how numerous the monsters, they would first need to breach the armor of the base vehicle. Otherwise, regardless of their numbers, they would merely be delivering themselves to him. He was certain that one day he would eradicate them all. Lin Ze eagerly anticipated the creature's forthcoming approach. Yet, before that could transpire, he knew he must eliminate the abyssal brainworm to avert any unforeseen complications. While he relished surprises, he despised unexpected variables. System, commence firing. Lin Ze commanded, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the center of the gymnasium. Boom. The tubular pulse cannon unleashed a violet beam, striking the abyssal brainworm at the heart of the gymnasium with unerring precision. Chapter 79, Slaying the Brainworm. Overnight wealth and frenzied enhancement, a violet ray sliced through the air, hurtling toward the abyssal black pit at the center of the arena. Striking the abyssal brainworm with unerring precision, the creature, resembling a massive mound, was utterly helpless against the incoming assault, merely emitting anguished cries as it passively endured its fate within the depths of the pit. The purple light from the tubular pulse cannon effortlessly penetrated the brainworm's slick hide, creating a gaping wound in its abdomen. Subsequently, a violent explosion erupted within the black pit, causing the entire arena to collapse under the shockwave that radiated for miles. Even amidst the dense clouds of smoke and dust that enveloped the area, Lin Ze's heightened senses allowed him to perceive the scene with crystal clarity, bringing him a sigh of relief. The abyssal brainworm, it seemed, lacked the ability to flee. It remained trapped in that black pit, half of its body obliterated, with copious black slime oozing from its wounds. In a futile attempt, the worm flailed its dark sensory tendrils, making its last desperate struggle. Although it possessed numerous combat capabilities, its inability to reach Lin Ze, who was safely distanced and firing from afar, rendered it clumsy and powerless. Remarkably, the brainworm had withstood the onslaught from the tubular pulse cannon. Lin Ze marveled at its resilience, realizing how tenacious these creatures were. This reaffirmed his earlier belief that a cautious approach was essential when confronting monsters from the unknown. Of course, this applied to ordinary individuals. He was backed by a system, setting him apart. It was time to conclude its existence, not with cannon fire, but with the newly acquired power of thunder. Lin Ze opened the sunroof of the base vehicle and leapt onto its roof. Raising one hand towards the sky, he summoned a series of wildly twisting thunderous marks that rapidly spread into the clouds, forming a roiling purple thunderhead. Thunder's judgment. With a fierce grip, Lin Ze swung his hand downward. Boom. The purple arcs of lightning converged instantaneously into a formidable bolt that struck the abyssal brainworm at the center of the arena with devastating force. The thunder sword incinerated and shattered the creature's body, leaving not a trace behind. With the enhancement of various powerful passive skills, Lin Ze's use of the thunder ability surpassed that of the tubular pulse cannon. Ding. Host successfully eliminated a Tier 3 abyssal creature. Abyssal brainworm. Reward, 25,000 energy points. Dispersed. Ding. Host successfully eliminated a Tier 3 abyssal creature. Abyssal brainworm. Completing the Doomsday bounty. Reward, 50,000 energy points. And a random advanced ability. Ding. Host has acquired advanced ability, gravity manipulation. Gravity manipulation. The host can control the intensity and direction of gravity, encompassing gravitational forces, weightlessness, anti-gravity, pressure, tension, repulsion, and attraction. This ability demands a high level of mental acuity. Insufficient mental strength may hinder the full effects of gravity manipulation. Upon hearing the notification of the abyssal brainworm's demise, Lin Ze felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, after reading the subsequent notification, he was instantly filled with exhilaration. Goodness, the rewards are remarkably generous. Truly. Fortune favors the bold, Lin Ze exclaimed, unable to contain his delight. Not only did he receive a staggering 75,000 energy points, but he was also bestowed with a high-level psychic ability, gravity manipulation. When discussing gravity, one cannot overlook the four fundamental forces of the universe: the strong nuclear force, electromagnetic force, weak nuclear force, and gravitational force. Although gravity ranks last among these, in terms of psychic potency, gravity undoubtedly secures a place within the top 10. It surpasses abilities such as Thunder Strike, Herculean Strength, and Supersonic Speed. What a windfall! The gravity ability, if purchased, would be worth at least 100,000 energy points. Lin Ze was overwhelmed with joy and couldn't resist testing his newfound ability in the desolate ruins of the stadium. He swiftly reviewed the usage examples provided by the system in his mind, quickly mastering the application of gravity manipulation. His gaze shifted towards the remnants of the stadium, now a mere shell of its former self. He was determined to explore this area. However, with enhanced perception combined with gravity manipulation, he need not rummage through debris personally. For a more efficient method awaited him. Rise. Lin Ze commanded, his voice resonating, as waves of energy rippled around him. Buzz. In the center of the stadium, the rubble from the massive black pit began to levitate, an unseen gravitational force wrapping around the half-formed corpse of the abyssal brainworm, drawing it towards Lin Ze. Among the debris was a crystal, glimmering like obsidian, pulsating with astonishing energy fluctuations. This black crystal, a valuable artifact that had detached from the abyssal brainworm, promised significant worth. Lin Ze grasped the black crystal and summoned the system for identification. Ding. You have acquired a rare material from the abyssal creature, Dark Magic Crystal, Tier 3. Analyzing the material's properties. Analysis complete. The effects are as follows. Dark Magic Crystal, Level, Tier 3. Description. By holding and absorbing the energy of the Dark Magic Crystal, the user's mental attributes can be enhanced, and depleted mental power can be rapidly restored. Specific effects. 1 probability of gaining mental manipulation from the abyssal brainworm, 25 probability of increasing mental attributes by 30, and 65 probability of increasing mental attributes by 15. The 3 probabilities are calculated independently, with a minuscule chance of simultaneous occurrence. Indeed, this is a treasure. My inventory is nearly full. It is time to leverage technology to enhance these items and subsequently train my beautiful army. Coupled with the critical hit rebate function, it's the rhythm of stepping on the left foot while the right foot takes off, soaring through the clouds. A slight smile crept across Lin Ze's lips as he stowed the dark magic crystal in his backpack and proceeded to open the infinite technology tree. Gene Enhancement Injection Development. Upon research, permanently unlocks the ability to exchange blood crystals and a certain number of energy points for gene enhancement injections of the same level. The effects of the gene fluid are double that of normal blood crystals, and it automatically eliminates the side effects of bodily mutation and zombification. Development cost, 5,000 energy points. Note, once this function is activated, processing various crystals will still require a certain amount of energy points as a handling fee. With a mere 5,000 energy points, the decision to commence research was made without hesitation. Ding. You have expended 5,000 energy points to unlock the function, Development of Gene Enhancement Serum. You can now convert various crystals into gene liquid. Lin Ze promptly deposited the collected zombie blood crystals, mutated magic crystals, and dark magic crystals into the conversion device, prompting the system to initiate the exchange. Ding. The conversion of first-tier crystals into gene enhancement serum incurs a processing fee of 100 energy points. Ding. The conversion of second-tier crystals incurs a fee of 500 energy points. Ding. The conversion of third-tier crystals incurs a fee of 2,000 energy points. The fees are not exorbitant. Such a modest cost nearly doubles the efficacy of the crystals. Akin to a windfall. Is this the power of technology? Truly a lucrative venture, indeed. Lin Ze's face beamed with joy as he transformed all the crystals into gene enhancement serum. Subsequently, Lin Ze acquired the following items. Power Enhancement Gene Liquid. Source. Zombie Blood Crystal. Tier 1. 10 probability to awaken secondary power-related abilities. 30 probability to increase strength by 10 points. 100 probability to increase strength by 5 points. Agility Enhancement Gene Liquid. Source. Mutated Magic Crystal. Tier 1. 10 probability to awaken secondary agility-related abilities. 30 probability to increase agility by 20 points. 100 probability to increase strength by 10 points. Mental Enhancement Gene Liquid. Source. Zombie Blood Crystal. Tier 2. 10 probability to awaken primary mental-related abilities. 30 probability to increase mental attributes by 20 points. 100 probability to increase mental attributes by 10 points. Mental Enhancement Gene Liquid. Source. Dark Magic Crystal. Tier 3. 2 probability to gain mental manipulation from abyssal brainworm. 50 probability to increase mental attributes by 30. 100 probability to increase mental attributes by 15. The crystals dropped by these monsters, after being transmuted through the base's gene liquid technology, had their effects directly doubled. Lin Ze was filled with astonishment. Currently, he possessed 48 vials of first-tier gene enhancement liquid, 12 vials of second-tier gene enhancement liquid, and 2 vials of third-tier gene enhancement liquid. Even without the benefit of critical hit returns, he could cultivate at least 2 formidable beings of third-tier strength. For now, he decided to store them away and convene a meeting at noon to gather everyone together for a collective usage. Lin Ze was not in a rush. He intended to partake in the experience along with the young women on the vehicle and see who would be fortunate enough to awaken a special ability, as this was indeed a matter of luck. Moreover, such attribute-enhancing gene liquids would certainly have limitations on repeated usage due to resistance to medicinal effects. So there was no need for haste. After scavenging his spoils, Lin Ze's gaze returned to reality, recalling the dying words of the abyssal brainworm, which had summoned a multitude of zombies and mutated beasts within the school. At this moment, Lin Ze's enhanced perception revealed a vast sea of corpses and mutated creatures rushing towards the gymnasium, forming a dark coalition of monsters on the horizon. The numbers were rather overwhelming. Even with a tubular pulse cannon, clearing such a multitude of creatures would require a significant amount of time. In order to bolster his mental fortitude, Lin Ze decided to conserve his precious ammunition. With a faint smile, he fully advanced his unfinished superpower research project. System ding. Superpower research level 6 completed. Host's mental strength, 10. Power augmentation, 10. System, ding. Superpower research level 7 completed. Host's mental strength, 10. Power augmentation, 10. System, ding. Superpower research level 10 completed. Host's mental strength, 10. Power augmentation, 10. Randomly unlocking a mental passive, psychic shield. Psychic shield, a mental passive that can be activated or deactivated at will, constructing an invisible, persistent psychic shield that absorbs 99 of incoming damage, though it will deplete mental energy over time. Though this newly acquired mental passive appeared rather unremarkable, it proved quite effective for defense. When combined with his various defensive passives, it seemed to yield extraordinary results. Lin Ze murmured softly, decisively activating the skill. From this moment forward, the likelihood of anyone attempting to assassinate him would be virtually non-existent. The psychic shield, bolstered by his extraordinarily high mental strength, surpassed even the capabilities of formidable physical beings, as mental energy often replenishes more swiftly than physical form. Combined with the enhancements from his super brain and powers, his defensive capabilities became alarmingly robust. In summary, this skill resonated perfectly with Lin Ze's approach. Survival was paramount. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed once more. Superpower research reached its pinnacle level, automatically unlocking the next phase of the project. Surface level superpower research. Surface level superpower research level 1. Each completion grants the host 30 mental strength and 15 power augmentation. Current requirement, 10,000 energy points, with each upgrade increasing by 1,000 energy points. Host's current energy points remaining, 45,630. Indeed, the infinite technology tree promised boundless possibilities and relentless progress. The notion of surface-level superpower research implied the capability to obliterate the very surface itself, a leap that seemed rather excessive. Do not misconstrue. I speak of energy point consumption, not destructive power. Lin Ze, upon observing the initial requirement of 10,000 energy points, could not help but click his tongue in disbelief. Even the wealthiest of landowners couldn't sustain such expenditure. It seemed prudent to temporarily pause the superpower research project and instead elevate other subjects for a more holistic development. Moreover, Lin Ze's forthcoming ambition was to expand outward, rallying his beautiful legion to assist him, thus allowing him to enjoy a life of leisure while delegating tasks. With a cadre of attractive yet capable subordinates at his disposal, personal intervention would be unnecessary, except in the face of formidable adversaries. This epitomized the essence of a competent strongman, who among the powerful attends to every minutiae. Thus, he resolved to enhance both his physical and vehicle capabilities to a higher tier, acquiring 2 new passives. Passives yield continual efficacy, truly embodying the adage that one can never possess too many skills. After vanquishing the abyssal brainworm, Lin Ze faced no burden in fortifying a series of advanced subjects. 3 seconds later, Lin Ze's technological tree list expanded with 2 new topics and 2 entirely new passive skills: Advanced Body Enhancement LV10 and Advanced Vehicle Enhancement LV10. Ding! You have acquired the passive skill, Super Regeneration, which increases the host's cellular activity by 10-fold, and this attribute will continuously enhance with the improvement of physical constitution. Ding! You have obtained the passive skill, Mudhead Charge, which triples the impact damage of the base vehicle if the target struck does not perish. It will immediately enter a state of dizziness for 3 seconds. Upon reviewing the explanations of these 2 new skills, Lin Ze felt a buzzing in his head. This super regeneration felt strikingly familiar. Was it not the favored skill of tanks? Previously, he had remarked that in the apocalypse, the ability users were frail mages with high attack and low health. The system had promptly bestowed upon him a combination of a super shield and super regeneration. Clearly concerned about Lin Ze's sense of security, it ensured that unless faced with overwhelming odds, there would be few beings or monsters capable of breaching Lin Ze's defenses among his peers. Lin Ze was exceedingly pleased with this development and chuckled. The system truly embodies the essence of survival. To endure until the end is the hallmark of a true victor. Chapter 80. The Onslaught of Monsters. Energy points accumulating rapidly. The passive ability of rapid regeneration in the flesh is formidable, while the new skill for vehicles is equally intriguing, Mudslide Charge. The very name resonates with power, and its effects are astonishingly potent. Not only does it enhance the collision damage of the base vehicle, but it also provides a formidable control effect. Even if you're the Abyss Lord, being struck head-on by the base vehicle will leave you momentarily dazed and unable to rise. This concept is quite captivating. Such rule-based control will never become obsolete. Should it be paired in the future with abilities akin to instantaneous teleportation or time-space transference, it would constitute an unassailable form of control. Lin Ze holds the skill in high regard as well. In battles among the skilled, a mere 3 seconds of hard control is sufficient to eliminate an opponent hundreds of times over. If the conflict cannot be resolved within 3 seconds, it is advisable to refrain from confrontation and focus on development instead. Having simultaneously undertaken 2 advanced projects, Lin Ze found his remaining energy points dwindling to just over 10,000. At this juncture, the zombies and mutated beasts summoned by the Abyss brainworm arrived in the vicinity of the stadium. The turret and tubular pulse cannon atop the vehicle had already locked onto nearby targets. With a simple command, he could commence the extermination of zombies and harvest energy points. Let me accumulate a few more energy points, then. Lin Ze refocused on reality and promptly commanded, System, fire at will. Eliminate all zombies and mutated beasts within range. Also, expand the turret by 2 additional cannons. If ammunition runs low, deduct from my energy points. The next moment, a system notification chimed. Ding. The current capacity of vehicle-mounted weapons has reached its limit. Weapon slots can be unlocked using energy points. Initial cost, 5,000 energy points. Subsequent costs will double for each additional slot. Hearing the system's response, Lin Ze could only resignedly acquiesce. Unlock the additional weapon slots. Unlocking an extra weapon slot for yet another turret cost him an additional 8,000 energy points. Just 10 minutes prior, he had received over 70,000 energy points, only to find them swiftly dissipated. One might think him extravagant, yet each enhancement was meticulously calculated, yielding exceptional value. Consider it an investment, he mused. Observing the sea of zombies before him, he felt no particular sorrow. Once these zombies were obliterated, he would soon replenish his energy points by several thousand. Open fire. Unleash relentless fire. Lin Ze's eyes blazed with fervor. He felt no regret. Crack. Simultaneously, the sound of mechanical movement echoed from atop the base vehicle. A brand new turret emerged, flanking the existing turret and the tubular pulse cannon, forming a configuration reminiscent of a sandwich. With this, the roof's capacity was entirely utilized. Any subsequent weapon slots would extend from the sides of the vehicle, resembling a great bird taking flight. As Lin Ze's command was issued, the 3 weapons atop the vehicle unleashed a torrent of fire. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 turrets spewed forth flames, launching projectiles that automatically expanded to a 60mm caliber, obliterating the upper halves of the ordinary zombies in an instant. The might of the weapon surpasses that of the renowned Barrett sniper rifle. The tubular pulse cannon remains in standby mode, biding its time for the perfect moment. Each shot, delivering 100 energy points, necessitates precise calculations regarding range. If the impact fails to eliminate even 100 zombies, it would be a significant loss. This is precisely why Lin Ze intends to deploy an additional machine gun. However, the wait for the opportune moment does not linger long. A formidable mutated beast emerges within Lin Ze as perception. It is a colossal serpent, as thick as a barrel and nearly 30 meters in length, its entire body adorned with glimmering golden scales. The golden-scaled python hisses, continuously flicking its tongue, and its massive form swiftly glides across the ground, crushing ordinary zombies beneath it, while its 2 lantern-like eyes fixate intently on the base vehicle. A second-tier mutated beast, perhaps? Lin Ze's gaze sharpens as he commands, aim for that golden python and fire. Boom. The tubular pulse cannon, having been precharged, unleashes a blinding violet beam. All zombies caught in its path are instantaneously vaporized, the beam advancing with unstoppable momentum. The golden-scaled python, sensing the imminent threat, rapidly twists and writhes to evade the incoming blast. The serpent's agility allows it to narrowly escape the cannon's beam. Indeed, long-range shots are not easily executed, given the heightened danger perception possessed by mutated beasts. Yet, while the python evades the initial strike, it cannot escape the ensuing explosion. It is akin to evading, yet not entirely escaping. A thunderous roar reverberates as a massive mushroom cloud erupts from the location of the golden python. When the smoke dissipates, a crater with a diameter of 100 meters remains. The python lies motionless, two-thirds of its immense body obliterated, leaving only a massive serpent's head, revealing stark white bones and gruesome wounds. Following this, a system notification chimes. Ding. You have slain a second-tier mutated beast, earning 5,000 energy points. Lin Ze, upon hearing the notification, is momentarily elated but quickly feels a pang of sorrow at the sight of the python's ravaged form. While the tubular pulse cannon proves efficient for exterminating foes, it significantly diminishes the spoils of war. Fortunately, most of the mutated beast's magic crystals reside within its head, the skull being one of the hardest parts of its body. Otherwise, even the crystals would be damaged. Should a mutated beast appear again, I shall take matters into my own hands to avoid waste. After all, the flesh of mutated beasts is a precious resource for crafting snowballs. Last night, when Lin Ze treated the ladies to meat from a mutated beast produced by the wind demon hound, he discovered that this meat enhances physical attributes. Consistent consumption undoubtedly augments one's physical prowess, classifying it as a high-grade delicacy. Hence, Lin Ze places considerable importance on mutated beasts and intends to engage personally. Roars of approaching zombies flood in from all corners of the school, relentless and unyielding. Relying solely on the firing rate of 2 machine guns proves insufficient to clear the onslaught. The zombies have already begun to emerge, successfully rushing to the blind spots surrounding the base vehicle. They relentlessly pound against the vehicle, their strikes echoing with a resounding thud. Although their assaults inflict little harm, the insult they convey is profound. Inside the vehicle, Lin Ze finds that even the music fails to drown out the cacophony of their incessant knocking, akin to the jarring sounds of construction beginning promptly in the early hours of the morning. Ordinary zombies do not warrant his descent from the vehicle. Lin Ze's expression turns icy as he lightly strikes the steering wheel with his right hand. A terrifying wave of gravitational pressure suddenly descends upon the zombies outside. The bones of the undead crackle ominously, as if the sheer weight would distort and shatter them. Their legs buckle, and they all kneel helplessly on the ground. Was the gravitational field he unleashed a tad too gentle? Let us intensify it. As this is Lin Ze's inaugural use of the gravity field, he miscalibrates the force, failing to obliterate the zombies in an instant. With each increment in mental expenditure, the pressure of the surrounding gravitational field escalates exponentially. The weight upon the zombies multiplies tenfold. Their sharp bones cannot withstand the strain, and they are reduced to a pulpy mass, exposing their stark white skeletons. It is as if something has mercilessly scraped the flesh from their bones. This is the power of gravity, a rather repulsive spectacle. Observing through his enhanced perception, Lin Ze feels a churn in his stomach. This method of execution is perhaps the most nauseating he has employed thus far, appearing exceedingly brutal. However, when dealing with soulless creatures like zombies, one need not dwell on morality. Much like exterminating cockroaches in the South, even the most ruthless methods evoke no sympathy. Rather, they bring satisfaction. With a casual flick, Lin Ze clears the zombies that had encroached upon the base vehicle, only to spot a second-tier mutated beast materializing on the horizon. This time, it is not a serpent, but a flock of black, monstrous birds diving from the sky. A peculiar shriek pierces the air, resonating from the clouds, followed by the incessant sound of flapping wings. Lin Ze's enhanced perception proves godly. No creature, whether descending from the heavens or emerging from the earth, can elude his gaze. What he sees is a swarm of over 100 black vulture-like creatures, each possessing a pair of wings and 2 heads. Their feathers have all but vanished, relying on some mysterious force to sustain their flight. The grotesque birds plunge from the sky, targeting the base vehicle below. Even as mutated beasts, their flesh holds no appeal for Lin Ze. With a slight frown, he acts without hesitation. Since these monsters are launching their assault from above, he decides to retaliate from the clouds. He vaults from the right side window onto the hood of the engine, his right hand forming a palm directed skyward. Astonishing purple arcs of electricity swirl rapidly in his grasp, summoning the wrath of thunder. Boom! Suddenly, a tremendous clap of thunder erupts in the clouds. A bolt from the blue. Several black vultures fail to evade, struck directly by a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel, torn to shreds in an instant. Even those merely grazed plummet from the sky like kites severed from their strings. In terms of might, the power of gravity manipulation pales in comparison to that of thunder. The manipulation of gravity emphasizes control, while the might of thunder serves as the most direct and effective means of destruction. Slaying a dozen black vultures cannot entirely thwart their relentless assault. The remaining 80 or so black vultures charge fearlessly toward Lin Ze, who stands atop the engine hood. Among them, the foremost black vulture is particularly massive. It is 3 times the size of its kin, with a wingspan exceeding 30 meters, embodying a true behemoth. Is this also a second-tier mutated beast? Moreover, it is of a gregarious nature. Should a team of ability users from a base city or a national army encounter this horde of mutated beasts, despair would surely cloud their faces, leading to utter annihilation. After all, such a caliber of mutated beast is, at this stage, an invincible entity. But encountering me? Alas, misfortune befalls you. A smirk graced Lin Ze's lips as he swiftly unsheathed his Tang Dao from his waist, his gaze sharpening. Thunderous sword of 10,000 lightning. Lin Ze infused a substantial portion of his thunderous might into the Tang Dao and unleashed a sweeping arc of purple energy, soaring skyward from the position of the base vehicle. This bolt of electricity struck the largest black vulture with precision, rapidly expanding and fracturing. In an instant, it transformed into dozens of chains of lightning, weaving a net spanning over 100 meters in diameter, obscuring the sky. ZZZT. The diving black vultures were ensnared by this colossal electric net. Subsequently, their bodies erupted with brilliant high-voltage electricity. For a fleeting moment, one could glimpse the stark, white bones within this flock of black vultures. Indeed, they were rendered incapacitated by the electric shock. The more feeble black vultures, numbering over 80, became rigid and paralyzed, plummeting to the ground with a series of thuds, their fates uncertain. Naturally, Lin Ze would not squander such an opportune moment for a finishing blow. He promptly activated his speed, leaping down from the engine hood to deliver a swift slash to their necks, preventing any chance of revival. Following this, a series of notifications chimed. Ding. You have slain a first-tier mutated beast, earning 500 energy points. Ding. You have slain a first-tier mutated beast, earning 500 energy points. Ding. You have slain a first-tier mutated beast, earning 500 energy points. Lin Ze swiftly eliminated all the kin of the second-tier mutated beast. He then hoisted the Tang Dao onto his shoulder, casting a provocative gaze at the enormous black vulture, which lingered in the air, struggling to maintain its balance. The earlier thunderous sword of 10,000 lightning had struck the second-tier mutated beast with unerring accuracy, even with numerous passive enhancements. It remained unrealistic to annihilate a second-tier mutated beast with a collective technique. It was not a matter of extreme output akin to the might of 1,000 oxen. Nonetheless, even if the giant black vulture survived, it was severely weakened. Its attempts to flee would be hindered by its paralysis, rendering its movement sluggish and erratic. At this moment, fear filled the crimson eyes of the black vulture, suspended in midair. It had initially believed there was only one human on the ground, feeling confident as it led its kin in a predatory rush. Little did it know that this was a harbinger of doom, capable of dispatching over 100 of its kin in mere moments. Even it, as a second-tier mutated beast, could not withstand the thunderous onslaught. In this moment, one can only linger suspended in the air, clinging to life. With the entire clan perished, has the creature succumbed to fear and refused to fight for survival? Lin Ze grinned, blissfully unaware of the myriad of terror and regret coursing through the primitive mind of the second-level mutated beast above. Certainly, even if it were to beg for mercy, he had no intention of sparing such a creature. After all, it represented a bounty of 5,000 energy points. Since he had no plans to engage in direct confrontation, he would simply grant it a swift end, for he had no time to waste. Lin Ze raised his right hand once more, as electric sparks coalesced at his fingertips into a sphere, subsequently tracing a line of white lightning through the air. The massive black vulture, suspended in midair, had no chance to evade as the white lightning severed half of its body, sending it plummeting to the ground, meeting its demise in the same manner as its kin. This time, he did not employ the thunder punishment, opting instead for the straightforward white lightnings. As he had already discerned that this avian abomination was on the brink of death, a mere flicker of resistance, there was no need to squander mental energy. Ding. You have slain a second-level mutated beast, earning 5,000 energy points. Lin Ze heard the notification and calmly approached the site where the black vultures had fallen, collecting their remains into his system storage. Although he had no desire to consume such grotesque creatures, securing them as trophies posed no issue. Furthermore, they bore mutated magic crystals, treasures of immeasurable value. The unsightliness of the monsters did not diminish their worth in exchanging for gene liquid. Chapter 81. The poor rely on mutation. The rich on technology Lin Ze had no time to extract crystal stones. He turned to confront the relentless tide of zombies. 3 hours later, the ground was strewn with the severed limbs and shattered bones of both zombies and mutated beasts. Alone with his vehicle, Lin Ze stood as an indomitable barrier, fending off countless undead. The final forbidden technique of the abyssal brainworm had summoned and attracted these zombies and mutated beasts, all of which Lin Ze and the base vehicle eradicated. Tens of thousands of zombies evaporated into thin air, and the entire campus fell into a serene silence. Indeed, I am quite the benevolent soul. In just a few days, I have assisted in cleansing the school of such a multitude of zombies. Even an official military force could scarcely match my speed. The primary credit lies with the abyssal brainworm, which, in its dying moments, unwittingly aided me in gathering these foes without charge. If it were still alive, I would certainly express my gratitude. How polite of it. With a smile, Lin Ze opened the system panel. Remaining energy points, 58,860. Nearly 20,000 ordinary zombies, alongside a few first and second-tier zombies and mutated beasts, had contributed to this total. Adding in the cumulative wish list, Lin Ze had unknowingly amassed over 50,000 energy points. Alas, this sum was insufficient for me to complete my research on surface-level supernatural abilities. The distance to invincible solitude remains vast. Shaking his head, Lin Ze retrieved clean water from the system space to cleanse and disinfect his body. He then changed into a fresh outfit and returned to the apartment. Unbeknownst to him, it was already noon. Aside from dining, Lin Ze intended to assist the young women in awakening their powers. The plan for the Apocalypse Beauty Brigade was officially set into motion. In the base vehicle, within the apartment, Lin Ze walked into the living room and promptly instructed Ding Shiyu to summon everyone. Observing Lin Ze's solemn demeanor, Ding Shiyu did not dare to delay. Before long, all 17 young women had gathered in the living room, quickly arranging themselves into formation at Lin Ze's command. Having undergone military training, they instinctively knew how to respond to orders. The master must have significant news to announce. He would not typically be this serious, often returning at noon seeking ways to unwind. Suyo sensed Lin Ze's intentions but refrained from voicing them, obediently following orders. The other girls, not lacking in intelligence, could surmise a portion of what was unfolding. What scheme does our idol have in store today? Zhao Zhu could not contain her curiosity and raised her hand to inquire. In truth, there was nothing extraordinary. He simply came to offer them a boon, but their acceptance would depend on their choice. Lin Ze, hands clasped behind his back, briefly explained the matter of the gene serum. He did not delve into its origins, it simply existed. Upon consumption, their strength would markedly enhance, and they might even awaken supernatural abilities. Supernatural powers were the coveted treasure of the apocalypse, and acquiring them required a certain price. Lin Ze proposed that all who were willing to undergo the gene serum injection must join the legion he was forming, codenamed Silver Wolf, and fight for him when the time was ripe. As Lin Ze disclosed this information, the young women exchanged glances, lost in contemplation. Many among them were quite satisfied with their current circumstances, enjoying good food, comfortable living, and a secure environment. There was truly no necessity for them to venture into battle alongside Lin Ze. Yet, a lingering concern occupied their minds, the overwhelming competition present within the vehicle, 17 girls in total. Once they surrendered their bodies, their competitive edge seemed to diminish. None could ascertain whether they might one day be cast aside after becoming tiresome. However, if they could grow stronger and join the Silver Wolf army established by their master, they would demonstrate greater worth. How remarkable their master was, capable of acquiring such things. Su Yao was the first to react, exclaiming in awe, and without hesitation. She began to pledge her loyalty, saying, "My master rescued me from the abyss of the student council auditorium and brought me to this paradise-like safe haven amidst the apocalypse. This kindness is beyond what I could repay, even if I were to give my life in service. Yet, my abilities are lacking. Even if I wished to assist you in battle, I could only be a burden. Thus, I must find every possible way to please you. But if I could absorb this genetic fluid and awaken my powers, perhaps I could stand by your side and fight alongside you. I am willing to inject the genetic fluid and become your right hand." Lin Ze gazed at Su Yao with satisfaction and replied, "Yao Yao, your awareness and resolve are commendable. The Silver Wolf army needs talents like you." Ding Shiyu, sensing her missed opportunity, quickly followed suit, declaring, "Master, I am also willing. Although I did not perform well when I joined, time is the best testament to my abilities. I possess the talent to assist you. Whether as your secretary or in battle, I can do it all." Lin Ze smiled and said, "Ding Shiyu, you are quite impressive as well." With Su Yu and Ding Shiyu voicing their intentions, the other girls eagerly followed, unhesitatingly choosing to join. "Master, I want to fight zombies and monsters with you," exclaimed Tong Xiaoxi, raising her fists. "If even timid Xiaoxi is unafraid, why should I be? This is far too exciting. Count me in," laughed Tang Shanshan. "Master, does the power include the ability to transform? I want to be a magical girl," Lin Shurin asked with sparkling eyes. "With powers, I shall surely become more formidable. Who could resist becoming a queen of abilities?" Lu Mingxi tossed her long waves with flair. "Master, a legion must have a strategist, although I am but a bookworm. The advantage of being a bookworm is that I think deeply. I believe I would be quite suitable," proposed the academic star Wen Qing, adjusting her black-rimmed glasses. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic brought Lin Ze a sense of relief. We shall commence the injection of reinforcement genetic fluid immediately. Every one of you will receive it. With a slight smile, Lin Ze retrieved dozens of vials of genetic enhancement fluid from the system space and assisted each girl in receiving their injections. He harbored no concerns about potential betrayal from among them, for everything bestowed upon them would soon return manifold. Moreover, his current strength was not merely reliant on a few vials of enhancement fluid. A lion never fears a rebellion of sheep. In no time, Lin Ze had administered the first level of enhancement genetic fluid to all 17 girls. His cautious approach to not hastily escalate the intensity stemmed from a concern for their physical limits. Ding Xiyu is the girl who has undergone the most rigorous training under Lin Ze, possessing the strongest physical attributes. She opted for a strength enhancement gene serum, and upon its application, her body promptly reacted. Under the illumination of the living room lights, Ding Shiyu's fair skin subtly shifted as her underlying muscles continuously grew denser and more robust. Unfortunately, she failed to awaken any extraordinary abilities, achieving merely a simple strength level of 10. Thus, she could not transform into the legendary muscular Barbie, yet her power undeniably exhibited a significant increase. I feel my strength has intensified, Ding Xiyu promptly reported. Very well, come over and strike me with all your might. I shall personally assess your strength. Lin Ze calmly beckoned her. In truth, there existed a simpler method to gauge her capabilities, by accessing her profile information through the system's backend. Ding Xiyu was one of the combatants he had bonded with, and the system possessed her records. However, Lin Ze refrained from this approach. How else could he demonstrate his own prowess? My apologies, Master. Ding Shiyu's eyes lit up, and she wasted no time. She swiftly approached Lin Ze, her muscles tensed, and launched a powerful punch forward. The strike landed firmly against Lin Ze's chest. It felt as though Ding Xiyu was intent on releasing some long-held grievances. This punch seemed to channel all the strength she had from her childhood. Thud. A dull sound echoed, and Lin Ze wore a faint smile as his body remained as immovable as a mountain. Ouch. Ding Xiyu instinctively withdrew her right hand, her fist aflame with pain. The impact felt as if it had struck flesh and blood, yet it was akin to hitting a solid steel plate. Ha ha ha. Ding Xiyu, you are utterly amusing. You were instructed to strike with all your might, and you truly did. Lin Ze could not help but roar with laughter, mockingly teasing her. Master, you are so petty. Ding Xiyu pouted, looking as though she had fallen into a trap. All right, enough jesting. Have you awakened any extraordinary abilities? Lin Ze waved his hand, inquiring. I believe not. I have not sensed any emerging powers. Perhaps my talents are rather mediocre, disappointing you. Master, Ding Xiyu replied, shaking her head in regret. No worries. If one attempt fails, then we shall try again multiple times. I have prepared numerous enhancement gene serums for your training. Do not let my expectations go unfulfilled. Lin Ze said nonchalantly, shaking his head. He then produced another vial of gene serum for Ding Xiyu to use, encouraging her to remain hopeful and to continue striving. Meanwhile, the other girls gradually regained their senses, slowly opening their eyes. Master, I have awakened my extraordinary abilities. Tong Xiaoxi exclaimed, momentarily stunned before bursting with excitement. What powers have you obtained? Do share. Lin Ze remained relatively composed. Statistically, among so many, it was likely that one or two would be the first to successfully awaken. I utilized the agility enhancement gene, and it seems my awakened ability is Windblade. Tong Xiaoxi raised her hands, and an invisible blade rapidly formed before her. The lighting in the spacious flat is exquisite, allowing one to distinctly perceive the distortions in the air, gently stirring the surrounding tissues or the fibers of the leather carpet. Congratulations, Xiaoxi. Although this is merely a secondary ability, it may yield remarkable effects in combat. Furthermore, based on my experience with the evolution of abilities, as you continually harness your power, the wind blade may further evolve, potentially transforming into multiple blades of wind, or even generating a typhoon in the future. Lin Ze cast a reassuring glance her way, embellishing his words with promises of grandeur, before presenting her with a vial of genetic serum. To conjure a typhoon with a secondary ability like the wind blade through mere daily practice could take a century without significant results. However, with Lin Ze's presence and the abundance of genetic serum, as long as she can absorb it, the possibility of becoming a formidable wind manipulator capable of stirring up tornadoes and typhoons is not entirely out of reach. At that moment, Su Yao opened her eyes. Sensing her own abilities, and with a face full of disappointment, she spoke, Master, I have also successfully awakened my powers. They are perceptual abilities within the mental spectrum. Albeit their effects are quite feeble, perhaps only useful for eavesdropping. Am I deemed useless? Su Yao had awakened the most common perceptual ability using the mental enhancement serum. Lin Ze reassured her, saying, Not at all. Who claims that one can only possess a single ability? Am I not a wielder of multiple powers myself? The fact that you have awakened an ability speaks volumes about your exceptional talent. Come, if one vial isn't sufficient, let's have another. This is a secondary mental enhancement serum. As long as you can absorb it, there is no need to worry about your powers being too weak. With an encouraging gaze, Lin Ze watched as she consumed another vial of serum. Thus, relying on the genetic serums acquired from the infinite technology tree, Lin Ze facilitated the rapid growth and enhancement of the young women, optimizing their attributes. As the saying goes, the impoverished rely on mutations while the affluent depend on technology. The potions produced by the infinite technology tree bear no side effects. The only concern is that excessive use may lead to resistance, rendering the serums ineffective. Soon, Lin Ze received notifications of critical returns from the young women. Ding. Ding Shiyu consumed a vial of first-tier strength enhancement serum, resulting in a random 12x critical return. 12 vials of strength enhancement serum have been added to the system space. Ding. Tong Xiaoxi consumed a vial of first-tier agility enhancement serum, resulting in a random 33x critical return. 33 vials of first-tier agility enhancement serum have been added to the system space. Ding. Xiao consumed a vial of second-tier mental enhancement serum, resulting in a random 26x critical return. 26 vials of second-tier mental enhancement serum have been added to the system space. Lin Ze's initial stock of enhancement serums, which numbered only in the dozens, surged at an astonishing rate. This was merely the first and second tiers of serums, which are of moderate value in his possession, that progress must be made gradually. He refrained from administering third-tier enhancement potions to them for now, not out of concern for waste, but rather for the fear that their bodies may not withstand it. I shall also test it to see how many vials it takes to develop resistance, Lin Ze declared, taking out an enhancement serum for himself to undergo a round of technological fortification. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles, 4 bottles. Lin Ze's constitution is astonishing. The enhancement gene fluid was absorbed instantly upon injection. Ding. You have used a bottle of first-tier mental enhancement gene fluid, resulting in a mental capacity of 20. Awakening a secondary ability, telekinesis. Lin Ze is equally concerned about developing antibodies against the gene fluid, thus opting for the mental enhancement gene fluid that would provide him with the greatest immediate boost. Mental capacity is directly correlated with abilities. Every increment is significant. And he possesses an extraordinarily formidable passive skill, Superbrain. Each point of mental power gained translates to double the benefit. Fortuitously, on his first attempt, he triggered a 10 chance for additional absorption, acquiring 20 points of mental power. He even awakened a new secondary ability, a stroke of luck indeed. As if he were the luckiest of the lucky. Lin Ze's eyes sparkled. He could hardly believe his fortune, having drawn the grand prize right at the outset. Subsequently, he proceeded to use the second bottle of first-tier mental enhancement gene fluid. Ding. You have used a bottle of first-tier mental enhancement gene fluid. However, due to the development of antibodies, the effect of this gene fluid has been halved, yielding only 5 points of mental power. Lin Ze furrowed his brow slightly. Having only used the second bottle and already experiencing antibody formation, could it be due to my exceptionally high foundational mental attributes? Chapter 82, Meditation Abilities. Proceeding to the political education building subsequently, Lin Ze, undeterred, utilized the third vial of the first-tier mental reinforcement gene serum. Ding. You have consumed a vial of the first-tier mental reinforcement gene serum. Due to the generation of complete antibodies, the effectiveness of this serum is halved. Mentality 1. System. The host will no longer receive any permanent rewards from subsequent uses of the first-tier mental reinforcement gene serum, though it may be used to replenish consumed mental energy. Alas, what was once a potion for permanent enhancement has now become a mere consumable. Is this akin to the ubiquitous blue potions in games? Lin Ze sighed in resignation. Fully aware that his desire for strength would not be easily fulfilled, his mental attribute had already surpassed 400 points. However, the prospect of further enhancement is indeed promising, as there are no apparent limitations or bottlenecks. Thus, Lin Ze retrieved the second-tier mental reinforcement gene serum and continued to fortify himself. Ding. You have consumed a vial of the second-tier mental reinforcement gene serum. Mentality 30, secondary ability, telekinesis level 1. Lin Ze felt as if he had inhaled catnip, hastily calming the cool sensation in his mind before slowly opening his eyes. Was the increase of merely 30 points in mental attributes from a 30 enhancement? No awakening of a primary ability, luck seemingly has its limits. Yet, there is good news. The second-tier mental reinforcement gene serum can indeed elevate the level of telekinesis. Lin Ze's eyes sparkled with excitement, and after a brief respite, he proceeded to consume the second vial of the serum. Ding. You have consumed a vial of the second-tier mental reinforcement gene serum. Mentality 20, Awaken primary mental ability. Meditation, basic mental recovery rate increased by 50. Recovery rate during meditation elevated to 200. Secondary ability, telekinesis level 1. Upon seeing the ability of meditation, Lin Ze's eyes lit up, and he joyfully remarked, with meditation, I can restore all my mental energy to peak condition in approximately half an hour, significantly enhancing my efficiency in scoring. Crucially, the resistance effect of the second-tier serum had yet to manifest. It appears that the second tier proves considerably potent. Lin Ze continued his regimen of fortification, consuming the third, fourth, and ultimately the fifth vial, at which point the resistance effect finally appeared. Ding! You have consumed a vial of the second-tier mental reinforcement gene serum. Mentality 20. Secondary ability, telekinesis level 1. Ding! You have consumed a vial of the second-tier mental reinforcement gene serum. Mentality 10. Secondary ability, telekinesis level 1. Ding! You have consumed a vial of the second-tier mental reinforcement gene serum. Mentality 5. Secondary ability, telekinesis level 1. System. The host will no longer receive any permanent rewards from subsequent uses of the second-tier mental reinforcement gene serum, though it may be used to replenish consumed mental energy. Is 5 vials truly the limit? Alas, I had hoped to fully elevate the level of telekinesis. Lin Ze sighed, a look of regret etched upon his face, utterly unsatisfied. At this moment, he had consumed a total of 3 vials of the first-tier mental reinforcement gene serum and 5 vials of the second-tier, cumulatively acquiring 111 points in basic mental attributes, along with 2 new abilities, telekinesis LV5 and meditation LV1. If this harvest were to be exchanged for energy points, it would hold a minimum value of 20,000 energy points. This tenfold enhancement of mental attributes, coupled with the exponential effect of the superbrain, is truly formidable. I also possess a third-tier mental reinforcement gene solution, crafted from the abyssal brainworm's magic crystal. However, it must first be administered to them before I can acquire more of this third-tier solution. Unfortunately, they are currently unable to absorb such advanced enhancements. We must exercise patience for a while, as not everyone possesses my exceptional capabilities. Lin Ze gazed at Su Yao, who had consumed the second-tier mental reinforcement gene solution and remained in a meditative state on the ground for over 10 minutes without regaining consciousness, shaking his head in resignation. At that moment, his attention shifted to Tong Xiaoxi and Tang Shanshan, who had awakened and were exchanging information about their abilities. He inquired, How goes the matter I asked you to keep an eye on? Have there been any updates from the school's higher-ups? Today, by mere happenstance, I managed to eliminate half of the school's zombies. If this drags on further, even if they do not seek my assistance, I intend to eradicate all the zombies in the school and depart. Yet, before I leave, I wish to fulfill this aspiration, ensuring I depart without regret. Lin Ze referred to the need to establish contact with the school's most beautiful counselor, Tang Chuangying, to ascertain the situation on her end. Master, I almost forgot to remind you. Just half an hour ago, the school's administration finally reached out for our help. Tong Xiaoxi exclaimed, slapping her thigh. She retrieved her phone from her pleated skirt, seated herself on Lin Ze's lap, and displayed the chat messages on the screen. Vice Principal Wu Tao, Tong. The emergency food supplies from the Political Education Office are running low. Can you ask that courier to assist in delivering some items? If this continues, it might lead to fatalities. Vice Principal Wu Tao, I understand what the person behind you desires, but Tang Chuangying is an incredibly strong woman, quite capable and opinionated. Vice Principal Wu Tao, even with our repeated persuasion and attempts to sway her, she has not indicated a willingness to seek assistance from the one behind you, preferring to rely on her own strength. Vice Principal Wu Tao, thus, I devised a plan. If you compel her to board the vehicle using our lives as leverage, she will undoubtedly agree. Tong Xiaoxi replied, I cannot make that decision. The master has stated he does not wish to force anyone onto the vehicle. Currently, all 17 girls aboard are there of their own volition. Brother Master, what do you think we should do now? Should we continue to wait it out, or? Tong Xiaoxi inquired timidly. No, I shall not coerce that teacher. Every spot in the vehicle is precious and sought after. I intend for everyone to understand that the vehicle I drive is akin to Noah's Ark in this apocalypse. I need not pressure anyone to board. Rather, they should be the ones to seek me out. Lin Ze, too, held his pride and resolutely shook his head in refusal. Very well, I shall respond as you suggest. Though I pity that beautiful counselor. Tong Xiaoxi shrugged, her expression hinting at a hint of delight. With one less competitor, especially one from a different realm of sophistication, she felt somewhat pleased. Currently, there are no mature characters on the vehicle. The eldest among us is Senior Su Yao, a third-year student. Yet she still embodies the spirit of unyielding youth. I have nearly guided you all on the matter of awakening abilities through genetic fluid. I shall leave the genetic fluid for you, and you can decide how to utilize it. Once you have consumed it, I will devise a way to replenish your supply this evening. My stipulation is that each of you must become a supernatural being. Lin Ze withdrew his hand from the comforting garment of Tong Xiaoxi. He then extracted over 100 vials of first and second tier enhancement genetic fluid, obtained through critical hits and rewards from the system space. With a sweeping gesture, he filled the table, originally meant for snacks, in the living room. Master, are you heading out to battle again? Tong Xiaoxi inquired, rising to bid him farewell as Lin Ze prepared to depart. Rest assured, we will soon be able to assist you. Ding Xiu also chimed in. My current strength is sufficient to handle ordinary zombies. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. The world is vast and zombies are numerous. I truly require a capable group of subordinates, but the time is not yet ripe. You are still too weak. Should anything occur, it would pain me. Lin Ze smiled faintly and waved goodbye as he exited the spacious apartment. This statement cast a brief silence over the living room, soon followed by a cacophony of sounds reminiscent of a cat in heat. Lin Ze teleported back to the base vehicle and drove towards the political education building at Yinchuan University. He had already cleared most of the zombies near the gymnasium, and remaining there would yield little energy points. Thus, he opted for a different location to accumulate scores. The places he had lingered at Yinchuan University the longest were the dormitory building and the teaching building. The only area he had yet to explore was the administrative zone, the political education building. This was primarily due to the fact that the survivors within the political education building were predominantly teachers and professors, averaging 35 years of age or older, including school leaders. He truly wished to avoid engaging with such individuals. However, as Lin Ze was about to leave the Yinchuan campus, he felt compelled to explore the political education building. Akin to the discomfort one feels when visiting a scenic spot without fully experiencing its offerings. After 3 rounds of enhancements, the base vehicle's speed had surpassed that of an F1 race car, allowing it to traverse half the campus in mere 30 seconds, arriving at the school's administrative area. Naturally, any zombies unfortunate enough to be on the road, despite their luck in not being crushed, would still feel the rush of wind against their faces, only to become lifeless corpses after being struck by the machine gun fire. Indeed, the number of zombies in this area was quite sparse, as the administrative zone typically saw no student presence, with the total number of teachers not exceeding 1,000. According to the ambitious vice principal, the most beautiful counselor seemed to possess some strength, yet even her prowess could not protect the entire leadership, unable to sustain dozens of mouths to feed. Lin Ze employed enhanced perception to condense the surrounding environment into a mental map, freely traversing it in his mind. At that moment, he chanced upon an intriguing scene. On the 4th floor of the Academic Affairs office, a thrilling chase between zombies and humans was unfolding. Oh, I wondered how one could maintain such composure. Indeed, the Academic Affairs office harbors exceptional talent. However, I did not anticipate that this individual would be the most exquisite counselor. Tang Chuang. Lin Ze sat in the car, admiring the fierce display of the beautiful counselor. Lo and behold, the 4th floor of the Academic Affairs office was filled with the grotesque growls of zombies, as dozens pursued a female teacher, Tang Chuang, who had ventured from the office area to retrieve food. With her left hand grasping a bag of provisions and her right wielding a steel pipe, she struck swiftly and accurately, delivering a crushing blow to an approaching zombie, skewing its head askew. As a second, corpulent female zombie lunged at her. Tang Chuanying's gaze sharpened. Her leg, encased in black stockings, shot upward like a whip. Crack! A head soared into the air. The female zombie staggering back a few paces before collapsing with a resounding thud, her neck bearing a neatly severed gash. Such a wound could not have been inflicted solely by her leg's prowess. It stemmed from a particular ability. Phew! This excursion for food nearly cost her life. Tang Chuang inhaled deeply, reflecting on how she had spent 3 days clearing zombies from the office area, managing to eradicate only a few floors worth. However, moments ago, the previously tranquil zombies below had erupted into a frenzy, rampaging throughout the building. Unfortunately, they encountered Tang Chuang, who was now fleeing with her food, as the zombies, drawn by the scent of flesh, surged from the 1st and 2nd floors. The furniture that had been hastily assembled as barricades by the teachers was toppled by the horde, the obstacles they had painstakingly constructed shattering on impact. Alone, Tang Chuang had battled fiercely for 2 to 3 hours, finally dispatching the throngs of zombies. Her flesh-colored stockings torn, revealing the pale skin of her thighs. Surely it must be over now. I must return swiftly. If more zombies come, I cannot possibly fend them off alone. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to leave, limping slightly. She too was an ability user, her power name cutting, belonging to the superhuman category. It granted her formidable slicing capabilities at points of contact or while wielding melee weapons, effortlessly severing both the bones of zombies and metallic tables. As she reached the corridor, a chilling bark suddenly echoed behind her. Woof. Turning sharply, she beheld a large black dog that had materialized in the office corridor. Its crimson eyes instilled fear, and its slightly parted jaws revealed menacing fangs, dripping with viscous saliva as it gazed hungrily at her. This is the end. Tang Chuanying swallowed hard. After nearly 3 hours of combat, her grip on the bag and steel pipe was waning. How could she possibly muster the strength to confront a formidable mutated beast? Her demise seemed inevitable. Roar. The mutated black dog growled low, launching itself at her like a bolt of black lightning. Get away. Gritting her teeth, Tang Chuanying summoned all her strength, swinging the steel pipe down upon the monstrous canine. The moment the steel pipe was cast away, it was imbued with a fleeting cutting effect at its tip, transforming into a razor-sharp sword that lunged toward the large black dog. The creature's speed was astonishing. Too swift for Tang Chuanying to aim accurately. She could only instinctively hurl her weapon, hoping for a stroke of luck. However, fortune favored her today, as the thrown steel pipe struck the dog's foreleg, pinning the mutated beast to the concrete ground. The black dog, with its gaping maw, failed to reach Tang Chuanying's body, but instead bit into the plastic bag she held in her left hand, scattering its contents across the ground. With no time to spare, Tang Chuanying dashed upstairs, frantically toppling any office supplies in her path to obstruct her pursuer. Once her adrenaline rush subsided, she finally reached the computer room, which served as a refuge for the school leaders. This room housed the university's valuable assets. Fortified with a security gate and the latest electronic lock, surrounded by metallic doors that, while not particularly thick, were remarkably sturdy. As Tang Chuanying successfully approached this makeshift sanctuary, the school leaders, upon seeing her return, flocked to her like market vendors eager to buy fresh produce. They immediately bombarded her with questions, exclaiming, "Little Chua, how was your haul today? Where's our food?" Chapter 83. The Virgin and the Ungrateful Wolves. Fourth stage mutated plants. Upon returning to the refuge in the control room, Tang Chuanying struggled to catch her breath. Her body was smeared with the grime and scars of battle. Yet no one expressed concern for her harrowing experiences outside. Their sole interest lay in what provisions she had managed to bring back and how much of it they could claim for themselves. "Xiao Chao, how was today's harvest? What about our food?" Lu Fang, the head of the law department, eagerly repeated her inquiry. Tang Chuanying snapped back to reality, her face momentarily reflecting a look of astonishment. It was only then that she realized that due to an encounter with a formidable mutated black dog, she had failed to procure any food that day. This marked her first outing since the apocalypse without any bounty. Tang Chuanying explained, "The food I collected was all lost in the corridor of the third-floor office area. A powerful black dog appeared suddenly, and I was attacked. I was no match for it, and during the struggle, I twisted my ankle. I may not be able to continue searching for supplies for a while." Upon hearing her words, a wave of commotion erupted among the occupants of the refuge. "What shall we do now? Does this mean we won't have food for the next few days?" Though a person can survive without food for 7 days, they will become utterly weak and incapacitated within 3, reduced to lying on the ground awaiting their demise. "Professor Tang, you are our only hope. If you cannot defeat the monsters outside, what are the rest of us to do?" exclaimed Zhang Ziming, the director of the teaching office, in a fit of exasperation. "It's all your fault for being so careless. How could you let a monster attack you right at our doorstep?" Lu Fang chastised. "I always said the youth are too impetuous. A little ability can lead to great arrogance. Sooner or later, they will suffer for it. Just wait and see. Let us all be patient for the time being. Professor Tang has done her utmost. Once she recovers, she will venture out again to assist us in finding food," reassured Principal Li Inong as he attempted to quell the rising tension. Tang Chuanying felt the barbed undertones of their remarks and cast a disbelieving gaze towards the ungrateful wolves around her. Since the onset of the apocalypse, this group of leaders, nearly twice her age, had continuously drained her resources, feasting upon the food and supplies she brought back. To her dismay, the moment she returned empty-handed, they began to mock her with their veiled criticisms and manipulative insinuations. Not one to be easily fooled, Tang Chuanying discerned their dissatisfaction beneath the surface. Yet, her kind-hearted nature prevented her from voicing any retorts. Instead, she quietly retreated to a corner, draping a blanket over herself to tend to her injuries. Meanwhile, the school leaders continued their discussions about the food situation, their faces betraying clear signs of irritation and discontent, which soon escalated into arguments. In the vehicle outside, Lin Ze observed this scene unfold and could not help but smirk. So, a virtuous maiden has found herself ensnared among a pack of ungrateful wolves. This promises to be quite the spectacle. Originally, Lin Ze had come merely to witness how these esteemed educators would comport themselves in the face of the apocalypse. To one's astonishment, the scene was utterly unbearable, a disgrace to decency itself. At that moment, Lin Ze suddenly conceived an intriguing strategy. He proactively reached out to Vice Principal Wu Tao, presenting him with an irresistible proposition to act as his insider and ignite the flames of discord. However, the reality was that Wu Tao's instigation was entirely unnecessary. The internal strife had already commenced, leading to self-destruction and division among them. The ever-picky head of the law department, Lu Feng, abruptly singled out Zhang Ziming, accusing him of overindulging in food the previous day, suggesting that he should have hoarded provisions instead, as his 300-pound frame had yet to shed an ounce. Zhang Ziming, the director of the teaching office, turned pale with indignation, retaliating by accusing Lu Feng of hoarding food herself. Today, she ought to share rather than monopolize what rightfully belonged to everyone, though the consumed food could not be undone. The moment Zhang Ziming claimed Lu Feng was hoarding, the eyes of the surrounding dozen teachers turned green with envy. Despite Tang Qiaoying's daily excursions yielding various provisions, it was impossible for her alone to satiate the entire teaching office. Even 2 meals a day felt extravagant. Tang Qiaoying herself had only managed a meager portion, with a subtle pang of hunger gnawing at her. At that juncture, Vice Principal Wu Tao seized the opportunity to charge forth, directly confronting Lu Feng, who had just disparaged Tang Qiaoying. Lu Feng, I have long found you detestable. You consistently pilfer more than your fair share during food distribution, and your audacity knows no bounds. Under normal circumstances, I would endure your behavior, but these are not ordinary times. In this apocalyptic reality, we must unite. Tang has been tirelessly procuring food for us, and instead of gratitude, you dare to mock her. What do you amount to? I must defend Tang today. With that, Wu Tao lunged at Lu Feng, kicking her down. As she fell, he relentlessly pursued her, striking her face with force. Lu Feng was left dazed, while the surrounding school leaders and teachers were equally bewildered. The typically mild-mannered vice principal Wu had transformed, unexpectedly being the first to resort to violence. Indeed, the most unassuming individuals can unleash the most terrifying wrath when provoked. I recall vividly how you, relying on your position as department head, deliberately oppressed Teacher Tang, burdening her with myriad trivial tasks. Behind her back, you insulted her appearance, likening her to a seductress, questioning whether she came to teach or to entice men. Is her choice of attire any of your concern? I have long yearned to teach you a lesson. Wu Tao's blows became increasingly forceful, his expression filled with exhilaration. The surrounding teachers observed with cold detachment as Lu Feng, pinned to the ground, emitted desperate cries akin to a slaughtered pig, unable to retaliate against Wu Tao's assault. Yet, no one intervened, for they were all internally gratified, eager to witness this despised figure receive her just desserts. This incident revealed just how deeply unappreciated Lu Feng was, having harbored resentment for far too long. In the end, only the kind-hearted Tang Qiaoying, unable to bear the sight, stepped forward to speak on Lu Feng's behalf. Principal Wu, please be gentler. Otherwise, Teacher Lu might be beaten to death. Teacher Tang, do not try to persuade me. I am aware of your compassionate nature and your aversion to witnessing others suffer. However, some individuals are inherently despicable. If I do not teach her a lesson, I will be left in discomfort. Wu Tao continued to strike for a minute before he finally stood up, panting and taking a moment to rest, while Lu Feng, pinned to the ground, bore a visage swollen like that of a pig. Only then did Wu Tao rise to address the surrounding teachers. The head of the education department, Zhang Ziming, just stated that this old woman, Lu Feng, is uncooperative. She has actually hoarded food without sharing it with everyone. Let us search her sleeping quarters. Surely, we will find her stash. The teachers exchanged glances and then silently approached, rummaging through Lu Feng's designated area in the computer lab, turning it upside down. As expected, they unearthed a substantial amount of instant noodles, bread, biscuits, bottled water, and other supplies. Indeed, the quantity could sustain our group for half a day. She had been secretly consuming enough to last herself at least a week. No wonder this old woman appears so radiant, even in the face of apocalypse. Her weight remains unchanged. Turns out she has been a rat, hoarding food. Let us distribute all the food and leave her just a bottle of water, the crowd murmured. Hearing this, Lu Feng, who lay on the ground, crawled over in tears, prostrating herself to apologize. I was wrong before, but you cannot take all my food. Everything I have saved is precious. If you take it all, how will I survive? Wu Tao coldly fixed his gaze upon her, uttering a single sentence. Your life or death is of no concern to me. With that, he callously seized the food from the ground and turned to distribute it among the emaciated teachers, who were already gaunt and weak. The previously tumultuous makeshift refuge in the computer lab calmed down due to this incident. Soon, Principal Li Anong, having received food, came out to speak. Director Lu Fong has chosen to sacrifice her personal needs, having saved up so many resources to share with everyone. Remember to thank Director Lu Fong when you eat. This speech, tinged with bureaucratic tone and sarcasm, elicited knowing smiles from all the teachers. While only Lu Fong remained in her wounded world. Inside the base vehicle, Lin Ze shook his head after witnessing this drama. It is these educated individuals who can create such a performance. I could never orchestrate such a spectacle. For a mere morsel of food, everyone has gone mad, revealing their primal instincts. However, using Lu Fong as a scapegoat is merely a temporary alleviation of conflict. As long as Tang Chuanying's injury remains unhealed, their primary conflict will remain unresolved. Without food, chaos will ensue, and ultimately, it is Tang Chuanying alone who bears the burden. The crux is that she lacks the capability, thus it is destined to be a tragedy. Of course, Lin Ze had no intention of offering assistance. He was merely an observer, content to watch the show. Even if Tang Chuanying were a beauty, it would not compel him to act. For a sycophant meets a dismal end, and playing the saint in an apocalypse is a path to ruin. Lin Ze chose not to seek refuge in the mobile phone shelter, but instead opted to be a discerning observer. He drove away from the political education office, deciding to cleanse other areas of the school of zombies, preserving the place in its most primitive state, thus ensuring greater amusement. Lin Ze advanced with relentless determination, steering the vehicle toward the verdant belt of the forest where young couples often congregated. This was a favorite spot for many pairs to stroll, often retreating into the shadows to indulge in intimate encounters, accompanied by sounds that stirred curiosity and excitement. Many wondered why these couples would risk exposure in the woods rather than engage in more conventional rendezvous outside the school. In truth, they were not lacking in funds for such escapades. They merely sought thrills, a pursuit that those lacking in appreciation for romance would never comprehend. Upon arriving at the campus forest, Lin Ze immediately sensed something amiss. His heightened perception swiftly scanned the surroundings, his eyes narrowing slightly. Indeed, as I had anticipated, this place had transformed into a haven for mutated flora. At the center of the forest stood a colossal banyan tree, reputed to be 5 centuries old, its canopy casting a vast shadow over the ground. Under normal circumstances, this would be an ideal spot for respite and reflection, yet in this apocalyptic scenario, few would have the luxury of leisure. Lin Ze was not there merely to unwind. He had come in search of a hidden boss, with zombies and mutated beasts present, and even the gymnasium housing the unprecedented abyssal brainworm. It was only natural for a mutated plant to reside within the school grounds. Lin Ze's choice to visit the forest was deliberate. He intended to witness firsthand whether this ancient banyan tree had undergone mutation, and if it had, he would deal with it accordingly. His suspicions were confirmed. The banyan tree had indeed become a perfect host, transforming into a mutated plant amidst the apocalypse. Surrounding the tree were numerous hanging branches that ensnared passing zombies, the sharp ends resembling mandibles that pierced their bodies to extract nutrients. Meanwhile, the ground was entwined with thick, gnarled vines, as if they had emerged overnight from another dimension, rendering it impossible for the vehicle to navigate through. In this uniquely advantageous environment, the mutated banyan tree grew at an alarming rate, threatening to evolve into a monstrous plant that could engulf the entire city. The scene indicated that it was at least a Tier 3 mutated plant. If it were Tier 4, the situation would become quite dire. Lin Ze observed from a kilometer away, employing his enhanced perception to assess the forest's condition and create a map. Besides the mutated banyan tree, he also noticed various mutated insects flying within the woods. Yet the banyan tree showed no hostility towards them, opting instead for a symbiotic relationship. This meant that Lin Ze would not only have to contend with the tree, but also with these mutated insects. A formidable challenge indeed. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. Even dealing with the abyssal brainworm had not felt as daunting. After all, the greatest barrier posed by the abyssal brainworm lies in its mental manipulation. Once one's mental strength surpasses that of the adversary, they can only command zombies of equal rank, which is not particularly formidable. However, this 500-year-old mutated banyan tree has already developed a terrifyingly cohesive ecosystem. The only method Lin Ze could conceive to eradicate it completely was to deploy a nuclear bomb. Although the base vehicle was temporarily unarmed with a nuclear device, the tubular pulse cannon was still formidable. At that moment, an alert from the system suddenly echoed. Ding! Host has discovered a special entity, mutated banyan tree, level 4. This mutated plant possesses exceptionally high initial attributes and growth potential. Upon mutation, it immediately invades the surrounding ecosystem, forming a complete self-sustaining ecological system capable of endless growth, ultimately transforming into a world tree that devours the civilization of Blue Star. Evaluation: extremely dangerous. Ding! Host has discovered a powerful mutated banyan tree, automatically issuing the second doomsday bounty. The host may choose to complete the task based on their strength, eliminate the mutated banyan tree, reward 12,000 energy points, and a random high-tier divine weapon. Initially, Lin Ze maintained a watchful stance, but upon hearing the system's alert and the information provided, he could not help but gasp in shock. Chapter 84. The Splitting Flame Blade. The scientific base unfolds. Lin Ze inhaled sharply, taken aback by the astonishing energy count of 120,000 points. Such an immense sum. This was more than tenfold the energy of the previously encountered third-tier mutated beasts. The magnitude of this reward was beyond anything Lin Ze had previously experienced, let alone the prospect of acquiring a high-tier divine weapon. While the elite base vehicle could swiftly crush zombies, it ultimately required a reckless charge to clear out a section of the school, taking no less than half an hour. However, a high-tier divine weapon was an entirely different matter. Lin Ze began to envision himself wielding a rocket cannon, standing atop the highest point of the school, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the zombies below. A mere 10 minutes to cleanse the battlefield. As his aspirations for the high-tier divine weapon grew, so did his desires. Yet, before him loomed the mutated banyan tree, and the system's warning was indeed accurate, extremely perilous. The tree emanated a brilliant silver sheen, its branches adorned with mutated fruits. The once red berries transformed into a terrifying dark blue, oozing a repugnant juice. This dark blue liquid possessed formidable corrosive properties, sizzling upon contact with the ground, emitting a sharp sound, and even the sturdiest soil was not spared from its destructive touch. Truly formidable, Lin Ze dared not approach it, aware that even the slightest touch could cost him his life. At that moment, a spark of inspiration struck him. He resolved to find a surrogate to test it. Upon returning to the base vehicle, he was unexpectedly embraced by Tong Xiaoxi as soon as he entered. She eagerly pressed his arm against her soft bosom. The delightful sensation akin to a fluffy steamed bun sent a rush of blood to Lin Ze's face. If not for the pressing matters at hand, he would have been tempted to turn and embrace Tong Xiaoxi. Master, Tong Xiaoxi has a request to make of you. Go on, he replied. Although Tong Xiaoxi possessed a gentle demeanor, she was not one to ask for favors lightly. Could you please fetch me some sanitary napkins? Lin Ze glanced down, only then noticing a faint crimson hue at the hem of her clothing. Women could be troublesome. He had nearly forgotten about their monthly cycles. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, wishing for a potion that could eliminate such inconveniences forever. However, this wicked notion lingered in his mind for a mere 3 seconds before he dismissed it. Tong Xiaoxi's request was not unreasonable. After all, they might one day bear him children. As he indulged in these fantasies, Lin Ze felt a warmth enveloping his body. Noticing his prolonged silence, Tong Xiaoxi pressed herself closer, her curves tantalizingly near. The sensation was exquisite. Unable to resist Tong Xiaoxi's pleas any longer, Lin Ze conceded, very well. But how will you thank me once you acquire this item? Her face flushed even deeper as she softly replied, once the school is safe. We can be affectionate wherever we please, as long as you choose the spot. Implied within the narrative are the school playground, the convenience store, classrooms, the infirmary, and the beloved grove of couples. The audacious Tong Xiaoxi, with her youthful visage and voluptuous form, certainly knows how to speak her mind. Without hesitation, Lin Ze activated the base vehicle. After all, it was merely a matter of purchasing a sanitary pad, a task that hardly warranted such a lengthy journey. While working as a deliveryman, Lin Ze recalled that the administrative building also housed a convenience store on its periphery. Curiosity piqued. He considered the bureaucratic layers that once characterized that building. Its convenience store's goods were directly supplied to the administration. Typically, students were not even permitted to enter, let alone sully the floor tiles, lest they be mercilessly scolded by the rotund proprietress. How curious it was that in this apocalyptic scenario, Tang Chuiying had to pitifully source supplies from outside. Could it be that the convenience store had fallen prey to zombies? With this thought, Lin Ze felt a surge of intrigue. He pressed the accelerator, steering directly to the entrance of the convenience store beside the administrative building. Inside, the lights blazed brightly, and popular songs continued to play as always. Lin Ze found himself wondering about the proprietress, who, unlike Tang Chuiying, must possess some competence to keep the store safe from zombie attacks. Driven by curiosity, he decided to remain still, observing the situation from the vehicle. Master, this is for you. Ding Shiyu approached, handing Lin Ze a pair of binoculars. He accepted them with satisfaction, playfully pinching her cheek. The once aloof and rebellious campus beauty had become increasingly obedient, a transformation that was not without its drawbacks. Just as one may tire of excessive pork and long for the taste of vegetables, Lin Ze found himself contemplating the allure of taming a spirited beauty. such as tang chuing. As he indulged in these musings, he was startled by the sound of soft panting emanating from within the store. In such tumultuous times, how could one dare to engage in such lewd behavior? Lin Ze raised the binoculars to peer inside the convenience store. To his surprise, the figure seated at the proprietor's desk was not the proprietress. He recognized her instantly. She was a distant relative of Ding Shiyu, previously serving as a sycophant to the principal, and had secured this lucrative procurement position due to familial ties. In the current apocalypse, it was astonishing that he remained unscathed, even indulging in revelry. Before him, 3 stunning women knelt submissively. The first, with twin ponytails and an endearing countenance, was not the campus belle, but had garnered some fame as a small-time host in the journalism department, earning a handsome income from side gigs. The second beauty, also kneeling before the proprietor, had even taken to barking like a dog. After several glances, Lin Ze finally recognized her, Gu Jiao Jiao, the winner of a singing competition. Though perhaps not as striking as the journalism host, her vocal talents were undeniably remarkable. Quite the spectacle indeed. The rotund convenience store owner casually tossed a handful of potato chips before Gu Jiao Jiao, resembling a pitiful beggar. Gu Jiao Jiao, who had been unknowingly famished for several days, appeared as pale as a ghost. Upon seeing the chips, she reacted as if they were a lifeline, not only devouring them all, but also licking the floor clean, leaving no trace of the oil behind. Lin Ze watched, seething with rage. How could this old man, resembling a bloated pig, treat a former goddess in such a manner? If anyone were to toy with her, it ought to be him, not this wretched creature. With this thought, Lin Ze flung open the car door, brandishing a 3-meter-long sword as he descended. Perhaps the commotion outside caught the owner's attention. Despite his portly figure and the unappealing visage akin to that of an old sow, he possessed surprisingly keen senses. Cautiously, he stepped outside, brandishing a long knife. At first glance, he was momentarily taken aback by Lin Ze. The 2 swords bore a resemblance in form. "Ah, so my delivery has finally arrived," the owner said, striding over and placing a foot atop the hood of Lin Ze's Wuling Hongguang. His gaze was a mixture of pity, disdain, and arrogance. "Why aren't you unloading the goods?" Inside, Gung Jiao Jiao and Wang Lili hurried out to assist. Lin Ze stood at the entrance, arms crossed, with no intention of acknowledging the owner. "What? Do you not understand human language when I tell you to unload?" The owner's frustration boiled over as he saw Lin Ze's refusal to move. Perhaps deeming Lin Ze merely a chicken, he decided to strike with a punch. Lin Ze let out a cold laugh, realizing that even the most inconsequential individuals felt emboldened to challenge him. He swiftly dodged and delivered a powerful kick to the owner's abdomen. The owner, under the impression that those delivering goods were merely famished wretches begging for scraps, was sent tumbling down from the second-floor steps to the ground below. "Be careful." Gu Jiao Jiao surprisingly expressed concern for the owner, yet she hesitated to descend. The convenience store was perched high, with a drop of over 10 meters to the ground, where a horde of zombies awaited. In the distance, a mutated beast known as the Black Howling Dog, which had previously attacked Tang Chuing, caught the scent and approached, its gaping maw poised to bite down on the owner. Lin Ze chuckled, finding humor in the prospect of the owner being devoured by the dog. However, the owner swiftly rolled over and drew his long knife. Lin Ze's eyes widened in surprise. It appeared he had underestimated this portly man. The flaming long knife emanated a vibrant orange-red aura, its blade distinctly orange and white, with its handle wrapped in exquisite silk worth a fortune. And the edge even possessed a magical slicing effect. The owner, in a frenzy, began swinging the blade, causing the Black Howling Dog, being the lowest-tier magical creature, to howl in pain. Approximately 5 minutes elapsed before the Black Hellhound succumbed beneath the blade, dissolving into a puddle of ebony liquid. The proprietor retrieved 3 crystalline shards from the remnants of the hellhound's head. "Phew, fortune smiles upon me." As he ascended the staircase, his gaze was fierce, as if he intended to devour Lin Ze whole. "You wretched creature, kneel before me." The implication was clear. Should Lin Ze refuse to submit, the proprietor could swiftly wield the knife to dismember him. Alas, Lin Ze chose instead to enter his vehicle, determined to deliver this scoundrel to his deserved fate in the most conventional manner. "You wish to unload your cargo? Very well, then." The proprietor brandished his flaming knife once more, aiming a strike at the front of Lin Ze's Wuling Hongguang. Bang! How foolish. This is a divine-grade defensive vehicle. Your strike shall leave not even a scratch. Yet the proprietor soon realized this was no ordinary Wuling Hongguang. "Who are you truly?" Lin Ze granted the proprietor no moment for explanation. "Die." He accelerated the vehicle to 200 miles per hour, the immense power propelling him directly towards the proprietor's flesh, crashing into him with tremendous force. The corpulent proprietor was sent flying like a spring, only to be crushed again, reducing him to a mere pulp. Crimson blood pooled upon the ground, causing Gu Jiao and Wang Li to retreat in terror. They huddled together, trembling. "Please, don't kill me." Lin Ze alighted from the vehicle. This establishment must belong to him now, he mused, turning to Gu Jiao. "Is this now yours, master?" She replied. Lin Ze scrutinized Gu Jiao and Wang Li outside the door. While Gu Jiao possessed an ordinary figure, she was clad in swimwear, revealing her only admirable feature, her fair thighs. Wang Li, on the other hand, had a certain allure, her bikini accentuated by the proprietor's tutelage. It was evident that both had previously been the proprietor's female slaves, surviving on mere scraps. How pitiful. Wang Li recognized Lin Ze as a host. Her expenses were considerable, receiving at least 30 to 40 parcels monthly. In the past, while collecting deliveries, she had scarcely acknowledged Lin Ze, occasionally even muttering complaints about his tardiness. Now, seeing Lin Ze adorned in resplendent designer attire, she felt a flush of embarrassment. Having encountered countless beautiful women, Lin Ze found little interest in these two, who had likely already lost their dignity. I recall the convenience store in the administrative building was once run by the proprietress, who was quite domineering. Every time I delivered parcels, she would berate me for my delays. Back then, I endured it all for the sake of a meal. Now that I possess a divine-grade base vehicle, shall I not seek retribution for such small grievances? Gu Jiao gestured towards a corner of the shop. In the most secluded nook, a stout woman was impeccably dressed, though her garments appeared to have gone unwashed for over a week, emanating a faintly rancid odor upon closer proximity. While Gu Jiao and her companions were merely skin and bones from hunger, the shopkeeper's visage resembled that of a skeletal figure, clearly indicative of severe malnutrition. Lin Ze picked up the flame blade from the ground. System notification: the flame blade is a mid-tier 1-star weapon, possessing the ability to slay zombies and inflicting a burning effect. Such a remarkable artifact was clearly not something a mere plump shopkeeper could casually possess. Just as Lin Ze pondered the origins of this extraordinary item, a resounding knock echoed from the back door. Who could it be? Surely it wasn't another group of starving refugees attempting to intrude? Gu Jiao approached Lin Ze, cautioning him that it was likely people from the Academy of Sciences seeking water and food. The Academy of Sciences? Lin Ze arrogantly took a seat at the shopkeeper's table. He was aware of the existence of the academy within the school. Its reputation was somewhat enigmatic, with its aged members exhibiting a haughtiness rivaling that of the administrative offices. Now, they too sought to beg for sustenance? How absurd. Lin Ze waved dismissively, instructing them to leave. Though this small convenience store was not as spacious as his divine mobile base, the air conditioning provided a refreshing respite, making it a decent supply station nonetheless. Chapter 85, The Rise of Class Differentiation? A glint of cunning flashed in Gu Jiao's eyes. Although she was not particularly beautiful, she possessed a sharp wit and quickly discerned Lin Ze's intentions. She hurriedly explained that the convenience store's front door was designated for receiving goods while the back door was for dispatching them. Typically, only personnel from the Academy of Sciences used the back entrance, and they usually brought valuable items. You may take a look when the time comes. Oh. Lin Ze idly toyed with the flame blade in his hand, finding her suggestion plausible. At that moment, rain began to pour outside. In this apocalyptic era, even rainwater carried corrosive properties. The sound was no longer the familiar patter of raindrops falling from the eaves. Instead, it resembled the hissing of a chemical reagent, ominously eroding everything in its path. Help! We're seeking shelter from the rain. This rain is painful. The few remaining survivors on campus, some taking refuge on the rooftop, had no means of protection and began to wail in despair. Lin Ze, however, couldn't help but smirk. It was indeed a satisfying sight. After receiving Lin Ze's approval, Gu Jiao promptly opened the door. Standing outside was a refined man adorned with a nameplate, Richard, an associate professor at Yinchuan University. Under Lin Ze's identity perception ability, Richard's credentials were laid bare. Name: Richard. Age: 42. Professional background: associate professor at Yinchuan University, head of administrative department at the Academy of Sciences, holder of 27 patents. Completed 45 projects, published 35 articles in top journals including Nature, recipient of 23 national awards. Although Lin Ze hailed from a delivery background, he had a fair understanding of the prestige associated with such publications. Richard was indeed impressive. Yet, in this grim world, even esteemed academics must submit to a lower status. As Richard attempted to step inside, he exclaimed, "Oh, Jiao, what a lovely door you've opened today. Get lost." Lin Ze kicked him away, sending Richard tumbling across the ground several times, with strength far surpassing that of an average adult. Even a mere poke from Lin Ze could leave a frail professor like Richard bruised. "You think too highly of yourself," Lin Ze retorted. Do you presume this place is your home, that you can come and go as you please? Richard, still dazed, stammered, Ollie. Ollie. I'm the one who is Ollie here. Lin Ze shouted, get out, get out. Open your eyes and see clearly. If you seek alms, go beg elsewhere. The shop now belongs to me, Lin Ze. Gu Jiao Jiao, and Wang Lili stood at the door, emboldened by their newfound authority, spat at Richard, exclaiming, how dare you offend our master? Apologize at once. Realizing the implications, Richard understood that this seemingly frail delivery boy was poised to take over what was akin to a treasure trove in these chaotic times. He must possess remarkable abilities. Wait a moment. Esteemed sir, today I have brought forth a more advanced weapon for you. If only you could provide me with a morsel of food. You dare speak to me of conditions. Lin Ze's gaze swept over Richard. Under the powerful scrutiny of his ability, Lin Ze quickly discerned a more exquisite long knife sheathed at Richard's waist. Hand it over. Lin Ze approached Richard from behind and seized the long knife. Ding. System instance activated. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the polymer disintegration thermal fusion ray gun. The heavenly tier weapon specialization instance is now open. First task. Upgrade the polymer disintegration thermal fusion ray gun to level 3 and utilize the weapon to slay the mutated beast of the banyan tree. I knew it. Such a formidable banyan beast is already a 4th tier monster. Surely, some guidance would be warranted. Lin Ze glanced at the weapon presented by this creature. The so-called polymer disintegration thermal fusion ray gun. While it appeared slightly more sophisticated than the splitting flame knife, its fiery brilliance seemed inferior to the former. Perhaps sensing Lin Ze's skepticism, the system provided further clarification. In the apocalyptic realm, individual weapons can ascend to heavenly tier, divine tier, and king of weapons. Heavenly tier weapons are categorized from level 1 to 9, each possessing unique attributes such as fire, psychic, or wood properties. With each level ascension, a weapon acquires an additional skill, which the host will automatically learn. At level 1, the weapon has yet to be fully developed. By examining the weapon's current talent value, one can ascertain its future potential. Lin Ze activated his power of perception and observed. Now he comprehended. The splitting flame knife before him had a talent value of merely 52, insufficient even to pass. However, the polymer disintegration thermal fusion ray gun was markedly different, boasting a talent value of 89. While not quite satisfactory at falling short of 90, it was nonetheless manageable for Lin Ze. It stands to reason that this weapon was crafted by the Academy of Sciences, intended as tribute to the Alliance in exchange for life-sustaining resources. Observing Richard, who appeared pitifully hesitant at the entrance, Lin Ze casually tossed a few packets of Wang Zai steamed buns and several bottles of energy drink from the shelf. This should suffice for 2 days. Make haste and depart. Gao Jiao Jiao stood at the threshold, seemingly hesitant to voice her thoughts. Master, if the Academy of Sciences can provide us with defensive weapons, why not establish a long-term partnership with them? Lin Ze's expression involuntarily twitched at such a foolish inquiry. He had no desire to respond to Gao Jiao Jiao. Do you truly believe that if the Academy were to design exceptional weapons in the future, they would still come begging for your assistance? He was all too familiar with the character of those professors at Yinchuan University. Indeed, Master, you are most astute. In contrast, Wang Lili displayed far more discernment. She knelt before Lin Ze, noticing a few drops of blood that had splattered onto his feet when Ollie had just perished. Without uttering a word, she lowered herself to the ground, adopting a remarkably graceful posture, and began to clean his feet with her tongue. Oh, now that is more like it. Lin Ze, quite satisfied, waved his hand, indicating that they could freely partake of the provisions around them. Unlike certain dogs, I shall not mistreat you. Gu Jiao Jiao and Wang Lili, having been famished for several days, were overjoyed at Lin Ze's command and rushed toward the shelves. They devoured whatever could satiate their hunger, raw eggs, dried noodles, fearing that if they missed a single bite, they might lose precious moments of life. At that moment, the shopkeeper, who had been crouching in the corner, weakly spoke up. Young man, could you spare me a morsel? Given that we once knew each other from the deliveries, you must grant me at least a bite. Gu Jiao Jiao shot a disdainful glance at the shopkeeper and continued to report to Lin Ze. Master, do not listen to her. This shopkeeper is a bully who preys on the weak. At the onset of the apocalypse, she hiked prices by several times. And it was only because Ollie found her too corpulent that he treated her like a dog in this shop. I am aware, Lin Ze replied, waving his hand. Do you not wish to eat? Allow me to take you to a splendid place. He gestured for the shopkeeper to follow him. As they departed, Lin Ze signaled for Ding Xiu to exit the vehicle, instructing her to bring along the corpse of the shopkeeper. Get in. The shopkeeper hesitated briefly, perhaps due to her hunger, though her figure remained substantial. Lin Ze kicked her in, urging, hurry up, you glutton. Once inside the base vehicle, Tong Xiaoxi immediately covered her nose in disgust and waved her hand. Master, you. What Tong Xiaoxi truly wished to convey was her astonishment at Lin Ze's newfound taste for such a repugnant figure. Could it be that he was truly desperate? Lin Ze's expression remained impassive as he executed a swift 360-degree turn. The base vehicle careened back toward the Grand Banyan tree. Glancing at his watch, Lin Ze noted that it was now evening. As night approached, the mutated insects surrounding the banyan tree had not diminished. Rather, their numbers appeared to be increasing. Sensing impending danger, Lin Ze exited the vehicle and unceremoniously tossed the shopkeeper and Ollie's corpse onto the ground. With a startled gasp, the shopkeeper and Ollie's body were unceremoniously discarded beneath the banyan tree. The tree emitted a chilling sound, and from its roots, several verdant tendrils emerged, swiftly ensnaring Ollie's lifeless form and dragging it underground. As for the shopkeeper, she was besieged by a swarm of insects, her body soon engulfed by thousands of them. The horrific cries of her suffering echoed throughout Yinchuan University. Gradually, within mere seconds, the sight of a hefty individual weighing 200 to 300 pounds was rendered unrecognizable as the insects relentlessly feasted upon her flesh. 1 minute later, the proprietress's body had been reduced to nothing but a skeletal frame. Lin Ze, utilizing his ability to see through, discerned this transformation. Data obtained from the trial regarding the 4th-tier mutated beast, the banyan tree, it prefers fresh corpses, followed by aged ones, and lastly, the living. However, in the interest of biological symbiosis, the banyan tree typically relinquishes the living to mutated insects that favor them as sustenance. Data on mutated insects, lower-tier mutant beasts, appearing in swarms, predominantly mutated horse bees, with a penchant for honey and living beings. Their exterior skin is exceedingly tough, impervious to cannon fire. The emergence of this data left Lin Ze in a quandary. Admittedly, while his god-tier base vehicle was invincible, failing to eliminate such a horde of mutated insects could lead to them swarming against the glass, creating a considerable predicament. Should that occur, visibility would be nullified, and exiting the vehicle would be perilous. At this juncture, the icy goddess Ding Xiyu, who had just been feeding Lin Ze with a Buddha's hand fruit, turned to offer him a splendid suggestion. Since these insects were mutated horse bees and had an affinity for honey, why not procure some honey to lure them away? Indeed, Lin Ze suddenly realized it was the perfect moment to bestow a grand gift upon the administrative building. At that moment, the administrative building lay in eerie silence. It had been a day since the most delightful counselor, Tang Chaoying, had failed to return with provisions, although they had a meager supply remaining. It consisted solely of the substandard meals previously served to students, decades-old zombie meat, sprouted potatoes, and prepackaged meals that had developed mold after a year in the refrigerator. The occupants, once indifferent to the quality of food while profiting from it, now found themselves desperate even for gutter oil. Lin Ze had already organized matters within the convenience store. At this time, Gu Jiao and Wang Lili gazed at Lin Ze and the goddess Ding Xiyu with envy, each pleading with him to allow them to join him in the vehicle. That won't do. I only bring the purest maiden aboard. With this single remark, Gu Jiao and Wang Lili's spirits plummeted. It was known that, regardless of whether they had been toyed with by others, neither could be considered pristine within the confines of Yinchuan University. However, Lin Ze pondered that even with his god-tier base vehicle, he required a genuine base as a relay station. This convenience store could serve as a resource supply hub. Though small, it was complete in its offerings, providing a sense of security within its confined space. I plan to develop this convenience store into a long-term supply station. Here, you can assist me in managing the supplies, and you may indulge in whatever provisions are available. However, I do have conditions. Those like Wang Lili and Gu Jiao, who are on the brink of survival, would likely perish within mere steps of departing from the convenience store. In the present day, Lin Ze has presented an enticing proposition, prompting Gu Jiao and Wang Lili to eagerly compete with one another. Master, choose me. I shall serenade you with the hymns of love. Master, select me. I can recite poetry, tell bedtime stories, and even strut like a model. Observing the fervent dispute between Gu Jiao and Wang Lili, Lin Ze cannot help but chuckle heartily. Meanwhile, Ding Xiyu stands obediently behind Lin Ze, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Master, how can they compare to my beauty? Our standards for the beauty contest should not be lowered. The system had previously indicated that only those with an attractiveness rating of 90 or higher could earn rewards. Otherwise, if he were to accept any ordinary individuals, the divine mobile base would soon resemble a cacophonous nest of sparrows. Lin Ze, however, desires only the most exquisite creatures. Of course not, he states, wrapping his arm around Ding Shiyu's slender waist. You do not hold the privilege of joining me in the vehicle. However, If either of you can assist me in transporting this jar of honey to the administrative department and generously spill it around, I shall permit you to remain in this establishment. Me. Choose me. Both Wang Li and Gu Jiao exhibit an exceedingly agreeable demeanor. Chapter 86. Slaying the Fourth Order Boss, the Great Banyan Tree, and acquiring divine-grade weapons. Lin Ze nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging a modicum of understanding. Just then, he noticed that the convenience store held 20 barrels of exquisite honey. It was said that this honey was a special supply previously reserved for the administrative department, consisting of the finest Huaiyang wildflower honey, which had been concealed until now. Presently, honey had become a valuable resource for wartime preparations. Lin Ze was reluctant to offer any of the superior quality to those old administrators, so he promptly loaded the remaining 19 barrels into the base vehicle, leaving just one barrel, which he carefully packaged to deliver to the administrative building. Gu Jiao and Wang Li were laboriously carrying it behind him while Lin Ze led the way. Upon reaching the 5th floor of the certificate-issuing building, they encountered a facial recognition failure. Access denied. Please scan your face again. To his dismay, facial recognition was a requirement. Lin Ze suppressed his fury, retreating to a secluded spot to observe the unfolding drama. Gu Jiao knocked on the door, and at that moment, Lu Feng, the head of the law department, emerged. Lu Feng, now resembling a battered figure, had been mistreated within, forced to undertake various menial tasks without even being provided a meal. Yet, despite her plight, she displayed a fierce demeanor towards anyone approaching from the outside. What brings you here? Is the administrative building also for your kind? Upon seeing the honey that Gu Jiao and Wang Li were carrying, Lu Feng's expression transformed into one of delight. Ah, it's you, Jiao. Finally remembering how hard the teachers work, bringing us some treats? Gu Jiao replied with a sweet voice and a radiant smile. Yes, Teacher Lu. These are for you as a gesture of respect. Meanwhile, Wang Li was diligently applying layers of honey to the exterior windows of the administrative building, as per Lin Ze's instructions. Upon hearing of the honey, Principal Liandong approached and snatched the items from Lu Feng's hands. Excellent, Jiao. The principal will grant you additional credits for this. You may leave now. Indeed, Lin Ze scoffed quietly. These old administrators were eager for the provisions but unwilling to keep any additional personnel. After all, the administrative building was still relatively safe, and an extra mouth meant extra resources to share. Once Gu Jiao and Wang Li had completed their tasks, Lin Ze instructed them to return to the convenience store. He then drove the base vehicle to a more open area on the rooftop of the business school. This location not only provided ample sunlight and space, but also offered a comprehensive view of the administrative building. He realized he hadn't called Wenqing out in quite some time. He instructed Ding Xiyu to return, then beckoned Wenqing to the front passenger seat. With one hand resting on Wenqing's thigh, he navigated his fingers playfully between her slender yet resilient legs. Wasn't Wu Tao always obstructing your scholarship? Just watch and see how they self-destruct. Meanwhile, Tang Qiaoying's injury had not only failed to heal, but had shown signs of further deterioration. Although she possessed superhuman abilities and cutting skills, she had suffered an accidental ankle injury inflicted by the fangs of the Black Hellhound during battle. By the time Tang Qiaoying realized the severity of her wound, it had already deteriorated, emitting a foul odor and dark fluid over the past few days. Despite Vice Principal Wu Tao and Principal Liandong witnessing the extent of Tang Qiaoying's injuries, they showed no intention of allowing her to rest. With all this gauze you've been given, why can't you stop the bleeding? Liandong's face was now showing clear signs of impatience. Teacher Tang, you can't possibly intend to languish in the administration building, can you? It's been days already. Look at you. If you don't seek sustenance, do you expect us to fetch it for you? Just a few days prior, both Liandong and Wu Tao had offered gentle words of persuasion, but now their true, unsavory natures had surfaced. Tang Qiaoying momentarily froze, then lowered her head, gritting her teeth. A relentless wave of agony coursed through her body, and she feared she might already be infected with the rabies virus, her body trembling incessantly. Noticing her silence, Wu Tao began to confer with Liandong. The two conspired in hushed tones, retreating to a small compartment at the back, seemingly discussing matters concerning Tang Qiaoying. Lin Ze, holding a glass of rum that Wenqing had just passed to him, squinted in their direction. Suddenly, his phone chimed. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was a message from Vice Principal Wu Tao. Vice Principal Wu Tao, student Lin Ze, following discussions at the principal's meeting. We have decided that for the greater good of the school, we must make a sacrifice of Counselor Tang Qiaoying. If you are willing to provide us with water and food right now, we will promptly deliver Tang Qiaoying to your vehicle. Moments later, another message arrived. Vice Principal Wu Tao, we can assure you that Counselor Tang Qiaoying will be delivered to you in splendid condition. The way he spoke made it seem as though Tang Chua-ing were nothing more than his personal property. Lin Ze clicked his tongue in disdain, tossing his phone aside without responding. What nonsense is this? Someone like Wu Tao, who betrays his own, deserves to be thrown to the dogs. When Qing, ever perceptive, quickly discerned Lin Ze's thoughts and nestled closer to him. Do not fret, my master. They are merely flailing in their desperation. Without Tang Chua-ing, they are but a pack of useless souls awaiting their demise. Just sit back and watch them turn on one another. Lin Ze nodded in satisfaction and called for Su Yao from the literature department. Su Yao, I remember you have awakened your psychic abilities. Yes, my master. Now go. But be cautious to avoid the mutated hornets beneath the banyan tree and scatter this honey all the way to the administration building. Understood. Under Su Yao's guidance. The hornets, which had been resting under the banyan tree, caught the scent of the honey and followed it straight to the administration building. In an instant, the windows of the building were swarmed with hornets. What is happening? At this moment, Lian Dong sensed something was amiss. He urgently instructed the other teachers inside the administration building. Quick, close all the windows. However, by the time he shouted, it was already too late. Oh, the pain and the itch. The hornet, a creature of carnivorous nature, merely possesses a preference for honey. Professor Chen Xiusher, a chain smoker from the journalism department, stood by the window, savoring one of the few cigarettes left in his life. The hornets found their entry point, and a swarm of mutated hornets surged in, immediately beginning to tear at Chen Xiusher's flesh. Ah, help! Help! In an instant, Chen Xiusher writhed on the ground as if seized by a drug addiction. He rushed to Vice President Wu Tao, tugging at the latter's trousers, pleading, "Save me, Principal Wu." At that moment, Wu Tao was indifferent to the fate of a journalism department head and swiftly kicked him aside. Quick, throw him into the hallway. Otherwise, none of us will survive. Lian Dongli hastily directed Lu Fong to come over, and she lifted Chen Xiusher to carry him away. At that moment, Chen Xiusher's wife, Wang Yang, a biology teacher, was unwilling to let it go and approached with a crowbar, striking Lu Fong with it. How dare you hit me? In an instant, the two women were locked in a fierce struggle. The hornets took the opportunity to latch onto Wu Tao and Lian Dongli. A few hornets attempted to attack Tang Chua-ing, who, despite the chaos, exhibited some combat prowess, wielding her only baseball bat and striking down one hornet after another. As Chen Xiusher realized his impending demise, with his abdomen savagely torn open by the hornets, he made a swift dash to the window, flinging it open with vigor. None shall survive. All of you shall perish. What a spectacle, akin to a self-destructing truck. Lin Ze clapped in delight from within the vehicle. Now, this is the true demeanor these old fellows should embody. Wu Tao struggled to close the window, but the hornets had already begun to swarm inside. Thousands of hornets besieged the administrative building, driven by the desire for fresh blood and flesh. Lin Ze pondered that he could not merely sit back and watch. Was it not the perfect opportunity to assault the great banyan tree? Before launching an attack, it was wise to ensure his equipment was in order. Lin Ze activated the system, examining the so-called high-polymer disintegration thermal melt ray gun he had just acquired, still at level 1. To upgrade the celestial-grade ranged weapon, 3,000 energy points are required. Would the host like to proceed with the upgrade? Lin Ze noted that upgrading from level 1 to level 2 required 3,000 points, and each subsequent upgrade from level 2 to level 10 would necessitate an additional 2,000 points on top of the previous cost. It was indeed becoming increasingly expensive. With 58,000 energy points at his disposal, he felt quite affluent. Why? How could I not? Lin Ze promptly upgraded the high polymer disintegration thermal melt ray gun to level 4, expending a total of 15,000 energy points. Just as he contemplated further upgrades, a new notification from the system appeared. Dear host, this is a friendly reminder that the current weapon is merely a celestial-grade weapon. Please exercise caution when expending a large amount of energy for upgrades. Indeed. It made sense. However, wielding a level 4 weapon against a level 4 boss should be appropriate, wouldn't it? Lin Ze pondered for a moment before expending a total of 24,000 energy points to upgrade to level 4. Congratulations, host. You have successfully consumed 24,000 energy points. And you still have 34,860 points available for further use. We welcome your next visit. How extravagant. However, Lin Ze had no time for complaints. He was eager to discover the abilities of this high molecular disintegration thermal ray gun. He pulled the trigger of the flame gun, and a series of skill information appeared. Level 1 skill, Flame Jet. Special ability, None. Level 2 skill, High Molecular Flame Splash. Special ability, Level 2 Flame, capable of igniting materials that are ordinarily resistant to fire, such as fireproof cloth. Level 3 skill, Flame Grenade. Special ability, launching grenades that carry flames, creating a fiery explosion within a 10-meter radius and igniting targets. Level 4 skill, conflagration flame flowing cloud bomb. Special ability, level 3 flame, capable of incinerating all materials, though it is slower against particularly resistant substances. The intensity of the flames continually escalates, and it generates double the igniting effect against wood attributes. Splendid. The expenditure of such energy was indeed justified. Yet, energy ultimately serves humanity, Lin Ze mused. Armed with this high molecular disintegration thermal ray gun, he charged forward, effortlessly crushing numerous low-level zombies in his path. The sound of their skulls shattering was quite gratifying. This crushing yielded 115 energy points. As a new weapon beckoned to be tested, Lin Ze leaned out from the top of the base vehicle to inhale the fresh air. A few emaciated female zombies seemed to have found their target and leapt, attempting to scale the roof of the base vehicle. But how could that be possible? Flame jet. In less than 3 seconds, those zombies attempting to assault Lin Ze were reduced to ashes. Just as Lin Ze reveled in his triumph, he suddenly felt the base vehicle lurch violently. When Qing, seated in the passenger seat and preparing to serve Lin Ze some red wine, was jolted as well, spilling the drink all over the vehicle. Who could it be? Lin Ze seethed with rage and focused his gaze. To his astonishment, it was none other than a level 4 magical beast, the Great Banyan Tree. At this moment, it was merely a level 4 mutated creature. Higher level mutations could even possess intelligence. Lin Ze brandished the high molecular disintegration thermal flame gun and unleashed his ultimate move, conflagration flame flowing cloud bomb. Instantly, the entire Great Banyan Tree ignited, its canopy ablaze wherever the eye could see. It is well known that fire attributes counter wood attributes. The Great Banyan Tree went into a frenzy, emitting unique sound waves as if trying to summon the parasitic mutated insects that dwelled within it. Too late. Lin Ze took aim with the flame gun, sweeping fire across the canopy before directing his fire towards the trunk. Bang, 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 bang. The Great Banyan Tree writhed in madness, uprooting several vines from the ground and thrashing about frantically. So, it wished to engage in close combat? Not a chance. Flame grenade. In an instant, the flame gun morphed into a grenade launcher with a magazine capacity of 32 rounds. Lin Ze swiftly employed his speed skill, vanishing from sight and reappearing 500 meters away, followed by a powerful leap into the air. He ascended to the very top of the Grand Banyan Tree. The grenades were launched. Countless vines, which had yet to touch Lin Ze, writhed on the ground before being bombarded by his grenades. Immediately, the vines ignited and fractured, unable to withstand the onslaught. The tree trunk of the banyan could no longer bear the strain. Now was the moment. Lin Ze wielded an enigmatic long blade. Die. The razor-sharp edge sliced through the banyan tree upon contact, cleaving it asunder. The flaming canopy collapsed with a thunderous roar. Congratulations, host. On completing the task, you have earned 120,000 energy points. You have acquired the divine tier weapon, the Longwood Spirit Bow. The host can adeptly utilize the flame gun to achieve attribute restraint, with an additional 3 levels granted to the high polymer disintegration thermoflame gun as a reward. 3 levels. Instantly, the flame gun in Lin Ze's hand ascended into the air. Chapter 87. The Tsundere counselor Tang Chua-ing faces overwhelming odds. In midair, the polymer disintegration heat-melting ray gun suddenly transformed into a brilliant crimson hue. This was an authentic fiery red. Not only did the flame gun double in size, but it also boasted a formidable exterior, accompanied by a transparent beam. Level 4 skill, explosive fire meteor shower. Skill description, the flame gun instantaneously unleashes between 500 to 1,000 bullets, capable of automatically seeking targets within a 50-meter radius, with an additional burning effect. Level 5 skill, penetrating round. Skill description, a specialized sniping skill that can detect all enemies within 10 kilometers. Launching a highly penetrative fire projectile that guarantees a fatal strike with tracking capabilities. Level 6 skill, bone-cutting tracking cold fire projectile. Skill description, upon activation, this skill provides the host with a robust fire-resistant shield while coating the flame in cold fire, which possesses the chilling ability to freeze opponents to death. So this is how we are to play, is it? Lin Ze, thoroughly satisfied, stored the flame gun away. It could be deemed a commendable weapon for ranged combat. Albeit he was not easily appeased. This was merely an appetizer. He intended to gather not only fire elements but also those of metal, wood, water, and earth. System notification. Your ranged weapon arsenal now contains 2 weapons. Level 6 polymer disintegration, heat-melting ray gun. Level 1 longwood spirit bow. A mere level 1 was insufficient. After some contemplation, Lin Ze opted to enhance the longwood spirit bow to level 6 using energy points. Ding. One-time discount applied. Longwood spirit bow upgraded to level 6. Deducting 30 000 energy points. Lin Ze glanced at his energy points. 124, 860, still quite ample. Given his financial surplus, he decided to upgrade the amenities within his RV, thereby enhancing his resting quarters. Lin Ze chose to enter the relaxation area. Emulating the style of a presidential suite, he fashioned a luxurious 300-layer single-floor apartment for himself, complete with a perfect fresh air system and expansive scenic windows. Thus, Lin Ze could recline, embracing a beautiful woman while gazing out at foreign landscapes. What a delightful life it was. If the students and teachers still entrenched in their struggles at the academy were to witness this, they would surely be envious enough to kneel and beg for his favor. System prompt. Due to the host's exceptional talents and adept utilization of the system, as well as employing diversionary tactics to destroy the banyan tree, the system grants an additional high-level national banquet card and the banyan heart cultivation system. The banyan heart cultivation system? Lin Ze exited his vehicle and surveyed the remnants of the banyan tree he had incinerated. Before him lay only a rounded stump. Yet, from its growth rings, it was evident that this banyan tree had existed for several centuries, marking it as a significant landmark within this Silver River University. Lin Ze expressed his admiration as he stepped closer to the center, where he noticed a peculiar black heart pulsating within the stump. Ugh, how revolting. Lin Ze waved his hand in disdain. What purpose does this serve? Just then, the system tutorial reappeared. The host could deposit toxic and harmful substances, which would contribute to the growth of the banyan tree's heart based on the quantity delivered, potentially yielding rewards in the form of toxins. This was indeed intriguing. However, in this apocalyptic world, where could one possibly find such poisonous materials? At that moment, Wenxing also alighted from the vehicle and reminded Lin Ze, Master, didn't we previously lure the insects to the teaching building? I imagine that group is now on the brink of demise. Shall we take a look? Ah, indeed. Lin Ze extended his hand and ruffled Wenxing's hair affectionately. There is a certain advantage to being a top student. One rarely forgets what they have encountered. Like a reward for a faithful dog, Lin Ze casually retrieved a cherry from the fruit bowl in the passenger seat and tossed it to Wenxing. After she consumed it, she nestled closer to Lin Ze, radiating warmth. Yes, this is the feeling. Lin Ze pressed the accelerator, soaring to 200 km/h. Arriving at the base of the administrative building. At that moment, the administrative building was filled with whales. To demonstrate his formidable prowess, Lin Ze brought Ding Xiu and Wenqing with him, ascending the administrative building step by step. He deliberately chose not to take the elevator. The insects had completely overrun the administrative building, even swarming atop the stairwell lights in thick clusters. Lin Ze casually drew his flamethrower, employing no special skills, merely unleashing a torrent of flames. The level 6 flamethrower's firepower was far beyond what these first-tier creatures could withstand. Energy point 1, energy point 2. In a mere few minutes, Lin Ze traversed from the first floor to the rooftop, accumulating 700 energy points. This efficiency was quite remarkable. Lin Ze stretched lazily, loosening his muscles. Since upgrading, the weapon had grown larger and heavier, making Lin Ze reluctant to engage in combat himself. Ding Xiu, you handle the monsters. Yes. Ding Xiu obediently took the flamethrower, following Lin Ze closely. Although this young lady had never engaged in physical activity, typically relying on elevators even for ascending stairs, under Lin Ze's insistence, she begrudgingly trailed behind to fight. Lin Ze kicked open the door to the top floor of the administrative building. Upon entering, he immediately spotted the vice principal, Wu Tao, who was barely clinging to life. His face was swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig, marred by bruises of varying shades. Perhaps the insects had grown disinterested in Wu Tao's greasy physique and had directed all their attention towards Tang Qiaoying. Do not underestimate these insects. Despite being devoid of intelligence, they possessed a rudimentary understanding of tactics. They recognized that Tang Qiaoying was the only one in the administrative building with combat capabilities. Tang Qiaoying was frantically unleashing slicing skills, the ground littered with the corpses of insects. Yet, no matter how strong she was, she could not withstand the overwhelming tide of insects. As she found herself cornered, Tang Qiaoying's eyelids began to flutter, her movements slowing to a crawl. Lin Ze understood that this so-called proud Tang Qiaoying would never deign to plead with him. Instead, he instructed Ding Xiu to rid his vicinity of the insects. Before comfortably settling into the principal's grand chair, beg for my mercy or face certain doom, he declared. Upon hearing those familiar words, Tang Qiaoying forced herself to peek through the cracks, catching sight of the imposing Lin Ze. At that moment, she resembled a deflated balloon, utterly unable to maintain her composure. When one is enveloped in despair, how could they possibly resist grasping at the faintest glimmer of hope? Please, save me. With a nonchalant chuckle, Lin Ze opted not to intervene directly. Instead, he snapped his fingers, prompting Ding Xiyu to step forward wielding a flamethrower. Flames erupted forth, and Ding Xiyu, displaying commendable learning ability, unleashed a torrent of fire upon the insects' backs. In less than 3 seconds, the pests were obliterated, reduced to mere corpses. Well done, Lin Ze remarked. You have mastered this skill, Ding Xiyu. You are now qualified to serve as my enforcer. Tang Chuing collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Her eyes narrowed as she gazed at Ding Xiyu before her, a look of shame etched across her face. It was worth noting that previously, Ding Xiyu had been regarded as the ice queen of the school, comparable to Tang Chuing in beauty. However, Ding Xiyu's natural charm shone through, whereas Tang Chuing required some cosmetic enhancement to compete with her. In those days, Tang Chuing had also been an object of infatuation among students. Yet now, she was clad in tattered rags, her body barely covered, her face smeared with dirt, resembling a vagabond. In stark contrast, Ding Xiyu donned an elegant lambskin cardigan, her intricate braid neatly tied to one side, still exuding the grace of a young lady. Teacher Tang, please rise. Ding Xiyu kindly extended her hand, attempting to assist Tang Chuing to her feet. Trembling, Tang Chuing managed to stand. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, she approached Lin Ze, bowed slightly, and expressed, "Thank you, Mr. Lin Ze. Had it not been for you, I would not have survived." To Lin Ze, her gratitude felt insufficiently sincere. "What, Teacher Tang? I saved your life. Yet you cannot muster a more genuine apology?" Upon hearing these words, Tang Chuing instinctively paused. However, she remained cautious, refraining from voicing the thought that she had no reason to apologize. Instead, she tentatively inquired, "If I have erred, please enlighten me." Lin Ze regarded her with a disdainful look. "It is said that you are aloof, having become a counselor at the academy. Surely you should possess some awareness of your misdeeds. How can you be oblivious to your wrongdoings?" Tang Chuing fell silent. "Kneel," Lin Ze commanded, his voice resounding with authority. Before Tang Chuing could comply, Ding Xiyu had already dropped to her knees, delivering a resounding slap to Tang Chuing. Tang Chuing gritted her teeth. Yet she refused to kneel. "Mr. Lin Ze, although you saved me, you cannot insult me." Lin Ze approached with a smile that exuded an icy indifference. With a mere twist of his hand, Tang Xiaoying's earlobe contorted grotesquely. Tiny blood vessels ruptured, and fresh blood seeped from the cartilage at the base of her earlobe. "You are harboring those old officials in the administrative building. Are you not at fault?" Tang Xiaoying stammered, her face contorted in pain, eventually collapsing to the ground under Ding Shiyu's insistence. "Yes, but I only did this because it was my job. I felt I could not abandon them." Despite her vision darkening from the pain, Tang Xiaoying continued to argue. At that moment, when Qing approached, offering a reminder to Lin Ze, Teacher Tang is a person of great integrity. She considers the school as the place that provided her with a salary and a position, which is why she sought food for them. Lin Ze was not particularly satisfied with this explanation, but he relented for the time being. "Justice? Is this the so-called justice you cling to?" Lin Ze scoffed, pulling out his phone and opening the messages from Wu Tao. He waved his hand dismissively, tossing the phone in front of Tang Xiaoying. Wu Tao lay gasping in the corner, feigning death until Lin Ze revealed the message, at which point he scrambled over as if his last shred of dignity had been stripped away. "No, Mr. Lin, please don't." It turned out that in Lin Ze's message, Wu Tao had left a chilling proposition. "Lin Ze, if you wish, we can strip Teacher Tang bare right now and deliver her to you, just as long as you provide us with food. I also have intimate photos of Teacher Tang for your viewing pleasure. These are fine collections from my past." Each attachment was a provocative snapshot of Tang Xiaoying's private life. It was known that she, at 29, had never had a boyfriend. Yet she had taken numerous revealing photos to admire herself, stored on her personal computer. Tang Xiaoying stared in disbelief at these images, her face flushed a deep crimson. "This is impossible. Teacher Wu, these photos were clearly on my private computer. There were images of her in bikinis and dressed in Christmas-themed cosplay, showcasing her towering height and long legs, rivaling even the models. Most striking was her exquisitely shaped foot, small and pale, embodying the essence of beauty, fit for a model. Is this the pet you diligently feed each day?" "Oh no, I meant the esteemed Principal Wu." Lin Ze placed a foot upon Wu Tao's head, preparing to personally end this scoundrel. "Damn it," Tang Xiaoying managed to squeeze out through clenched teeth, her eyes reddened with fury. She is acutely aware that despite her kindness towards those attending the principal's meeting, they each have betrayed her in turn. "Lin Ze, allow me the pleasure of ending his life." "Very well." Lin Ze understands that Tang Chuing has now completely grasped the reality of the situation. At this moment, sullying his own garments by taking action seems rather unworthy. It is preferable to observe the beautiful woman exacting revenge on the beast. "Wait a moment, Lin Ze, or rather, esteemed Lord Lin, I implore you, spare my life. I possess something you desire. Although Wu Tao feigns obedience towards Lin Ze, abandoning his previous corrupt bureaucratic demeanor from his days as vice principal, his eyes betray a multitude of hidden schemes. I shall make myself clear with but one sentence. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise. Lin Ze regards Wu Tao with disdain. To him, Wu Tao has become little more than a lifeless shell. I have a pair of twin daughters to offer you. Just spare my life. Twin daughters? Oh, however, Lin Ze is not easily impressed. The attractiveness of the daughters remains to be assessed. Chapter 88, The Inside Story of the Academy. The exceptional twin sisters, my lord. I have indeed heard of these twin sisters, Wen Qing remarked. In her earlier days, she had worked as an administrative secretary for the principal while juggling her studies. Though her tasks were of a respectable nature, her position allowed her to have encountered Principal Wu's daughters. Unlike the university students here, Principal Wu's daughters are a pair of 16-year-old blossoms, Wu Meiji and Wu Meiyu. Anyone who has heard of this city knows of these twin sisters. Despite their tender age and status as students at Yinchuan High School, they have already been sought after multiple times by South Korean scouts, eager for them to join a girl group. However, Wu Tao, being relatively affluent in the area, had no intention of sending his daughters to Korea to endure hardship. Each day, their doorstep is nearly worn away by the youthful boys infatuated with them. Now, with the apocalypse upon us, while Wu Tao struggles to ensure his own safety, he has managed to enroll his daughters at Yinchuan University. It is said that they are the school's flowers, a rare pair of dual campus beauties in the past decade. With no disputes regarding their beauty, would you like to meet them? Wen Qing, unlike Ding Xiyu, possesses the acumen to discern her lord's preferences. Indeed, I would like to meet these twin sisters, Lin Ze replied. Where is your daughter? Tianxiatsong. Tianxiatsong? Is there such a place? Tang Xiaoying, noticing Lin Ze's confusion, sought to enhance his impression of her with her knowledge. Tianxiatsong is a unique supply-grade food storage within the academy. It encompasses several acres of farmland and includes 2 fish ponds cultivated by the academy, where crops are grown without pesticides. The fish are not haphazardly raised. They are nurtured on high-quality grains, including black fish, Chinese sturgeon, and eel, instead of the worthless grass carp. The exquisite Tianxiatsong serves a dual purpose. It aids agricultural research and caters to the appetites of the so-called administrative elite. After all, these bureaucrats would not deign to consume the subpar potatoes and tomatoes that are often delivered as takeout. At this thought, Lin Ze's expression turned even grimmer. During his 12-hour shifts delivering packages, he barely had time to eat, often consuming meals in a rush. He had endured the likes of trendy packaged pre-prepared meals, decade-old zombie meat, and pungent bean sprouts that could only be masked with a sprinkle of chili, all of which had come from the very cafeteria that he had seen these bureaucrats avoiding. No wonder he had never encountered them in the school canteen, he chuckled. I know where Tianxiatsong is. Tang Xiaoying said weakly. If you wish to go, I can take you there. Very well. Lin Ze grasped Wu Tao's head, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a mere chick. Get lost. Lin Ze executed a powerful spin, mentally locking onto the heart of the banyan tree 500 meters away. He observed as Wu Tao followed the parabolic trajectories fixed in Lin Ze's mind, launching forth with remarkable speed before striking the heart of the banyan tree with precision. At this moment, the heart of the banyan tree had transformed into a base for the production of toxins, having been refined by Lin Ze, and it no longer exuded its former grandeur. Instead, it began to gradually engulf Wu Tao. Ding! The heart of the banyan tree has received nourishment. Current toxin content level, 21,000. Primary toxic element, heart poison. Due to the low toxin level, this time the banyan tree gains 26,500 experience points. What an intriguing leveling mechanism. Lin Ze noted from a distance that the banyan tree's level remained unchanged, still at level 1. It was evident that these bureaucratic officials indulged in special rations daily, while continuously exploiting the students and the institution, thus maintaining a robust physical state, with toxins stemming from their own malevolence. Lin Ze observed Tang Xiaoying's incredulous expression and replied nonchalantly, What is the matter, Teacher Tang? Do you wish to play the role of a saint in this era of the undead? And no, that's not it. Tang Xiaoying quickly clarified, Lin, I wanted to tell you that I've seen through the true nature of these individuals. You were right. That's good to know. Lin Ze smirked coldly. Come find me when you have truly realized your thoughts. I must head to Tianxia warehouse. Lin Ze had merely promised not to harm the twin sisters, but he had not extended that mercy to Wu Tao. Moreover, one who would betray their own daughter in apocalyptic times could certainly commit even more heinous acts in the future. I can guide you. Tang Xiaoying exclaimed as she saw Lin Ze turning to leave. Lin Ze's lips curled into a slight smile, sensing that the once unyielding Tang Xiaoying was beginning to reconsider her stance. In this desolate world, Only Lin Ze could provide her with the resources necessary for survival. Currently, burdened by her weary body, she could barely manage to descend the stairs. If she did not seek Lin Ze's assistance, it would not be long before she was torn apart by the encroaching zombies. Very well, Lin Ze replied. Teacher Tang, you possess keen insight. With that, he conjured a delicious sushi platter and a serving of roasted turkey rice from thin air. He tossed the food beside Tang Chao-ing along with a bottle of electrolyte drink, prompting her to devour the meal ravenously. What I offer you is not for the idle, Lin Ze remarked. Consider this. Only by becoming my woman will you continue to qualify for sustenance. A flush of embarrassment crept across Tang Chao-ying's face. Her tattered clothing barely covered her thighs, revealing a glimpse of her vulnerability. At the age of 29, she had yet to experience the touch of a man, but Lin Ze's chiseled physique and striking features were undeniably captivating. Could I be your woman? She stammered. When Tang Chua-ing uttered these words, her head was bowed. Her face was flushed, as if it could transform into steam. Lin Ze thought to himself, how splendid indeed. This air of arrogance was precisely what he desired. He recognized that this was entirely different from the disingenuous reluctance exhibited by Ding Shiyu. Tang Chua-ing spoke these words of her own volition, though as a teacher, she found herself in the perplexing position of demanding from her students while simultaneously becoming one of them. At that moment, she struggled to reconcile her identity, rendering her speechless in her embarrassment. Since Teacher Tang had articulated it thus, it would be prudent not to kneel. Lin Ze's tone softened slightly. Yet he continued to regard Tang Chua-ing from a superior vantage, maintaining his sense of independence. Thank you, Tang Chua-ing stammered. I can indeed offer you certain value. How astute she was. She discerned that both Wen Qing and Ding Shiyu were not solely by virtue of their beauty at Lin Ze's side. The crux of the matter lay in their obedience and the value they brought. Tang Chua-ing understood that her familiarity with the school might render her more significant to Lin Ze. Mr. Lin, I believe that regardless of how you plan to develop your base vehicle, it is imperative to familiarize yourself with the Academy of Sciences. Oh, at the mention of this, Lin Ze's interest piqued. Perhaps Teacher Tang could provide an introduction. The Academy of Sciences is the core institution of Yinchuan University. It operates independently of the administrative department and typically remains concealed from the outside world. However, during times of rampant zombie infestation, this amalgamation of biology, chemistry, and electronic information can produce weapons to combat the undead. Within this academy, there are several venerable professors, with the most notable being the exquisite scientist Huan Yanli. This beauty, merely 28 years of age, already holds the titles of Dean and Associate Professor of the Chemistry Department. She is tall and stunning, yet possesses a touch of cunning and an eccentric demeanor that accentuates the achievements of a scientific genius. Oh, I must meet such a beauty, Lin Ze remarked. In truth, the administrative building's resilience against the zombie onslaught could be attributed to the support of the academy, but they likely intended to withdraw their assistance soon. Inside the academy, reagents. Bring me the reagents. Right away, Professor. The academy housed an exceptionally clear telescope. Professor Richard. It seems the administrative building has been thoroughly breached by that courier boy Lin Ze. It is utterly intolerable. The academy appeared serene, yet it was populated by aloof researchers, equally as insufferable as the elderly men in the administrative department. Dean Huan, though you are generally reticent, this matter necessitates your intervention, Richard insisted, sitting beside the taciturn Huan Yanli, persistently attempting to sway her opinion. At this moment, Huan Yanli was clad in a simple, elegant gown, her feet adorned with casual slippers. She remained silent, intently gazing at the apparatus in her hands. Before her lay a freshly crafted superconducting cannon, capable of delivering devastating strikes within a radius of 3.5 kilometers through an energy propulsion system. While such devices were mere toys to Lin Ze, they represented the latest advancements for the Academy of Sciences. Huan Yanli's long black hair cascaded down to her waist, with straight bangs delicately resting just above her brows, leaving only a few sparse gaps. Her beautiful eyes sparkled brightly in the sunlight, which was her greatest asset. With eyes as clear as glass, she embodied her name. Having completed her experiment, Huan Yanli departed without uttering a word. Richard, overjoyed, brandished the apparatus and turned to boast to the other academicians of the institute. Look, this is our latest weaponry. Shortly after the zombie outbreak, that rascal Lin Ze was shamelessly promoting a beauty contest on the school's official website. It must be his doing. We must eliminate him. Indeed, it is utterly outrageous. Several stunning beauties have fallen into his clutches. We cannot fathom what kind of sorcery he has cast upon them. We must rescue the campus beauty, Ding Shiyu. A group of fervent supporters of Ding Shiyu continued to rally. Huan Yanli regarded these frenzied individuals with disdain and chose to ignore them, leaving in displeasure. Meanwhile, The cacophony of the academy was intercepted by Lin Ze via a remote listening device. Oh, so they wish to eliminate me? Lin Ze felt an intense heat surging within him, barely contained. Mr. Lin, Tang Xiaoying interjected once more, I know you possess great strength. But perhaps we should first visit the twin sisters, Wu Meiji and Wu Meiwa. Ah, I almost forgot about those enchanting sisters, Lin Ze mused, licking his lips in anticipation. It is time for some fresh blood. The Tianxiansong had evolved from merely being a supply center for the administrative building. Since Wu Tao's daughters were stationed there and remained unharmed, it was likely that an agreement had been reached with the academy. Lin Ze found Tang Xiaoying's words to hold merit. Come, Teacher Tang, take the passenger seat. Lin Ze summoned the elite base vehicle nearby, then gestured with a glance for Ding Shiyu and Wenqing to return to the interior of the elite vehicle, with a new beautiful counselor aboard. Wenqing and Ding Shiyu naturally made room. Thank you. Oh, by the way, Lin Ze raised an eyebrow, even though you are a teacher and quite knowledgeable. The rules aboard my base vehicle remain unchanged. What did you just call me? Tang Xiaoying paused momentarily, her face flushing as she lowered her gaze before finally uttering. Master. Lin Ze was thoroughly pleased, bursting into a hearty laugh as he conjured a vial of genetic enhancement liquid for Tang Xiaoying. Here, drink this. It is your reward. Yes, Master. Lin Ze was acutely aware that Tang Xiaoying had evolved certain abilities to combat zombies during the apocalypse, categorizing her as a superhuman, a promising prospect indeed. To this end, Lin Ze deliberately procured a vial of advanced attack-enhancing genetic serum within the system. In a blink, he had driven the vehicle to the entrance of Tianxia warehouse. At first glance, this warehouse appeared to be merely a deserted bicycle parking lot behind the school. However, its interior was a veritable treasure trove. Nearby, zombies were perpetually ambling about, a layered assembly of first-tier zombies. Lin Ze furrowed his brow as he glanced at his watch. During the day, zombies tended to be somewhat weaker, but as night descended, higher-tier zombies proliferated. Although it was still daylight, the wandering creatures were evidently all first-tier zombies. Compared to the ordinary zombies from before, these had clearly evolved. Had the apocalypse truly arrived only a short while ago, and yet the zombies had already ascended in rank? It seemed he needed to hasten his training to grow stronger. Die. Lin Ze whispered fiercely as the base vehicle surged up the steep incline of the small hill. Almost at a 90-degree angle. The slope was steep, yet the vehicle was equipped with an adaptive adjustment system. Chapter 89. I won't eat unless it's gourmet. Securing the World Warehouse. In the vehicle, Lin Ze and Tang Xiaoying felt not the slightest discomfort. Rather, they experienced an exhilarating sensation akin to being propelled forward from within. The formidable power of the base vehicle, with nearly 1,000 horsepower, effortlessly crushed the zombies on the hillside, reducing them to mere remnants beneath the wheels. Within a mere 5 minutes, the foot of the mountain was strewn with the lifeless bodies of the undead. Tang Xiaoying gazed at the scene before her, her eyes reflecting boundless admiration for Lin Ze. This seemingly ordinary courier had proven to be far more remarkable than she had ever imagined. Yet, the entrance to the World Warehouse remained elusive. Following Tang Xiaoying's described route, Lin Ze had circled the mountain a couple of times. But the grand entrance still eluded him. The abandoned parking lot they had encountered earlier was not the entryway. After a moment's contemplation, Tang Xiaoying suggested, Master, perhaps we should investigate over there. It turned out that the small hillside at the back was connected to the road leading away from the school. This was likely the supply entrance, designed to facilitate the World Warehouse's self-sufficiency while allowing for the procurement of exotic delicacies from beyond. Lin Ze nodded in agreement. Suddenly, his mental perception system alerted him to the presence of living beings nearby. He delved into his mental realm and discovered 2 girls clad in identical gray cloaks, standing at an abandoned bus stop at the road's entrance. They were scanning their surroundings anxiously and eventually waved over a rider. Miss, you should follow the vehicle behind us. We are about to depart for City S. Where's Dad? One of the girls, her complexion tinged with a hint of pink, glanced around nervously, seemingly reluctant to board the vehicle. In this apocalyptic world, any hesitation could lead to being torn apart by zombies in an instant. This girl clearly had not yet endured the hardships of the end times. She was evidently accustomed to a sheltered life. Your father has been missing for several days. We cannot wait any longer. The rider was none other than the butler of the twins, Wu Meiji and Wu Meiyu. Wu Tao's wife had successfully fled to City S and had established a safe haven, thus dispatching the butler to fetch her 2 beloved daughters from Yinchuan University. Dad Wu Meiyu hesitated, reluctantly opening the car door to steal one last glance at Yinchuan University. Little did they know, their father had already become fertilizer for a great banyan tree. Thinking of leaving? Lin Ze would not allow such prime targets to escape so easily. Who do you intend to take? He approached, positioning the base vehicle across the road and rolled down the window, casting a flirtatious glance at the twins. Who are you? Do you wish to die? You are obstructing the principal's daughters. The principal's daughters? Lin Ze chuckled. The vice mayor's daughter is in my vehicle. What significance does the principal's daughter hold? Observing Lin Ze's irreverent demeanor, two bodyguards emerged from the extended Lincoln behind them, having accompanied the butler to escort Wu Meiji and Wu Meiyu away. Boy, I'll give you 3 seconds to get out of the car and kowtow to me. If you do, I'll let this slide. Otherwise, you'll soon experience the sensation of your skull splitting open. The two bodyguards, accustomed to escorting the young mistress and acting with arrogance, regarded Lin Ze as nothing more than a brat, unworthy of their attention. Moreover, Lin Ze's base vehicle still bore the appearance of a Wuling Hongguang, not yet reverted to its true form. I do so enjoy watching dogs bark as they scramble out of cars. You seem to fit that description perfectly, Lin Ze drawled. His arm lazily draped over the window frame, chin resting on his palm as he observed the spectacle. Tang Chunying could no longer contain herself. Stop this nonsense, she shouted out the window. Cooperate, or face the consequences. Enough talk, the butler snapped, not recognizing Tang Chunying. The madam said the city will soon be locked down. If we don't leave now, none of us will escape. The consequences will be dire. With a few mocking clicks of their tongues, the men climbed back into the car, cursing under their breath. If you want to die, I'll gladly send you on your way. The driver slammed the accelerator to the floor. The speedometer needle shot to its limit as the elongated Lincoln roared with final defiance, charging straight toward Lin Ze's base vehicle. Bang! Upon impact, the Lincoln was flung into the air like a toy truck, spinning wildly for several seconds before splitting in two mid-descent. Save them, Lin Ze commanded tersely. Tang Chunying, understanding immediately, leapt into action. As a superhuman, her agility allowed her to scale walls effortlessly. She soared into the air, catching the screaming Wu Meiji and Wu Meiwei before they could meet their doom. The bodyguards were not so fortunate. Their heads and torsos had already separated upon collision, their corpses still warm. The butler's eyes bulged in horror. Who are you? Who am I? Lin Ze pressed the gas, and the butler, along with the wild horse beneath him, was instantly crushed beneath the wheels. Who gave you permission to flee? In the past, this would have been treason. Wu Meiji and Wu Meiwei, now safely on the ground, clung to each other in terror, tears streaming down their youthful faces as they stared at Lin Ze. Though lacking the refined beauty of Ding Shiyu or the mature allure of Tang Chunying, their slender waists and the innocent confusion of youth held their own charm. Lin Ze casually pulled Wu Meiwei toward him, his hands wandering freely over her body. Exquisite, he murmured. Within moments, he had explored every inch, savoring the untouched purity of youth. Wu Meiwei struggled incessantly, attempting to bite Lin Ze's arm. Yet who was Lin Ze? His enhanced physique endowed him with a V10 level defense, impervious to blades and bullets. However, he had no intention of harboring a feral child prone to biting. A resounding slap echoed as it left a mark on Wu Meiyue's cheek, leaving her head buzzing. In contrast, her sister Wu Meiji remained notably more composed. So, are you going to behave? Tang Chunying stepped forward, grasping both Wu Meiji and Wu Meiwei, and explained, "This is Brother Lin Ze. He has rescued all the teachers and students in our school. You ought to show him some respect." It was evident that both sisters were still in shock, their minds filled with terrifying impressions of Lin Ze. After some contemplation, Lin Ze decided that he had no desire for such unruly children. "Teacher Tang, please take them to the nearby abandoned dormitory and confine them for a day or two. Once they have learned to behave, you may bring them back to me." Although the dormitory was no longer teeming with zombies, a few unwary mutated creatures still ventured inside. Most crucially, the water and electricity had been cut off, leaving Wu Meiji and Wu Meiwei to endure hunger in their confinement. In a few days, they would certainly come to realize the harshness of their situation. The door would be left ajar. They need not concern themselves with their fate, but rather understand that sheltered flowers, once outside, are nothing at all. Only when they were ready to approach him with newfound understanding would he consider their presence. Such beauty, while appealing, was not worth possessing without proper training. Indeed. Ding Shiyu followed Lin Ze out of the vehicle, her lips pouting in evident dissatisfaction. Among the group, she was the most prone to jealousy. With 4 individuals already present in the car, excluding the members of the literary club, these were all contenders for her affection. They are merely the daughters of the vice principal, while my father is the vice mayor. If you desire anything, my father's influence far surpasses theirs. Lin Ze smiled slightly. With my capabilities, do I truly require any familial backing? He walked ahead, calling forth Tong Xiaoxi, Tang Shanshan, and Wenqing, since they were to unlock the cargo door. It was imperative to have his women present to witness the moment. Before them stood an electronic keypad. With a swift automatic decryption, the base vehicle parked at the entrance, its radar decryption system effortlessly unlocking the password. Such treasures deserve to be admired collectively. Lin Ze, flanked by his beautiful companions, entered the bountiful sanctuary of the Tianxia warehouse. Ah, no wonder Wu Tao sought connections to send 2 high school girls here. This truly is a haven. Inside the Tianxia warehouse, the ceiling was a glass curtain, perfectly capturing the sunlight from outside. The interior is divided into 3 main sections: the granary, the ecological simulation area, and the dining section. Within the ecological simulation area, fields of crops encircle a serene lake, creating a harmonious circular design. These fields, utilizing diverse temperature ecosystems, flourish with fruits and vegetables representative of the 4 seasons. Organic vegetables thrive quietly here, alongside an array of premium produce such as asparagus and baby pumpkins, in addition to the standard rice and flour offerings. The selection of high-quality fruits is extensive, far surpassing the basic fruits previously stocked by Lin Ze. Here, one finds tropical delights like rambutan, the large custard apple, and the exceptionally sweet seedless watermelon, complemented by the fragrant honeydew melon, along with various exquisite wax apples, creating an abundant cornucopia. Lin Ze gazed in admiration, eagerly exclaiming to take it all. With merely a glance, an entire bounty of fruits and vegetables was swiftly gathered into his extraordinary base vehicle. It was time to elevate his dining experience. "Master, look over here. There are so many delicious offerings," he exclaimed, turning to the granary shelves. A staggering mountain of premium rice and fine flour was stacked high. Ding Shiyu, the daughter of the vice mayor, accustomed to fine dining, could not help but gasp in astonishment upon seeing it. "Master, this rice is a national-level special supply. Purchasing it separately costs 100 yuan per pound, and this special flour is 150 yuan per pound. Take it all." Lin Ze's smile widened, surprised that such fortune awaited him just as he was about to leave Yinchuan University. On the shelves above lay an assortment of high-end imported snacks: 100 pure Malaysian black chocolate, durian milfuzz made from the prized Musang King durian, and premium Wagyu beef. An array of luxury snacks was indeed plentiful. Lin Ze felt grateful that his base vehicle was equipped with a spacious freezer and an automatic storage system. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to accommodate these treasures. Tang Qiaoying remarked that there was also a dining system. Lin Ze walked over to the dining area, where several maids in elegant attire were busily engaged in the kitchen. Unlike twins struggling for attention, they bowed respectfully upon seeing him. "Welcome, esteemed master." It turned out that Yinchuan University concealed such a delightful establishment. It was no wonder the faculty preferred to dine here rather than in the cafeteria. 2 attentive maids presented him with a menu. Upon reviewing it, Lin Ze noted the delightful offerings: various organic vegetable stir-fries, delicately prepared millet porridge with abalone, and eggplant stew made with sought ed venison. A plethora of exquisite dishes, some requiring years of preparation, were available. While Lin Ze's base vehicle was well stocked with food and drink, it primarily consisted of items sourced from the common supermarket, ordinary goods lacking in distinction. However, the treasures within the celestial warehouse are distinctly different. The most crucial aspect is that there are maids available to craft exquisite dishes that tantalize the senses. Lin Ze found himself in a quandary. Although the cuisine here is delectable, the number of people on the base vehicle cannot be excessive. A brief glance revealed that while these maids possess a certain charm, their beauty only rated a modest 78, falling short of the 80 needed to be considered truly stunning. Bringing them aboard might even detract from the overall appeal, rendering the endeavor counterproductive. With this thought, Lin Ze cleared his throat twice. This celestial warehouse could indeed be transformed into a personal granary base. System notification: establishing a base area now offers an additional discount. A mere 10,000 energy points is required to create a primary base. Lin Ze pondered for a moment. Even with a base vehicle, he would require a stable source for sustenance and entertainment. The ecological simulation system here promises a continuous supply of resources, making it an ideal locale. Purchase. Congratulations, host. Your transaction was successful. You now have 110,000 energy points remaining. Lin Ze savored a sip of soup, feeling utterly content. Ah, what a delight. The broth was enriched with dried scallops, abalone essence, and tender meat from deep-sea sharks, exuding an exceptionally fresh aroma. System notification: you still possess a state banquet experience voucher, which will expire in 7 days. It will be rendered void post-expiration. What? It has an expiration? Chapter 90, a feast of opulence, a royal banquet? It must commence. It is said that in the past, Empress Cixi dined on a staggering 108 dishes. Today, Lin Ze is eager to witness firsthand what it means to receive imperial treatment. System prompt: the current dining area is too small. Commencing the royal banquet may hinder the arrangement process. Would you like to clear the current space first? What? Lin Ze gazed at the table before him. Already 5 meters in length, pondering whether such a table could indeed be considered small. Never mind. Lin Ze weighed his options and summoned Wen Qing, Ding Shiyu, Tang Chuangying, Tang Shanshan, and Tong Xiaoxi. At this juncture, he certainly did not wish to toil himself. Ding Shiyu, you, and Tong Xiaoxi lift this wretched table away. Tang Chuangying, clear the surrounding clutter and leave a space open. The ladies exchanged bewildered glances, appearing quite lost. However, as this was the master's request, they refrained from further comment and complied with Lin Ze's instructions. Commence royal banquet. In an instant, a remarkably exquisite round table appeared in the cleared space. The table featured a rotating mechanism with 3 tiers, each adorned with 20 dishes. In addition to the dishes on the rotating platters, there were over 60 more delicacies in the center. Altogether, it amounted to approximately 108 dishes. Tang Chuangying stood frozen in place. You possess extraordinary abilities as well? Wen Qing, noticing Tang Chuangying's bewilderment, kindly reminded her, Mr. Lin not only possesses unique powers, but can also procure anything he desires amidst this apocalypse. Tang Chuangying swallowed hard. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow, observing her naivety in this unfamiliar environment. Tang Chuangying, would you care for a taste? He gestured toward the sumptuous spread before them. Before Tang Chuangying lay a renowned Huaiyang delicacy, the hairy crab. This particular crab was of the highest caliber, with specifications exceeding 5.0. Just the aroma wafting from it was enough to make anyone swoon. At this moment, Tang Chuangying was feeling a bit lightheaded from hunger. Yet she pondered whether Lin Ze was testing her resolve. Would expressing her desire to eat be perceived as overstepping? After a moment's contemplation, she replied, No, master. You should eat first. I should remain by your side to attend to your needs. Lin Ze found her response quite satisfactory. Well done. As expected of a counselor. Your insight is commendable. Noticing Tang Chuangying had begun to acclimate to the customs of this place, Lin Ze waved her over. As she approached, he wrapped an arm around her slender waist. Her skin was taut and resilient, exuding a smoothness that complemented her elegant stature, truly a vision of beauty. Lin Ze casually sampled a few dishes, shredded chicken with enoki mushrooms, roasted cucumber with peeled shrimp, fruit lotus, clear soup with braised shark fin. Wow. This truly feels like paradise on earth. Lin Ze has finally come to realize that he had been starving himself in the past. In this post-apocalyptic world, with endless possibilities at his disposal, why not indulge in something exquisite? However, with such an abundance of delectable dishes at the national banquet, it was evident that he could not consume them all by himself. Just as Lin Ze was contemplating how to store the banquet delicacies in his base vehicle, a reminder from the system resonated once more. System notification: the national banquet is a one-time consumable and cannot be brought into the base vehicle. Violators of this regulation will incur a penalty of 100,000 energy points. 100,000. Lin Ze dared not pursue that course any further. Come, Ding Shiyu. Take a seat on my right. Tang Xiaoying, you shall sit on my left. The two complied obediently, settling into their designated spots, followed closely by Tong Xiaoxi and her companions who nestled beside them. Lin Ze proceeded to release the 10 or so members of the literary department. The moment they emerged, Su Yao and the others were captivated by the alluring aroma. Wow, master, you are truly remarkable. I have never tasted anything so fragrant in my life. This is akin to royal treatment. I never expected such delightful offerings at Yinchuan University. Master, I long to partake. I implore you. Observing the eager expressions of his harem, Lin Ze instructed them to sit in an orderly fashion. Wen Qing poured him a fine, imperial-grade liquor. Let the feast commence. Throughout the banquet, the atmosphere was filled with merriment. Lin Ze's left hand rested upon Tang Chuangying's slender waist, delicate yet defined, while his right hand found its place on the well-defined shoulder of Ding Shiyu, perfectly proportioned and inviting. Whenever Lin Ze desired a dish, all he had to do was lift his eyelids, and Wen Qing alongside Tong Xiaoxi would take turns serving him from the revolving platter, feeding him as though he were an emperor. After a hearty meal and with his harem of 3,000 feeling quite satisfied, Lin Ze began to feel pleasantly tipsy. With Ding Shiyu beside him, one would massage his legs while Tong Xiaoxi tended to his feet. However, one cannot simply indulge without engaging in some activity afterward. Though Lin Ze sensed a hint of fatigue, he decided it was best to let his stomach settle. The matter of attacking the Academy of Sciences could wait until tomorrow. After all, pondering those incompetents wouldn't yield anything fruitful. Just as Lin Ze was contemplating when to venture outside of Yinchuan University to explore the world beyond, a commotion arose at the door. Lin Ze furrowed his brow, casting a glance without approaching. Tang Xiaoying understood his cue and went to investigate. Professor Li, what brings you here? She inquired, noticing Li Richard arriving in his striking Porsche, a bouquet of flowers in hand. It seemed he was attempting to woo someone amidst the apocalypse. Ah, Teacher Tang is here as well. What a coincidence, Lee Richard remarked, his tone nonchalant, yet laden with ulterior motives. I thought the administrative building had already been breached. Even Li Anong has fled to our location. Is that so? Tang Shuaing remarked. I have already found a safer place. The administrative building is hardly ideal. Richard, with a suggestive glint in his eyes, scrutinized Tang Shuaing from head to toe. His gluttonous demeanor suggested he was overly indulged. Lin Ze, observing from a distance, furrowed his brow. Yet, he refrained from intervening, eager to witness Richard's intentions. Professor Tang. Although this is indeed a favorable location, residing here long-term will incur charges, Richard stated. Charges? Tang Shuang was momentarily taken aback. Professor Li, while I hold you in high esteem, this warehouse is not under your academy's jurisdiction. Why would there be fees? Because we are in the apocalypse, Richard replied. The defensive mechanisms of this warehouse were provided by us. Currently, only Wu Tao's 2 daughters are guarding it. With Wu Tao deceased, it naturally falls under our academy's control. Besides, there has been a steady supply of goods to us from the warehouse until recently. Richard's assertions were delivered with conviction, causing Tang Shuiying's eyes to widen in realization. It turned out that food had not been entirely absent from the administrative building. Rather, the academy had recognized that it was merely an ineffective institution within Yinchuan University. Following the disruption of the stable transport link with the administrative building, the academy had sought to seize control of the warehouse. With Wu Tao now missing, Richard's objective was to expel his daughters and claim the location. Professor Tang. To be honest, had it not been for a courier named Lin Ze who occupied the convenience store in the administrative building and severed our supply chain, we wouldn't be in such a dire state. Richard's expression hardened at the mention of Lin Ze, whom he found particularly loathsome. That little brat refuses to cooperate with us anymore, simply because we provided him with weapons. When the zombies evolve and he finds himself outmatched, he will have cause to lament. He punctuated his words with a few mock punches. Professor Tang, perhaps you should consider aligning with me. Richard had long harbored intentions towards Tang Shuiying, but her previous aloofness had thwarted his advances. Now, he sought to leverage both force and, crucially, food resources to coerce her. If you join me, I can assure you a place in the academy during these tumultuous times. You must understand, the academy is currently a coveted refuge for all students, and all I require is your companionship. Upon hearing such outrageous remarks, Tang Shuang fell silent for a moment. Professor Li, please mind your language. What did you just say about Mr. Lin? I said Lin Ze is nothing more than a petty courier. Richard's voice trailed off. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Ze had silently approached from behind. Care to repeat that? I said Lin Ze is just a foul delivery boy. Before Richard could finish, Lin Ze delivered a swift blow to the back of his head. Under the forceful impact, Richard's vision blurred. Who is that? As he stumbled, Richard caught sight of Lin Ze. His mind raced, and upon witnessing Lin Ze embracing Tang Chaoying's slender waist, he unmistakably perceived them as a pair of lascivious lovers. Ah, Teacher Tang, I never imagined your hunger would drive you to such lengths. Even amidst the apocalypse, you seem to have lost your standards. Richard seethed quietly, infuriated that even the delivery boy had caught your eye. You still have not recognized your own identity, it seems. Lin Ze pondered. It would be rather dull to simply eliminate Richard. Instead, he thought it more amusing to place him on a leash. In an instant, a dog collar materialized around Richard's neck, compelling him to crouch down. Any sign of disobedience would cause the leash to constrict, rendering him immobile and pricking his back with sharp spikes. What is this? Professor Li, your professional bias is quite severe. Tang Xiaoying is my woman. You dare to tease her, and today, I shall return the favor. As Lin Ze spoke, he instructed Ding Xiu to throw the bones from the table down. Meanwhile, Wen Qing had secured the leash to the table leg, effectively confining Richard's movements. So, Professor Li, do you yield? 1 lash, 2 lashes. The once esteemed Professor Li, notorious for padding his publications, had climbed the academic ladder only to oppress his students. Now, he had fallen to such depths. The air reverberated with anguished cries. Within mere minutes, Richard could no longer endure the torment. As he collapsed, he pleaded for mercy. I'm sorry, Lin Ze. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. Please forgive me. Bring Wu Meiji and Wu Meiwei here. Understood. By midnight, Lin Ze instructed Wen Qing to fetch the twin sisters. Wu Meiji and Wu Meiwei had endured an entire day of hunger. Wu Meiwei, having encountered a mutated cockroach in the dormitory, bore a wound from the beast's antennae. Lacking medical supplies, she desperately tried to stanch the bleeding with her saliva. The two were in dire straits, begging for mercy on their way back with Wen Qing. Sister one, please, how has the world come to this? Wu Meiwei wept, lamenting, I shouldn't have complained about the food before, nor wasted any. Even expired provisions would suffice for me now. Seeing her sister in tears, Wu Meiji also began to sob softly, Sister one, we understand our mistakes. Could you spare us some food? When Qin was acutely aware that every action of hers was under Lin Ze's watchful eye. Though she offered no verbal response to the twin sisters, she gently caressed their soft hair, conveying her compassion. Upon returning to the realm of Tianxia warehouse, you must heed your master's commands. This place is no longer the playground of your little princess. If you wish to survive, it is imperative that you discern the gravity of the situation. In the blink of an eye, the twin sisters were brought forth. Lin Ze remained perched upon his exclusive throne, while Tang Shanshan meticulously used a toothpick to tend to Lin Ze's dental needs. Oh, this is my favorite dish. The sauced pork knuckle. Wu Meiwei, famished to the point of dizziness, still believed this place to be the once familiar Tianxia warehouse, where her desires could be effortlessly fulfilled. Instinctively, she reached out to grasp at the food. Richard, bite her. At this moment, Richard, having undergone 2 rounds of training under Lin Ze, comprehended the reality of his situation. Here, dignity was a luxury he could not afford to survive. He must assume the role of a dog. He lunged fiercely, sinking his teeth into Huang Meiyue's ankle. Ah, a dog. In her panic, Huang Meiyue struggled to free herself from Richard's grip, thrashing her foot in a futile attempt. Perhaps due to a miscalculation, not only did she fail to shake off Richard, but she also tumbled over, causing a pot of vegetable soup above her to spill directly onto Richard's head. Blinded by the splatter, Richard instinctively engaged in a scuffle with Huang Meiyue. Chapter 91. Exceptional Talent, Humanoid Global Satellite. Ha ha ha. Indeed, this is quite the spectacle. Lin Ze possesses a profound understanding of human nature's darker aspects. He discreetly directed Tang Qiaoying to pull Wu Meiyu aside. Although this young girl exhibits a somewhat tempestuous temperament and displays a lack of maturity, she is merely a 16-year-old child, and thus, expectations should not be excessively high. The crux of effective education lies in the balance of discipline and reward. Observing the disheveled Wu Meiyu, Lin Ze refrained from verbal chastisement. In a display of reward for Richard's servitude, he instructed the maid to toss a few chicken bones to him. Richard devoured them ravenously, casting aside any notions of dignity. Witnessing this scene, Wu Meiji couldn't help but cover her mouth in astonishment. Wu Meiji, come here. Trembling, Wu Meiji approached Lin Ze and, upon reaching him, knelt by his side, exhibiting a degree of understanding. Here, take care of this leftover meal for me. Yes. Wu Meiji, having gone a day without food, gazed at the remnants of the banquet with sparkling eyes. Although it was merely leftover food, to her, it felt like a divine gift. In stark contrast to the previously unruly demeanor of the 2 sisters, akin to a fawn darting aimlessly through the forest, Wu Meiji now displayed a marked maturity. Wu Meiyu, watching her sister indulge in a meal, couldn't suppress her envy, saliva pooling at the corners of her mouth. And master, the longing for equality surged within Wu Meiyu, momentarily overshadowing any concerns of pride. She too wished to partake in the meal. Exactly, Lin Ze replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. Bear in mind, you no longer have a father. Outside, the world is overrun with zombies. And the life of a cherished young lady you once knew is irretrievable. If you desire delicacies, you must seek my favor. Yes, both Wu Meiyu and Wu Meiji had been thoroughly trained to comply with Lin Ze's commands. The exquisite twin sisters had been subdued. Observing them as they dined, Lin Ze found them adorably endearing. However, he couldn't help but wonder, given the apocalyptic circumstances, why they had just mentioned fleeing to City S. Was it truly untouched by the undead? Contemplating this matter, Lin Ze realized that he would need to investigate it himself. System prompt. Would you like to spend 10,000 energy points to purchase a random talent? Random talent? Such fortune exists, though the price is somewhat steep. No sooner had Lin Ze completed the transaction than a slot machine materialized before him. With a casual pull of the lever, a talent appeared. Eagle Eye, skill level V1. Enhances mental acuity to perceive conditions within a 10-kilometer radius for 3 seconds. After another payment and pull, another skill emerged. Swift Foot, skill level V1. Running speed is quintupled. Ding. Unyielding as pine. In the face of strong winds, composure is quintupled. This won't do. Lin Ze discerned that this lottery system would only activate the auspicious bloodline of the lucky emperor when he had a corresponding demand, allowing him to draw the talents he required. Thus, he resolved to upgrade his Eagle Eye skill to its maximum level. With determination, Lin Ze expended 50,000 energy points to elevate the Eagle Eye skill to V10. Eagle Eye V10 skill, scan any location globally through the sea of consciousness for 1 minute. Indeed, it was the Eagle Eye. However, the skill lacked endurance. While Lin Ze pondered this, he activated the Eagle Eye and casually surveyed the situation in neighboring S City. The streets bustled with hurried pedestrians, and supermarkets and schools continued their normal operations. Office workers remained engrossed in their computers, appearing as busy as ever. What was going on? Lin Ze began to wonder if only the universities in Xia country, particularly in Yinchuan, had succumbed to the apocalyptic timeline. With this perplexity, he opened Weibo. Latest news bulletin: on the 14th, zombies have now spread to H City, launching attacks on its citizens and office buildings. Today, there have been 201 reported deaths, 654 injuries, and countless missing persons. Yang City brief: in the morning of the 14th, zombies were first reported in our city. Currently, they have been eliminated by our forces using powerful weaponry, and 2 injured citizens have been promptly sent to the hospital. S City News: in the afternoon of the 14th, the refugee center in S City received a new influx of refugees, all hailing from Xia country, with many exhibiting various degrees of injury. S City News 2: in the afternoon of the 14th, numerous protests erupted in S City, led by individuals brandishing banners that resolutely opposed the arrival of refugees, demanding the expulsion of all non-residents from S City. The zombie situations in these cities displayed varying degrees of severity. After sketching a simple map, Lin Ze observed that the zombies had initially emerged in Xia country and were now gradually spreading to surrounding cities. A small-scale apocalypse was unfolding, though it had yet to engulf the entire globe. Online, many voices proclaimed themselves as saviors. Netizen S: I believe justice will inevitably triumph over evil. The apocalypse is merely a transient phenomenon, and our society will surely return to its former state. Chuckling softly, Lin Ze regarded these Navi posts with a hint of derision. He had no desire for the apocalypse to end and for the world to revert to its previous state. He currently basked in the company of numerous beautiful women, luxurious vehicles, and gourmet delicacies. He had everything one could desire. It was not in Lin Ze's character to allow those who had once exploited him to return to their former good fortunes. Nonetheless, considering the spread of the apocalypse, it was evident that some areas had not yet been completely infected by zombies. This presented an opportunity to establish a small supply station at Tianxia Warehouse, allowing Lin Ze to better maneuver those outside when the world inevitably succumbed to chaos. Ding! Lin Ze received a new text message, another spammy shopping message. Just as he contemplated ignoring it, he noticed a familiar number on the screen. Wasn't he this from Boss Wei? Wei Zetian. Lin Ze, after reading the message, maintained an impassive expression but nonetheless perused its contents. Lin Ze, how have you been lately? I heard you've been thriving at Yinchuan University, even attracting a few lovely ladies. Do drop by the office sometime. Many of your former colleagues miss you. This message was from his boss, Wei Zetian. Lin Ze harbored no particular fondness for Wei Zetian, though he bore him no significant malice either. After all, prior to his career in delivery, Lin Ze toiled on construction sites for a meager monthly salary of 3,000. Upon joining the delivery service, while Wei Zetian was no paragon of benevolence, he did provide Lin Ze with essential benefits, enabling him to lead a more structured life. Although Lin Ze often endured some verbal abuse, his salary was consistently paid, and he received generous gifts during holidays. Lin Ze felt ambivalent towards such a boss. He neither held deep-seated affection nor did he wish him ill. After some contemplation, he deleted the message, choosing to act as if he had never seen it. A new system task: punish the traitor, is that all? Lin Ze wished to delve deeper, akin to browsing online, to uncover the specifics of this task. However, it was surprisingly succinct. New task rewards: unlock water element dungeon. Rewards include 3 national banquet cards, 7 world-class Japanese cuisine cards, and 1 customized monthly lunch. It seemed to be a food-oriented system. Lin Ze murmured a few words, realizing that he had to accept the task. Although it lacked allure, one could never tell what treasures might lie within the water element dungeon. After reflecting, Lin Ze concluded that the system would not have issued such a task without reason. Could it be that his several beautiful classmates were contemplating betrayal? If he had to choose who among them was most likely to betray him, it would undoubtedly be Ding Shiyu. Come here, Ding Shiyu, he called. What is it, master? Ding Shiyu approached obediently. Take this, Lin Ze said, producing a rocket launcher from seemingly nowhere. With this rocket launcher, your speed will be akin to that of vehicles on a highway. Head to the delivery station 3 kilometers from this school. It was my previous company. Investigate the situation for me. Understood. Ding Shiyu replied promptly, setting off at once. Activate Eagle Eye skill. Lin Ze would not allow these lovely ladies to simply eat their fill and depart. With a global perspective at his disposal, there was no place he could not observe. Approximately 10 minutes later, Ding Shiyu returned, reporting, Master, the delivery station appears quite dilapidated. However, as I approached the entrance, I discerned voices suggesting someone might be hiding inside. Interesting. This was peculiar. Ding Shiyu did not seem to possess any thoughts of defection. Lin Ze pondered, concluding that this new task must be connected to previous events in his life. Perhaps it was best to return to the company and investigate further. Lin Ze drove his extraordinary base vehicle back to the company. However, adhering to local customs, he transformed the exterior of his vehicle to resemble that of a delivery truck, relishing one last experience of his former life as a corporate drone. This vehicle was not merely capable of mimicking the appearance of a delivery truck. It could also replicate the sounds of its operation. With a creak, Lin Ze's delivery truck came to a halt at the entrance. Muscle memory prompted a familiar face to peek out from the delivery station, a small head emerging from the door. The first person Lin Ze spotted was Lu Tianhong. "Oh my goodness, Lin Ze, you've finally returned," exclaimed Lu Tianhong, rushing forward to envelop Lin Ze in an enthusiastic bear hug. Lu Tianhong had been one of the longer-serving members at the delivery station and had known Lin Ze for quite some time. They were close friends, often assisting each other with tasks to save time. Upon hearing Lu Tianhong's voice, the boss, Wei Zetian, also emerged, accompanied by 3 or 4 colleagues, with whom Lin Ze shared little camaraderie. Upon seeing them, Lin Ze chose to ignore their presence. "Lin Ze, I'm so grateful you're back." Wei Zetian began to lament as soon as he laid eyes on Lin Ze. "You cannot fathom how difficult life has been for us at the delivery station lately. This area is situated right on the business street of Yinchuan University, and all the shops are shuttered. Our delivery station has ceased operations entirely. Fortunately, we do not rent an overly expensive space, so it's not very conspicuous. Hence, staying indoors has kept the zombies at bay." "Well, it seems you are managing," Lin Ze remarked nonchalantly. "In this apocalyptic era, survival is contingent upon one's own capabilities." "Please, Lin Ze." Wei Zetian, having summoned Lin Ze for a reason, was clearly hesitant. "My friends and I, we are all struggling quite a bit." After some stammering, he finally articulated his intent. "We've seen your messages in various group chats about your extraordinary base vehicle. Could you possibly let us take a ride?" "Pardon?" Lin Ze instinctively laughed. But sensing it might be impolite, he quickly rephrased, "My vehicle may not accommodate so many passengers." He then patted the delivery truck in front of him. A dilapidated little four-wheeler, square and worn, which would likely leak during rain in another 2 years. Wei Zetian had perhaps expected Lin Ze to arrive in a luxurious RV. But what he encountered was this. "Isn't this the old delivery truck from the academy? You drive this?" "Indeed," Lin Ze replied, resolute in his decision to keep these inconsequential individuals off his vehicle. Wei Zetian exchanged glances with his colleagues, their disappointment evident. All right, hurry inside then. Let us not linger outside. Zombies are known to roam the streets at night, and it could become problematic." Wei Zetian's demeanor had grown noticeably aloof, evidently displeased with Lin Ze for failing to bring anything of value. "However, let me make it clear, should you choose to seek refuge with us, you must bring something along, for we are currently subsisting on nothing more than a slice of bread each day, with no surplus to share." Lin Ze's acquiescence was not born from a desire to endure hardship, but rather stemmed from the presence of some belongings he had previously left at his workstation. Among these were his cherished nap pillow and the beloved sleeping bag bear hug pillow that had accompanied him for several years. Though not items of considerable worth, they held sentimental value. Following a few employees, Lin Ze ventured deeper into the space. It was not just Wei Zetian who appeared taken aback. Even Lu Tianhong's colleagues exhibited peculiar expressions. "All right, remove your shoes and put on a pair of slippers," Wei Zetian commanded brusquely. "This is our resting area, and your shoes are rather filthy." It seemed that Wei Zetian was merely seeking a reason to complain, yet when he glanced down, Lin Ze's custom-made limited edition AJ sneakers dazzled him. These shoes were worth no less than 6 figures. "You've truly struck it rich, haven't you?" Wei Zetian remarked. "Not at all," Lin Ze replied with a playful smirk. "I merely pilfered these from a shoe store." Chapter 92, Slaying the Traitorous Colleague and Unveiling a New Quest. At this moment, Lin Ze merely put on a fade. "Were you unaware that there exists a high imitation shop just down the street? In this apocalyptic era, with establishments shuttered, I casually ventured in and seized a couple of pairs." However, it was not solely the shoes adorning Lin Ze's feet that caught Wei Zetian's attention. Every piece of Lin Ze's attire was anything but inexpensive. Most notably, he had retrieved a large bag from the delivery vehicle. This backpack was one Lin Ze had habitually used to transport his belongings. Now, with intentions to reclaim the equipment he had previously left behind, he brought it along. The hefty, dark bag contained something intriguing, piquing Wei Zetian's curiosity. "Hey, Lin Ze, would you care for something to eat?" Lu Tianhong kindly offered, noticing Lin Ze had plopped down at his workstation with a takeout box in hand. Upon opening it, a pungent odor assaulted Lin Ze's senses. "What is that smell? Is it some sort of biochemical weapon?" Lin Ze felt a wave of nausea wash over him, struggling to suppress the turmoil churning in his stomach. "What is this? Are you trying to poison me?" "Of course not," Lu Tianhong sighed. "You have no idea. The city is in shambles. We can't find anything to eat." And the unscrupulous takeout vendor beneath your dorm is still in business. What good is money now? Wei Zetian mocked. Don't underestimate it. This somewhat depreciated stir-fried pork with green peppers cost 3,000 yuan. 3,000. Lin Ze wrinkled his nose at the repulsive sight before him. He wouldn't consume it even if someone offered him an additional 3,000 yuan. Brother Lin, if you can't stomach that, at least drink some water, Lu Tianhong insisted. Pouring several cups of tea. Inside were Lin Ze's favorite green tea leaves. After walking for so long and engaging in conversation, he indeed felt parched. Lin Ze casually grabbed a cup and downed it in one go. He turned his gaze toward his workspace. His belongings remained, albeit piled in a corner by his colleagues. I'll take these for now, Lin Ze declared. I'll fetch some food from the car shortly. He considered it as a form of compensation for their storage. He had no intention of playing the savior to this group of colleagues, whom he neither knew well nor held any significant bonds with. Suddenly, Lin Ze felt a twinge in his abdomen. Oh no. It was an unmistakable urge to relieve himself. Ah, Lu Tianhong exclaimed, did you eat something unclean when you left? Lin Ze remained silent, solely focused on one thing, locating the restroom. Lu Tianhong understood and promptly pointed the way. Lin Ze dashed toward the lavatory, urgency propelling him forward. Inside, various small flying insects danced about. In just a few days, the city had descended into complete disarray, with even the sewage system of Xia country left unattended. Lin Ze sensed that something was amiss. He strained to recall if he had consumed anything unusual. But that was impossible. He hadn't eaten anything today. And previously he had dined at a state banquet. The food provided by the system could not possibly be of inferior quality. Just as Lin Ze was laboriously enduring his predicament, unpleasant voices echoed from outside the door. Why won't this door open? He must have locked it on purpose. He came here wanting to see if we had any food left to scavenge. Yet, upon returning and finding us with nothing, he intends to deny us sustenance altogether. Thankfully, I had the foresight to hide the good food and drink. I never expected this little rascal to be so stubborn, refusing to eat even when offered. The cacophony of voices outside reached Lin Ze's ears. He attempted to use his eagle eye skill to scout the situation, but it could only be activated in open spaces without obstructions. Thus, Lin Ze relied on his keen sense of hearing to discern their conspiratorial whispers. Search his bag. The car keys must be inside. After a brief commotion, Wei Zetian, in a fit of rage, hurled Lin Ze's bag to the ground, disdainfully trampling over it. This scoundrel brings nothing at all. This bag is filled with air. He truly intends to rob us. I say we toss him out before he soils our place. Wait, if the keys aren't in the bag, they must be on him. How about we knock him out when he comes out? The group began to plot, intending to incapacitate Lin Ze and toss him into the nearby dream lake of Yinchuan University. Heavens! Lin Ze felt a surge of anger, his temples throbbing. At that moment, clutching a roll of toilet paper, his remarkable physical resilience had allowed him to withstand the laxative in his tea, and he had recovered considerably. But he wouldn't let this group of rascals off easily. Colleagues, indeed. Lin Ze, are you all right? Lu Tianhong called out amiably from the doorway. If you're feeling better, hurry out. I have some restorative stomach medicine ready for you. It will prevent any further digestive distress. All right, I'm coming out. Lin Ze opened the door, only to be met by a flurry of strikes. His left and right hands were swiftly seized by two colleagues, while Wei Zetian launched a surprise attack from behind with a long stick he had procured from who knows where, aiming a blow at Lin Ze. Defensive system activated. A faint white mist emanated from Lin Ze, a manifestation of his steel bone skill, physical resistance. Such a trivial skill was ineffective against him. As they seized his hands, Lin Ze countered with a swift shoulder throw, sending one of them face first into the toilet, where his unflushed remnants greeted the unwitting colleague. Damn it! Lu Tianhong observed Lin Ze's readiness for battle. It seems he inadvertently eavesdropped on their conversation while seated. No longer pretending, he boldly brandished a kitchen knife and aimed it at Lin Ze with lethal intent. In a swift motion, Lin Ze evaded and executed a lateral kick, striking Lu Tianhong squarely on the head. As if that were not enough, he swiftly grasped a length of rope. Wei Zetian, attempting to launch a surprise attack from behind, found himself ensnared by Lin Ze's deft use of the rope, which he quickly secured around Wei's neck and hoisted him up to the rafters. Sob. Wei Zetian dangled there in a hanging posture, while the others lay incapacitated on the ground. Lin Ze regarded their pitiful state with a self-deprecating smile. How pathetic they were. These individuals had the opportunity to secure a stable existence in this apocalyptic world by winning Lin Ze's favor. Yet they chose the path of robbery instead. When they saw Lin Ze driving the delivery vehicle, they still perceived him as the same impoverished youth who could scarcely muster 10 yuan. Truly, their superficiality was appalling. As Wei Zetian teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, Lin Ze released him from the noose. System task completed. Congratulations, Host, on completing the task of punishing traitors. The exclusive reward for the 4th tier, the Water Attribute Dungeon, is now unlocked, allowing you to select the summoning area and time at your discretion. You have received 3 National Feast vouchers, 7 premium Japanese cuisine cards, and 1 customized monthly meal. In addition, Lin Ze noticed the supplementary rewards provided by the system. System Additional Reward, Domestication Potion X5. Effect Description: individuals consuming this potion will unconditionally become the host's servants, permanently losing their combat capabilities and randomly gaining enhancements to their work skills. What a useless item, Lin Ze mused as he examined the domestication potion in his hand. His few beautiful classmates were already sufficiently obedient, and if they consumed this potion, they would likely lose their combat abilities, which Lin Ze found undesirable. When Xing, when allowed to roam free, could earn Lin Ze 500 energy points in a single day, and with a stroke of luck, might even return with a few crystals. Tang Xiaoying's abilities were even more exceptional. She could potentially earn 800 energy points daily. However, the work skill enhancement, an idea suddenly struck Lin Ze as he contemplated his current colleagues. Get up, it's time for the potion, Lin Ze declared. Unwilling to dirty his hands, he summoned Shen Xiaoxiao from the arts department and made her administer the domestication potion to each of his colleagues. After consuming the potion, a green glow emanated from their bodies, and miraculously, each individual regained their vitality and stood up. Their mental acuity was also restored. Wei Zetian and Lu Tianhong exchanged glances. Seeing Lin Ze's newfound strength, Lu Tianhong wasted no time kneeling on the ground, prostrating himself at Lin Ze's feet and lamenting, "Lin Ze, I am so sorry." Sob. It was never my intention to betray you. It was all the boss's idea. Lin Ze, you shall pay. Wei Zetian, seemingly undeterred, maintained a safe distance from Lin Ze, picked up the fallen kitchen knife, and aimed a strike at Lin Ze's toes. Lin Ze observed that the kitchen knife had become as ethereal as Wei Zetian. As Wei Zetian attempted to strike, he found his fingers utterly immobile. What on earth was happening? Come on, aren't you fond of ambushing? Strike here. Lin Ze gently patted his own face, gesturing towards Wei Zetian. Without hesitation, Wei Zetian unleashed a punch. Although his fist made contact with Lin Ze's skin, he felt no force whatsoever. Pathetically weak. It was evident that he possessed no combat capability now. The disbelief and terror in Wei Zetian's eyes were palpable. This cannot be real. Successful domestication. Wei Zetian, worker level V1. Awaken worker talent. Chronic laziness. Work speed 20, master mover. Carrying speed 30. Lu Tianhong, worker level V3. Awaken talent. Corporate drone. Work speed 60, work duration 20. Jiang Mingming, worker level V2. Awaken talent. Workaholic. Work excitement index 100. Work speed 10, 2 additional colleagues had similarly awakened comparable abilities and talents. Chronic laziness? Why would such a detrimental skill be included? Lin Ze pondered as the system's voice echoed once more. Base vehicle unlocks new function. Prison warehouse, capable of housing workers within a prison. To be released when required through the system base vehicle. Master, did you not already establish a base at Tianxia warehouse? It has been set up, and we can return to inspect it, Tang Xiaoxi informed Lin Ze. Ah, indeed. Lin Ze reflected, realizing it was time to take a look. He stored several colleagues within the prison of the base vehicle. Wei Zetian and Lu Tianhong, having schemed diligently, managed to board the base vehicle, albeit in a rather unorthodox manner. It is essential to note that the prison system of the base vehicle is not a greenhouse for beauties, but a completely isolated space. Within the prison, there is also a training system. Lin Ze activated the training mode. Every hour, a sprinkler system would engage, releasing scalding water at 60 degrees from the prison. The unfortunate souls within would be scalded and left without any means of concealment in their iron cages. Excellent, excellent. Lin Ze applauded. This system of torment proved rather practical. Upon returning to Tianxia warehouse, he barely recognized the place. Was this truly Tianxia warehouse? Since it had become Lin Ze's base, the appearance of the Silver River University's Tianxia warehouse had transformed entirely, no longer resembling a concealed underground storage. 2 layers of circular buildings had been added atop the ground. Once Lin Ze disembarked and clicked to purchase the annual holographic image screen, he could be automatically transported inside Tianxia warehouse. Upon entering, Lin Ze discovered that the area had expanded to 1,000 acres. The original 3 sections had been perfectly arranged on either side, leaving a vast open space in the center. Lin Ze was thoroughly satisfied. This vacant land holds numerous possibilities. It could serve as a site for the development of more formidable weapons against zombies or be utilized for summoning instances. Reflecting on this, Lin Ze recalled that the system had indeed granted him an instance card. Ah, how fortuitous it is to have a water attribute divine beast here. Given that it is an instance, there must certainly be rewards, distinct from those of regular tasks. The rewards from instances are typically quite substantial. With this thought, Lin Ze felt an overwhelming eagerness to initiate the instance. Master, may I join you in battle? Tang Qiaoying expressed her desire to accompany Lin Ze. He regarded her thoughtfully. Teacher Tang, while you are indeed of the superhuman class, your inherent abilities seem somewhat lacking, he remarked candidly. Tang Qiaoying was merely a variant of the superhuman class V1, and it was likely that when the mutated beast emerged, a single blow could send her flying. Well, how about this? Take this and see if it can enhance your abilities. He presented her with a vial of strength-enhancing genetic fluid. Lin Ze produced 3 bottles in one breath. Although their effects do not stack, being your first time consuming it, the marginal effect should not be overly diminished. With great delight, Tang Qiaoying grasped the vials and gulped them down without hesitation. Counselor Tang Qiaoying's Data Panel, Strength 40. Chapter 93, Mastering Attribute Restraints. Effortlessly vanquishing the 4th tier, Strength 40, Agility, 33, Endurance, 8, Mentality, 10. Indeed, this enhancement is remarkably substantial. Although there remains a considerable gap between myself and Lin Ze, it is undeniable that I can now be regarded as a bona fide ability user. Through his perceptive system, Lin Ze observes that has now ascended to superhuman class V2. As the countdown reaches 10 seconds, a vast barrier envelopes an expanse of approximately 300 acres within the realm of Tianshatsong. Upon the initiation of the instance, all beams of light become conspicuously apparent, encasing both Lin Ze and within the confines of the scenario. Teacher Tang, you're not afraid, are you? Lin Ze casually retrieves a radiant golden sword from his collection and tosses it to. How could I be? Responds, fully prepared for battle, letting down her hair, cascading in luxurious waves past her waist. She flexes her wrists. I am not a powerless woman. At the center of the arena, 2 monstrous entities finally make their appearance, a colossal spotted water horse and a shadowy water kite. The shadowy water kite possesses a hint of dark attributes, whereas the spotted water horse is entirely manifested from the waters, a true hydromorphic beast. The horse towers at nearly 3 stories high, while the shadowy water kite maintains a similar altitude in its aerial maneuvers. Prepare for battle, Lin Ze commands. The spotted horse stomps its hooves upon the water's surface, sending forth a tumult of splashes despite the shallow depths. In a moment of heightened reflexes, Lin Ze utilizes bullet time, synchronizing his mental acuity to meticulously analyze the movements of both the spotted horse and the shadowy water kite frame by frame. Refusing to be outdone, finds her footing on the barrier's edge and employs her unique ability to traverse vertical surfaces, evading the spitting attack of the shadowy water kite. Flame splash. Lin Ze draws forth his flame gun, aiming directly at the vulnerable forehead of the spotted horse, unleashing the first skill of his polymer disintegration thermal ray gun. However, the instant the flames make contact with the horse's skin, they appear to be utterly absorbed, leaving no trace of fire behind. Lin Ze is taken aback. Is this an attribute restraint? Before he can react, the spotted horse delivers a powerful kick to Lin Ze's abdomen. Despite possessing a physique as resilient as steel, he cannot suppress a grunt of pain. Were he merely immortal, he would likely have been crushed. The spotted horse, not intending to conclude the encounter so easily, reveals a nascent awareness befitting a 4th-tier mutated beast, demonstrating a rudimentary understanding of combo attacks. Seizing the advantage, the shadowy water kite unleashes a water vortex. The enormous vortex requires a moment to gather its strength, and Lin Ze's brief incapacitation grants the shadowy water kite the perfect opportunity. Lin Ze recklessly rushes forward, lifting him up. However, with a mere 1/100th of a second difference, Lin Ze narrowly avoided being engulfed by the water vortex. Although it is true that if Lin Ze had fully endured the blow, he would not have been utterly shattered, it is still preferable to have evaded it. Phew. I truly underestimated this. Lin Ze resolved to take things seriously. He suddenly realized that, in comparison to the 4th-tier mutated beast, the Great Banyan Tree, his current 6th-tier weapon, the flame gun, was rendered ineffective due to attribute constraints. Simultaneously, the base vehicle was also unusable. These water-based monsters felt as if they were striking cotton upon contact, rendering them incapable of exerting any force. What to do? The wood attribute certainly counters the water attribute. Wood attribute. An idea suddenly struck Lin Ze, and he retrieved the long wooden spirit bow. The long wooden spirit bow is also a ranged weapon, and Lin Ze had previously upgraded it to 6th tier using energy points. During Lin Ze's preparation, Tang Qiaoying was entangled in a fierce battle with the spotted kudu. Tang Qiaoying, possessing a modicum of agility, had begun to evade several times. If she continued for another minute or 2, she would surely reach her limit. Teacher Tang. Lin Ze suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Since it is a ranged weapon, as long as the distance is sufficient, the damage must be greater. Lure them to the farthest point. After Lin Ze spoke, Tang Xiaoying nodded. She pretended to be on the verge of exhaustion, enticing the two massive monsters to trail behind her. The spotted kudu and the underworld water kite were quite tactical in their coordination. They vaguely sensed that Tang Xiaoying was nearing her limits and began a frenzied assault. Tang Xiaoying had already created the maximum distance between herself and Lin Ze. At this moment, Lin Ze had also become well acquainted with all the skills of the divine tier long wooden spirit bow. The fourth skill, Mandala Poison Spike, was unleashed with Lin Ze's ultra-long range charge and the precision of his eagle eye skill. With a whoosh, though it was but a single arrow, the wooden arrow shot from the long wooden spirit bow struck the underworld water kite instantaneously. The underworld water kite let out a shriek as the venom began to merge with its watery form. As the underworld water kite collapsed, the spotted kudu seemed to go berserk, launching a furious counterattack. Do not underestimate this creature. Though it was merely one arrow, it could lead to your demise. The spotted kudu's eyes turned crimson as it entered a frenzied state. It summoned an enormous, invincible water sphere above its head, aimed directly at Tang Xiaoying, and hurled it with great force. This mass was estimated to weigh a staggering 800 kilograms, far beyond what Tang Xiaoying's petite frame could withstand. This is bad. Lin Ze gritted his teeth and rushed towards Tang Xiaoying. He suddenly embraced her and rolled twice on the ground. The water sphere crashed down upon Lin Ze's back with great force. At the moment of impact, an abnormal state was triggered, and every muscle in Lin Ze's body felt as though it was infused with something extraordinary, preventing his cells from being eroded by the water molecules. But that was not all. The spotted kudu, believing it had the upper hand, immediately sought to avenge the underworld water kite. At this moment, although Lin Ze had his back turned to the spotted wildebeest, he had already discerned its vulnerability. You have been deceived. When one perceives others as mere fish, they remain oblivious to the fact that they themselves are the prey. While the spotted wildebeest regarded Lin Ze as a point of breach, it inadvertently exposed its own vital underbelly. Employing his sixth skill, the seed machine gun, Lin Ze positioned himself atop Tang Xiaoying, utilizing his minimal stature to launch 30 short arrows. These arrows boasted a 50 automatic hit rate, effectively targeting the wildebeest before him. The nearest wildebeest to Lin Ze was positioned precisely at its forelegs and abdomen. Several seed arrows struck the creature's abdomen, prompting a pained cry from the water phantom beast, which soon bore vibrant roses blooming from its belly. Initially a watery blue, the roses gradually absorbed the wildebeest's energy, transforming into a brilliant yellow. Ultimately, the fourth-tier mutated beast, the water-spotted wildebeest, completely succumbed, dissolving into a puddle. Hundreds of champagne roses scattered upon the ground, a testament to the seeds that thrived on the creature's essence. With a wave of his hand, Lin Ze gathered the multitude of blossoms into a bouquet. For you, teacher Tang. Tang Xiaoying's cheeks flushed with color. She had yet to recover from the recent fierce battle, astonished that Lin Ze had so swiftly vanquished the two monsters, and even presented her with a bouquet. As a counselor, she had received her fair share of flowers, but Lin Ze's thoughtful gesture was unprecedented. Her heart fluttered, and she finally understood why so many campus beauties willingly gravitated towards Lin Ze. Yet, amid such romantic gestures, could he perhaps dismount from her? At that moment, Lin Ze maintained an exceptionally peculiar posture atop Tang Xiaoying. Her face was nearly crimson, although she recognized that Lin Ze acted to protect her. It was the first time a boy had so boldly positioned himself atop her. A playful smirk adorned Lin Ze's face, rather than retreating. He grew increasingly audacious in his closeness to Tang Xiaoying. In an instant, a few precarious clothing buttons popped open. What? Teacher Tang, are you unwilling? Tang Xiaoying did not resist, instead emitting a soft, almost plaintive murmur. You're far too eager. This is still a dungeon, it's transparent, and everyone outside can see. Why not at night? Wouldn't that be more interesting? Lin Ze relished in the sight of Tang Xiaoying's delicate embarrassment, teasing her momentarily before finally rising. Engaging in anything here would be impossible. At the very least, he envisioned a candlelit dinner at night, allowing him to fully savor the allure of a mature woman. After an epic battle lasting 300 rounds, the message appeared. Dungeon successfully cleared. Please proceed to the center of the dungeon to open the treasure chest. What a ceremonious affair. Lin Ze approached the heart of the dungeon and opened the golden treasure chest. Wow, a golden legend. Within the treasure chest, a line of data emerged. Successfully defeated two fourth-tier mutated beasts, rewarded with the fully upgraded Longwood Spirit Bow, the fully upgraded high-polymer disintegration melting ray gun, and the new vehicle-mounted weapon, the condensed Arctic ice long barrel cannon. New equipment had been acquired, a novel ice-type weapon. System rewards include 200,000 energy points and a discount upgrade offer, available for only 1 hour, for 80,000 energy points. The condensed Arctic ice long barrel cannon can be upgraded to its maximum level. Upgrade. System rewards include a new transformation form for the base vehicle. The initial form of the motorcycle mech. Oh. Upon hearing this reward, Lin Ze felt a surge of excitement. He eagerly summoned the base vehicle and boarded it. Transformation into the motorcycle mech. At Lin Ze's command, the base vehicle transformed, with only the cockpit core remaining unchanged as several wheels swiftly retracted, morphing into leg components. The vehicle's roof elevated, stretching the support rod, while the internal mech structure underwent molecular reconfiguration. In a mere 3 seconds, Lin Ze's base vehicle had transformed into a towering mech. Ordinary mechs typically stand at the height of a single story. Lin Ze recalled the Transformers and various nostalgic childhood memories of transforming characters like Blitzwing and Optimus Prime. Yet this transformed base vehicle mech appeared rather mundane. Transforming shape. System notification. Mech form not yet unlocked. What was going on? Lin Ze accessed the system space to investigate. Every color, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, required 100,000 energy points to unlock. Advanced mechs, such as the Purple Titan and Eddie Low mech, all manner of elite variants, astonishingly required 200,000, 300,000, or even more energy points to acquire. Lin Ze noted that he currently possessed over 240,000 energy points and decided to conserve them. Stronger, higher-tier mutated beasts would undoubtedly appear later, resulting in increased system rewards. System notification. Motorcycle mechs differ from humanoid mechs. Motorcycle mechs are derived from the transformation of the base vehicle, allowing individuals to control the external mech through the vehicle itself. In contrast, humanoid mechs evolve from personal apparatuses, enabling users to manipulate the mech's movements through standard combat actions. Humanoid mechs can be further categorized into biological mechs, magical transformation mechs, and mechanical mechs. Lin Ze observed that the evolution tree within the system already included the option for humanoid mechs, albeit still shrouded in a gray hue, rendering specifics invisible and unlocking impossible. This was indeed quite advanced. Lin Ze mentally noted the importance of swiftly locating higher-tier mutated beasts. Defeating them might yield even more formidable mech equipment. System additional rewards: Strength 20, Agility 20, Stamina 20, Mental Power 30. Basic character information. Host: Lin Ze. Strength 308, Agility 252, Endurance 236, Mentality 715, Average adult attributes being 10, Energy points 244,860. Lin Ze nodded in satisfaction. This is indeed a dungeon. And the rewards are substantial. Companion reward: Tang Xiaoying's own value 10, Superman type experience 500. Lin Ze turned to look at Tang Xiaoying. Although Tang Xiaoying did not hear the system prompt, she could distinctly feel her body becoming considerably lighter. Both her mental strength and agility have ascended to a new level. With excitement, Tang Xiaoying exclaimed, "This is incredible, Master. I truly feel a significant enhancement in my strength." A subtle smile graced Lin Ze's lips as he gently patted Tang Xiaoying on the shoulder. "If you wish to improve, you must faithfully follow me from now on. The benefits are yet to come. Have you two finished your whispered conversation?" Ding Xiyu had been waiting outside the dungeon for quite some time. She was not in the base vehicle. Today, Ding Xiyu donned a light and breezy little Chanel-style cardigan, paired with a short velvet skirt that exuded a hint of cuteness. Rarely one to wear makeup, Ding Xiyu surprisingly adorned her lips with a tangerine red lipstick. Surely, she must have sensed the presence of another beauty, Tang Xiaoying, and felt a tinge of jealousy, right? What's the matter? We just completed the dungeon. Lin Ze was well aware of Ding Xiyu's tendency to be envious, yet he chose not to dwell on it. Chapter 94. Woman. You have captivated my attention in the form of a humanoid mech. Ding Xiyu pouted, her jealousy evident yet undeniably endearing. Ding Xiyu, we are not what you imagine. Tang Xiaoying believed herself to be Lin Ze's woman, yet found herself instinctively denying it in such a situation. All right. Ding Xiyu deliberately distanced herself from the two, reasoning that since they were all in the same vehicle, there was no need for concealment. After all, there was no obligation for them to report any intimate activities to her. I will definitely accompany you tomorrow. Please do not be upset. Lin Ze understood the importance of maintaining harmony. However, tonight's time was reserved solely for Tang Xiaoying, while Ding Xiyu would, for the moment, remain a step behind in Lin Ze's heart. Although Ding Xiyu was merely indulging in jealousy, she was perceptive enough to recognize the reality. Deep down, she understood that Lin Ze was currently preoccupied with his new affection and had little time for his old flame. Nevertheless, her visit was not solely motivated by jealousy. She had matters of significance to discuss with Lin Ze. City appears to be descending into chaos as refugees continually flood into the city. After speaking, Ding Xiyu presented evidence she had gathered online. The apocalypse should have a central point, thus its spread to surrounding areas is not entirely unfathomable. Lin Ze furrowed his brow as he observed the images on the news. Elderly individuals, children, and teenagers alike surged together at train stations, high-speed rail stations, and airports. The prices of profitable means of transportation had skyrocketed. Even the modest Wuling Hongguang was now selling for 10 times its former price. Moreover, the cost of various medications, whether effective or not, had also surged uncontrollably. A deluge of fake news and false advertisements was instilling panic among the populace, proclaiming that only ample medicinal resources could bolster one's defenses against the impending doom. It was utterly absurd. Lin Ze harbored a deep-seated disdain for the swindlers profiting from national calamity. Just as he dismissed the fraudulent news, a familiar figure unexpectedly caught his eye. On his phone, in a nondescript corner of a news app, a girl with long hair tinged with brown against a dark backdrop captured his heart. The sense of familiarity compelled Lin Ze to pick up the newspaper and gaze at the girl several times. Although his memories had begun to fade, the image invoked a desire to speak. This girl was someone he had known long ago, a person who had treated him with great kindness. The headline accompanying the photograph read, "As the apocalypse approaches, refugees wander, volunteers raise funds to spread love." The girl donned simple volunteer attire, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Her cheeks were not the sculpted features of an internet celebrity, but rather a cherubic roundness paired with a delicate chin, exuding a charming yet refined beauty. In the photograph, she crouched, seemingly sorting through supplies, her demeanor radiating calmness, hardly the expression one would expect in the face of impending catastrophe. She provided supplies and water to the refugees, which clearly demonstrated the girl's profound empathy. Lin Ze silently turned off his phone and walked outside. Ding Xiyu was momentarily at a loss, uncertain of how to respond, as she could not fathom the sudden shift in Lin Ze's demeanor. "Master, you seem weary. Would you care for a moment of rest?" In the past, whenever Lin Ze was displeased, a simple retreat to a private room within the base vehicle, accompanied by a beautiful companion, sufficed to restore his spirits. However, this time, despite Ding Xiyu's proactive attempts, Lin Ze remained unresponsive. Tang Xiaoying also seemed to sense Lin Ze's unusual mood and approached him, saying, "I believe you are searching for someone or something. I am familiar with this area of the school. If you wish to go somewhere, I can guide you." Lin Ze turned to Tang Xiaoying, his expression impassive, merely offering a polite smile. "There's no need. You two can wait for me downstairs. I shall go alone." Given Lin Ze's insistence, Tang Xiaoying and Ding Xiyu had no choice but to comply and return to the vehicle. The base vehicle barreled through the streets, treating the various zombies like mere grains of rice swept under its wheels. Lin Ze drove until he reached a staff dormitory 2 blocks away from the school. This building served as accommodation for the staff at Yinchuan University, providing free lodging for teachers and counselors. In contrast, Lin Ze, as a courier and a worker of the school, was subjected to different treatment. He resided there, yet had to pay a monthly rent of 1,200 yuan. Given the remote location of Yinchuan University, this was quite exorbitant. Utilities were self-managed, and he was also required to pay a property fee, which was rather unscrupulous. Contemplating this, Lin Ze's expression darkened as he ascended the stairs. At 7 stories high, he climbed directly each day, as there was no elevator. He rented the most inferior room, furnished with the most basic amenities. To secure a more affordable option, he would need to share the rental with others, but Lin Ze was unwilling to compromise. Gritting his teeth, he realized that nearly his entire half-month's salary was consumed by rent. With this in mind, Lin Ze opened the door. Soon, he would no longer reside in this dark and damp place. The interior of the room was adequately furnished, yet devoid of any unique memories. To Lin Ze, it was merely a shelter for survival, a place to set up camp, incomparable to the current base vehicle. He gathered a few items of personal significance that he once cherished. The elderly caretaker of the building seemed to have vanished, and upon noticing a spare key within the room, Lin Ze recalled that this dormitory was originally monitored. Perhaps it had succumbed to the dust of the apocalypse. After searching for a while, he finally discovered an old photograph tucked within a worn-out elementary school textbook. The photo was labeled Welfare Institute Group Photo Number 2028, depicting the Welfare Institute of Xia Country, with a platform erected in front of its entrance. In accordance with tradition, the Welfare Institution organizes a fireworks display each year. This so-called fireworks show is not an extravagant event costing hundreds of thousands. Rather, it consists of a few sparklers brought in to amuse the children during festive occasions. After the spectacle, the institution gathers the children for a group photograph, a necessity due to the annual changes in personnel. Lin Ze stands at the far corner of the line. His parents have long been lost to him, and he remains unaware of the whereabouts of any siblings. Life in the welfare home has been neither particularly good nor bad for him. It is not bad because he was born here and has developed a certain familiarity with the staff. However, it is not good either. as Lin Ze has always been a scrawny little fellow. Although he eventually grew taller, he had endured bullying from older children during his early years at the institution. The purpose of the group photograph extends beyond mere tradition. Each year, government representatives visit to donate funds. By featuring this photograph on the front page of newspapers, they attract compassionate individuals from around the globe who may wish to adopt children or contribute donations. This initiative has proven to be quite lucrative. One evening, 10-year-old Lin Ze, carrying a fishbowl adorned with homemade lobster legs, approached the pond by the river, hoping to supplement his meal with some lobsters. Just as he cast his fishing line, he was suddenly kicked from behind. The force sent him, along with his fishing rod and the plastic bucket he had just retrieved, tumbling into the river. Laughter erupted around him. Look at that little beggar. He is destined to be poor for life. Can he see? The big kids are here. There's south no place for him. They jeered. It seems we arrived too early. Lin Ze hasn't caught a thing yet. Let us take his fishing rod and go play somewhere else. Lin Ze, frail and struggling in the mud, attempted to rise. What are you doing? Suddenly, a girl with a high ponytail and a round face appeared before the group of bullies. Though they were all around the same age, it was evident that she stood taller than the boys. The class monitor is here. Run. Otherwise, she'll note our names and report us to the teachers. Good to know. The girl, slender yet commanding, placed her hands on her hips and effectively chased the boys away with just a few words. Thank you, Yuanling. Lin Ze gasped as he finally extricated himself from the mud. His eyes filled with gratitude as he gazed at the girl before him. Her surname was Bai, and she was also a child of the welfare institution. Unlike Lin Ze, however, she once had a family, though they had been overwhelmed by the presence of 6 daughters. Should another burden be added to the household, it would amount to a total of 7 gored children. The family resolutely decided against raising any more and resolved to send her to the welfare institution. Her surname was Bai, and the staff there bestowed upon her a melodious name, Bai Yuanling. She extended her hand, attempting to pull Lin Ze up. Lin Ze, with a timid glance averted, replied, "No, I can manage to climb up slowly." Bai Yuanling instantly discerned that Lin Ze was merely hesitant to soil her hands and clothing. Without a moment's hesitation, she leaped from the stone, creating a splash in the pond. "See, now we are the same," she exclaimed. Subsequently, Bai Yuanling continued to scoop water from the pond, and the two engaged in playful antics, frolicking in the water. Those few individuals were utterly unreasonable. However, rest assured, when they submit their assignments tomorrow, I shall certainly confront them and reclaim your dignity. With that, Bai Yuanling playfully gestured with her fist. What strength could a delicate girl possess? Yet Lin Ze understood well that those few rascals who mocked him secretly harbored feelings for Bai Yuanling, hence their reluctance to confront her. Bai Yuanling maintained a cool demeanor with everyone, yet when she was with Lin Ze, she radiated vitality and exuberance. However, before Lin Ze could witness Bai Yuanling avenging him, she had already quietly transferred to another school. The following day, during the morning class, the teacher announced from the podium, "I bring good news. A prominent family in City S has been seeking a daughter, and last night, they came to meet Bai Yuanling and have completed the adoption procedures. Let us all extend our congratulations." Applause erupted. In the welfare institution, being adopted was always a cause for celebration. Those who came to adopt were invariably affluent, either wealthy business magnates wise longing for children or high-ranking officials wishing to expand their lineage. Being taken away promised a life of comfort, a well-known truth within the institution. Lin Ze understood this reality deeply. A faint smile graced his lips, and his hands clapped incessantly. He genuinely wished Bai Yuanling well. Yet his eyes inevitably reflected a sense of loss. She had been the singular ray of light within the welfare institution. With her departure, his light was extinguished. Subsequently, when Lin Ze reached the legal age, he too left the welfare institution and began working various jobs. He held on to the hope that perhaps one day, they might unexpectedly cross paths again. Emerging from his reverie, Lin Ze still clutched the photograph in his hand. After a thorough examination, he opened his phone to compare. The volunteer in the photograph was undeniably Bai Yuanling. Indeed, Lin Ze clenched his fists, carefully tucking the photograph into the inner pocket of his clothing. Once the matters at Yinchuan University concluded, he would certainly journey to City S to find Bai Yuanling. Time was of the essence. Lin Ze wished for the world to end, yet he fervently hoped Bai Yuanling would not succumb to the apocalypse and become a zombie. He swiftly tidied up his beloved laptop and teacup before hastily bidding farewell to the small abode he had inhabited for so long. A peculiar system task notification appeared, gratitude and repayment. Completing this task grants access to a basic humanoid mech form. Lin Ze glanced around. How could he still be in his modest rental yet receive such a task prompt? Could it be that something intriguing awaited him downstairs? As it was a temporary system task, there must certainly be a triggering point. Contemplating this, Lin Ze hurried down the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, He found Tang Xiaoying and Ding Shiyu waiting at the entrance. Master, shall we go take a look over there? There is quite a queue. Indeed. I wonder what delectable treats await. Lin Ze turned to glance in that direction. Astonishingly, even amidst the apocalypse, with the ever-present risk of becoming zombie fodder, these individuals were willing to stand in line outdoors. Just as Lin Ze assumed the queue was for the formerly popular Wuxian roast chicken, he was taken aback to discover it was a disreputable takeout establishment. During his delivery days, he had consumed plenty from this place. The trendy packaging, pre-prepared dishes, and substandard lymphatic pork sprinkled with salt and cumin, all masquerading as something superior. Lin Ze harbored resentment, yet during times of hunger, he often had no choice but to settle for such fare. It was high time he returned and organized himself properly. Chapter 95. Do you still wish to be a master? I shall turn you into a slave. Lin Ze, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, strode to the front of the queue. Make way, make way. He had no inclination to wait an hour merely to sample the taste of apocalyptic refuse. With a decisive step, he bypassed a couple of people in line and nonchalantly inserted himself into the queue. The woman behind him glared with fury, unleashing a torrent of curses. You brat. Even in the apocalypse, you refuse to follow the rules. Lin Ze was fully aware that he had deliberately positioned himself before her. This woman, notorious for her foul temper, had a reputation that extended over a radius of several miles. Anyone who had ever clashed with her had surely faced her wrath. Her tongue was as venomous as a can of herring that had festered for years, spewing filth with every word. As the woman prepared to erupt, Lin Ze turned to her instead. What is the matter? Today, I'm cutting in front of you. Not pleased, are you? Did your mother fail to educate you? If your eyesight is poor, perhaps you should visit an ophthalmologist. Before she could finish her tirade, Lin Ze produced a wad of $100 bills and stuffed them into her mouth. Caught off guard, she stammered in confusion. Lin Ze, undeterred, continued to shove more bills into her mouth. Is this enough? He had just inserted a substantial sum, perhaps $7,000 or $8,000. The onlookers, who had initially contemplated engaging with the woman, quickly retreated into their shells, like turtles withdrawing into their shells. Some even appeared eager to invite trouble. Just then, a patron ahead completed their transaction and departed, leaving Lin Ze at the very front of the line. He raised his gaze to check the menu, only to be immediately handed a meal. There was no opportunity for Lin Ze to make a choice. $3,000. As he opened the food container, a foul stench assaulted him. The rancid meat, marinated with spices in a futile attempt to mask its odor, was presented as a fresh dish for sale. The only semblance of edibility, a purple cabbage, emitted a scent reminiscent of refuse dumped from a garbage bin. Unable to contain himself, Lin Ze promptly vomited. The cutting board, freshly stained with meat, was instantly sullied by his regurgitation. The proprietor, who had been poised to collect payment, was suddenly engulfed in fury. He rushed out, seizing Lin Ze by the collar. You're asking for trouble. After uttering this threat, the owner swiftly retrieved a calculator. With a flurry of movements, he began calculating. 0 out, 1 plus 2 multiplied by 50 multiplied by. His fingers danced across the calculator in a frenzy. The total for meal expenses, damages, cleaning fees, lost labor, and emotional distress amounted to over 800,000. If you pay now, I want to pursue further action. Just as the owner was about to continue his tirade, an elderly man emerged from the establishment. Wasn't he that Grandpa Wang, the doorman? Lin Ze furrowed his brow, watching the scene unfold. It was worth noting that Grandpa Wang had previously treated him quite well. Lin Ze's delivery job often required him to work late into the night to meet deadlines. As the clock struck midnight, the dormitory's heavy door was securely locked. He would peer through the window, calling upon old Wang to grant him entry. Not only did old Wang bear no ill will, but he would also graciously offer a cup of hot tea, gently reminding him of the late hour and advising him to soak his feet upon returning. Reflecting on this, he found it hard to believe that old Wang was profiting from the national calamity, even conspiring with the delivery shop owner. However, he dismissed the thought. It was merely an accident, not worth such scrutiny. Old Wang continued to speak on Lin Ze's behalf. Old man, do you have a say in this matter? Lin Ze thought to himself. You consider yourself a mediator, yet you do not hold anyone accountable? It is the end of days. If one cannot pay now, what will they do when it comes time to tend to their graves? The delivery shop owner swiftly delivered a slap across old Wang's face, causing the elderly man to stagger back several steps. At over 70 years old, he was far too frail to endure such treatment. Just as old Wang was about to collapse, Lin Ze felt a surge of indignation. One must not insult the elderly. Before Lin Ze could utter a word, Tang Xiaoying intuitively stepped behind old Wang, steadying him with a firm grip. Old Wang, I recall you are not in his employ, correct? Lin Ze observed with a cool detachment. What concern is it of yours whether he is my employee? The shop owner smirked. If you seek a meal yet lack funds, you must work for it. Lin Ze began to comprehend the situation. The $3,000 meal was merely a ploy by the shop owner to extract every last possession from the surrounding survivors in this apocalyptic scenario. It seemed the owner aimed to amass sufficient funds to later compensate a rescue team, facilitating his own escape from the Summer Nation. While the facade of a thriving business was maintained, numerous packages within the shop were already prepared for a hasty departure. Earning money, even amidst tremors. How shall I pay? Lin Ze did not resort to violence but rather agreed to the delivery owner's demands with unexpected ease. Very well. The shop owner, taken aback, found himself momentarily stiffened by Lin Ze's compliance with his audacious request. However, 80,000 was not a trifling sum, especially in these dire times. It was likely no physical currency would suffice. Lin Ze remarked, "Allow me to retrieve something from my vehicle." He gestured toward his base vehicle situated 10 meters away. At this moment, the vehicle had been transformed by Lin Ze into a Cayenne. The sight of the luxury car lit up the shop owner's eyes. He followed Lin Ze, watching as he approached the vehicle. "I suggest you forego cash. Simply use this car as collateral, and we shall consider the debt settled." Once inside, the balance of power would no longer rest with the delivery shop owner. Lin Ze scoffed, revving the engine with a thunderous roar. "I doubt your ashes are worth even a fraction of this." Lin Ze pressed a button inside the vehicle, and hooks sprang forth from either side of the base vehicle, instantly targeting the delivery shop owner. The owner of the takeout shop was bound tightly. A small hook had pierced his nostril, with two hooks firmly anchoring his nose. "What are you doing?" the owner cried, kneeling on the ground, unable to rise, drenched in cold sweat. Blood trickled from his nose, yet he still harbored a desire to resist. Lin Ze casually tugged at the rope, causing the owner to collapse to the ground, much like an ox in pain from a ring in its nose. "Ouch. I apologize. I should not have treated you this way." "What good is an apology?" Lin Ze retorted. "Did you not revel in being a master over slaves during the apocalypse? Today, I shall grant you a taste of servitude." With that, Lin Ze handed the rope to Ding Shiyu. "Watch over this dog while I check inside the shop." "Yes." Instantly, the onlookers were thrown into chaos upon witnessing the scene. Elder Wang, supported by Tang Xiaoying, repeatedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, my lord, for saving my life." Elder Wang nearly bowed his head in reverence. System notification. Host task successfully completed. System rewards will be distributed in 5 minutes. Elder Wang. What business does he run here? Though Lin Ze had a vague understanding of the situation, he sought clarity. "Lin Ze, you have no idea. This man is a tyrant in the local area." It turned out that since the onset of the apocalypse, the takeout shop owner had taken advantage of the chaos to commit acts of violence and theft. Any restaurant owners still alive were thrown into the streets to feed the zombies. The takeout shop owner himself had been ruthlessly plundering other supplies to enlarge his food stockpile. However, this was not his ultimate objective. Now, the Summer Nation was entirely overrun, and even Yinchuan University existed in a state of mere survival. To seek a new life, one must flee to safer grounds. "Oh dear, this dog still bites." In a moment of distraction, the takeout shop owner sank his teeth into Tang Xiaoying's slender ankle, leaving a small wound. Lin Ze's fury erupted, and he brandished a shovel, ready to strike the owner. "Not yet," Tang Xiaoying interjected. "I can tend to my wound. As for this wretch, dying would be too lenient." However, Lin Ze regarded Tang Xiaoying with a touch of sympathy, as he felt a pang of compassion for the beautiful woman. "I'm fine," Tang Xiaoying reassured him. "You must focus on the pressing matters, particularly how to deal with the refugees here. What else can be done?" Lin Ze gestured, turning to see the queue of people waiting for their boxed meals, all staring blankly at the unfolding scene. As survivors, they were merely ants of the era. Lin Ze waved his hand, instructing Ding Shiyu to distribute a portion of the meals. "Thank you, Lord Lin. You are most generous. Thank you ever so much. Our entire family relies on your existence for survival." The pitiful gaze and pleading words are merely the standard attire of ordinary individuals yearning to endure in this apocalyptic world. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have acquired a humanoid mech. Please select your desired form for the mechanical arm. Lin Ze eagerly accessed the system. He was determined to choose the mechanical option. What need had he for biological or other types of mechs when the allure of a mechanical one was unmatched? As soon as he finalized his selection, a mechanical scale materialized on his left arm, seamlessly attaching itself to his forearm. A series of orderly buttons and switches adorned the scale, forming a unique superconducting device that extended all the way to his upper arm. The entire limb, enhanced by the mechanical arm, had doubled in size. However, this intimidating appearance belied a sophisticated internal mechanism that regulated gas flow akin to air conditioning. Thus, every punch Lin Ze threw felt not only lighter, but also markedly more agile than before. Contemplating his newfound abilities, He fixed his gaze upon a zombie meandering just beyond the rear of the house, well within his line of sight. Breaking wind fist, Lin Ze executed a left uppercut. In an instant, the unsuspecting zombie was reduced to a cloud of dust. The impact delivered by the mechanical arm exceeded his previous strength tenfold, demonstrating a principle of minimal effort yielding maximal energy, allowing the user to wield tremendous power with ease. Yet, mere strength was insufficient. The striking exterior prompted Lin Ze to ponder its defensive capabilities. How impressive! Ding Xiu observed Lin Ze with eyes brimming with pride and envy. The admiration was unspoken, but the pride stemmed from her belief that having such a man by her side in the apocalypse was indeed a privilege. Indeed, Master, Tang Chuing chimed in. This is exceedingly cool. Yet, Lin Ze sought further. He desired a test subject. Scanning his surroundings, he soon spotted the delivery shop owner. Tethered at a distance of about 50 meters, still in a state of unconsciousness after being knocked out, Lin Ze began to flex his wrists, preparing his muscles. Perfect timing. You have a penchant for biting, do you not? A mere glance was enough for Ding Xiu to understand. She seized a bottle of mineral water and, without hesitation, poured it over the delivery shop owner's head. The awakening was akin to a revelation. As the shop owner regained consciousness, he was met with the sight of a colossal mechanical arm looming before him. Now devoid of rational thought, he instinctively lunged for it with a bite. The sound of his teeth shattering echoed, followed by the clattering of fragments on the floor. What on earth is this? Watching the shop owner scramble for his teeth, Lin Ze erupted into a boisterous laugh. This is precisely the effect he desired. The humanoid mech operates akin to an extension of one's own body, providing immense security during its movements. Upon comprehending the features of this advanced apparatus, Lin Ze activated the system mode. Humanoid mech upgrade system, mechanical arm X2, mechanical left leg armor, mechanical right leg armor, mechanical body armor, mechanical head armor, golden Chelsea. What? Pray tell, is the golden Chelsea? Lin Ze glanced at the system's visual representation. To his astonishment, it turned out to be a pair of pointed golden shoes. One must admit, such footwear paired with a dashing mech exudes an unmistakable aura of flamboyance. Contemplating this, Lin Ze discreetly cleared his throat. The self-contained mech boasts an external protective mechanism, unfettered by the constraints of time and space. In comparison to a base vehicle, it offers numerous advantages. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Lin Ze reveled in the joy of acquiring his new mech, a sudden ringing from outside interrupted his thoughts. His phone, predominantly used for deliveries during his previous job, now seldom received calls. He glanced at the screen, where the name Wenqing appeared. What could Wenqing possibly want? Lin Ze distinctly recalled instructing her to remain at Tianxia warehouse, overseeing his entourage as they worked while also organizing the warehouse's affairs. Master, please return quickly. We are nearing our limit. Chapter 96. Mere scrap metal. Wenqing's anxious voice resonated through the phone, conveying a heartbeat of 120 beats per minute. She continuously leapt and dodged while frantically calling Lin Ze. A colossal monster has invaded our location. You must return promptly. If you delay any longer, Tong Xiaoxi and I will not be able to hold on much longer. Upon hearing this, Lin Ze's expression darkened. New system task: assist Wenqing and Tong Xiaoxi, and eliminate Academician Wang of the Academy of Sciences. Task reward preview: illuminate the technological tree of biological mechas. Reward of 300,000 energy points. The prospect of such a substantial reward filled Lin Ze with satisfaction. Saving his loved ones was paramount. He could not allow them to perish at the hands of others. Without hesitation, he gathered Tang Qiaoying and Ding Shiyu, and they promptly set off in a vehicle towards Tianxia warehouse. Inside Tianxia warehouse, a massive mech towered nearly a story high, standing 2 to 3 times taller than an average person. It strode with arrogance through the interior of the warehouse, admiring its furnishings with a sense of awe. Richard had previously claimed that Lin Ze was constructing a harem at Yinchuan University, a notion I found hard to believe until now. Indeed, seeing is believing. At that moment, the operator seated within the mech was none other than Academician Wang of the Academy of Sciences. Though he was not the head of the academy, he was certainly a leading figure within it. Most crucially, the mech he piloted was the pinnacle of the academy's research endeavors. 2 decades prior, the academy had embarked on the study of humanoid mechs. However, due to limited research space, insufficient funding, and the peaceful times rendering mechs of little practical use, their development had remained unrealized. With the advent of the apocalypse, Academician Wang swiftly appropriated the latest findings of the brilliant scientist Huan Lian, subsequently publishing this astonishing news in a magazine. After Richard disclosed Lin Ze's recent movements, Academician Wang, adhering to the directives of the scientific park, hastily prepared the mech. They employed telescopes to monitor Lin Ze and the movements of the base vehicle. Once they observed that Lin Ze had departed from Tianxia warehouse, they acted swiftly. Accompanied by a dozen or so minions from the Academy of Sciences, they aimed to raid the facility. However, these researchers were no match for the already enhanced Wenqing and Tong Xiaoxi. Several of the less capable fighters had already fallen to the ground. It is worth noting that both Tong Xiaoxi and Wenqing had consumed gene-enhancing serums. Their physical prowess surpassed that of even some adult males. Level 1 skill, Windblade. A faint crescent appeared on Tong Xiaoxi's forehead as energy coalesced in her hands. A crescent-shaped gust of wind surged forth at her command, striking down a hapless foe in front of her. The battlefield was littered with the fallen, most of whom were unarmed civilians from the Academy of Sciences. The remaining few who could still stand were armed with rocket launchers and explosive firearms, yet they refrained from unleashing a barrage upon Tianxia warehouse. It is entirely due to their initial intention to relocate everything from the Tianxia warehouse. However, upon witnessing the ethereal beauty within, they were seized by the desire to conquer it. You are committing robbery, Professor Wang. Do you not fear divine retribution? Wenqing gritted her teeth as she uttered these words. Her diminutive figure seemed insignificant before the imposing mech. Professor Wang laughed unabashedly. Wenqing, you were once a promising student who could enter the Academy of Sciences. As long as you surrender your weapons and divulge Lin Ze's secrets, we shall nurture you well. Nurture? Tong Xiaoxi scoffed. A mere intruder has the audacity to negotiate with us? The last vestige of Wang's dignity was stripped away by Tong Xiaoxi. In a fit of rage, he swept his mechanical leg, instantly reducing the exquisite century-old mahogany table to mere fragments, akin to a child's toy. Wenqing, do not think a single phone call can summon help for you. If that little rascal dares to show up, I will deal with him as well. With another fist crashing onto the ground, he flaunted his unparalleled strength. A violent shockwave caused Wenqing to stagger, breathless and on the brink of exhaustion, prompting Tong Xiaoxi to rush to her aid. Sister Wen, hold on. I believe our master will return shortly. Upon hearing this, Wenqing could not help but smile bitterly. She was uncertain if she could wait for Lin Ze's return, but having chosen to follow him, she felt compelled to repay the debt of gratitude for saving her life by fighting to protect the Tianxia warehouse. No need to hold on any longer, Lin Ze bellowed, as he drove the base vehicle straight through, crushing everything in its path. The vehicle transformed into a colossal bumblebee mech, performing a swift turn, morphing, leaping, and crashing down, creating a massive crater upon impact. The mech before Professor Wang was rendered inconsequential in comparison to the bumblebee. Seated in the cockpit, Lin Ze felt a sudden tremor, causing him to stagger back a couple of steps. He had overheard their earlier conversation. The Tianxia warehouse was equipped with an intricate surveillance and audio recording system, meticulously arranged to allow Lin Ze to monitor the interior even after his departure. With a wave of his hand, Wenqing and Tong Xiaoxi hurried into the vehicle upon seeing their savior's arrival. Once inside, Wenqing nestled against Lin Ze's shoulder, her heart brimming with joy. Master, you've finally come. Though her body bore no serious injuries, she discovered a gash on her neck, and her chest ached, suggesting a rib might be fractured. The intense pain made it difficult for her to maintain her smile. Lin Ze felt genuine concern. He called for Chen Xiaoxiao and the others. You must take Wenqing to a room for first aid immediately. Yes, master. Be cautious. The mech piloted by Professor Wang is formidable. Tong Xiaoxi appeared to be in a slightly better condition than Wenqing. She remained in the cockpit, providing Lin Ze with intelligence regarding Academician Wang's mecha. You are Lin Ze, aren't you? Academician Wang's voice resonated through the mecha's amplification system, tinged with a hint of disdain. Although Wang's mecha was not as imposing as Lin Ze's, he exuded confidence in his weaponry. What? Is the Academy now so desperate for resources that it resorts to outright robbery? Lin Ze retorted coldly. The Tianxia warehouse has always been the Academy's collective property. Who occupies it unlawfully knows their own heart. Oh, Lin Ze continued, when Richard was exchanging convenience store supplies with Ollie while wielding a flame gun. I didn't see you so resolute. With that remark, Lin Ze rendered Academician Wang speechless. Veins protruded on Wang's forehead. As an intellectual, he could hardly tolerate a former delivery worker challenging him so audaciously. Lin Ze, today marks your demise. With that, the mecha above Wang's head transformed, producing transparent energy bands that coalesced into a mountain-like focused cannon. Lin Ze remained still, sensing that Academician Wang was gathering power for a decisive attack. Heaven-shattering energy beam. With a thunderous roar, Wang directed the energy from his palm towards Lin Ze's base vehicle mecha. A tremendous crack echoed, and smoke erupted. As the haze dissipated, Lin Ze's base vehicle mecha stood unscathed. Is that all you've got? Wang took a step back, startled. He had considered that Lin Ze might have a countermeasure, but he never anticipated Lin Ze's audacity to stand his ground and absorb the blow. Now it's my turn. Gravitational suppression. The base vehicle mecha possessed 3 inherent skills. Upon transformation, it gained the ability of gravitational suppression, instantly amplifying the gravitational force in the vicinity to 20 times its original strength, with an additional enhancement effect that doubled every minute. The second skill was a defensive maneuver, allowing the mecha to reorganize its molecular structure and assume a new automotive form, with a 90 chance of evading energy attacks exceeding its own power. The third skill, the electromagnetic interference cannon, locked onto a target and unleashed a torpedo interference bomb, inflicting 30 damage per second. Under the comprehensive control of gravitational suppression, all the Academy's soldiers attempting to transport objects were overwhelmed and forced to the ground. The immense psychological pressure caused some to collapse, their minds shattered. Lin Ze leaned slightly forward, and from his mecha, thorny vines emerged, bristling with spikes. The mecha, equipped with toxic attributes and Lin Ze's original weapon, the long wooden spirit bow, achieved a remarkable synthesis of weaponry and functionality, instantly weaving a verdant curtain before the mecha of Academician Wang. In that moment, Academician Wang's mecha found itself immobilized. At this juncture, a texture reminiscent of rock climbing manifested on Lin Ze's mecha. A golden halo seemingly enveloped him, coalescing into layers of wavering light around the machine. Despite his desperate struggle, Academician Wang was grappling with the internal pressure lever, striving to alleviate his burden through internal circulation. Unbeknownst to him, before he could escape the gravitational constraints, his mecha had already disintegrated. Faced with the advancing green curtain, Academician Wang's mecha was punctured by tendrils, akin to a toy balloon deflating in an instant. It's over. Academician Wang realized his fate was sealed. If he wished to survive, he had but one option: flight. Yet Lin Ze, driven by a murderous intent, rendered escape a formidable challenge. The speed of Academician Wang's mechanical mecha was a mere 100 meters per second, while Lin Ze's base vehicle mecha had already surpassed 1,000 meters per second. Crushing Academician Wang's mecha was as effortless as an eagle snatching a chick. Lin Ze intentionally allowed Academician Wang to pilot his battered mecha towards the exit, hope glimmering faintly before him. The dilapidated mecha was on the brink of collapse, and the disparity in power left Academician Wang suffocated by an overwhelming pressure, even though he had just risked his life in a desperate gambit against Lin Ze. His trembling legs and sweaty palms betrayed an innate fear emanating from within. The domineering ferocity of Lin Ze's mecha exceeded the limits of endurance for Academician Wang, a mere pawn in this game. In that moment, bang! Lin Ze's mecha teleported before Academician Wang's, its massive form obscuring the last glimmer of hope for survival. The head of the mecha was severed with the ease of chopping vegetables, and with a swift motion, Lin Ze's mecha cleaved Academician Wang's machine into 3 segments. Following this, Lin Ze transformed the base vehicle back into its original automotive form. A final farewell. The engine roared at 200 miles per hour, aiming squarely at the remnants of the mecha, crushing it beneath its weight. Boom. Academician Wang was reduced to a puddle of shattered remnants under Lin Ze's relentless advance. Fresh blood seeped into the ground, a grim testament to Academician Wang's demise. Such a cold and brutal method in Lin Ze's hands made it abundantly clear to everyone present what his intentions were: to challenge Lin Ze's authority and what was to court death. As they beheld the explosion of Academician Wang's mecha and his entire being transformed into a firework display, everything around them crumbled into fragments. The other members from the Academy who had arrived were either dead or severely wounded. All the incapacitated were now dismembered to feed the dogs, while the deceased were swiftly cleared away, a mere blemish upon Lin Ze's domain. Indeed, there was still one more matter that required his personal attention. Lin Ze cast a glance towards the upper part of the grand entrance. A minuscule pinhole-sized camera was discreetly observing the entirety of the warehouse. Lin Ze had long since sensed the anomaly. With his inherent heightened perception, he could distinctly detect the presence of surveillance cameras monitoring his surroundings. However, rather than hastily destroying the camera, he opted to alter his form, revealing his mechanical arm. Positioned prominently, he saluted the camera, proclaiming, "Congratulations, you have successfully provoked my ire. Prepare for your demise." Within the confines of the Academy of Sciences, the atmosphere had grown exceptionally tense. All personnel had initially gathered around the large screen in the monitoring room, captivated by the thrilling confrontation between Academician Wang and Lin Ze. Among them, the newly appointed president of the Academy, Eric, clutched a report tightly in his hands. This document assessed the probability of success for Academician Wang piloting the mecha against Lin Ze, claiming a staggering 99.9% chance of victory, provided he could successfully operate it. In retrospect, this report now seemed utterly ludicrous. Without uttering a word, Eric tore the report into shreds, accompanied by the sound of ripping paper. Lin Ze's authoritative voice resonated once more through the camera. "Dead. The sound of shattering glass followed. The large screen before them transformed into a chaotic display of static. Panic ensued among the onlookers. Chapter 97. The Conspiracy of the Scientist Monster. This Lin Ze. I wonder where he acquired such formidable items. I truly underestimated him. Indeed, I simply cannot fathom how a mere delivery worker possesses such impressive mechs. I believe he has become quite familiar with the terrain of Yinchuan University while delivering food. And since the mechs we previously concealed in the warehouse have gone missing, he must have pilfered them. Yes, precisely. These individuals have banded together, colluding in their actions. Ever since Lin Ze took over the convenience store and Tianxia warehouse, the provisions at the Academy of Sciences have been utterly disrupted. They have plummeted from the pinnacle of the food chain to scurrying like frightened mice in this apocalypse. These biscuits are already past their expiration date. Who would dare consume them? One researcher lamented as he examined the rations handed to him today. Another batch of expired biscuits. These were acquired from the convenience store during the tenure of the opportunistic Ollie. Ollie was a swindler, and in this dire time, selling subpar goods has become a standard practice. These biscuits, expired for 2 to 3 years, likely carry an unpleasant rancid flavor, rendering them nearly inedible for these pampered scientists of the Academy. Yet, regardless of their complaints, their remaining food supply is dwindling. With a sharp slap, Director Eric approached the researcher, snatching away his biscuits and delivering a stinging blow. If you can eat, then eat. If not, get lost. If you have the guts, go outside and feast on zombie flesh. As the new director, Eric was acutely aware of the grave threat facing the Academy of Sciences: starvation and dehydration. The researcher, scrambling away, hastily sought refuge elsewhere under Eric's imposing presence. This Lin Ze is utterly outrageous. A fierce expression crossed Eric's face, but fortunately, we have retained a backup plan. Thanks to heating director Huan's wise counsel. His gaze shifted to Huan Yanli, who appeared troubled, her countenance reflecting a coldness laced with a hint of bewilderment. Her lips moved slightly, as if she wished to argue. Is he truly standing against us? Of course. Eric's voice rose sharply, instantly cutting off Huan's questioning. Everyone present held their breath, none daring to challenge the authority of the new director. Director Huan, you have always been dedicated to your experiments and proficient in production. This latest mech owes much to your efforts, although its performance requires further refinement. Fortunately, we still have materials. You must exert yourself further. Eric's loathsome visage made Huan Yanli reluctant to even glance at him. Meanwhile, Lin Ze shattered a surveillance camera with a single punch. To him, these were merely despicable tactics. Tong Xiaoxi and Wen Qing had emerged, and Lin Ze had released several members from the literary department. Individuals such as Su Yao and Chen Xiaoxiao came over to move tables, tidy chairs, and clean the area. Apologies, it is entirely my fault. Wen Qing wept profusely. I should not have carelessly opened the door to let Dr. Wang in. I mistakenly believed it was you, my esteemed master, returning. This incident can be reasonably explained. I shall be more cautious henceforth. This shall not happen again. If I return, I will not notify you to open the door. Lin Ze, as the primary master of the Tianxia warehouse, naturally possesses the highest authority. His entry requires no one's permission. He had been contemplating how the newly established defense system of the Tianxia warehouse, akin to a military fortress, could be so easily breached by a mech. It turns out that Dr. Wang, lacking any sense of martial ethics, employed a diversionary tactic that misled Wen Qing and Tong Xiaoxi into thinking Lin Ze had returned. System reward notification. Congratulations to the host for successfully expelling Dr. Wang and defeating the infiltrator from the Academy of Sciences, earning a grand prize of 300,000 energy points. Unlocking biological mech V1. The base vehicle has received a significant upgrade, now classified as a third-tier divine vehicle. Equipped with an all-encompassing radar system for information transmission over 100 kilometers. Unlocking a new section of the technology tree, base construction. Upon exiting the system, Lin Ze found himself most intrigued by the biological mech. What precisely is this biological mech? How does it differ from mechanical mechs? While he held a greater fascination for mechanical mechs, he could not dismiss the gift of the biological mech. System notification. Upgrading the mech requires 200,000 energy points per level. How outrageous. Such an exorbitant cost. Lin Ze hesitated to upgrade the biological mech and decided to first observe its initial form. The moment he summoned the biological mech, he received an explanatory message from the system. The biological mech is a device that integrates human and mech, possessing the characteristics and abilities of living organisms. The latest model, in its initial form, mimics the ancient colossal dinosaur, the Tyrannosaurus rex, from 28,000 years ago. Under Lin Ze's command, the exterior of the biological mech began to materialize upon his body. Its appearance seamlessly merged mechanical and biological traits, adorned with distinct dragon scales, and featuring a head that emulated the Tyrannosaurus's horns. As for the vulnerable tail of the Tyrannosaurus, it was ingeniously optimized into a radar form. This biological mech possesses biomimetic capabilities, with a unique perceptual state. Lin Ze could distinctly sense that, in the state of the biological mech, he could effortlessly switch to a thermal perception system, rendering all living creatures within range visible through thermal imaging. The night vision capability granted him extraordinary visual acuity, allowing him to accurately identify human forms even in dimly lit conditions. The Tyrannosaurus biomimetic mech V1 form possesses skills such as a muscular biomimetic system and the ability to undergo special morphological transformations, enabling rapid assembly and adaptation to mimic the colors and creatures in its environment, thereby enhancing survival capabilities. This is astonishing. Lin Ze attempted to utilize a coordinate system to disguise himself as a bat. He quickly reduced his own dimensions, proportionally transforming into the size of a bat with the aid of the biological mech. The color of his body completely transformed into the transparent hue of the environment, with only Lin Ze's own pair of eyes retaining their original color. Tong Xiaoxi and Wenqing were both in awe. It was truly a masterpiece. The biological mech's upgraded forms were categorized into 7 levels: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Each initial level required 200,000 energy points, and the host was advised to allocate them wisely. The first upgrade was to elevate the mechanical mech to V3. Lin Ze opted to enhance his personal mechanical mech. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the personal mechanical mech, acquiring a mechanical right arm and a mechanical left leg. Lin Ze exited the biological mech and regenerated the mechanical mech. Various mechanical forms instantly enveloped him. This time, in addition to his left hand, both his right hand and left leg manifested identical mechanical limbs. Dashing. Possessing a mechanical arm significantly multiplied Lin Ze's combat prowess, and with an additional mechanical arm, he could dominate the battlefield effortlessly. He received a reward of 300,000 energy points, which he resolved not to squander solely on himself. He purchased enhancement gene liquid. System notification, random purchase, more favorable. Random purchase, following the system's guidance. Lin Ze purchased 10 bottles of enhancement gene liquid at the price of 1,000 per bottle. After engaging in a series of battles, without hesitation, he consumed 1 bottle himself. Gulp, gulp. The sweet and sour taste swirled in his stomach. After several rounds of combat, Lin Ze distinctly felt that with another dose of enhancement gene liquid, he had become significantly stronger. Strength, 330, agility, 270 stamina, 240 mentality, 730 indeed. He had grown much stronger. Except for stamina, his other attributes had notably increased by a dozen or 20 points. Lin Ze finally grasped the properties of the enhancement gene liquid. Following extensive combat scenarios, the quality of his inner strength was unleashed, leading to enhanced effects from further consumption of the gene liquid. Lin Ze glanced at the few surplus bottles in his hand and retrieved another 15 bottles from his pocket. He summoned Ding Shiyu, Tong Xiaoxi, Wenqing, and Tang Qiaoying. He believed in the principle of equity, since Tang Shanshan did not contribute during this battle. He refrained from calling her to share the rewards. As for Ding Shiyu and the others, since the aim was to cultivate them, their developmental focuses should naturally not overlap excessively. You all have previously consumed the enhancement gene liquid, Lin Ze began. You are aware that it can enhance your strength. Wenqing has already chosen a mental development direction that suits her. Thus, I shall provide her with the mental enhancement gene liquid. Upon hearing this, Wenqing was overjoyed and eagerly stepped forward to take it. Wait. Lin Ze, with his hands behind his back, pulled away the item just as it was within reach. Since this is a precious gift from the master, how should it be received? Wenqing was momentarily taken aback, then knelt down, bowing her head and holding her hands above her head. Please grant me this precious gift, master. A satisfied smile crept onto Lin Ze's lips. Yes, yes, that's more like it. Wenqing finally obtained the enhancement gene liquid. At this moment, Tang Qiaoying profoundly sensed the power of the enhancement gene liquid. Owing to her inherent superhuman abilities, she was able to accept the enhancement provided by the liquid. Master, I am of the superhuman category. I still wish for something related to strength. Quite right. Lin Ze distributed 5 bottles of strength-enhancing gene liquid to Tang Qiaoying. After consuming them, both experienced significant enhancements. Tang Qiaoying consumed 1 bottle, gaining 5 strength points, consumed the second, gaining 4 strength points, consumed the third, gaining 8 strength points, consumed the fourth, gaining 2 strength points, consumed the fifth, gaining 1 strength point. Tang Qiaoying's panel data: strength, 60, agility, 33, endurance, 8, mentality, 10, Wenqing consumed one bottle, gaining 8 mentality points, consumed the second, gaining 6 mentality points, consumed the third, gaining 6 mentality points, consumed the fourth, gaining 2 mentality points, consumed the fifth, gaining 1 mentality point. Strength, 8, agility, 12, endurance, 2 mentality. 44 Lin Ze furrowed his brow. The endurance was rather poor. He swiftly rewarded Wenqing with an additional bottle of endurance-enhancing gene liquid. After consumption, her endurance rose to 8. Although the effect was not markedly pronounced, it at least ensured she would not lag behind. Ding Shiyu and Tong Xiaoxi exchanged glances. Tong Xiaoxi, standing obediently beside Lin Ze, softly inquired, "Brother Lin Ze, they have all received theirs, may we? After all, I am the first woman you brought along, and my efforts should count for something, right?" Lin Ze reassured her, "Do not fret. There will be opportunities for everyone. Just observe my distribution." Lin Ze scrutinized the two before him. Tong Xiaoxi's prominent figure did little to enhance her speed. It seemed her path would lead her to cultivate endurance, which would complement her awakened skill, Windblade, as it had a lengthy cooldown period. Thus, honing her endurance would enable her to utilize the skill more rapidly. Lin Ze handed 5 bottles of endurance-enhancing gene liquid to Tong Xiaoxi. The remaining agility enhancement was to be rewarded to Ding Shiyu. However, Lin Ze had forgotten that he had previously provided Ding Shiyu with strength-enhancing gene liquid, which had yielded no noticeable effects, leading him to overlook the matter. Tong Xiaoxi consumed 5 bottles of enhancement gene liquid, gaining 30 endurance points. Tong Xiaoxi's improvement was more substantial than that of the others. A true gem of potential. Ding Shiyu was equally determined and consumed all 5 bottles in one go. Finally, she experienced some transformation. Ding Shiyu gained the active skill Shadow Claw, enabling her to execute rapid feline claw attacks. Seeing that she finally possessed something of merit, Ding Shiyu was overjoyed. Without hesitation, she activated her skill to observe its effects. In the air, she swiftly waved her hand, conjuring a cat claw before her. The powdery wallpaper was soon shredded by Ding Shiyu's swift strikes. Lin Ze shook his head repeatedly. The speed was commendable, but the strength was lacking. Nonetheless, the awakening of one's abilities is indeed a fortuitous event. It appears that Ding Shiyu had previously failed to awaken her extraordinary powers solely due to her inadequately low strength points, which rendered her incapable of acquiring such skills. Ding Shiyu's panel coefficients, strength 3, agility 44, stamina 2, spirit 3, through his ability to perceive. Lin Ze discerned that Ding Shiyu's other attributes were inferior to those of her peers. TSK, she is indeed a mere decorative beauty. However, aside from the women, the base holds equal significance. Under the diligent repairs conducted by Lin Ze's colleagues, a group of second-tier subordinates, the Tianxia warehouse swiftly returned to its former state. Lin Ze contemplated the matter. Having resolved to establish this as a host base for the Xi'an nation, it was imperative to enhance its defensive capabilities. He expended 100,000 energy points to elevate the base to V2. Congratulations, host, on successful expenditure. The Tianxia warehouse base has been expanded to 2,000 acres. Acquiring a platinum-grade protective shield capable of intercepting advanced missiles and other high-level damage. May I inquire how the host wishes to allocate the upgraded capabilities of the base? Lin Ze noticed 3 options: low, medium, and high. Currently, the base's defensive capability was rated as medium, while its offensive capability was low. Given that this is a base and not a military installation, what need is there for offensive capability? Allocate all points to defense. Chapter 98, The Ultimate Zombie Experiment, Seeking Antibodies? Congratulations, host, on your successful upgrade. Lin Ze surveyed the orderly scene within the base, feeling quite satisfied. The system prompted that certain elements were still in an initialization phase and required the cooperation of laborers to arrange the necessary apparatuses. In simpler terms, for the Tianxia warehouse to upgrade as a base, it not only required energy points equivalent to currency, but also the requisite manpower. Fortunately, within the Tianxia warehouse, there were Richard and a few subordinates tamed by Lin Ze, serving as second-tier laborers. He left Ding Shiyu behind to oversee matters and decided to take a rest. However, if he were to rest, Lin Ze preferred to return to his mobile base. This evening, he had already promised to engage in a delightful chat with Tang Qiaoying in her private room, and he intended to keep his word. The apocalyptic situation in Xia country was becoming increasingly dire. Although those who had not been attacked by zombies maintained a relatively stable existence, hiding in dark corners. Recent days had brought relentless climatic disasters. Various forms of extreme natural calamities, hailstorms, volcanic eruptions, mudslides, tsunamis, had besieged Xia country. Tonight, acid rain began to fall once more. Lin Ze reclined on the bed of the mobile unit, choosing a scene from a large floor-to-ceiling window, parking the base vehicle on the hillside observation point beside Yinchuan University. The splendid view allowed him to survey the fragmented city amidst the apocalypse. From one side, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom as Tang Chowing cleaned herself. On the other side, the acid rain pattered against the window, creating a melodious symphony. Holding a glass of red wine, a century-old Lafite, he savored a sip. This was the life he yearned for. Besides gazing at the apocalyptic landscape outside, he decided to find a little pre-sleep entertainment to enliven the atmosphere for both himself and Tang Chowing. He pressed the remote control. The large projector before him was, in fact, a surveillance player. Lin Ze had already seized control of the surveillance across the entire city of Xia Country. The advanced configuration of the base vehicle enabled its radar to infiltrate any surveillance Lin Ze wished to view, allowing him to watch the monitoring footage. With a flick of his hand, a scene from the Academy of Sciences appeared on the surveillance screen. Inside the academy, these self-proclaimed scientific geniuses, graduate students, PhDs, academicians, and professors had begun to grow agitated after a day without water or food. The expired biscuits, once shattered in the morning, had now become a coveted delicacy. If you continue with this experiment, then what will you do? Eric and Lianong stood before Huan Yanli, behind whom a cruel experiment was underway. Unbeknownst to Huan Yanli, they stealthily invited a few surviving students from various corners of the school, under the guise of providing them with food and shelter, to participate in their scientific experiments. The inept individuals of the Academy of Sciences were exploiting the survivors to venture outside in search of mutated zombie corpses. Lin Ze traversed the grounds of Yinchuan University, leaving a trail of slain zombies in his wake. Presently, upon the largest experimental platform of the Academy of Sciences, several imposing formalin tanks stood sentinel, containing a few massive zombies submerged within. Among them, 2 or 3 were comparatively smaller, while the central figure loomed particularly large, resembling a first-stage zombie that had likely mutated after consuming several living beings. This specimen exuded a sense of superiority and capability compared to its diminutive counterparts. On the experiment table, several graduate students tirelessly extracted molecular data from the zombie cells, unraveling the essence of the zombie venom. Following this extraction, they undertook a singular task to amalgamate the zombie genes with saline solution and reintroduce them into the bodies of the living. The minuscule quantity of zombie genes that infiltrated the survivors' bloodstreams proved insufficient for transformation into zombies. However, it incited severe rejection responses within their bodies. Bound to the research facility's beds, they were subdued by morphine and various anesthetics, their actions controlled. The professors observed these surviving students with the cold detachment of data points, devoid of any semblance of empathy. Countless students had perished due to these experiments, casually discarded into a growing mound of corpses outside the building, a macabre spectacle. Lianong nonchalantly procured a cigarette from his pocket and borrowed a flame from Eric. Puffing clouds of smoke, he did so unabashedly before Huan Yanli. Dr. Huan, I hold you in high regard, knowing you have brought advanced biotechnology from Binjiang University to serve here. Given this, shouldn't you utilize your expertise? Huan Yanli took a step back, exclaiming, You are murderers, conducting experiments on living humans. Murder? Who has committed murder? Lianong chuckled lightly. Experiments require lab rats. And lab rats are not considered human. Besides, all those lying here volunteered. We did not coerce anyone. Huan Yanli gritted her teeth, harboring an intense loathing for the beasts before her. She regretted ever coming to the Academy of Sciences at Yinchuan University. The numerous biological data she had brought were appropriated by Eric and the other professors. Additionally, under the director's directives, she unwittingly facilitated a multitude of biological experiments, only to later discover their inhumane nature. Could it be that Dean Huan aspires to become one of our prime materials as well? President Li had begun to threaten Huan Yanli with survival conditions. Clenching her jaw, she was approached by another female professor of the same surname, a distant relative of the dean. Enough, President Li. There is no need to treat Professor Huan this way, Professor AI interjected. Dean Huan, consider yielding. The academy is undergoing significant downsizing, and many are struggling to find sustenance. They have already begun the process of eliminating the least effective. Your experimental results are commendable. There is no need to be obstinate here. Huan Yanli's eyes reflected utter disdain. She was not oblivious to the fact that Li Anong secretly coveted her beauty. However, the scientific value she embodied far outweighed that allure. She understood the principle of balancing rewards and consequences. Mind your own business. Director Huan dismissed Professor AI, returning alone to her small cubicle. You're not having dinner, are you? Li Xiangdong warned once more. I've reminded you. If you choose not to join us for dinner, seeking to lose weight, we won't stop you. Our provisions are running low anyway. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Anong glanced at the line of oblivious students brought by Eric. You there, stand at attention and turn around. A row of ignorant graduate students complied. Turning to the right at Li Xiangdong's command. Move forward, he instructed, leading them towards the academy's grand entrance. Unbeknownst to them, Li Anong had already eliminated them through a process of elimination. As they stepped outside, the door of the academy slammed shut behind them. Approximately 5 minutes later, zombies, having caught their scent, began to attack, prompting the students to cry out desperately for re-entry. Please, Principal Li, let us back in. A sinister smile crept onto Li Andong's face, revealing a hint of amusement. Fortunately, we held a backup plan. Tomorrow, I shall ensure Lin Ze pays for this. The academy then fell into a profound silence. Tang Chao-ing emerged from her shower, her graceful figure accentuated by a thin white towel, exuding an aura of sophistication. Lin Ze eagerly reached out, pulling Tang Chao-ing into his embrace. Her cheeks flushed, she fidgeted in his arms, yet her heart already belonged to him. She even contemplated that had she known Lin Ze to be such a loyal person, she would not have persistently catered to the whims of the old bureaucrats in the administration, enduring hardship for their sake. Lin Ze switched off the projector, contemplating what clever tricks Li Anong might unveil the following day. Li Anong was cunning and treacherous. When the administration's position became untenable, he had already reached out to those at the academy, offering substantial benefits to ensure his escape unscathed. This man requires a degree of caution, Tang Chao-ing remarked. Understood. The following morning, Lin Ze felt a slight ache in his limbs, his body somewhat uncomfortable, yet his mind was refreshingly clear. The previous night's revelry had kept him awake until the early hours, and he had certainly experienced the unique allure of a sophisticated woman. Awakening at 11 o'clock, he no longer needed to rise early for delivery work, thus the notion of staying up late had been expunged from his vocabulary. Tang Chao-ing, sensing Lin Ze's rise, knelt on the bed, ready to assist him in selecting his attire for the day, despite not yet being dressed herself. Lin Ze's wardrobe still held several high-end outfits generously provided by the system. Brands like Gucci and Louis Vuitton offered luxurious quality, though the styles were somewhat monotonous. Lin Ze mused that if an opportunity arose, he should procure some top-tier personal items. After all, in a world on the brink of collapse, he ought to treat himself well. He opened the system, only to discover that the secondary base he had established the night before had seen a mere 3 reduction in resources. Lin Ze slowly formed a question mark in his mind and hastily decided to investigate. As soon as he arrived at the Tianxia warehouse, he noticed a group of roughly 10 students kneeling at the entrance, begging for mercy with their heads bowed. Their garments were tattered, and several bore evident signs of struggle. Lin Ze recalled the graduate students from the academy who had been expelled by Li Anong the previous night. It dawned on him that this was indeed the same group, albeit with fewer members than he had observed on the surveillance footage. He estimated that about half of them had likely fallen prey to the zombies, becoming their midnight snack. However, Lin Ze had no time for compassion. He pressed the accelerator, bringing the base vehicle to the entrance of the warehouse, waiting for the door to open. The entrance had been upgraded to a facial recognition system, meaning that even when the door opened, these students would not be able to enter without the proper authorization. Lord Lin, please save us, take us in. We are truly at our wits' end, they implored, with one leading student knocking his forehead against the ground 3 times, drawing blood with each strike. Lin Ze smiled faintly and gestured a no towards the window. Impossible. This is not a refugee shelter. You can't just waltz in here. Get lost, and don't die in front of my vehicle or you'll dirty my tires. He revved the engine loudly. The frightened students hurriedly scrambled aside. As Lin Ze drove into the Tianxia warehouse, he spotted Ding Xiyu not far from the entrance, dozing off. Her dark circles suggested a sleepless night. Upon seeing Lin Ze approach, she quickly stood up. These second-class servants cannot harm you. You could have slept soundly last night, Lin Ze remarked. The second-class servants were all fitted with leashes around their necks, equipped with a capacitive alarm. If they failed to work for an extended period or harbored any thoughts of aggression, the alarm would instantly discharge a voltage of 100,000 volts, rendering them in unbearable agony. Living under the constant threat of such fear, they could only rest for 3 hours between midnight and 3 in the morning. And with mealtimes included, their total rest barely amounted to 4 hours a day, a grueling 20-hour work schedule. It's not because of them, Ding Xiyu said, clutching her head, clearly in discomfort. I feel a bit of a headache. The air inside isn't very good, and the commotion from the fleeing students outside kept me from sleeping well. Lin Ze sniffed the air, detecting an indescribable scent. Tang Xiaoying's senses were even more acute. It seems there is a low-density powder present here. Lin Ze became alert. Why don't you go back inside the base vehicle and get some rest? After his words, Ding Xiyu obediently climbed aboard, where is more comfortable than the base vehicle. Lin Ze frowned. His innate danger perception system was already sounding alarms in his mind. Lord Lin, consider us as dogs taken in by you. and we shall divulge the conspiracies of the Academy of Sciences. Conspiracy? Lin Ze exclaimed, sweeping his hand to open the door. Tang Xiaoying understood the cue and promptly kicked a few individuals inside. What matters shall we discuss first? President Li Yanong and Dean Eric intend to eliminate you with poisonous gas. During your skirmish with Academician Wang yesterday, among the scattered devices, there lay an exceedingly small gas transmission cylinder, no larger than a fingernail. This is a new contraption developed by the Academy of Sciences, capable of connecting to the school's pipeline network via ground contact. The Academy has long been prepared to manipulate this pipeline network to channel toxic substances into the base. What precisely is it? We are unaware. We can only provide a vague outline. What utility does it serve? Patience. The meticulous Tang Xiaoying remarked, ultimately. It is because our base's upgrade project remains incomplete. Otherwise, the Academy would not have exploited this opportunity to infiltrate it with toxins. Presently, we are merely in need of a few servants. After all, if we are to keep dogs, why not have a few more? Tang Xiaoying's reasoning had its merits. She contemplated that with a few more second-rate servants, Lin Ze's task of constructing the base would surely become less arduous. Chapter 99. Do you wish to learn how to drive a Wuling Hongguang? Lin Ze regarded Tang Xiaoying's reasoning as quite valid. Thus he acquiesced to her proposal. Indeed, the need for a few dogs was pressing. With a wave of his hand, he signaled that this matter should be entirely entrusted to Tang Xiaoying. As for Lin Ze himself, his immediate priority was to locate the remaining exhaust pipe within the vast expanse of Tianxia warehouse. Searching for fragments of mech, no larger than a fingernail, scattered across 2,000 acres was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Naturally, he would not undertake this task alone. Activating his biological mech, Lin Ze's form instantly transformed into that of the mech. Externally, he appeared indistinguishable from a human, save for an additional layer of animalistic scales. The night vision system, a primary skill of the bionic mech, served as a survival mechanism. Whether simulating ecological environments or providing night vision capabilities, it was designed to aid the host in locating suitable positions and concealing their identity within the current environment. Through the night vision apparatus, any infrared or dynamic entities present in the darkness would be marked effortlessly. Without exerting much effort, Lin Ze discovered the scattered exhaust pipes belonging to Academician Wang in a corner. At this moment, the diminutive exhaust pipe was continuously releasing a green gas. This was unmistakably the hallucinogenic substance derived from mandrake venom. System notification: do not inhale mandrake hallucinogen directly. This substance is exceedingly toxic. Excessive inhalation may inflict irreversible damage to the host brain. Lin Ze furrowed his brow and hastily donned a gas mask to enhance his resistance to adverse conditions. He quickly discarded the pipe. After a moment's contemplation, he realized that since it was a toxin, it could be fed to the banyan tree heart. A faint smile graced his lips. He made a prompt decision and swiftly boarded the base vehicle, heading toward the location of the banyan tree. At this point, the banyan tree heart had remained dormant for an extended period, still at its initial level. Due to the lack of feeding, it had yet to yield any equipment. Lin Ze aimed the exhaust pipe at the banyan tree heart. The high concentration of venom rapidly spread around it, as the banyan tree heart, resembling a voracious creature finally encountering a delectable feast, swiftly enveloped the exhaust pipe. The toxin continued to diffuse. At that moment, the banyan tree heart was undergoing a frenzied growth spurt. Banyan tree heart experience: 100, 1000, 200, 1000, 5000, 1000. Congratulations, it has directly leveled up. The banyan tree heart has ascended to level 2. With the current toxin concentration exceedingly high, it has acquired a heavenly tier weapon 1 and toxins 2. Under Lin Ze's feeding, the banyan tree heart surged to level 4 in one go. Watching it voraciously masticate and digest the toxins, Lin Ze casually picked up the weapon from the ground. Heavenly tier weapon, Mandrake Gas Pipe LVE-1 skill. Fires 5 projectiles in a single use, with each projectile infused with mandrake gas, capable of inflicting delayed damage. Currently, it inflicts 10 immediate damage on the target, followed by an additional 5 damage every 10 minutes, lasting for 1 hour. Although the quality of heavenly tier weapons does not quite match that of divine tier weapons, the mandrake gas canister, regarded as an esteemed celestial weapon with a score of 86, has finally provided Lin Ze with a weapon related to toxins, a much-needed addition to his arsenal. The remaining 2 toxins resemble crystals strewn across the ground. One is a green mandrake toxin crystal, while the other, of a yellow hue, is. The moment Lin Ze touches them, the crystals instantaneously merge with his being. What is this? Lin Ze's mental realm quivers, and subsequently, a new option appears within the base vehicle system. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the ability to attach foreign elements. The host may now select to affix toxin elements to the weapon apparatus of the base vehicle. The yellow toxin represents the advanced poison, the biliowanquin liquid, which causes rapid skin necrosis in all living beings that come into contact with it, leading to a staggering 80 mortality rate within a minute. On the base vehicle's cannon, one has the liberty to choose whether to incorporate the biliowanquin liquid. If selected, the cannon will unleash a toxic assault upon the enemy. Lin Ze, thoroughly satisfied, accepted this weapon. It was time to confront the Academy of Sciences. Let go. At the entrance of the Academy of Sciences, Huan Yanli and Eric were engaged in a relentless tug of war. Eric, relying solely on his strength, attempted to drag Huan Yanli out. The exhaust won't fail. That wild boy Lin Ze hasn't made a peep. He might already be dead, Eric declared. You're coming with me for verification. Eric had made up his mind. All the toxic gas had been delivered. The entire Tianxiao warehouse was now enveloped in poisonous mist, and no one could survive. They were on the verge of celebrating Lin Ze's demise. The Academy of Sciences had gone a day without a proper meal, and many began to turn on one another, with instances of theft emerging internally. While Huan Yanli struggled against Eric, she clutched a letter in her hand. This letter was the reason Eric was determined to take Huan Yanli away. She could not remain within the academy any longer. Originally, she intended to write this letter to Lin Ze, hoping to send it through a special means. However, before she could finish, several graduate students discovered it. In their collusion, seeking a share of the lunch, they reported the matter to Eric. Eric thought to himself that Huan Yanli no longer held any value. It would be better to cast her aside. If Lin Ze had already perished in Tianxiao warehouse, the two of them, a lone man and woman. Dean Huan, this is no longer a time of peace. You cannot dictate what happens, Eric said, exerting his strength slightly, pulling Huan Yanli out completely. As he dragged her, they descended the stairs, with Huan Yanli's collar wrinkled and her hair in disarray. Lin Ze, that arrogant fellow, is nothing more than a thief of our experimental achievements, which accounts for his slight prowess in combat. Otherwise, he is utterly inconsequential. Eric harbors a deep disdain for Lin Ze, firmly believing that the latter's formidable abilities stem solely from the pilfered results of the Academy of Sciences. In truth, however, it is Eric who is the counterfeit, having never truly engaged in the genuine scientific research of the Academy, remaining oblivious to the actual advancements made. He is merely a hollow dean, elevated by nepotism. Huan Yanli shook her head repeatedly. As a leading project manager at the forefront of experimentation, she recognized the absurdity of Eric's claims. Lin Ze's technology, without even needing to demonstrate its capabilities, is already over a decade ahead of the Academy, as evidenced by the superior hardness of his mech's materials. After Eric descended the stairs and was about to step out of the compound, he was unexpectedly surrounded by a throng of zombies, their eyes glowing green, glaring hungrily at him. Cursing under his breath, Eric scattered some reagents, which had a limited efficacy in repelling the zombies. Though the creatures retreated a few paces under his intimidation, they seemed reluctant to disperse entirely. Realizing the futility of the situation, Eric grasped Huan Yanli's hand, clearly hesitant to forge ahead. Don't you wish to be a traitor? Eric declared. Today, I shall show you how Lin Ze met his grim fate. As he scanned his surroundings, he spotted an abandoned Wuling Hongguang downstairs, its exterior vaguely reminiscent of Lin Ze's base vehicle. An idea sparked in his mind. He easily opened the car door, discovering it was unlocked. I shall see what distinguishes my Wuling Hongguang from Lin Ze's. Listening to such ludicrous remarks, Huan Yanli found herself at a loss for words. Yet she could not escape Eric's grasp. With unwavering resolve, she steadied her breath. Lin Ze, you will not perish so easily. She gazed at the letter in her hand, realizing this journey might not be entirely detrimental. She had long resolved to cease dancing with wolves at the academy. Eric slammed the accelerator. The keys hung in the ignition, yet the Wuling Hongguang remained inert, unresponsive to his urgings. Where is Dean AI in such a hurry to go? A voice echoed from the distance. Eric, momentarily unable to recognize Lin Ze's voice, furrowed his brow in confusion, peering ahead through the misty weather, where a similar Wuling Hongguang had halted before him. He had never anticipated it would be Lin Ze, and he even thought the latter's tone was rather courteous. Is it the convenience store delivering goods? The convenience store had already fallen under Lin Ze's dominion. Yet Eric naively hoped it would still supply the academy as it once had. Indeed, Lin Ze replied from within his vehicle without stepping out, there are no goods. Only a funeral for you. Just as Eric exited his car, he suddenly froze. Through the windshield, he caught sight of Lin Ze. Lin Ze? Eric was taken aback. Are you not supposed to be dead? The expression of Eric was one of sheer terror upon seeing Lin Ze. He looked as though he had encountered a specter. Doubt clouded his mind, and beads of sweat profusely adorned his forehead. So, Director AI wishes to learn how to drive a Wuling Hongguang like me? Eric retreated a couple of steps, his demeanor resembling that of a mere jester. He glanced around frantically, seeking something to shield himself, and ultimately drew a small knife from his trouser pocket, gripping its handle with trembling hands. Don't come any closer. Or I. Or what? Lin Ze interjected with a low grunt. Upon realizing Lin Ze's presence, Huan Yanli's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope, and she hastily shouted, Mr. Lin, he is calling for reinforcements. At that moment, Ding Xiu, seated in the front passenger seat, acted swiftly. With a shadowy claw, she deftly interrupted Eric's furtive actions, causing the phone he had concealed to clatter to the ground. Ding Xiu, move. Lin Ze bellowed, then pressed a button. The side of the base vehicle revealed a barrage of side cannons, a formation of 24 shells, infused with the lethal by Luo Huang Quan liquid. The piercing sound of the launch shattered the air, instantly striking Eric. In that fleeting moment, Eric could only perceive the fleeting images of his past life. With a resounding explosion, Eric was reduced to mere puddles of water, his remains obliterated. The toxins of the Luo Huang Quan liquid swiftly took effect, causing Eric's corpse to fracture into several segments while rapidly withering away. Witnessing Lin Ze dispatch Eric in such a brutal manner filled Huan Yanli with dread, yet she secretly relished in Eric's demise. Lin Ze, as for her, Huan Yanli realized that she could not spare Ding Xiu either. Lin Ze descended from the vehicle, lifting Huan Yanli's chin with one hand. Now, he took a moment to truly appreciate the beauty of the scientist before him. Her serene features bore an exquisite charm, her innate ethereal aura surpassing that of Ding Xiu by several degrees. Her expression remained stoic. It was unclear whether she had relinquished her resistance to her fate or was contemplating an escape. Lin Ze lowered his hand, a slight smile gracing his lips. This delicate beauty, akin to a chrysanthemum, deserved a score of 89. Among similar beauties, there was already Tang Chuoying. He pondered whether to include Huan Yanli in his harem. Her demeanor was commendable, yet her beauty seemed slightly lacking. It appeared she had more to prove. Do you understand the fate that befalls those who oppose me? Lin Ze queried. Mr. Lin. Huan Yanli swallowed hard, suppressing the intense fear brewing within her. You may not believe me now, but I never intended to stand against you. All of these thoughts were orchestrated by Director Eric and Principal Li Anong, who aimed to reclaim control of the school from you. Li Anong and the others have long recognized that Inchuan University is in tatters amidst the apocalypse. However, as long as one possesses the essential weaponry and sufficient provisions, one can ascend to the status of the new sovereign at Yinchuan University. Consequently, they perceive Lin Ze, who embodies survival instincts, as an arch-nemesis, relentlessly targeting him as their object of invasion. In their eyes, self-interest reigns supreme, and notions of right and wrong, as well as Lin Ze's contributions to the institution, are utterly inconsequential. How can you prove your innocence? The suspicion in Lin Ze's gaze remained unyielding. What is she holding? Ding Xiu, with keen eyes, discerned the letter in Huan Yanli's grasp. Huan Yanli's complexion flushed crimson, her initial desire to seize it now thwarted. Ding Xiu unfolded the letter, which read, Dear Lin, I am Professor Huan from the Academy of Sciences. The Academy is currently conspiring on how to target you, and I wish to caution you to take good care of yourself. The subsequent 5,000 words are omitted. Within this extensive correspondence lay the Academy's most guarded secrets, detailing how Eric had appropriated Professor Huan's pivotal research for himself. Had it merely been a letter of surrender? Lin Ze might have harbored doubts. Yet, the meticulousness of the content conveyed a degree of sincerity. Lin Ze seized Huan Yanli by the collar of her garment. Despite her disheveled appearance, her beauty remained undeniable. You will come with me. What about me? You stay here. Ding Xiu attempted to follow, but was rebuffed by Lin Ze. He roughly ushered Huan Yanli into the vehicle. With a series of sharp turns and drifts, he transported her to the outskirts of Yinchuan University in a mere 10 minutes. In this desolate wilderness, a lone man and woman, one vehicle, one person, invited a multitude of unwelcome thoughts. Chapter 100. The Academy's fifth-rank undead knight. The vehicle came to a halt beneath the dormitory where Lin Ze once resided. In the time since his departure, the place had become considerably desolate. Within just a few days, the unscrupulous takeout restaurant had shuttered its doors, and the neighboring residents had retreated into their homes, likely having looted whatever scant supplies remained within the establishment. Upon exiting the car, Lin Ze roughly yanked Huan Yanli from her seat. This was an isolated corner, and Huan Yanli was gripped by terror, causing her glasses to slip from her grasp and shatter upon the ground. She thought to herself that Lin Ze might indeed resemble the rumors, a wolf in sheep's clothing, prowling the internet in search of campus beauties. Huan Yanli possessed a clear awareness of her own allure. The fact that Lin Ze had not immediately ended her life, despite her affiliation with the opposing faction of the Academy, suggested he sought to extract some value from her. Resolutely, she prepared herself for the worst. If Lin Ze truly intended to violate her, her only recourse would be to end her own life. Turning her back to him, she clasped her hands behind her and bent at the waist, adopting a posture of utter humiliation. With gritted teeth and closed eyes, she resigned herself to her fate. Just as she expected Lin Ze to commence his assault, he delivered a swift kick to her emaciated backside. The lack of flesh on her frame sent her stumbling forward several paces. As a nearsighted individual, she was momentarily engulfed in darkness, feeling as if she had collided with an object. Here, Lin Ze said, retrieving her glasses from the ground. Huan Yanli hurriedly donned them and, at last, could see clearly. Before her stood an ordinary Honda SUV, its trunk brimming with provisions Lin Ze had prepared for her, sufficient food and supplies to sustain her for nearly 2 months. The passenger seat bore a blanket and a pillow, while 2 cases of bottled water occupied the back seat. These resources would allow her to live without worry for a time in this post-apocalyptic world. Take these and leave quickly, Lin Ze instructed. Neither S-City nor Binjiang University has fallen yet. As a professor, you must have some connections there. It dawned on Huan Yanli that Lin Ze was, in fact, saving her. Tears welled in her eyes. She had not misjudged him after all. Lin Ze had not let her go without reason. To him, a young professor like Huan Yanli fell short of his standards for a consort. He was not particularly fond of her slender physique, despite her being nearly a perfect 10 in beauty. The lengthy letter of surrender she had penned eloquently expressed her resolve to rebel against the academy. Lin Ze had discerned her underlying intentions. In her letter, Huan Yanli had revealed her awareness of Eric and his associates' plans to utilize the toxin they were developing for nefarious purposes against humanity. The mandrake toxin released from the exhaust pipe that day, while potent, had initially been at a lower concentration. It was she who had deliberately altered the release effect according to a time ratio when submitting the experimental results. In a certain sense, Huan Yanli had shown mercy towards Lin Ze. Lin Ze, I could actually stay and assist you, she courageously declared, for she was not an ungrateful person. The purpose of this letter is not to implore you to spare me. Rather, I wish for you, as the only one capable of rescuing Yinchuan University, to rectify the atmosphere within the Academy of Sciences. Rescue? Lin Ze laughed heartily. Miss Huan, you're mistaken. He cast a scornful glance at Huan Yanli. I am no savior. I bear no obligation to save the masses, nor to improve the Academy. I am merely a courier whom you all look down upon. Huan Yanli was taken aback. She comprehended the truth and accepted it. Lin Ze indeed had no obligation to rescue this institution. With his capabilities, he could attain anything he desired. Go on, flee for your life. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate. With that, Lin Ze closed the door of the car for Huan Yanli. She fully understood then that forcing herself to remain by Lin Ze's side would only be a burden. Perhaps, compared to Ding Xiyu, she was unworthy of his company. Her desire to stay was more a matter of her own misguided affections. Thank you, Mr. Lin Ze. I shall surely repay your kindness. As she departed, she stole a lingering glance at Lin Ze through the rearview mirror. Lin Ze remained indifferent. His heart devoid of turmoil, although a faint, barely perceptible smile graced his lips. Kindness? Repayment? Forget it. He merely wished to avoid witnessing a beauty being ravaged in this apocalypse. The letter revealed several crucial pieces of information, such as the numerous defensive facilities and details of the Academy of Sciences. Above the Academy had formed a comprehensive defensive ecology. An impulsive attack would not only fail to breach its defenses but would likely result in a rebound. Lin Ze scoffed. If a direct assault was unfeasible, then he would sever their water and food supply. He wondered how long this group of old scholars could endure. At Lin Ze's behest, Ding Xiyu and Wen Qing collaborated to locate the source and cut off the Academy's water supply. For 3 days, Lin Ze remained inactive. The interior of the Academy had descended into chaos. Eric's fate was uncertain, and the fervent believers of the Deans even dared to hope that Eric had seized control of the world's resources, waiting to return triumphantly and rescue them. However, despite their meager rations, Li Anong remained steadfast as a mountain. He had anticipated the day of scarcity and had hidden several boxes of instant noodles in his small compartment. Principal, please come out. We have been without water and food for 2 days. You haven't perished inside, have you? Upon hearing this, Li Anong emerged and scolded. What nonsense. You young people are just spoiled and cannot endure a bit of hardship. As he spoke, he discreetly wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth to avoid detection. How is the experiment progressing? Professor Huan has departed, leaving us with some challenges regarding our experimental direction. While the antibodies have been successfully developed, there remains an air of uncertainty. Li Anong was eager to discern the outcome. The antibody he sought was none other than that of the zombie. Should they successfully decipher the corpse toxin antibody through experiments on living subjects, even a bite from a zombie would pose no significant threat. owing to the inherent defensive capabilities of the academy. For the past 2 days, Lin Ze has been surveying this fortress. According to Professor Huan Yanli's notes, this academy consists of 4 levels, crowned with a dome reminiscent of the White House, which also serves as the central control room. Within, numerous mechanisms are meticulously arranged. Over the course of 2 days, Lin Ze launched a total of 106 conventional missiles and 53 toxin-laden missiles at the academy using his base vehicle. However, only 2 missiles found their mark, inflicting minor damage to the glass walls overhead. This clearly indicates that the academy's exterior walls have been fortified with a missile deviation system, adept at intercepting the majority of assaults through ion interference. The ground floor of the academy has been entirely abandoned to thwart zombies. At the staircase entrance on the 2nd floor, a door of remarkable strength and density, akin to diamond, has been installed, adorned with sharp barbs that could inflict grievous harm on any would-be intruder. Aware of these mechanisms, Lin Ze refrained from taking any rash actions. Tang Qiaoying analyzed the situation based on Professor Huan Yanli's notes. Master, while the circular structure's apex can disrupt most missiles, it does not imply immunity against primitive weapons. Lin Ze turned to Tang Qiaoying. Do you recall the most rudimentary method to shatter glass? It involves using a stone to break it. Were it not for the terrain constraints limiting Lin Ze's base vehicle, he would not need to resort to a war of attrition to cause internal discord within the academy. You make a valid point, Lin Ze conceded. Noting the necessity for a catapult, his base vehicle could transform into any shape. After several days of observation, he discerned that the academy's interception system was weakest at night. The power supply deficiencies allowed the 2 missiles to strike the glass walls successfully during the evening hours. Coincidentally, today marked a continuous downpour of acidic rain. Once night fell, their power supply would become even more precarious. As night approached, Lin Ze delivered an ultimatum to the academy: surrender their weapons or face a singular fate, death. Internally, Li Anong was growing increasingly anxious, fully aware of the desperation that hunger could incite. While one might endure 3 days without food, surviving 3 days without water was another matter entirely. Many researchers had ceased their experimental activities. Lin Ze, let us speak calmly. We can negotiate. Li Anong, unable to contain his impatience, initiated a dialogue with Lin Ze through the broadcast. I want you dead. Lin Ze, well aware of Li Andong's character, was reluctant to engage him further. He deftly maneuvered the steering wheel and pressed the red button before him. In accordance with the latest schematics, the base vehicle transformed into a catapult. Lin Ze then spent 100 energy points to procure 100 projectiles. Although these were primitive munitions, their cost was anything but trivial. I imagine you believe your fortress to be impregnable? Lin Ze launched his final assault. At the command, the massive catapult's robust ropes were released. The long throwing arm, akin to a liberated behemoth, hoisted a colossal stone high into the air. The projectiles provided by the system were as formidable as steel walls at the moment of release. They traced a chilling parabolic arc through the sky. A mere trifle, Li Anong seemed oblivious to the nature of the threat, mistaking Lin Ze's attack for conventional artillery fire. With a resounding crash, the glass wall fell, followed by a cascade of dust and debris from the academy ceiling into the room. Cough, cough, cough. All the survivors looked up in terror, their gazes fixed upon the ceiling, now marred by a conspicuous gaping hole. A tumbling boulder struck an unfortunate researcher, the poor soul's blood surging to the surface under the rock's immense weight before erupting forth. But that was merely the prelude. The next wave of lethal attacks commenced. The sturdy walls were battered, yielding one breach after another. This time, Li Anong was genuinely alarmed. He clenched his teeth, his face a canvas of alternating hues of blue and white. Perhaps a final instinct for survival compelled him to decisively press the button in his hand. Lin Ze, since you refuse to allow me to live, I shall not hold back either. This was his ultimate trump card. Just as Lin Ze was reveling in his tactical success, the catapult's performance exceeded expectations. Tang Qiaoying, ever the capable advisor, was well versed in various matters. Even amidst battle, she could offer valuable insights. Lin Ze, look. Suddenly, Tang Qiaoying trembled as though she had seen a specter. Her gaze was fixed upward, where a colossal humanoid zombie loomed above the academy. Towering 3 stories high, yet it was distinct from a mere zombie. Lin Ze's danger perception system immediately triggered an orange alert. System task: defeat the 5-star mutated beast, the Death Knight. System rewards include 500,000 energy points and an array of scientific experimental supplies, along with the capability to deploy a physical tank-crushing form base vehicle. The Death Knight. Before Lin Ze stood a grotesque creature, a hybrid of sorts. Its body was entirely black, adorned with repugnant green slime dripping from its head. Though all monsters were products of the apocalypse's mutations, the Death Knight before him was evidently a result of human intervention. Its shape bears a striking resemblance to that of a human, distinctly different from other mutated beasts, imbued with a certain degree of sentience. The body of the Death Knight is exceedingly massive, extending above the academy, imparting an overwhelming sense of being scrutinized from above. A primal fear surged from within. This is dire. Lin Ze sensed that the creature before him would not be easily vanquished. Tang Chuaying, merely a V2 superhuman, was utterly incapable of confronting a fifth-tier mutated beast, rather than allowing her to perish outside. It would be wiser to have her retreat to the confines of the base vehicle. Lin Ze instructed Tang Chuaying to return to the interior space of the base vehicle, leaving him alone to pilot it and observe the beast before him. He refrained from hastily fleeing or confronting the Death Knight head-on. Instead, he opened his notebook, seeking a familiar phrase penned by Huan Yinli. The Academy was conducting inhumane experiments involving zombies feeding on zombies, having already created super zombies. If you possess the ability, you must intervene. The characteristics of the Death Knight zombies are. The notes abruptly ceased at this point. The subsequent entries bore a long, dragged-out mark, indicating that Huan Yinli had been attacked, hence the interruption. Nonetheless, it mattered not. Strength arises in the face of adversity. Given that the Death Knight zombie possesses a humanoid form, Lin Ze resolved to approach it with utmost seriousness. He transformed the base vehicle into the Bumblebee mech form. Following the V2 enhancement, the mech's agility had significantly increased. The internal controls and keyboard had undergone further upgrades, facilitating Lin Ze's manipulation of the machine's exterior. However, the fifth-tier mutated beast, the Death Knight, granted Lin Ze no reprieve. It targeted the head of Bumblebee, unleashing a deafening roar. Before Lin Ze could even maneuver the controls, his body was violently thrust backward. The mech lost its balance, continually tilting backward. Chapter 101. The War of Motorbike Mechs Against the Undead Knight. Lin Ze felt as though his spine were about to shatter, enduring excruciating pain while striving to regain his consciousness. The internal cables emitted a crackling sound. The current state of internal defense showed that the shield was at 209-1000. With just a single strike, the shield of the motorbike mech had depleted by 800 points. This clearly indicated that the undead knight had precisely struck the vital point of the Bumblebee. Under the ferocious assault, although the Bumblebee mech had not reverted to its original base vehicle form, it had evidently lost its ability to stand steadily. Yet, that was not the end of it. The undead knight seemed determined not to grant Lin Ze any respite. With a horizontal slash from the left hand and a blade of lightning from the right, Lin Ze was drenched in cold sweat, yet his hands stubbornly clung to the control levers. The damage to the base vehicle was at 2. The overall destruction was not severe, but Lin Ze could not help but think of the exorbitant fees for repairs, compelling him to grit his teeth and engage the undead knight in battle. The agility of the motorbike mech was entirely contingent upon Lin Ze's own reflexes. However, the undead knight appeared to grow more formidable with each encounter. Each time Lin Ze's movements lagged, the enormous scythe conjured from the corpse poison in the undead knight's grasp would whistle through the air, inching ever closer to the mech. The knight was enveloped in decayed black armor, with eerie green flames flickering beneath the helmet. Lin Ze was certain that this undead knight was a result of a colossal zombie being artificially fed. Huan Yanli had once noted in her journal that the academy disposed of certain experimental students by casting their bodies from the building. Some of these accumulated into a small mound, while others were entirely fed to a living zombie after Eric's signature was affixed. It seemed that the undead knight was a variant resulting from the feeding of a living zombie. Stay calm, the system's voice and alarms reverberated once more in Lin Ze's mind. The intelligence of the undead knight was akin to that of a 3-year-old child. A 3-year-old child, Lin Ze began to ponder. Observing the trajectory of the undead knight's actions, it exhibited discernible patterns. Currently, while Lin Ze was on the defensive, the undead knight had engaged him in combat for approximately 80 rounds. Notably, in 2 recurring cycles that exceeded 50 rounds. Lin Ze could see the undead knight learning from his movements. This clearly indicated that the intelligence of this mutated creature was not as formidable as one might expect. Yet, with the capacity for learning, there must be vulnerabilities. Transforming forms, Lin Ze swiftly retracted the motorbike mech, converting the base vehicle into the most ordinary Wuling Hongguang model. The compact body of the motorbike momentarily left the undead knight bewildered, unable to pinpoint an appropriate position. Lin Ze dashed forward, weaving through the streets and alleys of the school, and promptly called out for Tang Chuaying. He tossed the car keys to her. At that moment, Tang Chuaying felt a surge of anxiety. "Master, what are you planning to do?" Without taking a gamble, how could one know if victory was attainable? Lin Ze completely vacated the driver's seat, allowing Tang Chuaying to take his place. You simply drive away from him and utilize the superconducting grenade to bombard and harass him. Tang Xiaoying nodded. As a superhuman, she possessed considerable combat experience. Time was of the essence. Immediately, Lin Ze hastily exited the cockpit, transforming his body into a mechanized form. His arms swiftly extended into formidable mechanical appendages. Grasping a flame gun, he summoned the power within, leaping into the air with a single bound. Flame Cage, this was the 9th skill of the polymer disintegration thermal fusion ray gun. Capable of utilizing the true fire of the 3 mysteries to confine the enemy's movements for 5 seconds within a spatial range. Although this skill appeared to have limited utility, it was, in fact, an infinite skill. Regardless of how powerful the opponent was or how strong their fire resistance, the flame cage could firmly bind them for 5 seconds. The smoke from the grenade mingled with the heat waves of the flames, prompting the undead knight to alter its target and engage Lin Ze in combat. Lin Ze, however, was not inclined to linger in battle. Employing his mechanical leg, he swiftly propelled himself, creating a 3-kilometer gap between him and the undead knight. The more the undead knight faced adversity, the more emboldened it became. The sight of Lin Ze attempting to flee only intensified its pursuit. Lin Ze had long understood the undead knight's tendency to grow stronger when faced with formidable opponents, and he raced towards the Academy of Sciences with utmost speed. A spine-chilling roar erupted from the undead knight, its sound waves piercing the soul, seemingly heralding its impending victory over Lin Ze. It too accelerated, trailing closely behind him. An outstretched hand poised to grasp him and crush him, just as Lin Ze was about to collide with the platform on the 3rd floor of the Science Museum. His biological mech transformed. In a mere 0.01 seconds, a layer of lightweight biological armor reattached itself to Lin Ze. With the fundamental ability of biological agility, he executed a seamless step, vaulting over the glass of the Science Museum. The undead knight clearly did not anticipate Lin Ze's ability to scale walls. Its bulky form rendered any attempt to alter its trajectory futile. Boom. The rooftop of the Science Museum collapsed into a cascade of debris. The undead knight, traveling at a speed of 800 kilometers/s, collided with the museum, resulting in its body being instantaneously shattered into fragments, scattering around the vicinity. Lin Ze turned to gaze at the undead knight. Tang Xiaoying executed a drift, maneuvering to the rear of the Science Museum to pick up Lin Ze. Once he was in the vehicle, he prepared to deliver the final blow. A cannon equipped with the Bai Luo Huang Quan liquid struck the remnants of the undead knight. System notification. Congratulations, host, on successfully slaying the 5-star mutated beast, the undead knight. You have received a reward of 500,000 energy points. Achieved the accomplishment of using one's own strength against their own, and received additional rewards of a level 4 self-mechanical mech, level 2 self-biological mech, and level 3 motorcycle mech. Before him lay the now roofless Science Museum, a testament to his dual triumph. He had utilized the zombie monstrosities created by the Academy of Sciences, returning their malice upon them and successfully reducing the museum to ruins, making them reap what they had sown. At this moment, the Science Museum was left in shambles, with casualties overwhelming. In the face of such a ferocious earthquake, many did not perish from collapsing debris, but rather from the violent shockwaves that ruptured their internal organs. Lin Ze disembarked and ventured into the ruins. Lianong was already frothing at the mouth, his eyes rolled back, helplessly writhing on the ground, his limbs lost to coordination. He could scarcely utter a coherent word. Tang Xiaoying, witnessing Li Andong's dismal fate, could only shake her head in sorrow. Had he recognized reality sooner and humbled himself before Lin Ze, perhaps it would not have come to this. Lin Ze deliberately placed his foot upon Li Andong's face, sealing his mouth and nostrils with his heel. Under Lin Ze's relentless pressure, Li Andong gasped for his last breaths. The 5-star mutated beast, the Death Knight, yielded a staggering 1,000 crystals, which, when compared to energy points, promised even greater upgrades for the base vehicle. System rewards distributed accordingly. Wireless scientific experiment consumable 1 base vehicle super tank form 1. Lin Ze eagerly sought to explore the new features of the base vehicle. Opening the vehicle's interface, he noted, internal facilities, 50 rooms of 100 square meters each, 2 swimming pools, 3 gyms, 3 kitchens, 800 square meters of storage space, 3 gardening rooms, 5 cocktail bars, totaling over 100 rooms with an additional 800 square meters. External devices, small mechanized cannons, howitzers, grenade launchers. Military transformation mode. Tank Lin Ze had previously attempted to transform the base vehicle into a military form, but it failed. He understood that all military vehicle types, apart from the base vehicle's original form, the cockroach vehicle, required energy points for unlocking. The abundant crystals that had fallen would significantly enhance the strength of the base vehicle. Transforming into a tank. At Lin Ze's command, the base vehicle swiftly morphed into a colossal tank. Its cold, hard exterior gleamed with a brilliant metallic sheen under the sunlight. Its turret resembling a fortress affixed to the chassis, while the broad, sturdy tracks bore intricate patterns reminiscent of ancient totems, embodying boundless power capable of effortlessly traversing complex terrains. The moment it activated, the thunderous roar proclaimed the distinctive might of the tank. Impressive. Lin Ze was pleased to accept this gift. His personal mech had also made significant strides. Since reaching level 4, he had acquired a right mechanical leg. The streamlined craftsmanship of the mechanism, complemented by a metallic protective layer, greatly augmented his existing strength. Thus, all institutions and facilities of Yinchuan University now lay subservient to Lin Ze. His ambitions extended far beyond the confines of the university. Ding Shiyu, Tang Xiaoxi, and Tang Shanshan emerged to assist Lin Ze in exploring the remnants of the scientific museum. Though the buildings were damaged, they could be reconstructed. Most importantly, as the scientific base of Yinchuan University, according to Huan Yanli's correspondence, it still housed numerous significant artifacts. System prompt: establish a scientific base. Requires 200,000 energy points. Purchase. The projectiles fired from the base vehicle must be acquired through energy points. Both the cannon and howitzer demand 100 energy points each, a rather steep price. Lin Ze had long desired to possess his own scientific base, as it would significantly aid in his weaponry development. Spending 200,000 energy points, he noted that, according to the system prompt, he also needed to equip 10 second-tier laborers to initiate the construction of the scientific base. Casually, Lin Ze selected a few from the nearby lethargic researchers and procured several vials of taming potion, administering them while fastening dog collars around their necks. He expended 5,000 points to produce second-tier laborer chip cards. Opting for a more straightforward approach, Lin Ze purchased a servant system within the platform. Upon subduing each servant, the system would issue an electronic chip card for the second-tier laborers. By inserting the chip card at the nape of each laborer's neck, he could access their information via holographic projection. Lu Yanyan, second-tier laborer, worker level V2, awakened talent, workaholic, work excitement index 150. Work speed 10. With the chip in place, Lin Ze could more conveniently assess the status of the servants within his base. Beyond the servants, in a concealed chest within the ruins of the Academy of Sciences, Tang Chuiying discovered a batch of reagents. They bore various English labels, with an array of colors mixed together. Zombie antibodies. Lin Ze frowned, instinctively picking up the reagent. It was wise not to recklessly experiment with unverified substances. However, possessing the zombie antibodies would enable future human experimentation. If he could develop a more stable variant of the zombie antibodies, Lin Ze could inoculate Ding Shiyu and the others, ensuring that even if they were attacked by zombies, they would not mutate into monstrous creatures. Contentedly, Lin Ze wandered through the ruins, surveying his domain. This place would eventually transform into a modern technological museum, serving as a formidable pillar of support for him. After half a day of construction, the technological museum was officially established. Lin Ze activated the holographic interface, revealing 3 functions now available within the scientific base. First section, Mech Repair, which employs nanomechanical molecular enhancement technology, allows for flawless repairs of existing mechanical materials through wireless material supply. Lin Ze utilized the platform to restore both the motorcycle mechs and his personal mechanical armor, compared to the exorbitant cost of over 100,000 energy points for repairs through the system. Lin Ze, possessing infinite scientific experimental supplies, needed only to invest a minimal cost in materials. The energy point expenditure amounted to 3,000, a far more economical choice. Second section, Antibody Research in the Antibody Research Laboratory. Various mechanical instruments were restored to their original condition. As Lin Ze stepped inside, he was immediately enveloped by a plethora of scientific data, transmitted wirelessly into the recesses of his mind. Is this the power of knowledge? The cell culture incubators stood in neat rows in the corner of the laboratory, their antibody cells thriving in an environment of optimal temperature, humidity, and carbon dioxide concentration. This technology had matured considerably. Given time, it would undoubtedly yield zombie antibodies. However, Lin Ze understood that this technology must remain entirely under his control. He was no savior in a post-apocalyptic world. If the desperate populace possessed the antibody genes, they would no longer seek assistance from others, greatly enhancing their chances of survival in such dire circumstances. Lin Ze would never relinquish this technology. Nonetheless, his harem of artistic members, including Wen Qin and others, would still require it. The operational procedures of the instruments continuously materialized in his mind. A thought struck him. He could not spend all his time conducting experiments here. If he could encapsulate his experiences, he could instruct others in their tasks. Among his subordinates, the most astute was undoubtedly Wenqing. "Come," Lin Ze beckoned, inviting Wenqing to join him in the second section. As she entered, a sudden instinct caused Wenqing to clutch her temples. Instinctively, she extended her hand, realizing that knowledge was being incessantly imparted into her consciousness. This was the wisdom left behind by Huan Yanli, which I have distilled into knowledge. Now, as long as you enter this space, you can utilize past knowledge to continue the experiments. Chapter 102, Departure. Journey to City S. Wenqing, a natural scholar, grasped the essence of the experiment almost instantaneously. She adeptly wielded various instruments and utilized the available lab rats for her endeavors. Lin Ze patted Wenqing's shoulder, feeling a twinge of reluctance to leave such a striking beauty behind, yet acknowledging the necessity of having someone to attend to the science facility. "Wenqing, there is nothing left for me to conquer at Yinchuan University, but research is still imperative. The antibodies require further refinement. I entrust this place to you." Wenqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with understanding. Among the enchanting women in his harem, her demeanor was the most gentle and obedient. Lin Ze felt assured leaving her here to conduct experiments. Third section. Upon opening the door to the science chamber, a pristine experimental platform came into view. No sooner had Lin Ze stepped inside than he received an alert from the system. This was the virus research section, dedicated to studying various types of plague viruses. Goodness, this is unsettling, Lin Ze thought, feeling a sense of trepidation. He reconsidered and decided to withdraw. The apocalypse had already wrought enough devastation. There was no need for him to compound it further by introducing toxins. Exiting the Academy of Sciences, Lin Ze gazed at the newly restored base vehicle, feeling a pang of sorrow for the damage it had sustained during the recent battle. After the repairs, it bore no trace of its previous injuries. Once inside the vehicle, he opened his phone, intent on searching for his next target. It is widely known that Xia City, also referred to as Xia Country, is a small agricultural nation with little presence on the continent. The true prowess lies with City S and its subordinate Binjiang City, a metropolis of SSS grade that commands global attention. In the news, Lin Ze noted that order in City S had begun to unravel amidst the spread of zombies from Xia Country. Scenes of chaos, looting, and suffering were rampant. Earthquakes and tsunamis, along with various extreme weather phenomena, emerged in succession. As Lin Ze savored the unfolding news of the refugees, a post from a wealthy heir caught his eye. Zhou Yan? The name seemed somewhat unfamiliar. After a moment's reflection, Lin Ze recalled that he had once sent an email to Li Enong via Zhou Yan. Anyone associated with Li Enong was likely not of good character. However, there had been a minor issue with the delivery, leading Zhou Yan to return the items Li Enong had sent, without covering the postage. To collect the shipping fee, Lin Ze added Zhou Yan on WeChat. Zhou Yan, displaying generosity, had handed Lin Ze 200 yuan for a 100 yuan delivery fee. Though Lin Ze disliked the feeling of being rewarded in such a manner, the extra 100 yuan was a boon, especially after having gone several days without a meal. While others were fleeing for their lives in the apocalypse, this wealthy heir was posting beach photos. His latest social media update read, "Whether the apocalypse is real or not, it matters not. There will always be arrangements wherever I go." With a fleeting glance at the accompanying image, Lin Ze focused intently. In this screenshot, there exists a peculiar system, seemingly a custom chat application designed exclusively for City S. Within the app's mailbox interface, the accompanying image features the most advanced encryption software. Below it is inscribed a singular message: "Please proceed to the northern refuge of Beijiang, as the apocalypse's explosion is on the verge of spreading." Although apocalyptic news is hardly novel in the current digital age, those surviving in this desolate world resemble headless flies, desperately searching for a sanctuary. To receive such doomsday notifications undoubtedly signifies one's status among the highest echelons of society. Yet, it appears not everyone possesses the requisite intellect. Beneath this social media post, numerous friends of Zhou Yan left comments such as, "What apocalypse? It's merely an exercise. You can't be serious. Beijiang is a place where even birds would not defecate. I certainly want to go," and nonsense about the apocalypse. These refugees are merely fleeing conflicts in their own countries. They've gone mad, and the media is labeling them as zombies. Today's media truly excels in fabricating tales. Just as Lin Ze sneered at this ignorance, Zhou Yan found little to laugh about in the days to come. The second photo seemed to capture Lin Ze's attention even more. Zhou Yan, possessing a rather pleasing appearance, an oval face, prominent nose, stood at a modest height of 170, yet maintained a certain charm. He had shared a selfie on social media, posing with a capybara, seemingly flaunting his new pet. In the backdrop of the image, a girl appeared. Upon closer inspection, Lin Ze noted her fair skin, slightly flushed knees, and a breezy beach dress, unembellished save for a simple hair tie that secured her silky long hair in a low ponytail. Even her side profile, adorned with delicate features, could not obscure her striking beauty. Most intriguingly, she appeared to be interacting with some creature in the wind. This resemblance to Bai Yuanling was uncanny. Lin Ze furrowed his brow, urgently wishing to ascertain whether the girl in Zhou Yan's photo was indeed Bai Yuanling. Hello, I apologize for the interruption. Do you happen to know this girl? Despite only having a single transaction record with Zhou Yan, Lin Ze mustered the courage to send him a message, feeling somewhat awkward. Approximately 10 minutes passed before Zhou Yan responded courteously. I'm sorry, this photo was taken during an Animal Protection Association event at the beach. I do not know the girl in the background. A sense of disappointment washed over Lin Ze. All right, thank you. He reclined in his chair, lost in thought for an extended period. Indeed, locating someone was not as simple as he had hoped. The only information he possessed regarding Bai Yuanling was that she had gone to City S to become a daughter in a wealthy family. Beyond that, he had no further leads. Ding Xiyu silently sat beside Lin Ze, feeding him fruit, seemingly aware of his troubled thoughts. Master, you are soon to embark for City S. I still have some connections there. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to consult me. As the daughter of the vice mayor, Ding Xiyu frequently mingles with various high-ranking officials in S City. Take a look at this, Lin Ze said, handing his phone to Ding Xiyu. She shook her head, replying, I don't recognize this girl, but the prominent emblem on her short sleeve suggests she is likely a student from Binjiang University. The Animal Protection Association. Binjiang University. Lin Ze sensed he might have stumbled upon a clue. Aware of Lin Ze's intentions, Ding Xiyu remarked, I have quite a few friends at Binjiang University. If you're looking for someone, I can certainly introduce you. Quickly, provide me with the contact information, Lin Ze urged. Ding Xiyu retrieved her phone, opened her contacts, and began to sift through the lengthy list. She tapped on a contact named Chun Qianqian and dialed. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. Beep, beep, beep. That's strange. Unable to reach her by phone, Ding Xiyu decided to search online alongside Lin Ze. Qin Qianqian was a classmate of mine in high school. She excelled academically and later gained admission to Binjiang University. She is quite compassionate and a member of the university's Animal Protection Association. As they searched, they discovered that Chun Qianqian had a boyfriend named Wu Tianqi, who was also from a wealthy family and often flaunted his affluence. His family owned an airline, and their wealth was substantial. They were only able to ascertain that Wu Tianqi was currently at the southern airport. Let us go now, Lin Ze insisted, unable to wait a moment longer. The southern airport lies at the juncture of Xia Country and S City, serving as a crucial flight route between the two. Traveling by land posed the risk of zombie attacks, while air travel remained relatively safer. Consequently, many refugees from Xia Country crowded the airport entrance, hoping to seize the opportunity to board a flight amidst the chaos. At this point, wealth alone was insufficient to guarantee a seat on a plane. Ticket prices had soared to an exorbitant 2,000 times their usual cost, making it nearly equivalent to the price of a house to escape by air. Lin Ze executed a drift, parking their vehicle at the airport entrance. Inside the terminal, pandemonium reigned. The cacophony of alarms echoed in the corners, urging those waiting to check in to hasten their pace. The once orderly lines at the check-in counters had devolved into utter disarray, and the previous security protocols had long since been rendered ineffective. On the tarmac, the aircraft engines roared incessantly, while the flashing lights signaled urgency. All the refugees unable to enter the airport fixated their gaze on the distant planes, as if they were their last hope for salvation. Ding Xiyu, a frequent visitor to the airport and an SVIP member, had made prior arrangements. With just a nod, she and Lin Ze could access the airport through the SVIP passage. As their group arrived at the arrival hall, they spotted a group of well-groomed flight attendants briskly walking toward them, carrying luggage. In this apocalyptic landscape, it was these flight attendants who still managed to maintain their composure, engaging in light-hearted banter while dutifully performing their roles. Standing at a uniform height of 1.7 meters. Her long legs, though slightly less striking than Tang Shanshan's, created a visually pleasing tableau as they walked together. When Lin Ze appeared, several flight attendants seemed momentarily captivated, their steps faltering. One particularly attractive attendant uttered a few words, causing another, whose chest was noticeably heaving, to blush, which incited a wave of playful teasing among them. In addition to the flight attendants, a group of bomb disposal personnel hurried through the airport. The insignia of the S City Police adorned their epaulets. And as they were tasked solely with ensuring the safety of those in the waiting area, they were permitted to carry firearms. Group 1, do you copy? Group 1 received. Please verify immediately whether the recently landed Flight S671 harbors any zombies. Notify bomb disposal personnel to be on high alert. The aircraft's readings are abnormal. Understood. We are en route. Barely half a minute after this communication, A deafening explosion erupted as the recently landed S-671 aircraft detonated. The immense fuselage split in two, a raging inferno consuming it while intensifying the explosion's force. Lin Ze gazed in awe at this spectacular scene, lamenting that this was no mere zombie incident. It was evident that someone had smuggled explosives aboard. In an apocalyptic world, there will always be those with nefarious intentions, seeking to exact revenge upon society. The act of bringing explosives onto a plane and igniting them, thereby condemning all aboard to accompany them in death, is a narrative that has grown all too familiar. An anomalous reaction has occurred in the ticketing hall. Quick, investigate. Yes. In an instant, medical personnel on the opposite side began to spring into action. A frazzled front desk attendant, clad in uniform, frantically made phone calls to manage various emergencies. Not far from Lin Ze, a 3-year-old girl exhibited a waxy pallor, her behavior increasingly erratic. Suddenly, she screamed, and her entire demeanor transformed. She had mutated into a zombie. Before Lin Ze could intervene, the bomb disposal personnel swiftly brandished their anti-explosive forks, unhesitatingly striking the girl down. Her mother let out a piercing scream, desperately attempting to reclaim her child. To prevent the spread of the infection within the airport, several personnel callously disposed of the small zombie's body through a specialized discharge pipe, ensuring it was expelled outside the terminal. Lin Ze shook his head in dismay, remarking on the absence of compassion in this world of despair, where survival was the only priority. Ouch, I seem to be experiencing some stomach pain. The previously composed ground staff attendant suddenly winced in discomfort. The surrounding personnel exchanged anxious glances, poised to intervene and expel her from the premises. The attendant quickly reassured them, No, it's just that I have a bit of gas from lunch. I won't mutate. I haven't come into contact with any zombies. In an era where even the slightest hint of abnormality incites fear, anyone exhibiting any unusual symptoms is swiftly ushered out. Lin Ze stood calmly in the VIP area of the airport, holding a photograph of Bai Yuanling, oblivious to the surrounding commotion. Everything happening around him was a foreboding sign of impending doom. Lin Ze was indifferent to the trivial matters of the world. His sole focus was to swiftly locate Bai Yuanling and rescue her. Just then, a girl clad in a yellow qipao gracefully emerged from the arrival gate. This was Chen Qianqian, a beauty with a score of 87, a qipao model and alluring flight attendant. Lin Ze and Ding Xiyu had previously discovered numerous photographs of Chen Qianqian on the official website of Binjiang University, enabling them to easily recognize her among the throngs of stunning women. Chen Qianqian possessed distinctive features, though her beauty could not quite rival that of Ding Xiyu. A dark mole at the corner of her mouth somewhat marred her allure. Upon closer inspection, however, the mole added a unique charm, reminiscent of a woman stepping out from an enchanting painting. Her enchanting demeanor was captivating, given that Chen Qianqian's boyfriend was a shareholder at the South City Airport. Her presence there was hardly surprising. Call her over, Lin Ze instructed Ding Xiyu. However, it appeared she was not alone. Just as Ding Xiyu was about to step outside, she noticed a towering figure of a man, standing at nearly 6'3", emerging behind Chen Qianqian. With an awkwardly tall frame and blue-tinted glasses, he exuded an air of youthful eccentricity. Chapter 103. Occupying the airport, Lin Ze furrowed his brow. Yet he had no desire to engage with Wu Tianqi. You summon her. I shall oversee matters for you. Under Lin Ze's instruction, Ding Xiyu approached Chen Qianqian. It appeared that Chen Qianqian had little recollection of Ding Xiyu, although her memories were somewhat hazy. Who are you? Sister Qianqian, have you forgotten me? I am Ding Xiyu. Oh, Xiyu. Chen Qianqian seemed somewhat embarrassed, finally recalling that Ding Xiyu was indeed her high school classmate. Sister Qianqian, I have a friend who wishes to meet you. Would it be convenient for you? Not convenient. Before Chen Qianqian could utter a word, Wu Tianqi swiftly dismissed Ding Xiyu's request. From the moment he laid eyes on her, he had been assessing Ding Xiyu with a scrutinizing gaze. Naturally, Ding Xiyu was a stunning beauty, and Wu Tianqi was no saint. When she approached, his eyes widened, only to temper his lecherous gaze once she began to speak. However, when Ding Xiyu mentioned her friend's desire to meet Chen Qianqian, Wu Tianqi's expression shifted dramatically. He was acutely aware that this was the end of days. Anyone seeking refuge in S-City would frantically exploit their connections. This so-called Ding Xiyu was merely Chen Qianqian's long-lost high school classmate, and he could not fathom her intentions. Currently, officials at the airport were highly sought after. Attempting to gain their favor without leverage was futile. Apologies, Xiyu. Chen Qianqian understood the unspoken truth. One does not approach the temple of the gods without reason. It was likely that Ding Xiyu had come seeking her due to the apocalyptic circumstances, disguising her desperation as a desire to reconnect. We are quite busy at the moment and cannot meet your friend. Do you possess a ticket? I do not. Ding Xiyu replied softly. Then be on your way. Wu Tianqi brusquely commanded, clearly oblivious to Ding Shiyu's true identity, waving her off with disdain. Who are you to speak to me like that? Lin Ze could no longer tolerate the situation. Are you laying hands on my woman? You must have a death wish. Lin Ze had initially wished to remain in the shadows, but alas, Ding Shiyu appeared ensnared by the two. Stalemated, he had no choice but to intervene. Moreover, Lin Ze had a particular disdain for the offspring of high-ranking officials, each one looking down their noses at others. Now, even Ding Shiyu was beneath their notice. Truly, they were blind to the worth of others. Ding Shiyu stood awkwardly to the side, silent, her expression cold as she regarded Wu Tianqi with the intensity of one staring at a corpse. Lin Ze deliberately adjusted his shirt slightly, revealing a gleaming high-energy molecular disintegration ray gun at his waist. This weapon was far superior to the petty firearms worn by mere security guards, immediately distinguishing itself as a formidable piece of equipment. Logically, one would expect that the sight of a firearm would instill a sense of respect and silence. However, the fool before him, Wu Tianqi, remained oblivious. Upon encountering the firearm, he became even more arrogant. Oh, could this possibly be your boyfriend? Lin Ze, in both appearance and physique, surpassed Wu Tianqi by more than a considerable margin. Just as Wu Tianqi was about to launch a sarcastic remark at Lin Ze, he found himself at a loss for an appropriate point of ridicule. What, is that all you've grown? Stunted development, perhaps? Lin Ze chuckled in response. Do you really consider someone who stands at 1.80 meters to be stunted? Listen, my friend, you'd better think carefully before you speak. I'm offering you a chance to retract your words. Just because you have a gun doesn't make you formidable, Wu Tianqi retorted, becoming even more audacious. Have you forgotten who holds sway at this airport? You've entered my domain, so you'd best behave, otherwise I'll shove you into an airplane lavatory and flush you down like refuse. With a resounding slap, Lin Ze furrowed his brow and delivered a sharp blow to Wu Tianqi's face. Wu Tianqi fell to the ground, stunned. Lin Ze's strength was formidable, and he had intentionally held back. Had he not, Wu Tianqi would likely have been left with a concussion. Even so, Wu Tianqi was already dazed. Now, can you keep your mouth shut? Lin Ze spoke coolly. He had little tolerance for those who prattled endlessly, were ineffectual in their endeavors, and bullied the weak while putting on a facade of bravado. His arrogance resembled that of a guard dog from a wealthy household, merely a manifestation of impotent rage. A hollow show. Truly capable individuals seldom engage in idle chatter. They act decisively without prior notice, leaving their adversaries oblivious to their demise. Those who excel in verbal sparring are often cowards, easily brought to their senses with a single slap. Wu Tianqi, confident in his position at the airport as a stakeholder, believed the surrounding security personnel served as a shield, convincing himself that Lin Ze would not dare to use his firearm, hence his brazen demeanor. Why you dare to strike me? A clear imprint of Lin Ze's hand adorned Wu Tianqi's face, a testament to the lesson he had received. He gazed up in terror, swaying for several seconds before managing to stand, his head still ringing. He had not anticipated that Lin Ze would actually take action in such a public setting. The surrounding staff refrained from intervening, secretly applauding Lin Ze's boldness. In this era of inflation, they had seen no increase in their meager wages under Wu Tianqi's oppressive reign, and he had manipulated them with threats, asserting that there were plenty of others willing to take their places. That slap was indeed resounding and decisive. Ding Shiyu's lips curled into a slight smile. Let me impart a rule to you. If you dare utter a single word against my woman, I shall strike you again, Lin Ze stated coldly. Qin Qianshan stood wide-eyed beside him, too stunned to utter a sound. She was no fool. She could see Lin Ze's exceptional prowess. Yet, she was astonished that her former high school classmate Ding Shiyu had found such a physically dominant boyfriend. You all have witnessed this. What is it called? Wu Tianqi does not even know Lin Ze's name, and can only refer to him as that man. That man struck me first. I will sue you. Let me tell you, do not think that in this apocalyptic era you can act recklessly. Currently, the Summer Nation is in utter chaos. If you wish to court death, go to S City and tread upon the sewing machine. I shall escort you there today. Observing Wu Tianqi's flustered demeanor, Lin Ze could not help but smile inwardly. He relished such farcical performances. Lin Ze raised a finger. Wu Tianqi, momentarily perplexed, inquired, Are you provoking me? I am referring to $100,000. Lin Ze, I will buy it. Wu Tianqi's eyes widened in disbelief. In the Summer Nation, where inflation has spiraled out of control, the US dollar still holds substantial value in S City. $100,000 could essentially purchase a house. I merely stated that I slapped you. Consider it my purchase of you for $100,000. Lin Ze waved his hand, signaling Ding Shiyu to retrieve the money. The cash reserves in the base vehicle were not plentiful. However, Lin Ze understood that in this apocalypse, cash is akin to refuse. It is far less substantial than gold. Thus he had not stockpiled much. Upon Ding Xiu producing a thick wad of US dollars, Wu Tianqi's eyes nearly fell from their sockets. If a normal person might feign indifference for the sake of pride, Wu Tianqi, without hesitation, accepted the money. Such a fleeting expression of greed did not escape Lin Ze's notice. Truly, he was a money-obsessed individual. Even in the apocalypse, he held wealth in high esteem, utterly hopeless. Lin Ze sneered, "Do you desire more?" Wu Tianqi swallowed hard. It is worth noting that Wu Tianqi was at most a minor shareholder at the airport. No amount of wealth could compare to a bona fide affluent family. The mere thought of a slap yielding $100,000 was enough to stir his desires, revealing he was hardly a second-generation rich kid. "All right, let us settle this," Wu Tianqi stammered. Qin Tianqian looked incredulously at Wu Tianqi. She could hardly believe her eyes. Qin Tianqian had initially been drawn to Wu Tianqi for his wealth, only to find him in such a state now. "My demands are modest. If your girlfriend accompanies us, I shall provide you with the money." "Are you insulting me?" Wu Tianqi's fists clenched. 1 million. A mere phrase from Lin Ze caused Wu Tianqi to falter. "You." At this moment, Qin Tianqian felt tears welling in her eyes and hurled her flight attendant's backpack directly at Wu Tianqi's face. She could scarcely believe that her boyfriend of 6 months would consider selling her for $1 million. "If that is the case, you need not sell me." Qin Tianqian gritted her teeth and rushed forward, linking her arm with Lin Ze's. This action startled Lin Ze. "Wu Tianqi, I hereby declare that from this moment forth, we are broken up," Qin Tianqian proclaimed. "I am now with Lin Ze." The abruptness of this breakup left Ding Xiu utterly astonished. Lin Ze brusquely pushed Qin Tianqian's hand away, declaring, "Madam, please maintain your dignity." Lin Ze was not someone who would settle for just anyone. Qin Tianqian, standing before him, barely rated a modest 78, hardly qualifying as a beauty worthy of an 80. He was no fool to part with his money for such a lackluster prospect. As Lin Ze withdrew his hand, Qin Tianqian's face flushed with embarrassment, particularly with the flight attendants observing the scene. Despite Lin Ze's dismissal of her worth, Qin Tianqian had her own modest reputation in the modeling industry. Yet here she was, grandly rejected by Lin Ze. "Very well, since you have severed ties with Qin Tianqian, the notion of lending your girlfriend to me is nullified." Lin Ze snapped his fingers. Ding Xiu approached, inquiring about Lin Ze's intentions. "Distribute $10,000 to each of the security personnel nearby, and inform them that I have hired them." Underneath, the mercenaries had already harbored discontent towards Wu Tianqi. Upon hearing that a wealthy patron was willing to part with money, they surged forward, quickly aligning behind Lin Ze. "Boss, what are your orders?" "Drag that scoundrel out and give him a thorough beating. I want to see who he brings to challenge me," Lin Ze directed, his gaze fixed on Wu Tianqi. Wu Tianqi's expression shifted as he grasped the gravity of his predicament. However, before he could flee, he was swiftly overpowered by the mercenaries. "Ouch, stop hitting me. My ears, my nose." Wu Tianqi's cries echoed throughout the airport. "Miss Chun, I require your assistance in locating someone." "This is not the place to discuss it," Lin Ze stated, producing $100,000 and offering it to Qin Tianqian. The sum appeared to cascade effortlessly, akin to a gentle rain, in stark contrast to her boyfriend, who could only afford to treat her to an LV bag every few months. Qin Tianqian found herself momentarily captivated by Lin Ze's generosity, her lips pressing together in a hint of envy as she glanced at Ding Xiu. Money spoke volumes, distinguishing the worthy from the unworthy. Upon reaching the VIP lounge, the attendant presented exquisite Longjing tea. Lin Ze handed over a photograph. "Ding Xiu mentioned that you were a student at Benhai University and familiar with the Animal Protection Association there. Do you recognize this individual?" The image was a snapshot of Xiaobai extracted from Zhou Yin's social media. "Isn't this Duan Moody?" Lin Ze's hand trembled slightly as he sought confirmation. "Are you certain her name isn't by Yuanling?" "No," Qin Tianqian replied with conviction. "While we are not particularly close, we are part of the same organization. And she is indeed quite beautiful." There was an unmistakable hint of jealousy in Qin Tianqian's tone as she spoke of Duan Moody. Perhaps that was what one might call a goddess. "Do you have her contact information?" Lin Ze inquired. "Of course," she replied. "Here you go." With that, the Alipay notification chimed, confirming the transfer of 1 million yuan. With a gentle stroke of his hand, Lin Ze had already facilitated a transfer to Qin Tianqian from Ding Xiu. "Mr. Lin, what do you mean by this?" Despite Qin Tianqian's evident restraint, upon witnessing such a substantial sum, her hands could not help but tremble, her eyelashes quivering in response. "This is a reward for providing leads. Should you manage to contact this girl, and I confirm she is indeed the one I seek, I shall bestow upon you an even greater sum, 10 million. Qin Tianqian felt as though she might faint. 10 million. Such easy money to acquire. "Understood, understood," she exclaimed, her elegantly manicured fingers swiftly dancing over her phone. After an extensive search through her long contact list, she finally located Duanmudi's information. Beep, 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 Chen Qianqian dialed Duanmudi. After 3 or 4 rings, the call was finally answered. Hello, is this Didi? This is Chen Qianqian. Are you available to talk? Following a brief exchange of pleasantries between Chen Qianqian and Duanmudi, Ding Xiyu cast a glance at Lin Ze, signaling him to take the call himself. However, unexpectedly, Lin Ze hesitated, feeling a twinge of shyness at the prospect of hearing Xiaobai's voice after so long. After 2 or 3 seconds of contemplation, he ultimately shook his head. Ask her where she is now. The most pressing matter is to ascertain whether this girl is safe and if she truly is by Yuanling. Duanmudi, did you recently visit Jiabin? Yes, I went there to participate in a dolphin protection organization event, and I even took pictures with many capybaras. All arranged by a foreign animal protection group. They said it was for promoting exchanges. In order for Lin Ze to hear more clearly, Chen Qianqian activated the speakerphone. That familiar, gentle, and delicate voice. Chapter 104, The Frigid Night. Hello, Qianqian, why have you fallen silent? On the other end of the line, Bai Yuanling could clearly sense Chen Qianqian's hesitation. Qianqian, weren't you eager to visit Antarctica to see the penguins? The school will be issuing spots in 2 months, and I can assist you with the application. Linger, Lin Ze mustered his courage and called out Bai Yuanling's name. Bai Yuanling was momentarily taken aback. It had been ages since anyone had referred to her by her former name. You are. After confirming that Duanmudi had accepted this nickname, Lin Ze seized the phone without hesitation. Linger, where are you right now? Bai Yuanling was engulfed in turmoil, pondering the identity of the person on the other end, yet unable to recall their name. She understood perfectly well that this individual must have known her before she was adopted. I am currently at the school S aquarium. It's rather noisy here. From the other end, the sounds of shouting and chaos echoed, the unmistakable clamor of a panic-stricken crowd. Bai Yuanling instinctively became distracted, eager to discern the circumstances surrounding her. Oh no. Lin Ze recognized those sounds of distress all too well. Could it be that zombies had infiltrated Beihai University? Lingo, no matter what. Find a place to hide immediately. Bai Yuanling was utterly bewildered. She observed the panicked individuals around her, as well as the performers draped in blankets for the mermaid show. A fish tank had been shattered, and water was rapidly flooding the aquarium's interior. In her haste to lift her dress to avoid getting soaked, Bai Yuanling accidentally ended the call. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Ze stood frozen, unable to gather his thoughts. What happened? Has something befallen Duanmudi? Chen Qianqian's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety. As a senior, she had heard of various unusual occurrences recently, both within and outside the school. Being a flight attendant, Chen Qianqian had grown desensitized to the sight of those fleeing for their lives at the airport. However, S City, with its notable barriers separating it from Xia country, had remained relatively secure. Could it be that Beihai University was now in peril as well? Lin Ze clenched his jaw. What are you still doing there? Ding Xiyu had already dashed down the stairs without a moment's thought. Lin Ze, hurry. In her desperation, Ding Xiyu even forgot to call him master. That girl must be in trouble. We need to rush over. Right. Lin Ze followed closely in Ding Xiyu's footsteps as they descended. The base vehicle was parked on the airport tarmac, and the commander was still directing a large aircraft that had just landed and was taxiing into position. Just as the wheels of the vehicle were lowered, the commander found himself staring into the abyss, a massive base truck speeding past at 200 miles per hour. Watch out. The commander watched helplessly as the inevitable approached. It was over. The wild vehicle that emerged from the unknown was destined to be obliterated by the aircraft. He shut his eyes, bracing himself for the catastrophic collision between the plane and the base vehicle. The deafening sound of the crash reverberated through the air. This little rascal, even in the face of the apocalypse, chose to disregard the rules. It seemed he was now facing Yama, the king of the underworld. The commander opened his eyes, eager to witness the destruction of the small vehicle, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. To his astonishment, Lin Ze, piloting the base vehicle, swiftly departed the scene. The plane, having collided with the base vehicle, lost control as one of its wheels began to slide, eventually spiraling out of control. After spinning several times, the aircraft crashed into the terminal building, the sound of its explosion echoing endlessly. Remarkably, Lin Ze's base vehicle felt not a tremor. Standing before the glass wall, Chen Qianqian watched Lin Ze fade into the distance, murmuring, "Is this the divine being of the apocalypse?" The primary mode of transportation between Xia country and City S was the airplane, due to the rugged mountain range that obstructed the passage between the two locales. Circumventing the mountains meant traversing half a continent. Consequently, City S and Xia country collaborated to construct a tunnel through the mountains, but after depleting their resources, they could only manage a 4-lane road, 2 lanes in each direction. Following the onset of the apocalypse, countless individuals from Xia country attempted to flee by car. City S promptly sealed its gates. Though not entirely effective in deterring some refugees, it still proved somewhat beneficial. Lin Ze remained oblivious to this reality, jesting. I possess a divine base vehicle. What road can I not conquer? Ding Shiyu, seated in the car, utilized Lin Ze's phone to repeatedly call by Yuanling at his behest. Though she typically exhibited a bit of a temper, her innate kindness surfaced when she learned of a girl potentially facing the clutches of a zombie, prompting her to feel a sense of urgency. Lin Ze, too, sensed her concern. He placed his hand over hers on the gear lever, reassuring her, do not worry. Once we traverse this lengthy Xingshan tunnel, we will reach City S, with Binjiang University merely a few kilometers away. I'm sorry. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Ding Shiyu sighed deeply, resting her head against the backrest. Throughout the journey, Lin Ze skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel, overtaking various vehicles. Along the roadside, numerous cars, lacking fuel, were forced to stop, their occupants crying for help. Furthermore, some desperate individuals, unable to escape by vehicle, attempted to scale the towering Xingshan mountain, standing over 5,000 meters high, in search of salvation. Yet, the zombies along the way would not allow them to pass unscathed. The fallen and the injured lay by the roadside, some barely clinging to life, groaning in agony. Children with severed arms and legs begged for passing cars to halt and extend a helping hand. Lin Ze understood this all too well. At first glance, these individuals appear to have cast aside their principles in their desperate pleas for survival, yearning merely to cling to life. Yet, in truth, should a benevolent soul offer them a ride, their thoughts would swiftly turn towards the possessions of the driver, even igniting a spark of jealousy. Why should you possess a vehicle amidst this apocalypse while I endure suffering? The imbalance within their hearts breeds an ever-growing fury, ultimately leading them to transform their wrath into tangible acts of robbery, clashing violently with the driver. The unarmed driver, taken by surprise while operating the vehicle, may find themselves brutally slain, their body discarded by the roadside. It is not merely Lin Ze. Even ordinary vehicle owners are acutely aware that stopping is a perilous choice. In this desolate world, who still concerns themselves with the lives of others? Akio, Ding Shiyu, suddenly sneezed. Initially, Lin Ze paid it no mind until she sneezed several more times in succession. His brow furrowed, not out of concern for her health, but rather due to the unsettling reports of mutant zombies surfacing recently. During his encounters with these undead foes, Lin Ze sensed a correlation between the strengthening of his abilities and the elongation of time. The capabilities of ordinary zombies were also gradually evolving. Should a plague arise and infect Ding Shiyu, it would be of little consequence if she perished alone. However, if she were to endanger the lives of those in his vehicle, the consequences would be dire. What's wrong? Lin Ze inquired, his rare display of warmth evident. Perhaps it's just a bit chilly. Ding Shiyu instinctively shrank her neck. Lin Ze turned off the air conditioning, preparing to open the window to let in the natural breeze. Although the vehicle was equipped with a fresh air system, he yearned for the exhilarating roar of the wind rushing past. However, as soon as the window was ajar, a frigid Siberian gust swept across Lin Ze's cheek. The sensation, akin to emerging from a freezer at -20 degrees, jolted him into alertness. He quickly shut the window to maintain a stable interior environment. Frost patterns were clearly visible at the window's edge, the moisture from his breath having crystallized into delicate ice flowers due to the biting air. Having traversed the first half of the Xingshan tunnel, Lin Ze discerned that the ground began to slick with ice. Activating the enhanced friction braking system, he pressed a button, causing brake pads to emerge from the rear wheels, accompanied by a heavy iron ball tethered by a chain, trailing behind to maintain balance. The tires, affected by the frost, continuously hardened. To counter the environmental change, Lin Ze increased the fuel power, raising the internal temperature to combat the external chill. How could it suddenly feel like winter in the midst of summer? Fear was unmistakably etched in Ding Shiyu's eyes. Lin Ze retrieved a fine goose-down blanket from his personal storage, igniting a heater beneath his feet and activating the warm air conditioning system. In mere seconds, the cockpit transformed into a cozy haven reminiscent of a hearth. Ding Shiyu thoughtfully draped the blanket over Lin Ze, providing warmth amidst the chilling chaos. At the very moment she receives something, Ding Shiyu is always reminded of her master. As Lin Ze traversed the initial stretch of the Xingshan mountain range, he sensed an unsettling shift in the climate. Here, the weather had abruptly transformed into an exceedingly frigid winter. Even though the Xingshan mountain shielded against the cold air from the north, the climatic disparity between Shagua and S-City should not be this pronounced. Continuing on for a while, Lin Ze encountered a traffic jam ahead, with various vehicles halted on the road. He too decided to stop. Not in a rush to break free. Concerned about the sudden climate change, he wished to ensure that the other lovely ladies in the vehicle were not experiencing any discomfort. He summoned Tang Shanshan and the others to the lounge. Have you noticed the drop in temperature? Are you feeling unwell? Not at all, master, replied Tang Shanshan, who remained clad in her ultra-short hot pants, intent on showcasing her stunningly long legs. Tang Xiaoxi, not to be outdone, sported a deep V-neck tank top, maintaining her summer attire and accentuating her curvaceous figure. Everything is fine, master, except it seems to be starting to snow outside. To add a touch of whimsy during their nightly slumber, Lin Ze had equipped each room with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing them to gaze upon the external landscape, while those outside remained oblivious to the interior of the base vehicle. With an elevation of 5,000 meters, the climate atop the Xingshan Mountains differs significantly from that below. However, it is uncertain whether the weather in S-City might undergo any changes. Teacher Tang, with her vast knowledge, had sensed something awry. Even though the vehicle was equipped with a year-round temperature control system, frustration began to mount among the drivers ahead. Lin Ze chose not to exit the vehicle, instead employing his eagle-eyed skill to assess the traffic situation. Unfortunately, they had become ensnared in a bottleneck at this very spot, and should a zombie appear, it could spell disaster. One driver, puffing on a cigarette, leaned out of his window, only to be assaulted by the biting cold wind that whisked away his thick wig. Hey, this. Before the man could fully comprehend the situation, a knife-like gust swept over his head, serving as a harsh reminder of the conditions. The root of the problem lay 2 kilometers ahead, where several large trucks had collided in a chain reaction, with a compact SUV caught in the mix, originally an electric vehicle. It had succumbed to the cold, rendering its battery useless. Countless vehicles were now stranded on the road. Fortunately, most gasoline-powered cars could still crawl along. Lin Ze checked the fuel level of the base vehicle, noting that it still had a sufficient half-tank. The capacity of the base vehicle's half-tank was not comparable to that of a typical sedan. While ordinary cars possess a fuel capacity of merely 35 to 55 liters, Lin Ze's base vehicle boasts a staggering 10,000 liters. This means that even if Lin Ze were to circle around Xiaogua and S-City multiple times, it would be well within his capabilities. The base vehicle is equipped with an automatic fuel-saving feature. Whenever the fuel level dips below 20, it activates a protective mechanism, reducing fuel consumption to merely 2 of the usual amount. To deplete the fuel in this vehicle is a challenge akin to reaching the heavens. A few other vehicles appear to have suffered tire blowouts, likely due to the extreme temperature fluctuations. Several drivers, braving peril, descend to replace their flat tires. Behind them, vehicles incessantly honk their horns as patience wanes amidst the snowy night. Curses echo, "How dare you collide with me?" From the large truck descends a fearsome man, his face marked by 2 prominent scars. Flanking him are 2 neatly arranged sets of magazines, a testament to his formidable arsenal. This individual exudes an air of significance. He is evidently a local tyrant of sorts. Inside this truck, the nature of the cargo remains a mystery. From the scene of the accident, it seems he has collided with a smaller vehicle, causing it to skid due to its insufficient weight, which in turn triggered a catastrophic chain reaction involving a dozen cars. In the distance, the eyes of zombies on the Mount Xing shine a ghastly green in the night. Though hindered by their distance, they are unable to launch a direct assault on the vehicles, yet it appears that the realization of this goal is not too far off. Perhaps within a few days, the Xing Mountain Tunnel will be entirely overrun by zombies. At that juncture, no one shall escape from the Summer Nation. Chapter 105. A heroic act of valor. Get lost. Did you hear me? Before the imposing truck, 2 small sedans lay entangled in a series of collisions. The delicate azure hues of their paint hinted that they were likely driven by reckless youths. The 2 female drivers wore expressions of distress. The biting cold outside dissuaded them from exiting their overturned vehicles. With flushed faces, they could only peer through the rearview mirrors, managing to create a narrow gap in their windows to voice their plea. "We did not intend for this to happen. The roads here are treacherous. Let us all show some understanding. Why don't you apologize to her?" The opposing female driver, however, was not so forgiving. She incessantly honked her horn, a clear manifestation of her annoyance. It is worth noting that the chaos of this accident had ultimately been instigated by the man bearing 2 scars on his face. They were all victims in this scenario. "The insurance company has tea even arrived. What's your rush? Have you consumed something foul to be in such a state?" "What did you say?" The scarred man's expression darkened, revealing a menacing demeanor. He approached the female lawyer's sedan and, without hesitation, kicked it. Subsequently, he hoisted the AK he had slung across his back and unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the sedan's wheels. The petite vehicle could scarcely endure such torment. In mere seconds, it lay incapacitated. "You." The female driver's complexion shifted, her breath caught in her throat. The opposing driver, too, was rendered speechless, trembling within her car. "What? Do you not recognize me? The scarred man wiped his chin with a hand, seemingly boasting of his extraordinary strength. Who is this man? Lin Ze pondered, his curiosity piqued. He appeared no ordinary individual, yet there was no apparent display of supernatural abilities. Isn't this last year's champion of combat sports? The gold medalist, remarked the driver of the adjacent sedan, instantly identifying the scarred man. What do you mean by that? Lin Ze rolled down his window, intrigued by this audacious man. In S-City, his reputation is quite formidable. If you have even a slight understanding of sports, you would know him well. His name is Wu Shuang. He has been the reigning champion of combat sports in S-City for 3 consecutive years. Just this spring, he secured a bounty of 5 million at the S-City Circuit tournament. This man had indeed amassed considerable wealth. However, judging by his manner of driving the truck, it seemed he was utilizing cash to acquire supplies, perhaps preparing for some form of refuge. Lin Ze refrained from taking immediate action, choosing instead to observe what further moves this overbearing man might make. The owner of another truck, also a victim in this scenario, had yet to exit his vehicle. Understandably so, in such dire circumstances, amidst the biting wind, everyone huddled tightly in their scant clothing. The abrupt transition from summer to winter left each person yearning to depart swiftly and resolve the matter at hand. Forget it, dear sister. No need to dwell on it. Given this dreadful weather, even summoning the insurance company might be futile. The police may not arrive either. Let us allow this matter to rest. Brother, temper your anger. Wu Shuang's lips curled slightly in a smirk. Surrounding individuals urged moderation, hoping for a swift resolution that would expedite their passage. Wu Shuang turned to the lengthy queue behind him and shouted, "If anyone wishes to depart, step forward and persuade this lady to relinquish all her cash." What a turn of events. It was Wu Shuang who instigated this accident, yet now he dares to demand compensation from the female lawyer seated in her vehicle? It was evident that she was affluent. The license plate bearing the number 666 must be worth at least $1 million. And the emerald necklace around her neck was certainly worth a small fortune. The notion of robbery had long lingered in his mind, but opportunities had been scarce until now, providing him with a pretext. You are a robber." The lady glared at the scarred man before her, gripping her seatbelt tightly to steady herself, even contemplating pressing the accelerator in a desperate attempt to escape across the icy expanse. However, with 2 of her tires compromised, the car emitted only a feeble whine. Her attempts to flee were indeed pitiful. "All right, madam." Wu Shuang leaned against the car, propping his elbow on the rearview mirror. "Will you exit on your own? Or shall I assist you? Should I drag you out, it will come at a different price." The slender female lawyer wore a ring on her ring finger, indicating her marital status. Yet, this scoundrel was relentless. Lin Ze opened the car door and stepped out. Ding Xiyu attempted to intervene, but Lin Ze disappeared from her side in a flash. "I fear you may leave him in a bloody mess," were the unfinished words of Ding Xiyu. Lin Ze cracked his wrists and stretched his limbs, the popping joints catching Wu Shuang's attention. In this frigid weather, only those with a robust physique could endure the biting wind. Within moments, the unprepared would become frozen statues. Wu Shuang squinted at Lin Ze, chuckling. "Could you possibly be that pathetic husband of hers?" He mocked, "So frail, like a mere twig." "Sir, please, help me. I am willing to pay you $5 million. Upon seeing Lin Ze, the female lawyer immediately cried out for assistance, regarding him as her last hope. "This opportunity is fleeting. Apologies, but I have little interest in money." Lin Ze replied lazily. "So, you must be Wu Shuang, am I correct?" What of it?" Wu Shuang retorted, "It seems my illustrious name has reached your ears. I have heard of him, but he is merely a scoundrel with a scarred face, looking as shabby as a beggar," Lin Ze remarked. "One might think he just emerged from some refuse dump." "Boy, what did you say?" Wu Shuang's anger ignited instantaneously. It is worth noting that while he could afford to toy with women with a hint of intimidation, he would grant no mercy to any man who dared to provoke him. Lin Ze smirked. He had been anticipating this very moment. He extended his palm, summoning a biological exoskeleton that enveloped his fist with penetrating, scaly armor, forming razor-sharp edges. He allowed Wu Shuang to strike his palm with a punch. Bang! Crack! Countless small wounds appeared before Wu Shuang's fist. The hardness of Lin Ze's bones was akin to that of a concrete wall. The harder the punch, the greater the likelihood of bone fracturing. Wu Shuang clutched his hands in agony, never having envisioned such an outcome. Lin Ze scoffed, "You've thrown your punch. Now it's my turn." Previously, Lin Ze had practiced the Emperor's wind technique, mastering various skills such as controlling cranes, capturing dragons, and the elusive ghost shadow technique. His body, having absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, was in stark contrast to Wu Shuang, not wishing to be accused of winning through mere brute force. Lin Ze retracted his exoskeleton. He took a step forward, leaving a long shadow of his footfall. Before Wu Shuang could react, Lin Ze executed a 180-degree spinning kick. Bang! As his toes made contact with Wu Shuang's chin, a crack echoed, signaling the shattering of his jaw. Immediately after, Lin Ze unleashed a series of dragon-subduing 18 fists, delivering a powerful yet nuanced punch to Wu Shuang's cheek, causing his facial features to contort grotesquely. Another punch, driven by an icy gust, struck Wu Shuang's abdomen. In that instant, all of Wu Shuang's years of combat training proved utterly useless. He was left simply absorbing blows. Each strike landed squarely on his vital points, and he could offer no retaliation, his cries echoing through the snowy night. Lin Ze's final punch landed squarely in Wu Shuang's groin. Crack! The sound was unmistakable, the sound of shattered dignity. Wu Shuang, clutching himself in pain, collapsed to the ground, his manhood's pride disintegrated in an instant. Good. Before Lin Ze could finish his display, spectators began to exit their vehicles, disregarding the swirling snow, and erupted into applause. Such acts of valor were indeed rare. They recognized their own lack of courage to assist the lady in distress. Lin Ze waved his hand, signaling for silence. Sir, please provide your phone number. I shall instruct my associate to transfer the funds to you immediately. The lawyer hurriedly rolled down her window. I am not an ungrateful person. Just say the word, and I can provide anything you desire. Anything? Lin Ze chuckled. Given your assertion that anything is permissible, might you be inclined to shift your vehicle? At this juncture, they had been stranded on the road for approximately 30 minutes. Should they delay any further, darkness would envelop them. The nocturnal undead would likely outnumber their daytime counterparts by 4 or 5 times. Currently, at the intersection of Summer Country and S-City, not only had an extreme cold front emerged, but an array of bizarre climatic phenomena had also manifested. Various peculiar zombies might continue to assault the vehicles ahead. Lin Ze felt no fear. His sole concern was for Bai Yuanling. Oh, my apologies. However, the female lawyer's tire had already burst. Even as a delicate woman braving the wind, she might struggle to move her car. Truly inept, to be honest. Lin Ze had no desire to remain entangled with this woman. Yet, considering his own predicament, he reluctantly took action. With a single arm, Lin Ze, possessing an astonishing physique, effortlessly lifted the lawyer's vehicle and set it down by the roadside. In a spirit of goodwill, the surrounding crowd kindly retrieved a spare tire from their vehicles to assist the lady. As Lin Ze turned to return to his car, an unsettling buzz filled his head, reminiscent of snowflakes. The sensation intensified, and his body uncontrollably inclined backward. This was bad. He was on the verge of fainting. Lin Ze struggled to crouch down, striving to maintain his balance. He did not gasp for air nor exhibit excessive distress. Only a few icy snowflakes clung to his shoulder armor. Noticing Lin Ze's distress, Ding Shiyu urgently called for Tang Qiaoying. The two women hurried down. Master, please wake up. The sight of two stunning beauties, one cold and enchanting, the other alluring and graceful, rushing to rescue Lin Ze drew the attention of onlookers. What a stroke of fortune. No wonder this fellow hadn't even glanced at the female lawyer. The spectators were not idle either. They offered assistance. Noticing Ding Shiyu was struggling and sought to lend a hand. Everyone, step aside. At last, the truck driver, whose vehicle had collided with Wu Shuang's, managed to open his door and emerge. A man with a bushy beard, exuding a fierce demeanor that rivaled Wu Shuang's, stood before them. His hair was a mix of black and white, suggesting he was no spring chicken, perhaps under 50, towering at around 6 feet. He donned a thick fur coat and held a recently extinguished cigar in his hand. Without hesitation, he seized Lin Ze from Ding Shiyu and Tang Qiaoying, hoisting him onto his shoulder. Hey, you! Ding Shiyu's strength proved insufficient. Yet, Tang Qiaoying, possessing superhuman abilities, despite her slender frame lacking visible muscle, managed to engage in a struggle with the man. The bearded individual seemed to sense her extraordinary strength, turning in surprise. He scrutinized the young woman for several seconds, noting her resolute gaze as though she were staring at her beloved, fearful that he might harm Lin Ze. He numbly spoke. If you wish for him to perish here, feel free to pull at him, declared the man with a scruffy beard, his voice imbued with authority, instantly intimidating Tang Qiaoying. She seemed to realize that the man before her bore no ill intent. The man assisted Lin Ze into the vehicle, though he stood merely at 1 meter 80. Carrying him felt akin to hoisting a 3-ton boulder. What manner of creature was he? The man with the scruffy beard muttered a few words, and just before stepping into the vehicle, he glanced back. Are you still dawdling here? Ah. Tang Qiaoying and Ding Shiyu exchanged a look. Tang Qiaoying was the first to match the pace of the man with the scruffy beard, unhesitatingly boarding his vehicle. Although Ding Shiyu's heart raced with trepidation, she felt compelled to follow suit upon seeing Tang Qiaoying enter. Inside the vehicle, various disordered items cluttered the space, cigarette boxes, liquor bottles, and frozen food stacked haphazardly together. The interior was quite spacious, with 2 rows of seats. The cargo area at the back hinted at an abundance of items piled high. In this apocalyptic world, possessing such a large truck capable of hauling goods signified immense wealth. Without further ado, the man with the scruffy beard retrieved a bottle of yellow wine from the passenger seat. With a swift motion, he poured it into Lin Ze's mouth, forcing him to consume the entire bottle of 1 gin of yellow wine. Chapter 106. Stockpiling supplies for cold weather. As Lin Ze's warmth gradually returned, the Xionghuang liquor churned within his stomach, swiftly digesting and transforming into energy. His bodily functions seemed to undergo a profound metamorphosis, rapidly expanding and rejuvenating, propelling him into a state of vigorous vitality. Given Lin Ze's extraordinary physical resilience, which far surpassed that of an ordinary person, he experienced some peculiar effects after consuming the Xionghuang liquor. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Though imperceptible to the naked eye, wisps of azure smoke permeated through his cells, rising and evaporating. This indicated Lin Ze's body was incessantly depleting moisture and burning heat to fuel his formidable physique. In mere seconds, the temperature within the entire truck's cabin astonishingly increased by 5 degrees Celsius. The bearded man stared at Lin Ze in astonishment. He knew Lin Ze was extraordinary, but he had not anticipated such an astonishing physique. Where am I? Lin Ze opened his eyes to find himself staring at the grimy ceiling of the truck. He sat up cautiously, feeling somewhat relieved upon seeing Ding Shiyu at his side. Master, you terrified us. After your battle with that ruffian, you inexplicably began to faint. Ding Shiyu recounted the events in detail. Fortunately, this gentleman came to your aid. Tang Xiaoying bowed in gratitude to the truck driver for saving Lin Ze's life. Xionghuang liquor? Lin Ze gazed at the empty bottle before him. Were it not for this Xionghuang liquor, you would have long since perished, the bearded man grunted. You clearly hail from the Summer Kingdom and have no understanding of how fragile the human body can be in extreme cold. Lin Ze's defensive capabilities were confined to his strength and resilience against attacks, to withstand temperatures of -40 to 50 degrees Celsius. He relied solely on the substantial energy consumption within his body. Just moments ago, Lin Ze had felt weightless and impervious to the frigid air, clad in a summer short-sleeve shirt. This was due to his body unknowingly expending vast amounts of energy. After the battle, with energy and heat rapidly depleting, Lin Ze's physical state plummeted to a critical survival threshold. To adapt to the severe cold and endure, his body instinctively severed its supply chain, causing him to briefly lose consciousness to enhance his chances of survival. The Xionghuang liquor, rich in alcohol, provided a significant surge of energy while also rejuvenating Lin Ze's internal organs. His mental acuity had also been heightened. This truly is a remarkable substance. Lin Ze mused as he shook the empty bottle, suddenly realizing that there were many effective remedies in the folk tradition. Thank you, Lin Ze expressed, a man of gratitude. He quickly inquired of the man before him. May I ask your surname, sir? What profession do you typically engage in? Me? The man chuckled, pointing at himself, remaining silent as he patted the goods behind him. Through a gap, Lin Ze discerned what seemed to be an abundance of coats and protective gear. Could it be? You could say I specialize in selling protective equipment, he mused. The man relit a cigar and introduced himself. He had previously operated a business selling Highland products on the lofty Xingshan mountain. Before the apocalypse, the 5,000-meter high plateau was a premier scenic spot between 2 nations. However, with the onset of the end times, tourists vanished, making business increasingly difficult. The man astutely noticed that zombies were persistently challenging the Xingshan Plateau. Long-term residence there not only proved unprofitable but likely a path to demise. Thus, he brought his goods to City S, reopening a store for protective equipment, essentially offering cold weather supplies. A few years back, my wife had the foresight to predict the climate's cooling trend, which has become a significant reality. Winters here often last up to 6 months. She stockpiled several warehouses worth of supplies beneath Xingshan, and this trip was meant to transport those goods. Indeed. You possess a keen business acumen, Lin Ze remarked, surveying the man's wares. Though obscured from view, he understood the unspoken rules. Touching another's goods without permission could easily lead one to be perceived as a thief. I almost forgot to introduce myself. The truck driver casually retrieved a piece of paper and wrote his name, Han Kuan. Thank you, Mr. Han. Lin Ze replied, if there is nothing else. I should be on my way. The road ahead is still long. Sir, since you sell protective equipment, would you be willing to sell me some supplies? Lin Ze pondered. This seemed like an opportune moment for a transaction. As City S plunged into an icy apocalypse, the temperatures continued to plummet. Although the vehicle's interior remained secure, it was prudent to procure some cold weather gear for when they ventured outside. Oh, Han Kuan appeared intrigued by Lin Ze's interest in trading. However, my items are quite costly. I will state a price, and if you choose not to purchase, I won't be offended. He casually produced a coat crafted from Tibetan mastiff fur. The collar boasted a thick layer of mastiff hair, complemented by a generous snow fox fur scarf beneath. The fabric was layered thrice, with the innermost layer of mastiff hide, the outer layer also of mastiff fur, and the middle filled with a variety of warm goose down and synthetic materials. It appeared substantial, yet retained flexibility, clearly a quality item. Additionally, he displayed knee pads made from sika deer antlers, the top layer being the finest antler, intricately woven together. The dense silk threads were meticulously crafted, with a layer of premium sika deer fat applied to the innermost layer. A discerning eye would easily recognize the quality of these two items. Name your price. I'll take them all. All of them? Han Kuan chuckled. Young man, I understand there are many affluent youths nowadays, but I assure you, the prices of my goods are not as simple as you might imagine. He raised 5 fingers. $50 million? Tang Chowing inquired. From the cargo before them. It was evident that the value exceeded what Tang Chowing had anticipated. However, she intentionally understated the figure, allowing Lin Ze the opportunity to negotiate with Han Kuan. Han Kuan merely shook his head, remaining silent. Lin Ze, on the other hand, was forthright in his response, assuring, "You need not worry. I can indeed afford 500 million. I meant 1.5 billion. 1.5 billion. Lin Ze's pupils involuntarily dilated. Ding Xiyu clenched her fists. What does this mean? Even for a family like Ding Xiyu's, their total assets barely amounted to around 10 billion. To hear a demand of 1.5 billion for this cargo was astonishing. Han Kuan, it seemed, was not a man of integrity, seeking to profit from the current calamity. Can you not be a bit more sincere? Tang Chowing interjected, her tone sharp. You're no saint. Who could afford such a price? I never claimed I was selling to you. Han Kuan replied without anger. However, let me clarify, these prices are genuine. The Tibetan Mastiff fur coat you just observed, tailored for someone of 180 centimeters, typically sells for 3 million each, exclusively to affluent clients. There are 20 such coats in this truck alone, totaling $60 million. And that is merely a fraction of the treasures contained within. Lin Ze gestured for Tang Chowing and Ding Xiyu to remain silent. When did I cultivate such petty attitudes in you? Lin Ze questioned sternly. Ding Xiyu and Tang Chowing fell silent, timidly sitting aside, awaiting Lin Ze's command. You both must remember, as women of Lin Ze, there is nothing that cannot be acquired. Yes, master. Han Kuan, perceiving Lin Ze's apparent strength, did not delay. He helped Lin Ze don a coat and indicated for him to disembark and inspect the goods. The cargo was a dazzling array of items, encompassing everything imaginable. Upon seeing it, Lin Ze's resolve to acquire the entire shipment solidified. Among the supplies were thermal gear, including thermal underwear, various animal fur coats, down jackets, and an assortment of face masks that could thoroughly envelop a person. The medical supplies included cold-resistant medications that temporarily enhanced the body's tolerance to cold, akin to the effects of Xionghuang wine, albeit with the side effect of depleting the body's energy reserves, as well as detoxification pills that bolstered immunity. Additional items included innovative respiratory helmets designed for optimal breathing in harsh conditions, and energy conduction devices for the ankles that could heat the feet and shoe soles, employing cutting-edge bone conduction technology to convert sound waves into warmth throughout the body. I'll take it, Lin Ze declared, tapping on the truck's door. Brother Han, my women spoke inappropriately earlier. I apologize on their behalf. It was the first time Lin Ze had offered an apology since entering this apocalyptic realm with the system. Certainly, this is predicated on the fact that Brother Han saved his life, and this cargo is of utmost significance to Lin Ze. No need for formalities. Han Kuan replied with a certain ease. After all, business during the apocalypse proves to be quite lucrative, unexpectedly. My entire shipment was sold out even before it reached the store. Master, Tang Chowing attempted to interject. But Lin Ze silenced her with a fierce glance. Since when do I require your approval to make a purchase? What are you pointing fingers for? Tang Chowing leaned closer to Lin Ze's ear and whispered, Our cash reserves are insufficient. This was indeed a rather awkward situation. Lin Ze estimated that the value of the goods in his truck was around $1 billion. $15 billion was not a trivial sum that he could pay off immediately. Damn it, I cannot simply abandon this, he thought. Brother Han, please hold on a moment. I will process the payment via my bank card. 15 billion is not a small number. Han Kuan wrote down the bank transfer details and retreated to his vehicle to wait for Lin Ze to complete the payment. Lin Ze and Tang Chowing stood in the biting wind. There was no possibility of retreating at this juncture. Just as Lin Ze contemplated using energy points to transact some cash with the system, another notification appeared. System notification. Cash is a non-essential resource for survival in the apocalypse. The system will not provide it. How frustrating. Lin Ze felt a chill run down his spine. Should he follow behind Brother Han and devise a plan when they reach S City? If all else fails, Perhaps he could eliminate a few high-ranking officials to coerce them into relinquishing their funds, making the payment rather more straightforward. System notification. In extreme times, barter is more effective than monetary transactions. At that moment, a holographic screen materialized before Lin Ze. A new option appeared in an inconspicuous section of the system's technology tree. Preference of others. It required 150,000 energy points to purchase the initial skill. After acquiring it, the host could activate the skill to discern the preferences and needs of others regarding items, facilitating smoother interactions. In the apocalypse, no matter how wealthy Han Kuan might be, he would undoubtedly have needs for supplies. Given that pork belly now costs 1,000 yuan per pound, it is hardly cheaper than clothing. Without hesitation, Lin Ze purchased the skill pertaining to the preferences of others. System successfully activated preference of others skill LV1. Skill 1. Ability to perceive others' basic survival needs. Maslow's hierarchy of needs posits that human requirements extend from basic survival to self-actualization. Presently, having a grasp of survival needs seems sufficient. Lin Ze rapped on the door of Han Kuan's truck. Han Kuan opened the cab door and looked down at Lin Ze, showing no inclination to let him inside. Observing Lin Ze mumbling outside for quite some time, Han Kuan remained on guard. In the midst of an apocalypse, such wealth is akin to gold, and he could hardly dismiss the possibility of this young man harboring ulterior motives to summon others. If he couldn't afford it, he should leave quickly, as I said before. I won't disdain you for lacking money, but please do not waste my time. Just as Lin Ze locked eyes with Han Kuan for a fleeting moment. Han Kuan, age 47, has basic survival needs that include grain-fed beef, pork belly, venison, yak meat, sorghum, chinka rice, mare's milk, honey, and cheese. He has resided in Xingshan for many years. Due to the unique altitude, his dietary preferences have been shaped by high-altitude foods. Lin Ze's lips curled into a slight smile. What is beef, pork belly, or even milk and honey, after all, but fundamental provisions? In Lin Ze's base vehicle, he had already stockpiled several million tons, far exceeding any possible usage. Mr. Han, it is not that I cannot afford it. Rather, I am pondering whether you would be willing to trade for 2 billion worth of supplies. Han Kuan was taken aback. Could this young man's mind have been frozen? What nonsense was he spouting? You were saying? Lin Ze began to enumerate the overstocked supplies in his vehicle, listing grain-fed beef, pork belly, and more as if reciting a menu. Han Kuan hesitated immediately. The system's preferences were infallible. Each item was essential for him at present. Moreover, even though a vehicle full of winter supplies was costly, in the apocalypse, water and food remained the most precious commodities, things that could not simply be bought with wealth. Are you being sincere? Chapter 107. Still want to charge a toll? What a deception. Lin Ze had no desire to showcase the astonishing array of items within his base vehicle to Han Kuan. Han Kuan produced a ledger and began to tally accounts with Lin Ze. How much do you possess? Han Kuan inquired. Lin Ze found himself momentarily perplexed. Within his vehicle, he had a veritable cornucopia of goods. To quantify the sheer volume would require an infinite symbol to represent it. You may take as much as you desire, though the quality of your equipment is commendable. In our transaction, I assure you, I shall not shortchange you. I can offer an additional 20% discount on the cost price, Lin Ze declared, crafting a new persona for himself. I originally ran a meat shop at Yinchuan University, and now I manage essentially all goods within Yinchuan University. Whatever you need, I can provide. I will load what I have for you, and if it falls short, you may pay a portion as a deposit. If you trust me, I will deliver the rest to you. All right, Han Kuan gulped, realizing he had encountered a significant client and a major seller. 1 ton of venison, 30 tons of pork belly, 2 tons of braised beef, and 200,000 kilograms of beef shank. Han Kuan scribbled fervently on the negotiation sheet. I have not shortchanged you. The current price for pork is nearly 200 yuan per gene, yet I am calculating at 150. Lin Ze nodded, unconcerned with the fluctuations of the quantities. It is worth noting that these essential survival supplies could easily be replenished from a new location in City S. This vehicle laden with meat would likely sustain him for several centuries. Very well. After Han Kuan completed the signing, Lin Ze waved his hand. I will load it for you now, and you can verify the goods shortly. Lin Ze feigned a gesture, signaling Tang Shuang and Ding Shiyu to assist. He maneuvered the base vehicle behind Han Kuan's large truck. Ding Shiyu lifted the rear cover while Tang Shuang blocked the rearview mirror. Lin Ze raised his hand, selecting the corresponding figures in the system. The space required for the supplies is insufficient. It can only accommodate 30%. Would you like to proceed with the loading? Lin Ze frowned. Brother Han, I will load 30% for you first. Please come over to count the goods. Han Kuan approached and opened the box. Wow, what M9 grade Wagyu. These are top-tier goods. You are exceedingly generous. Han Kuan was taken aback by Lin Ze's kindness. The M9 grade Wagyu beef, even in times of peace, would cost no less than several hundred yuan per jane. I will take this load. But the goods I have prepared for you are not yet fully loaded. Consider this a gesture of goodwill. If you trust me, I will accompany you back to your residence and deliver the remaining goods. Agreed. Han Kuan wrote a note and handed it to Lin Ze, 666, Hashan Road, A141. Han Kuan Fresh Produce, Doomsday Supermarket. This sign indeed signifies a newly opened establishment, which is rather intriguing. However, I fear that should the apocalypse truly arrive, even Han Kuan may find it challenging to safeguard his own interests. You need not follow my vehicle any longer. S-City is just ahead. And it appears you have pressing matters to attend to. I trust you to bring the goods when the time comes. Through this shipment, Han Kuan has gained a clear understanding of Lin Ze's character. He believes that Lin Ze would not betray him. Lin Ze nodded and returned to his vehicle. Coincidentally, the vehicles ahead began to move as well. After crawling along for approximately 2 miles, they came to a halt once more. Lin Ze grew somewhat impatient. He was considering overtaking on the emergency lane. At that moment, a loudspeaker blared in front of him. Toll collection ahead. Upon looking up, Lin Ze realized they had arrived at the toll gate of the highway. However, something felt amiss. Although they had passed through the Xingshan Tunnel, the sign indicated that the toll station for S-City was still at least 100 kilometers away. Was this an unexpected toll station? A group of masked men, fully armed, exited their vehicles to approach the cars, demanding payment. You must pay the toll for passing through the Xingshan Tunnel. Once paid, you will receive your antifreeze tablets. Many found this puzzling. After all, they were only halfway through their journey. Why was there another toll collection? Lin Ze's sense of danger began to heighten. These individuals might not be legitimate toll collectors, but rather imposters disguised as such. Han Kuan maneuvered his truck alongside Lin Ze's, rolled down his window, and remarked, "These scoundrels are profiting from the national calamity. Sensing the ominous situation, they have begun charging tolls everywhere." It turned out that these individuals were not a band of robbers, but rather bona fide highway toll collectors. However, due to the recent drop in temperature, chaos had erupted within S-City. Aware of the urgent situation in Xia country, they had swiftly devised a plan within a mere week, erecting 3 toll stations along a single route. Each toll station demanded a fee of $1,000. At this moment, the travelers wore expressions of bitterness. Most were refugees, with little money to spare. Faced with the collectors' hardened fists, they preferred not to escalate the situation, gritting their teeth and transferring the scant savings from their bank accounts. "But you just collected tolls from us," several individuals shouted in protest. Since entering the Xingshan Highway, their ETC had already signaled a successful deduction. Now, demanding payment again. They were unwilling to comply. The leader of the group, dressed in a tailored suit with slicked back hair, was flanked by a lackey and a rather disheveled young woman, both appearing to be toll collectors. "They collect their fees, and we collect ours. If you wish to pass, spare us the chatter. Besides, I'm even providing you with antifreeze tablets. $1,000, merely for such a small pill. After you finish paying, do not consume that pill." Han Kuan cautioned Lin Ze. What is the matter? Recently, they charged exorbitant fees, yet they felt the need to concoct a justification. The toll booth operators decided to hang a banner proclaiming that payment came with a complimentary meal. Those who had been famished on the road for hours were all too willing to part with their money for a meal. However, they never anticipated that these unscrupulous toll collectors would actually poison the food. Every driver pressed the accelerator with fervor, feeling they could no longer contain themselves. After what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived at the service area, only to discover that the restroom was already overcrowded. By the time they reached the front of the line, the toll for using the restroom was a staggering $1,000 per visit. Lin Ze was utterly appalled by the audacity of these individuals. If you were to ingest this antifreeze pill, you might find yourself rushing to the hospital after exiting the highway or dialing emergency services, only to be whisked away, incurring exorbitant medical expenses. "Huh," Lin Ze scoffed. "Thank you for the warning, but I have no intention of paying that fee. Just give it up." Han Kuan advised Lin Ze, "These people are far from simple. The recent champion of a martial arts competition was merely a passerby trying to escape. It is entirely normal that he couldn't defeat you alone. Those collecting the fees operate as a team. If you wish to leave, it would be wise to comply with their demands." Comply? Lin Ze had never been one to submit easily. Ding Xiu gestured for the irate Lin Ze to remain in the car. "Master, let us not exit just yet. When he approaches, we shall have our fun with him." With that, Ding Xiu leaned in to whisper into Lin Ze's ear. As the sky gradually darkened, the vehicle remained stationary. Many others had already exited their cars, struggling against the cold wind to replenish their vehicles with antifreeze. The toll collectors were now drawing near Lin Ze's vehicle. The entourage behind him was growing, totaling 5 individuals. Was such a grand display truly necessary for merely collecting a fee? Upon closer inspection, Lin Ze noticed that 3 of them were each carrying a large box. Inside were gasoline, engine oil, windshield washer fluid, and various antifreeze supplies for vehicles. Prominently displayed on the front of the boxes were bold letters proclaiming 10,000 per bottle. Truly unscrupulous. Hey, it's your turn. Don't waste time. The lead officer, also surnamed Lin, approached the side of Lin Ze's car accompanied by his entourage. The vehicle appeared quite sturdy, albeit somewhat unattractive. Director Lin, with an air of authority, unceremoniously rubbed his shoe against Lin Ze's car door as it sank into the snow. Lin Ze lowered his window. I'm referring to you. Expedite the fee collection and spare me from repeating myself. They utilized various loudspeakers to announce payment methods along the highway. Thus they were certain Lin Ze was well aware of the fees, choosing not to waste words. As for those without the means to pay, Director Lin was far from lenient. Behind several underlings, a law enforcement vehicle trailed alongside a tow truck. Those who failed to pay would find their vehicles hoisted with little regard, much like a chick being lifted and unceremoniously discarded into the snow. Amidst the cacophony of anguished cries, they feigned ignorance. Each household possesses its own rules, and the road has its own laws. Should one refuse to pay, they too would share the fate of that car, as Director Lin pointed toward a distant sedan, overturned and forlorn in the wilderness. The driver, undeterred, strained to leverage the car's engine in a futile attempt to right it. Director, it seems this cockroach of a vehicle is rather large. We may be unable to lift it, one remarked. Silence. Director Lin retorted, his face flushed with indignation. When had it become permissible for you to contest my assertions? Observing the discord among the men before any fees had been collected, Lin Ze couldn't help but chuckle. Director, fret not. I possess only cash. My left arm has gone numb from the cold. Could you kindly shift slightly to retrieve it? Can't you open the door? Director Lin grumbled. Yet his gaze was drawn to the stack of dollars in Lin Ze's right hand, prompting him to swallow hard. Very well. There was a foothold near the front door of the base vehicle. Director Lin leaned in, utilizing the step. Hand it over. Lin Ze playfully withdrew his hand, as if teasing a dog. Just as Director Lin's head fully entered the vehicle, Ding Shiyu pressed the window button. Click. Ouch, my head. My neck, oh dear. Oh dear, in an instant, the powerful window clasped Director Lin's head, rendering him immobile. Ding Shiyu, ease the grip a bit. Yes. Unhurriedly. Lin Ze retrieved a handful of chili peppers from the vehicle, stuffing them into Director Lin's mouth. Yet that was not the end. He procured the world's hottest yellow chili, squeezing it to extract juice, which he smeared around Director Lin's eyes. Caught in a tempest of sensations, Director Lin's neck turned a deep purple under the pressure, while his face swelled grotesquely, resembling that of a pig. Lin Ze nonchalantly slapped Director Lin a few times, watching as tears streamed from his pained eyes. What is this? Director? Were you not keen on collecting my toll just moments ago? Do you still wish to? No more. No more. Director Lin's antics became ludicrous, his body flailing like a catfish outside. Despite his disfigured visage, he struggled to keep his mouth agape, lest he suffocate. You seem to be living quite lavishly in this apocalyptic world. Surely all that grease has led you to fatty liver? Lin Ze, still unsatisfied, delivered a kick to Director Lin's face. This Director Lin truly was a lightweight. After just a few moments of torment, he fell silent. Lin Ze let out a cold laugh. Ding Shiyu, it's time to send him on his way. Ding Shiyu nodded and pressed the button by the window, this time at maximum intensity. Click. Director Lin's head was severed in an instant by the sharp force of the window like a guillotine. Lin Ze opened the door and kicked the severed head of Director Lin away. Come on, do you still dare to charge today? The few underlings of Director Lin were utterly terrified. A living person had just perished before their eyes. You vile creature, do you intend to ruin our business here? Director Fu, please help us. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the underlings hurriedly scrambled into their vehicles. In an instant, the sound of blaring horns filled the air. Seated in one of the cars, Director Fu shouted through a loudspeaker, Comrade, you would do well to exit the vehicle now. Otherwise, do not blame us for being ungracious. Lin Ze found the situation amusing. He crossed his arms, remaining motionless, as he sat in the driver's seat, merely observing the unfolding spectacle. If there were truly capable individuals among them, they would have taken action long ago rather than engage in idle threats. Director Fu was no pushover either. Today, he had encountered a formidable opponent. From within Director Fu's vehicle, several underlings emerged, carrying a large cannon. After loading the ammunition within 10 seconds, they aimed it at Lin Ze's base vehicle and launched 3 oversized shells. Boom. Various shards of ice and snow were violently propelled into the air, splattering the windshield of the base vehicle. However, to Lin Ze, these minor projectiles were merely an appetizer. All right, the child's play must come to an end. Lin Ze's expression darkened. Chapter 108, Journey across the ice field to the supply station. Lin Ze would not indulge these individuals. The front of the base vehicle radiated a dazzling array of white and blue lights, symbolizing an unyielding barrier. The radar jamming system was activated. Director Fu and his lackeys possessed only rudimentary skills, which posed no threat to Lin Ze whatsoever. Apologies, but I have no time to engage in your childish games. With that, Lin Ze pressed the red button, amplifying his voice for all outside to hear. Everyone on the road, heed my words, if you wish to avoid peril. Clear a path immediately. Previously, those caught in traffic within a 3-kilometer radius had already witnessed Lin Ze's formidable prowess. Now, no one dared obstruct his passage. Furthermore, they had finally encountered someone capable of teaching Director Fu a lesson, which naturally prompted applause and compliance as they dutifully opened an emergency lane. Director, I believe he intends to escape. One of the subordinates gritted his teeth, realizing that letting him go would be trivial, but if he evaded payment, the rest would become unruly, jeopardizing future collections. The fragile order established amidst the apocalypse could not be easily disrupted by Lin Ze. TCH. Director Fu clenched his jaw, positioning the enormous crane truck across the road. Its massive frame scraped against countless vehicles. Just as he contemplated obstructing the path further, a violent jolt sent him reeling. Several of his inexperienced subordinates, unaccustomed to the combat vehicle, were even rendered nauseous. Move quickly, do not delay my delivery. Lin Ze glanced up to see Han Kuen's large truck, utilizing its weight to ram into the crane, creating space and time for Lin Ze. You needn't assist me. I know they are no match for you. However, if we delay any longer, the city gates will be sealed. Aren't you in a hurry to find someone? Han Kuen's words resonated with Lin Ze, clarifying the gravity of the situation. Lin Ze, with a determined expression, whispered a soft thank you. With maximum horsepower, he maneuvered through the slender gap alongside the crane, darting out like an arrow released from its bow. At the rear of the vehicle, several cannons were primed. And after achieving a distance of 1 kilometer from the base vehicle and the crane, they unleashed a barrage of 5 or 6 missiles of varying sizes. Even as he departed, Lin Ze did not spare the crane. Through the rearview mirror, he watched as the crane disintegrated like splintered wood, erupting in a dazzling display of fireworks. Smoke and debris mingled in the frigid, desolate night. Lin Ze had just expended 5,000 energy points to upgrade the heating circulation system within the vehicle. The interior temperature was now perfectly regulated to a comfortable 23 degrees Celsius. Moreover, the sophistication of the heating system lay not only in its ability to emit warm air, but also in its capacity to circulate air that had been judiciously heated from the outdoors, complemented by nanomolecular technology to ensure an optimal balance of temperature and humidity indoors. To simply let them go, would it not be a tad indulgent? Ding Shiyu murmured. Lin Ze discerned that Ding Shiyu was merely concerned that Director Fu and his associates might revive their ambitions, thereby complicating matters for Han Kuen. Presently, the base vehicle was hurtling down the desolate stretch of Xingshan Highway at a staggering speed of 300 kilometers per hour. Rest assured, the missiles I've prepared will ensure that not a single remnant of these scoundrels at the toll station survives, Lin Ze assured her. That is reassuring. However, just as Ding Shiyu and Lin Ze finished speaking, the vehicle jolted violently. It nearly tipped over. Lin Ze was taken aback, his danger perception system evidently heightened. Was something formidable, a mutated beast, perhaps approaching? Utilizing the vehicle's comprehensive surveillance system, and aided by his keen eyesight, he paused the vehicle and cautiously scanned the surroundings, seeking the pivotal factor disrupting the base vehicle's operation. Thanks to Lin Ze's upgrades, the base vehicle could now crush an elephant without so much as a tremor. This was certainly no ordinary occurrence. The targeting system continually focused, and Lin Ze magnified his vision, ultimately resting his gaze upon a white corpse beneath the left front tire. What could that be? Its pallid appearance, gaunt and emaciated, was neither human nor beast, distinctly anomalous. A zombie? The zombies Lin Ze had previously encountered bore ashen faces, hollow eye sockets, and emitted mournful sounds, shedding crystals and energy upon death. The creature beneath the tire, however, was evidently different. It must be dead, Ding Shiyu said, opening the door and reaching out to touch the white, fluffy fur. The icy sensation was several degrees cooler than the iron railing outside. You truly lack a sense of safety, Ding Shiyu, Lin Ze scoffed, lifting her back into the vehicle as if she were a chick. What are you thinking? Do you not fear it may revive? Given its organs are likely shattered, it should be fine. Although uncertain, Ding Shiyu withdrew slightly, her defiance still intact. Let me take a look. Lin Ze exited the vehicle and donned gloves. A putrid stench wafted from the corpse, reminiscent of rotten eggs, quickly covering his mouth and nose. He donned a gas mask and turned the body over. It was indeed a zombie. However, the base vehicle typically crushed zombies with ease. Thousands upon thousands of minions at a time. Why then did this one zombie cause such a significant disturbance? Check the base vehicle's defenses. Base vehicle defense. 9998, 10,000. Lin Ze sensed that matters were far from straightforward. This 2-point damage was inflicted by this peculiar, furry zombie. Let us move on, Lin Ze said, his brow furrowed. He was acutely aware of the base vehicle's divine defensive capabilities. Not only would a zombie of this caliber be insufficient to inflict harm, but even an atomic bomb would struggle to damage the vehicle in the slightest. There was certainly more to this than met the eye. Lin Ze pressed the accelerator and continued on his journey. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, Lin Ze caught sight of a cluster of white dots in the distance. This time, he could see clearly. These creatures were scattered across the road, seemingly intent on obstructing his path. With fierce expressions, they pounded their chests and stomped their feet, appearing to await Lin Ze's approach. A subtle smile curved at the corners of Lin Ze's mouth. Just perfect. It had been a while since he had the chance to battle monsters and savor a light appetizer. He pressed down on the accelerator, barreling towards the line of zombies. The base vehicle surged forward at a speed of 300 miles per hour, seemingly on the brink of colliding with the horde. Rather than retreating, the zombies, upon spotting their target, charged toward the base vehicle as if driven mad. Boom. They detonated. In an instant, 2 or 3 zombies exploded right in front of Lin Ze's vehicle, unleashing a blinding white light. The energy amassed from the zombies was colossal and terrifying. Lin Ze's vehicle, as if struck by an invisible wall, surged forward but began to skid uncontrollably. Activate defense mode. Lin Ze sensed impending doom. Yet, it was too late to engage the defense system. Another 5 or 6 white zombies emitted a rumbling sound, transmitting wave-like signals. They seized the opportunity as they brushed past the base vehicle, swiftly clinging to the tires and sides, gaining proximity to the vehicle. Bang, 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 another series of explosions. The tires of Lin Ze's vehicle jolted violently, setting off alarms inside. System warning. Base vehicle defense has dropped by 100 points. Remaining defense is now 9,900 points. Die. All of you. Lin Ze roared, equipping the flame gun from the vehicle's supply system. The small Gatling gun, enhanced with fiery effects, instantly obliterated the remnants of the exploded zombies. On the icy plains to either side, more white zombies continued to explode, seemingly responding to a signal. Rushing towards Lin Ze's base vehicle. Master, we should leave quickly, Ding Xiu said, her voice tinged with fear. What a troublesome situation. Lin Ze felt as though he was striking cotton with his fists. Not only was the external defense of the base vehicle compromised, but even the energy alarm system had triggered the lowest level yellow alert. What was happening? After several rounds of upgrades, the base vehicle now operated on a mixture of 98-octane gasoline, diesel, and hydrogen power. However, after a period of consumption, it was evident that the energy levels had diminished significantly. The alarm indicated a problem near the tire's oil pipe, due to the core explosion of the zombies occurring there. It seemed the tail end of the oil pipe had suffered slight leakage. Although the vehicle's emergency repair mode had sealed the breach, approximately 7 of the energy had leaked, leaving only 26 of energy remaining. Low energy mode had been activated. How unfortunate, Lin Ze mused. Everyone, brace yourselves. He pressed the accelerator, racing onward. There was not a second to spare on the road. He has confirmed that, in comparison to the Summer Kingdom, the current S-City has encountered a new breed of white zombie, whose most notable characteristic is its explosive ability, concentrating its destructive force at a single point, posing a minor threat to base vehicles. The few zombies encountered previously were merely a prelude. What if there were thousands of these white zombies? Would it still be feasible to manage the explosions? It is likely to prove far more challenging. Utilizing the markers on the map, Lin Ze discerned that approximately 200 kilometers ahead lay the nearest entrance, which housed an energy supply station. After a brief journey of several minutes, Lin Ze finally arrived at the crossroads at the road's end. To the right was the exit ramp from the highway, while the left led to the side road entering the energy station. Without hesitation, he pressed the accelerator, steering into the station. Though referred to as a gas station, it resembled more of a small fortress. Even in the dead of night, the castle-like spires atop sparkled with neon lights, reminiscent of an amusement park. The words gas station stood out prominently, yet the area designated for refueling appeared dark and desolate. Nearby, a heap of vehicles, neither new nor old, resembled a small hill. There were BMWs, Land Rovers, and Teslas, presenting a rather eerie sight that evoked an indescribable discomfort. Lin Ze could not afford to dwell on such matters. The urgency of energy supplies was paramount. He needed to refuel promptly and continue his journey to Binjiang University. Like a person desperately seeking a restroom, Lin Ze targeted the most spacious spot at the gas station, cranked the steering wheel sharply, and executed a sudden brake. The base vehicle halted precisely at the refueling position. Inside the gas station's entrance, the door was firmly shut, but he could faintly see a small attendant in service attire idly lounging within. "Hey, come out and refuel." Upon exiting his vehicle, Lin Ze forcefully kicked open the entrance door, shattering the glass instantly. Inside the foyer sat a woman in her 40s. Her hair streaked with gray and her cheeks sunken, suggesting long-term malnutrition. Beside her was a short-haired woman with striking crimson lips and deathly blue eyeshadow, adorned with matching piercings in her ears and nose, exuding a rebellious aura. Both women were evidently startled, failing to comprehend how Lin Ze had intruded. "Can't understand what I'm saying?" Lin Ze had arrived with a surge of frustration. Normally, he would have taken matters into his own hands. But today he needed to compel these individuals to serve him. "Oh, here we go." The spirited attendant put down her cigarette and waved her hand, signaling the middle-aged woman to come forward. The woman, with a low ponytail, approached timidly, her hands trembling. "Sir, will you be paying in cash or—" "Cash? What type of fuel would you like?" "Fill it up with all you have, including 98 octane and diesel hydrogen fuel." Lin Ze impatiently gazed at the middle-aged woman before him, who, beyond her sluggish movements, appeared to lack sharpness of mind. "Is it really that difficult to refuel?" He muttered under his breath as he observed her clumsily intertwining her hands in a futile attempt. Oh, just a moment. Suddenly, a resounding thud struck the back of Lin Ze's head. Despite his formidable defensive capabilities, the unexpected blow momentarily left him dazed. The air around him was thick with a yellow haze, and his vision began to blur. "Still wish to refuel?" From the depths of the yellow fog emerged 2 or 3 men, each donning gas masks, their eyes fixed on Lin Ze as one of them stepped onto his vehicle. "It's been a while since we've had business. This one has delivered himself right to our door. Take him inside. Once he regains consciousness, we shall impart the rules. Just like we did with the last batch." "Understood." The middle-aged woman, caught off guard, collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, a spirited young woman sat calmly in the foyer, observing the scene with a cold gaze. "It seems today has brought a significant catch. The car this fellow drives is certainly worth a considerable sum. With the extreme weather worsening, one must not become complacent." A bald man stepped forward, playfully brushing against the woman's ear, and remarked with a smile, "There are plenty of people seeking refuge. You must keep a vigilant watch over the entrance. Rest assured." Chapter 109. Inadvertently entering the center of fraud buzz. Buzz. Lin Ze perceived a cacophony of jarring sounds assaulting his ears. Host has entered a hazardous environment. The body has automatically activated defense mode. "Good day, sir. Would you prefer to recharge as a platinum member for 888, or a one-time diamond member for 888? Today is a special discount day, allowing for double returns." "Hello? Is this Mr. Huang?" "Yes, it is I, your constant contact, Shaoli." "Handsome, would you consider doubling your investment? I can offer you abundant rewards." A medley of clamor enveloped Lin Ze, filtering through his uniquely powerful auditory system, inundating his mind with a torrent of chatter. Discussions of card dealing, shopping, and other trivialities collided in a chaotic symphony. He overheard a conversation about flirtations between a handsome man and a beautiful woman, which began innocently enough but soon devolved into discussions about shopping for lingerie together. What manner of place is this? Lin Ze yearned to escape the darkness. Yet it felt as though he were submerged in water, desperately awaiting rescue, only to be drawn deeper into despair. At last, Lin Ze jolted awake. His body was drenched in perspiration, a sheen of sweat cascading down his hair. He touched the back of his head, and his palm came away smeared with small flecks of dried blood. It was evident that his skull had endured a severe blow, resulting in significant bleeding. Now, the wound had healed into a network of tiny scars, causing debris to flake off upon touch. Lin Ze surveyed his surroundings, discovering that the environment was not as dire as he had anticipated. The tumultuous sounds emanated from the cracks in the door. He found himself in a small partition containing 2 bright hospital beds. On the other bed lay a one-eyed man, groaning softly. His left intravenous strip connected to a pain pump. He pressed the button repeatedly, clearly in excruciating pain. Was someone coming to his aid? Just as Lin Ze's vigilance urged him to rise and ascertain his location, a petite nurse entered, carrying an array of bottles and containers. Upon noticing Lin Ze awake, her expression bore no surprise as one might expect. "Awake, are we? What is this place?" Lin Ze's voice was laced with indifference. He refrained from accepting the water the nurse offered. He would not consume anything until he received a definitive answer from someone. Despite his dry throat, he remained resolute. The nurse, bemused by his wary demeanor, casually twisted open the bottle cap and took several sips herself. "This is a paradise of the apocalypse, the end of paradise. Everything is shrouded in ambiguity. However, I suggest you feign sleep for a while longer. It may grant you a few more moments of peace, she advised gently. Although you have awakened, the toxins within your body have yet to be expelled. To commence work now would undoubtedly overexert your physical state. Work? Lin Ze paid no heed to the nurse's words. Upon opening the door, he was met with a conspicuous banner affixed to the wall directly opposite him. Work diligently today, strive relentlessly tomorrow, and labor fiercely the day after. To refrain from work is to court death. To work is to die with dignity. I work, I am glorious. My name shall echo through 3 generations. If you wish to be wealthy, first be reckless. Dollars will flow abundantly. Various abstract slogans were plastered on the concrete wall, secured merely with rudimentary pushpins. To his left, a multitude of employees were stationed at their posts, their computers densely arranged around them. Their equipment was exceedingly simplistic, with each individual confined to a workspace measuring less than a meter. Although they were ostensibly utilizing computers, their movements appeared strikingly mechanical. Habitually, they would open their phone book-like devices, searching for targets, adding contacts, and typing furiously, sending links. Suddenly, Lin Ze became aware of something. A row of strikingly tall women clad in tight black dresses passed by him. Each bore an unsettling blush upon their cheeks. Their faces devoid of smiles, yet their lips painted with upward curves. Observing their somewhat contorted postures, Lin Ze could surmise the cause. This was likely a result of chronic malnutrition, extreme dieting, and a deficiency in calcium, leading them to the brink of physical deformation. Clearly, this was a center for cyber fraud. Lin Ze furrowed his brow and turned to the nurse, inquiring, "Where is my vehicle?" The nurse gestured with her chin, indicating downstairs. "It's right there." His base vehicle remained unscathed, parked precisely where he had left it the previous night, showing no signs of having been moved. It made sense. Despite the ambush he faced upon exiting, his vehicle was impervious to theft without his consent. The vehicle's door required both fingerprint and facial recognition to unlock, ensuring that only Lin Ze could access it. Even his entourage would need his permission to enter. The outer defense was akin to reinforced concrete over 20 layers thick, and any attempt to breach the vehicle's security system would not only prevent the door from opening, but also trigger a barrage of tiny projectiles. These nano-sized darts, upon piercing the skin of an intruder's wrist, would elicit an excruciating pain, akin to being pricked by multiple needles. Should anyone resort to desperate measures to forcibly access the cockpit, Lin Ze's internal security system would sound an alarm and lock down. The cockpit doors would seal shut, and the air vents would release a slow stream of toxic gas, ensuring instant demise for any intruder. The terrifying defense system left Lin Ze utterly unconcerned that anyone might entertain malicious intentions towards his vehicle. "Where did you acquire this car? Even the boss couldn't move it," muttered the petite nurse. Lin Ze chuckled derisively. "Such a fragile entity. It is certainly beyond your capability to command." As he spoke, he strode towards the door. It was time to reclaim his car and settle the score. However, as he walked ahead without paying heed to his surroundings, his face collided with something substantial. A wall of softness. Lin Ze focused his gaze and was taken aback. Before him stood an imposing figure, a morbidly obese man towering at 2.5 meters, weighing nearly 500 pounds. The corpulent man possessed extraordinary strength. As he swung a massive hand, Lin Ze instinctively dodged. Even the mere brush of a thumb against him conveyed an unprecedented force, such power. Yet, Lin Ze was no ordinary individual. He deliberately stepped on the man's toe, applying pressure with all his might. The immense force, akin to several thousand kilograms, concentrated on the man's toe, eliciting a piercing scream from him. The high-pitched wail resonated painfully in Lin Ze's skull, triggering memories of past injuries, compelling him to instinctively cradle his head. This is problematic. At that moment, a tall, slender man adorned with refined spectacles approached, applauding. Dressed in a suit and tie, he exuded an air of sophistication. "Impressive strength, young man. In this grim environment of an electronic fraud den, you still manage to dress so impeccably. You are either a duck or the boss." Lin Ze observed, instinctively guarding his vital areas. "Who are you?" "First and foremost, welcome to our paradise of electronic fraud," the man replied, bowing slightly in a gesture of cordiality. "I am the marketing manager here, Lu Han. You may also refer to me as Manager Lu. I am not interested in what you wish to be called. I demand to leave this place," Lin Ze asserted. "That may prove impossible," Lu Han countered. "Those who come here must at least profit before departing. If you contribute nothing, you might not leave here in one piece." With that, 2 or 3 men suddenly emerged behind Lu Han, brandishing handguns aimed at Lin Ze's forehead. The sound of cocking guns echoed ominously. Lin Ze sensed that 2 or 3 more were positioned behind him, similarly aiming their firearms at the nape of his neck. Despite his capability to transform into a mechanized form and wreak havoc in this space, He recognized that such small firearms were merely appetizers for his armor. However, given his current state, he felt somewhat unsteady. Could he guarantee a successful transformation before they pulled the trigger? Lin Ze gritted his teeth. This was not the moment for risk. Adopting a feigned smile, he remarked, I merely express a reasonable request. You must inform me of the criteria for my departure. Desire to leave? Luhan stepped forward and delivered a swift kick to the inner side of Lin Ze's knee. Caught off guard, Lin Ze stumbled back a couple of steps. This alone would not inflict any real harm upon him. If he desired retribution, he could simply pivot and seize Luhan by the throat. With a single snap, their fates could diverge irrevocably. However, as Lin Ze drew near to a little worker engrossed in typing, he heard the worker's murmured plea. Brother, save me. Don't act rashly. The low, desperate tones signaled a call for help. Instinctively, Lin Ze turned his gaze. Was that Zhou Yan? Lin Ze was momentarily taken aback. His thoughts drifted back to the recent days when he had seen Zhou Yan's social media posts. The young master had been relishing a beautiful moment on the beach, seemingly indifferent to the apocalypse. He had inadvertently flaunted his wealth, even politely claiming not to know by Yuan Ling when speaking to Lin Ze. Lin Ze possessed an impeccable memory. Zhou Yan's distinct features lingered in his mind, an oval face adorned with a tear mole at the corner of his eye, and pronounced brow bones framing his phoenix-like eyes. Exuding a certain gallantry. Coupled with his background as a scion of a wealthy family, Lin Ze sensed an innate sense of pride emanating from him. Yet now Lin Ze observed that while Zhou Yan's face remained unchanged, he was now covered in dirt and grime. The scar on his hand was unmistakable evidence of having endured a beating. Feign death, or else you'll take a beating. Zhou Yan's hushed words captured Lin Ze's attention. The scion had been reduced to a mere tool. This electric fraud center was evidently formidable. Lin Ze resolved to refrain from impulsive actions, adhering to Zhou Yan's advice to assess the situation before determining his next move. Stand tall. Weren't you just so bold? A girl with a spirited demeanor from the previous day approached, puffing on a cigar, a hint of derision gracing her features. He looks so fragile. He should be sent off to conduct online scams. If he is tasked with heavy lifting, I fear he may perish right here. Lock him up for now. Let us see how he withstands it. Under the direction of several individuals, they seized Lin Ze and transported him to a cell, treating him as if he were a mere chick. The interior was shrouded in darkness, the size indiscernible. Only a few cold iron bars remained, permitting the frigid air to seep in. Just moments before, the fraud center had been warm and inviting. In stark contrast, this cell was chilling, easily below 10 degrees. In you go. A man outside, resembling a black monkey, unceremoniously kicked Lin Ze inside. Almost immediately, a basin of icy water was poured over Lin Ze's head. He instinctively summoned his body's warmth to shield himself from the shock. Keep him in for 2 days. Let us see his resilience. Later, someone will instruct him on the rules. Remember, don't waste work time. The group of ruffians outside soon departed, but they did not venture far, merely turning to stand at the entrance of a cell opposite. One of the soldiers unlocked the prison door, and immediately, a dozen men and women began to stir, huddling fearfully in the corners. The imposing figure known as the Black Monkey entered with precision, seizing a young boy who appeared to be in his early 20s. And without a word, he kicked him to the ground. No, no. The boy's anguished cries echoed throughout the floor. His hand was crushed beneath the weight of the Black Monkey's foot, the sound of his joints fracturing unmistakably audible. Lin Ze sensed a movement behind him and turned. Startled, the prison cell resembled a refuge for the frail and the infirm. Several women and children were clustered together, trembling in fear, as if anticipating that the Black Monkey would turn and pass judgment upon them. But the ordeal was far from over. The Black Monkey then dragged out a woman in her 20s, her hair disheveled, her body marked with the scars of merciless whippings. I'm sorry, she pleaded, bowing repeatedly. Yet, the Black Monkey showed no intention of sparing her. Come here, he commanded, as she crawled towards him on her knees. With a taunting demeanor, the Black Monkey remarked, "This is your girlfriend. Everything she does next is entirely voluntary." With that, he hoisted the woman as if she were a mere chick and departed from the scene. Observing this harrowing tableau, Lin Ze deduced the unfortunate truth. The man, kneeling with his hand crushed, and the woman who had just been taken away, were likely a couple. Chapter 110. Is the apocalypse still engaged in pyramid schemes? After approximately 10 minutes, the henchmen of the Black Monkey returned, bringing with them the woman who had just departed. They discarded her into the crowd with the same disdain one might show towards a piece of refuse. When she left, she wore a coat over a white camisole. But upon her return, she was clad only in a tattered shirt riddled with holes, clearly a man's garment. Below, she had no proper covering, save for a pair of undergarments that the shirt barely concealed. Her expression was vacant, and her eyes brimmed with despair. A man knelt and wept. while the woman repeatedly slammed her head against the wall in a desperate bid for an end. Although her body bore no visible wounds, the agony etched upon their faces suggested a torment far worse than death itself. Lin Ze could surmise what these brutes had subjected the woman to in terms of humiliation. His fists clenched in fury. "Damn it! I will blow up this scam center." "Lin Ze, is that you?" A feeble voice emanated from a corner. As the heavy iron door creaked open, a new figure entered the prison. Lin Ze squinted, and to his astonishment, it was Zhou Yin. Though Lin Ze and Zhou Yin were merely acquaintances on WeChat, they hardly qualified as true friends in reality. After all, Zhou Yin was a young man of some wealth. A notable second-generation rich kid in S City, with family ties to the pharmaceutical industry. "How do you know my name?" Lin Ze inquired with curiosity. "That is simple." Zhou Yin replied with a slight smile, ensuring there was no one else around before continuing. "When we first connected on WeChat, you used your own photo as your profile picture." "Ah, I almost forgot." Lin Ze recalled that while working as a courier, he had habitually used his own image for ease of client communication. However, since the onset of the apocalypse, he had changed his avatar to that of an anime character to conceal his identity. His moment's background had also been altered to a suave photo of himself beside a base vehicle, wearing sunglasses. "You," Lin Ze began, "aren't you wealthy? How did you end up in this place?" "I certainly didn't come here willingly. It was all due to that scam text message," Zhou Yin replied with a wry smile. Recounting his tale to Lin Ze, it turned out that the day Zhou Yin had been flaunting his wealth in his social circle. He was not merely using a chat app typical of the affluent. Like many, he had downloaded several trendy instant messaging applications on his phone. With an abundance of funds, he had even paid several thousand for a premium membership. Soon after, a prominent figure on a local forum had emerged, claiming to provide him with the latest information from afar. Zhou Yan's family had initially been involved in the pharmaceutical industry. Recently, with the cataclysmic climate events in Xia country leading to a zombie outbreak, Zhou Yan had been aware of these occurrences. Although some fools in his social network remained skeptical, Zhou Yan possessed a keen sense of observation. Recently, the sales of painkillers from his family have surged, prompting Zhou Yan to notice signs of the apocalyptic zombies spreading outward. Consequently, he fell prey to the allure of a renowned figure on the Dijiang forum and invested $10,000 in the latest information about a refuge, a secluded island near the Binjiang area, purportedly safe from the undead. Indeed, in the distant seas north of City S, there exists a mist-shrouded isle, obscured from view for 350 days out of the year. On the rare days when the weather permits, one might catch a fleeting glimpse of a small landmass adrift on the water's surface. Upon arriving at the designated hotel on Binjiang Beach, Zhou Yan settled in, only to find himself transported to this nightmarish locale upon closing his eyes. With a wry smile, he recounted how, upon arrival, two disobedient individuals were swiftly silenced, leaving him terrified and pleading for mercy. Recognizing his compliance, they hastily set him to work. Lin Ze lamented, "It seems even the privileged Scions are not immune to deception. Do you comprehend the nature of this place?" Lin Ze inquired. "What else could it be?" Zhou Yan replied with a pained smile. It turned out that at the gates of City S, two divergent paths diverged, one leading directly into the city, while the other directed travelers to the largest cyber fraud hub outside its borders. This area, a no-man's land between City S and City Z, has been neglected due to ongoing territorial disputes, resulting in the proliferation of numerous nefarious enterprises and the establishment of a unique criminal enclave. Every year, this cyber fraud center pays substantial protection fees to City S, which, despite the influx of vehicles, allows hapless drivers to unwittingly venture into the fraud zone, from which they seldom emerge. Lin Ze slapped his forehead in realization. This is how he had ended up here. The cyber fraud operation exists in a lawless territory. Even the daughter of a prominent official from City S could easily be ensnared without hope of escape. Zhou Yan's gaze dimmed slightly, the once unshakable confidence from his social media presence having faded. "Isn't your family quite affluent?" Lin Ze cautiously suggested. "Surely you can arrange for someone to ransom you out." "It's futile," Zhou Yan replied. "The individuals here share a common trait. They extort money without hesitation. The primary leaders of this cyber fraud center are mostly fugitives from criminal activities in Xia country and neighboring territories. They are devoid of humanity, driven solely by greed, and will not hesitate to renege on any agreement once payment is received, leaving victims with nothing." "How terrifying," Zhou Yan murmured, resting his head against the frigid wall. His frail body, coupled with the biting cold of the sub-zero winds, rendered his complexion a ghostly pallor. "I can only strive to survive one more day. Is this not the end of days? It is uncertain when they may cease operations here. At that point, I could be cast out like a corpse. Yet perhaps I would still manage to cling to life. Currently, Zhou Yan's only hope lies in the cataclysm that might engulf this place." "How absurd. Do you truly not recognize Bai Yuanling?" Lin Ze remains preoccupied with this matter. Zhou Yin cast a glance at Lin Ze, smiling as he spoke. You have mentioned this woman's name both online and offline on 2 occasions. She must surely hold significant importance to you. However, having only encountered her a few times, I merely perceive her as an old classmate. Lin Ze feigned indifference, yet in truth, his attention and gaze were fixated upon those few words. Do not overexert yourself. Zhou Yin rummaged through his pocket for a moment and finally produced a squashed half of a red bean bun, offering it to Lin Ze. We are both men, and I understand all too well, but I must apologize. I only know that the girl belongs to the Animal Protection Association at Bijong University, and I truly do not know her. However, I have several connections within the Animal Protection Association at Bijong University, as many of the medications in their medical laboratory are supplied by our company. So, if we can escape, I can find a way to help you reach out to her. Upon hearing this, a warm current surged through Lin Ze's heart. Zhou Yin, despite his affluent background and occasional displays of wealth, possesses a commendable kindness. In this precarious den of deception, he not only refrains from viewing Lin Ze as a competitor threatening his survival, but also offers genuine goodwill to assist him. He proves to be a worthy friend to be made. Yet, judging by Zhou Yan's expression of despair, it seems our escape remains a distant dream. Observing Zhou Yan's despondent demeanor, Lin Ze placed his hand on his arm and returned the half bun to him. You need not worry. I assure you I will have you out within 7 days. 7 days? Zhou Yan nearly believed Lin Ze was jesting. He chuckled, saying, You might think it easy to escape from here. I have heard that you arrived driving a formidable base vehicle, but it is not as simple as you imagine. Nor am I as uncomplicated as you presume. Lin Ze rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes. As for that red bean bun, I have long since lost my taste for it. You may as well save it for yourself. Zhou Yin was taken aback. He looked once more at the bun in his hand. No, my friend, you have yet to visit the cafeteria. You truly do not know what the slop here resembles. Whatever it is, I will not partake. Lin Ze retorted with a cold laugh. After several rounds of enhancement, Lin Ze's muscular strength and energy maintenance capabilities have transformed significantly. Even if he were to go a week without food, he would not experience any substantial change in his body. At most, he would feel a slight hunger. But fatigue would be far from his experience. You too, come with me. The prison overseer, a bully of sorts, arrived at the cage's entrance, calling for Zhou Yin and Lin Ze to step out. Zhou Yin and Lin Ze exchanged a glance, their expressions grave as they pondered the uncertainties that lay ahead. Following the man before them, they navigated through the dimly lit corridor, where intermittent wails of women echoed ominously. Lin Ze had come to grasp the extensive operations within this establishment, which encompassed various illicit activities, including online color business applications linked to the grand roulette of gambling, as well as scams targeting vulnerable groups via deceptive online interactions. Additionally, some individuals were engaged in menial labor. Upon arrival, the buzzing of flies filled the air, occasionally landing atop the heads of unkempt individuals, none daring to swat them away. Hundreds were crammed into a computer room, the oppressive amalgam of sweat and foul odors hanging thickly in the atmosphere. Listen closely, boy. This will be your workplace from now on. I shall explain the rules only once, so pay attention. With that, the supervising man impatiently settled into a chair, swiftly maneuvering the mouse across the desk. He opened a chat application and began perusing a contact list, adding friends one by one. Once a request was accepted, they would immediately initiate a conversation, offering warm pleasantries. If the recipient was female, they would feign familiarity, posing as relatives or friends, or perhaps suitors. If male, they would masquerade as individuals seeking leisure in the city. The conversation must remain suggestive, instilling a sense of trust in the interlocutor. Once the rapport was sufficiently established, they would prepare the website link of a shopping site, intending to send a standardized message 3 days later, which was also noted in the contact list. Lin Ze observed intently. Have you heard? Supermarket goods like rice and oil are flying off the shelves, and deliveries have ceased. It's becoming quite difficult to procure daily necessities. The response from the other end would typically be, Are you facing any difficulties? Do you need my help? Yes, we are experiencing the same here. Fortunately, I discovered a reliable source. I've been shopping from this website for years. It's the only one still delivering. I'll share the link. But please don't spread it around. Things are hard to come by these days. Once the bait was taken, following the prescribed script, the fraudulent link would be sent to the unsuspecting victim. The scammer would elaborate on how many items within the online marketplace were affordably priced. Previously, the system was tied to service providers, allowing for bonus points with every top-up of the phone bill. If one hadn't logged in for a while, numerous points would accumulate, which could be redeemed for purchases. Upon hearing this, Lin Ze felt a wave of unease wash over him. Wasn't this simply a form of fraud? His expression darkened as he contemplated voicing his refusal to partake in such schemes. Zhou Yan, you've been here for a while now. You'll take charge of this one. How well you manage him could very well determine your fate. With that, the man gestured with the whip in his hand. Zhou Yan hurriedly stepped forward, a sycophantic smile on his face. Rest assured, supervisor. Training him in the rules is a minor task. There's no need for your concern. Allow me to handle his education in detail. This is more like it. Work diligently. For there will be a late-night meal. After the instructor departs, Lin Ze felt that the pent-up fury within him could finally be unleashed. He slammed his fist onto the keyboard, seething as he gazed in the direction of the administrator's retreating figure. What gives him the right? Shoo! Zhou Yan urged Lin Ze to compose himself, feigning a chastising demeanor while softly offering words of encouragement. I can hardly bear it either, but there are cameras here. Let's not act too hastily. Lin Ze raised his head and observed the seemingly dark ceiling, which appeared to be on the verge of dripping with moisture. To the left and right, an array of pinhole cameras was densely positioned. Fine, I will endure for just half a day, Lin Ze declared. If nothing of worth materializes, or if no useful information presents itself, I shall unleash my wrath. Lin Ze had no intention of participating in the cat-and-mouse game with this group of fraudsters. After booting up the computer, the day's scam task swiftly appeared. Successfully added 100 students from Binhai University as friends. Lin Ze glanced down at his well-worn address book, its cover frayed, unsure of how many times it had been rifled through by others. Although antiquated, the phone numbers and personal information within were genuine. A thought struck him. This was indeed a rare opportunity to acquire contact details of students from Binhai University. Chapter 111, A Scam Targeting First Love? As Lin Ze leisurely turned the pages of his book, an unexpected silhouette appeared behind him. The figure aligned perfectly with Lin Ze's desk. He froze for a moment. Akin to a schoolboy caught surreptitiously reading a novel during class, hastily closing the materials in his hands. The woman behind him let out a soft chuckle, seemingly amused by Lin Ze's comical reaction. Who, after all, had the audacity to claim that this newcomer possessed any talent? Lin Ze turned around to find two heavily made-up women, their appearance reminiscent of the short-haired woman he had encountered earlier. Their noses and earlobes were adorned with piercings, and beneath their lips, a tattoo resembling a pearl was noticeable. The ace of spades was clearly visible on their upper arms. They were not to be trifled with. Your name is Lin Ze, correct? The woman spoke. I am not particularly cruel, but I am not overly lenient either. I serve as the patrol officer here. You may call me Judy. Lin Ze merely regarded her with a cold stare, remaining silent. He had no interest in engaging with women at the moment. Newcomers often lacked a sense of decorum, but in this establishment, performance was paramount. If you fail to add 100 friends by this morning, prepare to go hungry later, she warned. With that, the woman forcefully slammed her teacup onto Lin Ze's desk, creating a loud clatter that caused everyone nearby to flinch. Observing their uncomfortable postures on the unsuitable benches, hunched over as they furiously typed on their keyboards, Lin Ze could infer the inhumane treatment they endured here. Once Judy and the other two women departed, Zhou Yan quietly spoke to Lin Ze. Assess the situation first. We will strategize on how to escape. Strategize? Lin Ze found this notion somewhat amusing. With his current abilities, he could easily dismantle this place. Remaining here was merely an observation of how the rats in the gutter survived in apocalyptic conditions. There was no need for strategizing. He would not toil for a mere meal. Casually flipping through his contacts, a name abruptly caught his attention, Duan Mu Di. Lin Ze suddenly recalled her. Wasn't Duan Mu Di the one? He glanced at the somewhat familiar yet unfamiliar number and quickly entered it into the friend request window. The scammer's account appeared rather low-grade. Even the profile picture depicted an unconvincing image of an exposed beauty. As he clicked to send the friend request, it astonishingly approved within a second. Had it been set to allow anyone to add as a friend? Lin Ze felt a twinge of hesitation. Was this girl truly so unguarded? After all, he was currently engaging in a conversation with a member of a scam syndicate using Duan Mu Di's script. If it truly was by Yuan Ling, could he inadvertently jeopardize her? Just as Lin Ze grappled with this internal conflict, the chat window before him unexpectedly sprang to life. Hello, sir. Are you the one who called me a couple of days ago? Lin Ze's heart surged with excitement upon reading the message. By Yuan Ling. This must refer to the call Lin Ze made to her previously at the airport. Lin Ze hurriedly typed into the chat box. Indeed, I believe we have met before. He carefully crafted each word, ensuring that his tone was neither overly familiar, as if they were old acquaintances, nor entirely unfamiliar, which would abruptly end the conversation. He was acutely aware that countless built-in surveillance systems were constantly monitoring his interactions with others. How have you been lately? He inquired. Not too bad. The apocalypse has arrived, but the Animal Protection Organization can no longer conduct its activities. Fortunately, it seems the school has procured some winter supplies for us, and the heating is adequate. Upon hearing that Bai Yuanling was safe, Lin Ze let out a sigh of relief. After all, being a university, it was likely that they had received news of Ningxia University's downfall, prompting Binhai University to prepare in advance. Now, amidst the chaos of the apocalypse, they could establish a semblance of a defensive base. Take care of yourself as well. There are all sorts of explosive zombies both in and out of the city, and the ground frequently cracks. Earthquakes and tsunamis are incessant. If it becomes too dangerous, come find me at Binhai University. Seeing Bai Yuanling's genuine concern left Lin Ze momentarily at a loss for words. However, her safety was paramount. Thank you for your concern, but I believe you have mistaken me for someone else. I was merely joking. I am not the person who called you the other day. Lin Ze typed this message and, after a few seconds of hesitation, swiftly clicked the send button. He then included a shopping link. Currently, you can enjoy a 30% discount with home delivery service, and we support quality inspection, backed by the IUHHH certification system to ensure your good safety. Hurry and place your order. After sending this message, Bai Yuanling's chat box remained inactive for a long time. 10 seconds, a minute, 2 minutes. After 3 minutes, Bai Yuanling finally responded with a single phrase. Are you insane? Upon sending this, she deleted Lin Ze from her friends list. In that instant of being removed, Lin Ze surprisingly felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, she had not deleted his phone number and messages, which remained in her account. After he left, would someone else use this number to scam Bai Yuanling? With this thought, Lin Ze resolutely severed all ties with her. Soon, it was time for lunch. During this interval, Zhou Yin had been observing Lin Ze's actions. Hey, at least put on a fade, Zhou Yin remarked. Noting that Lin Ze had added 6 friends that morning, 2 of them had blocked him due to his overly flamboyant chatting style, while 4 had accepted his friend request but had yet to respond. Essentially, Lin Ze's effective work that morning was nearly non-existent. You'll end up starving like this. Zhou Yin frowned. Continuing in this manner was not a viable solution. Come with me. Lin Ze dismissed the notion. What is the big deal about missing one meal? Upon arriving at the so-called cafeteria, Lin Ze was immediately repulsed by the sight of the food, almost prompting him to vomit. Moldy tomatoes paired with rotten eggs. The scrambled eggs and tomatoes exuded a bizarre odor. The most palatable dish was an ancient piece of beef, aged for over a century, crumbling into bits like debris, barely retrievable with a spoon. The temperature inside the cafeteria starkly contrasted with that of the workplace. Everyone queued orderly as a supervisor approached. Lin Ze squinted and recognized her, the woman he had first encountered smoking. It was now time for each individual to report their progress for the day. Li Liming reported adding 100 friends, successfully communicating with 37. Fei Xin added 121 friends, with 20 successful communications. Very well. The smoking woman gestured for her subordinates to step forward and distribute lunch to those who completed their tasks. A spoonful of slop landed on their trays, dirty mashed potatoes, accompanied by nearly spoiled beef soup, pressed atop a rice ball. Each person's portion seemed to vary. Those who accomplished more received slightly more food, while those who performed less received less. This was the law of the jungle. You, report. Judy stepped before Lin Ze, her gaze exuding a formidable pressure. I added 6 friends, with 0 successful communications. At her words, every individual in the cafeteria turned to cast Lin Ze a peculiar look, most filled with pity. The woman's expression shifted from surprise to ferocity. What? Is your computer broken? It's not broken, Lin Ze replied nonchalantly. Having resolved that should this woman dare to lay a finger on him, he would ensure her existence became a living hell. Sister, this person is under my guidance. He is still unfamiliar with the rules. It's his first day. Please be lenient, Zhou Yin, concerned that Lin Ze might go hungry, hurriedly stepped forward to explain to the smoking woman. Judy's brow furrowed as she approached. Unfamiliar with the rules? A sinister smile crept upon Judy's lips as she pressed her still-lit cigarette onto Zhou Yan's hand. The nearly 800-degree heat of the tobacco instantly contorted Zhou Yan's expression. As he attempted to recoil, 2 other women quickly restrained him, rendering him immobile. The sensitivity of the nerves in his hands made it a struggle for Zhou Yan to prevent tears from spilling from his eyes. This scene left Lin Ze utterly stunned. Didn't you say the person you supervise wasn't he accustomed to the morning yet? That is your issue. Since you share such a close bond, why don't you take his suffering upon yourself? With that, Judy escalated her cruelty by lighting 2 more cigarettes. No. Please. Zhou Yin could only watch in horror as the cigarettes were poised to jab at his eyes and face. Zhou Yin took great satisfaction in his strikingly handsome visage, reminiscent of a youthful star. The thought of a cigarette burn marring his features filled him with dread. Such a disfigurement would be utterly catastrophic. In a moment of peril, Judy's hand did not behave as anticipated. She did not press the burning cigarette against Zhou Yan's face. Instead, everyone closed their eyes, bracing for the anticipated scream. Upon opening them, they were met with the sight of Lin Ze restraining Judy's hand. Judy trembled violently, attempting to free herself from Lin Ze's grip. Though I harbor no desire to strike a woman, individuals like you scarcely embody the essence of womanhood, Lin Ze declared, his wrist twisting with sudden force. A sharp crack echoed as Judy's hand was completely fractured. In that instant of lost strength, Lin Ze seized the airborne cigarette and pressed it forcefully against Judy's face. Her anguished scream reverberated throughout the entire restaurant. Silence. Lin Ze's overwhelming strength left Judy utterly powerless. You may possess some semblance of superhuman abilities, but in comparison to me, you are merely a novice. Lin Ze had discerned that Judy's rise to the position of overseer was not merely due to her numbers. It stemmed from her own latent abilities. I was wrong. A glimmer of cunning flickered in Judy's eyes as she grasped the shifting tides of the situation, faced with an adversary capable of overpowering her. She recognized the necessity of submission if she wished to preserve her life. The short-haired woman behind her recoiled in fear, retreating repeatedly. Just as they contemplated fleeing, Lin Ze seized a dining table and executed a spinning kick towards the restaurant's entrance. The table flipped through the air before being forcefully propelled against the door, effectively blocking their sole escape route. Think you can escape? You will not leave until you provide a full account of your actions today, Lin Ze asserted. Where's my vehicle? Lin Ze's foremost concern was reclaiming his base vehicle. The car. Judy, prior to Lin Ze's arrival, was unaware of the reason for his confinement. It was the short-haired girl at the entrance, struggling to crawl over, who pleaded, Mr. Lin. Your vehicle remains untouched, as our boss stated it was too heavy to move. Too heavy to move? Lin Ze mused, acknowledging the truth. The base vehicle was indeed his exclusive property. Even those with extraordinary abilities could not budge it. I apologize. Without hesitation, Judy sank to her knees. Performing a deep bow and striking her forehead against the ground. We will do anything you ask, just spare our lives. Lin Ze turned and retrieved a pack of cigarettes from Judy's pocket. He casually picked up a lighter, adjusting the flame to its maximum, and ignited all the cigarettes. Judy's eyes widened in terror as she realized Lin Ze's intentions. No. Lin Ze forcefully thrust a searing cigarette, but into Judy's mouth. In an instant, her throat was burned, leaving a gaping wound. Blood surged forth from her mouth. And after coughing a couple of times, it choked into her lungs. After several agonizing repetitions, Judy succumbed to suffocation and pulmonary infection, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. If anyone dares to challenge me, come forth. Lin Ze, you are my deity. Zhou Yan stood beside him, awestruck by Lin Ze's formidable physique and strength. Momentarily frozen in place. Just a little maneuver. Encouraged by Zhou Yan's flattery, Lin Ze couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. Stay close behind me, and I shall lead you out. I shall heed your every command. Lin Ze strode confidently through the dining area of the scam center. At that moment, alarms blared throughout the restaurant. All those who had been enslaved, witnessing Lin Ze's uprising, swiftly grasped whatever they could find, engaging in chaos and destruction, smashing everything in sight. Excellent. They still possessed some spirit. For these individuals who had endured oppression for far too long, this was a precious opportunity for escape. Having gone several days without sustenance, Lin Ze's stomach began to grumble. The command center of the scam operation had likely received reports of Lin Ze's disturbance and was preparing to respond. A fierce battle was imminent. The immediate priority was to replenish his energy. Chapter 112, The Demolition of the Cyber Fraud Center System Task. Demolish the Cyber Fraud Center System Rewards. Armament Base X1. Level 5 Mechanical Exosuit. Level 5 Biological Exosuit. Temperature Control System X1. Energy Points 50W, 500,000. Lin Ze suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. 50,000 energy points. How many upgrades could that yield? Having just arrived in City S, the myriad apocalyptic changes had left both him and the base vehicle somewhat disoriented. It was high time to earn a substantial profit and undertake a thorough transformation. As Lin Ze turned his head, he spotted a small alcove beside the cafeteria, brimming with an array of enticing shelves. Striding confidently inside alongside Zhu Yan, they were met with an unfortunate sight. A group of exceedingly rotund individuals engaged in karaoke, slurping instant noodles. Judging by their carefree demeanor, they were likely the management personnel of the fraud center. Yet, their age seemed somewhat incongruous. Those gluttonous fools are the sons of the base's leader, Zhu Yan whispered. They usually indulge themselves here, with a separate staircase leading back to the top floor after their meals. Oh. Lin Ze casually grabbed 2 packets of exquisite French golden bread from the shelf and snagged a couple of steaks from the instant meal box before popping them into his mouth. The rotund individuals before him halted their activities, astonished at Lin Ze's audacity, clearly oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside. Who are you? Eating our food? You're courting death. One of the portly figures instinctively pressed a button on his phone, turning to report to his father. Hey, Dad, a few beggars have barged in while we were eating. Hurry and deal with them. Listening to the little fatso's tone, disrespectful yet tinged with urgency, Lin Ze couldn't help but chuckle. Beggars? He snatched the phone from the chubby man's grasp and addressed the person on the other end. Greetings, esteemed cyber fraudster. I am about to seize this place completely. If you possess any sense, you will vacate promptly. Otherwise, prepare to be reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, on the other end, the notorious fraud leader, Kasabi, was a well-known figure in City S. He had long operated in the lawless zones surrounding the city, disseminating shocking statements and amassing wealth through various illicit means. The Cyber Fraud Center had recently become a pivotal source of his income. Having managed this operation for over a decade, he had indeed reaped substantial rewards. Kasabi sat on a sofa, his expression grave, the scars on his face particularly pronounced. This kid has some skills. Boss, they've completely taken over the cafeteria. We've lost all contact with Judy and the others. A few panicked underlings rushed in. Useless. Enraged, Kasabi seized an AK-47 nearby, as if it were a mere baton, striking each of the three men on the forehead. Calm down. At that moment, a striking woman adorned in a flowing gown, bedecked with jewels of gold and silver, appeared beside Kasabi. The deep complexion of her skin did not appear to belong to a local, complemented by fiery red lips and a pair of bright, expressive eyes, exuding an undeniable charisma. My dear, do not be in haste. They are merely a swarm of ants, she remarked. We have afforded them far too many good days here. If we were to release them, it would not be long before they fell prey to the zombies. Her words held a kernel of truth. Kasabi remained silent. His gaze fixated on the television before him, where scenes of desperate rescue efforts unfolded, depicting a populace in turmoil. Residents in low-lying areas were swept away alongside their homes into the sea. Icebergs began to emerge on the ocean, with a trend of increasing aggregation. The city's food supplies started to dwindle. What should have been a bountiful wheat harvest had instead yielded nothing but shriveled grains. Indeed, without us, they would hardly have a morsel to eat, Kasabi scoffed. But amidst this chaos, can that old fool Jiangzhou still hold on? Jiangzhou, mentioned by Kasabi, was the mayor of City S, an economic powerhouse boasting a scale 5 times that of Xia country, replete with wealth. The mayor, an elderly gentleman in his 60s, had but one beloved daughter and led a life of extravagant luxury, often flaunting his riches even in public. His arrogant demeanor had long incited public ire. He has surely reached his breaking point, the woman teased. Not long ago, when the zombies first emerged, the city was already engulfed in conflict, with several prominent tycoons opening fire. Mayor Jiangzhou sacrificed pawns to safeguard his position, hastily evacuating the government and orchestrating a strategic military operation to demolish a crucial bridge, the Jiangzhou Bridge, connecting his city. This was done to prevent the armies formed by the tycoons from crossing the riverside. Consequently, military forces from both sides continued to clash around the riverside. Boss? It's bad. It's really bad. What now? Kasabi's face betrayed his impatience. Is it just the takeover of a cafeteria? I'll release the gas shortly. They won't last long. He has taken the young masters hostage. After 3 or 4 seconds of silence, Kasabi erupted, furiously opening his phone. It was then he belatedly realized that the call had indeed come from Lin Ze, using his dear son's phone. This meant that his beloved son was now in Lin Ze's grasp. Kasabi had been preparing to exploit the chaos in City S, intending to leverage his stockpile of arms to make a move. Little did he know, Lin Ze had beaten him to the punch. On the other side, Lin Ze lounged comfortably on the sofa, munching on a piece of puffed snack. Unbeknownst to him, he had already consumed over a dozen bags. Zhou Yan was astounded by Lin Ze's prodigious appetite. Lin Ze, you can eat an extraordinary amount. So much food. It is a necessary condition for sustaining energy reserves, Lin Ze replied, amused by Zhou Yan's astonished expression, which revealed a lack of worldly experience. He tossed a few packets of snacks to Zhou Yan, urging him to eat quickly, as there might be no opportunity later once they ventured outside. Zhou Yan stood frozen, gazing at the snacks in his hands, evidently perplexed by Lin Ze's intent. Lin Ze's eyes drifted to the heavy snow outside, although it was daytime. The sunlight was utterly obscured. The apocalyptic situation in S City was gradually deteriorating. Let me go? One of the portly individuals, bound securely by Lin Ze, struggled futilely on the ground. If my father arrives, none of you will escape. Lin Ze pressed his foot against the man's face, contorting his mouth into an O shape. I suspect your father will never come. Lin Ze, I believe we can negotiate, came a voice from the small, isolated room. The television suddenly crackled to life, revealing the voice of Kasabi. Zhou Yin explained to Lin Ze that Kasabi was a pivotal figure in the fraud center. The communication was undoubtedly an attempt to negotiate terms. Negotiate? Lin Ze was aware of the surveillance and audio control systems in the room, yet he was not in a hurry to dismantle them. In this place, with just a flick of my fingers, I could easily disrupt everything. What do you have to offer for negotiation? If you're willing to join us, I can provide you with generous rewards and the finest living conditions, Kasabi continued. It's currently minus 50 or 60 degrees outside. Those waiting to seek refuge here will have to weigh their options. Consider this, it's not an unfavorable proposition for you. No sooner had he spoken than the television displayed scenes from outside the fraud center. At the gas station where Lin Ze had arrived, a dozen vehicles suddenly appeared, BYD, BMW, Lexus, various models of cars parked near the station. The occupants wrote their distress messages on paper and affixed them to their windows, pleading for those above to notice their signals for help. Lin Ze couldn't help but reflect that, in the apocalypse, even the fraud center had become a refuge for the displaced. Zhou Yin whispered cautiously in Lin Ze's ear, warning that Kasabi was exceptionally cunning and currently held a significant cache of weapons. A confrontation might lead to mutual destruction. Lin Ze considered Zhou Yin's words, acknowledging their validity. Then how do you propose we negotiate? On the top floor. Exit through the back door, turn right. There is an elevator. Ascend. And we have prepared meals and drinks for you. I believe those with strength should not always be adversaries. Perhaps we could become allies, Kasabi suggested. Lin Ze scoffed, naturally skeptical of his deceitful words. Fine, I accept your proposal. Remarkably, Lin Ze acquiesced to Kasabi's offer. Zhou Yin followed closely behind as they exited the room. As they departed, Lin Ze made a point to clench the empty plastic bag into a ball and stuff it into the mouths of Kasabi's sons. Did you just mention they are stockpiling weapons? Lin Ze and Zhou Yin conversed as they entered the elevator. This was a remarkably significant piece of information. In fact, from the very first day he regained consciousness after being knocked out upon entering the fraud center, Lin Ze had observed this peculiarity. Despite the evident nature of the place as a hub for scams, there was a conspicuous absence of substantial monetary transactions or materials. Conversely, there were frequent sightings of large transport vehicles delivering munitions such as shells, explosives, missiles, and firearms. Indeed, Zhou Yin replied, it is not difficult to deduce that although we are situated in the lawless region of S City, the adverse weather conditions and the looming threat of tsunamis render this place precarious. Presently, S City is in turmoil, with various financial magnates poised to establish warlords, each harboring ambitions to seize control of the city. Kasabi is no exception. In recent days, he has been frantically liaising with arms dealers from external cities to engage in arms trade. Lin Ze pondered this revelation. Arms trade, indeed. This suggested that the fraud center had likely amassed a considerable stockpile of weaponry. If he were to incite chaos here, it would be a waste to squander these resources, especially given the high value of arms. By securing some of these munitions, he could avoid the constant need to barter with the system for explosives and ammunition using energy points. Just as Lin Ze was deep in thought, the elevator suddenly jolted. Had it stopped? A furrow formed on his brow as he realized the elevator had ceased its operation. The lights within dimmed abruptly, plunging them into a suffocating silence. What on earth was happening? Zhou Yin swiftly pressed the emergency button, but the elevator remained unresponsive. Lin Ze frowned, recognizing that they had been deceived. Upon entering the elevator, they should have brought along a few of Kasabi's sons as leverage. The elevator, a confined space, could easily be controlled by others, which meant that by stepping inside, they had unwittingly fallen into Kasabi's trap. With a sudden clatter, Lin Ze felt a sensation of weightlessness. An alarming realization struck him. Hold on to me, he shouted to Zhou Yin. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Zhou Yin quickly wrapped his arms around Lin Ze from behind. The moment Lin Ze finished speaking, the elevator began to plummet uncontrollably. As the abnormal descent commenced, a shimmering aura resembling water ripples emanated from Lin Ze's feet. The elevator, under the tremendous force of free fall, crashed violently to the ground. Thanks to Lin Ze's preemptive enhancement of his seismic resilience, the impact did not affect him adversely. Zhou Yin exhaled a sigh of relief. We must leave quickly, Lin Ze urged, fully aware that lingering here could render them mere playthings for Kasabi, careening within the elevator. With a surge of muscular strength, Lin Ze tore open the elevator doors. A gust of frigid air and a cloud of dust assailed him. This place. Lin Ze squinted into the darkness and was nearly taken aback. They had seemingly arrived at the third underground level, a desolate expanse void of human presence. However, at that moment, a dozen pairs of emerald eyes glimmered in the darkness. Caution! Lin Ze seized a piece of the elevator's protective panel as a makeshift weapon to fend off the assault of the creature before him. Triggering system task: eliminate the explosive zombie without taking damage. Reward: enhanced jumping ability, 100,000 energy units, and 5 body enhancement crystals. A new system task materialized in Lin Ze's mind. He surmised that the zombie attacking him was the explosive variety he had encountered earlier on the highway. After successfully blocking the claw strikes of the explosive zombie, Lin Ze exchanged glances with the dozen or so zombies surrounding him. Their fierce countenance, adorned with a layer of formidable icy armor, unmistakably indicated their origin from the Summer Kingdom, having undergone a series of mutations upon entering Xingshan, rendering them even more formidable. Zhou Yin had never witnessed such a scene. He cowered in the corner, his face drained of color, desperately searching for any means of self-defense. However, after scanning the elevator for a considerable time, he found it utterly bare and could only retreat behind Lin Ze. Lin Ze was acutely aware of the explosive zombies' devastating self-detonation ability. Upon contact with their intended targets, they would unleash all their internal energy, resulting in an explosion that could generate 300 of their strength. If the zombies surged forward in unison, with only the two of them, Lin Ze and Zhou Yin, standing against them, survival seemed utterly hopeless. What to do? Lin Ze remained motionless, rooted to the spot. The explosive zombies advanced relentlessly, their guttural roars echoing. As if to threaten him. Chapter 113. Slaying the explosive zombie and acquiring the ice weapon. Lin Ze began to reminisce as he drove the base vehicle. Upon witnessing the vehicle crush other zombies, the ones by the roadside erupted with fury, baring their teeth in a grotesque display and entering a frenzied state. This indicated that these zombies possessed a characteristic of grouping together. However, unlike Lin Ze's reckless driving earlier that day, they did not initiate an explosive assault without hesitation. Reflecting on this, Lin Ze deduced that the initial rapid speed at which he traversed was a significant factor. The base vehicle operated with remarkable stability, gliding effortlessly along the unobstructed highway. They had run over an explosive zombie, which detonated in its dying moments, leaving behind a lingering scent of death near the vehicle's wheels. The sound and odor attracted the attention of their kin, resulting in the subsequent appearance of dozens, if not hundreds, of explosive zombies, complicating Lin Ze's journey and even damaging the fuel line of the base vehicle. Now, with Lin Ze and Zhou Yin present, they appeared to the explosive zombies as intruders encroaching upon their lair. Thus, the sounds emitted by the zombies resembled a warning for Lin Ze to depart swiftly. What are we going to do, Lin Ze? Are we going to die here? Zhou Yin trembled behind Lin Ze, expressing his reluctance to perish, lamenting the unspent fortune and unconfessed love letters, and the custom car yet to be driven. Look at you, Lin Ze chided. Calm down. I will get you out of here today. His imposing figure shielded Zhou Yin, providing a semblance of reassurance. The nearest explosive zombie was likely the leader of the pack. Lin Ze scanned his surroundings, noticing the chief zombie inching closer, testing the boundaries of safety. After contemplating, Lin Ze realized that directly controlling the creature was not a viable option. To prevent an explosion, he would need to immobilize the zombies. Suddenly, it struck him that his electrical abilities could potentially paralyze the zombies' nerves, thereby controlling their movements. Yet, the abyss-like basement obscured the full scope of the zombies' positions. Lin Ze's electrical powers had a limited range. Failing to incapacitate all the zombies could lead to a devastating explosion that would obliterate both him and Zhou Yin in an instant. Was there a way to amplify the electrical force? A thought crossed Lin Ze's mind. Water conducts electricity. If he could keep the ground in the basement moist, he might control the entire area. Zhou Yin, distract them while I draw their attention. You need to find a water pipe and sever it, Lin Ze instructed. At this critical juncture, he required a partner. He could only rely on Zhou Yin to locate the water source while he held the zombies at bay. Although Zhou Yin was unaware of Lin Ze's intentions, he unconditionally trusted him. After nodding in agreement, he waited for an opportunity, ready to slip away as soon as Lin Ze launched his attack. At that moment, the chief zombie seemed to be losing its composure. After an extended standoff, it tentatively considered attacking Lin Ze. In the realm of bullet time, 1 second, 2 seconds, Lin Ze manipulated time to a decelerated state tenfold. The chief zombie's movements became transparent before him. With a deft sidestep, Lin Ze evaded the chief's impending strike, causing it to crash into the elevator. Enraged and humiliated, the chief zombie opened its gaping maw, its white, fur-like armor bristling, transforming into a multitude of needle-like spikes. Lin Ze refrained from attacking the chief zombie immediately. Instead, he exploited his fundamental sense of danger and the advantage of bullet time, feigning vulnerability while seeking effective evasion methods amidst the chief's assaults. The other zombies, unyielding, stood by, waiting for the chief to issue commands, a true collective. Lin Ze noticed that, although these zombies possessed explosive abilities, their offensive power was not significantly enhanced compared to the zombies from Xia country. Their hardened armor provided them with superior defense, likely a result of adaptation to the harsh, frigid climate of the mountain, which had fostered their formidable resilience. Seizing the moment while all the zombies were captivated by Lin Ze, Zhou Yin broke a splintered bamboo pole and used a stone to create a sharp point. Water source, water source. In the darkness, he fumbled around, realizing that his phone had long since been taken by the head zombie. Now, he had to rely solely on instinct to locate a water pipe. Upon encountering a slightly warm pipe, Zhou Yin suddenly realized it must be the heating conduit. This system circulated heated water to maintain a constant temperature indoors. The flowing warm water could be utilized. Without hesitation, Zhou Yin punctured the pipe before him. A torrent of warm water gushed forth from the rupture, quickly spreading across the floor. Within a minute or two, the small space was coated in moisture. Zhou Yin dared not make a loud noise to alert the zombies. He swiftly returned to the elevator entrance, waving and calling out to Lin Ze in the dim light. The water pipe was broken. At this moment, Lin Ze had engaged the chief zombie in approximately 70 to 80 exchanges. The chief zombie likely had never encountered such a formidable adversary. In truth, Lin Ze's abilities were sufficient to vanquish it with a single blow. However, to avoid inciting the wrath of the other zombies, he continued to evade. A prime opportunity emerged. Lin Ze gestured for Zhou Yin to retreat into the elevator for safety, then delivered a powerful kick that sent the chief zombie flying. The force of thunder crackled as sparks danced through the warm water. As the zombies on the ground came into contact with the electric current, they were swiftly rendered immobile, paralyzed in an instant. The leader of the zombies exhibited a slightly greater resilience. The powerful current surged through its heart, not only failing to extinguish its life, but instead igniting a fiercer fighting spirit. At that moment, the leader zombie's eyes glowed a faint crimson, and it began to move slowly towards Lin Ze, as if driven mad, caught in the dual grip of paralysis and bullet time. Now is the moment. Sensing danger, Lin Ze closed his eyes and placed 2 fingers on his temples. Within the ocean of his mind, the positions and conditions of all the zombies unfolded like a web, vividly revealing themselves before him. Lin Ze noticed the leader zombie's heart was pounding violently, unlike the others. Its rhythm was nearly 1,000 beats per minute. That tempo resembled the countdown to an impending explosion. The vital point lay here. Lin Ze lifted his left hand, and a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. The immense electric force instantly pierced through the leader zombie's heart. With a crack, the heart shattered in an instant. Lin Ze relinquished his control over the leader zombie and observed its reaction. As expected, the heart was the critical component enabling the explosive zombies to self-detonate. After Lin Ze's heart-piercing strike, the explosive zombie collapsed, devoid of any capacity for counterattack, now nothing more than a cold corpse. Magic crystals 5, energy points 300. A radiant glow emanated from the corpse of the leader zombie. With a wave of his hand, the magic crystals materialized in Lin Ze's palm. This is a new byproduct of the zombies? No matter, I shall keep it. It is bound to serve some other purpose. The other dozen zombies must not be overlooked. Lin Ze signaled to Zhou Yin, and together they advanced. With their weapons, they aimed directly for the hearts. With great precision, Lin Ze delivered a powerful punch to each zombie, swiftly shattering their hearts while they remained within the confines of his thunderous control. All the zombies with ruptured hearts fell to the ground like machines that had run out of fuel, collapsing in an instant. Countless explosive zombies met their demise silently, never having had the chance to unleash their explosive assault, all falling victim to Lin Ze's prowess. Incredible. Zhou Yin gazed at the pile of zombie corpses, unable to suppress his admiration. Truly, talent emerges in every generation. Lin Ze, were you already this formidable during your time at Yinchuan University? Lin Ze let out a cold laugh. It was merely basic operation. Host has successfully completed the mission to eliminate explosive zombies, achieving an S-level result, and has earned superhuman jumping ability 100,000 energy points and body enhancement crystals 5. Due to the host's exceptional performance, the system rewards an additional S-level elimination reward, Divine Class Weapon, High Polymer Freezing Ray Condensing Gun. A weapon as a bonus? Lin Ze promptly examined the weapon's specifications. Rated at 99 points, it was yet another exquisite weapon. Satisfied, Lin Ze stowed it away. Zhou Yin, having just recovered from the shock of battle, stared at Lin Ze in astonishment. He realized that Lin Ze was also an ability user in this apocalyptic world. This was not an uncommon trope in novels, but witnessing it in reality for the first time left Zhou Yin quite astonished. He stepped forward cautiously, gingerly touching the armor of the exploded zombie. Don't move. Lin Ze admonished in a low voice. Although they were dead, one could never be certain they did not carry some plague virus. Those tufts appeared docile, yet were actually covered in barbs, akin to the spines on a tiger's tongue. As Lin Ze approached, he noticed the ground littered with corpses alongside scattered magic crystals. Zhou Yin also observed this, and, seeing Lin Ze's intention to collect these items, spoke up. Shall I assist you in gathering these? What are they called? Crystals? Or? Lin Ze couldn't help but sigh at Zhou Yan's naive demeanor. He was fortunate that Lin Ze was willing to take him along. Otherwise, Zhou Yin would have met his demise countless times already. Put these on. Lin Ze produced a pair of gloves from his pocket. This was part of the recent rewards from the system. System notification: magic crystals are toxic crystalline substances that can be exchanged for high-tier weapons or specialized vehicle components in the system shop. Please use gloves to collect them. A small group of magic crystals consisted of 50 pieces, while a large group contained 300. Each exploded zombie, whether a boss or a regular one, yielded 300 magic crystals. Together, Zhou Yin and Lin Ze, each wearing a glove, managed to collect a total of 6,000 magic crystals, which Lin Ze temporarily stored in the system's transient space. 100,000 energy points were not particularly noteworthy as a reward. The super jumping system. Lin Ze noted that the jumping system was still at V1. He tentatively leaped forward. In his earlier school days, his jumping ability was rather mediocre. When competing in long jumps, he often matched the scores of the girls, barely reaching 1.89 m. However, with the system's enhancement, Lin Ze effortlessly soared to 3.5 meters. Is this impressive? It's maxed out. System notification: to upgrade the super jumping system to full capacity requires 100,000 energy points. Upgrade. System notification: ding. The super jumping system has successfully upgraded to V10, granting the host the ability to jump 100 meters horizontally and 3 meters vertically within spatial limits. This skill was of utmost importance to Lin Ze. A vertical jumping capacity of 3 meters would enable him to adeptly traverse the exteriors of buildings, scaling walls and ledges with ease. I wish I could be as formidable as you, Lin Ze, Zhou Yin confessed shyly, feeling somewhat like a burden. It's nothing, Lin Ze replied. Considering Zhou Yin to be a valuable asset, he contemplated the prospect of providing him with a gene enhancement serum post-conquest of the base, hoping to cultivate a capable ally. Perhaps even a personal enforcer. However, how do we escape now? Zhou Yin gazed at the desolate basement, where silence reigned so profoundly that the faintest sound of a needle dropping could be heard. The elevator had completely malfunctioned, emitting a persistent crackling noise. Even without Kasabi's control, they no longer dared to use the elevator. Let us move forward and see if there is an exit, he suggested. All right. Zhou Yin trailed behind Lin Ze, the two of them advancing cautiously. In the dimly lit environment, they occasionally encountered several substations, but upon opening the doors, they were met only with rows of switches and instruments. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, they finally spotted a large iron door. However, when Lin Ze opened it, they discovered yet another confined space. At this point, retreat was no longer an option. Just as Lin Ze and Zhou Yin stepped through the doorway, they heard a resounding bang behind them. The iron door had slammed shut. In that moment, 4 or 5 iron cages descended from above, encasing Lin Ze and Zhou Yin in a constricting embrace. It appeared that Kasabi had long anticipated this scenario and set a trap here. The very act of halting the elevator had been part of his cunning scheme. No wonder they had heard whispers that those who attempted to escape the basement never returned alive, all having been captured and met with a grim fate. This basement was, indeed, a concealed snare. Chapter 114. Breaking through the sealed chamber and reclaiming the base vehicle, the surrounding environment appeared to have undergone a transformation. All the walls had morphed into hexagonal blocks. Lin Ze lightly touched one of the blocks, feeling a chill emanate from it. Coal. Indeed. The voice of Kasabi echoed throughout the space. Lin Ze, regardless of your extraordinary abilities, you can only extract a modicum of value from the electricity. This is an entirely enclosed space crafted from coal, each fragment meticulously selected by me. Attempting to utilize the elevator's current to breach this space's defenses is utterly futile. An insulated environment? Perhaps? Lin Ze felt the railing before him, which, to his surprise, was not made of iron. Prepare to meet your demise here. The vast space lay empty, containing only Lin Ze and Zhou Yin trapped within a cage of coal. Echoes reverberated in the desolate expanse. What to do? Lin Ze casually squeezed the railing, which began to deform. Setting aside the fact that coal is undoubtedly weaker than iron or steel, even the densest coal could not withstand Lin Ze's strength, which far exceeded that of an ordinary person. It crumbled before him as easily as one might twist an ear of corn. This. Zhou Yin widened his eyes at the 5 or 6 cages rendered ineffective. But that was not the end. Suddenly, several cracks appeared in the hexagonal wall openings. Subsequently, multiple hexagonal arrows were launched from some of these openings, streaking past Lin Ze's ears like meteors at an astonishing speed. Lin Ze attempted to discover a means to control the arrows. However, he realized that without the base vehicle, the space remained a complete insulator. With nothing but his bare hands, he could only manipulate what he could reach. Crucially, within this six-sided space, 5 of the walls contained openings, indicating that aside from the floor, this was a death chamber capable of firing arrows from every angle. Lin Ze inhaled sharply. What exquisite craftsmanship! Lin Ze, be careful. Zhou Yan's voice warned as arrows triggered once more, descending from above. Lin Ze swiftly plucked one of the fallen arrows, fashioning it into a weapon. Bang! The collision between arrows was not as effective as he had envisioned. The arrow in Lin Ze's hand was not comprised of particularly sturdy material, and upon striking the arrows descending from the ceiling, it bent into 2 pieces. How fragile! Lin Ze realized he could not truly wield it as a weapon, even if he managed to block once. Could he guarantee that he could use the previous arrow as a weapon effectively when the next volley was launched? Clearly, he could not. Zhou Yan discerned the situation and cautioned Lin Ze. I noticed that these arrows emerge from the openings, which means each opening is actually the sole flaw in this chamber. Following Zhou Yan's insight, Lin Ze evaded while keenly observing his surroundings. Each time an arrow is launched, an opening in the wall unfurls, only to close again once the arrows have been released. Indeed, the mechanism lies behind it. However, the most crucial element is the weapon. The fragile arrows can only inflict harm upon Lin Ze under the influence of acceleration. Moreover, the dense barrage of arrows, shot from hexagonal apertures of varying sizes, poses threats of differing severity. This is merely the first round. No one can guarantee that in the subsequent rounds, Kasabi won't activate all the traps, leaving Lin Ze and Zhou Yan with no place to hide. The available space for survival has become exceedingly limited. What to do? Lin Ze silently pondered. Absently, he patted the side of his thigh. The high molecular freezing ray gun he had just received as a reward from the system was still warm. Of course, Lin Ze accessed the system, delving into the fundamental performance of the high molecular freezing ray gun within his mental realm. Level 1 had been unlocked, featuring the basic skill, emitting a continuous beam of ice at -30 degrees Celsius, capable of freezing any object whose temperature reaches the freezing point. Level 2 remained locked, with the foundational skill, launching 12 continuous ice projectiles at -40 degrees, capable of penetrating any object at the freezing point, inflicting persistent frostbite. Level 3 was also locked, with the basic skill, ice point detonation, firing 2-time bombs that carry a penetrating temperature of -50 degrees. Upon reaching the designated location and activating the host's command, they would explode instantaneously, inflicting 300% explosive damage akin to ordinary bullets, with an added persistent frostbite effect. Level 4 was still locked, featuring the basic skill, enhanced freezing ray, maintaining a continuous beam at -60 degrees for 1 minute, capable of freezing all entities meeting the freezing point, accompanied by a frost spike effect. All levels unlocked. Lin Ze felt no regret as he waved his hand decisively, spending 300,000 energy points to upgrade to level 10. You have successfully consumed 300,000 energy points, and the system now retains approximately 300,000 energy points. Lin Ze brandished the high molecular freezing ray gun. The barrel was entirely transparent, extending into a slender deep blue stock. The trigger area housed a temperature sensor, despite being a freezing weapon. It was designed with human temperature simulation technology to ensure the host's safety while wielding it. The gun's length transformed in an instant from a compact carabin to that of a rifle upon reaching level 10. My apologies, Zhou Yan, but to ensure your safety, I must freeze you for a moment. With that, Lin Ze adjusted the temperature control of the gun to -10 degrees. He then activated the freezing ray function. Following the seams of the cold cage, he utilized the freezing gun to instantly encase the entire cage in ice. Zhou Yan, crouched at the center of the cage, was in the safest position. As his words faded, Lin Ze proceeded to unleash his basic skill, layering an additional 30 degrees of ice thickness atop the 10-degree ice surface, ensuring that Zhou Yan's cage would not be easily penetrated by the arrows. The thickened ice surface instantaneously transformed the coal cage into a formidable fortress. The next task was to breach this stronghold. Within the enclosed space, numerous launch ports of varying sizes unleashed wave after wave of assaults directed at Lin Ze. Perhaps Kasabi understood that Zhou Yan was merely a powerless pawn in this conflict. To eliminate the duo, the crucial target was Lin Ze. Consequently, the attacks were predominantly aimed at him. However, the more arrows that were synchronously fired, the greater the vulnerabilities left exposed for Lin Ze. In a breathtaking leap, Lin Ze soared into the air. At the very moment the arrows were released, he utilized his extraordinary jumping ability to step deftly upon the arrows themselves. Clad in his Tier 4 mechanical armor, Lin Ze was enveloped in a resilient layer of specialized nanomaterial, rendering him nearly indestructible. As he soared aloft, evading the onslaught of arrows, Lin Ze aimed his cryogenic gun at the closing aperture of an arrow. With a resounding bang, the second skill, the cryogenic bullet, penetrated through. Behind the arrows lay the mechanized currents propelling them. The instant the mechanism was compromised, the void emitted a hissing sound of electrical discharges. Was it so fragile? With a commanding voice, Lin Ze invoked his 8th skill, the Ice Peak domain. The ray gun swiftly unleashed an overwhelming surge of sub-zero cold energy. Instantly, all openings within the chamber ceased to function, crystallizing into a layer of frost. Employing his 9th skill, the Extreme Ice Slash, Lin Ze positioned his high-molecular frozen ray gun directly at the center of his being. Through his danger detection system, he discerned the location of the core control apparatus driving the chamber's attacks. He directed his aim at the central point of the ceiling and harnessed the mechanical arm's power to catalyze his ultimate move. With a resounding explosion, a massive fissure tore through the ceiling. All instruments and devices collapsed uncontrollably. Lin Ze swiftly turned to glance at Zhou Yan. Thankfully, Zhou Yan remained unscathed, the icy barrier still shielding him from the debris falling from above. Utilizing the resilience of his armor, Lin Ze forcefully dismantled the coal wall before him, carving out a luminous passageway that redefined the layout of the underground chamber. Through this corridor, a glimmer of dawn could be discerned outside. As Lin Ze turned back, he wielded the wind blade from his mechanical arm, delivering a decisive strike. The ice atop the coal cage shattered instantaneously. Zhou Yan rose, entirely unharmed. It seems you possess a mech as well? Zhou Yan's tone was imbued with admiration and respect for Lin Ze. This rising intonation of inquiry piqued Lin Ze's curiosity. The existence of mechs was indeed rare, wasn't it? Even within Yinshuan University, the former academicians had only managed to cobble together a shoddy contraption under Huan Yanli's research. Yet, before Lin Ze's mechanical prowess, it seemed utterly insignificant. Such marvels should not be commonplace, Lin Ze mused. Mechs are certainly scarce, came the reply. However, these are merely toys for the affluent, seldom seen in everyday life, only appearing in combat arenas and mecha competitions at schools. Zhou Yan seemed to realize that his manner of speaking was inappropriate and quickly corrected himself, saying, I apologize. I did not mean to imply you lack wealth. It's nothing. Lin Ze was not concerned with such trivialities. Rather, he found himself intrigued by the mechas of the wealthy that Zhou Yan mentioned. Has the technology of mechas in City S advanced to such a degree? I wonder if you have encountered the steel mecha from Yinshuan University. It is essentially the original mechas that City S has long since phased out through several generations. I believe I have seen it on a few occasions. Lin Ze feigned unfamiliarity, continuing to extract information. It appeared that the combat capabilities of City S exceeded his initial expectations. As they conversed, they moved forward. Just as they were about to exit the basement, they were confronted by a swarm of rats charging towards them. This must be Kasabi's third tactic, utilizing plague-carrying rodents in an attempt to infect Lin Ze and Zhou Yan. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Lin Ze's mouth. In the face of sheer strength, these tactics were utterly inconsequential. Lin Ze drew his ray gun, and with a freezing beam, all the rats before him were transformed without exception into mere lumps of flesh. Just as Lin Ze was about to step through the doorway, a yellow mist descended from above. This is bad. Lin Ze's danger perception system activated swiftly. His muscle memory recalled the reason he had been incapacitated by those rascals during his first entry into the fraud center. The yellow gas was infused with a plethora of soporifics and toxins, capable of rendering a person's body incapacitated within 3 seconds. Quick, put this on. Zhou Yan pulled 2 masks from his pocket. With a hint of confusion, Lin Ze donned the mask Zhou Yan handed him. A herbal scent wafted through the mask, its gentle power seemingly counteracting the toxins in the air. Lin Ze turned to Zhou Yan in astonishment. What has this kid employed? What he used was the most ordinary sedative, diluted through hundreds of times and then transformed into mist using spatial technology. Its principle was quite simple. Zhou Yan had spent a considerable amount of time at the fraud center. The center granted them only 4 to 5 hours of rest each day, ensuring that these inmates lacked sufficient sleep to contemplate escape. However, the center required them to toil away at computers, thus employing sleeping spray to forcibly induce a state of slumber when the time came. Coming from a family of pharmacologists, Zhou Yan had a profound understanding of pharmacology. Early on, he had utilized the sachets on him and scoured the base for various herbal remedies, concocting a traditional medicine capable of resisting the sleeping spray, thoroughly soaking the masks in it. This was to ensure that if the day came for an escape, he would not lose consciousness within this fog-laden space. After hearing Zhou Yan's explanation, Lin Ze regarded this young man with newfound respect. Compared to the inept individuals at Yinchuan University, Zhou Yin possesses far greater utility. What on earth is happening? The control room has descended into chaos. In light of the emergency, Kasabi has summoned all available mid-level management within the base to devise a strategy against Lin Ze. Currently, the basement has become their last resort. However, in the presence of Lin Ze, it appears merely as a plaything, devoid of any lethal capability. Damn it! Kasabi glared at Lin Ze as he emerged from the basement unscathed, his eyes burning with a seething hatred. "Boss, it's time to open fire," suggested a woman beside him, lighting a cigarette as she proposed a final course of action. They have amassed an extensive arsenal against a mere mortal. Is it not feasible to bombard him with artillery? The woman jested. Stop being so miserly. We've reached a point of life and death. Are you really saving those few rounds of ammunition for a celebration underground? The surrounding individuals exchanged glances, disoriented. For over a decade, they had grown accustomed to a life of exploitation within the realm of electronic fraud, but now, faced with an extraordinary individual, they were rendered as aimless as headless flies, merely awaiting Kasabi's command. At this juncture, Kasabi resolved to take action. With a resolute sigh, he declared, "Prepare 10 assault tanks. I shall see what capabilities Lin Ze truly possesses." Chapter 115. Does the fraud leader have a base vehicle? The elevator in the stairwell was rendered unusable due to Lin Ze's actions. The remaining low-ranking subordinates on the ground floor were all panting, having rushed up the stairs. The management personnel within this fraud center, once feared and notorious, had backgrounds that were equally alarming. For instance, Carla, the current girlfriend of Kasabi, had previously committed murder by killing her ex-boyfriend and subsequently defrauding a middle-aged Porsche salesman out of $2 million. After her attempt to extort further funds failed, she brutally took his life. Eventually, when her illicit activities were exposed and she discovered her boyfriend and best friend in an affair, she hanged them both in her home. Now burdened with 3 lives lost, the remaining henchmen were no less notorious. Some had recklessly collided with numerous individuals on the highway before fleeing, while others had pushed their wives off cliffs, mimicking a tragic tale come to life. Each one of them was a wanted criminal in S-City and various remote areas. With their hands stained with blood, and without several lives claimed, they were unworthy of entering the ranks of middle management within the fraud center. Yet, after years of gradual decline, they found themselves indulging in the luxuries of the fraud center, often exploiting and oppressing laborers whenever they pleased, and dispatching anyone who crossed them with a swift and brutal execution. Their bodies had succumbed to lethargy, with double chins and bellies bulging, rendering them incapable of any real combat. Only Judy managed to maintain a semblance of fitness, for as one of Kasabi's women, her ability to please him in bed was paramount to her survival in this environment. Kasabi, observing the exhausted management personnel, felt a surge of anger but managed to temper his wrath. It was a crucial time for utilizing his resources. Lin Ze had emerged from the basement and headed directly to the gas station, likely to retrieve his base vehicle. Upon hearing this, Kasabi's expression darkened. That vehicle was anything but ordinary. They had previously attempted to unlock it, but it was impenetrable. Since the vehicle had entered the fraud center, Kasabi had set his sights on its storage space, yet it remained inaccessible. "We have no means to intercept it now, boss. It's up to you," one of his subordinates murmured. "Get out of my sight," Kasabi shouted in fury, kicking one of his subordinates down the stairs, sending them tumbling like a sack of meat. Having barely regained their footing from the arduous climb. "Calm down." Carla approached him tenderly, retrieving his coat from the back of the chair and draping it over his shoulders. A flicker of unease crossed her eyes, but she quickly reined in her unstable emotions. Having spent over a decade in the fraud center, she had witnessed her fair share of turmoil, yet this particular incident seemed more intense than any before. As a woman unversed in the nuances of weapons and warfare, Carla could only discern that Kasabi's demeanor was far from normal. "Let us go," Kasabi waved his hand, directing them towards the armory. "Understood." Kasabi was accompanied by a cadre of capable subordinates. This was no ordinary coat. It was crafted from premium steel plates, serving as a bulletproof vest. Kasabi hurriedly made his way to the side building on the 3rd floor. Here, there existed a concealed entrance. He swiftly retrieved a large keyring from his waist, and, after several attempts, finally managed to unlock the door. With a click, the door swung open, revealing a vast armory. The facility comprised 3 levels, and Kasabi was currently on the fireproof 3rd layer, filled with various ammunition supplies. The 2nd level housed an array of firearms and rocket launcher racks, while the 1st level was occupied by a variety of military vehicles, including wheeled armored cars, rocket trucks, and radar vehicles, with a Humvee outfitted with the latest 30mm machine gun. Most notably, Kasabi had amassed an impressive collection of combat tanks, featuring classic models such as the Tiger tank, The 33B artillery, the Buffalo, the Panzer IV, the Weasel 3H, and the Ferdinand, among other newly modified tanks. Many of these tanks were still in their original packaging, having been procured by Kasabi in the past 6 months. His extensive arsenal was not merely for the purpose of confronting the police forces that sought to apprehend them. Rather, Kasabi envisioned a day when he could dominate the region and usurp the current mayor of City S. Brothers, choose your weapons, Kasabi commanded, and his subordinates surged forward. They adorned themselves with grenades, wielded dual AK-47s, and brandished the modern UMP-9 submachine gun. A vast array of firearms and ammunition was at their disposal. Scattered throughout the warehouse were various packs of compressed biscuits, a precaution against any future food shortages. Kasabi equipped himself with 2 revolvers, fastening them to his waist, and casually took an M416 assault rifle, slinging several boxes of ammunition over his shoulder, estimating they would last him a considerable time. After gathering these items, he observed that his subordinates were fully armed. Kasabi then closed the door and securely locked it. These were crucial strategic resources. If they were to be stolen, it would be a true catastrophe. In a fit of frustration, Kasabi kicked the door lock. Just as he was about to take control, a tremor akin to an earthquake surged from the ground up to his head. Kasabi quickly steadied himself against the nearby wall, losing his balance and spinning around several times. The sound felt reminiscent of a building explosion. Kasabi's face paled. Could it be that Lin Ze had already? Meanwhile, outside, Lin Ze and Zhou Yin had successfully acquired the base vehicle. At the gas station, not only was Lin Ze's vehicle present, but also various evacuation vehicles. Regrettably, all the fleeing individuals had been captured by Kasabi's men and imprisoned, destined to be molded into the next generation of fraudulent laborers. Only these empty shells of vehicles remained parked here. Lin Ze also noticed the female lawyer he had encountered on the road a few days prior. At that moment, she found herself embroiled in a significant conflict with the champion of Sonda. The striking Red Kian stood quietly at the gas station. The marks and scratches on the door handle indicated that the female lawyer had likely struggled for a considerable time before being taken away by the fraudsters. Lin Ze furrowed his brow and opened the car door. His first action was to inspect the interior. Upon entering the living area, he called out several times for Ding Xiu before she finally emerged from her slumber, clutching a pillow. Upon seeing Lin Ze return, she paused momentarily, her senses gradually coming back to her. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she knelt at Lin Ze's feet. "Master, you have finally returned safely," she sobbed, her voice choked with emotion as she clung tightly to his ankles, fearing he might leave her again. "It's all right. It's all right." Lin Ze gently caressed her delicate hair, offering her comfort. At that moment, Tang Chuing also stepped out, her expression tinged with concern as she approached Lin Ze with a medical kit in hand. "Master, are you feeling unwell?" After Ding Xiu returned to the room that day, she informed us that you seemed to have been knocked unconscious outside. We were all terribly worried. It turned out that on that day, Ding Xiu had been playing with jewelry in the passenger seat. When the vehicle jolted slightly, she looked up to find Lin Ze unconscious. Just as she thought Lin Ze might be suffering from fatigue and contemplated getting out to assist him, a group of ruthless individuals had already carried him away. The base vehicle was enclosed, allowing only an internal view of the outside, rendering it impossible for those outside to discern the situation within. Ding Xiu understood that the person before her was extraordinary. She stifled her voice, recalling Lin Ze's prior admonition: if faced with danger, retreat into the internal space and refrain from exiting the vehicle, no matter what. Obediently, she returned and relayed the incident to the others. Although Tang Chuing held a position of authority among them, she was acutely aware of the need to remain hidden from the unknown threats outside. Moreover, Lin Ze had provided them with supplies sufficient to last for centuries, and given the harsh conditions of the outside world, there was little reason for them to venture out. "Is that you, master?" At that moment, Tang Shanshan timidly emerged, visibly thinner. Logically, in a place abundant with food and resources, they should not have lost weight. Her face bore traces of tears. "Master, we all thought you." Observing their emotional transition from despair to relief, Lin Ze felt a flicker of satisfaction within. These young ladies had indeed been concerned for his well-being. Lin Ze approached them, offering reassurances. "It's all right. You need not worry. As long as the base vehicle is here, I shall remain unharmed." With that, Lin Ze departed the internal space and returned to the cockpit. At this moment, Zhou Yin stood outside the vehicle, marveling at the opulence of this base vehicle. It was truly remarkable, the streamlined chassis, the seamlessly integrated steel structure, and the perfectly allocated spaces for various weaponry and hidden compartments. As an enthusiast of motorcycles, Zhou Yin only grasped the gravity of the situation upon witnessing Lin Ze's magnificent base vehicle. Other vehicles were mere toys in comparison. Lin Ze's was the embodiment of a true armored vehicle. Lin Ze opened the passenger door, hesitating momentarily. He had never allowed a man to ride in his vehicle before. However, considering Zhou Yan's potential, Lin Ze decided not to dwell on it. After all, Zhou Yan would not be accessing the interior space of the vehicle, so it was of little consequence. "Come in," Lin Ze beckoned, patting the seat cushion. Thank you, Brother Lin." Zhou Yan's address for Lin Ze had evolved over time, from Xiao Lin and Engineer Lin in their initial interactions on WeChat, to Lin Ze, and now Brother Lin, a clear reflection of his respect for Lin Ze's capabilities. "All right, it's time to find a target," Lin Ze said with a slight smile. Having retrieved the base vehicle, it was now opportune to locate a target for practice. Lin Ze turned his gaze, searching for a suitable reference point within the space, and spotted the left side wing building, which appeared rather flimsy. Equipped with a high-polymer freezing ray cannon, Lin Ze commanded the vehicle to deploy the weaponry system. The top of the base vehicle rapidly revealed a dedicated weapon mounting apparatus. Lin Ze's firearm and the vehicle's attack system merged seamlessly. He once again accessed his mental reservoir and navigated to the ammunition procurement system, selecting 100 rounds. With 10,000 energy points, he purchased 100 rounds of ammunition. System notification. Purchase complete. Would you like to load it now? Yes. This is still a fully voice-activated system, Zhou Yan remarked, having been dazzled by the vehicle's exterior. He now realized that the exterior was merely the tip of the iceberg compared to the interior. The advanced technology here is incomparable to anything you might find at any university in S-City, Lin Ze declared. Boom. Lin Ze aimed the high-polymer freezing ray cannon at a building and unleashed his fifth skill, the freezing rocket launcher. A projectile was fired, causing the entire structure to tremble under the strain. The walls could not withstand the extreme temperatures, rapidly cracking and collapsing. The base of the building suffered a tremendous impact, creating a massive breach as it was torn apart. The shoddy construction, long since on the brink of collapse, succumbed to Lin Ze's strike. Unable to withstand even 10 minutes of assault, satisfied with the distance, Lin Ze prepared to close in for a more effective attack with the shorter-range venom shells. Before him lay a series of refugee vehicles. Without hesitation, Lin Ze drove over them, the screeching sounds echoing around him as he carelessly pressed forward, ready to continue his assault. At that moment, from within the grand edifice of the fraud center, a throng of individuals surged forth. Each of them bared their teeth in a menacing display, vociferously chanting a unified slogan, "Lin Ze, get out! Lin Ze, get out! Get out, you say?" A smile crept across Lin Ze's face. Were these individuals out of their minds? Demanding his departure without considering their own capabilities was rather audacious. At the forefront of this motley crew stood Kasabi, exuding an aura of a tyrant that instilled a chilling sense of dread. It was evident to Lin Ze, even from a distance, who he was and the weight of his position. Kasabi was fully equipped, adorned with ammunition clips, clad in a bulletproof vest, and wearing a top-tier bulletproof helmet. His feet were shod in spiked boots, ensuring mobility, while two pristine revolvers hung at his waist. And he brandished an M416 in his hands. He appeared poised for confrontation, eagerly awaiting the commencement of a fierce battle with Lin Ze. Lin Ze stroked his chin, finding the situation rather intriguing. Indeed, it was true. These scammers were not merely adept at deception but were also well-equipped. The value of the armaments they bore was certainly in the tens of thousands. Chapter 116. The final battle at Kasabi was astounded to witness Lin Ze effortlessly transform one of his 3 fraudulent operation centers into a dilapidated structure. The means employed were hardly sophisticated. It was merely that armored vehicle. For several seconds, Kasabi's mind was a blank slate, and then, gritting his teeth, his complexion fluctuated between shades of green and purple. This was nothing short of an affront to the military reserves he had painstakingly built over the years. The fraudulent center, which he had laboriously established and operated for over a decade, had consumed a significant portion of his life's work. Who could have anticipated that Lin Ze could so casually turn it to ashes with a mere flick of his finger? Charge. Kasabi's eyes widened as he uttered the most somber command. Whoever beheads this brat today and desecrates his corpse shall be the master of this fraudulent center. At his behest, his subordinates rushed forth, unleashing a cacophony of gunfire that echoed like firecrackers. They soon realized that the vehicle's exterior was composed of an unusual ballistic structure and decided to attack the most vulnerable point, the windows. With a rapid succession of gunfire, a barrage of bullets was unleashed, and the area before Lin Ze's windshield was littered with shell casings. Yet, the windows remained utterly unscathed. How could they be? They were constructed from aluminum alloy with a glass-like finish, the surface adorned with diamonds, boasting a hardness that surpassed even that of the vehicle's body, designed specifically to thwart any attempts by these ruffians to mar his windows. Lin Ze was more concerned about the potential scratches from the spent casings than the possibility of the glass shattering. Silently, he pressed the attack button. The vehicle's flanks transformed, revealing 12 formidable cannons. 12. Each cannon's bore was the size of a fist. As the rapid transformation unfolded, Kasabi and his few subordinates stared in astonishment. They had never witnessed such an impressive vehicle before. What manner of beast was this? It was evident that this was no ordinary machine. And Lin Ze was far from an ordinary individual. The subordinates began to feel a twinge of fear, faced with the gaping maw of the cannons. They sensed their very lives hung by a thread in Lin Ze's hands. Their legs trembled uncontrollably, urging them to flee. Soon, one individual, unable to withstand the pressure, turned and ran. Being a disorganized mob, the moment one fled, the rest scattered like birds startled from the forest. Kasabi surveyed his disbanded troops, lost in contemplation. He hurled curses at those who were fleeing. There are no deserters in my ranks. He pivoted his weapon, preparing to deal with his band of cowards. I believe it is not your place to teach them a lesson. Lin Ze's voice echoed once more behind Kasabi. He then unleashed a perfectly synchronized volley of 12 tracking missiles from the cannons. The flight speed of each shell is not particularly rapid. Yet they are enveloped in a yellow haze. This is the effect of the Biluo Huangquan liquid, with precision targeting. Although the power is not the highest damage that Lin Ze's base vehicle can inflict, its brilliance lies in its toxicity. The yellow mist drifting through the air seems to illuminate the path of their demise. The fleeing subordinates, without exception, are cleaved in two by the cannon's projectiles. They do not even have the chance to convulse. The Biluo Huangquan liquid swiftly invades and erodes their very flesh. In mere seconds, at an imperceptible speed, Kasabi witnesses several of his subordinates transform into mere pools of blood. What sorcery is this? Kasabi finds himself somewhat disoriented, witnessing such an insurmountable power. He had previously boasted about cooking Lin Ze in various ways today, yet now it seems that even 10 dishes would not suffice. Naturally, Lin Ze does not spare Kasabi. The cannon fires again. Kasabi, predicting the cannon's firing rhythm through his subordinates' movements, leaps and swiftly dodges, successfully avoiding one of the cannon's projectiles. The Biluo Huangquan liquid-laden shell, upon striking the reinforced gate, rapidly corroded it. Kasabi is astonished to see his electrical fraud center's gate disintegrate into a yellow liquid. This is ruthless. He takes a deep breath, his heart racing at an alarming pace. Had he not evaded in time, he would have undoubtedly become a puddle of yellow water. Observing the base vehicle remaining unscathed while his key generals lie dead at Lin Ze's hands, he seems to finally grasp the reality. This base vehicle is not something ordinary flesh and rudimentary weapons can shake. Realizing that Lin Ze intends to strike decisively, Kasabi understands that his trivial tactics are of no consequence against Lin Ze. Indeed, allowing Lin Ze access to the base vehicle was a grave miscalculation. Gritting his teeth, Kasabi swiftly retreats through a hidden door. So he had this trick? Truly cunning. Lin Ze had not even noticed that behind Kasabi was a wall with a special mechanism. It appears he had a plan for escape. Lin Ze, unperturbed, gazes at the electrical fraud center. He adjusts his voice to an external mode. All right, Kasabi. I suspect survival has little meaning for you. Here, I require less than a minute to reduce it to ruins, at which point you will merely be a wisp of dust. You might as well come out, and I can guarantee you a complete corpse. Lin Ze articulates this knowing well that this is Kasabi's arms depot. While it would be simple to detonate it, it would be a pity to waste the munitions inside. He retracts the cannon, choosing not to unleash further bombardment upon this location. This is merely a minor warning to Kasabi. A panicked rat will inevitably meet a grim fate. The cyber fraud center is rife with numerous laborers ensnared in this web of deceit, compelled to toil against their will. Lin Ze comprehends all too well the despair of those who live under the yoke of unrelenting servitude. Thus, he does extend a rare moment of compassion towards the cyber fraud workers who have succumbed to utter hopelessness. Should he recklessly dismantle the main building, these unfortunate souls might not even witness the dawn of another day before being reduced to ashes. Contemplating this, Lin Ze, not being a heartless fiend, chose to refrain from taking drastic actions. There remains utility in this place for him, and he seeks to minimize casualties. As Lin Ze maneuvered the base vehicle around the cyber fraud center, he was scouting the area. He had anticipated that Kasabi might unveil some hidden tactic, perhaps akin to the formidable level 5 mutated beasts produced by Ningxia University. However, the silence was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Yet, as Lin Ze patrolled his domain, an unexpected sight emerged from the right side building. A colossal lift gate ascended, revealing a complete array of military might before him. 10 tanks were arrayed in formation, led by an armored vehicle that bore a striking resemblance to his own. What? Does Kasabi possess a base vehicle as well? This was a high-end armored vehicle, and the extensive modifications were evident, designed to enhance its fortitude. Every window, typically the most vulnerable aspect of a vehicle, had been entirely welded shut, leaving no point of vulnerability for attack. Even the tires were coated with a layer of bulletproof liquid. This armored vehicle was a recent innovation from the military factories of S-City, and Lin Ze pondered how Kasabi had acquired such a treasure. If it was indeed a new model, it must be of superior quality, he remarked to Zhou Yan. Indeed, Zhou Yan was well versed in this subject. He recalled when Mayor Jiang Zhou had attended the unveiling ceremony, proclaiming that all future military vehicles would aspire to this standard. Ironically, it had swiftly fallen into the hands of a cyber fraud leader. It seemed the S-City government could no longer safeguard its own arsenal, truly a sign of desperation. This armored vehicle, while substantial, paled in comparison to Lin Ze's base vehicle, appearing almost as a mere toy. The dozen tanks seemed more like escorts for the leading armored vehicle, within which sat Kasabi. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Kasabi had not been idle. He had astutely recognized the comfort that a mobile fortress would provide in the looming chaos. Thus, he had hastened the construction of this base vehicle, which now proved to be fortuitously timely. Initially, Kasabi felt that his base vehicle could traverse the city of S with impunity, even compelling the mayor, Jiang Zhou, to bow in deference upon its sight. Little did he realize that upon encountering Lin Ze's base vehicle, his own appeared but a mere toy. Despite the inferiority of his equipment, Kasabi remained steadfast in his belief that Lin Ze's vehicle, though formidable, possessed a limited capacity for ammunition and weaponry that would inevitably be exhausted. Backed by an arsenal housed within a nearby building, he was convinced that sheer numbers would ensure their victory, regardless of individual strength. A fervent desire for bloodshed ignited within him. While Lin Ze's base vehicle was indeed terrifying, Kasabi's stockpile of top-tier tanks was not to be underestimated. Today, a direct confrontation would reveal who truly reigned supreme in this territory. Upon spotting the advanced armored vehicle, Lin Ze's attention was begrudgingly piqued. A row of vehicles, with the leader flanked by subordinates, stood out conspicuously. He had anticipated that Kasabi would flee in a panic, seeking refuge on a scooter or three-wheeler, yet he had surprisingly mustered the courage to confront him. However, Kasabi was overly naive, mistakenly believing that mere resemblance in appearance could grant him victory over Lin Ze. The advanced armored vehicle bore only superficial similarities to Lin Ze's base vehicle. The latter's hardness was 100-fold greater, not to mention the variety of elemental projectiles it could unleash. Determined to fight to the last, Kasabi left no room for retreat. And Lin Ze, unyielding, welcomed the challenge. To perish beneath my base vehicle is a fate you should consider an honor. With a firm press of the accelerator, Lin Ze aimed directly at the front of the armored vehicle, showing no inclination to evade. He sought a head-on collision, intent on reducing the armored vehicle to mere rubble. The intensity of his approach was akin to a tiger descending from the mountain, a force to be reckoned with. Kasabi, known for his fiery temperament, was momentarily taken aback by Lin Ze's earlier display of valor in dispatching his subordinate. He had gained a newfound understanding of the base vehicle's combat prowess. In an uncharacteristic display of caution, he refrained from retaliating as he might have done in the past, had anyone dared to provoke him previously. He would have accelerated headlong to see whose armor was tougher. However, this time, Kasabi executed a sharp right turn. Though his temper flared, he was no fool. He understood that a direct clash with Lin Ze's base vehicle would be akin to crashing into a boulder, leaving only himself in ruins. As the vehicles neared collision, the armored vehicle emitted a piercing shriek, narrowly avoiding disaster. A close call indeed. Lin Ze momentarily eased off the accelerator. What is this? Are you beginning to retract into your shell? Lin Ze arched an eyebrow, taunting. Is this all you've got? Kasabi gritted his teeth, resolute that the encounter was far from over. With remarkable agility, he maneuvered the advanced armored vehicle. While not particularly nimble, it gained momentum with surprising speed. Kasabi maneuvered his vehicle, executing a graceful spin beside Lin Ze's base vehicle. With a mere press of a button, he activated the fuel tank cover. The entirety of the premium armored vehicle's fuel cascaded out, enveloping Lin Ze's base vehicle in a thick layer of oil upon the ground. Kasabi promptly rolled down his window, nonchalantly lighting a cigarette, and executed a flamboyant gesture. He extinguished the cigarette and discarded it onto the ground. In that fleeting moment of ignition, a fierce blaze erupted across the surface. To safeguard his luxurious armored vehicle's tires from the flames, Kasabi had taken precautionary measures. His wheels were already equipped with fire-resistant material. As he departed from in front of Lin Ze's base vehicle, he performed a mocking salute, seemingly ridiculing Lin Ze. Enjoy this fiery spectacle, little rascal, he boasted. The inferno served as a barrier, obscuring Lin Ze's vision. The surrounding flames surged, towering to the height of a person or two. Lin Ze furrowed his brow, not out of concern for his base vehicle's safety, as it was equipped with a high-temperature resistance system. However, the oil on the ground posed a significant threat. Should he attempt to drive through, the oil would cling to his tires, acting as a natural incendiary agent. The flames would then rage uncontrollably upon his wheels. Meanwhile, Kasabi was not idle. He hastily maneuvered his premium armored vehicle into the garage and issued a command. Brothers, launch the incendiary shells. Chapter 117. The goal to rule the world before him. The tank unleashed shells, each adorned with fiery explosive effects. This was a tactical plan devised by Kasabi, replacing the original ammunition within the tanks with specially designed explosives. As the munitions soared skyward, they traced a breathtaking parabolic arc. Lin Ze looked up, captivated by the spectacle. Reminiscent of a vibrant meteor shower, Kasabi watched, anticipation coursing through him as the tanks discharged their fiery projectiles. The success of his endeavor hinged upon this moment. However, upon witnessing the outcome, Kasabi was left dumbfounded. Lin Ze's base vehicle emerged unscathed from the inferno. Even as the fiery shells struck the surface of Lin Ze's base vehicle, they extinguished instantaneously, as if they had encountered their nemesis. What is happening here? Lin Ze let out a cold chuckle. This was all thanks to the vehicle's adaptive thermal cycling system. Moments ago, he had adjusted the temperature of the vehicle's outer shell to a chilling -300 degrees. The core temperature of those fiery projectiles was at most 200 or 300 degrees. Thus, upon contact with the base vehicle, they could not ignite and were instead siphoned of their energy. As for the vehicle's tires, Lin Ze cleverly employed the first skill of the polymer freezing ray gun. Utilizing the mechanical arm, he coated the tires with a layer of ice at -30 degrees. The tire's tolerance threshold was at least -100 degrees. So the ice layer would not damage them. Rather, it provided an additional layer of protection. With the icy tires, he effortlessly crushed through the oily substance, preventing any flammable mixture from forming. What do you think? Lin Ze raised an eyebrow, not rushing to launch an attack. Kasabi hastily maneuvered his armored vehicle, attempting to keep it out of Lin Ze's strike range. Futile. The flames only delayed Lin Ze for a mere few seconds. Gritting his teeth, Kasabi realized that his power was insufficient. With a swift turn, he commanded, "Brothers, launch the supplies." From behind the tanks, a row of catapults emerged. These catapults were laden with mysterious contents concealed within flour bags, smoldering tobacco capable of igniting at 700 or 800 degrees. I refuse to believe this won't obliterate you. Packages of tobacco were rapidly hurled towards Lin Ze's base vehicle. With precision, Kasabi ignited the last tobacco pack from his pocket and sent it soaring in unison with a flick of his fingers. Having trained in martial arts, he expertly guided the trajectory of the burning ends. 10 cigarettes landed squarely atop the tobacco bundles. Lin Ze remained oblivious to the display of bravado, yet he could surmise Kasabi's intentions through his movements. His attacks were predictable, flame assaults and explosive strikes. A multitude of tobacco bundles, laden with powder, piled upon the surface of the base vehicle, igniting instantaneously. Boom. As he beheld the towering inferno, Kasabi's spirit seemed to spiral into madness. The entire scene of the blaze resembled a ritualistic sight, instilling a profound sense of terror. Gazing at the flames, which appeared devilish in their ferocity, Kasabi began to smirk. "Lin Ze, you truly deserve your fate." At that moment, Lin Ze remained unfazed. Zhou Yin, however, felt a growing unease, though he refrained from screaming. He could not help but glance anxiously around. Lin Ze, on the other hand, was undeterred. What manner of demons are these? He mused. With a swift invocation, he summoned a chilling domain of ice to subdue the chaos. Suddenly, Zhou Yin perceived what seemed to be the sound of ice crystals fracturing beside him. When he opened his eyes, he found that the fiery spectacle had transformed into a flurry of snowflakes. The electrical control center was thoroughly encased in ice, with frozen figures resembling popsicles within. A frigid air, plummeting below -100 degrees, enveloped them, offering no time for the occupants to brace themselves. Lin Ze was aware that words were unnecessary. Kasabi had likely succumbed to asphyxiation by now. The sight of Kasabi, frozen into a grotesque form, still bearing the expression of his prior threats, evoked a sense of awe in Zhou Yin. Truly remarkable, he thought. It is all over now. Lin Ze descended from the command vehicle. "Come down," he called. Zhou Yin initially assumed it was an invitation for him to join. To his astonishment, as he opened the door, a pair of long, exquisite legs emerged from the front passenger seat, followed by one stunning beauty after another. Zhou Yin was left in awe. "What is this? An artistic ensemble?" Lin Ze chuckled, saying, "It is time I introduced you to my harem. They say a harem can boast thousands of beauties." Zhou Yin observed Lin Ze's women, each possessing unique allure: long-legged enchantresses, icy beauties, youthful maidens with ample bosoms, each a national treasure of beauty. Even the most prominent stars of the entertainment industry could not rival the diversity present in Lin Ze's entourage. "Master, this space appears quite suitable," suggested Tang Chowing. "In preparation for our next objective, the conquest of City S, we require a stronghold, and I believe this location is ideal." Tang Chowing remained as perceptive as ever, adept at analyzing their surroundings. Lin Ze nodded, surveying the area. He had invested an additional 100,000 to establish a base here. However, this place would no longer be known as the electrical control base. System notification, ding. The host's latest task has been completed. Due to the exceptional execution, achieving an SSS performance level, the system has upgraded with new rewards. In an instant, before Lin Ze could even blink, an array of rare treasures cascaded from the system space. Both of his mech forms were upgraded to their maximum levels, and his base vehicle mech also reached its pinnacle. Truly, a divine reward from the heavens. The main structure of the electrical control center remained unchanged, yet the filthy ground was adorned with a vibrant green lawn, and a flagpole was erected in the center. Lin Ze had already envisioned this as his ultimate stronghold. Certainly, regarding the establishment of a nation that belongs to him, Lin Ze has yet to contemplate what the national flag should resemble. He turned to observe his harem team, only to find that none possessed any crafting skills. Lin Ze couldn't help but reminisce about his days in the orphanage, where the biting cold would leave him with frostbite each winter, resulting in a myriad of scars upon his hands. Yet, during such times, Bai Yuanling would lovingly knit a pair of gloves and present them to him. Consuming an abundance of exquisite delicacies does not equate to a yearning for his impoverished past. Lin Ze merely found himself recalling that amidst the many flirtations, his first love held a special place in his heart. "Brother Lin Ze." Suddenly, a soft and delicate voice floated from behind him. Lin Ze's wrist involuntarily trembled. This voice was, "Lin Ze, is that you?" A warm hand brushed against his palm, exuding the same vivacity as before. Upon turning, he was met with the long-awaited visage of the girl he cherished. She wore 2 braided pigtails, her skin fair, lips slightly pink, and her eyes captivating and spirited. If Ding Xiu were to be considered a goddess scoring above 95, then Bai Yuanling epitomized the pure-hearted girlfriend of every boy's dream. Xiao Bai. After years apart, Lin Ze finally encountered the person he had longed to see. Even though Ding Xiu stood nearby, she could not help but appear somewhat overshadowed. It was no wonder Lin Ze often bore a nonchalant demeanor. In his heart, he had already envisioned this perfect companion. "I suppose I contributed to this." Zhou Yin chuckled as he emerged from behind Lin Ze. "Your favorite girl." "Stop joking." Lin Ze instinctively wished to evade the sensitive term. He worried that Bai Yuanling might feel a bit out of sorts upon seeing him. However, a realization struck him. Why was Zhou Yan's appearance linked to Bai Yuanling? In truth, Zhou Yan was his biological brother. A slight smile graced Bai Yuanling's lips. Through Zhou Yan's narrative, Lin Ze began to comprehend the situation. Zhou Yan, as the heir of Jiangdong Pharmaceutical in S City, shared the same parents as Bai Yuanling. During a fierce business rivalry, Bai Yuanling had unfortunately been kidnapped. She was passed around among deceivers and ultimately found herself in an orphanage. For over a decade, Zhou Yan and Bai Yuanling had lost contact, and she had spent several years in the orphanage. However, the Duanmu family, rivals of the Zhou family and the orchestrators behind this ordeal, had no intention of letting the Zhou family off the hook. They secretly traced Bai Yuanling's whereabouts and, under the guise of adoption, took her in as their daughter, cruelly renaming her Duanmu Di. This was due to the Duanmu family's long history of not having sons, hoping to adopt their rival's daughter to mistreat her and thus enhance their own fortune. It was only after entering university that Zhou Yin recognized Bai Yuanling, who was still in need of loans to finance her education. The familiarity in her visage, combined with the fact that a daughter of a wealthy family was reduced to borrowing money for her studies, led Zhou Yin to finally reunite with Bai Yuanling. The photographs circulating within the social circle serve as a testament to Zhou Yan's pride in accompanying his sister to the school's animal protection event. "I had withheld this information from you, fearing that you might harbor ulterior motives regarding Xiao Bai," Zhou Yin confessed. "However, I now feel at ease entrusting my sister to you." "Brother, what are you saying?" Upon their first meeting, Zhou Yin was already ready to place Bai Yuanling in Lin Ze's care. Instantly, Bai Yuanling's cheeks flushed crimson, leaving her at a loss for words. Lin Ze merely smiled gently, pulling Bai Yuanling into his embrace. "Thank you, Zhou Yin. I shall treat Linga with the utmost care," Lin Ze assured, before projecting a map through the full-spectrum imaging system. This map encompassed not just the territory of Xia Country and City S, but the entirety of the Eastern Sea continent. Not only would he cherish Linger, but he also envisioned them together as the sovereigns of the entire continent. Lin Ze had already formulated his plans. The tide of doom was inescapable. he would be its master. Once he had eradicated all remnants of tyranny from the continent, he would embark on a journey around the world with Bai Yuanling, traversing the vast seas. The days of his former life as a courier were but a distant memory. For Lin Ze, a new identity had emerged, that of the sovereign of the continent. Ding ding. The sound of Lin Ze's phone interrupted the moment. He gently released his hold on Xiao Bai and answered the call. Since the onset of the apocalypse, his phone had purged all irrelevant contacts. Who could be calling now? Hello, Mr. Lin. Your efforts in reclaiming the fraud center have made the front-page headlines in our nation, garnering widespread public acclaim. As a result, City S has awarded you a Hero's Medal. We invite you to the People's Government of City S to receive your honor. Honor? Lin Ze chuckled softly. I must decline. Such accolades are the province of emperors speaking to their subjects. They are not quite fitting between us. A gentle breeze caressed the faces of those present. Zhou Yan adjusted his hair. In truth, he had already alerted Bai Yuanling through encrypted messages during his time at the fraud center. Her visit was not merely to rekindle her relationship with Lin Ze. She had come prepared for battle, bringing arms from the Zhou family, anticipating the danger her brother might face. Little did she expect that by the time she arrived, Lin Ze had already dealt with all remnants of the threat. I apologize, Mr. Lin. That was my secretary. She was rather impolite, and I have since dismissed her. Jiangzhou? Lin Ze recognized the voice. It belonged to the mayor frequently heard on television broadcasts. What brings you here? I believe you are aware of the current state of warlords in City S. I think we could collaborate. Lin Ze grasped the unspoken intentions behind Jiangzhou's words. The mayor sought Lin Ze's assistance in eliminating rival factions. And what benefits can you offer me? Lin Ze inquired. The silence on the other end of the line lingered for quite some time. Should he succeed, half of S City would be his. However, claiming half of S City might be somewhat excessive. Yet, it was undeniable that half of S City would not suffice to satisfy Lin Ze's ambitions. Lin Ze exchanged glances with Bai Yuanling, and then, one on each side, they embraced Bai Yuanling and Zhou Yan, proclaiming, with the support of Jiangdong Pharmaceutical, we shall first negotiate with that old rascal Jiangzhou. As for what follows, he will undoubtedly yield to me. Bai Yuanling nodded in agreement. This was, in fact, also the sentiment shared by her and Zhou Yan. The intricate dynamics within S City were complex, and with Lin Ze's current strength, he certainly would not regard Jiangzhou as a formidable opponent. Nevertheless, leveraging Jiangzhou in the short term to strike a deal and eliminate the other tycoons within S City was indeed essential. Let us proceed. We are ready to depart. Lin Ze waved his hand, and the base vehicle, equipped with the latest autonomous driving system, smoothly parked itself before him. Although the current center of electronic fraud had been transformed under Lin Ze's base system into a picturesque and resplendent site, adorned with an array of precious metals and jewels that embellished its faade with opulence, resembling an entire palace. The orderly parking lot and well-organized armory also reflected a sense of meticulousness. Perhaps residing here could be considered a blessing. Yet, any beautiful place was not Lin Ze's destination, nor was it his ultimate ambition. His aspiration was to dominate the world. The end of the book. Thank you for reading.